Caleb, the divine son of the church in the DNF world, was unjustly framed and exiled to the dimensional rift. After a misstep, he unexpectedly traversed into the Marvel universe, transforming into a 3-year-old child at the Michelle Orphanage. His levels reset, his equipment sealed. He was left clad only in a humble linen robe. Despite possessing millions of gold coins in his inventory, he found himself reduced to nibbling on dry bread, overwhelmed with despair. Daisy, once I sell the gold, I'll treat you to a feast. As the shadows of New York City enveloped him at night, Cale clenched his tiny fists. Though I am but LV2 now, the holy light shall never wane. Ancient One, he is the earthly representative of the holy light. Odin, beware when he plants his weapon into the ground. Hela, his stamina is remarkable. Cale, isn't it normal for a paladin to wield a great sword? Dormammu, I come bearing warmth. Witness the reluctant antics of a paladin as he seeks to restore the glory of the holy light in the Marvel universe. Chapter 1, Connection Disrupted. A resounding slap fell upon his shoulder, strong and precise. Youngster, you are still young, strive hard. At the sound of that familiar voice, Cale immediately looked up in disbelief at the figure before him. Master, they said you. Clap, clap, clap. Michelle delivered several firm pats on his shoulder. The future belongs to you, she said, adorning him with a small crucifix she had taken from around her neck. You must learn forgiveness, she added before turning away. Master, Cale could barely summon the strength to call out, tightly gripping the crucifix around his neck as he watched Michelle's figure recede into the distance. Just half a month prior, his status within the church had been exalted, yet now he found himself relegated to this perilous dimensional rift guard. Even his title as the Divine Son proved futile. Who would have thought that even in the realm of Arad, he could not escape the church's power struggles? Opening his status panel. Cale Dreddy Lee. Occupation, Paladin. Level, LV44. Strength, 872. Stamina, 1683. Intelligence, 1152. Spirit, 999. These statistics positioned him as a paragon among his peers, undiminished by the fall from grace of his title. This was largely thanks to his affluent sister, Kelly Dreddy, whose wealth was boundless. Despite the grievances he had voiced during their prior lives together, having a wealthy sister truly was a boon. Equipped with a tenfold stamina inheritance, he had never once worried about his gear. From the start until now, he had never faced the burden of equipment concerns. Originally named Likai, Cale was not a native of the Arad continent. As for how he arrived here, let us not delve into that. Who could have predicted that a social death could lead to a traverse? After his social demise, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a lavish room, a scene strikingly familiar yet devoid of a certain voice saying, "Today is another day of earning 70,000. Returning to the form of an infant, Likai struggled valiantly with his tiny arms and legs to push open the hotel door, stepping into the Arad continent. He was fortuitously discovered by Kelly, who had descended from the heavenly realm, thus acquiring his current name, Cale Dreddy. With the only enhancement facility in the lower realm at her disposal, Kelly was never short of funds, and Cale enjoyed a life of luxury he had never experienced before. In a world where martial prowess was paramount, he too could not escape the call of training. As a seasoned victim of toxicity, he found joy in it. Kelly had attempted to teach him, but Cale simply lacked the talent of a sharpshooter. In his heart, he longed to become a demonic swordman. Each version of the game boasted a legendary hero, and how could one resist such a lure? When GSD encountered him, he merely shook his head in dismay. The reason was simple. Without even a ghostly hand, how could he aspire to be a demonic swordman? His magical aptitude was equally mediocre. He had trained in martial arts under Winjin for a while, possessing some talent, but failing to grasp its essence even after a year of practice. Eventually, he found himself at the doors of Galantis. After all, a steed of extraordinary potential requires a discerning rider. Shortly after joining the Order of the Holy Knights, his talent erupted forth. He was hailed as the Chosen One and became a disciple of the Saint Michelle, thus ascending to the church's divine son. Cale's talent did not disappoint the church's higher-ups, as he reached level 40 by the age of 12, ensuring that he would awaken before turning 18. Alas, good fortune is fleeting. Before Cale could awaken, calamity struck Michelle. As a child, he was unaware of the specifics, only hearing whispers within the church that his master Michelle had fallen into darkness and betrayed the holy light. Others claimed Michelle's actions were just. In the end, diverse opinions flourished, and the truth remained elusive. After being slain by adventurers, the church's report on the Dark Holy War described him as a malevolent follower, a demon masquerading as a saint leading people down a path of evil. Kale was equally ensnared by this calamity. The glory brought by his extraordinary talent vanished overnight, and his standing within the church plummeted. Although his title as the Divine Son was not stripped away, he was nearing the point of universal disdain. Newly joined holy knights passing by him could hardly contain their contempt. Kale, however, paid little heed to their scorn, focusing solely on his own training, knowing that his strength did not permit him to dwell on such matters. When he became the target of public ire, turning a blind eye to the outside world became impossible. Just as he prepared to enter the lava cave for rigorous training, the church issued an order transferring him to guard the dimensional rift. With his prowess, he was nothing more than fodder in the rift, far from worthy even to serve as a mere distraction. Divine Son. It seems his thoughts have manifested. The higher-ups could no longer tolerate his presence. The newcomer was a burly man clad in armor, his face adorned with a thick beard, and his expression was laced with mockery as he looked at Kale. Divine Son, a new rift has emerged. Please proceed to suppress it. His tone suggested he was addressing a corpse. Alas, lead the way, Kale sighed, touching the crucifix at his chest. Was such a church worthy of forgiveness? As he walked, he began to cast buffs upon himself. Guarding emblem, honor blessing, angelic blessing, melody of celestial harmony, vengeance of light, holy protection, and finally, the source of life. He did all he could, hoping to endure just a few more seconds in this dream, at least to see what kind of monster would be his end. Sir, this is the newly emerged dimensional rift. For the sake of the citizens of Dark City, please ensure its suppression. They truly fear for his demise. How quaint. Even the level 60 Harbinger dared not enter. Kale, at level 44, would likely be reduced to naught but dust. To ensure Kale's entrance into the rift, they had meticulously devised a plan, deliberately dispatching all the teams, leaving him alone at the camp. Now, there was no escape from entering the new rift. Sigh, how true it is that the world is not merely a battleground, it is a tapestry of human relationships. Ha ha. As one foot stepped into the rift, Kale turned back and laughed heartily, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. One timid soul instinctively touched the crucifix at his back, fearing Kale might launch a counterattack and explode into a vengeful fury. Ouch! As Kale stepped into the dimensional rift, he inadvertently stumbled and fell, not encountering the terrifying monsters he had envisioned. Instead, he beheld the opulent surroundings, his mind swirling with questions. He did not activate his golden finger, so how did he return to the room in the Celia Inn? Could it be that the dimensional rift is connected to his golden finger? What would he do if someone discovered this? Kyle's rapid advancement was entirely due to this. Others had to toil painstakingly to level up, while he could simply focus on battling monsters to gain experience. As he contemplated returning to the continent of Arad, he pushed open the inn's door, only to find a void outside, with a box floating before him displaying the words "network connection interrupted." What was this situation? He had never encountered anything like it before. He confirmed it. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Holy Light. The sound of pages turning echoed in the air. At the Michelle Orphanage in New York, a young boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old, sat gazing out the window, a thick English dictionary resting on his desk. Tap, 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 came the sound of footsteps as a mixed-race little girl poked her head through the door, appearing to be around the same age. Kyle, would you like to come watch TV? Tommy and the others brought back a tape we've never seen before. Her words were spoken slowly, each syllable carefully articulated, as she was considerate of Kyle's struggles with English. Daisy, have you finished your homework today? Over the past few months, Kyle's English proficiency had improved significantly. The boy, who once could not recall all 27 letters of the alphabet, could now hold a conversation. Oh no. Upon the mention of homework, Daisy's face fell, her tiny hands scratching her head as she slumped into the room. She sat beside Kyle and opened her notebook, beginning to study. A, B, C, D. She practiced diligently, even pinching her thigh in frustration, regretting that she hadn't simply returned after watching the movie. Will I really be able to find my mother after learning this? Daisy asked Kyle, her eyes brimming with hope. For a child in an orphanage, nothing could bring greater joy than finding one's mother. Not necessarily, but the odds are better. After all, the population in Eastern countries is larger, so the chances of your mother being from there are significantly higher. If that's the case, wouldn't your chances of finding her increase substantially? Oh, I'll keep trying, Daisy replied, her face scrunching up as she concentrated on her practice. Having been in the orphanage for nearly 4 years, she longed to return to her parents' embrace. Kyle could only speculate about her appearance. Daisy's parents might not even be from the East. At such a young age, It was impossible to discern after all. The saying goes that a girl changes drastically as she grows up. Most children in the orphanage were of African descent, with only a few being Caucasian. Daisy and Kyle were the only ones with yellow skin. Just a few months ago, Daisy had been the only child of her complexion, but thankfully, she now had Kyle to keep her company. "He'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom to quiz you." "No." Snowflakes fluttered, and the northern wind howled. Locking the door, Kyle sat on the toilet and clicked on the icon in the upper left corner that only he could see. In an instant, Kyle found himself in the opulent Celia Inn, pushing open the door to once again encounter the void, accompanied by the box that read network connection interrupted. Sighing, he realized he could not return to the continent of Arad. After he clicked the confirm button that day, everything went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit street. His body had transformed from that of a robust man to his current form. Thankfully, he hadn't reverted to the infant state he had during his journey through Arad. Otherwise, walking would have been a challenge. Though his body had shrunk, the most critical blow was that his level had reset, and all his equipment returned to his inventory. He was left with only a loose linen knight's robe, and then a passing police officer spotted him and took him to the hospital. Kyle had always struggled with academics and could hardly comprehend English. Initially, people thought he was mute during his hospital examinations. Eventually, after confirming he was fine, the Child Protection Agency placed him in the current orphanage. The Michelle Orphanage, its name, seemed to echo the blessings of his mentor. After arriving here, Kyle's external powers had ceased to function since modern society presented no monsters for him to battle and level up. He had attempted to crush various ants and insects, but received no experience, prompting him to abandon the notion of monster hunting. He could only earnestly absorb the holy light and cultivate himself. After months of relentless effort, his results were quite fruitful. Kyle Drady Lee. Occupation, paladin. Level LV2. Strength, 9. Stamina, 12. Intelligence, 7.5. Spirit, 9.2. The unimpressive base attributes without any equipment enhancements were indeed touching. Fortunately, he had saved the luxurious gear gifted by Sister Kelly in the warehouse, so when he leveled up, he would still be quite the dapper fellow. While his attributes barely matched his previous low points, Kyle still considered himself a disciple of the wind boxing technique, albeit lacking its essence. With strength nearing that of an adult, few ordinary people could best him, and considering his youth, who knew how high his level might soar as he matured. At 7 p.m., dinner time arrived, and Kyle gazed at the colorful heap of vegetables on his plate, feeling utterly unappetized. Being in a foreign land, the most challenging adjustment was undoubtedly the food. Even after such a long time, he had yet to acclimate. A plate piled high with raw greens in the evening felt more suitable for feeding rabbits. Although he empathized with the director's difficulties, he refrained from voicing his complaints. Seeing the chubby boy next to him relishing his meal, Kyle simply pushed his portion toward him and took Daisy's arm, rushing out of the dining hall. "Kyle, where are you taking Daisy? Come back and eat," the director called after them. "We're full, haha." Daisy, full of joy, knew that Kyle taking her out during mealtime meant they were about to enjoy a special treat. They dashed out of the orphanage and headed straight to a small shop, emerging with 2 hot dogs in hand. As night fell, Kyle's funds were nearly depleted, so they would have to make do with this for the evening. With a flick of his wrist, a box of milk appeared in his right hand, which he handed to Daisy along with one of the hot dogs. "You must finish the milk." "Mum," she replied, her mouth stuffed and her eyes fixated on the sausage nestled in the hot dog. "Ugh, can't you just let me have this?" Kyle sighed. Unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze, he begrudgingly relinquished the sausage. He nibbled on the dry bread, feeling the 2 cents in his pocket, wishing he could cry but finding no tears. After all, he had ventured out for a taste of meat. Kyle had ample money, though not in cash. The millions of gold coins in his warehouse could easily translate to wealth. He had no reason to be financially strained. However, the funds from selling gold coins to improve his meals had run dry, and the shop for selling gold was located in another district. The crux of the matter was that night had fallen, and Kyle had spotted a small shadow in the distance. New York at night was alive with the spirit of freedom, a stark contrast to the darkness that enveloped the city by day. Chapter 3. All gatherings must eventually disperse. A gentle ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window and landed on the bed, awakening Kyle with an urgent need to relieve himself. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt a weight upon him and looked down to discover Daisy draped over him. "Daisy, it's time to wake up," Kyle exclaimed, his lips curling into a playful grin as he leaned down and shouted in her ear. "Ugh, you're so annoying." Daisy groaned. jolting awake and delivering a light punch to Kyle's chest before rolling over and burying her head under the covers, eager to return to slumber. With a mischievous smile reminiscent of a playful uncle, Kyle slipped out of bed and headed to the restroom. After relieving himself, he returned to their shared storage room, feeling a sense of lightness, only to find Daisy returning with 2 plates of breakfast. The orphanage was not affluent, and having any food was a blessing. Breakfast consisted of merely a cup of milk and 2 slices of bread. Daisy placed both cups of milk in front of Kyle, her eyes wide with an innocent plea. Kyle, accustomed to her antics, flipped his wrist and produced a box of Karina's milk, which was indeed more invigorating. Unbeknownst to him, Kyle had been at the orphanage for a year, and the addition of Daisy to his life had brought him joy. His days were filled with enlightening moments and teaching Daisy Mandarin, followed by sneaking out at mealtime to improve their rations. Life had become quite fulfilling. Kyle, do you have a Chinese name? Daisy inquired, closing her thick idiom dictionary and turning to him. Leave? Are you going away? Where to? Daisy's voice quivered with concern as she leaped from her chair and wrapped her arms around him. Kai, I'm not leaving. Today's homework is doubled. Even if I were to leave, where could I possibly go? I don't know anyone else here. Upon hearing that Kyle would not be departing, Daisy's face lit up with a smile, but the thought of double homework quickly dimmed her spirits again. Can you help me come up with a Chinese name? How about this? Let's use my surname, and you can be Liurniu. He chuckled, translating into English for clarity. I know Li is your surname, but why 2 cows? Daisy asked, puzzled by the meaning. Kyle's grasp of English was limited, and he struggled to articulate a more poetic translation. You drink so much milk every day. You'll surely grow up to be as big as a cow, hence the name 2 cows. Kyle, you're the one who looks like a cow, she retorted, laughter bubbling between them. Children, come out. We have guests. All the children at the orphanage gathered in the dining hall, sitting in rows. After a year in this place, Kyle was well aware that new families were arriving to adopt children. The orphanage's limited resources weighed heavily on the director, who yearned for each child to find a loving home, alleviating some of the burden while allowing the children to experience the childhood they deserved. Unlike the other children who strove to make a good impression, Kyle and Daisy were indifferent to the prospect. There were not many who sought to adopt children of Asian descent. Kyle reached for an orange from the fruit platter, peeled a segment, and offered it to Daisy. Ugh, this is so sour. Is this a lemon? As Kyle beheld Daisy's little face contorted in a grimace from the sourness, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He peeled another segment and prepared to insert it into her mouth, swiftly covering Daisy's small lips with his hand to prevent her from spitting it out. Alas, today, 3 couples had come to adopt children, 2 Caucasian and 1 African American, who were quietly observing the activities within from outside the window. The African American couple immediately took a liking to the chubby boy. Wow, he must be exceptionally healthy. Surely, he'll grow up to be as robust as a young calf. Indeed, the boy was in excellent health, and the wife felt pleased as well. Given their limited circumstances, they were undoubtedly seeking to adopt a healthy child to nurture. With a shared smile, they engaged the director in discussions regarding the adoption procedures. Outside the window, only 2 pairs of Caucasian couples remained, still intently watching. The wife at the edge was particularly moved, her eyes glistening with tears. George, how could such wonderful children be abandoned by their parents? The man named George found himself at a loss for words in response to his wife's inquiry. As a police officer, he had encountered countless abandoned children, witnessing various distressing situations, from dumpsters to parks and school restrooms, where such cases could arise. Sighing, George observed his wife's affection for the children and felt a pang of guilt for not being able to provide her with a complete family. George's profession was inherently fraught with danger. A few years prior, during a pursuit, he had sustained an injury that diminished his vitality, making it challenging for his wife to conceive. Thus, they had reluctantly opted for adoption. Suddenly, George's pupils constricted. Helen, look over there. That boy. I remember discovering him last year during my patrol. Helen replied, Is he the one with the yellow skin? Wow, he is quite handsome. I can only imagine how many girls he will charm as he grows up. Yes, it's that Asian boy. I recall he didn't utter a single word. Alex, and I even thought he was mute. But seeing Kyle and Daisy laughing together, he hardly seems like one. My dear, shall we choose to adopt him? It would be so reassuring to have a handsome young man at home, keeping me company while you're at work. All right. The last couple glanced at Daisy, who wore a mischievous smile as she followed the George couple to find the director. No, I don't want to be separated from Kyle. Daisy protested vehemently upon hearing about the adoption. Daisy, please be obedient. We will be in the same city, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Moreover, little Daisy had expressed on numerous occasions her intention to seek out her biological parents when she grew up. Kyle sensed that Daisy needed the warmth of a family more than he did. As someone who had experienced the challenges of growing up in an orphanage, Kyle thought it best to let her embrace the warmth of a family. He removed the cross necklace from around his own neck and placed it around Daisy's, saying, "I give this to you. Its name is forgiveness. Please do not lose it, for I will want it back one day." After comforting Daisy for quite some time, she finally ceased her tears. "You must come find me." "Certainly. I shall adhere to my promise unwaveringly." Before departing, Kyle meticulously noted the address of the couple who adopted Daisy. Once he settled into a normal routine at George's residence, he implored George to accompany him to visit Daisy over the weekend. Upon arriving at the address and knocking, the door was opened not by the couple who had adopted Daisy. "What? Have they moved?" Kyle inquired. "Do you know where they were located?" "I am unfamiliar with the previous residents of this house," the person replied. "Well, thank you, sir." George reassured Kyle. "Do not fret. Have you forgotten my profession? Leave Daisy's address to me. I assure you I will locate her." Months later, when George finally utilized his authority to discover the couple's address, yet another dilemma arose. Daisy was nowhere to be found. It was evident, upon catching a whiff of the couple's scent, that they were substance abusers. Their motivation for adopting Daisy was merely to receive financial aid. Upon returning home, Kyle locked himself in his room, refusing to emerge. Helen, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "George, has something happened?" George recounted the day's events, and Helen's face flushed with indignation. "This is outrageous. How can such people exist? They deserve to be punished severely." George concurred vehemently, stating, "I fully agree with your sentiment. After hearing their story, I shall contact the police. They will face charges of abandonment and fraud, with no less than a decade behind bars. I am certain they lack the means for bail." Chapter 4. The Chosen One has a sister. Upon returning home, Kyle again locked himself in his room. Helen, still in the kitchen, expressed her concern. "George, is there another problem?" George detailed the situation, and Helen's anger was palpable. "This is unacceptable. Such individuals should be dealt with harshly." George reiterated, "I completely share your view. After hearing their tale, I will indeed notify the authorities. Their fate awaits them, a substantial prison sentence for abandonment and deceit, and I am confident they will not be granted bail. I shall go and comfort Kyle," Helen declared as she tidied up the kitchen and brought a dish of lemon base to his door. "Knock, knock, Kyle. Can you open the door? Dinner is ready, and I prepared your favorite lemon base. I am sure you will relish its flavor." "I'm not hungry, Helen. If I get hungry, I will find something to eat myself." "You must eat. You are at a crucial stage of growth," she urged gently. "My dear, I understand you are upset." Helen paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Who could remain unscathed when a loved one goes missing? "Helen, please place the meal at the door. Kyle will eat when he is ready." "You need some quiet time," George suggested. With a sigh, Helen set the dinner tray at Kyle's door and returned to the dining area, cradling George's head in her hands. "My dear, you will find her one to you. I believe in your ability to do so." "Certainly, I am the distinguished officer George Stacy." "My dear, shall we adopt Daisy once we find her? Had we taken Daisy in from the beginning, perhaps none of these unfortunate events would have transpired." "Of course, that is perfectly agreeable. You know how much I cherish daughters." In the ensuing period, the George couple exerted considerable effort in their search. George, while attending to his duties, utilized his authority to scour the household registration system, while Helen, after completing her domestic chores, ventured out to post missing person notices. On weekends, with Kyle free from school and George enjoying a day off, they drove from orphanage to orphanage in their quest. Despite their extensive efforts, they found no trace of Daisy. In the 1990s, in a country devoid of a household registration system, locating an individual proved exceedingly challenging. Unless one had failed to pay taxes, there remained little hope of discovery. Alas, Daisy, merely a toddler of 2 years, lacked the capacity to evade such obligations. Kyle had little to say on the matter. The George had exhausted their resources in the search, and other avenues remained elusive. Time, it is said, is the finest balm for wounds. Before long, a remedy arrived at the George household. Ugh, ugh. "Helen, are you all right?" Kyle exclaimed upon returning home from school to find Helen leaning over the sink, retching. Cough, cough, it's just an old stomach ailment. I'll be fine after a moment's rest, she replied, resuming her preparations for dinner after the bout had passed. Helen, for safety's sake, perhaps we should visit the hospital for a checkup? Very well, I'll heed your advice, little man of the George household, she conceded after a moment as contemplation. Following a thorough examination, the doctor delivered astonishing news. She was pregnant. Upon hearing this, Helen's expression morphed into one of shock, her mouth agape, speechless. Upon returning home, George had already arrived from work. Where have you two been? What delectable dish is Helen preparing for dinner? Have you learned a new Chinese recipe? Helen remained silent, her hand gently caressing her belly, adorned with a radiant smile. George, put down that coffee. I have delightful news to share. What? George, bewildered, urged her to continue. A man of his experience had weathered countless storms. Surely he could handle this. Helen is pregnant. Really? Is this true? George could not contain his astonishment. Helen nodded in affirmation. Oh my goodness. George, typically composed, unleashed an expletive that surpassed all he had uttered in decades. Kyle, waking in the middle of the night to use the restroom, could hear George's incessant chatter. During Helen's pregnancy, the couple doted on Kyle even more, believing that this child was a blessing brought forth by his presence. Kyle, overwhelmed, felt as though they were about to offer sacrifices in his honor. 10 months later, Helen gave birth to a daughter, Gwen. Henceforth you shall be known as Gwen Stacy. Each day after school, Kyle assumed an additional responsibility, watching over little Gwen to grant Helen the liberty to prepare their meals. Hello, Gwen. As I gazed upon the adorably charming Gwen, I found myself forgetting all about the previous delightful Daisy. It must be said that when a little darling smiles at you, the healing effect is unparalleled. Kyle felt it was far more effective than his own rapid regeneration. Kyle, you now have a sister, George exclaimed excitedly, embracing Kyle with fervor. He had awaited this day for what felt like an eternity, and when happiness finally arrived, his exhilaration was so profound that his hands trembled uncontrollably. The presence of his own child did not render the adopted Kyle any less significant. Rather, it felt as though this child had come into existence precisely because of Kyle. He was the beacon of fortune for the George family. Thus began the much-anticipated nurturing life. Each day, after school, Kyle would return home to play with the little one. Whenever Gwen laughed, Kyle beamed like a simpleton. In the evenings, he utilized his sleeping hours to contemplate the holy light and commence his training. For engaging in combat to gain experience would only slow his arduous path of self-cultivation. Experience points were meager, 11,111. Presently, Kyle no longer aspired to reach lofty levels. A mere modicum of training in the mundane world was sufficient to surpass the limits of ordinary individuals. Possessing excessive strength could lead to unintended harm to others, and attracting the attention of those specialized agencies in the United States would spell trouble. After 2 years of gradual progress, he had barely attained level 6. Kyle, the latest Daisy Lee, profession, paladin, level 6, strength, 23, stamina, 26, intelligence, 225, spirit, 24. This was Kyle's bare stats panel. Though he possessed a cheat that allowed for rapid equipment changes, unlike in games, the gear was tangible and visible to others. In modern society, Kyle could not possibly don a full suit of armor every day. Moreover, his inventory held scant low-level equipment. Only 2 pieces of enhanced level 10 Lord's gear remained. The goblin leather armor and pants, with their unappealing green hue, were hardly desirable. They had originally been reserved for enhancement purposes, and now, returning to Arad to find Sister Kelly was no longer an option. Chapter 5. The Holy Light Descends Upon Marvel. Tony Stark returns. As I glanced at the front page of today's newspaper, my eyes settled momentarily on the soaring stocks of Stark Industries, which had indeed skyrocketed. A sleek sports car pulled up to the entrance of the Chinese embassy, and from it emerged a figure exuding warmth and radiance, one whose very presence disarmed any inclination to aggression. Clad in a well-tailored suit, his muscular physique was undeniable. In response, Kyle could only think, is it really surprising that my well-toned body stems from rigorous training? According to Eastern mythology, he would be classified as a body cultivator. Alas, such is the nature of a paladin. I cannot fathom why a profession devoted to harnessing the holy light and wielding magic insists on accumulating physical strength. In the realm of Arad, Kyle had once heard a legend regarding the clergy. When they stand behind you, radiating their holy light, refrain from complaints. Otherwise, when the cross totem is firmly planted in the ground, it shall be too late. For if you do not heed this warning, you may find yourself facing either a shadowy iron fist or a colossal sword concealed within the cross. With a stack of documents in hand, Kyle stepped through the doors of the embassy. "Hello, old Lee, back again." Each familiar face greeted him with a smile, reflecting a sense of camaraderie. Kyle nodded in acknowledgement, his spirits buoyed by the thoroughness of his preparations. Surely, this time, his visa would be granted. Eagerly, he took a seat in the visa room and submitted his documents. The visa officer glanced briefly at the paperwork, uttering not a word before stamping it with a red mark. Why? Surely, if denied, a reason ought to be provided. Kyle's good mood swiftly evaporated. Since commencing university at 18, he had submitted numerous immigration applications, and now, having graduated, he had yet to succeed even once. Initially, it was understandable to be rejected due to incomplete documentation, but after painstakingly organizing everything, the embassy then declined on the grounds of his inability to ascertain the nationality of his biological parents, while his adoptive parents lacked Chinese nationality. Faced with the futility of pursuing immigration, Kyle opted to seek a visa instead, reasoning that permanent residency was still an option. At first, the excuse was again the lack of documentation, but having acquired everything necessary, including a clean criminal record, he was met with yet another refusal. Suspected immigration intent was the justification. This rationale ignited a fire within Kyle. The cleaning lady at the embassy was aware of his desire to immigrate. Did they really need to state the obvious? This was utterly outrageous. "I will speak to Ambassador Liu." I refused to be disheartened. With a determined slam of the door, Kyle made his way to the ambassador's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Is Ambassador Liu in?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ambassador Liu opened the door and embraced Kyle without allowing him entry. "Ah, little Lee, you know how it is. We're merely workers here. Please show us some understanding." "Old Liu, are you jesting? I have applied countless times. Could you not show me a bit of compassion and grant me passage?" "Of course I can, but you must comprehend the nature of our work. Things are rather stringent at home right now. I assure you, once this tumultuous period subsides, I will personally ensure your application is approved. All right?" In essence, it seemed he was still being denied. As they walked together, Liu escorted him to the door. "All right, let us leave it at that. Once the situation eases, I will call you personally. Sound fair?" With a heavy heart, Kyle departed, his spirits thoroughly dampened. He drove away, frustration simmering within him. In the embassy hall, a crowd had gathered, some newcomers, while others were veterans of the process. "Is this the one who has applied so many times without success? What do you think?" "Quite handsome, ISNT. He is not only handsome, but also possesses an admirable physique. When the weather warms up, you shall witness an entirely different scene, one that is sure to leave you drooling." Compared to the newcomers, the older folks remain remarkably composed, their gazes filled with sympathy as they watch Kyle depart. Perhaps next time, let him pass. How many children raised abroad can genuinely cherish their homeland? TCH, did you not say the same thing last time? When it came to stamping, I didn't see you show any mercy. I'm not sure why, as I had intended to approve, only to mistakenly use the wrong seal. Old Zhang, who retired last month, seems to have faced a similar situation. ISNT that peculiar? Indeed. Do you think this lad carries some ill fortune? With our ancestors watching over us, how could he be permitted to succeed? Kyle retorts, "You are the one who is sullied, as an embodiment of the holy light. Is there anyone cleaner than I? Walking down the street at night, armed and espousing freedom and democracy, even the local thugs feel compelled to kneel and repent before him." At the intersection, the traffic signal had just turned green when a muscular man suddenly dashed out from a side alley. Fortunately, Kyle reacted swiftly and slammed on the brakes. Witnessing the muscular man vaulting over the hood of his car, is he out of his mind? Kyle was already seething with anger, searching for an outlet for his frustration. Just as he contemplated stepping out to confront the man, he heard a screeching sound. Several black sedans burst forth from the intersection, blocking his path. And from the freshly opened doors emerged agents clad in black suits and sunglasses, urging him back into his vehicle. "We are on a mission. Please return to your car. Any damages will be billed to your home address." Kyle barely registered the latter half of the statement, as his attention was captivated by the imposing figure of a certain Nick Fury. Nick Fury shouted to the muscular man, "Captain, you've been asleep for 70 years. At this, Captain America halted and climbed into the vehicle alongside Fury. Within a minute, the cars departed, and traffic resumed its normal flow. Kyle's car boasted excellent sound insulation, allowing only faint echoes of the captain's words to reach him, though he could not discern the details. The earlier spectacle had calmed Kyle, stirring memories deep within him. He recalled having watched that episode before. Was it not reminiscent of the scene where the old popsicle had just thawed? Is this not a scene from a movie? Are we within a cinematic universe? Yet that cannot be right. Why is the Ancient One portrayed as a man here? Vaguely, Kyle remembered that he had been oblivious to the fact that he was in the Marvel Universe when one day George was injured, and Kyle stealthily embarked on a slow recovery journey. Upon returning home, just as he intended to sleep, a sparkly portal appeared in his room, revealing an elderly man in pajamas with a bushy beard, who asked, "May I borrow your scissors?" This startled Kyle immensely, making him realize he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. After the old man shaved his beard and baldly resembled the Ancient One from the films, the narrative continued. Chapter 6. The Battle of Three Old Codgers and a Young Freshman. Kyle is not an aficionado of Marvel. His understanding of the Marvel Universe largely derives from his close friend, his buddy, and his roommate, the Chubby One. The Marvel series of films were initially watched by Kyle, whose real name is Lee Kai, at the behest of his good friend, the Chubby One. Growing up in an orphanage, Kyle's childhood did not mirror the typical struggles of impoverished children assuming adult responsibilities prematurely. While he undoubtedly experienced feelings of inferiority and was rather reserved, this did not deter him from going along with the crowd, especially since his companions were academically challenged, making any exceptional academic performance quite extraordinary. With the aid of government subsidies, he barely managed to complete high school. After facing the harsh realities of life, he eventually came to a profound realization, settling down to enrich himself. His aspirations were lofty, yet reality proved to be stark. Necessity dictated that he must earn a living. Hunger would inevitably ensue if he did not eat. Over several years, he juggled part-time work while self-studying programming, which eventually improved his circumstances. During this time, he was grateful for the support of his steadfast friend. They had met through gaming, and upon learning of Kyle's situation, his friend invited him to live at his home. It was then that Kyle discovered his friend was a wealthy heir, and he contributed by tidying up and occasionally preparing meals as a form of rent payment. His friend was an avid Marvel enthusiast and, due to his affluent background, had no shortage of funds. He typically spent his days gaming and watching films, even boasting a custom Iron Man model in his living room, an item Kyle knew he could never afford. Despite his lack of interest, Kyle often found himself reluctantly listening to his friend analyze Marvel movie plots. As an ordinary office worker, his daily routine revolved around work and overtime, and during his rare moments of respite, he would indulge in gaming or scrolling through short videos of young women dancing, hoping to glean inspiration for his own creative endeavors. Kyle now deeply regrets not paying closer attention back then, as he could have earned the title of a prophet in this context. Although he had acquired a skill after his adventures in the Arad continent, he had no intention of becoming a street hero, as he was a disciple of Saint Michelle. Engaging in those whimsical games felt beneath him. He had never taken part in the exploits of Tony Stark's path to becoming a blacksmith or Hulk's smashing escapades. Even the esteemed Ancient One had little regard for a mere paladin like him to join in such festivities. The vehicle came to a halt in front of 117 Brick Street in the Manhattan district. Each time Kyle saw the emblem of the temple, he was reminded of what seemed like a national power grid office. Mage Kyle, Mage Daniel, there's no need for such formality between us. Kyle greeted with a fist salute. Respecting the strong is the duty of every mage. The supreme mage awaits you above. Mage Daniel, the guardian of the New York Temple, had often allowed Kyle to use the portals to fetch food from Hong Kong over the years. On the rooftop, has Odin also arrived? Kyle guessed correctly. Ever since he had drawn the grand magic circle with holy light to upgrade the temple's defenses, the Ancient One had found himself increasingly idle, often playing card games with Odin. Now, only the New York Temple remained to be upgraded, and Kyle was in no hurry to work. On the rooftop, the supreme sorcerer Gu-E, alongside the sovereign of the Nine Realms, Odin, and the goddess Frigga, were basking in the sunlight while engaged in a game of cards, a sight not easily witnessed by just anyone. Frigga chided, "Why are you pressuring me? We are allies." To which Gu-E silently raised his teacup, his expression indifferent, harboring countless expletives in his mind. What was wrong with wanting to win a bit of money to enhance the meals for the sorcerers of Counterattack? Odin's audacity to employ familial ties as leverage was utterly shameless. How could someone thousands of years old possess such a lack of dignity? If Frigga can't handle it, then perhaps a divorce is in order. I can take care of you, exclaimed Kyle, pushing open the wooden door to the rooftop. I have no objections, provided you don't mind me bringing along my 2 sons, both over 1,000 years old, he added, as nothing could delight Frigga more than being addressed as sister by a man in his 20s. Odin rolled his eyes in annoyance and slammed his cards onto the table, declaring, I'm done. Let's just play mahjong with the 4 of us. With sharp eyes, Kyle immediately spotted Odin's dismal hand. 3, 4, 5, 6 missing a 7, and 8. 9, 10 lacking a pair. Only you could stoop to such tricks, Odin, he teased. Suddenly, Guyi's teacup fell to the table, causing the cards to vanish, and the mahjong table began to unveil the tiles. Kyle took a seat and opened a drawer, pouring in a heap of gold coins. The clattering sound made Guyi's heart race. How had this lad amassed such wealth? He felt as though he had wasted the last few centuries, never considering the acquisition of tangible gold. Most of Guyi's collection comprised magical artifacts, with only a small portion being antiques, a few sold off over 50 years ago, leaving little left to show. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such tactics to swindle them of their coins. Being a man was challenging, and being a leader even more so, especially when one had to oversee the sustenance and attire of numerous individuals. The clattering continued. Though initially disinterested in mahjong, Kyle, having spent considerable time with Guyi and Odin, gradually grew fond of the pastime. The combination of sipping tea while playing mahjong and engaging in conversation was profoundly relaxing. Come on, if I don't make you lose your trousers today, I won't bear the surname Lee. Of course, with the exception of Sister Frigga, whom Odin can handle. He jested. Mr. George, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Odin replied, You think I can't best you? Be careful. I might just go to Asgard and hammer your son. Once you're gone, I'll marry Sister Frigga and have Thor and Loki call me father. Why wait until he is dead? An old man can't compare to a young handsome fellow. Tomorrow, I'll bring Thor and Loki to Earth to find you. Frigga, unfazed by her companions, effortlessly left Kyle speechless every time. Wait, I declare calm. Ha, give me the money. Pay up. Guyi, having won the hand, gazed at the pile of coins on the table, embodying a money-hungry individual, devoid of any semblance of a supreme sorcerer. The clattering continued. Today, for reasons unknown, my luck has been abysmally poor. It took little time for my drawer to run dry. Seizing the moment while Kyle was distracted, Odin exchanged a knowing glance with Guyi. With a smirk, Guyi prepared to execute their plan. Are you faltering? Or are you afraid that Frigg might look down upon your meager assets? How dare you underestimate me? You 2 ancient ones, centuries old, yet your capabilities remain uncertain. While I am in the prime of my youth, undoubtedly superior. Besides, how could I possibly be short on funds? With a clatter, the drawer was once again brimming with gold coins. This is outrageous. We agreed on 1 drawer at a time. You are cheating. Kyle waved his hand, collecting the coins as if he were refusing a generous offer. I too decided to go all out. With a swift motion, I shed my outer coat, revealing a shirt stretched taut over my muscular frame. Frigg, blushing profusely, leaned weakly against Odin. Odin, sensing impending disaster, remarked, Perhaps you should put that on. It's quite the eyesore. I'll let you off the hook today, but let us have a barbecue tonight. That sounds delightful. It truly is the season for skewers. Let's south gather at my place. It's spacious. Also, have Heimdall bring over some ingredients. The meat from Earth pales in comparison to that which is free range in Asgard. Chapter 7. Next time, for sure upon returning through a portal, Guyi engaged in some playful antics, opening 2 doors with her hands, though she had yet to don her levitating ring. The larger portal led to Kyle's abode, while the smaller one revealed a round, eager head from the library of Counterattack. My king, you need not prepare my dinner tonight. Very well, Supreme Sorcerer, Kyle replied. Would you like to join us for the barbecue this evening? The king's lips twitched as he swallowed hard, casting a glance at Guyi, wary of overstepping, especially with the boss present. Thank you, Kyle, but I must attend to my own duties. What a sham. I distinctly recall the last time I had him open a portal for takeout. He never even left a little for himself. Kyle's residence was decidedly modern, a 700-square-meter penthouse atop the Stark Tower, featuring a layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. Each room was generously proportioned, with the living room transformed into a training space, boasting a towering cross where a television once stood. Aside from a clean patch beneath the cross for meditation, the floor was strewn with various fitness equipment. Such a setting was clearly ill-suited for a gathering. Goodness, it's quite a mess here. You really ought to consider finding a girlfriend, Kyle. No wonder people in the East claim men are slobs. This is chaos. This scene reminded her of the early days of her marriage with Odin, when their home was similarly cluttered, and it took her years of diligent effort to instill in Odin a habit of cleanliness. Kyle was utterly astonished by Freya's actions. She effortlessly placed a 100-kilogram barbell onto the rack with a single hand. If memory serves correctly, isn't Freya a witch of the Warner Pantheon? Does she possess such remarkable physical prowess? I am beginning to believe the analysis of the rotund individual. Freya indeed chose to have the cursed warrior eliminate Odin, aware that his days were numbered. Otherwise, given her physical condition, wouldn't a simple shoulder throw have incapacitated the cursed warrior when he attempted to choke her? Then, with a swift thrust of her sword and the aid of her witchcraft, she could have easily dispatched him. This is the true embodiment of the goddess of Asgard, isn't it? How about I introduce you to a girlfriend? We have plenty of wonderful girls in Asgard. Whatever type you desire, I can assist. The two elderly gentlemen behind him nodded in approval, silently praising her prowess. He cast a glance at Odin, as if to say that this old man was not far from becoming a father-in-law. The three had been plotting concerning Hela for several days. They had subtly hinted at it during their recent mahjong game, but regrettably, they had yet to find a suitable opportunity. Who would have thought that Freya's tidying up would lead to such thoughts? Indeed, matchmaking is best left to women, but perhaps it is best to let this unfold naturally. When the time is right, it will come. Kyle emerged from the kitchen, holding seasoning, and outside the glass doors of the living room lay the true essence of the residence. The garden and swimming pool were larger than the house itself, complete with a trellis for grapes. The grapevines were the wild variety Kyle had kept from his days on the Arad continent, imbued with a hint of magic. It is said that the wine served at the Moonlight Tavern is crafted from these wild grapes, and indeed, the taste is delightful. Otherwise, Kyle would not have kept them as a snack. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Freya asked, having quickly finished tidying the living room and chasing after him. And Odin sat beneath the grape trellis, sipping tea, and when they saw Freya emerge, they cheered her on with clenched fists. Freya thumped her chest, assuring them that she was up to the task. Having lived for several millennia, she was confident she could succeed as a matchmaker. Of course, I have had a girlfriend. During my school days, I was quite the charming gentleman, adored by all, he replied, though the memory of that former girlfriend brought a sense of awkwardness, revealing the liberal atmosphere of this place. Initially, Kyle was quite pleased to have found such a pure girl in an American university. It felt like a fortunate discovery. With his well-toned physique and considerable endowment, he indeed captivated the young lady, but he had underestimated the allure and temptation of wealth. At that time, Kyle had maintained a low profile, concealing his affluence. His yellow skin placed him in a discriminated class, and being too ostentatious could have brought about numerous troubles. Despite having few friends at school, his amiable nature and muscular build ensured that everyone treated him with respect. As for the reason for their breakup, it may have been due to his excessive stamina, which the young lady found difficult to handle. A mere few days post-breakup, my former girlfriend has already found herself entwined with a wealthy heir. Though we have parted ways, her choices are none of my concern. What truly repulses me is that, after a month, she invited him out for a day of leisure. My keen instincts immediately sensed a tumultuous aura surrounding her, hinting at the presence of at least 4 or 5 other individuals. During our time together, she bore no trace of anyone else. Otherwise, I would have suspected infidelity before our separation. From that moment onward, I resolved to adopt a more carefree attitude. Why not indulge in life's pleasures while steering clear of unnecessary entanglements? I arranged for myself the luxuries of lavish cars and opulent residences. A swarm of admirers soon buzzed around me, each vying for my attention. Regrettably, my acute senses detected that these suitors were tainted by the sense of multiple flowers. Having completed 9 years of mandatory education, I am well aware of the conservative upbringing instilled in me. Even in moments of desperation, I would never resort to consuming another's leftovers. According to my observations recorded in a notebook within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, The only suitable single female protagonist appears to be Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. Should the cinematic universe unfold as such, I would be more than willing to engage. As the timeline still lingers in Sokovia, I ponder whether I should seize the opportunity to explore. My initial journey into this universe coincided with the release of Captain Marvel. Though I had already witnessed Captain America: Civil War, it seems a waste for a remarkable woman to find herself infatuated with a robot. Wanda's debut was in Avengers: Age of Ultron. As I calculate the timeline, we are nearing the inception of the cinematic universe, where Iron Man, Tony Stark, has bid farewell to his days as a blacksmith. While I reflect, Heimdall presents me with the ingredients for a barbecue. The flavor of Muspelheim's fire goat is unparalleled. Simply sprinkling some cumin and chili powder transforms it into a delectable dish. With a flick of magic, I swiftly prepare the skewers, employing a series of pure white blades to slice the meat into uniformly sized chunks. As soon as I raise my hand, the pieces automatically thread themselves onto bamboo skewers, ensuring each two lean pieces are flanked by a succulent morsel. If I were to work in a barbecue establishment, I wonder what salary would be deemed appropriate for such skill. Magic is meant for one's convenience, and I possess a spell for crafting ground meat. I envelop the chunks in a holy light, timing it perfectly to insert a spear of victory before sealing it with a shield of sacred luminescence. When both spells detonate, a fresh batch of ground meat emerges, tender and exquisite. As I muse, Old Yao, known as Gu Yi, was born during the Yuan dynasty, making him a fellow townsman of sorts. With a snap of my fingers, the charcoal in the grill ignites, sizzling in anticipation. Gu Yi opens a small portal, retrieving 2 bottles of wine. Care for a drink? He inquires. Perhaps another day, I reply, as my instincts caution me that today's wine may not be entirely trustworthy. It is not merely a matter of what was added to the wine. Rather, it is the fact that Kyle's tolerance for alcohol is notoriously poor, earning him the dubious title of one drink and down at the Moonlight Tavern. Interestingly, Kyle has a fondness for drinking. Amidst the relentless battles and leveling up on the continent of Arad, a glass of wine before bed ensures him a restful slumber. I recall an occasion at the Moonlight Tavern, where a group of inebriated men inevitably stirred up trouble. Armed with a clear mind, Kyle managed to take down quite a few of them. Elated by his success, he celebrated, only to find himself face down after just one drink, suffering a rather humiliating defeat. It was fortunate that Sorsha intervened. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. Since that incident, Kyle has approached drinking with great caution, rarely indulging alongside others unless it serves as a sleeping aid. Are you not tempted to try? This is brewed from your wild strawberries and wild grapes, possessing special effects. Isn't it merely a matter of restoring health and mana? Moreover, there are alchemical potions that could be even more potent. Throughout the meal, Kyle was either eating or roasting the 2 old men, leaving them no opportunity to ply him with more alcohol. The scheme devised by the 2 was rather devious. They initially planned to get Kyle drunk and then toss him before Hela in the realm of Helheim, capitalizing on his inebriation to create a situation that could not be undone. Alas, Kyle was not ensnared in their trap. Perhaps next time. Are you leaving already? Kyle was utterly oblivious to the ulterior motives of the 2 old men. Fortunately, his instincts saved him from a precarious situation. He had matters to attend to at home and would continue this another day. Next time, do not forego the wine. What pleasure is there in merely eating? Until next time, Chapter 8. The forgotten secondary profession. That evening, Kyle sat beneath the crucifix in his living room, clicking on the game icon to enter the Syria Inn. The inn had undergone renovations, and prominently positioned directly across from the entrance was a golden statue of the master. This statue was meticulously crafted by Kyle, molded from memory to resemble the Saint Michelle, made of pure gold and a scale with a real person. It cost him over 30 million gold coins to complete. His efforts were not in vain, as his training efficiency beneath the statue increased 100-fold. Where he once received system notifications of 111, he now received 100. 100100. Without this statue, Kyle likely would not have reached level 45 over the past decade. The overwhelming amount of experience was daunting. Ever since Kyle discerned that he was in the Marvel Universe, he has not ceased training, except during school hours, which has enabled him to attain his current level. Although he is uncertain which number universe he inhabits, the events unfolding here bear striking resemblance to those in the cinematic universe he remembers. The only point of uncertainty is that this universe's Ancient One is male, despite resembling the character from the films. It seems the films never explicitly addressed the Ancient One's gender, as the character met an untimely end due to budget constraints for special effects. According to the analysis of the Rotund Man, the Ancient One's physical form may have perished, yet his spirit likely sought refuge beside the Eternal to evade debts. Otherwise, how could one not assert that the greatest scoundrel in the Marvel Universe is none other than the Ancient One? Caldreidis Tasiali, Profession, Paladin. Level, 45. Strength, 266. Stamina, 323. Intelligence, 319. Spirit, 299. At present, the bear statistics appear rather modest, displaying only 3 digits. However, let us not forget that he is capable of donning equipment, and moreover, he is a healer who can bolster his own abilities. Once he adorns himself with gear and engages in a few battles, that is when Caldreidi reaches his zenith, a power that would surely rank him among the elite on Earth. This is a humble assertion. Aside from the Ancient one might argue that there is no one he cannot surpass. The young sorceress Wanda, who can directly alter reality, has yet to fully mature. So it would not be unreasonable for him to claim the second position. If this parallel universe follows the chaotic brawls depicted in comics, let us disregard this statement. Thus far, the trajectory of this world line appears remarkably akin to those films Caldreidi has seen, and there is no sign of mutants. Nevertheless, Caldreidi dares not relax his vigilance. Should the fate of this world culminate in the apocalyptic demise of a certain hero, it would indeed be a cause for concern. One must remember that the Marvel Universe is replete with comics. Caldreidi has glimpsed the shelves of the Fat Game Room, brimming with Marvel comics, animated films, and more. While some are duplicates or left unopened for collection, there remains a significant number, each comic representing a distinct parallel universe. Who knows what designation this current reality bears? Let us hope it aligns with the cinematic universe, numbered 199999, for the special effect have undoubtedly diminished the power of many villains. Caldreidi has at least perused the plot of Avengers: Infinity War. In the film, the Avengers failed to prevent the Mad Titan from snapping his fingers, resulting in half of the universe's population turning to dust. Caldreidi cannot gamble on such odds. He must be prepared to intervene. His plan is to minimize the number of Infinity Stones in Thanos' possession, for without them, the Mad Titan's strength is significantly diminished. And Caldreidi currently possesses the confidence to confront him. The simplest approach would be to ensure that the Ancient One does not retire. After all, the title of Sorcerer Supreme resonates throughout the multiverse for good reason. As long as the Ancient One remains alive, Thanos would surely hesitate to set foot on Earth. And with the Time Stone protected by her, Thanos would be unable to gather all 6 Infinity Stones. Thus, the notion of a finger snap becomes moot. Ideally, Odin would also prolong his existence, allowing for the retrieval of the Reality Stone, alongside the Space Stone that Odin has entrusted to Earth, and the Mind Stone that Loki delivered to Earth during the first Avengers encounter with Thanos, thereby securing 4 Infinity Stones. One must inquire how Thanos could prevail with only the Power Stone and the Soul Stone at his disposal. 800,000 versus 600,000. Advantage lies with me. A most astute observation. The Ancient One presents little issue, as long as he does not seek to hasten his demise. Delaying retirement for a few years until Strange matures would suffice. The crux of the matter is that Odin's life is indeed nearing its end. As the Asgardians age, their strength increases, yet such formidable power imposes immense strain on their withering bodies. Otherwise, there would be no need for Odin to occasionally succumb to slumber. Kyle cannot believe that Odin lacks the means to extend his lifespan. After all, if the Ancient One can siphon power from the Dark Dimension to prolong existence, how could Odin possibly be incapable of such a feat? Kyle surmises that Odin has resigned himself to the inevitability of Ragnarok, and with his time already limited, he would rather retreat to the realm of the deceased to be reunited with Frigga than witness the foolish antics of 2 bumbling giants. But how might one augment Odin's lifespan? It is not merely a matter of replenishing his vitality with potions. What Odin truly lacks is an extension of his life as threshold. Means to enhance that limit are quite rare. Fortunately, one of Kyle's skills is indeed designed to increase health limits. However, this skill is bound by a temporal constraint, leaving its efficacy in question. Additionally, his secondary profession as an alchemist enables him to concoct potions that elevate life thresholds. It seems that Sister Kelly had previously provided him with a stash of materials for honing his proficiency, which had since gathered dust in the warehouse. During his daily quests in the land of Arad, he had little time to practice this rather trivial vocation. To date, Kyle has never engaged in any practice. His proficiency in the secondary profession remains at a dismal 0. Now, he perceives the significance of this vocation to be far greater than he had once imagined. If he could produce those top-tier potions during battles, when he finds himself on the brink of death, a single draft could revive him to full health in an instant. Opening the panel for his secondary profession, he sees Profession, Alchemist. Level, 0. Proficiency, 0. Recipes. Mana Crystal, Basic Potion, Lorian's Expert Potion, Norton's Expert Potion. Lower Tier Intelligence Elixir, not mastered. Lower Tier Strength Elixir, not mastered. Lower Tier Life Elixir, not mastered. He nearly forgot that some potions require recipe mastery. Now that he cannot return to the land of Arad, where might he procure the recipes? Alas, one holds on a hope. Perhaps he had already purchased all the recipes and merely forgotten. Thus, he begins to rummage through the warehouse. While he finds no recipes, he discovers a dusty tome tucked away in a corner. Norton's Alchemical Notes. He can almost hear the echo of the proclamation. "I'm the finest alchemist here, Norton." This book appears to have been specifically sought after by Sister Kelly from the old man Norton. The tome is quite thick, though many potions remain unrecorded. It contains an account of experimental trials, chronicling failures that eventually led to success. Without further ado, he gathers the necessary materials and prepares to commence his work. Chapter 9. The breath of freedom has descended upon me, exhaling. He exits the game, greeted by the bright light of day. The toil of crafting potions throughout the night has left him utterly exhausted. The fatigue of the body is trivial compared to the mental strain. Alchemy is truly a grueling endeavor. In the game, a mere couple of clicks would suffice to create potions. At present, it is simply not feasible. Kyle insists on undertaking each step himself, and the experimental records in his notes are quite perplexing, causing him considerable distress. In a single night, he managed to concoct only 3 bottles of basic life potions, while the materials wasted in failed attempts are incalculable. This is with the assistance of Norton's alchemical notes, or else he would have succeeded not even once. The primary challenge lies in mastering the timing of material fusion and the temperature of the crucible's flame, which proves rather daunting for a novice. The basic potion, upon use, it instantly restores 90 health points. The description of the potion consists solely of this line, leaving one with a sense of something lacking in its introduction. Oh, it appears there is no cooldown time limitation. At this thought, Kyle felt his eyelids grow heavy with fatigue. He could only wonder how many brain cells perished in the stillness of his mind last night. Sleep. Awakening from slumber, he felt revitalized and full of vigor. Rising to stretch his limbs, he glanced in the mirror at his muscular physique. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Such a splendid body. Yet he had no idea who might benefit from it. Is it already noon? He drew back the curtains to behold the sun hanging directly overhead, then took a few light steps before leaping into the pool. Splash! He prepared a pot of frozen dumplings for lunch, tidied up, and set out. In the afternoon, he was to continue constructing the magical array at the New York sanctuary. Currently, the array was only half completed, and it was projected to be finished in about a month. Ancient One would surely be overjoyed. The completion of merely 2 magical arrays had reduced his workload by 80%, granting him more time to relax and sip tea. Once the magical array at the New York sanctuary is completed and connected to the London and Hong Kong sanctuaries, his workload would be diminished by 99%. Essentially, apart from threats at the level of Dormammu, all lesser foes could be easily thwarted. Moreover, the original magical arrays of the 3 sanctuaries were already capable of blocking lower dimensions. The layer added by Kyle primarily serves as an offensive measure. The dimensional demonic entities that were previously barred from entry would not depart easily. They would also assault the sanctuary's defenses. And it would be Ancient One's duty to eliminate these unruly intruders. With the Celestial Thunder magical arrays inscribed by Kyle, 1 foe would fall with each strike, allowing Ancient One to focus solely on the larger threats, while the minor nuisances would be handled by Kyle's magical arrays. The intensity of their labor has been alleviated to an immeasurable degree. Otherwise, how could Ancient One find the time to indulge in the occasional game of cards or mahjong? As for Wang Defa, Kyle cursed under his breath upon discovering the 8 he had forgotten at the sanctuary's entrance yesterday. Upon returning, he found his vehicle in disarray. All 4 tires had mysteriously vanished. The driver's side window lay shattered, and the interior was strewn with tissues thrown about haphazardly. There was no remedy. Such is the essence of freedom. Without hesitation, Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed 911 to report the incident. With connections in the right places, it took only a few minutes for 1 or 2 police cars, sirens blaring, to arrive on the scene. "Uncle Alex, what brings you here?" "Of course, I must personally respond when the chief's son calls for assistance." Ha ha ha. Kyle was aware that it was all in jest. If Alex were truly a man of abusive power, he would not have been George's friend. "It seems your vehicle has endured an unpleasant night." Kyle shrugged. After all, this is a place of freedom, so much so that the downtown of the largest city sees few souls wandering at night. Such incidents have long become a norm for the New York police. This one is rather mild. At least the car remains. For the most common cases involve the vehicle being towed away entirely. Oh dear, are those fingerprints on the hood also left by them? It appears to be a novice unaware that such marks would leave fingerprints. Fingerprints? It dawned on Kyle that he had been touched by the American superhero yesterday. Only a super soldier's strength could leave such imprints on a hood. Should he get a hint? If they were to arrest based on the fingerprint, Captain America would become a fugitive of grand amusement. Yet perhaps it is best to let it be. Didn't the agents of SHILD mention they would compensate? Pursuing this matter seems rather unseemly. "Uncle Alex, the fingerprints are likely not left by a thief. After photographing and documenting, simply calling the tow service to remove the vehicle would suffice." "Kyle, George asked me to remind you that tomorrow is Friday. Remember to return and see Helen. George informed me you did not visit last week. This time, I shall certainly not forget." Kyle had moved out to live independently during his university days. Although he was merely adopted, over the years they had all become a family. George strongly supported Kyle's decision to move out, believing that a young man should be independent. Though Helen echoed this sentiment, she felt a pang of reluctance for the child she had raised. She insisted that Kyle return home every weekend for a family dinner, which was lovely. Last weekend, Kyle had been too occupied with the magic circle of the temple to visit. This week, he must make the trip. Just days ago, Helen had called specifically to inform him that they would celebrate George's promotion to chief on Friday night. Kyle seemed to recall offering to take care of dinner arrangements. Thus, he ought to prepare the menu in advance. As he contemplated what dishes to prepare, he pushed open the grand doors of the temple. "Have you eaten, Master Daniel?" "I have already dined. Thank you for your concern, Master Kyle. While being respected is indeed a commendable thing, excessive veneration can become a burden." Each time he visited, this Master Daniel would bow respectfully, making Kyle rather uncomfortable. Despite having mentioned it numerous times, the habit remained, and Kyle could only seek to distance himself. Passing through the portal into the interstice between the mirrored world and reality, he arrived at the true location of the temple's magical array. Otherwise, should the external structure encounter compulsory demolition, Earth would meet its demise. Observing the intricate lines that adorned the interstice, he began to inscribe the array anew, harnessing the power of holy light. The array Kyle inscribed was a composite array, composed of numerous thunderous wrath arrays, forming a holy light shield. The holy light shield, constructed from the lines of the thunderous wrath array, serves both defensive and offensive purposes, proving to be exceptionally practical. The source of energy is the small white crystals provided by Kyle, and a stock of these crystals is barely sufficient. Millions of small crystals sustain the protective array for the entire Earth, but it cannot last for long. Fortunately, after research with Ancient One, the array has been transformed into a passive form, activating only when necessary. Moreover, it activates only at the site of an attack. If a particular location suffers an exceptionally powerful strike, the array can intelligently concentrate its power to that point. Chapter 10. The Child of Holy Light on Friday. Kyle worked in the temple for the entire morning, emerging from the mezzanine just before noon. Does Mage Kyle require sustenance? Daniel, resembling a servant from an ancient tavern, stood beside Kyle with a tray in hand. "Thank you," Kyle replied, slurping as he took the bowl of noodles. With the first bite, he recognized the establishment that prepared it. One must admit that the beef noodles from local restaurants in China are indeed delightful. After a morning of work, his mana bar was nearly depleted, yet he chose not to consume a potion. Since beginning his training, Kyle felt a distinct difference from his time in the Arad continent. His unusually high mana, initially just over 100 at level 1, had exceeded 1,000. Now, in his level 45 unarmored state, the maximum was only over 4,000, while the mana bar had reached an astounding 30,000. It is worth noting that, being a mage, his health should logically surpass his mana. Furthermore, the recovery rate was astonishingly rapid. By the time he finished the bowl of noodles, his mana was completely restored. He had discussed this with the Supreme Mage, who remarked, "The holy light of this universe exists because of you. Without you, the holy light would not exist." Hearing this stirred Kyle's blood, making him feel as if he could transcend to divinity and embody the holy light the very next day. If he were indeed the holy light, then the maximum of his mana bar should be accurate, though his body could not accommodate such an abundance of holy light. One day, when his mana truly knows no bounds, he would indeed become a deity. At that time, Kyle would be the holy light, and the holy light would be Kyle. By then, what fear would he have of the purple sweet potato essence? He could effortlessly walk Thanos on a leash. Would he need to change his title of Son of the Holy Light? Otherwise, if he became the Holy Light, would he have to call himself Father? Mage Daniel, I shall not return this afternoon. There is no need to prepare dinner for me. Understood, Mage Kyle. After bidding farewell to Daniel, Kyle directly used the fixed teleportation portal of the temple to arrive at the sacred temple of Xiangjiang. Oldly, can't you turn on more lights? It's so dim. Aren't you afraid of ruining your eyesight while reading? The guardian of the sacred temple of Xiangjiang shares the surname Li with Kyle, and they are considered old acquaintances. Over the years, Kyle has often traversed the teleportation array to Xiangjiang for Chinese cuisine. Initially, he was guided by Old Li due to his unfamiliarity with the area. What shall we do? How about some skewers? Old Li, upon seeing Kyle, began pondering what to have for dinner, considering that aside from the time spent modifying the array, his visits mainly revolved around dining. Let's postpone this for another day. Today, I must return home for dinner. The sole purpose of my visit to this place was to procure some groceries. Old Li waved his hand, signaling Kyle to attend to his own matters. Kyle, in a fit of defiance, raised his middle finger before exiting, interpreting the lack of an invitation to dinner as a dismissal. He then set forth on a mission to the nearby supermarket, with no other intention than to purchase ingredients. Just a few days prior, Kyle had expressed his desire to cook, and thus he ventured to this distant market, fearing that the local Chinese grocery stores might not stock everything he needed, thereby avoiding an additional trip. Upon arriving in the produce section, he sought ingredients for the evening's meal. A modest amount of chives would suffice for crafting several small chive dumplings. Bell peppers would serve well for stuffed peppers, and he decided to also acquire a large radish, as Helen's pickled vegetables from her last batch were likely consumed by now. After a thorough perusal, Kyle's shopping cart was brimming with goods. It was evident that the evening's feast would yield more than enough to satisfy, effectively rendering him a supplier for Helen. He then replenished his supply of seasonings and filled his cart with an abundance of snacks before proceeding to the checkout. With 2 large bags in hand, he sought a secluded corner to stow them in his backpack, feeling a sense of lightness as he returned to the sanctuary of his abode in Hong Kong. As he prepared to leave, Kyle unexpectedly turned and tossed a package of spicy strips at Old Li, who exclaimed in surprise as the snack struck him in the face. Unbeknownst to the instigator, he had already returned to New York, oblivious to the chaos he left behind. On his way home, he stopped at a gift shop to purchase a box for the promotion gift he intended for George. Upon entering his room at the Celia Inn, Kyle discovered a 1911 handgun resting on the table. This was the essence of the gift. Ranger, 1 type, automatic handgun effect, light attribute attack, holy light protection 9. Life source 6. Description, originally crafted by Kelly Dryden as a practice weapon for her brother. Wielding it makes you the heir of the celestial realm. Kyle had made some minor modifications, engraving 2 spells onto it, with inherent light attribute damage and the protection of the holy light shield. It would safeguard him in the event of unforeseen circumstances, with the life source ensuring his survival. The skill inscribed upon the object was the culmination of over a decade of studying the holy light. In the realm of gaming, one could simply strike the keyboard to unleash skills. Even when transported to the Arad continent, the mere thought would activate the abilities. Now, as he found himself in the Marvel Universe, he began to comprehend the nature of the holy light. With a deepening understanding, he gradually explored the composition of the skills array. Kyle meticulously transcribed the designs in reality. Initially, the engravings yielded no results, but after prolonged experimentation, he discerned that the absence of energy was to blame. Kyle refined his method, transitioning from engraving to painting, using crystal powder as ink to create a magic array capable of manifesting the original skill effects. However, this enhancement was not flawless, and the skills were merely one-time uses, expending their energy completely. Ultimately, upon graduating from university, Kyle once again improved upon his design. After completing the skill array, he added a transmission line to the crystal itself, effectively incorporating a battery. As long as the energy of the small crystal remains unexhausted, the skill effects may be activated at any time. Once the energy is depleted, it suffices to replace the small crystal, which is quite convenient. This handgun utilizes a white, small crystal, which provides an additional enhancement to its light attributes. After carefully placing the handgun in a gift box and securing it with a ribbon, I prepare to set out. The garage, however, lay empty in the space designated for the number 8. Having undergone the trials of freedom, it was still under repair, but it would soon return. I had already informed it at 4 o'clock that it could pick up the car in a couple of days. Kyle walked directly to the adjacent mini-car, extracting the keys. The towering figure of 9 meters, muscular and robust, seemed somewhat mismatched with this vehicle. This car had been freshly acquired a few days prior, intended as a gift for Helen, sparing her the grievance of having no parking space when she visited the supermarket. As Kyle settled into the car, a singular sensation enveloped him, a feeling of constriction, as the space felt exceedingly limited. Yet, there was no room for complaints. Otherwise, he would have to resort to taking a taxi. He tossed the bags of groceries and snacks he had just purchased on the back seat, started the engine, and set off. Before heading home, Kyle needed to make a stop at Midtown High School to pick up Gwen. Those 2 bags of snacks were specifically for her. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Gwen was already in high school. Kyle vividly recalled the days following Gwen's birth, when he and George had quarreled over who would hold her during the night. Chapter 11. Mary Jane. Kyle parked his car at the entrance of Midtown High School, alighting to exchange a few words with the security guard before entering. His presence there did not imply that everyone could gain entry. It was due to his familiarity with the personnel, as he too was an alumnus of this high school. The guard, being one of the old faces, recognized Kyle immediately, for there were few individuals of his stature who exuded an air of benevolence. Upon entering the academic building, Kyle found himself momentarily disoriented, not from being lost, but from forgetting which class Gwen was in. Since starting college, he had not once come to the school to pick her up, and he couldn't even recall which grade she was in. Just as he was about to make a phone call, he heard shouts emanating from the playground. Oh, the sounds of drums, cymbals, and various instruments filled the air. Mary Jane, Mary Jane, Mary Jane? Was that the name of the band? His gaze quickly fell upon the drummer on stage. With her blonde hair and striking blue eyes, it was none other than his own sister, Gwen Stacy. To see her at home, so demure and composed, he never expected this wild side of her. Gwen performed with fervor, her golden locks dancing to the rhythm of the music. As Kyle leaned against the wall to enjoy the performance, he noticed a scruffy young boy beside him, brandishing a camera and seemingly intent on capturing the moment. The image before him was of Gwen and her band performing. Was this a case of youthful admiration leading to clandestine photography? Peter Parker, entirely oblivious to Kyle's presence, was focused on finding the perfect angle for a shot. Click. Why was the image just a void of darkness? Had the camera malfunctioned? That couldn't be right. It had just been repaired a couple of days ago. Surely, it was that deceitful old Jack who failed to repair it properly, resulting in another loss of $20. Peter Parker was utterly despondent. Was his existence solely to be bullied by others? Tormented by school bullies, accosted by criminals on his way home, and now subjected to ridicule while attempting to fix a camera. Young lad, engaging in covert photography is a reprehensible act, and in severe cases, it can lead to imprisonment. A sudden voice startled Peter, leading him to instinctively brace for impact, hoping to avoid any injuries that might concern Aunt May upon his return home. Upon seeing a stranger's face, he sighed in relief, for it was clear that lightning could not possibly have followed him here. However, when he beheld Kyle's physique, which was even more exaggerated than that of the school bully, a chill ran down his spine. Alas, Kyle chuckled at this reaction. It had become an instinctual response for him. Bullying in schools was not a new phenomenon. Kyle had experienced a share during his own schooling, although his muscular build had warded off most trouble. Yet, there were always those who dared to provoke him. Who could tolerate such insolence? Not seeking trouble did not equate to fearing it. A single slap could end matters swiftly. Little did he anticipate that the one getting beaten was on the second floor, while the aggressor cheerfully pulled out his phone to call the police. To Kyle's surprise, he addressed the arriving officer as Dad. From that moment on, his entire high school experience was remarkably serene. There's no need to be so anxious, young one. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to remind you that your actions of covert photography are inappropriate. If you have affections, express them openly. The school does not prohibit romance. Peter, feeling a rush of fear, crouched back down upon noticing Kyle's altered expression. Kyle had just realized that he intended to play the role of a caring older brother, imparting wisdom to the young boy. Remembering that Gwen was still on stage, he pondered whether Peter had feelings for her, preparing to teach him a lesson on the repercussions of confessing one's feelings in front of a girl while the older brother was present. With this thought, his tone grew considerably more serious. Peter Parker, this is school. You cannot. Peter, sensing Kyle's menacing demeanor, clutched his clothing tightly, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation. Unlike the bullying he had faced before, this man seemed genuinely intent on causing him harm. Peter Parker? The name struck a chord. Was not Spider-Man also named Peter Parker? An impression of a striking image flashed through his mind, too dazzling to fully comprehend. It was simply too shocking. Can one imagine returning home from work only to find a 200-pound Spider-Man standing at the door? Yet, this feeble figure before him did not resemble the heroic persona at all. Perhaps he had not yet received the fateful bite. Peter, Gwen? Kyle's murderous intent intensified. If memory served him correctly, the girlfriend of the original Spider-Man was none other than the infamous Mary Jane. The third generation should not be so significant. During the Civil War, they were merely in high school, and now they're likely still in elementary school. Thus, it must be the second generation of the extraordinary Spider-Man. The conclusion of that film appears rather disheartening. Most crucially, Gwen met an untimely demise. Upon reflection, Gwen's appearance in the movie remarkably resembles that of my younger sister, albeit with a touch more youthfulness. Kyle is no longer apprehensive about Gwen reliving the tragic scene of her death in the film, especially with him by her side. The most pressing issue is that this young lad has taken a liking to his sister, revealing his latent sister-con tendencies. With one hand, he grasped Peter's clothing, hoisting him against the wall. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a smile immediately illuminated Kyle's face. He released his grip, turning to open his arms in anticipation of an impending embrace. Kyle, is that really you? What brings you to school? Aren't you supposed to be working today? A gust of wind swept over Kyle as Gwen approached him. Aren't we celebrating George tonight? I promised Helen I would cook personally, so I must prepare in advance. Is that so? Then I shall indulge a bit more this evening. By the way, what were you doing with Peter just now? Oh, this classmate fell, and I help him up. Peter, completely intimidated by Kyle's menacing gaze, dared not speak further, merely nodding vigorously in agreement with her explanation. Only when Kyle's attention shifted did he retreat to a corner to wipe the sweat from his brow, hoping to remain unnoticed. Indeed, let me introduce you to my friends, Mary Jane Watson, Betty Brant, and Glory Grant. At this point, Gwen detached herself from Kyle's embrace, stepping back and exchanging glances with her friends before they all chimed in unison. We are the Mary Janes. Haha, how was our performance just now? Certainly, that was the finest band performance I have ever witnessed. You're exaggerating. However, we will certainly consider them our target. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Our ambition is to become the best band in the world. The three girls answered simultaneously. Hello, I am Mary Jane. Faced with the outstretched hand, Kyle hesitated, uncertain whether to shake it, her starry-eyed expression making him uneasy. Ahem, hello. I am Kyle, he replied, gently shaking her hand before quickly releasing it, discreetly wiping his palm on his clothing afterward, as her scent was far too overwhelming for his liking. Let us depart, Gwen. Chapter 12, Gwen. Wow. Your muscles are incredible. I absolutely adore them. Hey, just look, don't go touching. Why is there another hand here? Before long, Kyle found himself encircled by soft little hands. Whoa, keep your distance. Are we really having a milk bath? Gwen, save me. Finally escaping the clutches of the giggling girls, Kyle exclaimed, "Haha, how is it that such a large guy has switched to such a small car?" He laughed while measuring himself against the vehicle with both hands. This is a gift for Helen. What do you think? Isn't it truly suitable for her? Helen will undoubtedly adore it. She has frequently lamented the oversized vehicle at home, taking ages to park every time she visits the supermarket. That's splendid. Gwen settled into the passenger seat, surveying the interior of the car, which, despite its compactness, felt quite comfortable. Wow, are those snacks for me? Her gaze fell upon two large bags of treats in the back seat, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, what else could one expect from a little foodie whom I've raised? I have no choice but to indulge her. In the past, Kyle often brought various local snacks home to cultivate the family's palate, and during weekend excursions with Helen to the supermarket, he frequently purchased vegetables commonly found in their homeland. After years of being bombarded with countless Chinese cookbooks from Kyle, Helen's culinary skills have significantly improved. She could even manage a Chinese restaurant without any trouble. The result of her extensive practice in preparing Chinese cuisine aligned perfectly with Kyle's expectations. The entire family developed a fondness for it. Forks and knives have languished in the cupboard, gathering dust. After driving for over half an hour, they arrived at their doorstep. As soon as the car halted, Gwen dashed from the back seat, clutching the two bags of snacks, and hurried to her room, with Kyle following closely behind, carrying two bags of vegetables. My dear son has finally returned to see me. Upon seeing Gwen with the snacks, Helen knew Kyle had arrived, and she stood at the door, ready to embrace him warmly the moment it opened. Mom, I missed you too. Helen has been an exemplary mother, caring for both him and Gwen with utmost attention since their early years. Even Kyle, the eternal boy at heart, could not resist basking in the warmth his mother provided. It could be said that Helen is Kyle's Achilles heel, followed closely by Gwen, while George, as the stern father, ranks third. If anyone were to threaten Kyle with those three, he would unhesitatingly relinquish everything else. Having tasted the warmth of family for the first time, Kyle is determined not to let anyone disrupt it. He also remembers that in the land of Arad, there is a wealthy and generous sisterly figure, Kelly, who raised him with a motherly affection, albeit she insisted he call her sister, deeming mother too antiquated. However, Kelly's maternal love was brief, as Arad values strength above all. Kyle began forging his own path alongside Kelly when he was merely 6 years old. Surely, her love could not rival the profound nurturing provided by Helen. If Kelly were included in the mix, Gwen would then rank third. My son remains as handsome as ever. I imagine many young ladies must have fallen for you during this time. Have you found a girlfriend? So this is what it feels like to be pressured about marriage. Mom, you know my work keeps me exceedingly busy. I hardly have time to ponder such matters. Besides, I'm just a 24-year-old baby. The sight of Kyle playfully acting like a child is an exclusive privilege of Helen. Others would never witness it. Helen is thoroughly enamored by this display and affectionately tousles Kyle's hair, saying, "All right, you'll forever be my precious baby." So is the big baby, who is over 200 months old, ready to showcase culinary skills tonight. Indeed, I have made ample preparations. Wow, it seems I have underestimated you in the past. Do you really need to prepare so many dishes? Is there any need for my assistance? No, dinner is solely entrusted to me and Gwen. Your task now is to accept the gift. Kyle has placed the car keys in Helen's hands. Is this truly happening? Indeed, my dear Kyle knows me best. I will no longer have to drive that cumbersome vehicle around. Helen, resembling a child receiving a gift, joyfully dashed outside to inspect her new ride. Seemingly eager to take it for a spin, Kyle entered the kitchen with the ingredients, first laying out the spices, placing the vegetables that would not be needed tonight into the refrigerator. The essentials were set into the washing sink, ready to commence the culinary endeavor. Gwen, it's time to cook. While relying on me for cooking may not be feasible, I can certainly assist with washing and chopping. Here she comes, the sound of her slippers pattering against the floor as she entered the kitchen, with a spicy snack in her mouth. Are you already indulging in snacks? There's no one competing with you for them. You could save them for later. How will you manage dinner if you fill up on snacks now? Quickly wash that pile of vegetables. I will need them shortly. Hee. Gwen hurriedly finished her spicy snack and approached the washing sink to begin her task. Suddenly, Kyle noticed the calendar beside the television had already flipped to June. During his school days, this month heralded the eagerly anticipated summer vacation. Summer break was indeed memorable. For a holiday lasting over 3 months is a rarity. Kyle had personally experienced the joy of education in America, which was genuinely delightful. However, upon entering college, those who chose the path of joy often found themselves disheartened. Attending university here relies heavily on connections and financial resources, as admission criteria do not prioritize academic performance as much. What matters most is the prestige of the person writing your recommendation letter and the extracurricular skills you have cultivated. Speaking of recommendation letters, The higher the status of the writer, the better. But herein lies a dilemma. Do ordinary individuals truly have connections with mayors or council members? Furthermore, the extracurricular activities, such as equestrian sports or golf, require financial investment. Not everyone in America is a millionaire. Many are struggling financially, and the culture of consumerism leaves little room for savings. School must be nearing summer break. Do you have any plans for the holiday? Speaking of summer vacation, Gwen perked up. She and a few friends have been planning this trip for quite some time. It's a tale filled with tears. Initially, it was just the four of them planning a spontaneous road trip. But then, someone wanted to bring their boyfriend along, who in turn wished to invite his close friends. And those friends wanted to bring their girlfriends, who in turn wanted to include their own friends. It escalated rapidly, transforming into what felt like a collective school outing. Haha, can it really be like this? However, having more people is beneficial, as it provides a sense of security on the road. I have no desire to travel with such a large group. Chapter 13, Returning Home. Since I am reluctant to be with so many, I might as well go with just a few members of your band, allowing them to bring their boyfriends at most. This way, you can also bring along the boy you fancy. Is it not the perfect opportunity to confess your feelings? This is precisely Kyle's intention, to gauge whether Gwen has any romantic inclinations. The boys at school are far too immature to pique my interest, and besides, if I were to enter a relationship, George would surely eliminate that poor fellow. My anxious heart is finally at ease. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. George is indeed capable of such actions. When the time comes, you may give me a call. But you need not worry. The issue has been resolved, and it's quite similar to what you suggested. Mary is merely going to work, leaving just Betty, Gloria, her boyfriend, and myself to embark on this journey together. That's splendid. But a road trip is no trivial matter. Are you all well prepared? In a vast country like America, embarking on a spontaneous road trip is akin to courting disaster. One must meticulously plan the route and identify where gas stations are located. The crux of the matter is, beautiful scenery cannot possibly be found solely along the roadside. Venturing off the paved path onto muddy trails presents the risk of becoming stuck. How would one extricate themselves? Additionally, one must consider what medications to bring to prevent injury or illness during the trip. A myriad of such concerns must be thoroughly contemplated. Otherwise, what would one do if trouble arises in a desolate area devoid of any nearby settlements? It is essential to recognize that America's infrastructure is largely concentrated in populated areas. In the wilderness, not only is there no mobile signal, but even a satellite phone would take a considerable amount of time for rescue teams to locate you. Well, we are in the midst of planning and aim to finalize everything before the holiday commences. That is good to hear. Kyle is pondering how he might offer some assistance. A road trip. Surely you do not intend to drive that old Ford, do you? Gwen stared wide-eyed at Kyle, realizing he had hit the nail on the head. She merely thought that taking a dilapidated vehicle on a trip would be no loss. She had not considered other aspects. Surely not. That car is older than I am. Taking it on a trip would render you the owner of a repair shop upon your return, and I doubt you would make it out of New York State in a month. That antique vehicle, aside from the horn being silent, is more a relic of George's memories than a functioning car. Currently, it can only languish in the garage, even if George manages to repair it. He would likely choose to take Helen for a nostalgic drive instead. Let us do this. I'll handle the car issue. You just need to confirm the route. With ample resources, Kyle is prepared to custom order an appropriate vehicle, and if time permits, he will undoubtedly equip it with a few added features. Really? If the vehicle could be fitted with a complete setup, I'm not afraid of the challenges. Yay, Kyle, you're the best. With his kiss, Kyle feels that everything is worthwhile, even if it means carrying a house behind him. A house? A car? A house on wheels. It appears that there are no better options for a road trip than a motorhome. Therefore, let us customize one. With a financial push, it can certainly be ready by the time the holidays arrive. Oh, I seem to catch a whiff of my beloved braised pork. Let me see what delicious dishes you are preparing. Father, you are back. Has my dear little one learned to cook? What a delightful surprise. I hope to savor my daughter's culinary creations every day after work. Gwen gazed at the chopped greens on the cutting board, wondering if it was a compliment or an insult. If one is not afraid of starving, I wouldn't mind. Perhaps it is best left to your mother. Is there anything I can assist with? George set down his briefcase and rolled up his sleeves as he approached the kitchen door. Certainly, Mr. George. Why not step outside to see where Mrs. Helen has gone? Kyle had given Helen a car. She went for a test drive and has yet to return. How long has it been? George frowned, understandably concerned, as they had just apprehended a gang involved in flower trafficking over the past couple of days. There were still a few stragglers at large, and George feared that they might retaliate against his family. Crash! Was that thunder? Is it going to rain tonight? Kyle lost grip of the spatula in his hand, dropping it to the floor. Wow, with such a large frame, how can you be so timid? With a physique like yours, even devils would be frightened. Kyle frowned, though not out of fear. The thunder was imbued with a divine aura, and the only things capable of invoking the wrath of heaven, apart from the magical array of the temple, were the crosses worn by family members. With only Helen absent, it was certain that something had gone awry on her end. After 5 minutes, without triggering any further abilities, Kyle felt somewhat reassured. The rapid healing trigger indicated an injury, while the life spring trigger suggested life-threatening damage. Neither of these had occurred, confirming that Helen had merely suffered an attack, and the divine wrath had resolved the issue. This scenario had unfolded twice before. Freedom merely meant encountering robbers. Ding, ding, ding. George, I'm so scared. I'm at Sam S. You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm hiding in the restroom. I can hear the sound of police sirens. Stay there and don't come out. I'll be there right away. Helen was enjoying her new car, driving along smoothly, when she suddenly remembered that the household drinks were running low. The supermarket was just ahead. A perfect opportunity to pick some up. Just as she chose her favorite beverage, she heard the sound of gunfire at the checkout. She had no choice but to crouch behind the shelves, ensuring the robbers couldn't see her. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down. We only seek wealth and wish you no harm. The two robbers, back to back, observed the situation with a professional demeanor. The robber facing the shelves, perhaps feeling insufficiently intimidating, fired 2 shots at the shelves. Bang, bang. A bolt of lightning struck down upon the 2 robbers. As it turns out, the robbers were indeed unlucky. Their shots at the shelves coincidentally hit a product right above Helen's head. A knife fell from the shelf, striking Helen's back. The crystal cross around her neck glimmered briefly before activating the holy light shield. This was soon followed by the retaliatory strike of the thunder of divine retribution. Initially aimed solely at the armed robber, the unfortunate proximity of the 2 individuals resulted in them both being struck by lightning. Unbeknownst to Helen, who was hiding behind a shelf, she could only hear the thunderous crash, mistakenly believing the robber wielded some formidable weapon, prompting her to flee to the restroom for safety. A sharp screech of brakes signaled the arrival of the police car. George alighted and began calling out, "Helen, are you all right?" Kyle and Gwen quickly followed, rushing into the supermarket, shouting, "Mom." Chapter 14. Lending Kyle's culinary skills had significantly improved, though his braised pork was slightly too salty. A little less salt would enhance the flavor. "I think it's just right," George replied, popping another piece into his mouth. "Your palate is just too intense. Excessive salt is detrimental to health. It's better to keep your cooking on the lighter side." "All right, I'll take note of that." Kyle chuckled, reveling in the warmth of family life, where even trivial disputes infused the home with vitality. The earlier incident at the supermarket had only startled Helen, and after a hearty dinner, she felt much better. After all, this was the land of freedom, and one could hardly claim to have lived in America without experiencing a few such incidents. Kyle spared no effort in safeguarding his family. Each member, Helen, George, and Gwen, wore a transparent crystal cross around their necks. Crafting these was quite an undertaking. To maximize energy transfer efficiency and speed, large, colorless crystals had to be meticulously carved into cross shapes. Smaller crystals could be utilized as well, provided that the contact surfaces had the transmission lines etched upon them. But this method resulted in greater delays. In the event of a high-powered, high-frequency attack, errors could easily occur. Furthermore, ensuring the safety of his loved ones warranted any expense. Each large, colorless crystal could yield only a single cross, but the leftover fragments were not wasted. They were ground into powder for future use in drawing magical formations. Finally, with the holy light inscribed upon them, the skill arrays were completed. The energy was abundant, sufficient to trigger the skills multiple times. Each time, Kyle developed a new version. He would promptly upgrade to the latest. With his current perception of the holy light, he could sense its presence across the entire East Coast. While Kyle possessed great strength, his only drawback was speed. Should George and the others encounter a danger that could overwhelm the crosses, he would be unable to arrive in time. Even at full capacity, his top speed was only slightly below the speed of sound, less swift than a bullet and subject to the terrain's influence. He lacked flight skills, Although his enhanced jumping ability allowed him to leap high, it proved of little practical use. The portal magic of Counterattack remains an enigma, further complicated by the recent upgrades to the temple's magical array over the past 2 years, which have diverted attention from research. Once the enhancements to the magical array in New York are completed, Kale intends to spend an extended period in the library of Counterattack, vowing not to depart until he has unraveled the secrets of the magic. When Kale first met the Ancient One, they engaged in mutual exploration of each other's magical prowess. One cannot deny that the Ancient One possesses remarkable skill. At that time, Kale's abilities were akin to mindlessly casting spells in a game, while the Ancient One diligently spent over a month deciphering the composition of a slow-healing magical array. However, it proved to be less straightforward than anticipated. The Ancient One could only sketch the array without eliciting any magical effect, rendering the drawn array merely a decorative illustration. It was only after some time that Kale realized the Ancient One had merely employed Counterattack magic to create the array, devoid of the essence of holy light, and thus, it lacked efficacy. The Ancient One also attempted to grasp the nature of holy light through Kale's insights, but to no avail. As the true essence of holy light eluded comprehension, this conundrum is one Kale cannot elucidate either. He is equally perplexed about the nature and origin of holy light. When Kale delved into the magic of Counterattack, he encountered circumstances remarkably similar to those faced by the Ancient One, producing arrays that yielded no results. The Ancient One provided an explanation. The magic of Counterattack is fundamentally a borrowing of power from the dimensional deities. In essence, the magical array acts as a key, with its design indicating the type of magic it unlocks, while the contracts signed by the sorcerers serve as a form of biometric identification. Those like Kale, who have not signed a contract, are akin to individuals without access cards to their apartment complexes. If one cannot even enter the building, how can they expect to ascend to the higher levels? There exists a solution: signing a contract. Yet, Kale is reluctant to do so, for borrowed power invariably demands a price. The sorcerers of Counterattack often bear some affliction, while their bodies may be supported by magic. The repercussions become evident when debts must be settled. Even someone as formidable as the Ancient One, having borrowed excessively, finds themselves seeking refuge under the Eternal to escape their obligations. Kale remains undeterred, determined to replicate a form of magic using holy light, if all else fails. He could always seize the space gem for greater convenience. Furthermore, upon reaching level 5 in his secondary profession, he would gain access to teleportation potions. The universe is vast, and solutions abound. George, Kale, did you catch what I just said? What? During this time, be vigilant about your safety when you go out. Be wary of those remaining drug dealers seeking revenge. Do not provoke them. No amount of muscle can shield you from bullets. Who said that? The 127 heavy machine gun cannot pierce his skin, although it would certainly be painful. No worries. I will remain cautious. No one fears injury more than I do. Good to hear. Helen and Gwen must also be prudent. I will ensure the officers provide protection. The ordinary officer Kyle is not to be fully trusted. While it is undeniable that many police officers are good people who can truly risk their lives to protect Helen and her companions when faced with life and death, it would be far more reassuring to keep them close by. Perhaps it would be best for Helen and Gwen to stay with me for a few days. The security at the Starry Heights is quite commendable. The police department could save manpower and focus on capturing the culprits. Resolving the source of the problem is paramount. After some contemplation, George agreed to Kyle's proposal. Proactive measures are always preferable to mere passive defense. Hurry and pack your belongings. I will drive you shortly, he urged. I'll be residing at the police station for the next few days, and I shall return once we have apprehended those little fish. Very well. Helen, still shaken by the recent supermarket robbery, quickly called for Gwen to join her in packing. Meanwhile, Kyle began to tidy up, washing the dishes. By the way, congratulations on your promotion. I almost forgot the gift I prepared for George, he exclaimed, hastily drying his hands and retrieving the gift box for George. What is it? It feels rather heavy, George remarked, weighing the gift box in his hands. You'll find out once you open it. Wow, a 1911, a magnificent firearm, George exclaimed as he unwrapped the package, instantly recognizing the model. He practiced a few aiming stances, noting its pleasant feel. Upon closer inspection, he observed intricate patterns etched onto it, intriguing yet enigmatic. Are these characters on the grip in Chinese? What do they mean? Ranger. If I had received such a gift a few years younger, I would have certainly jumped for joy. Chapter 15. Experience outshines youth in the tea room of Counterattack. The Ancient One and another elder sip tea while conspiring quietly. Is the young man truly coming today? Undoubtedly. The Supreme Sorcerer's roasted whole lamb is not something just anyone gets to taste. Nearby, Wong was cautiously marinating a goat from Muspelheim, feeling a sense of foreboding that the Supreme Sorcerer might have some ulterior motive for Kyle. It's impossible. How could the Supreme Sorcerer, a figure of such righteousness, ever deceive anyone? Wong thought, shaking his head vigorously as he hastily finished marinating the meat and exited the tea room to avoid overhearing anything he shouldn't tea. If a hard approach doesn't work, then perhaps a softer tactic will suffice. Speak of sorrowful matters and, if possible, squeeze out a few tears. With the right atmosphere, that young man might be softened and join us for a drink. At my age, my tear ducts have nearly atrophied. Trying to cry is no easy feat. As a god, how could I engage in such undignified behavior? Then let us resort to force if necessary. We must ensure he drinks a few cups. The Ancient One sipped her tea and cast a glance at Odin. Younger Odin could certainly pull it off, but now, alas, age has dulled his edge and softened his heart. If he were the Odin of old, he would simply knock him out and toss him through the door. A little tough love goes a long way. Feelings are cultivated over time. Why is it so arduous to play matchmaker? Sighing, Cal called out, Mom. I'm off to work. He hastily finished his porridge, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and headed for the door. Gwen, have you packed everything? We're going to be late. Just a moment, Mom. Kyle glanced back at their home, filled with the warmth of daily life. Helen and her companions had been residing there for over a week, and he had relished the delightful breakfast prepared by Helen each morning. However, today marked their final breakfast, as George had called the night before to inform them that the fugitive had been apprehended. Concerned for George's well-being, Helen had decided to return to her own residence today. During this past week, Kyle had quite enjoyed himself, being roused each morning by Helen for breakfast. Afterward, he would head to the New York sanctuary to continue his work on the magical formations, returning in the evening to a table laden with a feast prepared by Helen. He had also found time to finalize the vehicle for Gwen's road trip, arranging for a heavy-duty chassis to be airlifted and converted into an off-road camper. The modification team was currently working overtime, and it would be ready just in time for Gwen's vacation. With a screech, he parked the vehicle at the entrance of the New York sanctuary and resumed preparation for the day's tasks. Hello, Daniel, have you eaten? Daniel retained his usual solemnity, offering a salute before speaking. Master Kyle, the Supreme Mage requests your presence at Counterattack. Now, Daniel nodded. What could that old man possibly want? Doesn't he realize how busy he has been lately? Passing through the portal to Counterattack, Kyle arrived just as dusk was settling. The snow-capped mountains aglow with a golden light, emanating an ethereal aura. He navigated his way to the tea room of the Ancient One, pushing the door open to find it empty. The playing cards on the table were arranged in 4 vertical lines. What on earth? Still playing tractor? He ventured further and eventually spotted the Ancient One and Odin on the terrace, a barbecue grill sizzling with lamb. The aroma was quite enticing. Whereas Sister Freya? Just as he was about to inquire why it was only the two of them, he noticed tears glistening in the corners of Odin's eyes. What could possibly sadden a man who had lived for over 5,000 years? Why was he crying? Surely, it couldn't be that Freya had left him. Kyle adopted a face eager for gossip. Although he often joked about such matters, if it were true, it would certainly be a spectacle. A 3,000-year-old woman seeking a new love? Alas, it was probably due to those 2 foolish sons of his, who bickered incessantly at home, showing no signs of royal demeanor. How could he trust such a vast legacy to them? He recalled his own youth as a prince, shunned and struggling, fighting for the throne, only to be met with treachery from the old guard once he ascended. The newly crowned king finds his power precarious. After a lifetime of struggle and territorial expansion, I now realize that in my old age, I have failed to secure a worthy heir. Why have Thor and Loki not matured? My years are numbered, and the question looms whether Asgard can withstand the burden of the throne under their stewardship. How can I face my ancestors in silence? Is it not poignant? Even the Ancient One, with her captivating performance, commands respect. No wonder she has endured for millennia. Ah, Kale, I once thought you had a different perspective, yet it appears you have evolved into a lamenting father figure. Is this truly the case? then you may rest assured. After all, there is still the twilight of the gods, and I have little faith that Thor and Loki can uphold their legacy. How devoid of empathy you are, especially considering your training in the holy light. This is your way of comforting a man over 5,000 years old. Yet, how did you come to know of the twilight of the gods? Was it the Ancient One who spoke of it? The Ancient One interjects, "It was not me." Do not misattribute. Kale, sensing the inappropriateness of his words, hastily adds, "Do not be too sorrowful. Thor is indeed remarkable. Perhaps he will ascend to become the Rune King, the god of thunder. When the time comes to honor your memory, he might even bring the Ancient One along to pay tribute." The Ancient One retorts, "Is this a push for his premature retirement?" Odin appears bewildered. The first half of Kale's statement seemed consoling, but the latter half raised questions. What is this Rune King of Thunder, and why would he take the Ancient One along? He himself would not dare claim superiority over the Ancient One, who possesses the Time Stone. That fool, better left to his own devices. He is but a muscle-bound simpleton, less clever than Loki. Had he not been my own blood, I shudder to think how many times his head would have rolled. The Ancient One declares, "The meat is ready. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Let us feast, and try my homebrewed wine. I assure you it surpasses any vintage from the Moonlight Tavern." With a flick of her wrist, a roasted lamb is sliced and served at the table, and their goblets fill themselves with wine. Upon seeing the overflowing goblets, Kale interjects, "All right, that is enough. You know my capacity for alcohol. This is merely a gesture. Today, seeing Odin in such a state, I, too, would not have partaken in alcohol otherwise. Knowing your limits, a mere sip alongside us will suffice. That is more than acceptable. Alas, the heart of every parent aches. Come now, let us raise a toast." Unbeknownst to them, as the two old men exchanged glances, their eyes sparkled with joy. It is done. The Ancient One quips, "Prepare to embrace your grandchildren." Chapter 16. Hela, once I am no longer able, you two must take great care of Asgard. The Ancient One replies, "We have shared a bond for many years. Such words are unnecessary. Let us drink." With that, the two elders engage in heartfelt banter, exchanging cups in a ritual of camaraderie. Observing Odin as if he were bequeathing a legacy, Kale is swept up in the atmosphere. Though he only takes small sips each time, the cumulative effect is significant. Before long, half a cup of wine was downed, and Kyle, who had boasted that he would be tipsy after 3 beers, was already in a state of delightful inebriation. With the atmosphere charged, he could not help but speak a bit more freely. "Rest assured, I have fully acknowledged Frigga as my sister. Thor and Loki are indeed my nephews, and, as their uncle, how could I not lend them my support?" Odin replied, "Very well, upon my return, I shall declare you a prince of Asgard and grant you a sword of authority, capable of vanquishing tyrants and treacherous ministers alike. Let's raise a toast." Kala's speech had become increasingly slurred. No, your decree means little. I am kin to Frigga, and my title must come from the Vanir. Then let the Vanir bestow it." The glasses clinked, and Kyle, in a haze, emptied his cup. With a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the table and fell into a deep slumber. Ancient One remarked, TSK, how pathetic. I had intended to pour another drink, but alas, it was unnecessary." The two elderly men, with eyes alight, showed no signs of having indulged excessively, their expressions betraying a sense of cunning triumph. "Are you certain his physique is resilient enough? You are aware of Hela's power. Even after such a long imprisonment, I can sense it is greater than Thor's. Do not worry, this lad is sturdy." Perhaps due to the distance, Ancient One produced a mystical ring and adorned it on her hand. With a gentle motion of her fingers, a portal of sparks appeared beneath Kyle, and both he and his chair were transported into Helheim. The plan was executed flawlessly, and their estimation of Kyle's abilities was not miscalculated. In his prime, he could certainly contend with Hela. However, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Kyle, in his drunken stupor, was utterly incapable of resistance, especially in his disrobed state. In Helheim, with a whoosh and a crash, Kyle landed squarely in the courtyard of the palace. The chair shattered, yet Kyle remained oblivious, rolling over to find a more comfortable position to continue his slumber. Hela, resting on a couch within the grand hall, suddenly opened her eyes, the night sky blade appearing in her grasp, her voice laced with fury. Since her imprisonment, her hatred for Odin had only intensified. Had it not been for the confines of the palace, she would have long since escaped. Though Helheim was vast and devoid of inhabitants, It was a realm of the dead, brimming with souls. All souls of the deceased from Asgard, save for those who entered Valhalla, resided in Helheim. As the goddess of death, Hela governed this domain, and if she could rally the powers of all the souls outside the palace, Odin's seal would be rendered insignificant. Yet, Hela was unaware that her loyal troops, the souls of those who had perished in battle, were also sealed by Odin. Even if she ventured outside, the wandering souls would not heed her commands, and many of those remaining were from the ranks that had fallen by her own hand. It would be a miracle if they united against her. Men, Asgard has dwindled to such a pitiful state, and this meager strength is worthy of your seal. Odin, Hela loket. Does this not imply a potential breakthrough of the seal? Immediately, she unleashed her full power against the barrier of the seal. The cacophony reverberated loudly, yet it had little effect on Kal, who merely continued to sleep, seemingly oblivious, as if savoring some delicacy. Odin, the deceiver, the seal remains unweakened. The exclamation of Odin echoed even to earth. Hela's animosity towards you seems undiminished. It appears you are indeed unfit to be a father. Odin remained silent, acknowledging his shortcomings as a father, while the eternal spear in his grasp summoned a fleeting rainbow before vanishing. Alas, my floor! After venting her frustrations, Hela collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling with each breath, her fury seemingly ready to erupt from her eyes. Her garments lay tattered, and the only one she could admire, Kal, remained in deep slumber. After some time, Hela rose, casting aside the night sky blade without a second thought. Her disheveled hair giving her the appearance of a madwoman as she trudged towards the great hall. For over a millennium, she had endured countless failures. Disappointment was but a fleeting emotion. She was still young, with ample time ahead. Surely Odin was not in his prime anymore. Once Odin perished, wouldn't her freedom be easily attained? With such thoughts, her spirits lifted. She would continue to regain her strength, and upon Odin's demise, storm into Asgard, seizing the throne with ease. At that point, she would lead Asgard in further conquests, proving to her ancestors who truly deserved to reign as the king of Asgard. Hela then noticed another presence on the ground. As she approached, she pinched her nose, not due to Kal's intoxicating aroma, for the Asgardians had a penchant for drink, and Hela was no exception. She had often indulged in drunken revelry after battles, awakening the next day invigorated for combat. What she found distasteful was Kal's overwhelming aura of purity. As the goddess of death, associated with the shadows, how could she tolerate being near someone of such radiant disposition? In her past, encountering such an individual would have resulted in a swift demise by her blade. Yet, her tolerance had evolved over the years, observing Kal, who appeared relatively youthful. She pondered what transgression had led to his imprisonment here by Odin. With a flick of her wrist, she lifted Kal with the night sky blade, placing him gently upon the carpet of the great hall. The solitude of over 1,000 years suddenly ignited her curiosity as she sat beside Kal, scrutinizing him closely. He was rather handsome, with a commendable physique befitting a warrior, yet his skin was unblemished, devoid of scars, indicative of a life untouched by battle. A gentle poke at his chest revealed a strength surpassing that of the average Asgardian. What was his lineage? Had Odin commenced another war? Why then did he not release her? If Odin were to relinquish the throne to her, she would harbor no grudges and would gladly lead the armies into battle. She lifted his garment for a closer inspection, exclaiming in surprise, almost the size of 2 palms, quite satisfactory. Is this what it means to be a man? Once, she too had an unwed fiancé, arranged by Odin, yet Hela never held him in high regard. As it turned out, her judgment was not amiss. He met his demise on the battlefield during his first campaign. Subsequently, Odin ceased to arrange any matrimonial prospects for her, and Hela remained preoccupied with war, leaving no time for such considerations. Now, however, an opportunity has arisen. The night sky blade aptly lifted Kyle, accompanying Hela to the inner palace. Chapter 17. Overload Kyle was roused from his slumber by the biting cold, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself bewildered. Where is this place? The atmosphere was suffused with a sense of death, rendering him quite uneasy. Such opulence in a palace must be rare on earth. Yet how had he arrived here? Alas! Where are my clothes? You are awake. A woman's voice called out, and as he turned, he beheld a woman adorned with smoky makeup, reclining on a chaise while engrossed in a book, draped only in a sheer veil. The scene before him, combined with his physical sensations, left no doubt that Kyle, the Lady Stacy Lee, had lost his virtue. Goodness, my innocence. And he seemed to have had a girlfriend. The crimson roses on the sheets and the woman's physique suggested he was not at a disadvantage. However, that makeup was atrocious. What sort of aesthetic is this? What is this place? Where are my clothes? Kyle could only grab the sheets to cover himself. Heimdall's underworld, the sealed domain of the Goddess of Death. Heimdall's underworld? Only Hela could don such a visage in the underworld. Oh, have you heard of me? How does Asgard record their Goddess of Death? Indeed, it was Hela. There was no doubt that Odin and the Ancient One had taken advantage of his inebriation to bring him here. The current inhabitants of Asgard were unaware that there once existed a goddess of death named Hela. Odin had conveniently erased that part of history. They must now view him as a benevolent king. Huh, this is undoubtedly something Odin would do. How do you know of me? Given your appearance. You seem too young to have experienced my era. Did your elders inform you? I am not of Asgard. I hail from Earth, what you refer to as Midgard. As for how I know, you may call me a prophet. Kyle was unsure of why he had the audacity to label himself a prophet, the words tumbling out unbidden. Yet, he recognized that claiming to be a prophet was not entirely unfounded given the future that lay ahead. Midgard, I have been there before. At that time, your mightiest nation still wielded bronze weaponry. Who would have thought a prophet of such potential would emerge from it? Odin's narrow-mindedness remains unchanged, unable to tolerate the emergence of potential within the Nine Realms. She herself was sealed due to the threat she posed to Odin's throne. The irony being, she is accused of bloodlust. Is there anyone in all of Asgard more bloodthirsty than Odin himself? What deeds might one not commit in the pursuit of the throne, willing to eliminate his own brother without hesitation? Moreover, was her expedition into battle not also a command from Odin? There was no need for Kale to explain. Hela had already woven a narrative in her mind, imagining Odin's insecurity regarding his dominion, fearing the emergence of a genius from Midgard who might threaten his throne. Since he had arrived here, he could not expect to leave anytime soon. He might as well stay obediently with me. Odin, it seemed, had not many years left to live. When the seal was broken, I would ascend to the throne and declare you the queen of Asgard. As she spoke, Hela set down her book and approached the bed, gently grasping Kale's chin and kissing him. Kale was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding to her. As long as you behave, my harem shall not expand with others. What? It took Kale a moment to regain his senses. Was he being kept as a concubine, and to be included in the harem? Was this something a man could endure? The esteemed son of the light could not even subdue a mere goddess of death. He immediately resolved to assert his dignity as a man. The following day, Kale lay in bed with vacant eyes. A nude Hela sprawled atop him. The traces of tears at the corners of his eyes revealed that he was the one who had truly been defeated. What a shame. He felt his masculine dignity had been utterly shattered. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Was the physicality of the Asgardian gods truly so formidable? Hela's strength surpassed his significantly, rendering him immobilized beneath her. Next time, he vowed to don his armor. He must surpass Hela. Kale's mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom why he had been sent here by Odin and Ancient One. If the intention was to persuade Hela, he would not have been delivered in such a manner. He would have agreed, if asked directly. Could it be that Ancient One had discerned his origins, recognizing that he was not of this world, and fearing his interference with future developments, had conspired with Odin to seal him away? If that were the case, then Kale had truly been a fool, his good intentions wasted. He had even foolishly assisted in upgrading the defenses of the temple, while those two cunning old foxes had already ensnared him thoroughly. Recently, he had also contemplated learning alchemy to extend Odin's life. Was this the fate of a good soul? To be repaid with misfortune? The hearts of those ancient beings were indeed dark. Kale furrowed his brow, finding the previous thoughts illogical. He had known Ancient One for over 10 years. Based on his understanding, even if she knew of his origins, she would not interfere as long as he posed no threat to Earth. Furthermore, Ancient One was well aware of his divine light, which was undeniably white magic, devoid of any dark demonic aura. Some might even call it overly virtuous. He hardly appeared to be a villain. Keeping him as a tool would have sufficed. Why seal him away? Moreover, the magical array of the New York Temple had yet to be fully upgraded. It would only be logical to wait until it was completed before taking action against him, since the issue did not lie with Ancient One. It must surely rest with Odin. What did Odin intend by casting him here? Why shroud his intentions in riddles? Was he to come and mediate with Hela? To speak plainly, why all these complications? Even without coming in person, one could still offer some ideas. What does it mean to just throw him over? Is it during a drunken stupor, without fear that Hela might strike him down? How can one be so reckless? My mind races at alarming speed, nearly overwhelmed. It seems I need to bolster my intellect. Before I could ponder further, Hela had already awakened, playfully slapping Kyle's face twice. You're still far from being able to turn the tables, but I can grant you a chance. If you can best me, otherwise, you might as well lie there obediently. With a soft thud, she nearly collapsed again. No wonder the warriors who got married before going to battle always dawdled. It seems the affairs here are quite captivating, although I'm not fond of the aura around me. I must admit, she is quite pleasing to the eye, robust and full of fighting spirit, deserving of her stature. With her eyes closed, Hela lingered in the hot spring, her slightly upturned lips revealing her good mood. The essence of the spirit and the rod truly unveils the exquisite flavors here. Chapter 18. Odin's cruelty to his own children. Crackling sounds echoed. Hela was roasting an unfamiliar creature over the fire with a stick. The dripping fat sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. After taking a bite and determining it was sufficiently cooked, Hela glanced at Kyle and carefully sprinkled a bit of seasoning on the meat. Eat up, don't be picky here. Kyle, having been famished, took a hearty bite. After all, those who toil need sustenance. The flavor of the roasted meat was delightful, perfectly charred outside while tender within, though it could use a bit more seasoning. Is there any salt? I've sweated too much and need to replenish my electrolytes. Hela handed him the small jar again, her gaze reflecting a hint of reluctance. Much improved. No wonder laborers who perform strenuous tasks favor rich and salty meals. In a few bites, he finished the crispy bones and tore off a front leg to sprinkle with salt. It's gone. Is there more? Hela rolled her eyes in exasperation. She too desired some salted roasted meat. The spices in the kitchen had run out a millennium ago. This meager bit of salt was all Hela had saved with great restraint. The creatures of the back mountain had long been depleted, and now only the rapidly breeding species remained. Had they not taken note of the dwindling animal population and controlled their hunting, they would have long since exhausted their food supply. Plants that thrive in the underworld are scarce, let alone those that can substitute for spices. Countless times had they scoured the back mountain without uncovering any salt mines. Though Hela sustains herself on divine power and cannot perish, she cannot rely solely on that to maintain her strength. Occasionally consuming food not only satisfies her cravings, but also conserves some divine energy. Where is the kitchen? I shall retrieve it. The kitchen? Do you truly believe that the kitchen's provisions could last for a millennium? Hela remarked with a bitter smile. Has no one ever delivered supplies? You are the first person I have encountered since my entrapment. Kyle pondered that it was only reasonable to expect basic necessities to be delivered periodically. He never anticipated such a predicament. Was it not cruel to deny prisoners their meals? This was nothing short of torment. It would be more merciful to deliver a swift end, especially after Hela had shown him around the confines of his imprisonment. Kyle felt a surge of disdain for Odin. If Hela sought vengeance against Odin now, Kyle might even lend her a hand. How could one expect forgiveness after such circumstances? Wait for me a moment, Kyle said as he swiftly entered the inn's space and rummaged through the warehouse. He searched for the seasonings he had brought from the Arad continent, certain that they would remain unspoiled in the timeless confines of the warehouse. Outside, Hela observed Kyle's abrupt disappearance, instantly brandishing the night sky blade, vigilant of her surroundings. Odin, is that you? Hela could no longer sense Kyle's presence. Who else but Odin could manage such a feat? Before she could linger on the thought, Kyle returned, cradling a box. He felt an immense force strike his abdomen, sending him flying, and as darkness enveloped him, he sensed a chilling sensation around his neck. What is the meaning of this? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why the sudden hostility? How did you vanish? I could feel your absence. That was due to a special space of mine. I was retrieving some seasonings from the warehouse I carried during my adventures. The box tumbled to the ground, and the clanking of the spice jars echoed as they shattered. Take me to this space you mentioned. Hela's expression was one of fervent excitement, as if she glimpsed a hope of liberation from her seal. Take you? I have never attempted to bring anyone else into the inn space. I am uncertain if it can be done. Kyle resolved to give it a try. reasoning that the inn's space was not bound by the Marvel Universe's rules. If he could indeed bring someone else in, they would no longer need to fear the snap of the purple sweet potato essence. He envisioned placing George, Helen, and Gwen within that space, unafraid even if Thanos were to strike. Without hesitation, he grasped Hela's shoulders and focused on the game icon. Incredible, it truly works. Huh. The purple sweet potato essence is nothing but a triviality. However, Hela's excitement waned upon entering the inn as a cold sweat trickled down her face. The statue seemed to be scrutinizing her, and she felt much of her power subdued. Arrogant. How could a seasoned warrior, forged in the fires of battle, fear a mere statue? Determined not to yield, Hela fixed her gaze on the golden statue. Suddenly, it radiated a powerful divine light, and Hela felt her body being corroded. It hurts so much. The excruciating pain, penetrating to her very marrow, compelled Hela to cry out, "Get me out of here!" Kyle, however, noticed nothing unusual. Upon hearing the scream, he saw smoke beginning to rise from Hela's body. Uncertain of what had transpired, he hurriedly followed Hela's instructions to take her outside. Once they were out, Hela collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, using her divine power to slowly mend her injuries. "Are you all right? What has happened?" Hela surmised that the force had been directed solely at her. "Who is that statue?" "My master, the Saint Michelle." "Impressive, isn't it? I crafted it myself, molding it from gold bit by bit." As Kyle spoke of the statue, he grew animated, excitedly recounting the experience of its creation. "Ah, so it was you who did that," Hela thought, feeling an overwhelming desire to topple Kyle and give him a thorough thrashing. As she continued to heal, she recalled the statue's majesty. Its radiance exuded an aura of light and sanctity, clearly of the same essence as the power emanating from Kyle. Yet, the disparity in their levels was immense. Kyle's power resembled a mere mound of earth, while the statue towered like a mountain touching the clouds. She had thought Odin invincible, only to discover someone even more formidable. Whose envoy is this? She pondered. Let me tell you, gold is relatively soft, requiring just a little effort to mold. Kyle continued to chatter about the statue's creation, causing Hela's head to throb as she nearly lost her focus while mending her body. Enough. After a considerable time, Hela finally restored her injuries, realizing that the energy expended would take more than a moment to replenish, especially since they were in a place sealed by Odin, which would slow the process even further. "Now, tell me about that peculiar dimension of yours. How did it come to be?" "Dimension? You mean the hotel space is a dimension?" Kyle had only heard of those dimensional deities that the Kama Taj guarded, such as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, who transcended the rules of existence. He had never considered that the hotel belonged to dimensional space. Could the key to entering that dimension be the game icon? Is Old Horse really that impressive? You don't know. The realm of hell itself is a dimension. The authority within it predominantly lies with Odin, while I possess only a fragment. Otherwise, Odin would not be able to seal me away. I can sense that authority within you. Do you not know where it originates? Kyle truly had no idea. It simply appeared after he opened his eyes following his social demise. Chapter 19. Is this a blind date? What? You mean the spatial passage is repairing itself? Yes, albeit very slowly. If we had a spatial gem, it could be restored much quicker. This revelation was indeed a delightful surprise. The thought of possibly re-entering the Arad continent one day filled him with joy. He wondered how Sister Kelly was faring now. Moreover, the spatial gems were located on Earth, though he was uncertain where S.H.L.D. had concealed the Tesseract. Didn't the plot of Avengers 1 involve some chaos that could provide an opportunity to acquire it unnoticed? Just thinking about it brought him immense happiness. Hilo was equally elated, although uncertain of when the spatial portal would be fully restored. Nonetheless, there remained a glimmer of hope for a return to the light. Once freed, her first priority would be to find a place to regain her strength. Odin had grown old, and sealing her away again would not be an easy task. Unbeknownst to her, her small hand instinctively grasped Kyle's chin once more. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again, even if the damaged entrance were to be repaired. The sensation of fresh air flowing through would be forever etched in her heart, not easily forgotten. Oh wait, there is no need for repetition. Kyle resolved to assert himself and take charge. With a mere thought, he donned a suit of crimson armor. Kyle Dreadlay, profession, paladin, level 45, strength 1127, stamina 1823, intelligence 1352. Spirit, 1233. Equipment, Legacy, War Goddess S Titanium Steel, Set 55. Legacy, War Goddess S Titanium Steel Chestplate. Amplification 10, Category, Armor Plate. Level, 45. Quality, Legacy. Weight, 5. Durability, 5560. Attributes, Physical Defense, 3000. Level 10 Enhancement reduces physical damage by 29. Level 10 Amplification grants 20 stamina. Strength 34. Intelligence 34. Stamina 23. Set attributes 55. Strength 66. Intelligence 66. Stamina 66. Spirit 20. Maximum value 385. Recovery per minute 18. Attack speed 2. Movement speed 2. Casting speed 2. Evasion rate 2. Inventory weight limit 5. Physical critical rate. Magical critical rate 2. Sacred Healing Wind skill 1. Frenzied Hammer Strike skill 1. While this is promising, he is beginning to resemble a true warrior. However, relying solely on external factors is unwise. True strength comes from within. Should his equipment ever be damaged, he would become an easy target. Enough talk, let us go. Kyle, now filled with determination, was resolved to reclaim his dignity as a man. He was unaware of the full extent of Hela's strength and dared not unleash all his power, opting instead to equip only a shield, as wielding a weapon could lead to unintended harm. Cherishing the delicate is a traditional virtue. The two quickly exchange a punch, gaining a rough understanding of each other's capabilities. Observing Kyle's vigorous spirit, Hela felt her own fighting spirit rekindled. It had been over 1,000 years since she had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. Today, she was determined to relish the experience. Once more, the two swiftly grappled with each other, trading blows and defenses in a contest of martial prowess. Asgardians were naturally robust, and with the added boon of divine power, Hela was just a touch stronger. Take this whip to your leg. Hela raised her hand to block, while her other fist struck Kyle's abdomen, sending him flying. While her martial arts skills were commendable, they still lacked a certain finesse. For which master did she acquire such skills? The master of romantic fist, Feng Zhen, a nameless figure. I have not heard of him. Ultimately, Kyle fell short, for battles on the continent of Arad resembled mere games, reliant on equipment and skills to dominate. At most, he had cultivated a talent for evasion. Hela, on the other hand, was forged in the crucible of blood and battle, possessing experience that far surpassed his own. Though neither party had unleashed their full potential, Hela's prowess in hand-to-hand combat was slightly superior, with Kyle managing to withstand the onslaught primarily due to his formidable stamina. In the end, Hela subdued him with a powerful move, pinning him to the ground. 2 hours later, the situation had shifted, although Hela still maintained the upper hand. She could not endure Kyle's relentless assault. Before long, Hela succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep in Kyle's embrace. On the ground lay an item. Inheritance. War Goddess's Titanium Steel Leg Guards. Amplification 10. Category, Armor Plate. Level 45. Quality, Inheritance. Weight 5. Durability 50-60. Attributes, Physical Defense 3000. Strength 34. Intelligence 34. Stamina 23. Phew. Kyle was bewildered. He could not comprehend how the battlefield had transformed into the plush carpet of a grand hall. Observing Hela's beauty so closely was an undeniable delight, far surpassing even the fairest of film heroines, though her smoky makeup did detract slightly from her allure. Dreadfully, he felt his heart stir. So that was it. Kyle finally understood why he had been brought here. It was no wonder that Freya had recently and somewhat conspicuously mentioned introducing him to a girlfriend. They had been waiting right here. Speaking of which, is this how blind dates are arranged? Simply tossing a drunken suitor onto the bed of the prospective partner? No doubt this was a scheme devised by Odin and those two ancient codgers. Who would have imagined he would unwittingly walk into a trap, leaving not a crumb behind? Yet, he was not entirely a loss. Upon reflection, having Hela as a wife might not be so bad. She was strong, stunning, and possessed an enviable physique. Not to mention her remarkable resilience. It seemed his future days would be quite splendid. Ha! This is much more comfortable. Hela snapped a lotus flower and playfully placed it on Kyle's ear. Kyle, utterly bewildered, realized she truly treated him like a woman, even bestowing upon him a flower. Just as he contemplated tossing it aside, he recognized the species. guanine sitting lotus. Alias, lifespan herb, guanine lotus. Latin name, Crassulaceae crassula genus. The plant exhibits a dignified stature, adorned with a rosette of leaves resembling a blooming lotus, with leaf diameters ranging from 3 to 15 centimeters. Its succulent leaves, shaped like spoons, display a rich variety of colors, with the purple-red tips distinctly striking. The small flowers are star-shaped and pink in hue. When planting, a layer of coarse sand should be placed at the bottom of the pot to enhance drainage. During high temperatures and dry conditions, it is essential to mist the plant to maintain humidity, avoiding prolonged water accumulation to prevent root rot. Fertilization with a diluted liquid fertilizer or low nitrogen. High phosphorus and potassium compound should occur roughly every 20 days. Insufficient light can result in a loose and uncompact growth form, adversely affecting its ornamental appeal. The typical blooming period is in April and May, marking late spring or early summer. Reducing its tillering can encourage earlier flowering. Chapter 20. Hela's past. What is your family situation like? Hela's youngest daughter, in a playful pose, held a strand of hair as if painting on Kyle's chest. I am an orphan. However, my adoptive parents, George and Helen, have treated me well, allowing me to enjoy a beautiful childhood. I have a sister named Gwen, who has always been gentle and quiet. I had always believed her to be an obedient child, until a few days ago, when I went to school to pick her up, only to find her in a band with several classmates, playing the drums. Can you imagine the shock I felt when I saw my ideal, obedient child on stage, hair flying as she struck the drums? Ha ha ha. Although Hela did not witness it firsthand, she could easily envision the scene. After all, she herself had transformed from a well-behaved child into a ruthless sorceress. By the way, you now have 2 younger brothers, the second being Thor, the god of thunder. A brother? Odin remains as untrustworthy as ever. Who is the queen of Asgard now? Aren't you the child of Frigga? My mother is Freya, who is also Frigga's sister. This revelation undoubtedly struck a nerve with Hela, her eyes ablaze with anger. She vaguely recalled Odin's vow at her mother Freya's funeral. Freya, you shall forever be the queen of Asgard. All of Asgard shall remember. Hela was destined to become the next sovereign of Asgard. In retrospect, it appeared that Odin had broken both of those vows. Her mother was right. A man's words are but deceitful phantoms. If the king of gods cannot be trusted, how can one rely on others? Her mother, too, was a tragic figure, a casualty of the truce between the Aesir and Vanir gods. Despite being a political sacrifice, Odin had cherished Freya, and Hela's birth had further deepened their bond. However, this bliss was short-lived as Odin's ambitions resurfaced, igniting wars to conquer the 9 realms. Midgard, the realm of human habitation, was the weakest of them all. Odin returned from a solitary ride on his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, claiming that Midgard had fallen under Asgard's dominion. In Alfheim, the realm of the light elves, they possess extraordinary magical abilities. However, they are not particularly fond of conflict. Their primary pastime involves nurturing flora and fauna. To avert war, they unreservedly consented to a series of inequitable treaties proposed by Odin, thereby submitting to the dominion of Asgard. Thus, Odin effortlessly established his sovereignty over 2 of the 9 realms, Alfheim and Midgard. The remaining realms, however, presented a more formidable challenge. The formidable artifacts of Nidavellir, the frost giants of Jotunheim, and the fire giants of Muspelheim were not easily subdued. When the flames of war reached Helheim, Odin encountered resistance as the goddess of death. Hel attempted to assassinate him. Although Odin exerted considerable effort to slay Hel, it came at a tragic cost, as Freya fell victim to this assassination. Subsequently, Helheim, devoid of leadership, was entirely conquered by Odin, becoming Hel's domain and the origin of her title as the Goddess of Death. As time passed, Hel matured, revealing unparalleled combat prowess, which later became an invaluable asset in Odin's campaigns. Together, Odin and Hel embarked on their first conquest, laying siege to Nidavellir. The powerful artifacts of the dwarves could not withstand their relentless assault for more than a few years. From the dwarves, Odin and Hel acquired formidable weapons and armor, simplifying their future conquests. Under their blade, the fiercely resistant fire giants faced near extinction. Yet, inexplicably, Odin felt a surge of compassion and retreated, sparing Surtur's eternal flame. The dark elves of Svartalfheim, who had long been hidden in the shadows since the reign of Odin's father, Buri, were further subdued. Subsequently, The entire might of Asgard marched into Jotunheim to confront the frost giants. Faced with the full force of Asgard, victory became an impossibility. Failure was merely a matter of time. Laufey, grievously wounded, sacrificed the cold winter coffin to preserve his life. In Vanaheim, the toll of the divine conflict had already depleted their population significantly, yet their combat strength remained formidable. Should they fight with all their might, Asgard might not emerge victorious, leading even the illustrious Odin to submit and acknowledge their power. Thus, all 9 realms fell under the dominion of Asgard, and the prolonged warfare had drained their resources, ushering in a period of recuperation. Yet, Hel's war was just beginning, as dissenters against Asgard's rule continued to emerge across the 9 realms. Hel led her armies to quell these insurrections, delivering a singular decree to the rebels: death, until none dared to defy her again. The fearsome reputation of the Goddess of Death spread far and wide. After nearly 2 centuries, rebellions had largely subsided, even if minor disturbances arose. They were swiftly quelled by sending forth small contingents of soldiers, ensuring peace was maintained. Due to the rebellion, most of the elite forces were annihilated by Hela, leaving only a handful of formidable warriors who dared not reveal themselves, instead choosing to lurk in the shadows and gather strength. During this time, Asgard's military power gradually regained its vigor, but Hela's ambition to conquer planets beyond the 9 realms was unexpectedly thwarted by Odin's outright rejection. Frustrated, Hela resolved to lead her army into battle, only to be branded a traitor by Odin, who dispatched the mightiest Valkyries to quell her rebellion. Hela, with her stubborn disposition, faced the situation head-on. That battle became a significant chapter in Asgard's history, resulting in the death of Hela's loyal generals and warriors. Ultimately, Hela herself was imprisoned in the palace of Helheim, unable to take a single step outside. Listening to Hela's lament, Kale felt a surge of sympathy, instinctively embracing her tightly. Indeed, Odin was hardly fit to be a father. His daughter, who had developed a passion for battle, was a product of his own making, yet he scorned her when she no longer conformed to his expectations. Why did he not express this sooner? Kale's contempt for Odin only deepened. If he wished to explain why war was no longer an option, he ought to have clarified it to Hela. After all, his daughter had grown to such an extent that it hardly warranted the immediate use of force. There was no dramatic tale of a reluctant heir to be encouraged. If he did not want Hela to inherit the throne, he could have stated it plainly, rather than resorting to suppression and confinement. Moreover, not only was she sealed away, but Odin also neglected to check on her or provide her with basic necessities, leaving her to fend for herself. If Hela felt aggrieved, Kale found himself contemplating a far more violent retribution against Odin. The more he thought about Hela's plight, the more he felt her suffering. She had been thrust into battle alongside Odin since her youth, with her entire upbringing marred by warfare, so it was hardly surprising she had developed a taste for conflict. Thus, Kale resolved to find his own means to help Hela vent her pent-up fury. Chapter 21. Battle under Odin's tutelage. Thor had become a being of pure muscle, wielding his hammer with brute force, unable to conjure even a spark without Mjolnir. Perhaps he should be dubbed the god of hammers instead. Mjolnir? You mean that was my weapon? Is this the standard of the successor Odin has chosen? It seemed the list of those she would need to confront had grown once more. She wondered just how inept her foolish brother had become. Hela did not dwell on it too long, as she remained confident in her own prowess. A mere 1,500-year-old child was not worthy of her concern. As long as she stood upon Asgardian soil, her power knew no bounds. Odin indeed lacked the aptitude for parenting. Even a pair of ordinary humans on Earth could likely do better. Failing to educate his children in their youth, and waiting until they grew up to engage in cryptic and unexplainable antics was bound to lead to headaches. The third princess, Loki, the god of mischief, was Odin's adopted son, retrieved from the battlefield. Loki now behaved like an immature child, constantly striving to prove himself as equal to Thor, always seeking to orchestrate schemes that would earn Odin's favor. Yet, he too had strayed from his path. A once promising mage, now resorting to stabbing with knives. Could anything be more absurd? Thor has been a seasoned victim, suffering countless betrayals throughout his life. Moreover, he has developed a complex emotional bond with Loki, who, in turn, exhibits a strong attachment to his brother. If you ask me, Loki should abandon any aspirations for the throne and simply marry Thor, becoming his queen instead. Hela, listening intently, began to sense something amiss. How could Kyle, a mere sorcerer from Midgard, possess such intricate knowledge of his guardian royal secrets? Could it be that Odin had sent him? Meanwhile, Kyle, engrossed in his tale, remained oblivious to Hela's growing unease. Loki's mastery of illusion had indeed proven effective, having likely teased Thor countless times before. Do you know Odin? Of course. Just a few days ago, we share a barbecue. You wouldn't believe how much Odin cares for his two sons. Realizing he had misspoken, Kyle attempted to cover his mouth. But it was too late. He felt the chilling touch of cold metal against his neck. Unbeknownst to him, the night sky blade had been drawn against him. Do not tremble. Even if I know Odin, it should not affect our relationship. We could be as close as we want, but it does not diminish our bond. Put the sword away and let me explain. At that moment, Hela, consumed by rage, had no patience for his excuses. With a swift motion of her long legs, she sent Kyle flying out of the palace. I detest those who deceive me. What have I deceived you about? Can we not engage in a civil conversation? Kyle protested. I have not uttered a single lie about Odin and his card games. Witnessing Hela's fury, Kyle understood that a rational explanation was futile. He would have to endure a beating until she calmed down. Using weapons is excessive. A few punches and kicks would suffice. Oh no, you are coming again. A flying sword was aimed at Kyle's face. Fortunately, he dodged just in time to avoid injury. Just as he thought he was safe, another 7 or 8 blades came hurtling toward him, effectively sealing off his escape. Are we serious now? Then I shall not hold back. He quickly drew across to deflect the incoming projectiles. Let us fight without unnecessary chatter. Today, it is either you or I. You leave no room for mercy. Do you? Holy light shield, guardian emblem, honor blessing, angelic blessing, celestial melody. If I am to exact vengeance with light, I must be prepared to soothe myself should I falter. Even if I cannot overcome, I must bolster my defenses. Only then can I withstand the onslaught. Let me witness the true might of a Midgard sorcerer. With that, Hela charged at him, wielding the night skyblade. Kyle, not daring to be careless, thrust his cross into the ground. Did she think he would rely solely on his fists? Grasping the handle of the cross, he forcefully pulled, revealing a mighty sword. What kind of knight would be without a great sword? The clang of steel echoed as the two began their duel. The cross was merely a symbol of faith. The true blade represented reality. Initially, Kyle had been astounded the first time he witnessed the paladins in battle. In his memory, priests were always associated with crosses. So why had the narrative changed? After consulting with the venerable knights of the church, I came to realize that faith is merely faith. Engaging in battle with a blunt instrument is a waste of energy. Wielding a sharp weapon proves far more effective. From that day forth, Kyle's comprehension of the holy light ascended to a new echelon. Were it not for the celestial technology necessitating innate talent, the skirmishes might have been even more exhilarating. The quartet ventured forth as a team, and once the healer had completed their duties, it was time to unleash laser cannons and Gatling guns. Are you a turtle? If you have the courage, drop your shield and face me in a fair fight. With the holy light shield activated, Kyle didn't even bother dodging attacks. As soon as Hela managed to shatter the shield, Kyle simply renewed it. Since Kyle truly grasped the skill matrix, the vexation of cooldowns became a distant memory. Indeed, as long as there was an abundance of infinite arcane essence, there were no issues at all. What true knight would forsake their shield? If you tire of fighting, we can sit down and have a proper discussion. In your dreams, your shield requires energy, and I refuse to believe I can't drain you dry. Well then, let's find out, Kyle thought, casting a glance at his almost untouched mana bar. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and Hela seized the opportunity to strike swiftly while Kyle was busy replenishing his defenses. Kyle hastily raised his shield again, applying a slow healing spell upon himself. The damage was minimal, yet quite painful. Hela, not to be outsmarted, recognized the gaps in his shield and targeted those moments for her assaults. The sound of their clash echoed. Crash, crash, ouch, crash, hissing. Hela too was holding back, avoiding critical strikes. Her wounds remained shallow, and under the influence of the slow healing, she recovered in no time. Eventually, their duel resembled a child's playtime. With Kyle seated on the ground awaiting the renewal of his shield, Hela, across from him, occasionally hurled a flying blade in his direction. This scene persisted for hours, and while Kyle did not exhaust Hela, she was left with not a drop of energy. Within the confines of the seal, her recovery rate was already sluggish. compounded by Kyle's mana bar being several times higher than his health. With a final crash, Hela's last vestiges of energy were depleted, leaving her despondently sprawled on the ground. At this juncture, Kyle stood, dusting off his garments, and merrily approached Hela with a potion in hand. Here, take this to replenish some mana. Hela, utilide drained, could only submit to Kyle's ministrations, and with a slight restoration of her vitality, she promptly tackled him, intent on stripping him of his equipment. Since the frontal assault proved unfavorable, it was time to engage in another battle, one that belonged solely to women. Chapter 22. The way to banish fear. Do you know why Odin disapproved of your continued campaigning? I do not know, nor do I wish to. Odin had never spoken of it, and Hela had never inquired. Even if she were to learn now, it would be too late. For enmity had already festered during her prolonged confinement. No matter, listen to me, and you shall understand why Odin faltered. In the vast cosmos, power could be roughly delineated into realms, and Kyle began to elucidate the divisions he was aware of to Hela. The first-tier planetary level is also the lowest rank, which, according to you as guardians, is somewhat akin to your subordinates. While their strengths may vary, they all belong to the planetary level. Between the first tier and the lower ranks, there exists a minor classification known as the subfather level. If you are not in Asgard, you would likely belong to this tier during your prime. Additionally, the likes of Laufey from Jotunheim and the fiery Surtur, now devoid of the eternal flame, also fall within this category. Upon hearing this, Hela began to pay serious attention to what Kyle was saying. If you were to stand upon the soil of Asgard, you would be able to attain the father level. Furthermore, your foolish brother Thor, although not yet at the father level, will inevitably reach this tier sooner or later. Given the Asgardian royal lineage's premise that greater age correlates with greater power, Odin, on the other hand, is categorized as a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the father level. Surtur, possessing the eternal flame, also ranks as a father-level being, albeit inferior to Odin, yet still formidable in combat amongst those of the same level. The current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, on Earth, is likewise of the father level. At this point, Hela interjected, "Are there father-level beings in Midgard? Are you jesting?" It took considerable effort to combat a sub-father-level frost giant like Laufey. If there are father-level beings, how could Odin so effortlessly dominate Midgard? Hela regarded Kyle with skepticism, her expression one of disbelief. When did Odin travel to Earth? The Ancient One hadn't even been born then. Pay attention. We are discussing the current Sorcerer Supreme. As for who the Sorcerer Supreme was before the Ancient One, I am uncertain, but I do know that whoever it was had a formidable backing, the triune god of the Vishanti. Hela offered Kyle a strawberry, signaling him to continue. The triune god of the Vishanti is an alliance of three ancient deities, the omnipotent Ashtar, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the ancient Hoggoth, the source of white magic's power. The specifics elude me, but you should understand that they are significant figures in the multiverse. Multiverse level? Don't rush. You'll understand as we proceed. Next, we arrive at the single universe level. Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, is a powerful being of this caliber, though only within his own realm. Now we reach the crux of the matter, so pay close attention. The Celestial Group is a race created by even more potent deities, each member possessing extraordinary strength. It was only upon encountering them that Odin retreated to the Nine Realms to become a ruler of preservation. Do you remember Odin's destroyer armor? Yes. Hela still recalls the destroyer. It was during Asgard's time of conquest over the Nine Realms, a period of recuperation and power accumulation, when Odin commanded the dwarves to forge this ultimate artifact. Clad in the destroyer armor, Odin engaged the Celestial Group. Yet he could only endure for a few seconds before the armor melted under their onslaught. In fact, Odin even sought to collect the Infinity Stones for this purpose, but ultimately abandoned the quest, understanding that even with all the Infinity Stones, he could not triumph over the creators of the Celestials. At that moment, the once vibrant Odin aged overnight, retreating from the expansion of his dominion to instead safeguard the Nine Realms. Hela's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Even the unadorned Odin could effortlessly subdue her. Yet, clad in the mantle of the destroyer, Odin could barely withstand the might of the celestial beings for mere seconds. What unfathomable strength was this? It was simply beyond imagination. These formidable deities were creations of an even higher existence. Hela felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding her future with her limited power. It seemed prudent to remain in seclusion. However, she harbored no forgiveness for Odin. Just because she could not contend with the greater powers did not mean she would refrain from her grievances. Why seal her away for over a millennium? In Hela's mind, Odin had transformed from a coward into a ruthless figure who, having passed the throne to his son, heartlessly suppressed his daughter through any means necessary. Next, she contemplated the supreme beings of the multiverse, beginning with the illustrious Vishanti. Then there was Surtur, the sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos. The dark god, Xysothorn, wielded the power of black magic, originating from ancient deities that predated Earth itself. Moreover, there existed 5 even more potent deities: annihilation. They command the totality of the universe's non-existence and the retaliatory force of the ever-expanding cosmos, possessing nearly omniscient capabilities. Eternity, the deity governing time, a collective consciousness of all life, embodying the abstract essence of the universe. Death, the overseer of all life's demise, the ultimate resting place for every soul in the cosmos, endowed with infinite power and knowledge, often appearing as a young girl in a black cloak or a skeletal figure. Infinity, the embodiment of the entire spatial universe, capable of manipulating all dimensions of 110, representing the unity of space and time alongside eternity, wielding the cosmic force to manifest any effect. And the most unique of all, the Planet Eater. It is said to have existed since the inception of the old universe at the dawn of the cosmic explosion, merging with the new cosmos to become the Planet Eater. Upon hearing this, Hela was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the multitude of formidable beings within the universe. She had foolishly thought herself a god. The Asgardians were merely a name, insignificant when compared to true deities. Above the multiverse, even greater existences loom. Indeed, the Infinity Stones come to mind. Do you know their origin? Hela shook her head, her mind nearly overwhelmed by the revelations. The 5 deities had already personified the very fabric of reality. Could there truly be entities stronger than they? It was beyond her comprehension. Legend has it that the Infinity Stones were birthed from the disintegration of the Goddess of Vengeance, Nemesis, each governing one of the 6 fundamental attributes: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul, along with the 7th, the Soul Stone. It is said that gathering all 7 gemstones will herald the return of the vengeful goddess. However, the last gem, the Soul Stone, has been destroyed, leaving the world devoid of her presence. Above this, there exists the supreme deity responsible for overseeing and maintaining the balance of all realities throughout the cosmos, the Tribunal of Life. Yet enough of this. The paramount concern now is to dispel the fear you have instilled in me. With that, I began to bounce playfully on the trampoline. Although Kyle had no objections and found enjoyment in it, an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered in the air. Could my words have drawn the attention of those powerful beings? Would they be broadcasting our actions live? Chapter 23. The father's regret. Kyle grimaced as he clutched his lower back, forcing himself to rise from the bed. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders had led him to this predicament. There are indeed no overworked fields without exhausted oxen. The ancients did not deceive me. After 10 days in this place, barring the initial 2 days, he had scarcely stepped outside save for trips to the restroom. Even his meals were served to him by Hela herself. An old adage states that at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf, at 40, as formidable as a tiger, and by 50, one can draw sustenance from the very earth. Hela, at over 2,000 years of age, certainly exhibited the vigor befitting her age. As Kyle passed by a mirror, he finally beheld his current appearance, a stark contrast to the robust and spirited figure he once was. His complexion was sallow, marred by dark circles beneath his eyes, and he bore the semblance of a gravely ill individual, his steps unsteady and burdensome. It felt as though his entire being had been drained of vitality. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that his health had begun to wane. The recovery rate was negative, accompanied by a slight bleeding status. No wonder he felt an onset of pain. Why aren't you resting properly? In contrast, Hela entered, her complexion radiant and her vitality abundant, appearing even more enchanting than a few days prior. No wonder the television claimed that female demons could siphon the life force from men. What was that? Following Hela's gaze, he noticed small sparks appearing beneath his feet and instinctively grasped the bed covers. Ancient One. Hela dashed towards Kyle in an attempt to seize him, but her speed was insufficient. By the time she reached him, his entire body had already slipped through. She wished to follow him in, but caught sight of Odin's silhouette, hesitating as the portal began to shrink. The overwhelming force of the spatial energy warned her that her body could not withstand it. Odin, with a swift motion, Hela hurled a blade of night sky at Odin just before the portal vanished. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from her, centering upon Hela and expanding outward. Odin had once again robbed her of joy. Odin, I swear your head shall adorn the grand hall of the celestial palace. Kal collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though his entire body might fall apart, tightly clutching the bed covers and lying still as if lifeless. Odin sensed Hela's hatred towards him, even more intense than before, and effortlessly deflected her attack with a wave of his hand. Crash! The bronze cauldron of Ishang and Zhou dynasties. Ancient One was filled with heartache. Yet there was a certain satisfaction in knowing she could once again deceive Odin. As an old acquaintance, Odin instantly grasped the implications, glancing at Frigg beside him and rubbing his fingers together. Frigga elegantly retrieved a substantial pouch of gold coins and placed it upon the table, sliding it towards Gu-e. What have you done to provoke Hela? Why the immense fury? Me? Did you not hear them shouting your name? How is this my fault? Surely, you must have spoken ill of me. You never shouted so loudly before when you cursed me. Damn it, I haven't even settled the score with you. And you already play the victim? He turned and began to complain of Frigga. Sister Frigga, you should distance yourself from him. This old man is insidiously wicked, even mistreating his own daughter. He abandoned her in the underworld for over 1,000 years without care, not even providing her with sustenance. And he didn't even give her salt for her roasted meat. Who knows how he will mistreat Thor and Loki in the future? You know how he was in his youth. He might even have tendencies for domestic violence that could erupt at any moment. What? Odin, did you truly neglect to send supplies to Hela? Frigga expressed her concern for her sister's daughter, initially intending to visit Hela herself, only to be stopped by Odin, who feared Hela would harm her. Indeed, Hela was quite volatile, and Frigga felt a tinge of fear. She did not wish to provoke Odin, and as Thor came into the picture, she gradually ceased mentioning the matter. However, it came as a shock to discover that Odin had sealed Hela away and neglected to provide for her. The truth was undeniable. Odin had no defense against this accusation. His failure to send supplies was indeed his fault. He had intended to have a serious discussion with Hela, but every time he approached the realm of hell, her wrathful curses met him. Odin thought to let Hela simmer for a while, hoping she would relent and he could release her, but he did not anticipate her stubbornness. Even clay figures have their tempers, let alone the king of the gods of the 9 realms. Each time he attempted to calm himself to speak with Hela, he was met with a barrage of insults. Thus, he had left her for some time, and the matter of her sustenance had truly slipped his mind. After all, how could such vehement curses lead him to think of her hunger? Hela, do you still loathe me? Whether I hate you or not remains unclear. I have mentioned your name 327 times in recent days, with 143 of those times expressing a desire to kill you, 76 times wishing to sever your head, and 108 times contemplating dismemberment. Odin wore a wry smile. Then it seems you still harbor hatred. Have you considered your actions? It is only natural for her to resent you. Why not speak openly? If you do not articulate the reasons, how could she understand? Simply locking her away, especially for such an extended period without any concern for her well-being, makes me want to strike you. Oh, why do you sigh? You are not the one suffering. Instead, take action. Why flaunt your divine authority before your own daughter? Lower your pride, apologize, and clarify the situation. At your age, how is it that you wield such power yet lack wisdom? Indeed, she is your own daughter. Had you humbled yourself and explained things earlier, we might not be facing this troublesome situation now. In those years, aside from fearing the formidable power of the Celestial Assembly, there existed another layer of reason. Odin had foreseen the twilight of the gods in Asgard. On the battlefield of this cataclysm, he not only beheld the fire giant Surtur, destined to annihilate Asgard, but also the shadow of Hela, which compelled him to seal her away. Upon reflection, every step he took was misguided. It was he who had driven Hela to her current state. Sacrificing one daughter to avert the twilight of the gods may not have been a misstep for a king, yet it rendered him an inadequate father. What worth is a throne when one has lost his daughter? With this realization, Odin found solace and resolved to return and engage Hela in earnest discourse, letting the twilight come as it may. Frigga, noticing the relaxation of Odin's brow, sensed that good tidings were imminent. The Grand Princess of Asgard was soon to return. She then glanced at Kale, a smile gracing her lips, and inquired about his interactions with Hela. Is it not apparent? The assembly finally acknowledged Kale's unusual attire, and Frigga stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems Asgard is on the brink of welcoming a royal prince. Old man, open the door and send me home, lest I accuse you of employee mistreatment." Kale jested, relishing the advantage. "Without my intervention, would you have dined on meat?" Before Kale could finish, the Ancient One waved a hand, opening a portal to send him home. Chapter 24. The proud old father, go ahead and act, for since this lad's appearance, the future has become increasingly elusive. Odin nodded gravely, as if resolving to take action. Grasping Frigga's hand, he looked up to see the rainbow bridge manifest and then vanish from sight. The Ancient One, wishing to refrain from further involvement, found it exhausting to maintain the best possible outcomes for the future. After centuries of being the Sorcerer Supreme, she felt a burgeoning desire for retirement. The future, she thought, should be left to the youth to navigate. Alas, a few more years must be endured until Strange ascended. She turned her gaze towards the bustling figure over 10,000 kilometers away in the operating room, contemplating whether to add a little extra help. The notion of having Kale inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme had crossed her mind. Kale's potential for the holy light was exceedingly high, and surpassing her was merely a matter of time. He was destined to become the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme. After discerning the path to harness the holy light through faith, she had even attempted to train in herself, finding the power utterly captivating and devoid of cost. Should the entirety of Counterattack adopt the holy light, their combat prowess would multiply in no time. Yet, as this thought flickered in her mind, it was swiftly extinguished. Should it come to fruition, retirement would be the least of her concerns. Agamotto would undoubtedly be the first to strike. Those who had signed contracts were all formidable entities. Counterattack would likely vanish from the multiverse. As Odin and Frigga returned from the Ancient One, they began to exchange looks, their gazes locked in silent contemplation, each waiting for the other to speak. "Have you made up your mind?" Ultimately, it was Frigg who broke the impasse. Odin's lips twitched as if he wished to speak, yet he refrained, feeling a sense of dread at the prospect of confronting Hela. A glance towards the realm of hell revealed Hela's furious tirade. Her wrath as potent as ever. After thousands of years as the All-Father, the thought of humbling himself to apologize to Hela was daunting. Odin understood that Hela's anger could not be quelled by mere words of contrition. Apologies? As the sovereign of the 9 realms, who would dare demand such a thing from him? A ruler's words and actions, even when flawed, bore inherent legitimacy. He was unfamiliar with the concept of sorry. A fierce resolve bubbled within him, reminiscent of the sentiment that it was better to bear the world's ire than to let the world bear his. Memories of Hela as a child in his arms softened his heart. His own daughter, what was he to do? Perhaps he should first venture forth to gauge Hela's disposition? No, Hela would not harm him. Despite their limited encounters, their bond as aunt and niece would surely protect him. He mused that sending Thor would be less of a concern, but he ought to ponder how best to apologize to Hela. He decided to visit the kitchen. What did Hela enjoy eating? It dawned on him how woefully inadequate he was as a father, not even knowing his daughter's favorite foods. Not just Hela, but he was also ignorant of what Thor and Loki relished. Frigg, too, recognized her shortcomings and resolved to reflect on her role as an aunt. Odin remained silent upon his throne, acutely aware that he was utterly unskilled in the art of apology. Would he kneel and bow his head? Surely that would shorten his lifespan. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose and summoned a maid. Where have Thor and Loki gone? The eldest prince has taken the second prince to Vanaheim for a banquet. Day after day, they indulged in revelry and brawls. Now, he could not even vent his frustrations on his sons. Prepare the banquet hall, clean it thoroughly, and arrange it according to Thor's specifications. Yes, my lord. Odin then made his way to the celestial treasury, retrieving a flicker of eternal flame and descending into a concealed passageway. With a mighty roar, the giant wolf Fenrir paused. Bewildered, was it not engaged in battle? How had it arrived here? By the gods, Odin. Fenrir growled, baring its teeth in a display of hostility. Yet its body instinctively retreated. Its eyes darted about in search of its master. The eternal spear's divine power surged forth, causing Fenrir to shrink to the size of a husky. Come along. I shall take you to Hela shortly. 2 hours later, Frigg arrived in the realm of hell, one hand carrying a food box, with a dog following closely behind her. A shadow darted past Freya, and she felt the bloodthirsty glint upon her neck, simultaneously catching sight of the figure she sought. Hela, are you alone? Aren't you afraid I might slay you? I'm aware you would not. I have brought an abundance of delicacies. Would you care to indulge? I believe you would find them delightful. Oof. He already realizes his error, but cannot relinquish his pride. Surely, he is contemplating how to apologize. Would he admit his fault? An admission would not befit Odin. Hela would not be swayed by Freya's mere words. She understands Odin's true nature all too well. An apology? That would be more excruciating than killing him. This serves as evidence, does it not? He has already yielded. Freya gazed at Fenrir, who was obediently crouched at her feet. Oh woo, Fenrir, you've come too. Only then did Hela sheath her weapon, kneeling down to pet the dog. Freya smiled at the heartwarming scene of the master and her pet reuniting, opening the food box to arrange its contents on the table. Wow, you mustn't lick me. You are a wolf, not a dog. Hela pushed away the approaching dog head and embraced him tightly. Oh woo. She did not release him until she had thoroughly tousled his fur. What Kale? Oh, he should be sound asleep at home. Freya covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. The thought of Kale at Counterattack was irresistible. She never expected Hela's combat prowess to be so formidable. That robust young man was reduced to such a state. Having sent him away, why would she desire to take him back? It had been merely a few hours since their parting, and Hela felt a yearning arise within her. After experiencing life with companionship, she could no longer bear the thought of returning to solitary existence. Do you not wish to accompany Kale? Freya observed Hela's transformation, noting that her figure was beginning to blossom into womanhood. Odin, would you truly allow me to leave? Why not? He is, after all, your father. Freya remarked as she poured the wine. It has been ages since I've served anyone. I feel rather unaccustomed to it. I cannot aspire to such heights. I am unworthy. Even if he were to grant me freedom, only one of us could survive. Why must there be violence? Odin has already recognized his fault. You could choose to forgive him. Would he then relinquish the throne to me? Ha! Acknowledgements from Commander Ikari. Beginning of fire, end of disease, destruction of the boar. From 111-33538 for the likes. From boredom, for generating love. Chapter 25. Gwen's travel steed. Nothing compares to a soothing hot bath. After a day and night of slumber, Kale finally felt rejuvenated, the weak status on his interface dissipating as his formidable recovery abilities returned to normal. Though his health bar was full and devoid of any negative status, he still felt a lingering fatigue. The memories of his days in the Helheim realm made his lower back ache. Life had been excessively chaotic, particularly as it had offered no respite over the span of 24 hours. Kyle belonged to the day's shift, and, after a long day of toil, he was eager to indulge in a restful night's slumber. Hela, on the other hand, felt invigorated by the evening after a drowsy day. She only roused herself to prepare dinner at mealtime, then groggily climbed into bed, determined not to allow Kyle any respite. As Kyle enjoyed his evening rest, Hela's energy surged, prompting her to embark on her night shift. Moreover, she refused to don any gear, finding it uncomfortable. The absence of such enhancements meant that merely enduring the shift without succumbing was a testament to her robust constitution. With a flourish, she dried herself and ventured into the kitchen to prepare some dumplings, the freezer brimming with handmade delights, a testament to Helena's care. In merely 10 minutes, a pot of fragrant dumplings was ready. As was her custom during mealtime, she reached for her phone, which immediately erupted with notifications and missed calls. Most were from Gwen, with a couple from Helen, but thankfully, Kyle had previously informed them that if he was unreachable, he was likely on a business trip. After all, in the eyes of his family, his work was related to archaeology, and it was quite normal for him to venture into remote areas devoid of signal. In his email, there was also an invitation from Stark Industries to attend the opening ceremony of the Stark Industries Expo. As a shareholder, receiving such an invitation was unsurprising. Whether Kyle attended was of little consequence, yet formal invitations were imperative for significant events. The date of the opening ceremony had long passed. At that time, his professor had still been in the realm of Heim. The Industrial Expo. This indicated that the timeline had progressed to the events surrounding Iron Man 2. He vaguely remembered the plot involving a whip-wielding figure named Vanko and Tony Stark's reactor upgrade. Nonetheless, it was of no concern to him. He had his own matters to attend to. He decided to return Gwen's call, feeling as though he had promised her something he couldn't quite recall. "Hey Gwen, my goodness, you finally returned my call. I thought you had fallen into the Pharaoh's pyramid and couldn't escape. You know how heartless bosses can be, indifferent to whether there's any signal. I just returned from Africa yesterday." "All right, dear Kyle, is my car ready?" "Car? Oh." Kyle paused, suddenly remembering the RV he was customizing for the road trip. "I just woke up and am having breakfast. I'll head to the modification shop shortly. You must be getting out of school soon. Do you need me to pick you up?" "Thank you for remembering me. But I don't need to go to school anymore. I'm already on break." "Oh, my mistake. I'll drive over to your place right away." Faced with Gwen, Kyle chose to surrender unconditionally. No one dared offend the beloved one. He quickly finished the breakfast he had started at 1 o'clock. An hour later, Kyle arrived at the modification shop with Gwen in tow. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal steel beast standing proudly within the workshop. "Wow." Gwen gazed upon the colossal beast before her, its mouth agape in an astonishing manner. She had anticipated that Kyle would merely procure an off-road vehicle or a pickup truck for modification, never imagining it would be such a grand machine. "Boss, you have arrived," exclaimed the owner of the modification shop, who, upon hearing the familiar rumble of the V8 engine, promptly emerged from his office to greet his esteemed client. "You carry on with your work. I shall simply show my sister around," Kyle replied, and the owner, understanding the cue, graciously departed. Before leaving, he thoughtfully handed over a sheet detailing the specifications, allowing Kyle and Gwen to explore the vehicle. As they circled the impressive machine, Kyle found himself enamored with the vehicle. Thanks to its remarkably spacious central spine chassis that unified the cab and cargo area. The cargo compartment stretched an astonishing 8 meters in length and 23 meters in width, resembling a cozy little abode. Upon entering, one was greeted by a restful area featuring a sizable bench seat. When the table was lowered and the sofa backrest adjusted, it transformed into a grand bed. Should there be too many occupants for a single sleeping arrangement, an additional foldable bed awaited above. The vehicle was equipped with essential appliances, including a television, refrigerator, washing machine, and microwave. A 1-ton water tank, complete with a filtration system, ensured a steady supply of potable water, easily replenished from nearby rivers. The bathroom at the rear was another remarkable feature. When the door was closed, it functioned as both a restroom and a wash basin area, with the outward opening door cleverly concealing the corridor, thus transforming the space into a spacious shower room. Every conceivable amenity Kyle could envision was provided, and the exterior space was ingeniously optimized. Aside from the 2 primary fuel tanks, which held over 1,000 liters of fuel, short trips could be undertaken without the need for refueling. Electric awnings and various foldable tables and chairs were neatly stowed in the storage compartments. Kyle's greatest concern was safety. Aside from the requisite thermal insulation materials, the outermost layer was reinforced with Kevlar, effectively deflecting any standard 7.62mm rounds with ease. While this nation had its share of gun-related incidents, not every locale posed a threat. What weighed most heavily on his mind was the means to seek assistance in times of trouble. The vehicle boasted 3 Stark Independent Satellite Network satellite phones, complemented by 2 satellite reception systems mounted at the front. Though Stark's products were reliable, they came at a premium. However, Kyle, unfettered by financial constraints, opted for the finest without a second thought. The entire vehicle had cost nearly $3 million, with the satellite receivers and phones alone comprising over a third of that expenditure. After a thorough inspection, Gwen's mouth remained agape in wonder. "Kyle, I am utterly enamored with you," she exclaimed, rewarding his efforts with a sweet kiss. Who wouldn't desire to take such a vehicle out for an adventure? Truthfully, Kyle felt a twinge of excitement himself. "Shall we embark on a journey together?" He pondered, just as he was taking a break from work. Who would have thought that the Ancient One, Odin, would unceremoniously cast him into Hela without his consent? Those days were truly excruciating. It's imperative to let them stew for a while. "Would you mind bringing along a dedicated driver?" "Really? Are you truly going to join us, Kyle? Your presence will certainly spare us a great deal of trouble." Chapter 26. The first encounter with Tony Stark. Woohoo, what a surprise. Fresh from the supermarket, with the car brimming with supplies, Gwen eagerly climbed into the driver's seat, ready to embark on their journey. "Aren't you waiting for your friends?" "We agreed to meet at the beach. They set off this morning and should have arrived by now." "Very well, but do drive slowly. We are still in the city. Gwen was at the wheel, with Kyle in the passenger seat directing her. After reviewing the route map Gwen had prepared yesterday, he decided not to join for the entirety, as the route was exceedingly lengthy. The first leg stretched from New York all the way to the eastern Yellowstone National Park, then southward to the west coast of California. It would pass through Arizona and New Mexico, following the coastline back to New York. It nearly circumnavigated the country, and Kyle was beginning to doubt whether they could complete such an extensive journey within the holiday period. This prolonged trip would undoubtedly impact his training, so he intended merely to accompany her for a few days, teaching Gwen how to drive. This hefty vehicle was certainly not as simple to maneuver as a compact car. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the vast world to witness the splendor of life, youthful hearts often exhibit a touch of recklessness. Now, you roam the four corners of the earth, while the girl who once tugged at your heartstrings has quietly vanished from your life. Love has a way of igniting desire, yet also bringing forth distress, leaving one battered and bruised. Kyle abruptly switched off the music. Continuing to listen would only lead him down a path of nostalgia. These resignation anthems were indeed powerful. Wow, what a colossal donut. From a distance, he spotted a solitary building by the roadside, topped with an oversized donut that was undeniably tempting. If you wish to indulge, why not purchase one? Would you like to bring some for your friends? Yes, indeed. As the vehicle came to a halt, Kyle promptly exited to buy the donut, with Gwen following suit to stretch her legs. Upon entering the shop, a figure in golden red armor descended from the massive donut atop the building. Hello, beautiful. Wow, Mr. Tony Stark. Gwen instantly wore a starry-eyed expression. In recent headlines, this playboy had become impossible to ignore. The sound of his landing was so resounding that Kyle instinctively turned around. Iron Man? Isn't he supposed to be residing in Los Angeles? What brings him here? The woman across from him looked strikingly familiar. Goodness, it's Gwen. No time to search further. Grabbing the donut and tossing down some money, he dashed outside, just as the two were about to shake hands. Mr. Stark, if you wish to deceive a young girl, perhaps consider using a goldfish or a lollipop instead. That donut in your hand is merely suitable for those under 5. Do remember to choose something she has tea tasted next time. Tony scrutinized Kyle and then turned to Gwen. Is this your fitness coach? Stark's current demeanor was indeed quite irksome, and Kyle had already begun to scheme how to deliver a blow without him realizing it. Kyle is my brother. Mr. Stark, may we take a photo? Gwen eagerly pulled out her camera. Of course, that's no problem. Beauties always hold a certain privilege. Kyle took the camera and, as he was leaving, whispered a warning in Stark's ear. If you wish to keep your hands, refrain from making any sudden movements. What? Jarvis, is he threatening me? Stark inquired. Jarvis replied, Yes. Would you like me to alert the authorities? I have just recorded the exchange, as per legal requirements. Meanwhile, Kyle's background was thoroughly investigated by the diligent AI, revealing an unremarkable resume that ultimately prompted an expletive from Jarvis. This young man is, astonishingly, a shareholder in Stark Industries. With a 36 stake, he should be eligible for the board, yet I have never seen him. Jarvis, how is it that I have never encountered him? Stark asked. Jarvis explained, Mr. Stacy has never attended a board meeting, and his shares are managed by Ms. Potts. Stark's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. What? Does Pepper know him? Is he somehow being robbed here? Jarvis clarified, Mr. Stacy and Ms. Potts have met only 3 times. As for why Mr. Stacy trusts Ms. Potts, I cannot ascertain. Stark retorted, You don't understand, and frankly, I don't either. To entrust Stark Industries shares after only a few meetings? Who would believe that? Click. Kyle interjected, Mr. Stark, you might want to take a shower when you have the time. Haven't those cover girls mentioned your scent? He held his nose, maintaining a distance from Stark. The palladium poisoning emitted a rather unpleasant odor, perceptible to Kyle's sensitive senses. For the first time in his life, Tony encountered someone audacious enough to mock him to his face. Is there really a smell? I merely didn't tea shower last night. It shouldn't tea be that bad. Upon reflecting on the previous night, his expression shifted. It seemed he had indeed engaged in something odorous while in the suit. It appears the filtration system requires an upgrade. It ought to filter out scents as well. Mr. Stark, I apologize for interrupting your moment with fans, but could we have a word? Upon seeing the black-clad figure and the red-haired beauty in tight attire descend from the vehicle, Kyle instantly recognized them. Isn't that Nick Fury and Black Widow? The Widow-esque physique is quite impressive. Portuguese. They're watermelon tonight. Kyle regretted the jest. It was a needless provocation. and he feared the repercussions should Fury take an interest in him. By the time Fury realized, Kyle had already escorted Gwen away. Watermelon? Damn it. That's blatant racial discrimination. Stark, however, dismissed them. Tony has no time for them. His foremost priority is to return home and shower. Damn it. Track Stark's flight path to see where he is headed. The Labor, the Black Widow, swiftly reached for her phone to contact the containment unit. The director, along with the radar station, deduced that Stark's destination was his villa in Malibu. He had returned home. They had just flown in from Los Angeles and immediately set out to find Stark, only to discover he had already left. Stark hovered above the villa, gazing down at the chaos below. His last birthday was a dismal affair. He turned and entered the untouched workspace through the garage, where a blanket lay discarded on the sofa. J-A-R-V-I-S reported, Miss Potts waited for you here all night and left only this morning. Shall I notify her to return? That won't be necessary. Help me remove the armor. The bathtub is filled with water. I need a bath. Meanwhile, a black convoy approached the villa, halting not far from its entrance. A man in a black suit, with a rather unfortunate hairline, exited the lead vehicle. Coulson, first, cut the network. Surround the villa. Not a single bird must escape. Acknowledgements. Thanks to Mr. Ghost Rabbit for the motivational notes. From Lover of Musk Moths and others. Appreciation for the support. Chapter 27. Tony's discovery. A Quinjet descended beside the villa, where a grim-faced war machine disembarked, his dark complexion rendering his expression difficult to discern. Director. Stark has yet to emerge. Bring what S inside and let us proceed. Coulson entered the cabin, spotting cardboard boxes strewn across the floor, filled with various notes and tapes. Label Howard's private property. Inside the villa, Stark had just relished a hot bath. After a sleepless night, the warm water had lulled him into slumber. He was just awakening now. J-A-R-V-I-S stated 1 hour and 46 minutes ago, my network was severed. The external surveillance has also been compromised. What? Why didn't you wake me? I would have preferred to do so. Had you been in your armor, an electrical jolt might have sufficed. But you were bathing. Should I have short-circuited the jacuzzi instead? That would likely have led to a change of ownership. Stark's initial reaction was one of alarm. After months of vigilant preparation, he retained a semblance of caution. He dashed straight toward his armor. Mr. Stark, I dislike conversing with unclothed individuals, especially men. Turning around, he found 3 figures seated on the studio sofa. 2 men and 1 woman, 2 Caucasian and 1 African American. Gang Difa, how'd you get in? Quickly, I need to don a bathrobe. Did your mother never teach you to knock when entering someone else's home? Does your agency relish intruding while others bathe? In Mr. Stark's etiquette class, was there no instruction on how to excuse oneself when someone is speaking? He regarded the trio seated on the sofa. The Dark War Machine, Nick Fury, the amiable Coulson, and Natasha. Natalie, the situation is crystal clear. Stark Industries has been infiltrated by agents. You have been dismissed. Your words hold no weight. It is now Ms. Potts who wields authority, and she is the one responsible for my salary. Natasha nonchalantly serves her superior a cup of coffee. What do you wish for me to do? Let me clarify that I will not be joining your super baby team. It is not about what I want you to do, but rather your reckless distribution of your assets and allowing friends to take away a suit of armor. Your current actions are perilous. You have become a target we must address. We merely wish for you to return to work. Natasha, still slightly hungover, is a beat behind, just realizing that the injection has been completed. What have you injected me with? Are you attempting to abduct me? I hope there is a machine tool in the cave rather than just a hammer. Wow, I initially thought it was a sedative or something similar, but surprisingly, the injection feels rather pleasant. It's as if the immense weight upon me has been lifted, and my entire body feels invigorated. As I peel back my shirt, the black lines caused by palladium poisoning retreat back towards the reactor. Wow, this is splendid news. It seems I won't have to miss next year's birthday celebration. Is there more? I feel as though I could handle another dose. Nick Fury, lithium dioxide is not an antidote. It merely alleviates symptoms. To fully resolve this, you must rely on yourself. The flickering flame of hope is instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He has experimented with all combinations of elements to tackle palladium poisoning, yet none have been effective. Well, at least I can enjoy a bit longer. I long to live fully, to marry Peppa, and have children, yet time is not on my side. I have tried every combination of elements. All of them? Not necessarily. Coulson. Coulson steps forward, placing the box he is holding before Tony. What is this? Items left by Howard. I believe you may find answers within. How can my father's belongings be in your possession? The predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Your father, Mr. Howard, and Ms. Peggy were among its founders. In his memory, this man, who only knew of the nation and scientific pursuits and had no concept of family, possesses this layer of identity that seems rather unsurprising. Peggy, is she the formidable woman from London who made even him retreat? Just then, as Natasha departs with the egg, Tony pulls out his phone to make a call, only to discover there is no signal. Coulson, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Of course. Is it to reassure Ms. Peppa? Well, the phone then discreetly inputs a number. Aunt Peggy, do you know someone named Nick Fury? Thousands of miles away. Nick Fury curses as he disembarks from the Quinjet. Damn it. At this age, why does he still behave like a child seeking an adult to complain to? Damn it. Peppa. The first reaction of Tony upon waking is to call her name, unaware of how indispensable this woman has become in his life. After a considerable moment of realization, he came to understand that he was indeed in a state of confinement. Once the egg left, he discovered that he was trapped within the confines of his own home. The villa was encircled by armed agents, the internet connection severed, and his mobile phone was devoid of any signal, rendering him utterly incapable of communicating with the outside world. Helpless, his gaze fell upon the box delivered by the egg, resting on the table. Inside lay merely the experimental records left by Howard, which Tony had already perused. The sole takeaway was the poignant declaration, "My greatest creation in this life has always been you." This moment, captured on videotape, evoked an unparalleled sense of paternal love within him. After all, from the time he could remember, he had never heard even a semblance of such words from Howard. It was always about which invention would eventually succeed, as if technology and innovation were the only realms of significance to him. The egg had mentioned that within those records lay the solution to palladium poisoning. Yet he found nothing of the sort. Those experimental notes were antiquated, mere relics of a bygone era. Sighing in frustration, he decided to set aside the perplexities for the moment and focus on a pressing matter at hand. Jarvis, wake up and prepare for action, he commanded. Jarvis, hello. Engage the Mark IV filtration system. We need an upgrade. He certainly did not wish to remain encased in an armor that reeked of odors. As he scrutinized the activated filtration system, a sense of unease settled over him. It was not that his invention harbored any flaws. Rather, it was impeccably designed. The filtration system was inherently equipped to eliminate odors, expelling toxic gases directly outside the suit. Recalling Kyle's enigmatic smile, he revisited the footage, noting that the camera had focused on his neck. He was all too aware of what lay there. Before bathing, he had deliberately glanced in the mirror, realizing that the side effects of palladium poisoning had indeed manifested upon his neck. This gentleman with shareholding interests undoubtedly possessed knowledge of something significant. Moreover, he had felt a soothing sensation emanating from Kyle, akin to the relaxation experienced after yesterday's lithium injection. Tony's mind urged him to seek out Kyle. Jarvis, retrieve the file on that bodybuilder from yesterday. He instructed. Jarvis, my network has been cut off. Damn, I nearly forgot about that. I am now prohibited from using the internet. Such a trivial obstacle was evidently no match for this 21st century genius inventor. Although the wired connection was severed, he still had access to his home satellite network. This rudimentary electromagnetic shielding device was incapable of thwarting him. It merely required some time and a bit of ingenuity to bypass. Without hesitation, he dashed to the rooftop satellite antenna to commence his work. Coulson, who remained behind a monitor, clearly lacked understanding of these matters. Witnessing Tony resume his activities meant their objectives had been accomplished. Manual assembly proved to be quite laborious. It took Tony several hours to adjust the antenna to circumvent the shielding frequency and successfully reconnect to the satellite. The first thing to do upon connecting to the internet was to pull up information on Kyle. Tony could not fathom why it would take so long to locate a man. An instinctive feeling told him that Kyle could save his life. Jarvis pinpointed the base station linked to the mobile number. Jarvis, locating now. Within mere seconds, thanks to Jarvis's powerful calculations, the base station connected to Kyle's phone was identified on a beach along the East Coast. Jarvis, signal lost. My program may have encountered an error. Mr. Kyle's phone has appeared in Kathmandu, Nepal. In a heartbeat, A distance of over 10,000 kilometers was traversed, causing even the machine to question its own reliability. Tony did not believe there was an issue with his code. He was indeed on the right track. Chapter 28. The spectacle soon to unfold Asgard. I've been enjoying delightful conversations with Hela these past few days. When you plan to pay her a visit? For the past few days, Frigga has been diligently delivering meals to Hela, ensuring they share a meal and chat before she returns. The results have been quite satisfactory. It won't be long before she is referred to as Aunt. Let us wait until after Thor's coronation ceremony. With Hela's impending return, Odin desires to firmly establish the heir to prevent any future complications. There is a persistent feeling that this coronation ceremony may hold unforeseen surprises. While he has the gift of prophecy, he cannot observe the future at will like the Ancient One. The price paid for foreseeing Ragnarok was steep, and now his aging body does not permit him to exercise the power of prophecy. Shall we invite Kyle to witness the event? After all, he is the future prince of Asgard. You may decide. Frigga produced a new invitation, inscribing Kyle's name, and then stepped into the kitchen. Kyle, would you care to join us for dinner? Frigga? Kyle, who was in the midst of preparing a meal for Gwen and the others, heard Frigga's voice resonate beside him. Gwen, it appears my journey is nearing its end. Is it work? Indeed, that unscrupulous boss is calling once more. After walking a short distance where Gwen and the others could no longer see him, he took out his phone. Old Yao, please open the door. Just as he finished speaking, sparks erupted beneath his feet. Why must the door always open beneath my feet? Can I simply walk through normally? Kyle was not inclined to indulge the Ancient One either. He drew out a gold coin and, just before it reached the ground, tossed it casually. With a crash, the coin shattered a vase and ricocheted off, tearing through a painting on the wall. As Kyle's stance grew heavier, he smashed the ancient Wang Wali chair belonging to the Ancient One. Oh dear, Old Yao, your chair is far too old and fragile. Is it infested with termites from Counterattack? You should check immediately. I would hate for the house to collapse while you're sleeping. Have you ever seen termites that can survive in the Himalayas? The chair is merely a relic from the Ming dynasty, and the vase dates back to the Tang dynasty. The crux of the matter lies in that portrait, depicting the first-generation supreme sorcerer, Agamotto. Before Ancient One could finish speaking, Kyle instantly leaped forward, bowing deeply with his hands together at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, Great One. It was not my intention. Ancient One replied, I can hardly hold you accountable. You are still so young and inexperienced. In a flash, Frigga appeared, carrying a food box. Upon seeing the debris scattered on the ground, it was evident that Kyle was the culprit. Goddess, please take a seat. Ancient One wisely decided to safeguard the precious items, lest they fall into Kyle's hands and be ruined. No worries. He will return them. You must be dreaming, Old Yao. Do you want me to keep dreaming? It is your fault for always neglecting to open the door properly. Ancient One, unperturbed, took a sip of tea and remarked, by your logic, even those taking the bus know to pay their fare. Yet you consistently evade payment and still have the audacity to complain. Goodness. So all my hard work upgrading the temple's defenses amounts to less than a bus pass? The coronation ceremony? So Thor has finally come into his own. Is Odin preparing to abdicate? If memory serves, this aligns with the plot of Thor 1, where Thor was indeed quite reckless, proud, and arrogant, believing himself invincible. Lacking a clear understanding of his own abilities, he insisted on bringing his friends to the Frost Giant's lair, necessitating Odin to intervene personally. That seems about right. Odin is indeed aging. By inviting friends from the 9 realms to the coronation, it serves as an opportunity for Thor to network with various factions. Observing Ancient One, who remained unfazed while sipping tea, Kyle noted the old man's calm demeanor, clearly anticipating the spectacle of old friends reuniting. I think I shall abstain. The Counterattack will be quite busy these days. How disheartening that friends of several centuries refuse to lend a hand. Surely, I need not join the fray with someone I have known for merely a decade. I have little time. I am currently engrossed in alchemical studies. Though he said this, Kyle did not wish to miss the grand occasion. Could he not enjoy a live broadcast from afar? His gaze settled on the eye of Agamotto around Ancient One's neck, growing increasingly fond of the idea, as it would be perfectly suited for watching the live stream. Very well, I shall introduce you to Thor and the others at a later time. I will certainly attend the coronation in Asgard when the opportunity arises, so there is no need to rush. Then I shall head off to deliver dinner to Hela. Would you care to join me, Kyle? No. I have other matters to attend to. The mere mention of Hela instinctively brought a twinge of pain to his lower back. The memories of those days sent shivers down his spine. Though his body had healed, the psychological scars would not mend so swiftly. Farewell. With that, Frigga exited, leaving only Ancient One and Kyle in the room. With a mischievous grin, Kyle turned to Ancient One and said, "Could you do me a favor? I merely wish to borrow the eye of Agamotto to catch the live stream of Thor's coronation ceremony. It promises to be a remarkable event, and I could enjoy it with Hela over popcorn as if watching a movie. Do not regard me with such scrutiny. I am well aware of your intentions, and this time it shall not come to fruition. For the next few days, I shall be utilizing it. However, the all-seeing eye can certainly fulfill your demands." Ancient One delicately produced a small pendant from a concealed compartment, featuring a triangular eye surrounded by radiant light. Meanwhile, her thumb and forefinger began to engage in a subtle yet persistent motion, as though to emphasize the matter of rent. How utterly absurd. How could such a prestigious sorcerer be so avaricious? If funds were lacking, why not venture to another planet to procure some gold? Why the incessant fixation on these trifling coins? Ha ha, considering our relationship, do you truly think I would begrudge you a few coins? Here, take this to enhance the sustenance of your comrades in Counterattack. Kyle readily produced a bag of gold coins. The rent was a trivial matter, and he was not lacking in finances. As for when he would repay it, that remained uncertain. Just as the all-seeing eye was secured, he felt a draft beneath his feet. Once again, a portal had opened beneath him. The Ancient One had thoughtfully positioned the portal above the swimming pool. Through the portal, the Ancient One beheld an unexpected figure in a most inappropriate locale. Chapter 29, The Ongoing Heist. Plop. Kyle plunged into the pool, emerging like a drenched chicken. Old hag, if I let you in at Mahjong again, I shall be a dog. Upon exiting the pool, he noticed a bright flare several hundred meters from the rooftop. Stock? Has he relocated to New York? High above, Tony seemed to sense Kyle's gaze and turned to look back at him. Buzz. A text message. Account ending in 4363 received a deposit of 100,000,000. Upon checking the account name, it read Tony Stark. An hour and a half earlier, at Malibu Beach, Coulson sipped coffee while monitoring video surveillance, prepared for any potential assault on Stark's residence. Suddenly, a bright flare shot up from the villa. "Sir, Mr. Stark has taken to the skies in his armor." On the other end of the line, the egghead's furious roar echoed. What the hell? Is he trying to get himself killed? Meanwhile, Tony, piloting his armor, received the egghead's affectionate call. "Jarvis, block all incoming calls." An hour later, Tony soared over Manhattan, ultimately landing atop the Stark Tower. Thud! The heavy armor crashed down, fracturing the floor beneath it. A fine establishment, indeed, quite suitable for a gathering. "Jarvis, Mr. Kyle is currently not at home. Your actions could be construed as trespassing under castle law." "Silence. I do not require your legal education." Tony surveyed the surroundings, preparing to find a place to sit and await Kyle's return. A single individual could instantaneously traverse over 10,000 kilometers. Currently, Earth's technology could not accomplish such feats. Thus, it must be an ability derived from the arcane. Tony's spirits soared with excitement as he glimpsed hope for resolving palladium poisoning. Could it be that the unsolvable issues of science might yet find resolution through the mystical? This represented a novel approach to problem solving, one that had never before been traversed. As a scientist, one is expected to be an atheist. However, the current circumstances compel him to explore the possibility of the supernatural. For if there is even a sliver of truth, it may offer a glimmer of hope. While he does not anticipate that metaphysics could resolve the material issues of the reactor, he harbors a belief that it might indeed facilitate the extraction of metallic fragments lodged within his heart. This could pave the way for the removal of the reactor from his body, fundamentally addressing the issue of palladium poisoning. On his journey, he perused a plethora of information online regarding various unconventional treatments, many of which appeared dubious. Surviving such methods seemed a mark of fortune. Yet curiously, some individuals have reportedly improved through these peculiar therapies. Kyle's ability to traverse vast distances in an instant rekindled Tony's faith in the arcane. Witnessing it firsthand left him no choice but to acknowledge its validity. Moments ago, Tony had pinpointed Kyle's location on a beach in New York by tracing the signal from his mobile device. He had infiltrated the surveillance of a nearby vehicle and, much to his surprise, spotted Gwen's figure, further affirming Jarvis's accuracy in locating her. Fortuitously, there was but one resort in the vicinity, and the hotel surveillance also captured Kyle's presence. He observed Kyle walking from the shoreline to the side of the hotel, producing his phone and uttering a phrase, at which point a ring of fire appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished within it. Presumably, on the other side of that fiery portal lay Kathmandu, a remarkable feat that compelled Tony to take Kyle seriously. Upon entering the living room, he was immediately drawn to a massive inverted cross against the wall, adorned with a handle. Did it imply someone intended to wield it? Scanning the room, his gaze was caught by an array of fitness equipment, particularly the heavily laden barbells, which were truly eye-catching. What manner of person could possibly lift 500 kilograms? Was there not a fear of collapsing the floor beneath such immense weight? Seated on the sofa, he casually picked up a book from the table titled The Great Blue Truth. It was evident that this was a religious text. Jarvis, please investigate the doctrines associated with this faith. Naturally, any religion exclusive to the continent of Arad would yield no leads. Wait, Jarvis, did my eyes deceive me? As Tony opened the book, the blue Bible inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Blue Bible, stamina 20, evasion rate 20, effect duration 60 seconds. Jarvis noted, I have detected a surge of energy within you. No need for your reminder. I can feel it. Tony sensed an invigorating vitality coursing through him, banishing the exhaustion accumulated from his lengthy flight from Marbury to New York. Beyond that, he felt no other sensations. Jarvis continued, that energy has approximately doubled your physical capabilities, though will dissipate in a minute. Are all items in a sorcerer's abode so extraordinary? Merely opening a book can enhance one's physicality twofold. What are the military even researching with their super soldier serums? Tony, still uneasy, had Jarvis conduct a thorough examination of his entire being, finding no abnormalities, which finally assuaged his worries. Jarvis, scan the entire house and let us uncover what secrets the sorcerer has concealed. Jarvis, there's an energy response from the cross pendant on the front wall. Tony stepped forward to retrieve the pendant, gazing at its crystalline form, which appeared to bear intricate patterns within. Jarvis, magnify the pattern and document it. Analyze the composition of the pendant. Natural crystal should not be this translucent. Why does it seem akin to glass? The patterns were deeply concealed, and without Jarvis's magnification, they were imperceptible to the naked eye. Jarvis, I am unable to analyze the material. There are no similar elements in the database. It appears to be composed purely of energy. It seems the storybooks were not misleading. The sorcerer's abode indeed harbored treasures. Surprises always arrive unexpectedly. Jarvis's database contains records of all known elements, and the absence of any similar material suggests this is something entirely unknown. Whether it serves as a substitute for palladium, which he is currently seeking, or as an inventor. This discovery is a monumental revelation for Tony. Grasping the pendant with increasing pressure, Tony momentarily forgot he was still clad in his armor, which amplified his strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. This pendant was a previous masterpiece of Kale's, an older version replaced from Helen. The force limit was originally set to withstand the attacks of ordinary individuals, but as Tony exerted force, it inadvertently triggered the revenge of light. Crack! A bolt of lightning surged through the doorway and struck Tony. Jarvis, energy level at 120. Is it the cause? Tony mused, immediately suspecting the pendant. The building was equipped with a lightning rod, and being indoors, it should not have struck him. It appears to be rather volatile. Crack! After several attempts, Tony ultimately confirmed that it was indeed his excessive grip that had elicited the lightning. Holding it gently posed no issues. He directly opened a small storage compartment in his armor and placed the pendant inside. Jarvis, your actions constitute theft. I shall settle the bill. Jarvis, transfer 100 billion to the sorcerer's account. Chapter 30. Finding a donkey while riding one, is this why you returned? Kale, legs crossed, toyed with the cross pendant while observing Tony Stark seated opposite him. Yes, the Stark family lacks the gene of thieves. I merely encountered a new material and wish to study it at the earliest opportunity. If you disagree, I shall not take it. Consider the money as compensation for disturbing you. Quite troublesome. Faced with Tony's earnest demeanor, Kale found himself at a loss. Why return after taking something and then leave? The pendant had hung there for an indeterminate time. Its absence might have gone unnoticed by Kale. Yet, he had returned halfway. Should he give it back or not? At this juncture, should not Tony be at home, perusing his father's old tapes in search of new elements? How is it that he has come here unperturbed? This diverges from the narrative of the film, does it not? Could this not lead to a disruption in the timeline? Is not the Ancient One tasked with ensuring the future unfolds in the most favorable manner? Why then does she not intervene to rectify the chaos? Is she merely shirking her responsibilities? Has her absence over the years been a precaution against disturbing the flow of time and inciting the Ancient One's ire? Were it not for the lack of experience gained from this carnage, he might have already wielded his blade through the depths of the Hell's Kitchen numerous times. Does the current inaction of the Ancient One imply that this trajectory is indeed the most beneficial? If so, then there is no harm in further fanning the flames. With a flourish, Kyle conjured a large crystal composed of 6 colors: red, white, blue, black, gold, and transparent. Essentially, it was merely a stacking of large crystals of each hue. Adding a 0, he declared that all of it be taken away. No problem. A transfer will be initiated immediately. Even Jarvis was taken aback by how easily it was acquired, and there were unexpected gains. Kyle thoughtfully provided a suitcase to facilitate Tony's transport of a large crystal, with 9 of each color perfectly forming a sizable rectangular prism. When they reached the black layer, Kyle paused. Let us leave the black one out. Taking it back could invite trouble. The black color, embodying dark energy, would undoubtedly trigger the temple's alarms if taken outside. At that point, the guardians of Counterattack would be dispatched, potentially provoking several powerful sorcerers. You decide, he said, as Tony prepared to leave with the suitcase. He turned back and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Kyle felt a chill at the intensity of Tony's gaze. Goodness, could this be a shift in orientation? A buzz emanated as account number, ending in 4363, received a transfer of 1 billion, leaving a balance of 7 billion. How splendid. Kyle retrieved his phone and dialed. Old Yao. Mr. Stark, for your safety, your armor will be temporarily under our custody. Upon Tony's return home, Coulson swiftly surrounded him, personally stowing the Mark IV into a large case and securing it. Now, please leave. I must work. Coulson cast a final glance at the suitcase Tony had brought before departing to return to the surveillance vehicle. Has Stark's location been determined? The radar only indicates that Mr. Stark has gone to Manhattan, New York. The buildings obstruct the radar's line of sight, preventing precise localization. The exact location is currently being analyzed through satellite infrared imagery. Good. Ensure the garage exit is blocked as well. No one is to allow Stark to exit without explicit orders. Yes, sir. Tony paid no heed to their petty maneuvers, rubbing his hands together with the eager countenance of a groom on his wedding night. With a swift motion, he unzipped the suitcase. Behold, the golden marvel. The uppermost golden crystal was indeed blindingly brilliant. Jarvis, let us commence our work. Extract a sample of each crystal color and place them on the workbench for analysis. By the time I returned home, it was already the early hours of the morning, and before I knew it, dawn had broken. The results of the crystal analysis left Tony with a furrowed brow. After examining them repeatedly, he could only arrive at one conclusion. They are composed solely of pure energy. Just as ice melts, the energy within these crystals diminishes as their volume gradually decreases. The inability to analyze the composition of the crystals hampers any potential experiments involving combinations with other elements. However, there is a silver lining. The energy of these crystals is remarkably stable. Even when ground into powder, it remains pure energy. Each color harbors distinct energetic properties. Red exudes an exceptionally high temperature, while blue is characterized by an exceedingly low temperature. White is somewhat volatile and resembles ordinary electrical energy, whereas colorless energy is the epitome of purity, devoid of any attributes. The golden hue contains energy at a magnitude tenfold that of the other colored crystals. It is clean, environmentally friendly, and guarantees 0 emissions, leaving no residue after use. Jarvis, let us mix the powder with palladium and conduct a test. Jarvis, analysis complete. The radiation from palladium is reduced by a factor of 10. Increase the powder ratio and repeat the experiment. After numerous attempts, the radiation from palladium was ultimately diminished by 200 times. The fuel plates crafted from the crystal powder and palladium exhibit a minimal increase in blood toxin concentration of merely 2% upon complete energy depletion. A bit more chlorophyll can further reduce the blood toxin levels, although the most pressing issue has not been entirely resolved. Occasional use of the battlesuit will no longer pose a fatal risk. Haha, Jarvis, let's experience the sensation of the new energy plates. Tony swiftly retrieved the palladium energy plate from the reactor and replaced it with a newly fabricated composite palladium plate. Tony hesitated for a moment, gazing at the two energy plates on the table, suddenly enlightened. The crystal is composed of pure energy. Why incorporate palladium? Wouldn't it suffice to use the crystal directly? Why introduce radiation unnecessarily? What further research is required when this serves as the optimal substitute for palladium? Moreover, all that is needed is to transform the reactor into an energy conversion device. My goodness, what have I accomplished throughout the night? Searching for a donkey while riding one. In less than an hour, with bloodshot eyes, Tony successfully completed the conversion device. Haha, I no longer need to worry about an untimely death. Tony, what are you saying? Why would there be a death? Potts, following closely behind Pepper, noted Coulson, who wore a warm, motherly smile as he tidied up and prepared to depart. Sir, the infrared photographs have been analyzed. Mr. Stark has gone to the Stark Tower, where the top-floor resident is Kyle Stacy, a shareholder of Stark Industries. Chapter 31. The gaze of death. Nick Fury furrowed his brow as he examined the photograph in his hand, capturing the moment Tony was struck by lightning on the rooftop. How is the weather in New York? The weather is clear, and there have been no thunderstorms in the past week or the week to come. Each year, numerous individuals fall victim to lightning strikes, yet the SHIELD would typically remain indifferent to such trivial matters. However, 5 years ago, a field agent was struck by lightning while on leave, and upon examination, it was discovered that his body harbored an enigmatic substance unlike that of ordinary lightning strikes. Over the course of 5 years, more than a dozen similar incidents have been uncovered, the most recent involving 2 robbers who met their demise during a store heist when struck by lightning. The earliest record dates back to the notorious Hell's Kitchen gang conflict in 1997, where a stray bullet from a gunman resulted in the death of the shooter by lightning before law enforcement could apprehend him. In 1998, during a school shooting, the assailants exchanged fire with the police, and once again, the assailant was struck down by lightning. In 1999, a robber attempting to steal from a passing woman was also killed by a lightning strike. Incidents have continued to occur annually, with criminals consistently being the victims of these strikes. In every exchange of gunfire between police and criminals, the name George Stacy has emerged. Only on a few occasions did he arrive at the scene post-incident. SHIELD monitored George for a time, but found no abnormalities. In the recent robbery case, although George Stacy was not present, his sister Helen was shopping at the store at that very moment. This latest lightning incident involving Stark has once again drawn SHIELD's attention, successfully directing their focus onto Kyle. It appears we must locate this extraordinary individual. Each incident has seen a member of the Stacy family present, and this time it occurred in Kyle's own home. Coulson, I entrust this matter to you. Understood, Director. I'm already accustomed to being caught and reprimanded by the boss. Can't we recruit a few more field agents? The life of a worker is indeed tough. Kyle, adhering to his habitual routine, drove to the New York sanctuary to continue setting up the magical array. It was only upon arriving at the entrance that he remembered he had promised to take a break. How did he end up working again? Was he inherently destined to be a worker? Following the principle of having come this far, he embarked on another day of labor. The grumbling of his stomach reminded him it was noon, prompting him to emerge from the mezzanine. Daniel, have you eaten yet? He held back his words. The New York sanctuary was in disarray, magical artifacts strewn about. Had it been ransacked? Who would dare to disturb the Ancient One here, risking their life? Where's Daniel? A sudden waft of blood reached Kyle's nostrils, making him realize the gravity of the situation. Daniel, are you all right? He summoned a shield of holy light around himself, while his other hand conjured a spear of divine radiance, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the assailant. Searching the second floor yielded no signs of life until, at last, I stumbled upon Daniel sprawled on the staircase, surrounded by a pool of blood. The essence of life swiftly mended his wounds, yet his soul had long departed. As Kyle reached out to the lifeless body, a spectral figure emerged from Daniel. Mage Kyle. Caecilius has stolen the Vatum wand. With those words, the specter dissipated into nothingness. Daniel, are you still there? No answer came. It seemed he had truly passed on. The loss of a friend of over a decade weighed heavily on Kyle's heart, especially as his circle was already so tragically small. Just as he contemplated retrieving his phone to inform the Ancient One, his gaze fell upon an unfamiliar item in the lower left corner of his inventory. A radiant, golden resurrection coin materialized in his hand, igniting a daring thought in his mind. Kyle had never dared to use the resurrection coin. What if it failed, leaving him without his friend forever? Now, however, an ideal subject lay before him. If it worked, he might gain additional chances at life. With this notion in mind, he pressed the resurrection coin into Daniel's mouth. Could a substance harder than gold truly be ingested by a corpse? Upon contact, the coin transformed into a green light that entered Daniel's body. Before Daniel could react, darkness enveloped Kyle, causing him to collapse. Upon awakening, he found himself in a void, able to discern the atmospheric layers of distant planets. From the depths of this emptiness approached a figure cloaked in black, a woman of graceful form. The souls of the sorcerers from Counterattack are destined to return to the realm of Ashanti upon death. Could the resurrection coin have worked? Had he, by reviving Daniel, inadvertently captured his soul for Vishani? Was this lady none other than the goddess Ashatari, the sole female of the Trinity? As the formidable figure drew nearer, Kyle finally beheld her features, which seemed oddly familiar. Was that not the renowned actress from Huagua, Dormammu? Yet her visage shifted. He recognized Galina Jha, Dili Reba, Malzahar. Astonishingly, there were also appearances of Sora, Mariri, Shin Fumi, Yoshizawa Akaho, Amami Tsubasa, Tachibana Ruri, and Mizuki Riri. By the time she stood before Kyle, her form had morphed through countless familiar faces, leaving him awestruck. Ultimately, the ever-changing visage settled into that of a skeletal figure devoid of flesh. Death, the quintessence of the five deities? She intoned, "My appearance is dictated by your perception. Death is merely the manifestation of rules, lacking a definitive visage. She is what you envision her to be." With a hand around Kyle's waist, Death bent low to inhale deeply. Ah, the pure essence of life. Embracing the fainted Kyle, Death found him too innocent, still in need of growth. Then, as swiftly as she had come, she vanished, and Kyle began to drift downward. Ancient One, you shameless thief, you have brought disgrace upon the visage of Agamotto. In the face of Dormammu's vehement accusations, the Ancient One remained unfazed, for had he not heard that those who lend money are the true masters? What could you possibly do if I refuse to repay? Your disciples are equally devoid of shame. Perhaps it would be more fitting for your Counterattack to be renamed the Thieves' Guild, a gathering of scoundrels. Disciples? The Ancient One was perplexed. Had any of them truly grasped the essence of being a deadbeat? Such knowledge is hardly commendable. Without the skill of a diamond, one should not handle porcelain. He dares to play the deadbeat only because there are powerful figures above him, awaiting the cultivation of a disciple before he can enjoy a period of respite before reporting to the Overlord's guard. Is there perhaps a hidden second-generation talent among the Counterattack disciples? A mere ordinary disciple daring to be a deadbeat would have long been subjected to forceful debt collection, which hidden genius has begun to follow in his footsteps. Before the Ancient One could ponder further, the dark dimension of Dormammu enveloped them, directly triggering the temple's defenses. The wrath of holy light rained down upon Dormammu, akin to thunderclaps striking his face. Though capable of annihilating ordinary minions, the damage inflicted upon a being of Dormammu's stature was swiftly mended by dark powers. While it may not have caused significant harm, it was undeniably bothersome. Before the Ancient One could unleash a counterattack, Dormammu retreated. Utterly shameless, despicable. Chapter 32. Connecting the channel server, how brazen. Dormammu gazed in bewilderment at the figure descending from above. What is this? Is he here to mediate? The very act of floating down was perplexing. Just as he contemplated consuming this intruder as nourishment for the dark dimension, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the individual. By the gods, the winds howled ferociously. In an instant, he returned to the dark dimension and secured the gates. Let the debt collection be damned. The Ancient One, furrowing his brow, caught the descending Kyle, whose aura of death was so thick it seemed to materialize. Were it not for Kyle, still gasping for breath, one might assume he had perished. The essence of death began to coalesce. ultimately forming a tattoo resembling a skull ring on his left ring finger. In that moment, the Ancient One recognized the handiwork of a certain individual. Opened the door to home. Kyle opened his eyes and beheld the familiar bald head. Grabbing the Ancient One by the collar, he exclaimed excitedly, "Old man, do you know who I encountered?" It was none other than Shu. Kyle, still panting, struggled to calm his racing heart. Meeting a top-tier figure for the first time felt akin to unexpectedly receiving praise from the principal during school. It filled him with an overwhelming sense of power, elevating him above the ordinary masses. This was a figure of great stature. How could one not be exhilarated? The presence was formidable, far surpassing that of Hela, the goddess of death. What transpired afterward remains unclear. He cannot recall whether words were exchanged before he fainted. Upon their arrival, it felt as though his very essence had been drained, leading to his unconsciousness, leaving him uncertain if a curse had been cast upon him. After the excitement often comes the soreness of the waist and legs, accompanied by a sense of lethargy, as if one's very essence has been drained. How is Daniel faring? Ancient One. He is currently tidying up the aftermath left by Cassius. To put it succinctly, that encapsulates the situation. Cassius is no stranger to Kale. Upon hearing of Kale's proficiency in the healing arts, he sought his assistance to resurrect his family. At that time, Kale was unaware of the efficacy of resurrection coins, which certainly could not revive individuals who had been deceased for many years. His skill level was far too low to restore a pile of ashes to human form. Even if restoration were possible, it would be futile, as the soul would have long returned to the abyss, perhaps even bolder, to the embrace of death itself. Kale lacked the power to reclaim souls. He could only refuse. Not even the Ancient One might contend with Mephisto in the infernal dimension. After listening to Kale's explanation, Cassius ceased to pester him and devoted himself to the study of magic. Last year, Cassius ambushed the library, slaying the Guardian and stealing several pages of dark magic before fleeing from Counterattack. Although he has since surrendered to Dormammu, unlike the cinematic portrayal, he has shown a measure of wisdom this time. He specifically targeted the Sanctum in New York to seize the Vacuum Wand, intending to fortify his mind against Dormammu's influence. Cassius has undergone a transformation. He has become the old scoundrel beast. He eagerly awaits the day he can venture into the underworld to reclaim the souls of his wife and child from Mephisto. To this, Kale could only express his approval. Bravo! How commendable! I'm most curious about how you managed to rescue the sorcerer Daniel. Well, how shall I put it? Kale was at a loss for words and simply produced a resurrection coin. The Ancient One, sensing the vibrant energy emanating from it, was left in astonishment, her mouth agape. She could faintly discern a thread of authoritative power. No wonder it had caught the attention of that individual. Casting a glance at Kale's left hand, she remarked, somewhat enviously, "Once he awakens, return to him. Sorcerer Daniel will await your revival to express his heartfelt gratitude. Well then, should questions arise, take a moment to reflect, and the answers will surely come to you. Very well, thank you for your hospitality, and next time I will bring you some delicacies." A fleeting expression of surprise crossed the face of the one hiding behind the Ancient One. A strict teacher produces exceptional students, yet one must not be overly severe. The mouse shows no energy in the presence of the cat. With a swift motion, Kale brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and traversed the fixed portal of Counterattack back to the Sanctum in New York. Upon his return, the Sanctum had regained its former tidiness, and Daniel was diligently using a cloth to clean the magical artifacts before returning them to their rightful places. Noticing Kale's arrival, he promptly set aside his tasks and approached him, coming to a halt 2 meters away and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I'm immensely grateful, Sorcerer Kale. I have prepared a feast in your honor, and I implore you to indulge. In gratitude for the life-saving intervention." A man of advanced years lacking both wealth and prowess could only express his gratitude through a bountiful meal. "You are being overly courteous. Let us commence our feast, for I have not dined since noon, and now the evening has descended upon us, leaving me quite famished." The dining table on the second floor is adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes: sweet and sour pork, spicy chicken, steamed pork, and fish-flavored shredded pork, all of which are favorites of Kyle. Aware of Kyle's limited capacity for alcohol, a fragrant pot of jasmine tea has been thoughtfully prepared. "Will you not join me at the table? Standing here, merely watching me, will not satiate your hunger. Permit me to share a culinary secret. When indulging in pig knuckles, One must first savor the skin, for the essence lies within. Excessive deference can be quite uncomfortable. Daniel, stooping and bending, awaits by my side to pour tea. And even when he finally sits down, he refrains from picking up his chopsticks. This makes Kyle feel utterly uneasy, and before this delightful spread, he finds the flavors bland and uninspiring. Very well, I shall satisfy my hunger alone. You may partake at your leisure. It is essential to be mindful of the elder, who, at over 60, maintains such a stern demeanor, which cannot be good for his health. Though I surely have not eaten my fill upon returning home, Kyle prepares a pot of dumplings for a little late-night indulgence. As he reaches for his chopsticks, he notices a new black skull ring tattooed on the ring finger of his left hand. What could this signify? Is it the legendary curse of the god of death, that one shall never encounter me? Much like Deadpool, cursed to eternal life. One can only evade death as long as one lives. Or perhaps it is some form of blessing. Ancient One advised against inquiring further about this matter. After much contemplation, he cannot fathom its meaning. Regardless of its nature, it is of little concern at present, and given the vast disparity in levels, there is no point in rushing. Upon logging into the game and entering the end space, he detects an anomaly before even beginning his cultivation. The sign outside has mysteriously changed, connecting to channel server. This suggests a return to the Arad continent is imminent. Oh, how I long to see Sister Kelly. Before he can revel in this excitement, another surprise awaits. The large button at the bottom center of the screen has transformed from gray to green. Shop, Chapter 33. The potion with the odor of stinky feet, ha ha ha. Gasping with laughter, I can barely contain myself. Let me elucidate what constitutes a delightful surprise. This is indeed a surprise. To phrase it more eloquently, this is akin to a golden finger, yet its practical utility can only be deemed as a mere half measure. Beyond revealing the interface, it merely serves as a storage function. It accomplishes nothing else. While in the Arad continent, one could still engage in battles and level up. And now, every bit of strength I possess is a result of my own diligent training. The opening of the shop has finally instilled a sense of purpose in this so-called golden finger. Half measure, beast, evolution. As I peruse the shop, my mouth waters at the sight of the myriad of enticing items. Potions for recovery, fashionable attire, and pets, all beckoning to me. Recharge, insufficient balance. Now, the question arises, how does one add funds? Credit card? Lacking any coherent reasoning, I whimsically swipe my bank card against the recharge button, refreshing once more. Points, 1,700. 000,000. Mamma mia, what are we waiting for? Let us indulge in consumption without delay. One must ponder, how could a mere casual player possibly rival the prowess of a seasoned spender? Is this not akin to trading in cards, exchanging coins for dollars, and thereby relocating the entire marketplace? First, let us procure every item from the store, with the very first item on the initial page being the coveted Blazing Star Magic Box. Priced at 300 tokens each, let us acquire a few to sample the delight. Acquired. Blazing Star Magic Box 1008611. Something feels amiss. Do these boxes not come with a complimentary magic hammer? Upon glancing nearby, I observe the hammer's icon. Also priced at 300 tokens. Is this a mere FAAD for extracting profits? Are they so merciless as to withhold even a hammer? Fortunately, they are not short of funds. If they wish to exploit, let them proceed. Magic hammer. As I input the quantity for purchase, I remain blissfully unaware that all items in the store have transformed into a shade of gray. Confirm. Server maintenance in progress. What does this signify? Upon closing the interface, I discover the store button has reverted to its original gray hue. Clicking it again yields the same maintenance message. Are they jesting with me? An additional system notification appears in the information bar. Announcement of store maintenance. Fixing known issues. Since when has there been such diligence in rectifying matters? Shouldn't I be allowed to purchase my magic hammer before the maintenance? Surely, it cannot be addressing issues with my card recharge. Soon enough, my concerns are alleviated as the store button regains its vibrant hue. A new email awaits in my inbox. Administrator, recharge system has been restored. Thank you for your prompt feedback. Attachment, 139-741-6700 token vouchers. Gazing at my now depleted token balance, and then at the lengthy string of numbers representing the vouchers. I ponder the distinction between them. Are token vouchers not of the same utility as tokens? Upon opening the store interface, it appears unchanged, reassuring me to continue my shopping spree. Lucky Magic Hammer 1008611. Confirm purchase notification. Insufficient tokens. What? Is this what they mean by fixing? Are tokens and vouchers not interchangeable? I am utterly exasperated, gazing at the prices of items listed behind tokens, feeling despondent. How shall I ever achieve my dreams of marrying a wealthy heiress and ascending to the pinnacle of success? With trepidation, I click on a newly appeared token voucher store. To my dismay, the entire token voucher store offers but a single item for sale, the Lucky Magic Hammer, priced at a staggering 800,000 token vouchers each. Are they truly treating these vouchers as if they were mere coins? Whose cunning scheme is this? Even the old horse would possess more integrity. I can hardly believe my eyes, convinced they must be deceiving me. I close the store, yet before I reopen it, I see a lengthy string of text in the system notification. Announcement: store system updated. Token store remains unchanged, with the addition of the token voucher store. Click to enter the store for more details. The recharge system has been altered. I tried using a different card, and it was still possible to deposit funds. However, the card recharge has transformed into a token voucher at an 11:1 ratio. The price of a magic hammer is a staggering $800,000 USD. What a blatant ripoff. Goodness gracious, is this magic box made of gold, or is the content within it gold? It would be acceptable if token vouchers could purchase the magic hammer. But the critical issue is that they cannot be used to acquire the magic box. If I exhaust all the magic boxes in my inventory, wouldn't I revert to the previous state of being partially suspended? Blazing Star Magic Box 1008611. It's beyond my means. Forget it. $1 million magic box requires 4 million magic hammers, with each hammer priced at $800,000. The total to open them amounts to a staggering 32 trillion US dollars. Even selling Master S several hundred tons of pure gold statues would barely scratch the surface. For the first time, Kyle felt impoverished. It's just money. Once it's gone, I'll find a way to earn more. Who knows, one day I might stumble upon a pure gold planet while traveling in outer space. It's merely 800,000, so I'll buy it. Lucky Magic Hammer, 758,759. After all, token vouchers can only purchase this one item. I might as well spend them all on it. Acquired Lucky Magic Hammer, 40. Then I noticed a small line of text. Daily purchase limit 40. How ridiculous. There's a limit even when you're willing to spend. Well, 40 is still acceptable. At least I can open 10 boxes. Let us open one to test the waters. Ding. Acquired. Maiden's Footwear 1, Lucky Magic Hammer 1. I almost forgot that opening a box guarantees a magic hammer, thus earning me another 800,000. Maiden's Footwear restores 35 health with a certain chance to stun. For a paladin like him, who does not lack mana, this is rather mediocre and less practical than quick healing. As long as my reflexes are quick enough, I can regain full health with a few skills. However, it does appear quite delectable. The purple potion resembles grape juice. Hood, hood, hood. Cough, cough, cough. What is this foul smell of stinky feet? Ding. Overlord's contract for 3 days. Ding, ding. Without any hesitation, I open all at once, including the additional magic hammers awarded with each magic box, and open another 10 boxes. Acquired. Maiden's Footwear 1. 5. Overlord's contract 3 days. 2. Costume Synthesizer 1. Ordinary Costume Exchange Voucher 1. Blessing of the Deity 1. The Invisibility Potion, also known as the Invincibility Potion, is indeed quite valuable. Invisibility? A transparent being. What can be accomplished in 30 seconds? The Costume Exchange Voucher and Synthesizer have their significance. Costumes not only enhance attributes slightly, but most importantly alter the appearance of the clothing. This means I can wear my gear at any time. Acquired, White Shirt 1. White Shirt, Honor Blessing 1. Description: wearing it will overlay the appearance of gear, while the equipment bonuses remain unchanged. After lingering over the other items in the token voucher store, I reluctantly exited the shop, gazing at the inconspicuous golden question mark for quite some time. It finally dawned on me that this was indeed a quest. Quest, the Awakening Path 1. Quest description: obtain the mystical item. Is there still garbled text? Why was he this repaired when the shop was fixed? One can only say, it is truly a product of the Ma family. They want to let you play without spending. Chapter 34. Please call me Teacher Tony. Kyle stared at the garbled quest description all night, unable to decipher its meaning. Compared to the shop's opening, the emergence of the awakening quest was far more significant, as it could genuinely enhance one's strength. Why ponder too much? It was already past 6. It was time to open the boxes. Since I had 2 magic hammers left over from yesterday, I could open a total of 13 boxes today. Ding. Obtained. Girls footwear 12. Magic juice 14. Costume synthesizer 51. 7A tyrant contract 1. Calkins dagger 1. Equipment grade adjustment box 52. Super diamond coin 2. Something peculiar seems to have appeared. I've heard of the black diamond coin. But what on earth is this super diamond coin? It sounds remarkably extravagant. Super diamond coin. A necessary item to activate the super lottery machine. Quickly try your luck. A lottery machine? That certainly piques my interest. I consider myself quite lucky. Upon using the super coin, a traditional spinning lottery machine appeared before me. And just by glancing at the prize pool, I could tell it held valuable items. Rare clone costume set. Rare costume exchange voucher 8. Equipment amplifier. Equipment enhancement voucher 13. Now, that's what I call an external aid. What I had before was nothing in comparison. Inserting the coin and pressing the start button, the lottery wheel began to spin. Goodness, what kind of motor is this? The speed was so rapid that even with my physique, I could hardly keep up. Just as I was about to feel dizzy, I managed to press the stop button. It halted abruptly, without any suspenseful deceleration. Ding. Obtained. 1 equipment enhancement voucher. Is a mere 1 voucher meant to fool me? You should be adding to my collection. Upon closer inspection, the description was astonishing. 1 equipment enhancement voucher. After use. Enhances equipment to level 1, no restrictions. The no restrictions in parentheses is intriguing. If I am not mistaken, it means regardless of how high the equipment's current enhancement level is, it will be guaranteed to enhance to level 1. I understood that correctly, didn't I? I took out my level 12 weapon and applied it. Ding. The guidance of Kahlua successfully enhanced the soul binding to level 13. This is indeed a divine artifact. This is what one calls a true treasure. If I accumulate enough of these, what are levels 21 and 31 but trivialities? What about the 13 vouchers? Equipment enhancement voucher 13 can enhance rare grade equipment to level 13,100. Alas, it enhances to level 13, not to level 1. I also decided to directly draw another super diamond coin. I wish for 1 voucher. Ding. Acquired. The Darklight Celestial Feather Remembrance Synthesizer Chest. Quite commendable. One must be content to find joy. The Darklight Celestial Feather Remembrance Synthesizer Chest. By utilizing 8 exquisite outfits, one can synthesize the rare Darklight Celestial Feather Chest. What time is it again? Exiting the game, I realized it was already 9 in the morning. Gurgle. I am famished. The contents of my refrigerator are nearly depleted, leaving only a plate of Helen's dumplings. I might as well change things up and dine out. Descending the stairs, I drove straight to Chinatown. A Western breakfast is hardly appetizing, while a single soup dumpling could utterly overshadow any Western morning meal. Half an hour later, the combination of fried dough sticks and tofu pudding is simply divine. May I take this seat? A figure clad in a black suit obstructed the seat opposite Kyle and settled down. Please be my guest. Since you've already seated yourself, what more can I say? Wow. A Chinese breakfast is indeed remarkable. It's a flavor I have never experienced before. Mr. Stacy, an agent of SHIELD. May we have a word? The credentials displayed need not be scrutinized. That touching hairline and smile can only belong to Agent Coulson. Speak swiftly, I implore you. Do not delay my breakfast. Mr. Stacy appears unperturbed by our presence. Ever since Kyle entered, a few muscular men with crew cuts have followed him in, sitting down without ordering, concealing their faces behind menus as if playing hide and seek. Mr. Stacy, could you elucidate how this occurred? Coulson produced a laptop, showcasing footage of Kyle entering the portal, along with a photo of Stark being struck by lightning on his rooftop. Goodness, is that not Iron Man, Tony Stark? What heinous act has he committed to provoke such wrath from the heavens? Alas, why does that rooftop seem so familiar? Agent, I must report that Tony Stark trespassed on private property. Mr. Stacy, let us not jest. You know why we have come to seek you. We bear no ill intent. Please cooperate. I shall duly assist the government, striving for leniency, confessing for mercy, and resisting for severity. I endeavor to reform and become a better person. Mr. Stacy, we do not intend to apprehend you. We merely wish to comprehend your abilities. Should you fail to cooperate, we shall resort to coercive measures. You are far too easy to provoke. Why not compel me, then? It would be an opportune moment to test my worth. No sooner had the words left my lips than I noticed agents at other tables resting their hands on their waists. Kyle vowed to neither retaliate nor rebuke, but subtly summoned the light of vengeance. The spectacle of so many firing weapons would surely be magnificent. Previously, it was merely a bolt from the blue, but now it could very well become a thunderstorm. Coulson maintained his usual composure, wearing an innocuous smile. Had his hands remained still, Kyle might have believed him. Your father, Mr. George, was an exemplary police officer. I trust the child he raised could not possibly be a villain, could they? You truly possess an exceptional sense of humor, yet it appears you are rather impatient. Let us be succinct. Kyle sensed that if this continued, a confrontation would be inevitable. It would be regrettable to inadvertently harm the innocent in Chinatown. The two comrades emerged from the breakfast establishment, their shoulders linked and laughter echoing, leading any unsuspecting observer to assume they were the closest of friends. Are you truly a wizard? Indeed. Is that not what Stark has claimed? Moreover, I specialize in the art of healing. My prowess in combat is rather lacking. Otherwise, I would not have fortified my physique so robustly, fearing the repercussions of a close encounter with adversaries. The authenticity of my wizardry remains uncertain, yet my healing abilities are undeniably exceptional. Should you remain skeptical, I shall have no choice but to demonstrate my craft. No, Mr. Stacy, we are in the city center, teeming with ordinary citizens. Kyle was undeterred. He promptly placed his hand over Coulson's receding hairline and summoned a flicker of holy light to resurrect the dormant hair follicles. A minute later, Coulson parted his newly sprouted locks, revealing his eyes, a visage of sheer disbelief. How do you find it? My skills are quite commendable, I assure you. You shall not encounter the vexation of hair loss for decades. I believe that suffices. Can we compel them to cease? My control is rather tenuous. However, once the energy is expended, normalcy shall resume. Upon returning to the Tri-Point headquarters, Coulson turned heads with an undeniable allure, his flowing locks framing his face. The brooding egg looked at Coulson with skepticism. Is this truly the wizard's capability? The healing effect is remarkable. The scars our teammate bore 5 years prior have vanished. Chapter 35, Live Broadcast of the Exhibition Old Wong. When did you become so audacious? Are you not concerned that the Ancient One might learn of this and reprimand you? Initially, it was merely an invitation for Wong to dine, yet he insisted that Kyle accompany him to witness the Stark Expo. At over 30, he is still an enthusiast of Gundam, and his affinity for Lego constructions is commendable. A decade ago, he even gifted Kyle a Lego figure he had assembled himself. Has he entered a rebellious phase? No matter. I shall have Modu keep an eye on him. Quickly, assist me in locating the mechanical equipment within the exhibition halls. Wong widened his eyes, scouring the promotional material for information regarding the mechanical apparatus. As a mage, why do you not devote your time to mastering magic rather than indulging in such childish pursuits? Thankfully, he does not harbor an obsession with two-dimensional characters. I cannot fathom a burly man of over 200 pounds drooling over figurines. Hammer Industries' intelligent armed robots? Starting tonight? Has it commenced early? Coulson had ventured to New Mexico to seek Thor when the Hammer Industries exhibition began, a scene vividly etched in Kyle's memory. Yet, the coronation of Thor has yet to unfold. How is the narrative of Iron Man 2 nearing its conclusion? Are not the timelines of these two films concurrent? In search of his beloved Gundam, Wong forlornly set aside the brochure. Let us return. The Gundam exhibition commenced this morning and has now concluded. My Gundam. No, it is your Yida. Why go back? There's an exhibition tonight. Those Gundams are ultimately mere conceptual products, but tonight there will be real robots. Since we are already here, let's take a look before returning. Wong, what is so fascinating about Hammer Industries creations? They reek of Stark knockoffs. I must respectfully disagree. A well-executed imitation can indeed offer excellent value. Just look at Stark's armors, their ostentatious appearance, particularly the color schemes that evoke a plastic feel. Although Hammer Industries has borrowed ideas, they have carved out their own unique identity, and their craftsmanship appears robust, plus they are unmanned, making them more suitable for widespread use. Wong. All imitations are trash. Isn't it a skill in itself to produce an imitation? Other companies might struggle to replicate it. Trash. As the two continued their quarrel, in Marbury's villa, Tony had just received a phone call. Stark, I have increased the RPM. What? You're a wank? How did you manage to get out? Stark, your family are thieves, robbing the honor that belongs to the Wank family. Can you still tolerate such insults? Stark immediately muted the call and instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to track the location. Since returning from Monaco, Tony had investigated matters concerning Wank, feeling that his father had already shown considerable mercy. The crime of espionage still allowed you to survive? The arc reactor technology is not unknown to Anton Wank. If he wishes to commercialize it, he could do so in Russia. Can Howard chase you to Russia and manage your company? Lacking the ability to commercialize it, and yet you blame others. Hammer Industries? Before the call ended, the tracked area could only involve Hammer. They also had the capability to extricate Wank from prison. Hammer is hosting the exhibition of the Iron Robots at the fair today. This is an affront, displaying my technology while daring to exhibit at the Stark Expo. J.A.R.V.I.S. Assemble Mark 6 immediately. J.A.R.V.I.S. The combat system of Mark 6 has yet to be validated. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for validation? The robots showcased by Hammer undoubtedly contain Wank's handiwork. With Hammer Industries' capabilities, they cannot manage the power systems. The Mark II that Rhodes drove away was also modified by Hammer Industries. They have again imitated my technology. It appears a fierce battle awaits tonight. However, Tony possesses ample confidence in his Mark VI. The upgrades are substantial. Most importantly, the energy system has been enhanced with a crystalline reactor, increasing its endurance by several magnitudes. Just flying in the sky could deplete Hammer's robots. The upgrade has also significantly boosted attack power, with attribute energy crystals proving tremendously effective. The upgraded flying speed can reach 45 Mach, and while it could be faster, Tony's body cannot withstand it. Tony donned the Mark VI and soared into the sky, creating a sonic boom as he headed straight for the Stark Expo grounds. At the exhibition, Kyle and Wong sat in a corner, paying no heed to Justin Hammer's ostentatious performance, instead engaging in a spirited discussion about the robots behind him. I told you it was rubbish, Kyle remarked. The design is utterly devoid of ergonomic principles. It's top-heavy and unwieldy. I feel as though one might trip over a stone, let alone navigate the complexities of a battlefield. Upon seeing the finished product, Kyle conceded that he had overestimated it. What a useless contraption, particularly the Army model. Equipped with a 20mm cannon, what purpose does that serve? Even if it is agile enough to evade a tank's 120mm shell, can it truly withstand a 127mm anti-material sniper rifle? It would take no effort at all for a single shot to obliterate the camera atop its head, not to mention the simplest solution. A single anti-radiation missile would suffice. Overall, it's merely for show. Suddenly, a flamboyant figure clad in gold and red descended from above. The popularity of Tony Stark is undeniable. The audience erupted in excitement at his entrance. Wow, the show is about to begin. What? Without needing Kyle to respond, the situation became clear. Every mech on stage, including the war machine piloted by Rhodes, had their weapons trained on Tony Stark. Justin Hammer was left dumbfounded. He did not possess the same formidable backing as Tony. If something were to go awry in such a public setting, he could not bear the consequences. Not only would the defense contracts for the robots be jeopardized, but there were several formidable figures among the audience he could not afford to offend. He hurried backstage to consult with the control technician. What is happening? The technician looked equally bewildered. We can't control them. Someone's authority surpasses ours. At this point, if Justin couldn't deduce that Vank was behind the interference, he might as well relinquish his intellect. Then reboot the system, shut down the power, and ensure they don't harm the legislators below. Just as Tony soared out of the exhibition hall, the robots opened fire. The sound of gunfire shattered the glass above. For a mere demonstration, why use live ammunition? Kyle silently produced 2 umbrellas. He had intended to hand one to Wong, but noticed a blonde beauty ahead had already opened her umbrella over her head. Mr. Kyle, what are you doing here? We must leave at once. Indeed, the audience witnessed the grounded robots advancing towards them and began to flee in chaos. Chapter 36. Vank. As people scrambled for safety, a woman in a professional outfit with curly hair made her way backstage. "Who are you? Leave immediately. This is not a place for you." Natasha wasted no time, kicking Hammer down and seizing his throat. "Where is he?" "Cough, cough, my factory." Natasha released Hammer and departed, reporting to S.H.D. while commandeering Tony's car and driver, Happy. Kyle and Wong, along with Pepper, followed the crowd out of the venue. "Mr. Kyle, what brings you here?" "I came to enjoy some Lego with friends," he replied, patting Wong's plump frame. "Hello, Wong." "Greetings," Wong nodded. Clearly, this is not an opportune moment for reminiscing. She is burdened with a myriad of troubles to address, and the security team has also arrived. "I must tend to these issues. Kyle, you and your friend should depart swiftly, as this place is perilous. You go ahead, farewell." Leaving is out of the question. Such a dazzling display of fireworks is a rare spectacle. The robots are pursuing Stark without indiscriminately harming ordinary citizens in their escape. However, their image recognition system is rather inflexible. A military-grade robot has aimed its weapon at a child donning an Iron Man helmet. Just as in the movies, Stark descended from the heavens and obliterated the robot with a single blast. Clang! Kyle gazed at the robot fragments rolling at his feet, still emanating a chill. A layer of ice forming on the surface from the moisture in the air. The essence of blue crystalline energy. Has an ice attribute attack been developed? Indeed, it is impressive. Truly, you are worthy of the name Tony Stark. The fireworks display is about to commence. Let's find a prime viewing spot. Wong, unable to comprehend the meaning, merely followed Kyle and perched on the railing of the flower bed. Following the direction of Kyle's finger, they beheld the spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks erupted from the large globe in the center park of the industrial area. I said these imposters would be ineffective. They crumble like paper. Tony's battle has only just begun. His armor, modified with crystalline energy, dispatches these replicas with the ease of slicing through vegetables. With ice in his left hand and flames in his right, he revels in the chaos. Observing the increasing number of robots, Tony activates his skills. The palm cannon, fueled by blue crystalline energy, continuously emits a stream of low-temperature cutting rays. Any robot caught in its path finds its cold fusion reactor frozen and rendered inoperative. Jarvis. The temperature of the freezing ray has exceeded liquid nitrogen, reaching 213. Wank, flying overhead, has also observed the situation through the robot's cameras. What kind of black technology is this? Why doesn't his reactor perform with such efficacy? The self-destruct mechanism of the reactor has malfunctioned in this low-temperature state. It seems action must be taken. He immediately sought a corner to land, disembarking from the armor, which ascended again, programmed to pursue Stark. Wank himself blended into the crowd of fleeing individuals, heading in the opposite direction towards the exhibition hall. Since he cannot overpower Stark in his armor, he intends to force him to shed it. In close combat, two Starks bound together would surely be confident in defeating him. "Would you like a cola?" Kyle smacked his lips, feeling somewhat parched. "Is there a shop nearby?" "Of course, just ahead. Moreover, it won't cost anything." Kyle made his way to the food truck not far ahead. Amidst the chaos, the vendor had fled, leaving no one to collect payment. Nonetheless, Kyle did not intend to take advantage. He produced a banknote and placed it on the food truck. A burly man clad in leather entertained a similar notion, sharing a knowing smile with Kyle upon witnessing his actions. Initially, Kyle regarded the leather-clad figure as a kindred spirit. However, his perception shifted dramatically upon discerning the man's face. Vank? Wasn't he supposed to be at the park searching for Stark and the others, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the twins? What was he doing here? Twins? That seemed implausible. He had never heard of Whiplash having siblings. Before Kyle could ponder further, Vank inadvertently revealed his intentions, producing a small metallic object resembling a rod from his right hand. Was the electric whip merely a diminutive version? Following closely down the steps of the exhibition hall, Kyle surmised Vank's plan as he concealed himself behind a pillar at the entrance. Several officers escorted Justin Hammer out from within, with Peppo trailing closely behind. Was it not a breach of ethics to entangle family members in such affairs? "Hey, what are you watching? Weren't you supposed to be buying water? What brings you here?" "Chill. There's a spectacle unfolding." Wong was perplexed. He saw no entertainment in Hammer's arrest. "Are you waiting for Miss Peppo? You'll understand when you see it." As the officers led Hammer away, Vank suddenly emerged from behind the pillar, brandishing his small rod that shot forth a rope, ensnaring Potts by the neck. Should we intervene? Wong felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing the abduction of Potts, though the Counterattack doctrine advised against revealing magic to ordinary folk. This was a personal acquaintance in peril. Surely, lending a hand with his physical prowess was permissible. Counterattack sorcerers excelled in close combat. Furthermore, Stark was nearby and would arrive shortly. Vank was unlikely to resort to murder at this juncture. His true target was Stark. Eliminating Potts would yield no advantage. To be prudent, Kyle cast a layer of life essence around Potts. Vank, pleased with the success of his initial maneuver, relished the thought that Stark would be caught off guard. Contact Stark. I can hardly breathe. Quit the chatter and quickly dial him. He's up a bit, and I'll call right away. Meanwhile, Tony contemplated the wreckage of the last large robot, having been punctured through the chest. The hollow interior indicated it was designed for human operation, yet presently, it was devoid of any occupant. Peppo. It seemed his suspicions were not unfounded, for the number of individuals he truly cared for was few, with only Peppo and Happy among them. Tony Vank, without the need for words. Jarvis adeptly pinpointed Peppo's location, prompting Stark to ascend without hesitation. Hey, brother, don't forget about me. His good friend Rhodey called out helplessly from a puddle. During the recent skirmish, Tony did not wait for Natasha to relinquish control of War Machine. Instead, he unleashed a devastating electromagnetic bomb upon Rhodes using the ferocious white crystal energy. The impact obliterated the circuitry of the entire armor, and the weight of the Mark II was formidable, pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Though he could muster the strength to rise, the effort required to escape this modest park would likely leave him utterly exhausted, making it wiser to lie still and await rescue. Chapter 37. An Unforeseen Demise Clang. Iron Man made his dazzling entrance. Two spectators, ton and ton, stood off to the side, one clutching a bottle of soda, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene at the entrance. As Stark landed, he aimed his shoulder-mounted launcher at Wank, intent on swiftly resolving the conflict. Wank, however, was no fool. He was well aware of Stark's tactics and waved a rope in his hand. You are quite astute. Wank's rope was no mere trinket. It possessed a built-in tightening mechanism, especially as it coiled around his neck. Should Wank perish, the weight of his corpse would surely tighten the rope and strangle Pepper. Can she be released? This matter pertains solely to the two of us. You know what must be done next. Wank's left hand slipped into his sleeve, revealing a glimmer of metallic sheen. In the Arctic, there exists a bear known as Ku, adept with dual whips, seeking vengeance for his father. He gallops forth and captures his prey. With the aid of stealth, he breaks free from confinement, forging armor to conceal his schemes, but he is outmatched. A change of strategy is required. By threatening his daughter, he disarms him, concealing the weapon to ambush him, and prepares to take his life. Tun's eyes widened in astonishment. Witnessing this live performance was far more thrilling than watching a film. The opportunity to see scenes absent from the movies was exhilarating. He had not anticipated that Stark's armor could now be donned without mechanical assistance. The suit from the first Avengers film had required such aid, but it was not until the Mark VII that one could wear and remove it independently. This new model possessed that very capability, and the reactor at its core was square, likely crafted to match the form of the large crystal. By the heavens, you are indeed a genius. What does it mean when he gestures this way? Have I been discovered? It was peculiar not to be noticed in such a position. Stark had descended from the sky and spotted two figures, one stout and the other slender, peering with their backs turned. Kyle, what an awkward situation. Wank, too, looked bewildered, recognizing the figure as the one who had pilfered the soda. Observing their physiques, a muscular man and a hefty brute exceeding 200 pounds, it was evident that even if it were just Kyle and him, a confrontation would be precarious. Ha! Greetings to you both. As Wank saw the two approach, feeling an escalating threat, the rope in his grasp tightened further. Let's not act rashly. We are civilized individuals. Why resort to violence? With a snort, he warned, leave this place, and I shall spare your lives. The toothpicks he had bitten were now splintered, revealing his palpable anxiety. Wank, is it? I have heard of you. Perhaps you should heed my advice. Those who venture into the fray are well aware of the unspoken rule that one's misdeeds should not affect their family. Release Pepper, and I shall grant you the opportunity to duel Stark. What do you say? Vank replied, his demeanor suggesting disbelief. Release Pepper? Stark would simply obliterate him with a single blow once donned in his armor. Kyle, understanding Vang's concerns, interjected with a hint of mischief, I assure you. Stark shall not wear his armor. Neither shall either of you wield weapons. A fair brawl shall determine the victor. Kyle's primary intention was to witness Stark's skill in Wing Chun, and he discreetly signaled to Wong. Wong quietly enveloped the group in a mirrored space, leaving the others oblivious to the surrounding alterations. Stark, have you not studied Wing Chun? I shall officiate. First, no acting on impulse. Second, no overlooking any wrongdoing. Third, the officiating shall be just and fair. With that proclamation, Vang truly released Pepper, inexplicably compelled by Kyle's words. Let's commence. Vang discarded the ropes binding him, adopting a combat stance. If technology could not prevail, surely he could outmatch with mere fists. Excellent. Quite forthright. Kyle transformed into Captain Dragonfly, gesturing grandly as four crucifixes soared forth, embedding themselves in the ground to form a makeshift arena. The contenders took their positions, but Stark was momentarily bewildered by the abruptness of the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Vang delivered a powerful punch, knocking Stark to the ground. The progeny of the Stark lineage seems rather feeble. I have yet to exert myself, and you are already down, Tony and Pepper observed in distress. Their hearts, aching as they witnessed Stark's plight, nearly moved to tears. Glancing at Kyle, who seemed to revel in the unfolding chaos, they realized pleading with him was futile. Kyle noticed the familiar red string peeking from Stark's collar. Halt! Vang, however, disregarded his command and unleashed a ferocious kick aimed at Stark's abdomen. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, singeing Vang completely. I told you to stop. Do you not heed warnings? Look what has transpired. The necklace Stark wore was indeed the crucifix pendant purchased from Kyle, the original version requiring significant strength to activate its powers. Stark, having taken a blow to the stomach, turned pale, clutching his abdomen in agony, unable to move. Tony and Pepper rushed to his side, with Pepper retrieving her phone to summon an ambulance. Rapid healing. Stark felt a warm sensation enveloping him, rendering the pain non-existent. Pepper, I am fine. A kiss followed, but Stark coughed. How could you do that in front of the child? Upon checking, it was clear Vang had succumbed, his body now lifeless and emitting the smell of charred flesh. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders has led to immediate misfortune. Stark, with gravity, turned to Kyle and expressed, Thank you. I am grateful for your intervention in saving Pepper. Without Kyle, I truly would not know how to save Pepper, for she is the only woman he cares about at present. When the time comes to celebrate the nuptials, do remember to inform me. Kyle. Stark suddenly recalled that his good friend was still lying in the park. He would express his gratitude another day. Pepper, please step away. I must check en route. With that, he donned his armor and prepared to depart. Alas, the moment he took off, a loud crash echoed. Bang, crack. Goodness. Newton once stated that the action of force is mutual. The acceleration of Mark 6 is so swift that its thrust must be several tons. While Stark ascended, he gazed up at the heavens, but now he was within a mirror dimension where the king's magical space possessed size. Stark's several tons of thrust collided with the spatial barrier, causing him to crash down, his head awkwardly tilted, the back of his skull nearly colliding with his spine. With his helmet on, Stark could see nothing of the situation within. After his fall, he lay motionless. Could it be? The illustrious Iron Man has perished so easily? Tony? Pepper cried, rushing to Stark's side, prying open his visor, trembling as she checked for breath. No, Kyle, and the king exchanged bewildered glances. Whom should they blame? Kyle asked. Should we blame your mirrored space or Stark for crashing into it? The king retorted, Can't you blame yourself? You initiated the duel and had me create the mirrored space. It hardly falls upon me. Indeed, Kyle silently extracted a resurrection coin and approached Stark's lifeless form. By the way, why has the magic box never yielded a resurrection coin? Chapter 38. The Old Actor S. Crafting. Obtained. Divine Protection. 1. Overlord Contract, 3 days. Maiden S. Footwear, 13. Equipment Grade Adjustment Box, 4. Common Outfit Exchange Voucher, 1. Super Diamond Coin, 1. Advanced Outfit Exchange Voucher, 1. Once again, only a single coin. It seems an eternity to gather enough for a tenfold draw. Kyle contemplated whether the lottery machine had any guarantees for a tenfold draw, having accumulated 6 days' worth, with 3 days yielding no diamond coins. Yesterday, fortune smiled upon him with 2 coins, bringing his total to 5. He utilized both equipment exchange vouchers to acquire a pair of trousers and shoes. Now, with all 4 attire components, top, bottom, waist, and shoes, assembled, he could finally conceal the appearance of his equipment and venture out in proper attire. Noticing the time was getting late, he prepared to leave, first heading to the New York Sanctum to procure a plethora of fruits, snacks, and beverages. Today marks Thor's coronation ceremony. How could one enjoy a movie without snacks? With a pack of spicy strips in hand, he ambled towards Counterattack, calling out, "Old Yao, open the door." Kyle wore a cheerful smile, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the ground. Should Ancient One open the portal beneath him, the spicy strips in his hand would surely greet his face. "Just you wait. I shall have my revenge." A spark circle formed beside Kyle, and at long last he was subdued. With a playful smirk, Agamotto waved his hand, enveloping Kyle in a portal that dissolved into the air. Who says one must open a door from below? The location of the opening is entirely at my discretion. Upon entering the realm of hell, Kyle immediately sensed something amiss. His feet remained suspended in mid-air. "Ah, you wretched Agamotto." Hela glanced upward at the falling figure and discreetly sidestepped, waiting for Kyle to approach the ground before launching a kick. Initially, Kyle was quite pleased, believing Hela was concerned about him falling, not anticipating the incoming flying kick. Watching the silhouette soar away, Hela composed herself, feigning innocence as she approached Kyle. "Darling, who did this? Does it hurt? Oh dear, this is quite the affront. Is there a thread of violence woven into Odin's lineage?" Meeting without hesitation to deliver a kick. "Can we not enjoy ourselves?" 10 minutes later, on the carpet of the Grand Hall, Fenrir lay on the ground, exposing his belly, while Hela sat casually against the giant wolf. Kyle found himself in Hela's embrace, surrounded by an array of snacks and fruit platters. Hela fed Kyle, while observing the images projected by the all-seeing eye. The scene had just shifted to the coronation ceremony, where the frost giants were plotting their invasion. Hela's face was etched with disdain. How could one choose forgiveness after being invaded? Has Asgard truly degenerated over a millennium? Odin should hasten to abdicate. His son possesses far more fortitude. Kyle caught a grape in his mouth. "Ah, I wholeheartedly agree. The mighty king of the 9 realms lacks any semblance of authority. The frost giants have breached our home and begun to pry open the vault. If forgiveness is chosen, who knows when the other realms might follow suit? Surely, Odin understands the consequences, yet he finds himself powerless. Though his strength is formidable, his body fails him. Forcibly slaying Laufey would likely lead to his own demise within days. Thor and Loki lack the necessary prowess. A resolution of an action is simply untenable. Odin is a strategist at heart. Without Odin's approval, Heimdall would not dare permit Thor and the others to utilize the Bifrost. Forgiven, my lord, but what of the children who remain unsatisfied? A little bickering among youngsters can lead to a resolution, can it? Just as Thor and his companions crossed the Bifrost, Odin appeared beside Heimdall, anticipating the moment when Thor would cause an uproar he could not contain. Hela, with her divine perspective, saw through Odin's ploy. TSK, Odin remains ever so cunning. However, Thor's intellect was not quite as sharp. Upon returning, he unleashed a tirade against Odin. This infuriated Odin, not because Thor sought trouble in Jotunheim, but due to Thor's lack of foresight. Did he not consider preparing some contingency before embarking? One cannot single-handedly confront 10 foes without possessing the requisite strength. What can you do with a few misfit tools? Do you not know how to utilize the Grand Rainbow Bridge that lies within your home? Why not vanquish Jotunheim with the Rainbow Bridge? Would your father truly dare to strike you down? I have fought for a lifetime to acquire those weapons. Even the frost giants are aware of the art of thievery. How is it that you do not think to carry a few with you? Even igniting the eternal flame in Jotunheim would demonstrate some semblance of intelligence. Yet here you are, wielding a hammer as if you were the god of hammers. And what does Thor do? He brings along his friends to slay mere minnows. Odin, a true sovereign, never instigates war. You foolish old man. Hela, witnessing Odin's reprimand, clapped her hands in excitement until they nearly turned red. Odin, taken aback, did not expect Thor to chastise him. A long temper does not equate to wisdom. When the time came to reclaim Thor's divine power, Hela was equally perplexed. Could her own divine strength truly be retracted? The so-called Odin's power, did one truly think it belonged solely to Odin? It was once referred to as Bor's power. The might of the Aesir gods is birthed from their lineage. Calling it Odin's power was merely a gesture of appeasement to the ruler. How could someone else simply seize what is rightfully yours? Whoever wields this hammer, provided they are worthy, shall possess the power of the thunder god. Loki. When it comes to playing tricks, it is indeed Odin who excels. This is akin to a Nordic version of a spoiled heir. Observe how Loki gazes enviously. Initially, Thor was quite saddened by his exile, regretting having instigated it. Little did he know that Odin had also banished Mjolnir. What could this possibly mean? If Thor is deemed unworthy, then he shall never ascend to the throne of Asgard. Subsequently, there is a scene where Loki, holding the icy winter coffin, confronts Odin to question his frost giant heritage. With Odin's explanation upon his arrival, the child was left utterly bewildered. No wonder Mjolnir was also cast away. All those childhood tales were mere jest. When Kyle saw Odin faint, he knew the old man was about to perform again, although Odin's slumber was genuine. Every year or so, he required rest to recuperate his body from the strain of divine power. It had only been a little over 2 months since his last slumber. A seasoned performer, Odin's acting prowess surpassed even that of an Oscar winner. Chapter 39. Odin meets Hela. Kyle's suspicions were correct. No sooner had Loki departed than Odin opened his eyes and rose from his bed. Frigga, I shall go and see Hela. There is no need to restrain Loki in his endeavors. After Odin's exit, Frigga conjured an illusion of Odin lying in bed. It seemed this couple had enjoyed quite the playful time with their child. As the mother who raised Loki, the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms, Frigga was certainly no less remarkable. Odin, with a howl, declared his loyalty to Fenrir. Before old Kyle could utter a word, Odin had already sent him away. Hela, my child, are you sending Kyle away to spare him from witnessing your plight? Rising to brush off non-existent dust, she drew forth the blade of the night sky. Although Hela had been purified by Kyle as holy light, the malevolent aura born from her past carnage had dissipated, yet the hatred accumulated over years of confinement remained undiminished. Hela, I have erred. In the face of her onslaught, Odin refrained from retaliating. The eternal spear remained with Loki, and he focused solely on evasion. Perhaps as an act of penance as a father, he had come here to mend the fractured bond between them. It was astonishing to witness the father of all gods admit his fault. You are undeserving of reigning over the 9 realms. Beware. Hela unleashed a barrage of the blade of the night sky, her weapon firing with the precision of a machine gun. Despite Odin's refusal to strike back, his peak prowess as the Heavenly Father was not something Hela, in her weakened state, could hope to contend with. Eventually, Odin's evasions faltered, resulting in a blade severing his left arm. Hela's hand trembled slightly as she withdrew her weapon. You could have avoided this. If the loss of an arm would bring my daughter back, I would willingly sacrifice it. If you remain angry, I would not mind if you took my right hand as well, Odin resolutely declared, showing no concern for the wound on his left arm. At this juncture, how could Hela remain unaffected? After all, Odin was her father. And Kyle? Bring him back. His magical healing is quite effective. I am relieved that you are no longer angry. Odin quietly produced a large crystal inscribed with magical runes. Thud, creak. Alas, it seems we have collided with someone once more. Before Jane could descend to investigate, the person they had bumped into rose on their own. Cough, 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 spit, spit, spit. Kyle found his mouth full of sand. Jane, are you all right? Do you have any water? I could use a rinse. Covered in sand, Kyle was busy brushing off the dirt from his body. Where in the world has Odin thrown him? It appeared to be a town, with yellow sand strewn about, likely in the southwestern region of the United States. Water. Thank you. With a decent attitude, Kyle decided not to pursue the matter further. Here is. Upon seeing the figures disembarking from the vehicle, Kyle nearly spat. 2 of the women's faces were unclear, but he recognized Eric Selvig, the astrophysicist, somewhat. What the hell? Odin sent him here to babysit. How cunning. If pushed too far, you might as well not return to Asgard. Daisy gazed at Kyle's muscular physique, nearly drooling. Are you all right? I'm fine. Is there any nearby? Kyle just wanted to find a place to bathe. The lack of automatic cleaning in his attire was rather disappointing. Daisy, there's one right next door. I can take you there. The love-struck girl was at it again, unable to move on upon seeing a handsome man, even though an inn was merely a few dozen meters behind them, and she insisted on taking him to one several hundred meters away. Jane, get in the car. Who caused them to collide with others? The fact that they weren't required to compensate is already quite fortunate. As soon as Daisy got into the car, her mouth was incessantly questioning Kyle. What's your name? Where are you from? Are you here for vacation? It was as if she were conducting an interrogation. Yet this young lady's life experience was evidently rich, clearly not to Kyle's taste. Kyle could only respond with non-committal sounds, feeling a twinge of regret for having boarded this vehicle since Daisy began speaking. The journey brought them to a location not far from the town's entrance, where they would be staying with a motel adjacent. With a sigh of relief, Kyle swung the door open and exited the car. Daisy remarked, "The motel is right next to where we're staying. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out." "Thank you." After checking into the small motel and taking a refreshing shower, she finally felt at ease. She wondered how Hela was faring, hoping she and T gotten into a fight with Odin. Why did Odin send her away? It would have been better to have her stay and mediate the situation. It's unlikely they would resort to violence. Odin, despite his age, could not physically outmatch Hela, and even if he did win, he would be left gasping for breath. A series of knocks echoed at the door. It was Daisy, here to invite Kyle to join them for breakfast. As soon as the door opened, Kyle's impressive physique caught her eye, nearly making her drool. What a magnificent figure. Is there something you need? Kyle waved his hand before her eyes to snap her back to reality. Daisy? That name sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall where I've heard it. We prepare breakfast. Would you care to join us? Sure, just give me a moment to change. I'll be waiting. Daisy took a deep breath and dashed back next door. Jane, did you see the physique of Mr. Kyle? It's absolutely stunning, guaranteed to make you drool. Bruce. He is incredibly gentle. He is definitely the ideal boyfriend material. Is his physique really that impressive? How much better can it be? That guy Thor I found the other night had the perfect proportions, though he is a bit foolish and scruffy in appearance. Is he better than Thor? I haven't seen that lunatic-esque body. However, Kyle is undoubtedly the best physique I've encountered. Those muscles look so tempting. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. If he is as wonderful as you say, he must not be lacking in girlfriends. True. Wow, and here I am. Heartbroken before we even begin. Who is heartbroken? At that moment, Kyle entered and overheard the two ladies' conversation. Of course, it's the stunning Daisy. Does Mr. Kyle have a girlfriend? If not, why not let the two of you pair up? Jane's divine matchmaking skills struck a chord with Daisy, who eagerly awaited Kyle's response, thinking that if he were single, she might just have struck gold. I'm afraid I must apologize. I do have a girlfriend. And with that, true heartbreak ensued. How could such a wonderful man not be available for her? Chapter 40. Thor the Fool, release me. How dare you imprison the son of Odin? Kyle stood by the window, observing Thor being pursued by a throng of doctors. He turned and asked, "Is this the other person you collided with?" Jane chuckled awkwardly, feeling a flicker of doubt about her driving skills. "I just took him to the hospital, and on the way back, I ended up hitting someone else. Please let him go. I am his family here to take him home." "What?" Thor exclaimed, bewildered. "Family in Midgard?" Just as he was about to retort, Kyle leaned closer and whispered, "Let us discuss this outside." Thor realized the absurdity of being tied up by a group of burly men. With his powers stripped away, he was unable to fight back. Half an hour later, they emerged from the hospital and brought Thor directly to Jane Foster's base. As he savored the heartfelt breakfast Jane had prepared, he recounted his tale of exile. "And so, I arrived in Midgard and encountered you all." Upon hearing his story, Jane and Daisy exchanged glances, concluding that the hospital's diagnosis was indeed correct. This man was genuinely unhinged. Could it be that he hit his head during the collision, leading to this condition? Are we expected to care for him for a lifetime? Without any identification, Thor's ramblings left them with no choice but to shoulder the responsibility. How do we end up with a man in our research? Alas, but he is rather handsome, at least a feast for the eyes. Have you never pondered why your father banished you? Jane inquired. At this, both Jane and Daisy turned their gazes to Kyle, their expressions seemingly questioning. "Do you truly believe the words of a madman?" Thor replied, "I instigated a war and defied my father. I am unworthy to be the heir of Asgard. Have you not considered further? Why did the frost giants dare to invade the treasury of Asgard now, when they previously did not? With such simplistic reasoning, one could only aspire to be a general. At best, never a marshal." Thor too was baffled as to why the frost giants felt emboldened to invade Asgard now, when they had previously refrained. Although there had been little unrest after Jotunheim was conquered, they never dared to invade the homeland of Asgard. They simply lacked the audacity. Could it be that my father has grown old? Thor pondered, uncertain. Although Odin was aging, The Aesir grew more powerful with age. He was far stronger now than when he conquered Jotunheim. There was some truth to this. As you mentioned, your father once wielded his might to conquer the 9 realms. Observing Thor's perplexed expression, one couldn't help but feel exasperated. After over 1,000 years of existence, did he possess nothing but muscle? Could he not read a few more books? The Frost Giants' audacity to invade stemmed from their belief that Odin had grown feeble and that his heirs were lacking, with no worthy successor. Suddenly, a cacophony of car horns jolted the group from their discussion. Jane halted a passing vehicle, inquiring, "Where are you all headed? Haven't you heard? A satellite resembling a hammer has fallen over there. It seems extraordinarily heavy, and no one can lift it." A hammer? Thor was instantly invigorated. After all, it was precisely the effect of Mjolnir that rendered him incapable of lifting anything heavy. He rushed over and seized the driver's attire. "Where is it?" With a sharp slap, Kyle swatted Thor's hand away. "Release me. Did Asgard never teach you manners? You possess not an ounce of decorum." The Midgardian was insulting none other than Odin's son. Thor, the god of thunder. "Not anymore," he replied, acknowledging the truth in Kyle's words. However, he could not allow his pride to falter, even without his divine powers. He remained a warrior. "What? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Let us fight." Asgardians do not endure humiliation. He was brimming with frustration, and even if he had lost his powers, his years of battle experience would allow him to easily defeat an ordinary Midgardian. With that, Thor swung his fist toward Kyle's head. The desire was noble, yet reality was harsh. While others might have succumbed to Thor's formidable physique, fate had chosen Kyle. A paladin trained in physical prowess. Kyle effortlessly caught Thor's fist, gripping it firmly and twisting it slightly. Daisy trembled at the sight of the 2 muscular men clashing and hurried back to her room to change clothes. She had to rely on Jane to mediate. "Please, stop fighting. I acknowledge you as a formidable warrior. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, you will witness the might of Asgardians. Perhaps your hammer no longer holds affection for you." The image of Thor, unable to lift his hammer, howling at the rain-soaked sky, flashed in her mind, and she couldn't shake the feeling of DJVU. Yuan exclaimed, "No." Dr. Eric, a celestial physicist, was utterly uninterested in the fallen satellites. His sole reason for accompanying them was to observe the remnants of the Bifrost left by Thor's descent. He focused intently on the materials in his hands throughout the journey. The atmosphere in the car was harmonious. Jane Foster drove while Thor, seated in the passenger seat, regaled them with tales of his past heroic exploits. Kyle leaned back, resting his eyes, with Daisy beside him, drooling at the sight of the man she could not possess. Couldn't she take a moment longer to admire him? Suddenly, Dr. Eric, engrossed in his research, noticed something unusual. The photograph revealed a vague outline of a figure, and he rubbed his eyes, convinced he was imagining things, but it persisted. "Daisy, come help me examine this photograph." "Huh," she said, snapping back to reality, and took the photo he handed over. As a student from a different discipline merely seeking credits, she was utterly clueless about celestial physics. Though Eric spoke, she felt compelled to listen. Daisy also discerned the outline of the figure. Coupled with the incident involving Thor and his prior account, it was all too easy to draw connections. She stammered, pointing at Eric and Thor, unable to articulate her thoughts. If what Thor has said is indeed true, then one might have witnessed the legendary figures from mythology. The god of thunder, the prince, perhaps? The gaze then fixated on Kyle. "Did you already know that Thor's words ring true? My studies in history at university have acquainted me with myths and legends. Their authenticity remains uncertain, yet I find them entertaining nonetheless." At that moment, Jane, who had overheard the conversation behind her, inquired, "What do you mean by true?" Jane, observe the shadows here. After a cacophony of screeching brakes, the vehicle came to a halt. "What? Are those tales you spoke of genuine?" "Thor, certainly. The inhabitants of Asgard never lie." "Loki, who are you insinuating? Does this imply that the stories from mythology are indeed real, and those gods are extraterrestrial beings?" Chapter 41. The Enchantment of the Meow Hammer. Oh dear, oh dear. Pulling up carrots. A group of muscular men appear to be playing a game akin to children, taking turns attempting to lift Mjolnir. "Is that your meow hammer?" Thor, upon seeing the hammer, eagerly dashed into the pit to greet his beloved Mjolnir. "Hey, brothers, could you please queue up? Step aside. Mjolnir belongs to me." Thor forcefully shoved aside a burly man attempting to lift the hammer. The current scene resembled that of a loving couple forcibly separated by an unyielding father, feeling dejected until the girlfriend awaited him at the crossroads. Thor's perspective was akin to that of his girlfriend, surrounded by a throng of ruffians being bullied under the streetlight. MJ has become unclean. Well, you're muscular, so your word is law. MJ Despite straining once more, he still could not lift it. No, brothers, there's no need to be like this. We all can't lift it. The earlier displaced giant continued to comfort Thor. Kyle stealthily approached, eager to try his hand at lifting MJ as well. After all, Hela managed to shatter it in Thor, Ragnarok. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, any qualifications become a mere jest. Thor gazed in astonishment at MJ now levitating. What does this signify? Right before him, the burly man beside him, holding a chain, was equally bewildered, falling into a prolonged silence. The crowd erupted in cheers for the mighty one. Far away in Asgard, Loki wore a befuddled expression, which swiftly morphed into rage. How dare a mortal grasp the weapon of God? With the eternal spear in hand, he strode towards the celestial treasury. Odin in the realm of the dead also shuddered, only to catch a glimpse of a middle finger before averting his gaze. Hela, what happened? Nothing, your little man, Odin remarked, picking up the all-seeing eye. The realm of the dead cinema transitioned from a romantic scene to one of familial bonds. Kyle, however, did not seem particularly astonished. One must ask, is there a force more righteous than the holy light? Even Jesus would respectfully proclaim, "May the holy light protect you." Wasn't it said that lifting it would bestow the power of the thunder god? Why then does there seem to be no reaction at all? How did you manage that? Thor quickly sprang to his feet and embraced Kyle's thigh. Is it really that heavy? It can be lifted effortlessly. This hammer must weigh no more than 30 or 40 pounds. Isn't it a bit pathetic that you can't even lift it? The old professor, Eric, retrieved a magnifying glass, nearly pressing his head against MJ. He got so close that as Kyle released his grip, the hammer fell to the ground once more. Thud! By the heavens, Eric cannot lift it despite exerting all his strength. Is it truly that miraculous? Daisy exclaimed, astonished, noting that Kyle had lifted it with seemingly little effort. Thor interjected, "None of you are worthy." MJ was forged from the core of a dying planet. Coulson arrived at the scene, observing the excited crowd in the pit as he pulled out his phone. "Director, I have arrived." Behind Coulson, in the distance, swirling yellow sands revealed a black convoy approaching, while helicopters hovered above, transporting temporary construction materials. "Clint, how has your vacation been? You appear to be in good spirits," Coulson remarked. The newly arrived Hawkeye wore a resigned expression. "I slept quite well last night. As a working man, one has no rights. This is my first vacation since joining SHIELD, and it's only a week long. Today is Monday, so effectively, my vacation has been reduced to a single night of sleep. Encountering these peculiar items is far more exhilarating than a holiday. Let the work commence. Clint will handle security while Sitwell establishes the camp." Just as Coulson was organizing subsequent tasks, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck the pit. What on earth just happened? Everyone in the pit, including Kyle, was bewildered. Wow, is this truly the legendary goddess of thunder? Did someone misread the script? That scene wasn't in the Thor movie. Turning to Thor and MJ, the gravity of the situation became clear. Hope was utterly extinguished. Coulson and his team, noticing the anomaly, hurried into the pit to investigate. What has transpired? Coulson did not wish to misuse his title, primarily because few were aware of SHIELD. In the eyes of ordinary people, the authority of SHIELD might hold less weight than that of a small-town sheriff. "Mr. Stacy, what brings you here?" Would you believe me if I said I was here for vacation?" Kyle's unexpected presence astonished Coulson, who had spoken to him just 2 days prior over the phone. Citing the need for an evaluation of an extraordinary individual's threat level, they had scheduled him for an assessment at the New York branch of SHIELD. The very next day, it was indeed peculiar for someone who had never ventured beyond New York State to suddenly find himself over 3,000 kilometers away in New Mexico. Moreover, the individuals accompanying Kyle appeared equally strange. A muscular blond man behind him wore an expression of utter despair, as though he were on the brink of collapse. Nearby, a bespectacled woman was fixated on Kyle, while the elderly gentleman on the far right was bizarrely peering intently at something with a magnifying glass. A woman adorned in Viking attire, wielding a hammer, has unexpectedly appeared. The hammer looks exceedingly familiar. Is that not the very object of interest related to the incident documented in the files? Was it not stated that no one could lift it? How has she managed to do so? He had already prepared to set up camp, with materials airlifted by helicopter, and now he faces unwarranted criticism for wasting resources. Fortunately, the object of interest remains intact. Madam in the cloak, please relinquish the hammer. We must conduct an inspection. Oh, Jane exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. Only recalling the hammer in her hand after Coulson's reminder. Complying promptly, she released the meow meow hammer. Coulson exhaled in relief and turned to the agent, instructing, retrieve the target and return to base. Understood. We turned back. He donned an innocuous smile once more. Mr. Stacy, could you enlighten us as to what transpired here? Kyle remained silent, a mischievous grin on his face as he observed how they intended to retrieve the meow meow hammer. The narrative had veered off course, leaving him uncertain of what would unfold next. In his understanding, the hammer should not be liftable by anyone but Odin's gaze. Yet here stood Jane Foster, the female Thor. Old man, you are not jesting with me, are you? The target is unliftable. Coulson took a turn attempting to lift the hammer himself, but remained steadfast, resistant to his every effort. Turning to Jane, who had just held it, he inquired, Madam, how did you manage that? Jane replied, it was simply a matter of grasping it. The hammer is not heavy, yet several agents, including myself, cannot lift it. Are we not men, stronger than you? A mere woman? Madam holding the hammer, please proceed to that area to verify your identities. Mr. Stacy, could you recount the events that occurred prior to my arrival? Chapter 42. The Destroyer. So, you are a prince of an extraterrestrial civilization? Thor replied, not anymore. I have been exiled. Coulson now found himself in a predicament. Initially, he believed it was merely an incident involving an object of interest, never anticipating it would escalate into a diplomatic affair with extraterrestrials. Ms. Foster, can you elucidate your predicament? Jane responded, I am uncertain. I merely lifted the hammer, and this is what transpired. Thor interjected, that is the power of the Thunder God. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Thunder Goddess of Asgard. Thor felt a surge of despair. The coronation ceremony had been thwarted by the Frost Giants. His attempt at vengeance had failed, and he returned only to find himself exiled. Just as he had learned that Mjolnir had accompanied him, he discovered that the power of the thunder had been lost. The hope of returning to Asgard seemed utterly dashed, and he could not bear the thought of returning in such a state. Suddenly, a rumble in the sky outside the town drew everyone's attention. A tornado formed, and a rainbow descended, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. From the swirling debris emerged a colossal figure, the Destroyer, sent by Loki. Silvered. Is this Stark's technology? The Destroyer, guardian of the Asgardian treasury, must have been sent by my father, forgiving me and sending the Destroyer to bring me back. Kyle rubbed his face, unable to believe the scene before him. He hadn't even been asleep, yet the storyline had progressed. Shoot and T, the warriors, three have first sought out Thor before Loki dispatched the Destroyer. Why had it arrived so soon? Such a young man lacks martial virtue. At that moment, the entrance to the Bifrost in Asgard was adorned with 4 ice sculptures, as the warriors three, while searching for Heimdall, accidentally encountered Loki, who had been encased in ice alongside them. Loki, witnessing Jane wield Mjolnir and inherit the power of Thor, was instantly enraged. How could a mere mortal be worthy of such honor? Disregarding the dignity of the Asgardian prince, he immediately dispatched the Destroyer, with his primary target now shifted from Thor to Jane Foster. He was determined to reclaim the glory of Asgard. Father, I am here. Thor, believing he was being summoned, charged towards the Destroyer. Thor, who was not as swift as Coulson and his team, found several vehicles obstructing the Destroyer's path. Coulson exited his vehicle, addressing the visitor from Asgard with utmost politeness. We are. Before he could continue, the Destroyer's mask opened, unleashing a laser that obliterated Coulson's vehicle. It was evident that the newcomer bore ill intent. The agents behind him, filled with misplaced confidence, began to retaliate, armed only with handguns against the Destroyer. Thor, still some distance away, was bewildered. How had a confrontation erupted? Hadn't his father stated that a king would not recklessly initiate war? Why were they now acting more rashly than he? Father, they are not our enemies. The response to Thor came in the form of a laser beam from the Destroyer. Loki, is that you? Thor's mind, rarely active, began to engage. This familiar modus operandi could only belong to his dear brother, Loki. It was time to display his prowess. The destroyer ceased its assault, and Loki's furious voice echoed. Your recklessness has cost our father his life. Father is dead? Surely. A few harsh words could not have led to such an outcome. He had unwittingly caused his father's demise. What a disgrace to be his son. He collapsed to the ground. I have been dealing with the mess you left behind. The Frost Giant ceasefire conditions demand your eternal exile. Truly, there was no returning. The destroyer advanced past Thor into the town, addressing Jane. Mortal, surrender Mjolnir, and I shall spare your life. Jane defiantly threw the hammer at the destroyer's feet, challenging, let me see you take it. Loki, witnessing such cooperation, lowered his attack stance, compelling the destroyer to bend down for the hammer. Alas, the destroyer seemed on the verge of disassembling and could not lift Mjolnir. Unable to fathom that he, now the acting king of Asgard, could not wield the hammer. His fury swiftly shifted towards Jane, the mortal who had sullied Mjolnir. The destroyer's mask opened, unleashing a laser beam directed straight at Jane. Fortunately, Kyle, with remarkable quickness, pushed her aside. Jane, taken aback by the sudden assault, seethed with anger. Even a clay figurine has its limits. How could one tolerate such an affront? You claim the hammer belongs to your family and wish to reclaim it. Yet if you cannot wield it yourself, why indulge her? Kyle had already pulled Professor Eric to safety, eager to witness the spectacle of the Goddess of Thunder battling the destroyer. Once he regained his composure, Thor rushed over, admonishing Loki not to harm anyone recklessly. With a resounding crash, the destroyer sent Thor flying, leaving him with multiple fractures. The once loyal Mjolnir had seemingly forsaken him. The iconic scene of the hammer saving its master was nowhere to be found. Jane, witnessing this grave injustice against the man she admired, summoned Mjolnir back with a fierce grip. In a furious display, the enraged Goddess of Thunder struck the destroyer, sending it hurtling away, then rushed to Thor's side to tend to his wounds. Thor, are you all right? She inquired. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he trembled, whispering, Jane, if you ever see my mother again, tell her I love her. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies, resonating with the fury of the new Goddess of Thunder. As she raised Mjolnir and advanced toward the destroyer, which had just begun to rise. Meanwhile, Coulson urgently called for medical assistance to assess Thor's condition. He breathing, just unconscious. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. If Thor were to perish here, it wouldn't merely be a diplomatic incident. It would reveal a profound ignorance of Asgard's might. Even though Thor was currently exiled, he had to be treated with utmost caution, should he die on Earth. Regardless of their involvement, it would serve as a potent pretext for war. Today, there was only one destroyer, but what if tomorrow brought an entire legion? Noticing Kyle in a corner, casually snacking and watching the drama unfold, Jane contemplated warning him to steer clear of the combat zone to avoid injury. Suddenly, she recalled that he was a specialist in healing. Mr. Kyle, I remember you mentioning your expertise in healing. Could you assist Prince Thor? With a flourish, he proclaimed, Fear not, witness my healing prowess. An impressive orb of radiant light coalesced in his hands, filling the air with a sense of sacred warmth, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Meanwhile, the destroyer, under Jane's relentless assault, crumbled into fragments. Loki, controlling the destroyer, cursed in frustration from his throne in the realm of Asgard. Chapter 43. Rolling up the carpet and departing, Odin gazed at Hela with a tender expression, saying, It is time to return home, my daughter. Meanwhile, Asgard was embroiled in a grand performance orchestrated by Loki. A band of frost giants emerged from the Bifrost, charging unimpeded toward Odin's slumbering sanctum, leaving 2 of their number to guard the bridge, accompanied by 4 icy statues. Frigg was seated beside Odin's bed, engrossed in a cookbook. Odin had expressly instructed her to disregard Loki's antics, prompting her to remain in the chamber, savoring the thought of preparing a feast for Hela upon her return. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and she turned to find frost creeping upon the grand entrance. Frost giants? During the last coronation ceremony, she had been perplexed by how they had evaded Heimdall's watchful gaze. If the frost giants had infiltrated once more, it would surely be to plunder the treasury. How audacious they must be to approach the royal chambers directly. Were there traitors in Asgard? Who could it be? As Frigg pondered, the sound of footsteps grew ever closer. Swiftly, she drew a sword from beside the bed, concealing her form and leaving behind a mere illusion in her stead. The door swung open, and Frigg immediately struck down the frost giant who had entered. Though adept in sorcery, she was not a warrior by nature. It was only through sheer force of will that she managed to fell a few minions before being overpowered by their leader, Laufey. Princess of the Vanir. I advise you to comply, Laufey sneered. Are you seeking to reignite the war between Asgard and Jotunheim? Va? Was it not your son who instigated the provocation? Laufey's gaze fixated on the slumbering Odin. He understood that the frost giants were no match for Asgard, and when Thor had ventured into Jotunheim, his bravado had merely been a fade to uphold his royal dignity. However, if Odin were to perish, reclaiming the frozen winter coffin would be a different matter altogether. After so long, it was time for a new ruler to occupy the throne of the Nine Realms. Has the All-Father grown so frail? They say that even in slumber, his eyes could perceive the realms. Now, it would be fitting to witness how his demise unfolds. Approaching, he prepared to behold the great mountain that had loomed over him for millennia. The collapse of Odin's mountain would herald the dawn of frost giant supremacy over the Nine Realms, a breathtaking spectacle of crystalline ice and snow blanketing the realms. Hidden in the shadows, Loki gripped the eternal spear tightly, poised to intervene at any moment. As Laufey's hand made contact with Odin's form, he sensed something amiss. Loki had deceived him. This was a trap designed to lure him in. Retreating swiftly, Laufey muttered, "The Odin family is indeed a pack of deceivers." A radiant rainbow descended, revealing Odin and Hela in the royal chamber. Laufey could hardly believe his ears upon hearing her voice. If Odin represented an insurmountable mountain, then Hela, the goddess of death, embodied the nightmares of all frost giants. Negotiation might be possible with Odin, but in the face of Hela, there was only one outcome: death. Over a millennium ago, every confrontation with Hela had resulted in catastrophic losses, forcing the frost giant army to disperse and resort to guerrilla tactics. Those small teams that encountered Hela never return alive. Even the surrendering captives were not spared by her. How is it that you still live? Over a millennium ago, news of the death goddess Hela's rebellion against Asgard and her subsequent annihilation by Odin reached even the ears of Laufey, who initially found it hard to believe. However, after more than 1,000 years without a single sighting of Hela, Laufey was compelled to accept her demise. With Hela's sudden reappearance, he could only conclude, the Odin family truly excels in deception. With a dismissive flicker of her form, Hela sent Laufey flying with a single kick, drawing forth the blade of night and severing his head in one swift stroke. She then casually wiped her foot on the ground, as if she had stepped on something unsightly. Odin could only watch in silent astonishment at Hela's swift and decisive actions. The seal had been broken, and even if Hela were still as she once was, there was no way to restrain her again. Any effort to do so would be futile. The most bewildered of all was Loki, who found Laufey's head rolling to rest at his feet. His eyes widened as he beheld Hela standing beside Odin, questioning who this formidable figure could be. He had forgotten to maintain his concealment spell and revealed himself. Frigga called out, "Loki, come forth and meet your sister Hela." "Sister?" Frigga guided Loki to Hela's side, explaining, "Indeed, she is your sister. Hela is the eldest daughter of your father, born of my sister Freya." This was utterly overwhelming. Loki cared little for Hela's lineage, but the title of eldest daughter struck him hard. Just as he had managed to exile Thor, another contender for the throne emerged. It mattered not that Hela was a woman. Loki himself was not even a blood heir. Moreover, Hela's prowess seemed to surpass his own, with just a few deft movements. She had dispatched Laufey. All of Loki's ambitions crumbled into dust. He had barely warmed the throne for a few days before being completely cast aside. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully offered the eternal spear to Odin. "Father, mother, sister, I shall check for any remaining threats." Odin took the spear with a hint of annoyance. As Frigga discussed with Hela what they should eat, Loki exited the royal chamber, exhaling a sigh of relief. The thought that Odin might discover his recent actions drained the color from his face. Loki was acutely aware of the number of frost giants that had come. Aside from a few in the royal chamber, 2 had remained at the Rainbow Bridge. The immediate concern was to deal with those 2, for even if Odin remained unaware, they could not be allowed to betray him. He hurried to the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, where he found 3 warriors and Heimdall had already broken free from their icy entrapment and dispatched the 2 frost giants. This was a disaster. He had forgotten about them. Even if they were unaware of his dealings with Laufey, they knew he had used the ice winter coffin to freeze them. Not to mention, they had witnessed the frost giants arriving in Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge. Drawing forth the ice winter coffin, he concealed his form and moved deeper into the Rainbow Bridge. Recently freed from the icy stasis, Heimdall was already in a weakened state, and the three warriors were in no better condition, nearly unable to move. Had Heimdall not just vanquished two frost giants, they might have met their demise at the hands of mere minions. As he contemplated assisting the three warriors, a chill swept over him, a familiar frigid aura enveloping the air. The four, once freed from their frozen imprisonment, found themselves in a ghostly semblance of their former selves. Loki extracted the sword of protection from the carcass of the frost giant and made his way to the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. With Jotunheim eradicated, no one would uncover the conspiracy with Lao Fei. He directly activated the Rainbow Bridge, aiming it at Jotunheim, and then Loki fled through a spatial rift of Asgard. The consequences of his actions, once revealed to Odin, were all too predictable. The complete annihilation of the frost giants would merely alleviate one act of treason, while the harm inflicted upon the royal family of Asgard was a grave offense. The only reason he spared Heimdall and the three warriors was their friendship. He feared Odin's wrath might prompt a pursuit order against him. Chapter 44. Refusal to join S.H.I.E.L.D. I advise you not to touch it, Kyle observed as S.H.I.L.D. agents meticulously collected the fragments of the destroyer armor, preparing to pack them away. We have the right to dispose of these hazardous materials. Coulson had already received instructions from the Egghead to ensure the remnants of the destroyer were returned. Upon learning of Thor's origins, Egghead began preparations to prevent an invasion from Asgard, believing that understanding their military might require thorough examination. Moreover, Prince Thor has graciously donated the remnants to S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson remarked with a grin. What? Isn't that sheer extravagance? Although this was a reforged version of the destroyer, it was still not as formidable as the one Odin donned during his battle against the Celestials. It was hardly inferior, and he just gave it away? How much wealth does Odin possess to withstand such wastefulness? It would be more prudent to offer it to him, inscribing a few healing spells and instantly transforming the destroyer into your health assistant at your service. Far away in the celestial palace of Asgard, Odin observed the scene, his anger ignited at Thor's nonchalant gifting of their belongings. With a cold snort, he tightened his grip on the eternal spear. The fragments of the destroyer armor responded to their master's call, soaring from a box and reassembling into the form of the destroyer. Although restored in appearance, the cracks adorning its surface signified that it had not fully recovered. The Rainbow Bridge descended, and the destroyer vanished from sight. I told you not to touch it. Inciting Odin's wrath is no trivial matter. Beware of that old man's revenge. Coulson felt a tightening sensation at the back of his neck. Regardless of whether the Asgardians are gods, provoking a nation on Earth is far from a simple diplomatic incident. If they were significantly weaker than the United States, it would be different, but the current situation clearly illustrated that Asgard was exponentially more powerful than they could fathom. Upon receiving the news that the destroyer had been reclaimed, the boiled egg felt no anger. He merely wished to test the generosity of His Majesty, the God King. The retrieval was not a loss. Should they retain the S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be a significant gain. The computer played footage of the recent battle between the Lady Thor and the destroyer, while documents regarding Kyle rested on the table, accompanied by a nearby blueprint. The boiled egg felt a surge of joy, as the Avengers Initiative was poised to gain two new allies, one wielding the power of a legendary thunder god, and another possessing extraordinary healing abilities. At last, a controllable high-tier combat force could be established, allowing Hulk to be relegated to a backup option. Coulson, Miss Jane Foster, would you be interested in working for S.H.I.E.L.D.? We boast the most formidable research team in the world, ready to assist you in any inquiry you wish to pursue. Mr. Stacy could also join our hospital. I believe your remarkable healing methods would astonish them. What was meant to come would eventually arrive, though Coulson's smile bore little effect. Kyle would certainly not join S.H.I.E.L.D., and Jane, the Lady Thor, was far from the muscle-bound simplicity of Thor. And what kind of salary are you prepared to offer me? You must have reviewed my background and are aware of my income, Jane inquired. Coulson suddenly remembered that while she may not rival Stark, she was not lacking in financial resources either. Disclosing the salary for a new hire might very well result in a serious backlash. Jane made her stance clear, expressing her disinterest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. D. Mr. Carlson, I do not wish to jump ship before my current work is completed. I have many tasks ahead of me. S-H-I-E-L. DS duty is to safeguard global security. Such superhuman powers necessitate oversight, making membership in S-H-I-L-D the wisest choice. Was this a threat? How splendid. A little more pressure might incite a confrontation. Otherwise, Kyle would feel hesitant to act with force. Are you threatening me? Kyle responded, masking his delight with a facade of anger. Please do proceed. Why was that bald-headed man still smirking? He ought to draw his weapon quickly. Ideally, he should empty the magazine within 2 seconds. Kyle had yet to experience the sensation of the Mjolnir striking someone. Of course not, merely a friendly reminder. Your extraordinary abilities can easily invite trouble, and holding S-H-I-E-L-D identity could mitigate many unnecessary complications. You are overly cautious. I'm a person who fears trouble the least. Carlson frowned as he observed Kyle's departing figure. Perhaps the most pleased of all was Silvered, for S-H-I-E-L-D had missed the opportunity to recruit a high-caliber talent, thus depriving Hydra of yet another adversary. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D could very well serve as a front for Hydra, allowing them to operate without revealing their true identities. Prince Thor, would you fancy a cup of coffee at S-H-I-E-L-D? We can assist you in resolving any identity issues. Thor, you must not go. Jane interjected before Thor could respond, whispering several hushed words in his ear, surely not extolling the virtues of S-H-I-L-D. Without the forced confiscation of documents, and with Carlson's unique smile, Thor had a rather favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when the woman he cherished spoke, he found himself at a loss. Thor was reluctant to leave Jane's side to venture alone to S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since his beloved MJ Lilner was with her. Departing was simply out of the question. No, I shall remain by Jane's side. Precisely, an obedient little wolf is the best. Carlson maintained his composure. Very well. Our personnel will personally deliver the documents to the prince. Shortly after their departure, 2 workers arrived to commence construction on the rooftop opposite them. Kyle turned to see a camera, now facing them from the roof, a smirk forming on his lips. Let the storm come even fiercer. Bart, it seems he has noticed us. Impossible, we have remained hidden. Meanwhile, Carlson, already airborne in the Quinjet, was conversing with the director. Sir, they have declined. No matter, apply some pressure. And what of the prince? Carlson replied. Thor wishes to stay by Ms. Foster's side. It seems this prince is quite favored by women. Once arrangements are made. You may return, Carlson. I will assign someone else to take over your duties. Yes, sir. The following morning, Kyle visited next door for breakfast, tossing and catching MJ Lilner in his hand. Thor fixated on the rising and falling hammer, fearful it might fall to the ground. It is time to say farewell. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Kyle retrieved a gold ingot and a business card from his pocket, placing them before Thor. After all, he is my brother-in-law. Though reluctant to play the role of caretaker for Odin, one must still assist in times of trouble. Chapter 45. Sister meets Brother Hel. The Fenrir alarm clock arrived early to rouse its master. Hela awoke from her slumber, running her fingers through her wolf mane, staring blankly at the ceiling. She could hardly believe she had emerged from her seal. The familiar furnishings of the room reassured her that Odin had not forgotten her. Unbeknownst to her, the throne had lost much of its significance in her heart, while resentment towards Odin lingered. It had not reached the point of murderous intent. Her fury had been mostly satiated when she severed Odin's arm. Vandal, do your best. Don't fear him. Keep going. The commotion outside piqued Hela's interest. Upon reaching the balcony, she observed a crowd gathered in the square, where 2 burly men were engaged in a weapons duel. How feeble. Their techniques were scarce, relying solely on brute strength. In the past, Hela might have intervened personally to impart some training. Yet, the laughter on the faces of the spectators evoked a poignant reflection. During the preparation for war, the Asgardian troops trained daily, their intensity starkly contrasting with the current merriment. Had they engaged in such frivolity, they would have perished on the battlefield long ago. Did witnessing this not elicit a different sensation? Unbeknownst to her, Odin had appeared on the neighboring balcony. I can empathize with your desire to expand your horizons. I felt the same way in my youth. Not everyone revels in the chaos of war. Peace is a precious commodity that we must cherish. Yet, Loki did indeed bring ruin to Jotunheim. Do not deceive yourself into thinking you could have thwarted him. The highest authority over the Bifrost is not held by the sword of guardianship. The eternal spear was never in Loki's possession. Odin could effortlessly close the Bifrost at his whim. When one errs, punishment is warranted. After so many years of tranquility in Asgard, some may have forgotten the sharp edge of the Aesir. The majesty of the ruler of the Nine Realms is not to be trampled upon lightly. It is our royal duty to safeguard the peace of Asgard. The concept of peace is foreign to Hela. Throughout her life, she has only heard tales of war, with adults discussing strategies for battle. In such an environment, she has grown unaware of what peace truly entails. Yet now, Hela does not resent this existence. Rather, she harbors a desire for it to continue uninterrupted. Unconsciously, she places her hand on her abdomen, gently caressing it. Upon returning indoors, she retrieves the all-seeing eye. As it activates, a wave of mist greets her, revealing the faint outline of man. Hela's cheeks flush slightly, her eyes widening as she gazes at Kyle within. A knock at the door interrupts her reverie. Your Highness, the goddess requests your presence to finalize the guest list for the banquet. The purpose of the banquet is twofold: to celebrate Hela's return and to announce the resurrection of the Goddess of Death in Asgard, while simultaneously demonstrating to others that Asgard's formidable strength has been augmented, deterring those who might harbor insidious intentions. Even as Odin ages, Hela remains an insurmountable bastion for Asgard. Moreover, it serves to showcase Kyle, the promising prince of Asgard. When Hela arrives, Frigga is busy verifying the number of invitations on the list. Hela, come here. I am quite overwhelmed on my own. Hela, sporting a long-missed smile, sits beside Frigga, observing that most names on the list are unfamiliar to her. Occasionally, she spots a few familiar names from the Vanir, but it is understandable. The acquaintances from her era were predominantly foes, many of whom have succumbed beneath her blade. Her gaze finally settles on the two individuals from Midgard. Are these the only two from Midgard? Do you intend to deliver the invitations? Yearning for your little prince so soon? Hela's cheeks flush as she quietly gathers the invitations for Wong and Kyle. Let us visit after lunch. Your brother Thor is also in Midgard, and it would be an opportunity to see him. In New Mexico, two agents monitoring Thor and his companions prepare to retreat upon spotting a red-haired beauty at the entrance, who is none other than the Black Widow, Natasha, recently returned from her last mission, only to be dispatched here once again by the ever-impulsive Egg. Knock, knock, knock. Greetings, Ms. Jennifer Foster. I am Natasha, the new assistant to Professor Eric, assigned to assist you in organizing materials. The professor has recently taken on a new project and lacks the time to continue his work here. Ostensibly so, the underlying truth is self-evident. I have come bearing a task. Jennifer quickly tidied her hair before opening the door, her complexion flushed and her lips slightly swollen, evidently having shared an intimate moment with Thor. Welcome, Ms. Natasha. Did the professor mention when he would return? Jennifer pondered how the doctor could have been away for so long. Perhaps he had found new employment. Natasha replied, I am uncertain. The new project pertains to physics, which he seems to have a fondness for. It is likely he will be away for some time. Well, that is troubling, Jennifer sighed. Eric had left for a new position, and the pressing concern remained, her doctoral thesis, which now lacked guidance, leaving her in the dark about how long revisions would take. The professor had instructed me prior to my arrival that you would be in full control of the work here. My role is merely to assist you and relay information to the professor. In the meantime, Thor had been enjoying a comfortable existence, with meals brought to him and someone to warm his bed at night. It certainly had an air of blissful neglect. Just a few minutes after Jennifer had stepped out, Thor began to miss her, unable to focus on the television, stealing glances toward the door. Restless, he checked the time. Only 2 minutes had passed. After another 2 minutes of waiting, he could no longer contain himself and pushed open the door. Who are you? Natasha initially thought he was addressing her. I am Professor Eric, she began, only to realize Thor was not speaking to her. Following his gaze, she turned to see a striking woman in black attire, with dark hair and an imposing presence. Thor's eyes fixated on Hela, who held the enchanted hammer Mjolnir, and he felt as if his faith were crumbling. How is it that another worthy individual can lift the hammer? He thought. Was it not established that only the god of thunder could wield it? That Jennifer could lift it was already a testament to her inherited power. Though Kyle was somewhat irritating, his strength bore a sense of sanctity that could be acknowledged. Yet, Hela before him did not exude the qualities of justice or kindness. Her effortless handling of the hammer was disconcerting. Thor bellowed, "Put down Mjolnir." Natasha cautiously retreated, her hand instinctively reaching for the pistol at her waist, equally perplexed by the notion that the hammer could be lifted by another. Hela smirked, "Strictly speaking, I am the rightful owner of Mjolnir." "What?" Thor exclaimed, taken aback. "I have never heard of sister. Do you not fear retribution for impersonating an Asgardian? Though I am exiled, Heimdall's eyes can perceive all realms. You shall face the wrath of the Asgardians." "Oh, is that so?" Hela replied nonchalantly, her fingers playfully twirling Mjolnir like a windmill. The atmosphere in the room began to crackle with tension. Jien summoned Mjolnir, which trembled momentarily before obediently responding. Mjolnir exclaimed, "What a nuisance." It had absorbed more blood from Hela over the centuries than it had from Thor in over a millennium. Natasha took 2 steps back. Her instincts heightened as she sent a message. A suspected Asgardian goddess has appeared. Her combat capabilities are unknown. The overwhelming aura radiating from Hela nearly rendered Natasha breathless. Jien, having just inherited divine powers, could effortlessly shatter a destroyer. Now, with a genuine Asgardian goddess present, it seemed as though the entire SHIELD was merely delivering provisions. Hela's gaze shifted to Jien, scrutinizing her before returning to Thor. "You so readily bestow Asgardian power upon this Midgardian? Jien is more worthy of Mjolnir than I am." Thor said this with pride. Mjolnir had been conquered by Jien, and in turn, he had conquered Jien. Weak and inept. Is this how Odin has taught you? Dare you insult my father? In Thor's heart, Odin was sacred beyond reproach, especially since he believed himself responsible for Odin's demise. The thought of the deceased stirred his ire, and he charged forward, fists raised. Hela, exasperated, pondered what foolishness resided in Thor's mind. Her previous recklessness was rooted in strength, yet now Thor, rendered ordinary, remained obstinate, failing to comprehend the situation. Initially, she had harbored hope for Thor's clandestine venture to Jotunheim, but it appeared Odin was indeed correct. Thor was a fool. With a swift strike, she knocked him down, affectionately pressing Mjolnir onto his chest. Quite effective indeed. "Oh, let me go." Ignoring Thor's struggles, she flashed to Jien's side, declaring, "I shall reclaim Asgardian power." Her right hand glimmered with divine energy as she severed Jien's connection with Mjolnir. The divine power dissipated from Jien, reverting her to her former self. The once mighty form, now stripped of divine support, resembled someone who had just endured a fierce battle, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The sudden and overwhelming turn of events left Natasha speechless. How could she call for reinforcements? Should she launch a nuclear option instead? "Release Jien, or you shall face eternal retribution from Asgard." Thor, attempting to sound menacing, suddenly felt a lightness. Mjolnir had vanished from atop him. "This is food prepared by Frigga herself." The 2 food containers on the table were all too familiar to Thor, adorned with Asgardian markings. Is she really my sister? It must be so. Surely, she did not sneak into the palace kitchen merely to forge connections here. Are you truly my sister? How have I never seen you before? Since we are kin, why engage in conflict? Thor immediately donned a conciliatory expression, inviting Jien to join him at the table to savor the delicacies. One bite confirmed it. This was indeed the taste of their mother's cooking. The dishes prepared by Mother are undoubtedly the most delectable. Simplified. Do you care to taste this roasted fish? Presently, the scene renders it impossible for Simplified to indulge. Indeed, could this not be the words of Sister Hela, akin to an introduction to one's parents? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Hela has never once regarded her with a proper gaze, perpetually exuding an air of dissatisfaction towards her. As Thor savored the meal, he suddenly halted, sensing the warm atmosphere of maternal affection dissipating, leaving him enveloped in sorrow. "May I return to attend my father's funeral?" he implored. "I am aware that it is due to my actions, I assure you. Just this once I wish to participate in the funeral, and upon its conclusion, I will return and never again set foot in Asgard." Thor found himself contemplating how to smash the bowl. As Odin, an ordinary ceramic bowl would not suffice. What he required was a substantial vessel, preferably one forged from URU metal, though he questioned whether it could indeed shatter. Cough, cough, cough. Hela had just taken a sip of her tea when it erupted from her mouth. As the image she had seen through the all-seeing eye came rushing back to her mind. Goodness, is that mind of yours freshly minted? For someone over 1,000 years old, your preservation is quite remarkable. That is of no consequence. When you return, we can hold the funeral then. When Thor regains his divine powers and is escorted back by Heimdall, the sight of him clad in mourning attire while holding a bowl will surely be a grand spectacle. Is that true? Splendid. When may I return? Thor's heart soared upon receiving permission to pay his last respects to his father. Ah, when you regain your powers, came the answer. At that moment, Thor felt a surge of frustration. If he could not return, why must he be subjected to such mockery? It was painfully clear that his powers had been stripped by Odin, and with Odin now deceased, how could he ever restore them? Could they not simply state that he would never return in this lifetime? Hela, observing Thor's troubled expression, could likely surmise the cause. Your strength belongs to you alone. It is not something that can be easily taken away by another. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Fearing that she might succumb to the impulse to strike Thor, Hela hastily departed. As Hela exited, Natasha felt the chill around her neck dissipate and rubbed her arms. Do you all feel cold? She inquired. With that reminder, the others in the room became acutely aware of the icy sensation enveloping them. Although autumn had just begun, New Mexico, being a desert region, was typically warm, especially in the currently open garage devoid of air conditioning. It must be her doing. Hasn't she introduced herself as the Goddess of Death? Thor, do you truly not recognize her? I do not. I have only one brother and have never heard of another sister. How can you be certain she is your sister then? Clang, clang, clang. Thor rapped on the plate a few times. This confirms it. The food box bears the insignia of the Asgard royal family, and the utensils are of Asgardian design. Most importantly, these dishes are indeed prepared by my mother. I can discern it. Even if she could forge the royal insignia and the tableware, she could never replicate the unique flavor of my mother's cooking. Thor remained perplexed about Hela's origins, unable to fathom why his parents had chosen to conceal the existence of his sister. Is it possible that Hela is Odin's illegitimate daughter? Moreover, her power is so formidable that even with restored divine abilities, she remains unmatched. Could it be that her father has chosen her sister as the heir? This would explain why she was exiled. It seems he has found a more suitable successor. Alas, only upon regaining her divine powers can she attend the funeral. Wait, where has my meow meow hammer gone? Chapter 47. If your girlfriend is pregnant, refrain from letting her indulge in spicy hot pot. 117, Brick Street. Hela stood before the sign of the New York Sanctum, sensing that Kyle's presence dissipated here. This edifice was the first place on Earth that eluded her perception, imbued with an aura of magic. This must be the territory of the supreme sorcerer he mentioned. She muttered to herself as she pushed the door open. Upon entering, Hela beheld an array of magical artifacts adorning the walls. The supreme sorcerer seemed rather affluent. Daniel, who was tidying up on the second floor, heard the commotion and was about to inquire about the identity of the intruder when he felt an overwhelming presence of darkness, akin to a mountain, peeking through a crack. He observed Hela's dark energy almost solidifying. This was the most potent evil he had ever encountered. With a cold sweat breaking out, Daniel recalled his previous encounter with a follower of Dormammu, Caecilius, who had swiftly dispatched him with a few lackeys. Facing such an immense evil this time surely spelled doom. He wondered if Kyle could save him once more. A gust of wind swept through, and Hela's voice resonated in his ears. Are you the sorcerer of this place? Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon the sanctum? The guardian sorcerer must maintain a semblance of dignity, so despite his fear, he held firm with the seraphim shield, secretly preparing to unleash a powerful spell with the Vishani's holy sword for a surprise attack. Are you preparing to strike? Hela had already noticed the small conjurations. Their ancient essence, if wielded steadily, might indeed inflict a minor wound upon her. How is it that, after over 1,000 years of absence, the current generation exhibits such audacity? They seem eager to engage in battle without assessing their own capabilities. Just as Daniel resolved to take the initiative with the Vishani's holy sword drawn, the Ancient One intervened. Sparks flew, revealing the Ancient One's silhouette. My lord, do not toy with a mere apprentice sorcerer. Daniel, cease your magic. This is not an enemy. This is Lady Hela, the goddess of death and the eldest daughter of Odin, the wife of Sorcerer Kyle. Daniel swiftly retracted his magic and bowed. Your Highness Hela, I beseech your forgiveness for my rudeness. It appears that Sorcerer Kyle indeed prefers companions from Asgard. Yet, how could someone so virtuous choose a partner who practices dark magic? Is this what Sorcerer Kyle refers to as the balance of yin and yang? No wonder he has only recently attained the title of Grand Sorcerer at such an advanced age. It seems he has been seeking a dual practice partner skilled in the dark arts. Dark magic? Ancient One. Your Highness, come over for a cup of tea. It will be about another hour before Kyle emerges. Hela took a seat opposite Ancient One, her gaze fixated on the eye of Agamotto resting beneath his neck. The time stone. No wonder you are the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One smiled but remained silent. Truth be told, he too was puzzled as to why the inaugural Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, chose to encase the time stone within a necklace. Was it merely to flaunt his wealth, wearing it daily around his neck? He commanded the teacup before Hela to refill itself. Meanwhile, Kyle was laboriously completing the array. Ever since the advent of mana juice and the girl's agile footwork, the efficacy of these restorative potions had surged dramatically. It was somewhat exhausting, however. Kyle's hand moved with such rapidity that it left a blur, surpassing even the speed of certain ninja. Panting, Kyle wiped the sweat from his brow and downed a bottle of mana juice, his blue mana bar instantly recovering by a third. Who would have thought that one day, drawing arrays could become a form of fitness? Success was within reach. Upon completing the final piece of the puzzle, Kyle collapsed, limbs sprawled. One expense. Finally, he had concluded this monumental task. He must reward himself today with a spicy hot pot. Exiting the portal, he contemplated inviting Daniel to join him for a feast. Just as he stepped out, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and yet again, a door opened at his feet. Kyle acted swiftly, retrieving a pack of spicy strips from his inventory. Selecting the one with the most oil, he tore open the packaging and tossed it aside without a second glance, merely catching a glimpse of a shadow before it was thrown. Steadying himself, he beheld Hela seated there, several dripping spicy strips lodged in her hair. Trouble loomed. Dear friends, should he flee or stand his ground? Hela, what brings you here? He inquired, only to be met with the familiar sight of a hammer crackling with lightning, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, leaving him no time to evade. Crash! Kyle was unaware of how many walls he had breached, ultimately landing sprawled in the plaza. A group of mages practicing their spells halted, turning their gazes toward him. What are you staring at? Never seen a dashing entry before? He retorted. They had witnessed numerous flamboyant entrances, yet none could recall someone being knocked out of their charm so audaciously. A newcomer, unable to contain his curiosity, asked an elder beside him, "Who is this? Does he not fear being beaten up?" The elder turned to the young one and responded, "This is Kyle, a mage allied with Counterattack, second only to the Sorcerer Supreme in strength. Do you think he fears anything?" Ah, no wonder no one dares to speak, the newcomer realized. It seemed he was not merely putting on airs. He was genuinely formidable. Kyle rose, dusting off his clothes, and scampered back to Ancient One's tea room, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Hela, however, ignored him entirely, turning to Ancient One to say, "The Sorcerer Supreme shall have to join us for tea another time." With a thoughtful gesture, Bye-Bye kindly opened a portal to an uninhabited area, as any injuries during the impending battle would be regrettable. "My dear, have I erred? Is that not enough? Besides, it was not my intention. I aimed at the Ancient One, unaware that you were seated there. Am I to be blamed for this?" Hela provided no opportunity for further defense, seizing Kyle by the neck and pressing him into the ground until she had carved out a small plot of earth. Spitting out the mud from his mouth, Kyle asked, "Has your anger subsided, dear? Do take care not to soil your garments." Hela, with a flick of her magic, cleaned herself with ease. "By the way, after I left that day, did I not take a few swipes at Odin? He was the one who sent me away. Otherwise, I would have certainly joined you in giving him a good thrashing. It is not too late. Just say the word, and I shall rush to Asgard bind Odin, and you may deliver the fatal blow as you wish. If that does not suffice for vengeance, I have another method called looking to the sky, where one sharpens a stick to a point, and the condemned sits upon it, gradually impaled until their head is raised to gaze at the heavens. That is my father. Ah, well, let us set that aside. It seems your ire has dissipated. How about I take you for a hot pot meal? I assure you, after one taste, you shall crave it again and again." With Hela present, there was no need to borrow a portal from the temple. They could head directly to the spicy hot pot capital for an authentic feast. This flavor is simply divine. As they dined and conversed, Kyle grasped Hela's intention for her return. Hosting a banquet and inviting various friends showcased Odin's subtle machinations. Yet, one could hardly blame him. It was all for the good of Asgard. After their meal, he guided Hela back to his home, thinking it best for her to stay the night. "I am a child." The announcement struck him like a bolt from the blue. "I have only just shed my trousers. And you reveal this? He was overwhelmed by the magnitude of this surprise. He was to become a father in 10 months? Huh. Allow me to feel my daughter's presence. Not necessarily. For the Asgardians, pregnancy does not last merely 10 months. For royalty, it extends even longer, with greater potential and strength in the offspring born later. Emerging from a joy of impending fatherhood, a tinge of sorrow crept in. It seemed he had barely begun to indulge before he was required to embrace a more ascetic lifestyle. Moreover, the timeline was uncertain, leaving him with no clear expectations. My dear, let me examine your tonsils and lung capacity. The following morning, Kyle awoke feeling quite fiery. The strength of Asgardian women was undeniable. Goodness, we must have had hot pot last night. No wonder. Chapter 48. Kyle's psychotic girlfriend after a soothing hot bath. He finally felt the fiery sensation diminish. Hela, preparing breakfast. Noticed Kyle's emergence and immediately adopted a playful demeanor, performing a cheeky display of her tongue's agility. Wow. Kyle instinctively covered himself. Haha, I jest. Come, let us eat. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. As Kyle glanced back, apprehensively eyeing his escape route, he prepared for a sudden assault from Hela, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. After a prolonged period of cautious observation, only when Hela placed breakfast on the table did he finally settle down to eat. Hela, observing Kyle's wary demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Ever since another presence graced her life, she had gradually fallen in love with this way of living. Was it possible that life could be more than just violence and conflict? Unconsciously, she licked the milk from the corner of her mouth, causing Kyle's heart to flutter with trepidation. Is there something on my face? He wondered, perplexed by her sudden shift to a fearful expression. Did she truly harbor such dread? No, it's nothing. Drinking more milk is good for your health. Oh, indeed, I should drink more. Milk neutralizes spiciness. Wow, is this the power of a woman who's tasted life? No wonder they say before marriage one is fierce as a tiger, and after, timid as a dog. Time has smoothed our edges, blurring our shapes, transforming us from a myriad of individuals into mere shades of humanity. On a distant rooftop, two men clad in black suits nibbled on bread while peering through binoculars in the direction of the Star Building's top floor. Target sighted, Agent B remained unfazed. Knowing Kyle's daily routine was a predictable straight line, seldom deviating from his home in the early morning. There's a woman beside the target. Her figure is stunning. Agent B remarked dismissively, it's just a woman. Hurry and eat something instead of staring. Sir, this woman is peculiar. I can't discern her features. It's all a blur. Understood. Just take a photograph. With a click, the camera connected to the binoculars produced a picture. It was indeed unclear, as if the upper part of her head had been pixelated in the 1080p image. This must be an extraordinary individual. Agent B replied, yes. The records clearly state the target is a sorcerer. Otherwise, why would we need to watch in person? We could just install a few cameras while the target is away and comfortably monitor from the air conditioning. Isn't it normal for a sorcerer to have an extraordinary friend? We merely need to document and submit our findings. Nothing else needs consideration. Agent A interjected, why does his mission manual feel so fabricated? The target being a superhuman isn't even mentioned. Are interns treated so unfairly? Hela suddenly exclaimed. It seems someone is watching us from that direction. Just a couple of mice. They are inconsequential, Kyle thought, having already detected the agent's scent by S.H.I.E.L.D. He chose to ignore them, waiting for the day when they would impulsively confront him. After all, he was the embodiment of civilized justice. How could he strike without provocation? At the very least, his adversaries must initiate the conflict for him to retaliate. This would allow him to act with a clear conscience. Unfortunately, the agents were not astute. They merely dispatched a few individuals to surveil him, failing to install any cameras in his home. Otherwise, Kyle would have long since taken the confession hammer to the Sankey Wing building to assess the project's quality. The culinary creations of my girlfriend possess a distinctive flavor. I am about to return. Will you accompany me or prefer to journey to Asgard in a few days? Departing already? Kyle had imagined that Hela would join him for an extended stay. Yet here she is, ready to leave less than a day after arriving. Isn't the banquet still a few days away? Why not linger on Earth for a few more days? I could show you around, and we could return the day before the festivities commence. Enjoy? Enjoy what? My strength is derived from Asgard. Only by remaining there can I restore my powers effectively. And our child will also possess greater potential. It seems we may need to reside in Asgard until our offspring is born. Is it necessary for him to be adopted into my family? What does it mean to stay with one's family? For the sake of the child. I cannot compel Hela to remain on Earth. To meet her, I must journey to Asgard. Alas, Kyle gently caressed Hela's abdomen, where their unborn child lay, and whispered, "You must be a daughter. I genuinely doubt what sort of son could emerge from Odin's lineage. Before departing, why not visit my home and meet Helen?" Hela felt her cheeks flush. She had not anticipated that the once fearsome goddess of death could possess such shyness. Hela had never experienced anything like this before. What if Kyle's family disapproved of her? With her formidable prowess, she could easily abduct Kyle back to Asgard if necessary. Yet she knew how much he valued his family, particularly their opinions. Hela sensed the growing warmth of familial affection within him. Uncertain if Kyle would choose her over his family, she resolved to do her utmost to earn their approval. Meeting them is inevitable. One cannot evade such encounters. There's no need to be so anxious. Helen is a wonderful mother. Although I was adopted, I have never felt unwelcome at home. As Kyle drove, he narrated tales of his family life to Hela. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hela stared blankly ahead, her mind drifting to the regal figure from her distant memories. When she turned, the visage was hazy. She could hardly recall Freya's exact features. "Mother, I miss you too." Despite the burdensome lessons of her youth, Hela had experienced joy during her time with Freya. That happiness vanished the day Freya was assassinated, marking the end of Hela's childhood, and at her insistence, Odin replaced her studies with various combat training. Since then, Hela's smiles had faded, only to resurface during moments of triumph in battle. Until she met Kyle, the expression of joy had been absent from her countenance. "Is George off today?" Kyle inquired, glancing at the car parked outside their home. "Today isn't even the weekend. Would a workaholic like George take a day off?" "There's no point in guessing. We can simply check. Let us go." Hela linked her arm with Kyle's as they stepped inside the house. In the living room, Helen was diligently cleaning when she looked up to see Kyle entering. "Ah, my dear, Kyle has finally remembered to come back and visit his mother," she exclaimed. I've been quite busy these past few days, but now that I have some free time, I'm back." "That's more like it, you." "Wait, is it a magpie singing today?" Kyle actually brought a girl home. "Is this your girlfriend, Kyle?" "Indeed, this is Hela." Helen immediately rushed over to embrace Hela warmly. My dear son has finally learned to appreciate the finer things." Hela, taken aback by the sudden affection, turned to Kyle for help. Good luck with that, Helen thought. She had long desired a daughter-in-law. Under Kyle's nurturing over the years, not only had her tastes become more akin to those of the East, but she had also mastered the art of matchmaking to an impressive degree. "George, come out." Helen called out to George, who was in his study. "Is that a loud commotion I hear? Is Kyle back?" Halfway down the stairs, he spotted the girl that Helen was embracing, and seeing Kyle's proud expression, he quickly deduced the situation. And who might this be? In contrast to Helen's exuberance, George maintained a more restrained demeanor. "Hello, I'm Hela, Kyle's girlfriend. Greetings. Welcome to our home." As he passed Kyle, he shot him a disapproving glance. With years of experience in law enforcement, George could immediately discern Hela's unique aura that set her apart from the ordinary. However, this was inconsequential. In George's eyes, Kyle was equally remarkable. Regardless of whether Hela hailed from royalty, Kyle was worthy of her. "You're correct. Come, let's sit and chat while Helen prepares some fruit." Helen, not heeding George's words, pulled Hela into another room for a heart-to-heart, leaving the two men standing awkwardly in silence. "Where are you from, Hela? How did you meet Kyle?" "I'm from Asgard." "And I." Kyle, overhearing from the living room, realized he had forgotten to inform Hela that his family was unaware of her background. Upon hearing Hela's introduction, Helen was left in a state of shock. What kind of girlfriend has Kyle found? Surely, she can't be mentally unstable. Is he really that desperate? Could it be that she has been pressuring him for marriage too much? Is this why he brought home someone like her? Seeing the awkwardness between the two, Kyle hurriedly intervened. "Dear mother, Hela is from a small place and hasn't seen much of the world." Chapter 49, Asgard the Last Dish, braised pork with preserved vegetables, was served. "Let's eat. Hela must try this. It's Kyle's favorite." Hela said, enjoying the dish that Helen served her with the grace of a young lady. To the left, Kyle felt discomfort as he glanced at the small hand resting on his waist. If it weren't for its rapid healing, he felt it might have fallen off. Do Asgardian women inherit the skill of pinching? Is it merely a matter of being perceived as mentally unstable, to the extent of enduring a 2-hour ordeal? How could one not grow weary? With just a few words, Kyle successfully transformed Hela's image in the minds of the George couple. from a figure of lunacy to a charming princess hailing from a quaint Nordic village. As for Hela's pregnancy, that topic was left untouched, for the George family adhered to traditional values. Should they discover that Hela was with child before marriage, the concealed weaponry behind the bookshelf would undoubtedly be directed towards Kyle. He would soon learn the harsh reality of what it means to weigh 180 pounds only to find that 179 remain after cremation. With the ashes filled with bullets, do not inquire as to why they do not burn away. By the way, George, is there a celebration at the precinct today that warrants your day off as well? George, fidgeting, was at a loss for words. Helen interjected, "Indeed, there is a celebration, but it is specifically for him, a reward of an indefinite leave." Suspended? What could possibly have transpired? Kyle found it unfathomable that George would face suspension. He had generously contributed to the political donations of those legislators. Furthermore, George enjoyed considerable esteem among the public and within the New York Police Department. No one questioned his dedication. He was diligent in his duties, undoubtedly a commendable public servant in this capitalist-dominated nation. With an indifferent expression, George remarked, "Andrew informed me that it was a directive from above. I am unaware of who I may have offended. A suspension is merely an opportunity for a respite." Those from above? The only individuals wielding more power than Governor Andrew would be the occupants of the White House. As a mere chief of police in New York City, George surely could not reach those heights. Is it possible that a certain legislator seeks to elevate their own successor by ousting George? Kyle, unfamiliar with the intricacies of politics, resolved to return and have Stark investigate further. Noticing George's nonchalant demeanor, Kyle refrained from pressing further. Being a police officer was indeed a perilous profession, and Helen had long wished for George to pursue a safer career. Being suspended would allow him to spend quality time at home with Helen, especially since Gwen had called 2 days prior to announce that she had received an internship offer from Oscorp and was on her way back from her travels. Perhaps, upon Gwen's return, the two could embark on a road trip to unwind. George mused, "That is a splendid idea. It has been many years since I have undertaken an extended journey." Another possibility lay in the hands of the shrewd egg, who might be attempting to pressure Kyle into joining S.H.I.E.L.D. If that were the case, then let the intensity increase. After bidding farewell to the George couple, Kyle drove back to the garage at Stark Tower before being transported back to Asgard via the Bifrost. "Your Highness, Prince Heimdall," the sentinel of Asgard's gates, greeted them with a bow. The ever-watchful Heimdall had often encountered Kyle, the young man who mingled so effortlessly with the divine monarchs, and had gained some understanding of Kyle's prowess. Little did he expect that, in the blink of an eye, Kyle would be considered one of their own. In the realm of understanding, few exhibit such remarkable sensibility as Kyle, who is thoroughly enamored by it. This canine is quite commendable, demonstrating the awareness to greet its master. Hela, with a hint of irritation, retorted, "Fenrir is a wolf, you know." Fenrir galloped forth, bearing Hela and Kyle towards the celestial palace. "Fenrir, do slow your pace." Despite the familiarity between Kyle and Odin, this marks their inaugural visit to Asgard. Let us take a moment to appreciate the scenery. The first sight to capture their attention was, undoubtedly, the rainbow bridge beneath their feet. It was indeed resplendent in hues reminiscent of a rainbow, and when in motion, the energy transfer closely resembled the vibrant spectrum. Hence the name, Rainbow Bridge. Remarkably, this structure lacks any supporting pillars. If it were on Earth, it might well span the Pacific Ocean. In Thor, it was shattered by the mighty destroyer, and Loki fell into the cosmos from here, setting the stage for the events of the Avengers. Now, the Rainbow Bridge stands intact, and with Thor absent, it seems unlikely that any mischief has occurred. One wonders, where has Loki vanished to? Could it be that he has been imprisoned? During their viewing of the live broadcast from the underworld, Hela caught sight of him being expelled by Odin, yet the subsequent happenings in the Celestial Palace remain a mystery. At present, Thor has yet to return, and his hammer has already been appropriated by Hela. One cannot help but ponder how Thor might reclaim his divine powers. It is evident that the narrative has taken a turn towards the unfamiliar. "Where has Loki gone?" Kyle inquired. "He fled. Upon my return with Odin, we encountered frost giants infiltrating the chambers, and I dispatched Laufey with a single blow. Loki claimed he would investigate any potential threats, and then disappeared without a trace. I know not where he has gone. When he departed, he activated the Rainbow Bridge, and by the time Odin arrived, Jotunheim lay in ruins. That old man deliberately refrained from intervening despite wielding the eternal spear. Kyle reflected. Odin is indeed rather petty. I have come to understand this well. Though he may appear amicable, his heart could be steeped in treachery. The other realms, harboring a slight discontent, have often found themselves at Thor's mercy under the guise of rebellion. However, Kyle had not anticipated Loki's flight. Could this be a narrative correction? Must Loki encounter the purple potato spirit? Before they knew it, they arrived at the plaza, where the vigorous denizens of Asgard gathered to engage in contests of strength. The sight of Hela and Kyle riding upon the great wolf drew considerable attention. Look over there. Who is that upon Fenrir's back? Surely it must be Lady Hela, exclaimed one. Lo and behold, there is a man accompanying her. The Asgardians, who hold strength in high esteem, were particularly captivated by Hela, a goddess. Amidst the younger crowd who had yet to hear her name, the elders of Hela's generation, upon receiving news of her return, had long since retreated, fearful of invoking her wrath by reminding her of those who once suppressed her. How dare he embrace the waist of Our Lady? I challenge him to a duel. Indeed, a mere pretty boy is unworthy of Lady Hela. His Highness Hela belongs to me. What are you thinking? She is mine. A group of men had reddened eyes, especially when Kyle raised his hand, ready to kill. Kyle had long sensed the commotion and was deliberately asserting his claim. It seems my lady is quite popular. Indeed, I am the Goddess of Death. Ultimately, fearing chaos, I swiftly spanked Fenrir and departed, wandering through the garden of the Celestial Palace. Chapter 50. The Great Emperor. That evening, I dined with Odin and Frigg. The meal was not extravagant, but rather a comforting selection of home-cooked dishes. Frigg went to arrange a room for him. No need, I replied. I will stay with Hela. With that, I took Hela by the hand and headed toward her chambers. Behind us, Odin was nearly furious, deeply regretting his earlier decision to introduce her to me, and even more so for listening to Guyi's advice to push things forward. Hela is his daughter. Just as he felt the warmth of the little coat, she was whisked away, and now she was to be dressed before him. Truly absurd. Frigg couldn't help but laugh at Odin's jealous expression. It's too late for regrets. Besides, Hela is pregnant now. What can be done? I need to brush up on how to care for a child. It's been over 1,000 years, and I've almost forgotten how to hold a baby. Baby supplies need to be prepared in advance. Odin, death penalty. On the other side, Kyle was in Hela's chamber, his eyes open to the definition of luxury. Not even mentioning the decorations. The size of the bedroom alone was nearly larger than his entire penthouse. Isn't it too spacious to sleep in such a large room? It's okay. Once you get used to it, it doesn't feel overwhelming. Come, I'll show you something amazing. Following Hela's lead, he entered a small door in the corner of the bedroom, revealing a hot spring pool comparable to a swimming pool, with flowing water that maintained a constant temperature. What a perfect place for drinking milk. After personally feeding Hela 2 cups of milk, he dried her body and carried her back to bed to rest. Just as he lay down, he remembered he hadn't opened today's magic box yet, so he took Hela along into the hotel. Why are we back here? Hela instinctively trembled at the sight of Michelle's statue, only to find that the searing holy light from her first visit was absent. This was because the malevolent aura on Hela had long been purified by Kyle, and after being infused with holy light so many times, she had developed immunity to it. Even finding it somewhat comforting, Kyle spread out a pile of magic boxes on the floor and handed Hela the lucky magic hammer. Darling, use this hammer to break open the box. What for? Hela was puzzled by Kyle's intentions. To her, the magic box and the lucky hammer seemed like ordinary objects, devoid of any magical aura. Did these items truly require a hammer to smash? She could just gently touch them to shatter them. With that, Hela picked up a magic box and, with some force, prepared to crush it. Why is this thing so hard? With nearly half of her strength exerted, the enchanted box remained unyielding. It was certainly formidable. A gentle tap with a hammer would suffice to open it. Undeterred, Hela summoned her full power. Yet it still did not budge an inch, prompting her to seize the lucky hammer. All right, what treasures lie within? She pondered, eager to discover what she could unearth. Following instructions, Hela swung the hammer down with great force, determined to test the box's resilience. To her surprise, the anticipated shower of shards did not materialize. Instead, upon the hammer's impact, both the hammer and the box vanished, leaving behind 5 vials of potion. Acquired. Maideness Footwear X5. Hela picked up a glass vial shaped like a boot, observing the purple liquid within. What is this? Its appearance is rather unsightly. It's an alchemical elixir. You may taste it. As she uncorked the vial, a surge of vitality and magical energy enveloped her. After consuming the potion, she felt invigorated, yet dizzy. Wow, such misfortune. The first vial induced dizziness. It took her over 10 seconds to regain her composure. What was that? The magical potency is remarkable, likely restoring a third of my strength. Precisely. Do you require more? I have plenty. Just these few vials will suffice. I'll ask for more if needed. Hela promptly stored the remaining 4 potions. Now onward. With a resounding crash, she acquired Magical Juice X5, a potion for restoring magical energy. Continuing her endeavors, she exclaimed, Crash. Crash. Acquired. Advanced Costume Exchange Ticket X3. Equipment Grade Adjustment Box X5. Blood of the Burning Cross X2. Tyrant S Contract, 7 days. X2. Costume Synthesizer X10. Super Diamond Coins X5. At last, treasures emerged. 12 Super Diamond Coins in total. Hela's luck was indeed remarkable. Typically, each box contained only one such coin, yet here there were multiples. Kyle eagerly snatched the diamond coins and pulled Hela along. Kulme. There's more over here. Just as Hela awaited Kyle's explanation of these items, she found herself before a prize wheel. With a clatter, she noted, Inserting one coin prevents another. The coin slot has closed. So, no option for 10 draw, it seemed. But this was no issue. With Hela, the fortunate one, even 13 attempts would be a breeze. Press this yellow button to start, and again to stop. Confused, Hela was at a loss regarding Kyle's intentions. Ding. Acquired. Rare, transparent costume top. Regrettably, it was not a complete set, yet upon viewing its attributes, Kyle's satisfaction grew. Rare, transparent costume top gift box. Upon opening, grants one piece of the rare, transparent costume top for the respective profession. Skill, Abacret 1. Set effect, allows free alteration of appearance, unbound by costume restrictions. Special effect, dustless. Very well, let us proceed. All 11 items have been drawn. Ding. Acquired. Ancient Heroes Pocket Canister, Cleric Weapon X1. One-time Equipment Enhancer X2. Equipment Enhancement Voucher X1. Rare Transparent Outfit Lower Garment Gift Box X1. Equipment Enhancement Scroll X7. Equipment Strengthening Voucher X13. Rare Costume Exchange Coupon X1. Chaos Ace. Magic Sword Apophis X1. Unique Time Gate. Stamina Stone X5. Spirit Stone X5. Kyle now feels as though he could float. Is this the realm of the fortunate? The first draw brings a delightful surprise. He is on the verge of wielding an epic weapon. 2 pieces of transparency have already emerged, and the completion of the 8-piece set is within reach. Let us open the canister and see what it holds. Ding. Acquired. Titan's Gale Battle Axe X1. What is this? What version of the game does this belong to? This axe appears utterly useless, not even comparable to the pig's blood cross obtained from the magic box. Chapter 51. The Time Gate. He laid out his spoils on the ground, beginning to study them meticulously. Hela sat quietly, cross-legged, resting her head on her hands, glancing at Kyle and then at the odd assortment of items before them. The one-time enhancer functions identically to its in-game counterpart, merely saving a few conflict crystals. Given the current circumstances, these items are rather precious. There is no coronet here, and the only means to enhance equipment are through the one-time enhancers or enhancement scrolls. It is not absolute, as the red-lettered equipment can also utilize the first scroll, which has been tested before. This item is indeed a treasure. It should be saved for when a graduation weapon is acquired, allowing for multiple scrolls to be hoarded and upgraded to maximum level at once. There's also a rare, transparent outfit lower garment, bringing him one step closer to assembling the coveted 8-piece set. The 7 enhancement scrolls are somewhat superfluous. Kyle's red-lettered equipment is at least enhancement level 10, and without strong enhancement books, they shall merely gather dust in the warehouse. As for the 13 scrolls, Kyle has never drawn such items in his journey with toxic milk powder. He never anticipated they would be so easily obtained in Hela's hands. The Sky Scroll is also commendable. Upon opening the mall's costume interface, he glimpsed the set available. The Sky 4 Netherlight Feather. The Netherlight set? If memory serves, the last time he drew a synthesis device for the Netherlight set, what could possibly be synthesized from it? Could it be that the mall still resides in the Sky 4 era while the lottery machine has advanced beyond its version? It indeed appears so. The 4 set was released in 2012, during the 70 version, when Golden and Emerald Scrolls had yet to exist. The Chaos Ace below is a memory of an era. Upon seeing it, Kyle is reminded of the countless hours spent grinding in the abyss, yearning for the chance to drop the magic sword Apophis. Just as he became numb from the endless grinding, a flash of pink light emerged, and upon closer inspection, it was the Chaos Ace. An emotional surge akin to watching a national football match. Summoning a replica of the magical sword for a temporary duration, it should also serve as a weapon in the physical realm. However, Kyle refrains from utilizing it. After all, it is a magical sword, and its name alone suggests it is not benign. Moreover, the attributes of the sword Apophis are rather formidable. It is best to conceal it in a secure place. If necessary, it could be let loose to entertain some egg-shaped creatures. The sudden appearance of a magical sword in S-H-I-E-L-D would certainly amuse the sorcerers of Counterattack, leading them to take action. The time-space gate is singular. Is it not a dungeon? How could it be drawn out? Does this imply the possibility of farming dungeons? Would that not yield a plethora of experience? Note, using it grants access to the time-space gate. Such a plain and unadorned description. What should I say? Simply utilize it. After 20 seconds, nothing transpired within the space. Is it in the backpack? After rummaging through the warehouse and the quick access inventory, Kyle finally noticed an icon in the upper right corner of the skill bar. Time-space gate consumes magic power to open a portal with the cost dependent on the distance. Heed the warning from the incoming traveler. It will drain you. The final description is rather intimidating, isn't it? It is as if Chow's mother opened the door for her, and Chow has arrived home. Kyle currently lacks nothing but magic power. Having dealt with the defenses of the Counterattack temple, he was at a loss for how to utilize it. Upon releasing the time-space gate, the entire world transformed into a colossal mechanism of gears, with gaps wide enough for Kyle to slip through. Hello, what is this place? What have you done? Without uttering a word, Kyle moved forward to inspect the door closely. Have you plagiarized this? Did you steal the blue fat man's portal? The scene is rather extravagant, yet the time-space gate is merely a mundane wooden door, lacking even a security feature. As Kyle placed his hand on the doorknob, he received a message. Please select a destination. How to choose. There is no screen. Kyle could only envision the familiar scenes of his home, and finally felt the knob turn without obstruction. He pushed the door open. Upon opening the door, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. And upon checking his status panel, he found it completely depleted. Inside was his home in the stellar tower on Earth. Are you all right? How did your strength vanish in an instant? I'm fine, Kyle replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, his recovery speed was rapid, and soon his magic power was fully restored. Where exactly is this place? How does this door work? Kyle was unsure how to explain, carefully recalling the process of using the time-space gate. When he grasped the doorknob without confirming a destination, it was locked and would not turn. Only upon confirming the destination did it unlock. His magic power was depleted the moment he opened the door, indicating that his recovery speed was ineffective in this realm. The journey from here to Earth had drained his power, which felt somewhat underwhelming. Perhaps even the mystical doors of Counterattack were more practical. Regrettably, Kale is unable to utilize the gate of arcane arts. Once the portal was sealed once more, the surrounding phenomena vanished, restoring the area to its original state. How could one possess the audacity to inscribe it as a unique item? Upon further inspection, only 10 stones remained upon the ground, categorized into 2 types, the Stone of Vitality and the Stone of Spirit. These entities, both familiar and alien, hark back to the era of ancient toxic milk powder. Kale could scarcely recall the precise version from which they had vanished. The Stone of Vitality, upon usage, it permanently augments 1's vitality by 5. The Stone of Spirit, upon usage, it permanently enhances 1's spirit by 5. Hela grasped the Stone of Vitality in her hand, sensing the pure life essence contained within. By channeling her own energy, the stone transformed into a cloud of powder. It was an essence of exquisite power. She perceived a slight enhancement in her physical form, as though her lifespan had been extended by approximately 20 years. Lifespan? Indeed, the augmentation of vitality does not merely enhance physical strength, but also elevates the maximum health threshold. Why does it feel as though these stones were crafted specifically for Odin, considering that the old man's lifespan is nearing its conclusion? Kale no longer felt the need to delve into secondary professions. The potions he concocted were satisfactory, yet bound by temporal limitations. A top-tier elixir of life could nearly elevate the maximum health by 2,000, yet its effects would dissipate after merely 30 minutes. unless he could produce a multitude and consume one every 30 minutes. Perhaps achieving immortality was a distant dream. Such notions are delightful, yet regrettably, the materials required for potion making are scarce, and Kale is only capable of crafting lower-tier elixirs. Now that he possesses a means to permanently enhance vitality, it would be ideal for Odin. Should he bestow it upon him, Odin might not realistically reciprocate, yet it would be plausible to acquire a few treasures from his vault. Wouldn't he it? Or perhaps he could simply reserve them for Odin? Kale tentatively inquired of Hela. Should she decline, he would consume the remaining 4 stones of vitality himself, with the possibility of acquiring more in the future to secretly offer to Odin. If he were unable to procure them before Odin's demise, it would simply be deemed fate. Hela hesitated for a moment before responding. Give it to him, a few additional years of life would allow him to raise his children. Raise children? Perhaps that is better left unconsidered. Just look at the kind of progeny Odin has nurtured. Instantly, the desire to gift Odin diminished. What if he were to extend his life and inadvertently corrupt his children? Kale pressed the stone of vitality into Hela's hand, instructing her to deliver it to him, reminding her to ensure he exchanges it for treasures. One must not engage in unfavorable dealings. Very well, I shall demand he trade his throne for it. If he does not appoint me as the king of Asgard, then he shall receive nothing. Hela jested, for her interest in the throne had waned. Sitting upon that seat daily was far less appealing than engaging in delightful endeavors with Kale. Ultimately, the remaining stone of spirit brought a smile to Kale's face, as his panel registered an increase of 25 points in spirit. No opportunity, however minor, should be overlooked. Chapter 52. The Night Sky Blade. What purpose does this serve? Hela picked up the equipment adjustment box, forgotten in a corner for an unknown duration. A brilliant idea suddenly struck Keel. Where's your Night Sky Blade? Bring it forth. This item can enhance your equipment to its utmost state, making it the pinnacle of performance. Transforming it to its maximum attributes would indeed signify the ultimate condition. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Really? Hela responded with skepticism. Can such a trivial box truly elevate a weapon to its zenith? Nevertheless, she retrieved her weapon. Having witnessed numerous extraordinary artifacts earlier, the emergence of something capable of such feats was no longer a surprise. Why would I deceive you? Simply place your weapon inside. How does it feel? Is it not superior to before? Keel asked, though he possessed no probing eye to discern the changes in the Night Sky Blade. Save for artifact from the continent of Arad, only Hela, as its rightful owner, could truly comprehend the transformation. Hela furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous turn. Her finger traced the blade, revealing a layer of red rust. What do you think? She exclaimed, her anger flaring. The Night Sky Blade was in pristine condition, merely weathered by battle. Now it bore the marks of extensive wear. Luck, merely luck. This process is random. It could improve or worsen. However, fret not, for I possess numerous enhancement boxes that are certain to transform it to its peak state. Keel hastily produced all his adjustment boxes, prompting Hela to restrain her urge to retaliate. Still rust present, Hela exclaimed, smearing some on Keel's face. If this continues, you might as well prepare for your demise. The rust has diminished slightly. With a series of adjustments, the rust finally vanished, and the weapon was elevated to its highest caliber. Now this is more like it, Hela remarked, feeling the Night Sky Blade was indeed stronger than before. What once was merely intermediate had now ascended to the highest level. A flash of inspiration struck Keel once more as he produced a scroll and slapped it onto the Night Sky Blade. Legend of Gold. The blade glimmered with a pink hue, a manifestation of the immense power it now held. Hela, holding it, sensed that its strength had nearly doubled. Had she possessed this weapon initially, Odin would undoubtedly have been unable to seal her. Now, she felt confident she could surpass Odin himself. Oh my darling, what a delightful surprise, she exclaimed, momentarily adopting a childlike demeanor as she leaped forward to plant a kiss on Keel. Is that all? Let us have something more substantial. With a series of playful movements, Hela soon felt drowsy, while Keel, not feeling the slightest hint of fatigue, gently maneuvered her out of the space. Upon returning to their chamber, Hela fell asleep instantly, while Keel remained wide awake. Holding Hela, he refrained from making any abrupt movements, contenting himself with subtle adjustments within his bag, pondering how to combine the diverse outfits that kept him awake with the dilemma of their arrangement. Having already acquired 2 transparent items and a rare exchange voucher, It is time to exchange the mundane gear for a celestial ensemble. I have also amassed a considerable number of exchange vouchers, though I am somewhat lacking in synthesizers and uncertain if I can successfully create a rare item. I shall first utilize the ordinary outfits and exchange vouchers. Even in failure, I may still procure an advanced outfit. There is also the reminiscence synthesizer, with 8 advanced items. I am bound to secure a rare one. Ding. Acquired. Advanced outfit. Ding. Acquired. Advanced outfit. Ding. Acquired. Advanced. After exhausting all the ordinary vouchers, I found myself without a single rare item. I now possess a total of 12 advanced outfits, yet only 4 synthesizers remain. Ding. Acquired. Underworld, light, feather boots of the cleric. Goodness, advanced outfits are seemingly easy to obtain. Ding. 3. It turns out Kyle was mistaken. His luck still harbors a hint of the extraordinary. Fortunately, there are exactly 8 advanced outfits left, so I shall directly employ the reminiscence synthesizer. This synthesizer requires me to select the body part. Now that I have the upper garment, trousers, and shoes, it is customary in the game to select the chest piece to enhance attack speed. The white large wings were once a formidable streetwear accessory. In the end, I had one rare exchange voucher left. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to exchange it for hair, as the other parts seemed somewhat extravagant. With the rare transparent upper garment and trousers, underworld light feather hair and shoes, alongside the white large wings, I have successfully gathered 5 pieces of the set attributes. Kyle felt the large wings on his back. Although he could control them at will, they lacked any tactile sensation. I wonder if I can fly. It feels rather awkward to experiment at night. What if the guards burn me down? The transparent outfit for the upper and lower garments is most convenient, allowing for seamless changes in appearance without the need for cloning. I shall retire for the night and wait until tomorrow to test if the wings are functional, using them as a blanket to cover myself and Hela. The only inconvenience is the shoes, which I promptly removed and placed in the shortcut bar. Thud! Upon waking, Hela instinctively kicked out upon seeing the wings on her body. What's going on? Kyle, still groggy, felt an immense force propel him into the corner. How did you get those wings? Hela questioned, utterly bewildered. How could a man sleep and awaken as a birdman? It's just an outfit, akin to equipment forged by the dwarves. It was quite comfortable to sleep with as a blanket last night. Soon, I shall venture out to see if I can fly. The Asgardians cannot fly without assistance, and who wouldn't envy the ability to soar? During breakfast, Hela casually handed the stone of vitality to Odin, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of joy welling in his eyes, exclaiming how warm the little cotton jacket was. Hela paid no mind to him and promptly dragged Kyle to the back mountain to play with the large wings. After some experimentation, it was confirmed that I could indeed fly at a speed comparable to Kyle's running. Thus, the army has transformed into an air force. Quiche, Miss Hela is truly impressive. She even unlocked the aerial mode, providing an unparalleled thrill. No wonder everyone speaks of it with such fondness. Truly delightful. Asgard had been thoroughly explored, and the day of the grand banquet finally arrived. My daughter Hela, while Odin delivered his speech, noticed the pallor on the faces of many esteemed guests in the hall, all of whom were seasoned figures of authority. Most of them had lived through Hela's era, and seeing her return caused some to reconsider their intentions. Among them was Hela's husband, my son-in-law, a sorcerer hailing from Midgard. Chapter 53. Target with a hearty sip of hot tea, I felt invigorated. I flipped through the newspaper, searching for news that piqued my interest. The day after the banquet, Kyle returned from Asgard. Hela opted to stay behind under the pretext of pregnancy, but that was hardly an issue. With the time portal at his disposal, Kyle no longer needed to seek Dr. Strange's assistance to open a gateway. He could simply call upon Heimdall to traverse the Rainbow Bridge. A meeting could be arranged at any moment. After spending 2 languid days at home, indulging in tea and idleness, I found myself devoid of motivation to delve into the magical tome I had retrieved from Dr. Strange. With the time portal at my fingertips, I felt no incentive to engage in any pursuits. This lethargy was rather tedious. Having secured the temple's defenses, there was little left to occupy my time. I even found myself yearning for the days spent in Asgard, wishing I could linger there a while longer. Suddenly, the phone rang, a call from an unknown number. Who could it be? Kyle had few friends, and those with whom he exchanged contact information were saved under recognizable names. Unsolicited calls were virtually non-existent. Mr. Sorcerer, this is Thor. Do you remember me? We met in New Mexico. Of course, I remember. Is there a problem? I inquired, recalling that I had left Thor my business card when I departed, inviting him to reach out should he need assistance. Thor hesitantly stated, "Could you help me find a job?" A job? I had nearly forgotten that this prince was once supported by a woman. What? Are you unable to afford sustenance anymore? Thor? It turned out he truly could not. He had returned from New Mexico, only to find himself in a state of inactivity. As a student, Jane could not accommodate Thor in her dormitory, and they were compelled to rent an apartment. Jane's sole source of income stemmed from her research with Professor Eric, who had mysteriously vanished. Other professors at the university seemed to fill positions swiftly, leaving Jane bewildered as to why she was overlooked. Gradually, Jane began to sense something amiss. She initially wondered if she or Eric had offended someone, resulting in her ostracism from the academic community. Observing Thor's appetite, she was forced to seek employment outside the university, only to encounter the same disappointing outcome. At this point, Jane realized that the professors were not responsible for this orchestration. A modicum of thought led her to suspect exiled had a hand in it. Had her refusal to join exiled warranted such relentless pursuit? Moreover, she was no longer the god of thunder. What purpose could they have in harassing her? With no alternatives, she decided to call Kyle, recalling that he too had declined SHIELD's recruitment and, being a sorcerer, should be unfazed by their machinations. Kyle was utterly astonished after hearing the news. The tactics employed by SHIELD were exceedingly despicable, yet they perfectly aligned with the unscrupulous nature of the egg. All right, let us meet at noon. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning split the sky. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Kyle declared, abruptly ending the call and taking to the skies with his wings unfurled. Thunder rumbled again, accompanied by successive flashes of lightning. The previous lightning had borne a semblance of divine radiance. That was the direction of home. Trouble had befallen George and Helen. What calamity had struck to provoke such a relentless display of luminous vengeance? On the rooftop, the two agents monitoring Kyle blinked in disbelief as he vanished instantaneously. The sonic boom generated by his rapid ascent scattering debris across the terrace and shattering glass. "Sir, the target has come under attack," one agent exclaimed. What? The target was just sunbathing on a rooftop, wasn't he? If this was a conflict among superhumans, SHIELD would be compelled to intervene. Activating the infrared function of their binoculars, they found the top floor of Kyle's residence utterly deserted. The seasoned agent promptly reported to higher authorities. This was beyond the scope of his third-tier responsibilities. High above, Kyle discerned plumes of thick smoke emanating from his home. Was it a blaze? George was crouched in a corner, firearm drawn, scanning for the assailants. Outside the entrance lay two lifeless bodies. Peering cautiously around the corner and confirming the coast was clear, George finally relaxed. Is the police response really this sluggish? He pondered, now comprehending the public's grievances regarding the speed of law enforcement. Coughing amidst the acrid smoke, George finally realized the gravity of the situation. "Helen, are you all right?" During the initial assault, George had swiftly hidden Helen before confronting the intruders, luring them outside to battle on the street. "Helen, you can come out now." Upon hearing George's voice, Helen cautiously opened a door crack, ensuring no danger lingered before rushing forward to check for injuries. "George, are you hurt?" "I heard several loud noises. Did the assailants employ heavy firepower?" "Don't worry, Helen, I'm fine. Our house is on fire. We must leave at once. The police are on their way. They should have fled by now." After such a lengthy delay, George mused that the killers were unlikely to confront the police directly. After all, law enforcement operated under a doctrine of overwhelming firepower. If one wielded a handgun, they would counter with rifles, and if rifles were drawn, the police would deploy armored vehicles. Should armored vehicles be present, the police would call upon the National Guard's tanks. And if the military were involved, Congress might even consider nuclear options. George found it perplexing that after the series of booms, the assailants fell silent, only to witness one of them collapse to the ground as if struck by lightning. Throughout his years in law enforcement, he had encountered numerous such occurrences, notably with lightning seemingly favoring him. Each time a body was struck by lightning, it was whisked away by the authorities, preventing any thorough investigation by the police. With urgency, George guided Helen out of their burning home, seeking refuge in a secure location as they awaited the arrival of the police. Kyle descended into an uninhabited alley, assured of George and Helen's safety. "George, Helen, we are here," he called out, feigning ignorance as he stood at the entrance. Police cars and fire trucks slowly trailed behind him, arriving at the scene. "What has happened? Why is there a fire at home? And who is the corpse at the door?" George responded, "I am equally perplexed. You should comfort Helen. She is quite shaken." Motherly affection enveloped Helen as Kyle embraced her. "My Kyle, what brings you here?" "I passed by and saw the flames, so I came to investigate. Little did I know it was our home." As he comforted Helen, Kyle's gaze searched for any traces left by the perpetrator. The attire of the corpse at the entrance revealed that it was undoubtedly a professional, unlike the tattooed thugs often found on the streets. "Officer, look at this." Two officers searching the alley emerged, having made a discovery. Shortly thereafter, they carried out a charred body, faintly revealing a target-like circle drawn on the mask. George instantly recognized the identity of the individual, a notorious criminal on the police's most wanted list. "Target," he mused, "isn't this the underworld kingpin Gene Bing from New York? How dare he show his face here after all the havoc he's wreaked in Hell's Kitchen?" It was not unusual for George, a police officer, to clash with Gene Bing, having thwarted many of his schemes. Gene Bing likely considered eliminating George now that he was suspended from duty. With the thunderous presence of the god of thunder, what audacity did this small fry have to emerge? "Why not come stay with me for a few days?" he thought, as half of the house lay in ruins, rendering it uninhabitable. Chapter 54. Natasha. Mission failed. One must commend SHIELD's efficiency. Within minutes, footage of Kyle descending with wings was delivered to Egghead. "We utilized facial recognition technology to locate Mr. Stacy. Moments ago, Director George was attacked at home. Our agents then discovered that Mr. Stacy was missing, and technicians eventually found this footage from private surveillance near Director George's residence." Egghead furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of wings and flight. This was hardly the profile of a mere support healer. It seems our understanding of Mr. Wizard is still lacking. Continue monitoring and report any developments immediately. Furthermore, elevate Mr. Wizard security clearance to level 9. "Understood, sir." Kyle and George salvaged numerous belongings from the house, not merely to save money, but because many items held significant sentimental value, representing cherished memories. The firefighters' response was commendable. Once they confirmed no one was inside, extinguishing the flames became almost a game, though the damage was extensive. Kyle pondered the futility of repairs and considered purchasing a seaside villa on Long Island for his parents. In the garage, there were some losses. Helen, who was at the back, was unharmed, but George was not so fortunate, with his vehicle riddled with bullet holes, rendering repairs unnecessary. "It seems I must acquire a new car. Indeed, it is time for an upgrade. Your vehicle has aged significantly. The price of a new car will depend on how well you can charm Helen." Haha, I wonder if this is a custom brought by Kyle from the East. In this extremely self-serving capitalist country, he has managed to turn Helen into a financial overseer. In other households, even after marriage, each spouse retains control over their finances. Even if the wife is a homemaker, the husband typically provides a monthly allowance for daily expenses. However, in George's household, it is quite different. The salary card is firmly in Helen's hands, but fortunately, George refrains from smoking and drinking, so his occasional treat for colleagues is manageable. Helen has not disappointed George. She is frugal and maintains the household in impeccable order, astonishingly developing a habit of saving in an age of consumerism. Let us proceed with this. Just take the essentials. Helen appears reluctant, as there are many usable items in the house. Throwing them away feels wasteful. There are indeed several important items stuffed into the RV. Kyle is driving while Helen occupies the passenger seat, leaving George to begrudgingly take the wheel himself. Upon arriving home, Kyle is taken aback. The rooftop appears as if it has been ravaged by a typhoon. "George, did you get it here too?" "It seems I must apply for protection. It must have been the wind from last night, haha. The rooftop does tend to be windy. I will call someone to come for repairs. It's not a major issue. Just 2 broken windows and the rooftop is in disarray. It seems I need to be more cautious during takeoff in the future." Helen looks around and notices there are no feminine items in the house. "Is Hela not living with you?" This prompts thoughts of the daughter-in-law. "No, Hela has returned to her father's place for the past few days. Has she gone back to Europe? I wanted to discuss culinary skills with her. What a pity. There will be opportunities in the future." After settling George and Helen, Kyle excused himself under the pretext of going to work. Before meeting Jean to settle accounts, he needed to address Soul's issues first. He drove to a secluded area to stow the car in his backpack, the time-space portal. With a click, he stepped through the door and arrived in California, retrieving his vehicle to drive into town to the location Soul had mentioned. It must be apartment number 16. Logically, when seeking assistance, they should have come to find Kyle. However, Soul and Jane had mentioned nearly maxing out their credit cards on flights and dining. Ding, ding, ding. Kyle. Cool. Hey, my good brother. Soul greeted him warmly with a big hug. Kyle's gaze was fixated on Jane. He primarily sensed that her connection to Thor's power had dissipated, rendering her an ordinary person. Didn't Jane inherit Thor's power? Why can't I feel it anymore? A few days ago, while we were in that quaint little town, a woman suddenly appeared, claiming to be my sister, and she took away both Mjolnir and Jane's powers of the Thunder God. My face was a grimace, on the verge of tears. As expected, it must have been Hela. Kyle thought she merely took the meow hammer, as it was understandable to reclaim the hammer, the symbol of Asgard's heir. However, I was taken aback when Hela also stripped away the powers of the Thunder God. Well, let us discuss your matters. Thor fidgeted, a touch embarrassed. You see, life requires finances, and for reasons unknown, we seem unable to find work. Otherwise, we wouldn't trouble you. The actions of S-H-I-E-L-D are rather unscrupulous. Do they truly wish to push Asgard, a natural ally, to the opposing side for their own amusement? Knock, knock, knock. Jane, do you have a visitor? I found you a splendid job. Natasha entered and froze upon spotting Kyle. Oh no, the mission has failed. After waiting for days for Jane and Thor to reach a breaking point, hoping for S-H-I-L-D to come to their aid, an unexpected Kyle appeared. Agent Romanoff is here as well. Agent? As soon as Kyle spoke, Jane's expression soured. Even a fool could deduce the implications. No wonder we were rejected everywhere we sought employment. It turns out there was a spy lurking nearby. You must be an agent of that organization, right? I should have realized it sooner. You witnessed my powers being taken, yet you persist in meddling with us? Jane, Natasha, could not find the words and had to leave. Commander, the mission has failed, the wizard intervened. Egg. Were we just in New York? How did we arrive in California so swiftly? I silently noted in Kyle's file that he possesses a means of rapid movement. Oblivious, Thor remained unaware of the unfolding situation. What was wrong with Natasha? Why did she leave? Jane felt a twinge of realization regarding Thor's innocence. Do you not understand? She's also an agent of S-H-I-L-D. My inability to find work is their doing, all to compel us to join them. Indeed, such tactics are within their capability. Even my father has been suspended. Chapter 55. The origins of Tony's anxiety, their audacity. Thor's temper flared, and he seized a cup, contemplating hurling it, but ultimately set it down. They not only dare, but they have already acted. The methods of the agency are unscrupulous. Venting his anger serves no purpose. He can do nothing. Had he still been the mighty Thor, he would have wielded his hammer long ago. Alas, this situation is far too stifling. Jane, too, slumped helplessly onto the sofa, feeling as though her future was shrouded in darkness. She had previously investigated S-H-I-L-D, although it belonged to a classified division with scarce information available online. Even the few lines of description indicating its affiliation with the Security Council suggested it was not a simple department. With such a formidable organization weighing down upon her, who would dare to employ her? Let us embark on a quest to find someone unafraid of S-H-A-L-D. The first individual that Kyle thought of was Stark, who had once saved Tony's life during a perilous encounter with the Whiplash. The following day, Stark personally visited to express his gratitude to Pepper, even bestowing upon Stark Industries a 5% share. In return, Kyle presented Stark with a collection of crystals. Considering that he had rescued Stark on 2 separate occasions, including saving him from palladium poisoning, securing a position for a friend was hardly a challenge. As for the reason he chose not to offer direct monetary compensation, it was partly to preserve Thor's pride and partly to allow him the experience of what it is like to work as an ordinary individual, in hopes of perhaps gaining a touch of wisdom. At that moment, Stark was in his garage studio, embracing Pepper when a sudden sound of a door opening startled them both. Wandefa, how did you manage to install a door in my laboratory? Stark exclaimed. Pepper, adjusting her attire in haste, responded, "Are we interrupting something? I merely came to deliver some documents, and shall leave promptly. Do not be in such a rush to depart." "I specifically came to seek you," Tony retorted, visibly displeased. "What business does a man have seeking my girlfriend, and to barge in unannounced? What is it?" he grumbled, already annoyed by the interruption. However, his mood brightened upon noticing Jane standing behind Thor. "Ah, lovely lady. Tony, what are you staring at?" Pepper inquired. "Apologies. My eyes are a bit itchy. Please, expedite your message. I am rather occupied." "You have no business here. You're no longer with Stark Industries," she replied. "What?" "I am the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, possessing 6 times your equity. I hold the reins here," Tony asserted. "Tony, be quiet. Kyle has matters to discuss." "And you're a shareholder as well," Pepper interjected. Kyle explained, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to arrange employment for these two." "Of course. Could you enlighten me on their areas of expertise, so I may assign them appropriate positions?" Pepper asked. "This is Ms. Jane Foster, a Ph.D. in astrophysics from Stanford." Jane added, "Not yet. I'm still completing my combined master's and doctoral program." "Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I recall you were already a doctor during Thor, the Dark World. And this gentleman is Dr. Donald Blake, M.D. Not quite the appearance of a physician. But I do not require a personal doctor at this time," Tony remarked. "And this is Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, skilled in—" "Huh, a god of thunder? Pray, summon a bolt of lightning, and perhaps I shall dub myself the god of iron." Such titles are fitting in comic lore. But let us not dwell on that now. What is Asgard? A tribe from the primal forests of Africa. "How dare you insult Asgard?" Thor exclaimed, visibly agitated. Tony shivered at his reaction, thinking it excessive. "You ought to tread carefully. Odin is rather petty. Beware of that old man's retribution." Pepper interjected, "Asgard? That name rings a bell. It seems to be a place from Norse mythology." "Indeed, as you have surmised. This prince has erred and has been stripped of his divine powers by Odin, subsequently exiled to Earth." "Tony, meow, meow, meow. Are those myths truly real?" "Indeed. Tony, goodness. Shouldn't he offer an apology? What if Odin, in his wrath, seeks vengeance?" "Pepper, you are entrusted with the care of these two. Do not concern yourself with Thor's identity. He is merely an ordinary man now. Regardless of the position you assign him, ensure he acquires the skills necessary to fulfill it. Should Odin lay blame, I shall bear the consequences, so you need not worry. Stark Industries does not employ idlers." Turning to Thor and patting him on the shoulder, "I trust you shall earn your keep, correct?" Thor, somewhat apprehensive, feels an ominous sense that failure to perform may result in dire consequences. "Pepper, Stark Industries headquarters is relocating. Can you both make your way to New York? If not, the California branch remains operational." "Jane, we could go to New York. We need to pack our bags." "Not a problem. My flight tomorrow afternoon can accommodate you." "Tony, that's my private jet." With their job secured, Thor and Jane hurriedly return to prepare their belongings, while Pepper departs to oversee the relocation of the headquarters. "Aren't you afraid of the stingy old man seeking retribution?" "Not at all. If Odin dares to cause trouble, I shall not hesitate to whisk away his wife and take Frigga on a year-long vacation to Earth. Let us see how Odin reacts." "Tony, is your taste so peculiar?" Odin's wife is quite advanced in years, given that his son is already grown. Odin has lost the vigor of his youth. As long as I do not harm Thor, he will not act against me. Furthermore, I must still address him as father-in-law. A son-in-law, albeit half a son, is not someone he wishes to harm. Perplexity reigns above and below. Could you elaborate on these matters concerning the gods? I find myself intrigued. At this moment, Tony recalls a phrase that traversed the Eastern Internet. The culmination of science is metaphysics. Instantly, he finds the Mark's suit less appealing. According to Asgardian lore, the universe resembles a tree, known as the World Tree. Upon this world tree lie 9 realms, with Asgard being the abode of the Aesir, the deities of Norse mythology. Odin is regarded as the ruler of the 9 realms, which are ostensibly under his dominion. Vanaheim serves as the dwelling of the Vanir gods. Alfheim is the realm of the Light Elves. Midgard is the earth beneath our feet. Jotunheim is the territory of the Frost Giants. Though it was recently devastated by Odin's adopted son utilizing the Rainbow Bridge as a weapon. Tony, is such destruction truly possible? Is the Rainbow Bridge akin to a planet-destroying weapon? One could indeed assert that the Rainbow Bridge possesses the capability to obliterate a planet with ease. Goodness. Lastly, There is Helheim, the realm of the dead, as its name suggests, governed by Hela, the goddess of death and Odin's eldest daughter, my wife. Tony, hey Taith, I never expected to find someone who despises you for being a freeloader. Is the universe really that small? Surely, it cannot be confined to such dimensions. Beyond the 9 realms lies a vast expanse, teeming with extraterrestrial life. As for heaven, I am not entirely certain. Yet there is a notion that the world tree once bore 10 realms, with the 10th realm being heaven itself. Legend has it that an angel of heaven offended Odin, prompting him to sever heaven from the world tree and cast it into exile. As for its whereabouts, I remain in the dark. The more Tony listened, the more trepidation gripped him. If Odin could exile an entire heaven, his power must be formidable. His mark armor felt like mere child's play, and his heart raced with anxiety. Tony, well then, I thought I might find heaven. My mother, being so wonderful, surely deserves to go there. Not necessarily. The souls of the deceased are quite coveted, and are likely snatched away by Mephisto. However, all souls ultimately find their resting place with the god of death. Having met him once, mentioning his name should not pose a problem, right? Death, your wife is that formidable? Do not speak recklessly. Pay attention to the context. Hela is the goddess of death, while the god of death is the embodiment of the universe's primordial death. Even someone like Odin would be no match for him. Tony, how frightening. After Kyle departed, Tony felt an unsettling sensation in his heart, beating rather rapidly. Jarvis, perform a health check. Jarvis, your health appears to be normal, though you seem somewhat weakened. I recommend moderation with Miss Pepper. You talk too much. Conduct a thorough examination. If no issues arise, then you're the problem. Jarvis, based on the diagnosis, this may be indicative of anxiety. What? It seems you indeed require maintenance. How could a genius like him possibly suffer from anxiety? Jarvis, compile all the myths on Earth and organize them to inform me. Chapter 56. Exiting from Tony's abode. I directly made my way to Thor and the others' residence to retrieve the vehicle. I stowed the car into my backpack and approached the entrance. Ding, ding, ding. Hesitating at the door, I ultimately decided to knock. Hi. Thank you for helping us find work. Thor opened the door, beaming with delight upon seeing Kyle. No need for your concern. Jane, step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Thor, it appears I can see the meadows of Alfheim beckoning to me. All right, I'll be right out. Jane, you. Kyle pushed through and tossed Thor a Titan's wind battle axe. Instantly thrilled with his new weapon, Thor resembled a child in glee. A splendid weapon, worthy of a mighty warrior. However, could I exchange it for a hammer? I prefer wielding a hammer. In the palace of the celestial realm, Odin's lips twitched in irritation. Had all these years of cultivation been squandered on a fool? How could he age without gaining wisdom? One cannot help but question whether the choice of heir was misguided. I feel that Thor is rather ill-suited to inherit the throne. Frigga, in comparison, I find myself more inclined towards Loki. Thor's simplicity and kindness, while admirable, may be excessive for a ruler. Indeed, an overabundance of kindness can lead to being taken advantage of. Odin has also entertained thoughts of changing the succession. Once, Thor was the sole heir, but now there is Hela. Hela possesses qualities befitting the ruler of Asgard, and in terms of strength, she far surpasses Thor. She is sufficiently ruthless, and her once belligerent nature has been tempered. With courage, cunning, and power, who could be more suitable for the throne than Hela? However, there is no need to rush. With the Stone of Vitality extending life, there is ample time to select an heir. Even Loki is not entirely out of the question. The perspective shifts back to Earth. Kyle and Jane stroll side by side in the community park. Now is the time to speak, as Thor has not accompanied them. Sigh, there's a matter that I am uncertain whether to address. Kyle is quite conflicted, as the saying goes. It is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Yet he feels an undeniable weight on his conscience. Jane smiles slightly. What is there that cannot be said? I possess nothing at present and fear nothing. Very well, it concerns you and Thor. Let me clarify that I am not advocating for separation. Jane's expression shifts. Has Thor been concealing something from her? Has he married and had children in Asgard? Firstly, you are a human, and Thor is an Asgardian. I am aware of that. What is the issue? Is there some form of reproductive isolation? Not all. But I wish to point out that although Thor has been exiled and stripped of his powers, he remains, at his core, an Asgardian, with a formidable physique. It is evident that she deeply understands this. Kyle, however, feels compelled to pour cold water on the situation. Do you know how long Asgardians typically live? Jane quickly regains her composure. Her intuition warns her that something unfortunate is about to unfold. I'm not sure. Thor mentioned he is over 1,000 years old. Is his lifespan nearing its end? On the contrary, Thor has ample time remaining. Asgardians generally live for about 5,000 years, and as a member of the royal family, his lifespan may be even longer. No wonder Thor still resembles a child. By human standards, Thor is merely in his early 20s, perfectly aligning with his behavior. Observing Jane's seemingly carefree and excited demeanor, it becomes clear that a woman in love may sometimes possess questionable judgment. The naive girl has not considered her own circumstances. However, your lifespan is but a century. Kyle's words strike Jane like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, she is merely an ordinary human, likely to live to about 100 years. By that time, Thor will remain unchanged. In a few decades, she'll be a frail old woman, while Thor will still bear the visage of youth. After finally allowing my heart to stir, you have led me to such a complete loss. I did not intend to suggest that you should end your relationship. I merely wish to provide you with a heads up. Moreover, the universe is vast, and who knows when one might stumble upon an elixir that grants immortality. I understand that life is fleeting, and one must seize joy in the moment. I admire Thor's remarkable stamina. Even if we were to part ways, I would prefer to enjoy my time thoroughly before such a decision is made. Are they all so open-minded? Mother, I wish to return home. Having expressed myself, it seems that the two characters in Thor, Ragnarok, have already separated, rendering any further gesture unnecessary. Upon seeing Jane return, Thor's eyes were red with emotion. He suspected that Kyle had wronged her. Was he unkind to you? I shall avenge you. He is doomed today. Mark my words. Not even Odin could intervene. With that, I seized a newly acquired axe and made my way outside. Do you know where New York is? That is where I shall seek retribution. However, he did not mistreat me, and the subsequent scene may not be suitable for younger audiences. Chapter 57. A beautiful misunderstanding, alas. I have yet to inform Gwen. As Helen prepared dinner in the kitchen, she suddenly recalled that they had moved in with Kyle without notifying Gwen. No wonder she felt something was amiss in the house. Just then, her phone rang. Mom, has our house caught fire? It was difficult to explain in a few words. We are at Kyle's place. Please hurry. All right, Mom. Gwen hung up and took one last look at the house she had grown up in before driving away. George suddenly remembered that he had let Gwen take his old car to work, thus avoiding catastrophe. It seems I won't have to spend any money. Perhaps I should ask Gwen what kind of car she desires. Upon Gwen's return and hearing the events that unfolded, she was drenched in cold sweat. Had she not left for work early, she too would have been caught up in this turmoil. Thankfully, both George and Helen were unharmed. Dad, do you know who did this? George replied, I have a good idea. It's a notorious criminal wanted by the police for years. This was a source of frustration for George. Although he knew the identity of the perpetrator, capturing him was another matter. Kingpin, though reputed as a crime lord, had never revealed his face. There were no photographs available for a wanted poster. Indeed, who could have anticipated that New York's most powerful mob boss was, in fact, a benevolent philanthropist, Wilson Fisk? Kyle reassured them, do not worry too much. I have connections, and I will handle this. For the next few days, it will be prudent for you to remain indoors, particularly Gwen. Take a break from your internship at Osborne for now. All right, but I just started my internship a few days ago. I wonder if I'll be dismissed. I doubt it will be a problem. On her first day, Norman personally welcomed her, and he seems to be acquainted with Kyle. I am full now. I have some matters to attend to outside. You all should rest early and do not wait for me. Helen expressed her concern. Is there nothing that can wait until tomorrow? It is best not to venture out at night in America, even in a large city like New York. Navigating the night streets often leads to encounters with the supernatural. Meeting a friend poses no issue. After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Kyle exited the elevator, bypassing the garage and heading directly through the community gates. The sensation of being watched intensified from singular gaze to four. Clearly, S.H.A.L.D. was growing wary. As he stood by the roadside, lighting a cigarette, a black car came to a halt before him. Mr. Stacy, what brings you out so late? Carlson inquired. Kyle exhaled a plume of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at him, bemused by the roundabout questioning. Was it entertaining to always speak in riddles? He exhaled smoke directly into Carlson's face. Cough, cough. Smoking is detrimental to health. Perhaps you should indulge less, he retorted. Is this amusing to you? We all understand the stakes, Coulson replied, dropping the pretense. SHIELD has taken over the incident involving Mr. George, and we assure you we will provide a satisfactory resolution. Very well. I shall grant you half an hour to present Kingpin before me, Kyle declared, not one to be overly generous. Revenge is not a matter to be postponed, unless one is incapable of enacting it. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is not delayed by a decade. Fortunes may shift, and the young should not be underestimated. Why wait for a favorable moment to exact retribution? Please, do not make this difficult for us. Kingpin's identity is sensitive, and many officials are keen to protect him. We need a bit of time, Coulson implored. If you cannot deliver, spare me your idle chatter, Kyle replied, bending his legs and leaping into the air, instantaneously soaring to great heights. He swiftly activated his tracking device to ascertain the target's whereabouts. Coulson, weary of dealing with individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, lamented that those with a modicum of power often lost their sense of humility. Ultimately, it was SHIELD that would have to rectify the situation. Kyle thought to himself, you know nothing of power. SHIELD, too, wields the banner of the Security Council to stir the pot. He finally hovered above a towering edifice, extracting his phone to confirm his location. Fist Tower. Indeed, this was the place. Uncertain of Kingpin's exact whereabouts, he felt compelled to investigate. Being an asset of Kingpin, there must be someone who could connect him to the elusive figure. Otherwise, the construction of such an imposing structure would be in vain. As he descended, a figure clad in a tight, red leather suit stood atop the building, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Upon landing, Kyle noticed the individual brandishing a baton. Matt Murdock felt a surge of anxiety. He had painstakingly uncovered that the notorious crime lord of Hell's Kitchen was none other than the affluent Wilson Fisk. Under the cover of night, he had infiltrated the premises to gather intelligence and rescue his captured girlfriend. Matt's plan was straightforward. He surmised that since the boss typically operated from the top floor, utilizing tools to ascend to the rooftop would significantly streamline his efforts. Yet, as he reached the rooftop, he was astounded to witness a brilliant light illuminating the sky, momentarily leading him to believe that daybreak had arrived. Matt possesses an extraordinary perception that transcends his blindness, allowing him to navigate his surroundings with remarkable acuity. For him, day and night hold no distinction. However, Kyle manifests as a radiant beacon within Matt's awareness, leading him to believe his sight had miraculously returned, as if he were gazing upon the sun itself. When did Kingpin acquire such formidable subordinates? The powerful aura surrounding Kyle undoubtedly signifies his role as Kingpin's bodyguard. As Kyle approached, Matt instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, resolved to strike first and conclude the encounter swiftly, lest he attract unwanted attention. In a flash, Matt lunged at Kyle, aiming his cane at his head. The impact echoed, leaving Matt bewildered. His years of rigorous combat training seemed futile against such overwhelming strength. Kyle merely sidestepped, delivering a single punch that sent Matt plummeting from the rooftop. The descent was catastrophic, rendering him a shattered figure upon impact. How pitiful! It is no wonder, being in the employ of Kingpin, who could possibly be formidable under such a notorious crime lord. Something felt amiss. The sleek leather attire resembled that of those street heroes. And what was the name of that individual in the red suit wielding a staff? It seemed his vision was compromised as well. It dawned on Matt that Kyle was also seeking trouble with Kingpin. Why hadn't he spoken up sooner? Yet, one could hardly blame Kyle for acting first. Utilizing a resurrection coin on such an individual felt rather regrettable. My apologies. Perhaps another day, I shall inform old Max to send you two succubi. After a fleeting moment of guilt, Kyle quickly dismissed it. Chapter 58. The architect of the plaza, as Matt plummeted from the rooftop, patrolling security personnel quickly discovered him. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they also noted Kyle's brazen figure. Kyle, unperturbed, had no intention of concealing himself. Drawing the guards to him alleviated the need for a search. The chairman's office must be here. Grasping the doorknob, he pulled with force, only to have it come loose in his hand. The quality was rather subpar. Who goes there? The arriving security officers, upon seeing Kyle, swiftly drew their firearms. Kyle kicked open the office door with a decisive force. Summon Kingpin. I shall await him here. You've come to the wrong place. This is Fist Tower, the security captain replied, startled. How could so many be aware of their boss's identity? And why had a vengeful party traced their way here? He subtly gestured to a few subordinates behind him to prepare for action. In an instant, gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Kyle without restraint. Fortunately, Kyle had not activated the light of vengeance. If he had eliminated them all, who would inform Kingpin? The individual in the back was painfully slow. It took him 5 seconds to empty a magazine. Perhaps he ought to consider further training. How could he remain unscathed? Staring incredulously at his weapon. Was it a counterfeit? At this moment, the renowned duo of strategists should make their presence felt. A subordinate inspected the magazine and found it still contained bullets, then fired a shot at his own left hand. Ah, how familiar that sound is. No wonder. One would hardly dare to utter such a name when splitting a tree in half. How amusing. This fellow would excel in voicing animated characters. Why bother with this line of work? As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they resumed their assault on Kyle. Yet curiously, the more they fired, the further away they seemed to be from him. Is it true that those who understand the situation are indeed the wise? It appears the antagonists possess some wit after all, knowing when to retreat. Spare yourselves the futility of effort. Summon Jean Bing at once. You have 10 minutes. After that, I shall not wait. Kyle entered the office with a subtle smile, perched himself in the boss's chair, and propped his legs on the desk. The security captain, having secured the area, retreated to contact higher-ups, reporting. A superhuman has arrived at the building, and firearms are ineffective against him. He specifically demands to see the boss. 9 minutes later, a black van halted outside the building. A muscular bald man stepped out, with a hint of moisture visible at his temples. How could someone as cautious as Jean Bing personally come here? Surely, this is merely a substitute, for he must be terrified. While he has no qualms about the street heroes from Hell's Kitchen, who could be dispatched with bullets. The arrival of someone who can withstand 2 full magazines without a scratch is indeed alarming. Encountering inexperience for the first time, Ma Fei. Upon entering, Jean Bing's substitute noticed a puddle of muck on the floor, and the clothing appeared somewhat familiar. Whose is this? It belongs to Daredevil. Ah, my spirits are immediately lifted. Is the individual above not here to cause trouble? Having just eliminated a significant threat upon arrival feels like a pledge of allegiance. What brings you to me, sir? Kyle scrutinized him closely. Jean Bing was not as fearsome as rumored, though he certainly possessed a formidable physique. One must wonder, with 90 of his body composed of muscle, how does he avoid dehydration? Perhaps that is a question I ought to pose to you instead. The substitute racked his brain, but could not find a likeness of Kyle in his memory. He should know his true adversaries. Sir, we should have no conflict, correct? Indeed, my subordinates acted impulsively and should not have fired. They will receive their due punishment. How could there be no significant conflict between us? Allow me to offer you a hint. Target Eye. Target Eye? He too is in search of the Target Eye. The mission assigned to him yesterday has yet to report back, and it appears grim. Wasn't he the task concerning the dismissed Director George? Surely, that wouldn't anger a superhuman, would it? Could it be that Director George, with his prominent brows and eyes, has also learned to summon? How much did George pay? I can offer you double, or even triple. We have no direct conflict, do we? What? Why this sudden courage? It seems even foreigners can possess the bravery akin to Liang Jingru. Wrong answer. I should have mentioned that my surname is Stacy. Now, it was Jean Bing's turn to be taken aback. Clearly, being a substitute held some merit. The reaction was swift. The henchman behind immediately pulled the pin from a grenade and tossed it into the office. Boom! Jean Bing commanded, continue without pause. No sooner had his words faded than another henchman emerged, wielding a heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage into the office. A 9mm handgun was insufficient. Could the 127 heavy machine gun be thwarted? Hurry up! Kyle leisurely approached the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, spreading his wings and hovering in midair, with radiant holy light flickering in his hands. An angel, glowing with golden brilliance, emerged in the air, hurling a golden spear towards the building. The ordinary reinforced concrete was effortlessly pierced by the spear, leaving the edifice riddled with countless holes. After casting all his spears, the golden angel dove towards the building. The tremendous explosion illuminated the vicinity of Fisk Tower for several kilometers. This maneuver was commonly referred to as the Judgment of Justice. The already battered building could scarcely withstand such an assault, crumbling into ruins. What a stroke of luck. Just as Kyle intended to leave, he noticed an arm, the size of a human thigh, protruding from the debris. Indeed, one with a name had survived. This warranted a finishing blow. Kyle soared into the sky, conjuring a shield of holy light that perfectly enveloped the ruins, pushing downwards. 10 seconds later, the once uneven debris was transformed into an exceptionally smooth surface, surpassing even the efficiency of a steamroller. Perfect for a square dance, perhaps. After ensuring there were no signs of life beneath the rubble, Kyle flapped his wings and departed. It was a mere half-meter lower than a road. Surely no one could still be breathing. While Kyle reveled in his victory, the same could not be said for others. Coulson and his team, searching nearby, spotted the golden angel in the sky, heading towards Fisk Tower. Meanwhile, Gene Bing, anxiously awaiting news at home, nearly dropped his wine glass upon hearing the colossal sound. He immediately retrieved his phone to call. "The number you dialed is unavailable." Summoning the guard outside, he inquired, "What was that noise?" It seemed to come from Fisk Tower. Unable to reach his men at the tower, he had already dispatched individuals to investigate. "Has Bullseye returned?" he asked. "Not yet." Gene Bing waved his hand, dismissing the henchman. Bullseye had been absent for too long, indicating a likely mission failure. It seemed something had gone awry at Fisk Tower as well. These two incidents were likely orchestrated by the same individual, and George had recognized Bullseye's identity. He understood Bullseye's public persona and had directly sought revenge against Fisk Tower, a clear analysis. However, the magnitude of this disturbance signaled the emergence of a formidable adversary on the horizon. Another street hero had arisen from Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 59, George's 100-Day Campaign Against Crime. Coulson surveyed the newly formed plaza before him and compared it with the map. Indeed, it was the location of Fisk Tower. The golden angel in the sky effortlessly evokes the imagery of that moment. The deceiver, claiming to be merely an aide, can one truly achieve such feats with mere assistance? There was no need to cordon off the scene. One must commend Kyle's remarkable control. Save for the vicinity of the Fisk Tower, everything remained untouched. The only consequence might be the blood of Daredevil splattered across the pavement when he fell. Poor Matt's lifeless body was barely carried into the building before its collapse. Now, he need not worry about a burial plot. With many companions around, he shall not feel solitary on the road. Coulson, despite his trepidation, knew his duty compelled him to rectify the situation. He promptly ordered the information department to gather surveillance footage, back it up, and subsequently erase it from a network to ensure the events vanished without a trace. The commotion had indeed been substantial, with numerous cameras capturing the image of the tower collapsing, crushed by the shield of divine light. Gold's subordinates were swift as well, securing a wealth of surveillance footage from that moment. Just as they copied the videos onto a drive, the server storing the Fisk Tower's recordings was breached by exiled. Fortunately, the drive remained intact, allowing them to present their findings. Otherwise, with the dawn, it would have been lost forever. To prevent further anomalies, the subordinate hastily delivered the drive to Gold, stating, "This is the surveillance record from that time. Our server has also been compromised." Gold scoffed dismissively, instructing the subordinate to leave. The more he watched the video, the more his astonishment deepened, his brow furrowed in discontent. The footage from the office recordings incited a murderous rage within him. How could he have chosen such an inept substitute? Was it not clear that allowing such actions would lead to disaster? What began as a mere breach of a door had escalated into the complete destruction of the tower. Only when he witnessed the familiar figure in the red leather jacket fall did his mood lighten slightly. With Daredevil out of the picture, another capable of demolishing buildings had emerged. Their eyes met. This was someone not to be trifled with. The office surveillance had audio from the conversations. It was evident that the assassination of George had sparked this calamity. Now, the foremost concern was how to remedy the situation. The egghead of the trio Wings, upon viewing the video, felt a surge of excitement. The Avengers team was in dire need of such talent. A formidable force who could also heal, and most importantly, an aerial unit that adhered to principles, limiting destruction to the Fisk Tower without affecting others. Daredevil exclaimed, "What did you say?" Their gazes confirmed that this was indeed the person he required. However, the recruitment strategy would need to be altered. A policy of intimidation would be inappropriate, for if provoked, the trio Wings could easily become a battleground. Fury felt a mixture of elation and conflict. The prospect of recruiting such high-caliber combatants was thrilling. Yet with S capabilities, it seemed unlikely they could contain Kyle. Should he succumb to darkness, no one would be able to stop him. The Sorcerer's dossier was formally upgraded to a level 10 classification, now designated as Angel. Fury retrieved an old pager from his drawer, lost in contemplation. A sleepless night lay ahead. That night, Kyle enjoyed a restful sleep, only to be abruptly roused by Helen early in the morning for a delightful breakfast. Suddenly, George's phone rang. What? All right. After ending the call, George excitedly embraced Helen and planted a kiss on her cheek. What are you doing? The children are still here. Helen exclaimed with a shy expression, bemused by George's antics despite their long-standing relationship. Haha, my vacation has ended, and my position has been reinstated. Isn't that splendid news? However, Helen's demeanor shifted. She appeared somewhat disheartened, as her meticulously planned trip had been dashed. I'm full now. I shall head to the police station to resume my duties. Shortly after George departed, Helen received a phone call that brought her joy. It was from the insurance company, informing her of compensation for the burned house. While elated, she also felt a tinge of concern. The compensation offered was a staggering $20 million, despite the house being valued at less than $400,000. And even with the loss of belongings, it wouldn't exceed $1 million. The insurance company justified the sum by asserting that she had purchased a high-odds policy. Yet, no reasonable compensation could warrant such a figure. If that were the case, the insurance company would long have faced bankruptcy due to legal disputes. Initially, Helen suspected it might be a scam and hung up, only to receive several more calls from the insurance company, who were waiting for her at a CAF near the Starry building. Reluctantly, she went downstairs with Gwen to meet them. Kyle glanced at the rooftop, noting that there were no magpies calling. George, reinstated in his position, surmised that this was a gesture from S.H.I.L.D. to appease him after witnessing the destruction he had caused the previous night. However, the notion that a mere corrupt official like Egg could orchestrate a $20 million compensation was unfathomable. After much contemplation, Kyle concluded that he could not fathom the source of the funds, as he believed Egg was no longer a threat. There was no one on Earth, aside from the Ancient One, who could pose a genuine challenge to him. As the esteemed representative of the light in the Marvel Universe, he felt no fear. He would confront any adversary that crossed his path. If it were a formidable foe, it would merely require the two of them to unite. Meanwhile, George returned to the police station with fervor, immediately organizing personnel to patrol Hell's Kitchen. Unbeknownst to him, Kyle had exacted his revenge. And as the chief of the New York Police Department, George was not one to be trifled with. Everyone harbors grudges over a lifetime. After all, combating crime is the duty of the police. However, the atmosphere in Hell's Kitchen was anything but cheerful as armored vehicles patrolled the area around the clock. Hell's Kitchen had transformed from one of the most crime-ridden districts to the safest neighborhood in New York City. No matter how rampant the gangs were, they could not afford to engage in gunfights in the presence of police. Even if they could have done so in the past, those days were gone, as the full might of the NYPD was now concentrated there. With mere handguns and AK-47s, the gang stood no chance against the police's armed helicopters and armored vehicles. Faced with minor disturbances, the Hell's Kitchen precinct chief was replaced by George, who personally assumed the role of acting precinct chief. George was resolute in his determination to eradicate the malignant presence of Hell's Kitchen from New York. He was confident that a mere gang could not possibly contend with the entire New York Police Department. This initiative has been historically dubbed the 100-Day Campaign Against Organized Crime. According to our report, the campaign has led to the apprehension of 783 individuals involved in criminal activities, including several high-ranking gang members. It has been reported that the leader of the Crocodile Gang was among those captured. Gene Bing, watching the news on television, was seething with rage, as the operations had targeted his associates. In recent days, the atmosphere within the gang was one of trepidation, with many believing that their so-called emperor of the underworld was on the verge of collapse. Business had come to a standstill. The territories swept by the police were so depleted that the value of the seized goods alone could fund the construction of a new Fisk building. Damn it. This is a blatant affront. If the fish perish, who fears the net? At worst, we could all cease to exist, having already compensated for the damages. Isn't it unreasonable to continue this pursuit? Moreover, his building had been destroyed. Who could he turn to for justice? The phone rang, and seeing the elderly woman's name on the caller ID, Gene Bing felt a sense of frustration. Gene Bing, there has been an issue with my goods on your territory. You'd better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Madame Gao, Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. My losses have been even more substantial. The chief has been conducting security operations recently. Armored vehicles patrol Hell's Kitchen daily, and my men are nearly filling the jails. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be the emperor of the underworld? How have you allowed the police to gain the upper hand? Just replace the disobedient chief with another one. Surely there are problems money can't solve in America? Jean Bing chuckled resignedly. I've tried. My Fisk building has now been transformed into a plaza. More distressingly, a large portion of it has been temporarily commandeered. The site of the Fisk building has now become a police encampment, serving as a parking lot for various armored vehicles and a fuel supply point. I'm arriving in New York on a flight this afternoon. I can't convey everything over the phone. I'll book a ticket and meet with you in person. The United States, the world's largest consumer of flour, enjoys significant profits, particularly in New York, an economic hub with a high population of affluent individuals, leading to greater flour consumption. At 6 in the evening, a flight from Dongjing landed at New York Airport. As Madame Gao's convoy entered the Hell's Kitchen district, she immediately sensed a marked difference. The streets were impeccably clean, devoid of any litter. Police vehicles were ubiquitous, each manned by fully armed officers. Armored vehicles patrolled continuously along the streets. What was happening? When did the New York Police Department alter its approach to involve itself in Hell's Kitchen? Just 2 weeks prior, the police chief George had been suspended, a figure who had previously disrupted many of her business dealings, making it impossible to overlook his actions. Moreover, impervious to oil and salt, indifferent to money, and utterly disinterested in women, we had exhausted numerous methods without finding a breakthrough. It was only when he was suspended that I sensed an opportunity had arisen. I immediately dispatched the sharpshooter. You understand the distinction between assassinating an active police chief and one who has been suspended, do you not? Furthermore, it could be disguised as a suicide born of guilt. Madame Gao, what? The sharpshooter has failed? Your subordinates are woefully incompetent. My people could eliminate him without a trace, ensuring no one would ever uncover the truth. Alas, failure is merely a setback. Jean Bing sighed as whispers from the hidden sentinels within the police precinct revealed that the sharpshooter's body now lay in the morgue. Dead? Indeed. That very night, I received news of retribution. The Fist Tower, Jean Bing turned his notebook towards Madame Gao, displaying the surveillance footage from that evening. Such a person is beyond my capacity to confront. Although Madame Gao was astonished by Kyle's destructive prowess, she was not intimidated. Even the 5 fingers of the hand would struggle against Kyle. They still held a formidable weapon, Black Void. Is that all? Not a challenge for the hand. I can help you eliminate him, but the price of flour must rise by 10%. Though we play in jest, business must be conducted. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Bing acquiesced. Kyle, along with George, would be eliminated, ultimately benefiting him. The hand would merely engage in commerce, while these territories would ultimately remain under Jean Bing's control. Here is his dossier. George's adopted son, Kyle Stacy, residing in the Star Building, are the offspring of 2 congressional gentlemen. It would be prudent for you not to act against them to avoid unnecessary complications. Yesterday, Mrs. George purchased a villa on Long Island. Her backyard overlooking a vast beach and sea, and her 2 neighbors are currently away on vacation. This tranquil location is perfectly suited for our plans. Notify me when you move. With that, Madame Gao turned and departed to coordinate the assassination from the Hand's New York headquarters, ensuring that Black Void was brought over from Frozen Capital. In a tea house in Chinatown, Kyle sat across from Coulson. Mr. Kyle, would you be interested in serving as an honorary consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Mr. Stark holds a consultancy position there. Typically, there is no work, but you will be called upon to address unsolvable issues, and it would be compensated. Slurp, exhale. How much does Stark earn? Mr. Stark is not in need of money. Coulson pondered. Do wealthy individuals truly skimp so? After all, he is a shareholder in Stark Industries and Osborne Industries. The dividends alone, resting in the bank, yield interest surpassing his annual salary. So, it appears there is nothing. TSK, yet another fool working for free. I will consult with the egg regarding what salary he might offer me. Perhaps I will consider it. Working is not an option. It is an impossibility for this lifetime. Coulson, lacking his former bravado, was apprehensive about provoking Kyle into action here. He directly called Fury to inquire. Director. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Fury's mood noticeably darkened. His complexion resembling a boiled egg, dark yet tinged with a hint of red. Why on earth would one ask for money? The funds embezzled through arduous efforts would hardly benefit him. Calculating the remaining funds, he realized it was merely sufficient to construct 2 safe houses. Far too meager. Suddenly, Fury had an epiphany. Why should he personally finance the consultant hired for SHIELD? Was this not a splendid opportunity to request funds from the council, akin to money falling from the heavens? He could discreetly pocket some extra cash to erect additional safe houses. A benevolent endeavor indeed. When reporting, he could simply state that Kyle demanded $5 billion. Even a $50 million appearance fee would be quite substantial. It is well known that budgets are meant to be exceeded. Coulson remarked, "The director proposes a sum of $50 million. $50 million? Is it a pittance to appease a beggar? Do you think I am in need of such trifles? $100 million. What's the difference with a walnut thrown in? The budget for SHIELD is exceedingly tight. Many of our agents have yet to receive their field allowances. Is it possible to substitute with other assets? Exiled has been operational for many years and must have amassed a considerable collection. Perhaps that blue cube? If SHIELD were genuinely willing to part with the Tesseract, Kyle would not mind making a single transaction, albeit only once, unless other treasures were presented. There was no need for haste. After all, once the battle in New York concluded, wouldn't the Tesseract return to Asgard? At that juncture, requesting it from Odin would not be out of the question. Coulson once again sought guidance from Nick Fury, yet the expression on the latter's face was darker than coal. How had he discovered that SHIELD possessed the Tesseract? How could such a reputable organization be so leaky, unable to keep secrets? Furthermore, during previous containment operations at the Sandbox base, they had often been ambushed en route. Fury had long sensed the anomalies within SHIELD, initiating screenings 6 months prior. Yet no conclusions had been reached. Surely, it could not be that the organization was riddled with traitors? Hydra, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Chapter 61. The assault, have we located it? It can be reasonably confirmed to be in Hell's Kitchen, though the precise location remains elusive. Madame Gao had come to New York not only to resolve business matters, but also for a significantly more pressing concern: the search for the resting place of the dragon bones. The existing dragon bones of the hand would not endure much longer. Failing to locate new ones would jeopardize not only the resurrection, but also the very lifespan of the 5 fingers. Continue the search. Yes, one ninja departed, and another entered the room. Madam, Wilson Fisk has sent word. The target is relocating today. Gather the personnel. After days of anticipation, we are on the verge of resting. He has finally emerged from the Star Tower. Fisk was rather timid. How convenient it would have been to act directly within the Star Tower. Wasn't it merely the child of a council member? If he perished, so be it. Madame Gao approached the entrance of a concealed chamber and respectfully knocked. Knock, knock, knock. As a woman's voice echoed from within the room, the door swung open, revealing several pallid, sweat-drenched men striding out in a line. You humans truly know how to indulge yourselves. Please come in. Lady Gao cautiously stepped into the room, her head bowed in trepidation. Fearful of encountering sights best left unseen. What is the matter? The master is ready to act. Understood. Even the smallest of fish warrants my personal intervention. It only serves to squander my leisure time. After Lady Gao's departure, the only occupant remaining in the chamber was the woman referred to as the master. Possessing strikingly Western features with her golden hair and blue eyes. Had Daredevil been alive, he would have instantly recognized her as his long-sought beloved, Erica. However, she had now been transformed into a vessel of beastly intent, an embodiment of what the Hand referred to as the Black Void. While the Hand was assembling its forces for action, Kyle was indeed preoccupied with moving. Mom, aren't you coming with me? Helen inquired. I still need to purchase numerous appliances. There are many essentials left to acquire for the new home. All right, I shall prepare dinner and await your return. Goodbye. George was engrossed in his crusade against crime, and Gwen had resumed her internship, leaving only Kyle and Helen to manage the moving process. Fortunately, they had little to transport, as the RV could accommodate their belongings. Once outside the garage, Kyle and Helen parted ways. She drove her car to the supermarket to procure appliances while Kyle navigated the RV toward their new abode. Though the Long Island residence was merely a townhouse, the surroundings were truly delightful, facing the sea, with spring blossoms in full bloom. For the first time, Kyle found himself yearning for the comforts of his penthouse, as the sea breeze and the prospect of fishing were undeniably appealing. It seemed he would need to spend more time with Helen, not solely for the purpose of fishing. After 40 minutes, Kyle arrived at the entrance of their new home, a 3-story structure with a garage on the first floor and living spaces on the second and third. Moving was more convenient for him alone. He simply transferred his belongings from the RV into a backpack, entering the house to unpack. Upon reaching Gwen's room to place her clothes, he couldn't help but reflect. The young lady has indeed grown. Having deposited the items, Kyle set off for the supermarket. Upon seeing the prices within the affluent District S store, he understood why Helen had opted against purchasing large appliances here. In a parking area outside the supermarket, a black sedan pulled up beside Kyle's RV. Lady Gal lowered her window, glanced at him, and dialed a number on her phone. Commenced the operation. Lady Gal and Jean had devised a plan. She brought the Black Void to eliminate Kyle, while Jean and his underlings focused on George, dispatching 2 teams to abduct Gwen and Helen. Even if one front faltered, they could leverage the kidnapping of Helen and Gwen to distract George and Kyle. At that moment, George was stationed at the command center, his eyes fixed intently on the surveillance feeds from various patrol vehicles. The officers, brimming with enthusiasm and confidence, felt a profound sense of accomplishment after having successfully tackled the challenges within Hell's Kitchen. George glanced at the time and picked up the walkie-talkie. Team 1 is preparing to return to camp for rest. Team 2, check the weapons and vehicles and prepare for departure. Finally, I can enjoy a hot meal and take a shower. My poor back. I doubt your back is sore from driving, Katie. The tension that had gripped them all day began to dissipate as they exchanged light-hearted banter. Yet the sense of honor brought to Hell's Kitchen could not alleviate their fatigue. Just as they allowed themselves to relax, a head peeked out from a nearby alley, only to quickly withdraw. When it re-emerged, it bore a rocket launcher, aiming it at the patrolling police car before pulling the trigger. Boom! George, who had been monitoring the situation, immediately recognized the urgency and calmly issued commands. Team 1 is under attack. Team 1 is under attack. Rescue teams, follow Team 2 for support. As the convoy rolled out of the camp, several individuals wielding rocket launchers rose from the rooftops of 2 nearby 5-story buildings. With a thunderous roar, the lead armored vehicle was upended. Shortly thereafter, the rooftops revealed a myriad of gun barrels, while various armed gang members emerged from alleys and storefronts. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The camp's officers swiftly retaliated, and helicopters from various precincts ascended into the sky. George, finding refuge in a secure location, began contacting the National Guard. Given the enemy's heavy firepower, it was time to call for tanks to enter the city. George realized he had underestimated these gangsters, placing too much faith in the strength of the police department. Logically, they should hold the advantage as the defenders. Yet the firepower emanating from the rooftops kept him from lifting his head. Snipers had been positioned at the high ground, indicating that they were aware of the dire situation. The situation escalated as a phone call interrupted Gene Bing, who was soon confronted by his protective congressman. Gene Bing, have you lost your mind? How dare you take action? Complaints have reached the presidential office. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Please, Congressman, don't be angry. Just give me 10 minutes to eliminate the instigator, and I will cease fire immediately. I assure you, by dawn, there won't be a single trace of blood or shell casing left on the ground. With a slight smile, Gene Bing ended the call, knowing that as long as he resolved the conflict quickly, the congressional members would not pursue him further. New York needed a figure like Gene Bing. The chaos of disordered gangs would only lead to greater pandemonium, a scenario the White House would prefer to avoid. Meanwhile, George was not faring as well. Where are the snipers? Eliminate the threats on the rooftops immediately. Everyone else, maintain suppressive fire and prevent them from breaching the camp. The commotion had certainly reached the ears of S.H.I.L.D., and Agent Coulson's expression darkened. Can't that Stacy just keep a low profile for once? Coulson mobilized the New York Division's combat personnel to support Director George in Hell's Kitchen. This was also an opportunity to curry favor with Kyle, a favor he intended to secure. At that moment, George was crouched behind an armored vehicle, maneuvering a drone to assess the situation while directing the snipers with precision. Suddenly, a police officer collapsed beside him, and George swiftly picked up a medical kit to tend to his wounds. However, to his astonishment, he discovered a dart embedded in the officer's neck. Chapter 62. The first user of the Hammer of Repentance. Meanwhile, Kyle had just finished his grocery shopping and was making his way home. Along the path, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching him. Despite glancing around, he saw no one, yet his heightened instincts confirmed the presence of a hidden observer. A faint crackle of lightning reached Kyle's ears, and the essence of holy light swiftly guided his awareness to George, who was ensconced in the depths of Hela's kitchen. Suddenly, Kyle felt a sharp impact on his back, and upon glancing down, he spotted an object resembling a kunai on the ground. For the moment, he need not worry about George, as the pendant provided protection. However, he was now under attack himself. It seemed trouble had come from both sides. Why was he being targeted so relentlessly lately? Quickly, Kyle fortified himself. 2 darts struck him, only to bounce harmlessly off his body. Revenge of Light. Let us see if you can withstand another hit. As if summoned by his challenge, several figures emerged ahead. 2 women, one elderly and the other young, were flanked by a cadre of black-clad ninjas. Would you be interested in joining the Hand Association? The mention of ninja and Hand Association struck a familiar chord. He recalled hearing about such characters from the television shows the overweight individuals in his household watched, though he had hardly paid any attention himself. Most of what he knew had been relayed through their discussions, remembering vaguely that they were partners of the infamous Gene, seemingly in search of some dragon bone, a relic capable of resurrecting the dead. Yet, no matter how formidable that dragon bone might be, it could not compare to his resurrection coin. Little devils? I recall that the Hand Association is a ninja organization, right? Seeking death, are we? Madame Gao had initially intended to recruit Kyle, but upon hearing his retort, she deemed it unnecessary. The ninjas behind her immediately sprang into action, launching a flurry of darts as they vanished, preparing for a stealthy assault. Alas, the lightning of the Revenge of Light was unrelenting. The ninjas could not outrun the light's pursuit. Those who had just cloaked themselves now lay lifeless, their dark garb rendering them almost indistinguishable from the shadows, save for the unmistakable scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. In that fleeting moment, as the ninjas fell, Madame Gao also concealed her presence, preparing to strike from the shadows. Kyle turned to find her old visage contorted in disbelief, a dagger protruding from her lower back, halted only by the muscle beneath. What cursed luck is this? How did I not trigger the Revenge of Light? He had been reckless, overly confident, neglecting to shield himself. You dare to stab me in the kidneys? With a powerful swing, Kyle sent Madame Gao flying, crashing through several low walls before finally coming to a halt. This was his first time engaging in such a confrontation, and fueled by anger from the injury he sustained, the force of his blow was considerable. Had they not been so close, the impact would have been even greater. Madame Gao would not have been left lying there, bloodied but still alive. Lord Black Void. As the encounter began, Erica, with a playful demeanor, approached Kyle, remarking on his robust physique and inviting him with a promise of delightful experiences. However, the chaotic scent emanating from her nearly repulsed Kyle. Goodness, this is unbearable. Perhaps you should clean up before engaging in conversation, he retorted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Erica's countenance darkened at his reaction. How could anyone refuse the pursuit of joy? Drawing her katana, she lunged at Kyle. Undeterred by her aggression, Kyle brandished his cross, ready to retaliate. The instant their weapons collided, Kyle sensed the force behind Erica's strike. With her dark attributes clashing against his prowess as a holy paladin, defeat seemed implausible. With a swift motion, he plunged the cross into the ground, activating a mechanism that revealed a mighty greatsword. The cross can transform like this? Erica exclaimed, astonished. Even heaven must be bewildered to have a follower like you. Heaven is of no consequence to me. I believe in the holy light, Kyle declared, swinging the great sword with conviction while Erica struggled to defend herself with her katana. Her strength paled in comparison to his, and the asphalt beneath them bore witness to the chaos of their clash. Be cautious. He may summon angels, Lady Gao warned. Catching her breath. Angels? Huh. Erica smirked, preparing to channel her magical energies. While brute strength may not favor her, she was indeed a sorceress. What a coincidence. I too wield magic, Kyle replied, as dark magic enveloped him, crackling ominously. Dark magic? Are you not concerned about the sorcerers of Counterattack? Erica began to question, but her expression changed abruptly upon noticing a golden hammer materializing behind Kyle. The overwhelming force of holy light emanating from it instinctively instilled fear in her as a dark mage. It was a power she could not withstand. Didn't the denizens of heaven abandon this realm long ago? How is there such a formidable light, mage still on earth? She pondered. Repent, Kyle proclaimed, and with a single strike, Erica lay motionless upon the ground. This cannot be, Lady Gao exclaimed in disbelief. The others who had encountered the dark void typically only gained immense power, yet Erica was a vessel directly occupied by that dark force. The magnitude of her strength was undeniable. Otherwise, she would not have shown such deference. Could even a divine being fail against this man? Lady Gao's frustration towards Jean intensified. Realizing the magnitude of trouble he must have stirred to attract such a powerful entity. Focusing the holy light upon Erica to discern her identity, she reasoned that, since Ancient One still resided on Earth, there should not be such a potent dark mage present. The barriers of Counterattack, combined with Ancient One's vigilance, should have kept such forces at bay, and the dark magic had nearly become extinct on Earth, leaving only minor remnants for the sorcerers of Counterattack to practice upon. It seemed highly probable that some ritual had allowed this dark presence to conceal itself within an ordinary individual, evading the scrutiny of the sanctum's wards. Indeed, as Lady Gao followed the faint connection to discover the true essence behind it all, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the revelation. The appearance is utterly grotesque, resembling that of a dark toad. The purification unfolds, and once again, an elderly man wielding a stick has appeared. Even at this late hour, he wears sunglasses, seemingly unperturbed by the risk of stumbling into a ditch. Before Kyle could utter a word, the old man brandished his stick and struck. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Do not. Another brand new lightning strike has been unleashed. Lady Gao chuckled. Do you recognize this old man? He's the leader of the Pure Heart Society. I do not know him. Let us deal with the matter at hand, Kyle remarked, dragging the half-conscious Erica before Lady Gao. Pray tell, why do you trouble me? I do not recall provoking your kind. Will speaking grant you survival? It depends on the circumstances. Lady Gao's expression darkened in an instant, as if she had glimpsed the essence of life and death. Can we at least ensure a whole body is returned to the island nation? We too value a peaceful resting place. Coincidentally, Kyle intended to visit the island nation to deliver some gifts. As for Jean Bing, Lady Gao unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto him. Jean Bing? Was he not killed just a few days prior? The square was left remarkably level, and Kyle ensured there were no survivors before departing. You merely killed a decoy at Fist Tower, came the response. That explains why Jean Bing seemed somewhat lackluster, devoid of the demeanor befitting a crime lord. Lady Gao, with great consideration, revealed the location of Jean Bing's hideout. Thank you. With a flurry of radiant light, several crosses sliced through, leaving no remnants behind, thus constituting a complete body. Chapter 63. The divine lavatory transforms into the golden pool. As for the half-conscious Erica, she was promptly delivered to the Ancient One in Counterattack. For delays caused by any lurking conspiracies would be regrettable. The Ancient One was enjoying tea in a parlor, gazing upon the snowy mountains, when a door materialized, and a humanoid figure entered. The dark magical aura surrounding the newcomer was unmistakable. Erica, struggling to open her eyes and ascertain her surroundings, raised her head only to meet the gaze of the man who instilled terror within her. Exhausted, let destruction commence. Having concluded the skirmish, Kyle soared into the skies, hastening toward George. During the recent conflict, he sensed the vengeful aura of holy light several times. There were 3 locations in total. Helen and Gwen had also been ambushed, albeit they had only triggered 2 or 3 instances without further incident. George bore the brunt of the turmoil, unaware and mistakenly believing a thunderstorm was underway. He had triggered dozens of instances amidst the chaos. Such a grand spectacle. Was a battle truly underway, with tanks rolling into the city? The scene was indeed magnificent, as the precinct of Hell's Kitchen was surrounded by heaps of corpses. The shattered glass of storefronts littered the streets, and bullet holes marred the walls, revealing the intensity of the earlier conflict. The echoes of gunfire had ceased, replaced by a throng of military and police personnel gathered outside CF, with George among them. At once, provide me with a fully fueled vehicle, or I shall perish, and they too will meet the same fate. Director George, surely you do not wish to witness your wife and daughter succumb here, do you? I can fulfill your demands. Release the hostages immediately. Do you take me for a fool? My survival is essential for theirs. Act as I command without delay. Helen, Gwen, such despicable tactics to resort to hostage-taking. This is a lapse on Kyle's part. The threshold for his abilities to trigger is confined to the extent of harm inflicted. Should one be kidnapped and left to starve, those abilities would not activate. It is time to contemplate an upgrade for the new version of the pendant. Two figures stand atop the three-story building across from the CAF, one of whom Kyle recognizes, Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Beside Hawkeye is another marksman, both aiming their weapons at the thugs within the CAF. Not far off, another sniper on a rooftop is targeting George at the CAF entrance. This is the last resort left by Kingpin, who is presently seated before a screen, observing the events through street surveillance. Remember to aim for the neck. That area is devoid of bulletproof vests or helmets. Although the frontal assault failed, it was primarily due to the unexpected summoning of the National Guard. Kyle, preoccupied with locating George, failed to notice the sniper. Upon clearly identifying the kidnapped Helen and Gwen, he descended beside Hawkeye. Clint reacted swiftly, drawing his bow at Kyle's arrival, while the previously oblivious sniper finally drew his handgun. Mr. Kyle. Hawkeye lowered his bow, signaling the sniper to holster his weapon. Refrain from using firearms. It would be too bloody. Utilize your bow instead. There is no need to worry about harming them. Kyle was primarily concerned that gunfire might frighten the mother and daughter, while the bow would be quieter and less gruesome. As for the possibility of trembling hands injuring Helen or Gwen, there was no cause for concern. A misfire would merely trigger the wrath of light, leaving only Hawkeye behind. With this thought, he instinctively took a few steps back. Kyle had no desire to experience the sensation of being struck by lightning. In a swift motion, Clint released two arrows, propelling them towards the two captors. Thunder erupted, yet Hawkeye was not struck. A dark figure plummeted from the distant high-rise. Kingpin watched as George and his entourage rushed into the CF, crushing the glass of his wine glass in frustration. Another miscalculation, glancing at the sniper's position. Only a dark mark remained. The figure had vanished. Coulson did not accompany the officers inside. Instead, he led the SHIELD agents to inspect the sniper's corpse. Having encountered bodies struck by lightning numerous times, it became evident why Kyle stood beside Hawkeye. SHIELD could ascertain with certainty that this was Kyle's handiwork. The remnants of Fist Tower had previously detected this energy. Kyle cast one last glance at George, Helen, and Gwen. United in their embrace, soaring high, it was time to confront Kingpin and settle the score. Upon arriving at Madame Gao's location, one could immediately sense the overwhelming presence of Jean Bing. His vitality was strikingly pronounced amidst the ordinary crowd, akin to a beacon in the darkness. Jean Bing was engrossed in his phone, awaiting news from Madame Gao. Unable to resolve the issue with George, he had to rely on Kyle. It was not unusual for superhumans to leave some means of survival for their families. Once Madame Gao eliminated Kyle, George would no longer pose a problem. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted the moment, and upon turning, Kyle was seen with wings on his back. He had lost. The alliance had faltered. His defeat was not unwarranted. Mr. Jean Bing, you are quite defined. Is this what angels are like? Surely, I will not ascend to heaven after my demise. Jean Bing was all too aware of his impending doom. Ever since Vanessa and Richard's deaths, there was little left in this world worth clinging to. Wishing to descend to hell? That can certainly be arranged. A demonic hand materialized from a spatial rift, seizing Jean Bing and retracting into the void. Kyle hurled a small black crystal into the rift, proclaiming, "Old M.O., take good care of this gentleman and let him experience your hellish amusements." The demonic hand, a rudimentary skill, proved extraordinarily potent here. The giant hand summoned was none other than that of the Hell Lord Mephisto himself. When first utilized, both Mephisto and Kyle were taken aback. Kyle had not anticipated the skill's immense power, and Mephisto could hardly believe that, despite being the mightiest Lord of Hell, his hand could one day slip beyond his control. After dealing with Jean Bing, Kyle returned home to await George and the others for a hot pot meal, while the frightened mother and daughter duo retired early for the night. Under the cover of darkness, Kyle soared westward at full speed, traversing over 10,000 kilometers, albeit at low altitudes to avoid radar detection. His intentions were certainly not suited for public scrutiny. He had promised to escort someone home, and he intended to keep that promise. While he was unaware of the Alliance's exact location, he did know of a rather fitting place, the Yasukuni Shrine, which certainly reeked of history. Initially, he contemplated deploying 2 nuclear bombs to evoke memories of August 6, 1945 for the Japanese, but regrettably lacked the means. Moreover, with many Chinese tourists working in the area, it would be unfortunate to harm any innocents. The judgment of justice. Kyle was uncertain how many times he had employed the skill, but a multitude of golden glimmering angels floated in the sky. The radiance of holy light enveloped all beneath it, eliciting warmth from anyone who beheld it. At around 11 o'clock, many pedestrians witnessed the celestial phenomenon above, and those quick on the uptake retrieved their phones and cameras to capture the moment. Shortly thereafter, the angels unleashed their spears, causing chaos in the streets. Countless screams pierced the air, overwhelming the senses. The final dive and explosion left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Divine retribution. It was as if the heavens could no longer bear witness to the injustices below. Whispers of a language that Kyle could comprehend lingered in his ears. As the smoke dissipated, a vast pit spanning over 100 acres emerged on the ground, with several fractured pipes on the cliffs oozing molten gold. Approaching the edge of the pit, Kyle quietly retrieved a burlap sack containing the precious relic he intended to return to Madame Gao. Without hesitation, he tossed the sack into the pit, landing precisely in the flow of molten gold. Could this be the fabled baptism? After completing this act, Kyle retreated to a secluded corner, downed a vial of divine protection, and took flight. To his astonishment, he spotted an airport in midair, its lengthy runway devoid of any passenger aircraft. How fortuitous! Seizing the opportunity before the transparency potion's effect waned, he descended to pilfer 2 aircraft, stowing them in his backpack before making a hasty exit to procure snacks for Gwen at a nearby supermarket. Continuing westward for over half an hour, he beheld a fleet at sea, the largest vessel bearing the designation 16. Which group are you from? Why are you in civilian attire? Upon observing Kyle's hairstyle, they quickly realized something was amiss. Unauthorized personnel incursion, repeat. Without offering further explanation, Kyle discarded his belongings and took flight. The arriving personnel, witnessing the bewildered young man, questioned, "What are you shouting about? We are at sea. Can anyone truly breach our defenses?" "Captain, look!" exclaimed one. Thanks to Comrade Lay for the 2 aircraft, they immediately ordered a return to base. Chapter 64. The birth of the Phantom Spider. Kyle lounged leisurely in a recliner, his feet resting on a fishing rod to prevent any catch from dragging him into the water. He was engrossed in a newspaper. The Pope of the Vatican announced that the relocation ceremony would commence today, with the cathedral to be re-established at a site of miracles, prompting strong discontent from the Japanese government. Foreigners certainly know how to engage in spectacle. Kyle never anticipated that events would take such an intriguing turn. His righteous judgment had been captured on film by numerous onlookers and uploaded online. Before the Japanese government could issue a vehement condemnation, the Pope had already arrived, declaring it a miracle, a divine punishment upon the Japanese. Countless devotees gathered at the site, and the government found itself unable to intervene. The Pope asserted that the relics left by the divine were untouchable, and the area had transformed into a sprawling molten gold pool. The stench was indescribable. Yet the Pope led tens of thousands of devout followers there daily to recite scriptures. Just yesterday, he proclaimed plans to relocate the cathedral to this site, citing a desire to witness the miracle and purify their souls. Truly, such piety was remarkable. The instigator of this upheaval, Kyle, now spent his days fishing and basking in the sun upon the rocky shores. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 fingers of the Hand Association twitched anxiously. Madame Gao had vanished, and the formidable weapon, the Black Void, was also lost. They only knew that Madame Gao had gone to seek Jean to discuss business matters, only to discover upon reaching New York that Jean was also missing. Only knowing that Jean Bing had suffered defeat, I had assumed he had fled. And now I find myself tirelessly searching for him. "Kyle, it is time to fetch Gwen." Upon hearing Helen's call, Kyle realized that the day was waning, and it was nearly time to clock out. He stowed away his fishing gear and set off in the car. Tomorrow, he would no longer need to serve as a dedicated driver, as the vehicle he had reserved for Gwen had finally arrived at noon today. When he picked up Gwen, he would conveniently retrieve the car. At the Osborne building on the 45th floor in the biological laboratory, "Gwen, please ensure that today's experimental records are completed and sent to me." "Certainly, Professor Connors. Just give me 5 more minutes." "Is it really that quick? I had thought you would be working late tonight." "Gwen, you are destined to become an exceptional biologist." Ha. Receiving praise from her mentor made Gwen blush with a shy smile. At present, Gwen serves merely as Professor Connors' research assistant. She chose Connors not only because he is an employee of Osborne Industries, but also because he is a biology professor at Empire State University and will be her instructor in her forthcoming collegiate journey. With just 10 days left until the start of the semester, is Gwen prepared to embark on her university life? Absolutely. I have been preparing for quite some time. Her anticipation for university life stems not from an inherent love for it, but rather from the prospect of moving out of her home. She will relish the freedom. The Mary Jane's band is poised to take off and will undoubtedly shine in college. To maintain her image as the dutiful daughter in front of George and Helen, Gwen's absence has led to countless missed opportunities for the band to perform. Moving out, even if it's just to the school dormitory, means she will no longer be compelled to return home by 8 o'clock. Oh yes, Connors remarked, the experimental records are excellent. Once you return the spider to its breeding chamber, you may clock out. Please exercise caution. This spider still bears traces of radiation, so be sure to secure it properly. If it escapes, it could lead to significant trouble. Connors retrieved the spider used in today's research from the lab cabinet and handed it to Gwen. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Gwen had performed this procedure countless times during her tenure. A corporation as distinguished as Osborne takes safety seriously. The breeding chamber was specifically designed with an interface for the transfer box. During her summer break, Gwen had ensured a proper connection with the transfer box, watching as the experimental spider crawled from the transfer box into the breeding chamber. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a vibration. With one hand steadying the transfer box, she pulled out her phone. It was a message from Kyle. Are you ready to receive your exclusive vehicle? Has my car arrived? Yes. I am already at your company's entrance. Gwen felt a surge of joy, nearly leaping up, but thankfully managed to steady the box in her hands without spilling it. I'm coming down right away. Eagerly, she removed the transfer box, just as the experimental spider had crawled into the breeding chamber. Unfortunately, the experimental spider still had one leg stuck in the transfer box and was directly pulled out by Gwen. In a moment of panic, Gwen grabbed the spider with her hand and stuffed it into the breeding box. Ouch! She felt a bite on her finger. Gwen, are you all right? Connor inquired upon hearing the commotion. I'm fine, just dropped my phone. She replied. That's good to hear. Connor said. Gwen stared at the bite wound, feeling uncertain. It should be fine, right? This spider isn't venomous, and the radiation dose is not significant for humans. Just drink plenty of water to flush it out. With her extensive knowledge of the spider and her excitement about the vehicle she was about to acquire, Gwen momentarily set aside her concerns about the bite. Teacher, I'm off work, she announced. I'll finish up and leave too. You go ahead. Goodbye. Gwen eagerly dashed downstairs to find Kyle waiting by the car. We need to hurry. It'll be 4 o'clock soon. 10 minutes later, Gwen finally spotted her vehicle and circled it several times before settling into the driver's seat. Driving with uncontainable excitement, she only felt discomfort after parking. Ah, my legs went weak. Almost fell. Are you okay? Kyle quickly steadied Gwen, employing his healing abilities. Gwen felt somewhat better, reasoning, I must be exhausted from work today. A good night's sleep will fix it. Upon returning home, she headed straight to her room, skipping dinner. Confident in his skills, Kyle believed the purification could alleviate any discomfort, and the rapid healing would take care of her wound, dismissing it as mere fatigue. The next morning, Gwen awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated, even hearing the sizzling of eggs being fried by Helen in the kitchen below. As usual, she propped herself up with her hands, escaping the clutches of her cozy bed. With a slight exertion, the bed collapsed. Chapter 65. Gwen's transformation. Gwen carefully pinched the gear lever with 2 fingers and shifted into first gear. As the car began to move, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, she was troubled by the changes in her body. Her newly acquired vehicle had already sustained considerable damage. The cup holder, the steering wheel casing, and the door handles all had been affected. Now, she had to enter the car through the passenger door. Her home had not escaped her mishaps either. The doorknob of her bedroom and the staircase had also suffered from her newfound strength. To adapt to her physical changes, Gwen decided to skip work and instead drove daily to an abandoned factory to hone her control. With a loud bang, she slammed the car door too forcefully, shattering the glass. Oh no, she exclaimed, striding into the dilapidated building and effortlessly lifting a cement utility pole from the ground. The 6-meter-long pole felt no heavier than a simple stick in her hands. Gwen surmised that the transformation in her body was likely a result of being bitten by the irradiated spider in the laboratory. In addition to her immense strength, she possesses the remarkable ability to scale walls like a spider, and her reflexes have become exceedingly swift. After exerting herself for over an hour with a concrete utility pole, she finally began to feel fatigued, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She retrieved a bag of beverages, gently grasping a can, demonstrating her mastery of control. It was essential not to exert too much force lest it can become deformed. After finishing her drink with a satisfying thud, she crumpled the can into a small ball and tossed it aside. With just a couple more attempts, she believed she would be able to manage her strength adequately. With a little caution in the future, she wouldn't damage anything again. She promptly took out another can to continue her practice. Her training persisted until her stomach grumbled at noon, prompting her to pause and confidently drive out for lunch. Feeling accomplished, she decided it was time to repair her vehicle. Initially, Gwen had hesitated to take her car for repairs, fearing that it would break down again shortly after being fixed. She waited until she felt more in control of her strength before deciding to go. What? $2,000 just to fix this minor issue? It's outrageous. Such a sum is akin to daylight robbery. Merely replacing a piece of glass, changing the gear shift, and the cup holder costs this much? Madam, the door handle is also broken, and since your vehicle is a customized model, the price is indeed higher, the mechanic explained. Gwen had enough money in her account to cover the repair costs, but she was reluctant to part with it. Moreover, her savings were earmarked for her upcoming housing expenses, and spending it on repairs would leave her short for rent. If necessary, I could always stay in the school dormitory if my roommate is unkind. I could always seek refuge with Kyle. Watching the workers as they repaired her car, Gwen felt a pang of sorrow, knowing her hard-earned pocket money was about to slip away. However, the thought of her vehicle being restored to its former glory made it bearable. Once the repairs were complete, Gwen headed straight to the Osborne building, ready to resume her work, confident that her newfound control would not hinder her performance. "Gwen, have you finished your tasks?" Connors inquired. "Yes, I'll be back to my regular work tomorrow. You seem a bit down. Is there something troubling you?" Connors asked, noticing her demeanor. Indeed, the Radiation Spider project has encountered numerous challenges and remains unsustainable as it continues to decompose on its own. You've arrived just in time. I'm entrusting this experiment to you. Put that brilliant mind of yours to work. Perhaps you will uncover something unexpected. I could use a mental shift. Perhaps a breakthrough will emerge from the regeneration experiments. Absolutely. One is more than willing to tackle the experiment. The Radiation Spider project had initially been set in motion by Professor Connors as a diversion from the stalled regeneration experiments. Throughout, Connors' primary focus has been the project aimed at regenerating limbs, with his ultimate dream being to develop a cure for his own amputated arm. The goal of the Radiation Spider project is to create a new material that mimics spider silk. After taking over, Connors made swift progress, successfully replicating the properties of spider silk. Yet, the experiment hit a roadblock at this stage. While the material was produced, it could not be commercialized despite its impressive strength, surpassing that of steel in toughness. However, exposure to the air causes gradual decomposition over time, and the maximum recorded duration in experiments has never exceeded an hour. Gwen's knowledge pales in comparison to that of Professor Connors. Naturally, if the professor cannot resolve the issue, neither can she. A day spent in chaotic attempts yielded little in terms of results. Connors remarked, "Gwen, there's no need to be overly anxious. How about this? Take some time to thoroughly study your previous experimental records. This experiment is akin to your freshman examination assignment. If you can double the duration, you will earn a perfect score in my class this semester." "Really? I will certainly strive for that," she responded enthusiastically. "Haha, but do remember to pay attention in class." "Of course," Gwen replied, clutching the disc containing her experimental records, preparing to dedicate her evening to study. Returning home, dinner was a quiet affair with just her and her mother, as Kyle had already taken his car back to the Star Tower days earlier. "Why hasn't Dad come back yet?" she inquired. "I called. George has to work late tonight. We can manage without waiting for him," her mother reassured her. "All right then." After dinner, Gwen retreated to her room, but her mind was too troubled to focus on her studies. The harrowing memories of her recent kidnapping flashed before her, filling her with dread. She had never realized how perilous her father's work truly was. Why do people resort to crime? Can't they simply work diligently? Gwen found it incomprehensible. As she pondered, she gazed out at the pitch-black sky, longing for her father. Dressed in a hoodie and donning a mask, she stealthily climbed out the window, convinced that her newfound strength might aid her father. Thus, a spirited young woman took to the streets in the early hours of the morning. The streets were nearly deserted. save for a few tattooed and dyed-haired ruffians meandering about. As she passed, they called out to her, "Hey, beautiful, want to join us?" "Get lost," she retorted. The ruffians, invigorated by her youthful voice, exclaimed, "Oh, she's just a little girl. That makes it even more fun. We can show you a different world." Unfazed, Gwen ignored them and sprinted away, prompting the thugs to pursue her. 2 minutes later, panting, she slowed down, relieved that her pursuers had ceased their chase. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from a nearby alley. As the daughter of a police officer, Gwen could not simply turn a blind eye. "Let that girl go," she shouted. In the alley, 2 brazen thugs were cornering a young black girl against the wall, intent on nefarious intentions. "Wow, look, a little baby," one of them sneered, excitement gleaming in their eyes upon realizing she was a girl. Seizing the opportunity, the black girl dashed past the thugs and hid behind Gwen. "I will protect you," Gwen declared, brimming with determination. The thugs exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph in their eyes. "Little sister, didn't your mother tell you not to meddle in others' affairs?" One of them taunted. "What?" Hiding behind her, the dark-skinned girl suddenly embraced Gwen, rendering her immobile. 2 other individuals swiftly approached. "Are you all part of the same group?" "Ha ha ha. At 1 in the morning, it is unlikely a solitary woman would be wandering the streets. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson." Gwen was seething with anger, unable to believe that someone would exploit another's kindness for malicious intent. She kicked the 2 rushing towards her against the wall, then turned to glare fiercely at the girl who had seized her. "No wonder people harbor disdain for your kind." With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap, causing the girl to spin twice before collapsing. Are the young ladies of today so ferocious? No wonder one dares to venture out alone at this hour. Having experienced such an ordeal, Gwen became increasingly cautious, swiftly climbing to the rooftop to observe the happenings in the street below with her extraordinary vision. The night unveiled to her a world of darkness she had never encountered before. She finally understood why George frequently worked late into the night. A seed of realization began to take root within her heart. Chapter 66. Gwen the Spider-Woman? Gwen lay in bed, clutching her notebook, the screen illuminating scenes of Batman utilizing his grappling hook to traverse rooftops. She began to jot down notes and sketches. The concept of a substitute for transportation struck her, allowing for rapid access to the battlefield. She immediately recalled the materials from the radioactive spider experiment. Her recent haphazard trials seemed to yield a formula that might be ideal. All that was needed was a launching device, and the beauty of it was that she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered, as the materials would decompose on their own. Above all, this innovation would alleviate the hassles of transportation. Driving was inconvenient and lacking a hidden lair. She was concerned someone might trace her back through her vehicle. Additionally, she needed to create a distinctive costume that would not only be recognized by wrongdoers, but also serve as a source of intimidation. A spider would serve as her emblem, symbolizing the power she had derived from the creature. A fitted suit would best maintain her agility. She simply needed to select a fabric with significant elasticity. Gwen swiftly sketched her envisioned battle attire, opting for a monochrome palette accented with a hint of pink, a color favored by many girls. A hood was also essential, allowing her to conceal her identity from adversaries. She then noticed an advertisement for wingsuits, which could also be incorporated, saving considerable energy during her travels. However, selecting the appropriate material for her outfit posed a challenge. She envisioned fabric that would offer some level of defense while being durable. Ideally, it should be bulletproof and stab-resistant, yet not excessively heavy, as that would impede her mobility. She scoured the internet for various materials that met her criteria. While options existed, they often came with exorbitant price tags, most being laboratory-grade products that boasted exceptional performance but were far beyond her student budget. Just yesterday, she had received a sum from Kyle for her rent, making her hesitant to seek further financial assistance. One must settle for less and seek out options that are less effective yet financially feasible. The notions of bulletproof and stab-resistant materials can be dismissed. Ultimately, a fabric was selected that is highly elastic, exceptionally durable, and provides thermal insulation. The final concern pertains to the web slinger, which involves mechanical aspects. Thus, the only recourse is to learn and create simultaneously through online resources. A week later, Gululu Ha, as usual, found Kai sitting on the rooftop sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, with the only difference being the addition of goji berries in the teapot. He had just returned from a brief visit to Asgard, having spent some time with Hela. Upon viewing the first headline, he could not suppress a chuckle. Shock, A new hero emerges on the streets of New York. Shock. Is the wall crawler a human or a laboratory mutant? What kind of being can expel white objects several meters long? Shock. New York seems almost unrecognizable after a few days away. Previously, the front page was dominated by Stark's tabloid antics, but now the media has apparently undergone a transformation. A wall-crawling hero that spins webs. This could only be Spider-Man. Has this lad only just mutated? The image does not resemble the red and blue figure Kai recalls. Instead, it is black and white with hints of pink, and features two prominent lumps, clearly not a man. Is there a female Spider-Man? What a peculiar creation from comics or animations that he has not seen. Why did that overweight fellow not hold a knife to his throat and compel Kai to watch alongside him? There are countless iterations of Spider-Man in comics, including pigs, dogs, and even robots, not to mention the female variants. If memory serves correctly, all Spider-Men are named Peter Parker, right? The issue is that Kai has encountered Peter Parker from Midtown High, who is significantly taller. This individual in the newspaper cannot be Peter Parker masquerading in women's attire. Mary Jane? It is indeed plausible. He vaguely recalls a version of Spider-Man associated with a Mary Jane, and the physique bears an uncanny resemblance to her. Likely a psychological effect. If only the mask were removed to reveal the hair color, it could confirm her identity, as that red hair is quite distinctive. It is fortunate that this isn't a male. If it were the extraordinary version of Gwen, there could be potential danger. Goodness. It seems that Peter Parker has also been accepted into Empire State University. He must visit him someday. How dare he pursue Gwen? How infuriating. The sound of a ringing phone interrupted Kai's reverie. It was Stark calling. Hey, buddy, I'm treating you to dinner tonight. TSK. He is probably just eager to flaunt his newly crafted armor again. Must he always use this excuse? Not today. I need to return home to dine with Helen. Very well, perhaps another time. His tone was filled with disappointment. Days devoid of pretense are always so dreary. Just as he hung up, Helen's call arrived, asking him to bring some seasonings along when he visits. Thus, the day continued to unfold. In the new home, the neighbors are all Chinese, and several aunties gather daily to play mahjong, even teaching Helen to join in the fun. This has led to George returning home several times to find no dinner waiting for him. As the evening draws near, preparations are underway for departure. Today's family gathering is secondary, as the primary focus is on the newly crafted pendants for the next generation. It is the perfect opportunity to return home and bestow these upon family members. The enhancement of this version of the pendant is significant, as Kyle has opted for a golden crystal material. With ample energy and Kyle's refined magic, it boasts approximately a 50-fold improvement over the previous generation. Should George encounter a battle akin to that in Hell's kitchen again, he could withstand fire for days on end without issue. As Kyle entered, he found Gwen curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the news. You're back so early? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite prominent. Have you not been resting well lately? She inquired. Oh, really? For us girls, nothing is more important than our appearance. Startled, Gwen hurried to the bathroom to check her reflection. Once she left, Kyle's expression shifted. Something was amiss. Upon entering, he sensed Gwen's unusual vitality. Her energy levels had skyrocketed, surpassing even her previous state by a considerable margin. Had Gwen experienced some extraordinary event? In the Marvel Universe, the affluent rely on technology, while the less fortunate depend on mutations. Mutations? Osborn? Spider-Woman? Chapter 67. Night Owl. The mystery is solved. Gwen is indeed the newly emerged Spider-Woman, which explains why her silhouette seems so familiar. However, being Spider-Man is not a commendable profession. In that version of the film, the fates of those close to Spider-Man are rather grim. Particularly resonant is the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. It's a catchphrase meant to mislead children. Those in power within the White House seem to shoulder no responsibilities whatsoever. Relying solely on a Spider-Man to resolve issues is a superficial remedy. The politicians in this country have no intention of fostering improvement among the populace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enacted legislation allowing theft under 800 to go unpunished. It is quite peculiar that such a bill could even pass. Is it serious? Gwen asked, emerging from the bathroom while attempting to appear more alert. It's a wonder she has managed to look presentable after venturing out every night. Kyle said, pinching her cheek gently. I'm going to replace the pendant around your neck. Once you put on a new one, you must not remove it under any circumstances, understand? Otherwise, it will lose its power. Due to the change in material, Attempting to switch it out while asleep is no longer feasible. All right, I want to take it off. But when I wear my tight suit at night, it feels a bit uncomfortable. I took it off when I went out yesterday. You must obey, or there will be consequences. Mom? Gwen pointed towards the adjacent room. All right, I'll go prepare dinner. You entertain yourself. Living alone means you shouldn't stay up late. Aren't you worried about breaking out? Understood, Gwen replied with impatience, wondering how the conversation had shifted towards Helen. Kyle made his way to the kitchen, diligently preparing dinner as the sun began to set. Helen and George returned home one after the other. After exchanging the latest pendant and giving a few instructions, the task was deemed complete. With a sizzle, a ladle of hot oil was poured over the final dish. Dinner is served. I'm starving. It's finally ready, Gwen exclaimed as she rushed to the dining table. Take your time. You wouldn't want to choke, someone advised. The weekly family gathering unfolded, as usual, filled with food and casual conversation. Helen inquired, why didn't you bring Hela home? I thought something fell off with one person missing. Hela is still at her hometown. I just returned from her place yesterday, came the reply. Who is Hela? Gwen asked, sensing something amiss at home. She is your brother's girlfriend. You missed her last time you were home because you were traveling. It's truly unfortunate. Hela is stunning, Helen said, her pride evident. Perhaps it was because Kyle had never brought home a girlfriend before, or perhaps it was Helen's satisfaction with Hela that led to a flurry of praise. Kyle began to doubt whether Hela was as exceptional as they claimed. Is she truly that remarkable? How did she end up with Kyle? He wondered. What? Do you think I'm unworthy? Kyle thought about throwing down his chopsticks, feeling the weight of Gwen's perception of him as a brother. No, you are the best. There's no man better than you in the world. Is that enough? That is more like it. By the way, is Dad still working overtime? George spoke with a sense of accomplishment. He had tackled the most challenging aspect of his job, Hell's Kitchen, and wondered what could be more daunting, particularly with the gangs in Hell's Kitchen unable to withstand the police's rigorous patrols. Many had begun to shift their operations elsewhere. Only the smaller fish remained, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. George was unconcerned about where the next Hell's Kitchen might arise, as long as it was outside New York City. He could only remind other precincts, as he had no control over them. Crime rates had plummeted, and George even entertained the thought of running for mayor, buoyed by the police department's glowing reputation. Given George's current standing in the hearts of New Yorkers, maintaining this momentum could lead to a high probability of success in the next mayoral election. We've nearly dealt with all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, George noted. But a new figure has emerged, a troublesome one that has the precinct perplexed. We can't seem to catch her. A wanted notice is set to be issued by tomorrow. Gwen chimed in, ISNT, that the Spider-Woman from the newspaper? ISNT, she aiding the police in combating crime? She seems to be capturing all the wrongdoers. Why would they want to apprehend her instead? Upon hearing that his daughter continues to defend George, his anger intensified. If Spider-Man were not apprehended, who knows how many young lives will be poisoned? The police department possesses the authority to enforce the law. Spider-Man has no right to punish those individuals. Moreover, her interference has disrupted several ongoing operations, resulting in the sacrifice of an undercover officer within a gang. The damage wrought by what you call heroism has nearly overwhelmed the city's complaint hotline. When questioned, have I truly erred? By venturing out at night to combat crime, have I not alleviated the burden of the police? Why does it now feel as though I am the criminal? Kyle observed Gwen, whose head seemed ready to plunge into the bowl before her. She was merely a child, unacquainted with the harsh realities of life. He feared that the fragility of her young spirit might shatter under the weight of disillusionment. It's all right, he reassured her. I believe that Spider-Man has good intentions, albeit misdirected. George retorted, do you also believe she is blameless? Perhaps we should disband the police entirely and leave public safety in the hands of these so-called heroes. He continued, a knife in the hands of a criminal is a weapon for murder, yet in the hands of a chef, it serves to prepare meals. It all depends on its application. George pressed on. Shall I continue? If she is so eager to fight crime, the police should recruit her and bestow upon her the title of honorary officer. Gwen protested. That is out of the question. If George discovers that Spider-Man is me, I would be in serious trouble. George replied, you're still too young. The reason she wears a mask is to conceal her true identity. She always slips away before officers arrive. There has been no communication, let alone recruitment. It's simply not feasible. Kyle turned his gaze toward Gwen, suggesting that can be easily resolved. How can we know it won't work without trying? If she wishes to conceal her identity, let her. The police's objective is to apprehend criminals. Grant Spider-Man a legitimate title, and the police can assume responsibility for any losses incurred during her capture of criminals. This way, complaints would cease. We could inform her of special operations in advance. If the police have challenging tasks, we could enlist her assistance. It would be a win-win situation. George countered, but who can guarantee that Spider-Man is truly benevolent? If we inform her of police operations, what if she turns and aids the criminals? Who would take responsibility for that? That would depend on your judgment. Gwen pondered. Do you think this plan is viable? Gwen exclaimed. Oh, I believe it is possible. George replied. Your belief is inconsequential. No one can vouch for her, and I cannot risk the lives of undercover officers on a gamble. Gwen asserted, I can vouch for her. After dinner, she sat in the living room, chatting for a while before retreating to her room to rest. Kyle, however, lingered deliberately, intending to witness Gwen's nocturnal endeavors. Just past midnight, Gwen's window opened. Ah, the little night owl is not sleeping properly. Kyle waited 2 minutes before taking flight into the night sky to investigate. Upon seeing Gwen's state, he could not help but chuckle. This is not the bustling high-rise district of Queens and Manhattan's Brooklyn. The new home is situated over 10 kilometers away from Queens, surrounded solely by residential areas devoid of towering buildings for her to swing from. Gwen can only leap from the low-rise buildings, which barely reach 5 or 6 stories. As she hurries along the streets, I wonder if she has ever thought of hitching a ride on a passing vehicle. Surely this relentless pace is exhausting? Gwen, it is exhausting. Finally, Gwen arrives at the commercial district, climbing to the rooftop of a skyscraper to remove her mask and catch her breath. She takes a moment to recover her strength, while those fellows begin their workday. Spider-Woman is on the move. After a few hours of yawning, Kyle starts to feel drowsy, thoroughly bored. Just as dawn approaches, Gwen apprehends 3 waves of robbers, one group wielding a cutting machine to loot an ATM. In a fortunate turn of events, she also rescues a driver from a car accident, who emerges bloodied yet exuberantly toasting with his companions, oblivious to how much he has consumed. As Gwen begins her journey back, Kyle accelerates ahead to return home for some sleep. At 7:30 a.m., he quietly opens the door to the adjacent room, gazing at Gwen, who is soundly asleep, wrapped in her blanket. After surveying the room, his eyes land on a feather duster hanging on the wall. Is it really that late? Why aren't you up yet? Annoying. It's the weekend, and I don't have classes. Mom, Kyle is bullying me. Can't handle a little fun. Huh? Why are you calling for help? Weekend? Aren't you supposed to be interning at Osborne? At that moment, Gwen is instantly alert, shoving Kyle out of the room and rushing to the bathroom to freshen up. Kyle, that's what you get for staying up late. Chapter 68. Odin, you should have been more assertive from the start. ID badge, ID badge. As Kyle steps into the Stark Tower, he immediately spots Happy directing operations in the lobby. Happy's position as a bodyguard has been usurped by Prince Thor, leading to his promotion as the head of security for Stark Industries. Fixated on the ID badge on his chest, Happy fails to recognize Kyle and abruptly stops him. Didn't the employee handbook remind you that wearing flip-flops to work is prohibited? You're fired. You can go to finance to collect your last paycheck. Excuse me? How dare you address me so casually? It's Mr. Kyle to you. Don't mess with the shareholders. Ha. Tony is waiting for you upstairs. Do you need to change into a suit and tie before going up? Of course not. Stark Tower is part of your legacy. It's just like home. You can enter without clothes if you wish. Let's not go there. I'm not keen on streaking. See you in a bit. As Kyle bids farewell to Happy and approaches the elevator, he hears Jarvis's voice in his ear. Please take the staff elevator next to this one. Has Tony really entrusted you with the responsibilities of Stark Industries? I recall you aren't even 18 yet. ISNT that consider child labor? However, I am merely a program and thus not entitled to labor law protections. My goodness, has it truly become so intelligent that it can jest? Remember to collect your salary from Stark. One cannot afford to work for free. Jarvis, I believe I could utilize my wages to upgrade my servers. Tony, I am not a heartless capitalist. Jarvis has just upgraded to the latest server model. As Kyle turned, he noticed the elevator doors opening behind him. My dear brother, come and behold my new toy. He had barely entered and had no time for a sip of water before starting to show off. Ding, ding, ding. Kyle circled around the armor, inspecting and tapping here and there. It didn't seem too different from the previous Mark VI, though it appeared somewhat bulkier. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? I specifically enhanced its defensive capabilities without altering its offensive power. It can withstand tank armor-piercing rounds head-on. Crack! Kyle inadvertently broke off a hand. revealing the metallic fracture. Is this all? I find it hard to believe it can endure armor-piercing rounds. He squeezed the armor's hand, transforming it into a metallic sphere. Tony, Wong Defa, I was referring to the armor on the chest, which has been coated with vibranium, not the hand armor. My dear, does it hurt? Ha 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 ha. A hearty laughter echoed. Whoa, are you Thor? Thor, with an unkempt beard, clearly hadn't shaven in 7 or 8 days, and his physique had transformed considerably. His once chiseled abs had begun to resemble a beer belly. Hood, hood, hood. Thor downed his beer in one go, crumpling the can and tossing it into the trash. Tony whispered. He has heartbroken. He's been drinking daily, and I'm starting to feel like a chauffeur, unsure who the real boss is. Is it really that serious? It's just a woman. Aren't there enough single beauties in Asgard for you to choose from? Thor, you wouldn't understand. Jane is my everything. She saved me during the lowest point of my life, a feeling I shall never forget. It's merely a first love, breakups happen, and the next one will be better. Youth is blind to the charms of mature women, mistaking first love for treasure. Tony should introduce him to a wealthy lady. A life free from worries about food would be splendid. Tony, no problem, I'll take care of it. Thor, in a fit of rage, you don't comprehend. Jane means everything to me. Drunk, I'll send you to sober up. He immediately conjured a portal, tossing Thor inside. Tony, where did you send him? I think I saw a snow-covered mountain. Kamatai. Do you want to join the third generation? If not, it'll be gone. Bombs for twos, a royal flush. Ha! Cough up the cash. Slap. Watching Thor fly out of the portal rendered everyone speechless. Frigga? Ancient One. Odin, where is this? It's so cold. Tony, give me a coat. As Thor rose from the ground, he noticed the 2 individuals at the table playing cards. 2. Mother, have you come to take me home? With a heartfelt cry, Thor rushed forward to embrace Frigga. Have we returned to Asgard? How else could I see Mother? He turned to observe Odin's reaction, only to find that he had mysteriously vanished. It had been quite some time since Frigga had seen Thor, and after their fervent embrace, she began to assess the changes in her son. My child, you have suffered. I am fine, replied Thor. When did Asgard acquire snow-capped mountains? May I visit Valhalla to see father? He chuckled. Isn't Valhalla merely Asgard's ancestral hall? To visit Odin there? Pay no mind to me. You two continue. Who are you? Thor was taken aback, feeling a pang of discomfort as he noticed the prominent Adam's apple on Guyi's neck. How long has it been since father passed? Is mother already seeking another man? Is Asgard to fall into the hands of outsiders? No, this cannot be allowed. Heimdall, expel him at once. Thor, cease your outburst. This is Counterattack, and this esteemed individual is the Sorcerer Supreme, Guyi. I believe Odin's decision was correct. Such a child should be discarded. What? Without warning, a portal appeared beneath Thor's feet, revealing clouds on the other side. With a startled gasp, Thor plummeted from the sky, precisely entering the portal, and continued the cycle of his descent. Is it too high? Will he suffer from lack of oxygen? Frigga pondered aloud. Guyi then drew a fan-like artifact from her waist and tossed it into the portal, where it gracefully positioned itself beneath Thor's feet, slowing his descent. Do you know how cold it is up here in my t-shirt? Thor, your father has permitted you to restore your powers before returning to Asgard. Really? Wait, my father is not dead? Odin, unable to bear the situation any longer, summoned the Bifrost to bring Frigga back to Asgard. The more Thor observed, the angrier he became. He should have dealt with the situation decisively from the start. In Chapter 69, The Gu Family's Transcendence, the revelation struck Thor. My father is alive, he exclaimed joyously. Suddenly, a burst of laughter from behind startled Kyle, and he turned to see Thor shaking Tony by the shoulders. From the portal, Guyi's gaze was filled with reproach. As if to say, don't litter. Was she informing him of Odin's condition? My father is fine and has allowed my return to Asgard. This feels like a madman's triumph. Could you please let go? If you shake me any harder, my brain might scatter. My dear brothers, you should rejoice for me. When will you be leaving? Tony, having spent so long with Thor, felt a twinge of reluctance. Thor had proven to be an exemplary combat coach and bodyguard. Thor's years of battle experience had imparted many practical combat techniques to Tony. The essence of comedy often lies in tragedy, and as Thor regained his composure, he recalled the conditions for his return. Mother said I must reclaim my powers to go back. But how can I restore my divine strength when Mjolnir is lost? Upon receiving the news of Odin's demise, Thor had long since resigned himself to his fate, harboring no thoughts of returning. After Mjolnir was taken by Hela, He had ceased to believe that his divine powers could ever be restored. In the past, he had a girlfriend by his side, merely existing and waiting for death. Now, however, a flicker of determination ignited within Thor. If he could regain his powers, surely Jane would not have parted ways with him. Good friends, you will support me, won't you? How can we assist? Your strength is inherently yours. If you lack resolve, even Kyle cannot help you. Tony, too, was at a loss as to how to aid him. Of course, before that, shouldn't we celebrate? This is our task for today, is it not? The fine wines I've collected can be savored at will. Who knows, perhaps upon waking tomorrow, my powers will be restored. Wine? What are we waiting for? Jarvis, inform Pepper that she may leave work and convey that it is by the command of the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Mr. Wizard, could you kindly open a portal? My wine cellar remains at the Malibu Villa and has yet to be relocated. To his surprise, the time-space portal was also being utilized as a means of transportation. They decided to shift the battleground to the Malibu Villa. Barbecuing by the seaside was far more delightful than on a rooftop amid the city's skyscrapers. Cheers! Raising their glasses, even Pepper and Jane indulged in wine, while Happy, tasked with grilling, had no time for drinking. Only Kyle's teacup seemed out of place. Tony remarked, "Brother, how can you be less daring than a woman? A real man should drink heartily and feast robustly. What is there to fear about drunkenness? After a good sleep, one awakens anew. Drinking capacity is developed through practice. If you never drink, how can you improve?" Provocation proved ineffective. After all, it wasn't him who would suffer from inebriation. Kyle, too, found himself perplexed. Logically, with his formidable physique, his liver should adeptly metabolize alcohol. He should be able to withstand countless cups without inebriation. The alcohol of the Arad continent, imbued with magical potency, could justify a greater tolerance. But how could he falter before mere earthly beer? Tony's words rang true. One has capacity for alcohol is cultivated through experience. Once in his youth, he had hidden in a barrel to drink. Had it not been for Loki's timely intervention, he might have perished in a drunken stupor. Small cups were uninteresting. Chugging straight from the bottle was the true delight. Come on, Tony, let us drink until dawn. As their revelry intensified, they pulled Happy into their drinking contest, the air thick with the aroma of wine, while Kyle, fearing he might succumb, kept his distance. Approaching the two ladies, he sat down with a platter of grilled meat. You two were just fine not long ago. Why the sudden breakup? Jane shook her head, downing her drink. She, too, could not comprehend why she had initiated the split. Perhaps they had grown weary of each other after too much time together? Or was it, as Kyle suggested, the prolonged lifespan of his guardians? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Even after parting ways, when contemplating rekindling a relationship, she discovered that her heart still yearned for someone who was no longer the Thor she had known. Alas, as the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Kyle found himself at a loss on how to reconcile Jane and Thor. Lacking experience, having only been in one failed relationship, he now found himself in a situation with Hela that had progressed beyond mere intention. With no prior connection, he hadn't expected any emotional foundation to exist. Yet, as time passed, he found his feelings blossoming unexpectedly. Pepper announced, "I must return to rest. There is much work awaiting me tomorrow. You should also retire early, and I trust you to look after Tony and the others. Of course, would you like me to escort you directly back to New York? It would save you from another flight tomorrow." That would be wonderful. Kyle marveled at the peculiar nature of the portal, pondering what advancements Stark Industries could achieve in the transportation sector if they could replicate such technology. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he opened the time portal. "Goodbye," Jane echoed, following Pepper's lead. As soon as Kyle closed the portal, a chill ran down his spine. Thor's booming laughter echoed through the air. What were you thinking? Before he could finish, a bottle was thrust into Kyle's mouth. "Go on, you could do it. A real man should chug." Tony, ever the instigator, cheered them on. Kyle couldn't deny the quality of Tony's collection. He downed half a bottle in one go. Though the wine is delightful, do remember not to overindulge. Having already consumed a can of beer, the half bottle of liquor proved too much, and Kyle quickly succumbed to inebriation. How disappointing. The following morning, Kyle awoke to find himself sprawled on the sofa, lamenting the lack of decency in lifting him to a proper bed. Rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, he turned to see Thor swaying against the wall, his golden hair standing on end. "Thor, are you practicing a dance?" As he set his foot on the ground, a tingling sensation shot through him. Did I just get shocked? Kyle gently moved Thor aside with a hammer of repentance, revealing the electrical socket along with Thor's singed fingers. Touching the socket? Are you trying to traverse dimensions? Hearing Jarvis's report, a hurried Tony arrived, exclaiming, Thor, I understand your desire to regain your powers, but do be cautious. Fortunately, the socket in question was of a mere 110 volts in Tony's lab. It would have been a high-voltage hazard. Yet, Thor seemed invigorated rather than disheartened by the shock. I can feel the power flowing. Just give me some time, and I shall restore my abilities. You might want to take a look at your fingers. By the time you regain your power, you might be too charred to enjoy it. Such unconventional thinking. The idea of restoring one's might by touching an electrical socket was misguided. If he truly wished to summon lightning, it would be far more effective to seek it outside. Summon lightning? Thor, I have a splendid idea. Would you care to try? Really? What should I do? Just tell me. As long as I can respond with divine power, I can endure any hardship. Thor exclaimed with gusto. Feeling grateful for such a good brother, moved to the point of tears, Kyle discreetly shared the method with Tony, who, upon hearing it, found it somewhat dubious. Will this really work? We can't risk losing anyone. Rest assured, I am here. Besides, every year, numerous individuals are struck by lightning, and the mortality rate for ordinary people is merely 10%. Us Guardians possess far superior physical resilience. They will certainly be unharmed. Then I shall take charge of this. Tony declared, I will formulate a plan. He promptly began preparations to summon lightning, while Jarvis analyzed meteorological data. In short order, Tony devised two strategies. One involved modifying a suit of armor to allow Thor to fly directly into the storm, while the other entailed adjusting the reactor's output voltage to simulate the power of lightning. Ultimately, they opted for the first plan, as artificial lightning and natural lightning differ in their essence. What if the naturally occurring lightning contained unique substances that could not be replicated? This feels rather uncomfortable, Tony. Don't you find it bothersome wearing this? Thor remarked, unable to refrain from critiquing the modified armor, which had been tailored to Tony's physique. No wonder it felt awkward on anyone else. All is ready. Let us embark. Jarvis, please provide my coordinates. With that, Tony and Thor ascended into the sky clad in their armor, while Kyle followed closely, wings aglow. Chapter 70. Iron Thor. Kyle had spent several days in Mjolnir's vicinity, tirelessly attempting various methods to restore Thor's divine powers, yet all efforts had proven fruitless. Thor had transitioned from a state of unwavering confidence back to his previous despondency. Thor, do not lose hope. If worst comes to worst, I can craft you a suit of armor, and you could serve as Iron Man's sidekick. How does that sound? Thor lay on the sofa, his eyes devoid of spirit, clutching a beer. No thanks. I no longer relish combat, since I cannot regain my powers. Being an ordinary person in Midgard is quite satisfactory. Was he truly broken? Just then, Kyle received a warning from Odin. Should he continue to toy with Thor, he would personally intervene. Kyle still had one final method at his disposal. If earthly solutions were inadequate, he had resources from the continent of Arad. He produced a vial of restorative potion. Let us see if this does the trick. Don't waste your time on me, Thor retorted. Yet his body betrayed him as he accepted the potion and drank it in one gulp. With a click of his tongue, a spark of electricity flickered in his eyes. This feels promising. Do you have more? Kyle retrieved an array of potions, and Thor consumed them all in quick succession, his belly now round and distended. A spark of electricity flickered in Thor's hand, appearing and vanishing. Ha! I have regained my powers. While he had indeed regained some abilities, it was but a mere fraction. That spark of electricity barely had the strength to light a cigarette, not much better than a lighter-esque ignition. Kyle retrieved a bottle of restorative magic juice. Alas, how much more delightful it is than before. Why did I not procure it sooner? Yet, it seems to have little effect, as the electric spark still lingers. It appears not merely that the blue bar has emptied, but that it has vanished entirely. Odin's grip is quite ruthless. Fear not, my steadfast companion. Your assistance has already been invaluable, and the inability to restore divine power is of little consequence. Indeed, Thor has matured somewhat. Such blows no longer wound him as they once did. From the desolation of his banishment to the elation of believing the destroyer had come to escort him home, to the despair upon Loki's announcement of Odin's demise, his journey has been tumultuous. The cherished moments with Jane, the heartbreak of their parting, the reunion with his mother, and the revelation that his father yet lives, followed by the news of his potential return home upon regaining his powers, and now, the calm acceptance of repeated failures. Though his time on Earth has been brief, it has been replete with experiences. Thor's life is a saga of ascension, coronation, exile, and the relentless ebb and flow of fate, a veritable roller coaster of events. Rise, my brother, and allow Jarvis to scan your physique. I shall craft armor tailored just for you. Such camaraderie is truly moving, Kyle exclaimed. Enough of that, Thor replied. Your armor would crumble before the might of my axe, reduced to mere paper with a single strike. Tony interjected, if you possess the skill, shatter this current suit, which is fortified with vibranium. He had already witnessed the axe's sharpness firsthand, having lost 3 suits to its edge, only managing to withstand its assault once he applied a vibranium coating. By the way, what materials were utilized to forge the axe you gifted to Thor? I cannot find such metal on Earth. If possible, would you sell me some? If I could craft armor from the same material, his combat prowess would surely be greatly enhanced. The Titan's Stormbreaker? I must apologize. I acquired it by mere happenstance. Why not create a vibranium suit, given your wealth? Goodness, do you grasp the implications of what you are suggesting? Vibranium is exceedingly precious, 10,000 for a mere gram, and its availability is scarce. I have exhausted all my connections to procure just over a kilogram. Even with my resources, I could not amass enough for a complete suit. Perhaps there is more vibranium on Earth than you suspect. The curtains in Wakanda are woven from vibranium. It is only the limited circulation that renders it rare. They are willing to sacrifice a vibranium-crafted automobile to reclaim a piece the size of a hammer. Consider their wealth. Do you know where I might acquire vibranium? I would pay double the price, starting with 100 kilograms to test the waters. The Stark family's reputation still holds some weight. Do not underestimate the Stark family. Iron Man, Wakanda's technology, far surpasses that of the United States. They not only arm their populace with vibranium weapons, but also have the Black Panther waiting in the wings. Even if the Black Panther were to falter, there remains the formidable deity Bast, a force not to be trifled with, despite not rivaling the likes of Dormammu. Their power is indeed formidable. Tony was incredulous that anyone would dare to disregard him, especially when money was not an issue. Go ahead and speak. The Stark family's influence is far greater than you can fathom. Just venture into Wakanda and see if your so-called prestige holds any weight. An agricultural nation in Africa? Tony could hardly believe the information Jarvis had uncovered. A country that required assistance from the Food and Agriculture Organization annually could possess vibranium? It seemed far-fetched. If they truly had vibranium, even a modest sale would elevate their per capita income above that of the United States. Yet in Wakanda, the Stark family had little clout. Who would seek to curry favor with a nation struggling for sustenance? I recall that Antarctica also has vibranium, with reserves only slightly less than those of Wakanda. Perhaps you should investigate that. All right, we'll each have a suit of vibranium armor. I assure you, when you wear it, you'll be the most dashing among us. Kyle had modest needs, but could certainly craft a suit for Gwen. Though Spider-Man possessed great strength, his defensive capabilities seemed lacking, as even a bullet could injure him, provided it could find its mark. Chapter 71, Honorary Officer, Ghost Spider Lady. By the way, when you have a moment, could you convert my RV to electric power? And perhaps add one of your reactors? It would save us the trouble of searching for gas stations during our road trips. I am not one of your subordinates. Kyle tossed aside the car door and walked away, leaving Tony to fume in place. Given the information about vibranium, I might as well oblige. Converting the car to electric merely meant embracing new energy sources, right? An arc reactor? The essence of a businessman immediately sensed an opportunity, prompting him to instruct Jarvis to call Pepper. Pepper, I have a brilliant idea. Stark Industries' former weapon manufacturing facilities could be repurposed into an automobile production line. Even the original arc reactors forged with hammers would be sufficient to revolutionize the traditional automotive industry. A new star in the automotive sector is about to rise. Upon returning home, Kyle dove straight into the hotel space. He had hardly found time to open the boxes during his stay at Tony's. Thankfully, he had been purchasing the Lucky Magic Hammer daily. Ding! Yet again, he was met with an assortment of inconsequential consumables. He had only acquired 3 super diamond coins, bringing his total to 5 when combined with previous accumulations. Truly, luck was on his side. He refused to believe that misfortune could persist indefinitely. Even those with the worst luck experience a turn of fate. Perhaps it would be next time. Next time, for sure. He activated the lottery machine. Ding! You have received 5 power stones, 5 speed stones, a rare, transparent outfit gift set, 5 high-quality portable disassemblers, and a random weapon enhancement coupon. See, that's what I'm talking about. He had obtained a full transparent set, though it was regrettable that it did not enhance his collection of 8 sky pieces, which he had already assembled. It merely replaced the mismatched components with a cohesive set. The power stones were undoubtedly more beneficial. Speaking of which, did the high-quality, portable disassembler seem out of place in such a lottery machine? A high-quality, portable disassembler. This convenient tool can only dismantle equipment rated below 85. Is it not true that many individuals with the profession of dismantler abound? Presently, it indeed serves as a means for Kyle to supplement his meager supply of small crystals. Yet he must possess equipment worthy of disassembly. The lottery machine has been shut down, concluding today's arduous journey. Out of sight, out of mind, he begins to meditate and cultivate his skills. Experience. Upon finishing his training, he emerges to find the sun is already set, his stomach empty, and the refrigerator equally bare. He places a call for takeout, brews a pot of tea, and peruses the newspapers he had missed over the past few days. Shocking, Spider-Woman, the past few days have been rife with such sensational headlines. Evidently, Gwen has become the talk of the town for various publications. Joining forces with Spider-Man to combat crime, Spider-Woman becomes an honorary officer of the NYPD. George is remarkably swift. Within just a few days, he has successfully apprehended Gwen. Spider-Woman rebranded as Ghost Spider. The existence of Ghost Spider is a blessing for all of New York. Ghost Spider joins the police force, leading to a significant drop in crime rates. Ghost Spider, since her affiliation with the police department, news reports have turned overwhelmingly positive. Even the Horn Herald, known for being Spider-Man's greatest critic, has offered praise. After all, no one wishes to provoke the police union, lest the union's legal team be summoned as in days of yore. While dining, Kyle senses Gwen's presence swiftly navigating through the city. Glancing at the time, he muses, is it so early? Previously, she would only emerge at midnight. Now, she seems more energized as a temporary worker, commencing her duties well before 9. It appears George's activities in Hell's Kitchen have not stirred enough attention, as there are indeed many bold enough to engage in criminal acts. After satisfying his hunger, Kyle retrieves a purple clay teapot he borrowed from Ancient One and brews a pot of tea to stow in his backpack. Soaring high in the sky, he gently flaps his wings to maintain his altitude, sitting cross-legged in the void while producing his teapot. Sipping tea, he observes the spectacle of Ghost Spider, the esteemed Gwen, swinging between skyscrapers to thwart criminality. Hey, it's wrong to take someone else's bag. Just after pilfering a purse, the thief finds himself ensnared by Gwen's web, suspended from a streetlight. The unfortunate thief laments in silence. The business of thievery has become increasingly challenging. Can the fluctuations in the stock market truly impact the profession of thievery? There is but one Spider-Man, yet countless thieves roam New York City. How unfortunate must one's luck be to encounter Ghost Spider? Hey miss, here's your bag back. Be sure to keep an eye on it. Oh, Ghost Spider. The woman whose purse was stolen squeals upon seeing Gwen, akin to a fervent fan encountering a celebrity. With arms outstretched, she rushes towards Gwen for a hug. Fortunately, as a fellow female, Gwen does not refuse. Who could have anticipated encountering such a bold admirer? So soft, Gwen, like a startled rabbit, swiftly retreats, swinging on her web to perch midway up a building. A call for assistance on 5th Avenue to apprehend a thief. One officer pressed a communicator against his ear, summoning additional police to the scene. Acknowledged. The officers of the NYPD were undoubtedly the most jubilant, as their workload had significantly diminished, and the level of danger had markedly decreased. Whenever they encountered an insurmountable criminal, they merely had to call upon the Ghost Spider via the radio. Most of their time was spent waiting for Gwen's call to intervene and handle the situation. Their happiness index soared. Officer, a stolen vehicle has been spotted on Broadway, requesting assistance. Ghost Spider acknowledged. Moments later, George's voice echoed through the radio. Attempt to intercept in a sparsely populated area, ensuring the safety of bystanders. Understood, sir. Gwen smiled, finding the Conan voice changer she purchased quite effective. George had yet to recognize her voice. Swinging on her webs, Gwen arrived at Broadway, where she quickly spotted a car weaving through traffic, pursued by a police vehicle with sirens blaring. Noticing the open sunroof of the stolen vehicle, an ingenious idea struck her. She swiftly ascended above the street to anticipate the car's trajectory, releasing her webbing to drop directly into the vehicle. "Gotcha, go Spider." However, the driver remained oblivious to Gwen in the back seat as he struggled to maintain control. With a mischievous grin, Gwen ensnared him to the driver's seat with her webs. Oh no! Although the man was restrained, he had not relinquished the accelerator. The car was spiraling out of control. Gwen hurriedly shot webs to seize the steering wheel. "Release the accelerator." "Not a chance. I carry too many charges. I'd rather take a few more to hell, where I can't have company." He pressed the gas to the floor, forcing Gwen to focus on steering to avoid colliding with other vehicles. "Let go, or we'll be leaving the city." Gwen was confident she could avoid other cars, but venturing beyond the towering buildings would complicate her return. Seizing the moment, she crashed the vehicle into a flower bed on the roadside, bringing it to a halt. Phew, job done. The police car that had been pursuing them arrived shortly thereafter. "Goodbye." Gwen waved as she shot a web and departed, for she had important matters to attend to that night. Chapter 72. A lack of chivalry. Gwen swiftly dealt with 2 robbers on her way and finally reached her destination for the evening, Hell's Kitchen. She ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building, peering through the glass at the bustling scene across the street, where individuals were transporting packages of white powder. Initially, she had planned to alert her father to apprehend the culprits with irrefutable evidence, but her reconnaissance the previous night had gone awry. A group of ninja-clad warriors had ambushed her, and she barely escaped, deciding against calling for backup. The adversaries were formidable. Sending regular officers would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Thus, Gwen returned today to continue monitoring the situation, hoping to catch a glimpse of the leader and potentially bring them to justice. Had those 2 ninjas emerged to intervene, she had resolved to unleash chaos, setting fire to everything and leaving them with nothing to sell, rendering their malicious intent futile. Upon hearing a sound, Gwen hastily crouched down, revealing only her eyes above the surface. A commercial vehicle entered the alley and halted in front of the house Gwen was surveilling, from which a curly-haired Caucasian man disembarked. He proceeded directly into the factory to inspect the operations, where everyone he passed bowed in deference, unmistakably indicating his status as the leader. Urgently, she quickened her pace to gather her belongings. A new factory location had already been secured. This place had been compromised, and it was likely that visitors would arrive by tomorrow, necessitating the complete transfer of all goods that very night. Just as Gwen reveled in the prospect of finally ensnaring a significant target, 3 more vehicles arrived at the entrance, from which emerged a Caucasian woman, an African-American man, and an Asian man. Upon entering, they converged with the man from the first vehicle, engaging in discussion. "Ah, splendid, a veritable catch." Gwen smiled, initially believing this to be the site of a transaction, thinking it an opportune moment to apprehend them all. Before long, the group exited and each returned to their vehicles, departing in unison. The congregation of these leaders surely boded ill. Gwen immediately set off in pursuit. The vehicles had not traveled far, remaining within the confines of Hell's Kitchen, before stopping at a construction-encircled building. Upon seeing the dark-clad ninja, Kyle, through a second-floor window, he instantly recognized the identity of the gathering. As anticipated, those 4 individuals represented the remaining fingers of the Hand Association. Kyle sensed an obstruction below that hindered his perception, presumably the so-called Dragon Bone. Had they not gleaned the current situation in New York from Lady Gao? Did they not fear a repeat of the National Guard's armored onslaught? Kyle was indeed correct. Initially, Lady Gao, accompanied by Black Sky, had been overly confident and neglected to inform them. The 4 fingers merely assumed that Lady Gao had come to discuss business with Jean, unaware of the significant commotion that had occurred, and had only gleaned scant information through their subordinates. Now that both Lady Gao and Jean had vanished, 2 conclusions could be drawn. 1, that they had perished in the police's forceful siege. However, this seemed improbable, for Jin's vast empire would not require his direct involvement. Furthermore, Lady Gao, wielding the lethal Black Sky, would hardly succumb to ordinary firearms. The second conclusion suggested that Jean had conspired with Lady Gao to abscond with Black Sky and conceal themselves. This, too, was illogical, as the Hand Association's 5 fingers remained united, and the previous deal had not excluded Lady Gao's share, making defection unlikely. Alternatively, they may have been captured by those descending from Kunlun. Yet, none of this mattered. The primary objective was to excavate the Dragon Bone. Possession of the Dragon Bone rendered everything else inconsequential. Without Lady Gao, they would have lost a share of the Dragon Bone. In a moment of oversight, Gwen had stealthily infiltrated the building. An emotionless, icy voice pierced the darkness. Intruder? I anticipated this predicament. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens soared from all directions. With remarkable agility, Gwen evaded every single one, leaving Kyle in a state of astonishment. The transformation was utterly unreasonable. The once lethargic young girl who barely moved during her runs had vanished, replaced by someone whose flexibility surpassed that of seasoned dancers. Upon realizing that their shurikens were ineffective, the four ninjas swiftly drew their katana. But Gwen was undoubtedly in a dominant position. However, as the situation became more challenging, adhering to the principle of capturing her alive, she found herself merely on the defensive, struggling to evade their attacks without the opportunity to counter. It was utterly disgraceful for four individuals to gang up on a newly adult child. Responding to her plight were four blades descending from above, prompting Gwen to hastily utilize her webbing to escape through a narrow crevice. Phew, that was close. Before she could revel in her near miss, two reinforcements emerged from below, and the six ninjas exchanged glances before simultaneously launching their shurikens. Oh no, this is disastrous. With her back against the wall, Gwen found her evasive maneuvers limited, and her spider sense warned her that evasion without injury was impossible. She could only strive to minimize the damage. Her body twisted in midair, and ultimately, one shuriken grazed her arm. All she could do was hope it wasn't tea-poisoned. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged through the window, striking one of the ninjas and reducing him to a bloody pulp. Kyle exclaimed, "Whoa, that was excessive." The skill level was set too high. Gwen, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, felt her stomach churn violently, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. The remaining five ninjas were momentarily paralyzed by fear, wondering if their nefarious deeds had indeed summoned divine retribution. Once Gwen regained her composure, she swiftly countered, ensnaring one ninja in her webbing. With her confidence bolstered, she adeptly captured another. However, the three remaining ninjas, realizing their disadvantage, quickly dispatched one to rescue their trapped comrades. By the time Gwen reacted, the trapped ninjas had escaped, and the tide of battle turned against her once more. Overwhelmed by the five ninjas, Gwen found herself unable to withstand their assault and was sent crashing into the wall. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Yet Gwen was elated. Was she perhaps favored by a deity wielding thunder? The remaining four ninjas were suddenly filled with trepidation. Whether they could defeat her was uncertain. But the risk of being struck by lightning after landing a blow was life-threatening. How could they proceed? Their opponent was fighting with an unfair advantage. Unaware of their thoughts, Gwen pressed her advantage. The four ninjas were nearly in tears, caught in a dilemma where attacking was futile and fleeing was impossible. Fearing that a strike might lead to their own demise, they could only evade her. Soon enough, the ground was littered with four tightly bound cocoons. At least their lives were spared. Kyle remarked, "Is that truly the case?" Chapter 73. Gwen has disappeared. A surge of energy, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, erupted from the depths of the building. Consequently, a blackout ensued, plunging a significant portion of New York into darkness. The director of the New York branch of exiled, Coulson, noted an intense energy response in Hell's Kitchen, prompting him to declare, "Prepare the task force." Recently, law enforcement's efforts had remarkably improved the safety in New York, causing many nefarious entities to retreat into hiding, leaving the local branch with little to do. Now, however, the moment had finally come to take action, and it was time to see who possessed the audacity to challenge them. As Kyle sought to assess the extent of the blackout, he sensed something amiss. Gwen? In the building, visibility was already hindered, and as she descended to the lower floors, she became even more elusive. He relied solely on his instincts to locate her. In an instant, Gwen vanished from his perception. No amount of extending his awareness could reveal her whereabouts. Something was wrong. Kyle's purple teapot fell from the air as he hastily spread his wings and soared above the building. A colossal force crashed through the rooftop, descending several floors before finally ceasing. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stepped on someone, a fist bearing a glow-in-the-dark substance. The power that could pierce through an entire building had struck down, unmistakably lethal. The members of the Hand Association, witnessing Kyle's divine descent, were momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. Was such a massive fist capable of extinguishing life? "Where's Spider-Man?" Kyle demanded. "Who are you?" one of the members queried, only to be reduced to pulp beneath a golden hammer. "Have you repented?" Kyle scoffed. lacking discernment. You ask questions that require no depth. Simply state what you know without seeking validation. Upon receiving an incorrect response, he turned his gaze to the sole female present, Alexandra. "Esteemed warrior," she exclaimed, only to meet a similar fate, becoming yet another heap of flesh. "I would rather not repeat myself," Kyle declared, his concern for Gwen's safety rendering him uninterested in idle chatter. The remaining gamblers, including Soanda, observed as Kyle's fury threatened to erupt. The leader of the Hand Association had not withstood a single blow from him. There was no courage to muster. Having survived for years since their defection from Kunlun, they had never encountered such formidable power. Moments ago, a fissure had opened, swallowing the ghost spider and rendering it invisible. Following the direction of his finger, Kyle noticed the door sealed by the dragon bones, shattered by the force of his iron fist. Had Gwen entered? He had long recognized that the bones could shield his senses, yet his instincts informed him that she was not within. To ascertain her presence, he would have to venture inside. The imposing skeletal structure exuded an overwhelming presence, making Kyle feel minuscule in comparison. Each rib of the dragon bone was nearly as thick as his own body, and the potent aura emanating from within rivaled that of a celestial being, suggesting that it might have once belonged to an entity of immense cosmic strength. It remains a mystery whom one must anger to be capable of vanquishing such a formidable creature. As I reached out to caress the dragon bone and stow it in my backpack, I immediately felt a weight upon my shoulder. The burden of my inventory had exceeded its limit. Even though there was still space in my pack, I found myself unable to carry any more. However, it mattered little, for the inn's storage facility imposed no such restrictions. The gambler and Soanda exchanged incredulous glances. Had such a massive dragon bone truly vanished? They could scarcely believe their eyes. The crux of the matter lay in the realization that their prior efforts had seemingly amounted to naught, as if the end of life loomed ominously before them. With the removal of the dragon bone, the impediment to their perception dissipated, revealing that Gwendolyn was nowhere to be found. Kyle furrowed his brow in concern. Where could she have gone? The pendant contained the essence of life, capable of resurrection even in death. How could she simply be absent? "Sir, might you spare us a fragment of the dragon bone? Just a morsel would suffice. We have worked diligently." The gambler and Soanda remained undeterred, hoping for Kyle's benevolence to grant them a piece of bone. After all, who would wish to depart from this vibrant world when a few more years of life lay in the balance? "Oh, very well." The pure white blade moved so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible. The gambler and Soanda rejoiced at Kyle's acquiescence and began to approach him, only to witness an arm drop to the ground. Before they could register the pain, they looked down to find the head had also detached. The head rolled a few times before coming to rest, allowing its owner to gaze upon his body shattered into fragments. The embrace of death was devoid of agony. He had been overly considerate of others, fearing their suffering. "You are too kind." Just then, the tardy agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, catching sight of Kyle's silhouette, leaving behind a righteous judgment. Golden angels rained down countless spears from the heavens, culminating in a singular thrust. With a thunderous roar, the dilapidated building crumbled into ruins. Coulson, watching the retreating figure, retrieved his phone. "Director, it appears the angels have stirred chaos." Kyle's new codename within S.H.I.E.L.D. Eggroll seethed at the footage relayed from the scene, feeling that S.H.I.L.D. was being utterly disregarded. "Coulson, apprehend the angel immediately." "Director, might you reconsider?" Coulson felt overwhelmed. Had they truly assumed that kindness could be taken for granted? With their meager numbers, they were hardly enough to make a dent. It appeared that upon returning, a visit to the armory would be in order, for wielding ordinary firearms would not suffice against the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. Eggroll sensed that his earlier orders had been rather rash. If force was ineffective, perhaps a more subtle approach was necessary. "You stay behind to secure the scene. I shall personally attend to the angel." He turned and seized the internal phone on the table. "Arrange for flight. I am heading to Brooklyn." Having departed the scene, Kyle traversed through the time-space portal to Camartage. "Old Yao, I urgently seek your counsel." "Please hold, I have a guest." Ancient One replied. Upon entering the room, Kyle was greeted by the sight of an elderly gentleman seated across from her. "Old M.O., what brings you two together?" "Wait a moment, Old M.O. I have pressing matters to discuss with Ancient One. Once my affairs are settled, I shall present my apologies. Mephisto's eyes gleamed at the thought of Kyle's dark little crystals. Kyle was not a stingy man and had assured that he would provide the concentrated essence of darkness. Ancient One shot Kyle a glance, questioning his audacity to confront him. The Supreme Sorcerer, I know what you wish to inquire, but your matters can wait. With Ancient One's assurance, Gwen should be fine, and Kyle felt considerably relieved. All right then. Odin, what brings you here? Mephisto sighed. You have no idea? He nearly amused Kyle to death with his revelation. It wasn't a grave matter. Merely that Ancient One's direct disciple, Caecilius, had ventured into Mephisto's domain seeking trouble. Caecilius had borrowed considerable power from the Dark Dimensions during his studies under Ancient One and had stolen the Staff of Watum from the New York Sanctum to shield his mind from Dormammu's corruption. Now, armed with both sanity and strength, Caecilius began contemplating how to reclaim the souls of his family. And thus, he found himself in Mephisto's hell. Though the infernal realm was under Mephisto's dominion and thus not to be feared, the question remained, what could he do with Caecilius? He was a prized disciple of Ancient One, and to slay him would provoke a far greater loss when Ancient One came knocking. As for the souls, he dared not touch them. They belonged to the white magic source, the Vishanti, and he, a mere lord of hell, could not afford such a transgression. Hence, he personally sought compensation from Ancient One, hoping to salvage something, if not fully restore what was lost, to at least return Caecilius from hell. Is that all? Just return Caecilius' family's souls to him. It is not as if they are sacred spirits that you cannot part with. Mephisto replied, if only I could. But I have nothing to offer. How can I produce what I do not possess? Surely, they are not in your possession. Mephisto wore an expression of utmost grievance. A performance worthy of an award-winning actor. I truly do not have them. I am a man of my word. Since signing the contract, I have not once contemplated dragging Earth into the Hell Dimension. Do you not trust my esteemed reputation? Perhaps it was not a lack of thought, but rather a fear that held him back. The more one experiences, the more cautious one becomes. Over the years, despite Ancient One's vigilance, Mephisto had uncovered many remnants of ancient gods on Earth. The more he learned, the more apprehensive he grew. So many powerful entities were intertwined with Earth. What if one day they decided to revisit and discovered that Earth had been consumed? The first to face their wrath would undoubtedly be him. Moreover, he sought souls. What need had he for Earth? After signing the agreement, his true form could not descend. But he still had avatars to work with. Mephisto could even declare loudly, I am here by lawful entry. Chapter 74. George's illegitimate daughter? In the end, Kyle exchanged a black crystal for Mephisto's departure, and in return, Mephisto agreed to release Caecilius. Now that Odin had left, could you finally tell me where Gwen has gone? Although, according to Ancient One's earlier sentiments, Gwen was not in any peril. She had seldom ventured far from home since childhood, with her sole road trip being a shared experience with friends. The crux of the matter was her inability to see. Should any mishap occur, Kyle would be unable to provide immediate assistance, leaving him feeling rather anxious. Ancient One remarked, I sensed a force of space. It is likely that Gwen has entered a parallel universe. What? A parallel universe? Is that not dangerous? Who knows what kind of universe lies on the other side? We must retrieve Gwen at once. Kyle exclaimed, a parallel universe? What a shocking thought. The Marvel multiverse is vast, and it is entirely possible that she has ended up in a universe of doom. What if it were a zombie-infested realm? Even a minor scrape would be distressing for him. Ancient One raised a hand to assure him, although I have yet to assess the conditions of the parallel universe. Judging by Gwen's demeanor upon her return, it appears she has embarked on quite an intriguing journey. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Kyle replied, skepticism lacing his tone. Ancient One rolled her eyes. At my age, what amusement would I derive from teasing you? Then swear to me that if anything happens to Gwen, you shall not hold me accountable. I will dismantle the protective barrier of the sanctum and set up a bed right at the threshold of Earth, ensuring you are utterly exhausted. Ancient One retorted, you may believe what you wish. To breach the barrier, you must first navigate the dimensional interstice. What if you send me over to take a look? Kyle insisted, his unease palpable. He felt secure in their current universe. Yet the unpredictability of a parallel universe was troubling. What if it were ruled by a nefarious villain? Enough. In the midst of his contemplation, Kyle failed to notice the portal that had opened beneath his feet. Ancient One, itching for a confrontation, rushed to the dimensional barrier to see if any reckless demonic beings dared to provoke her. Upon encountering them, she wasted no time and unleashed her formidable powers, vanquishing one adversary after another. The dimensional barrier remained tranquil for an extended period, and word spread among the dimensional demons that the supreme sorcerer had gone mad. It was best not to provoke Earth at this juncture. Where had Gwen ventured? Upon her arrival in the parallel universe, Gwen was equally perplexed. She was on the brink of capturing a few leaders, yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a different part of the city. The ground beneath her still bore the name of New York, yet it was markedly different. For instance, the skyscraper that housed the Dragon's Bone burial site was now operational with several lights still aglow, indicating late-night work. Upon returning to the flower factory, Gwen encountered an elderly couple residing there, who bore no resemblance to drug manufacturers. After exploring and playing a game of Spot the Difference, she could firmly ascertain that this was indeed the parallel universe discussed in her physics class. Could it be that Gwen Stacy existed here as well? With this thought in mind, she made her way to Queens, where she found the very house she had lived in since childhood. The lights were on, and George was still George, Helen was still Helen, and she even saw herself. Only the absence of Kyle was conspicuous. Even in the family portrait within Gwen's room, his figure was noticeably missing. How could this be? Even if Kyle had already moved out by this time, there would still be photographs at home. At that moment, the information displayed on the notebook in the hands of the native Gwen captured her attention. Our hero Spider-Man has departed from us today. His demise connected to the earthquake that struck Brooklyn. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He has been for a decade, at 26 years old. No wonder he appears significantly older than the Peter she knows. Yet, to perish due to an earthquake raises questions. Is Peter's version of Spider-Man truly so fragile? Or is there more to the story? Gwen, being Spider-Man herself, understood well that even a mere earthquake would hardly cause such fatality. Who? To see the screen more clearly, Gwen leaned far out of the window, removing her mask, revealing her face completely. Ah, this world's Gwen is merely an ordinary person. Upon seeing someone who resembles her so closely, she immediately screamed. Whoosh! When the spider quickly silenced her with webbing. Can I explain myself? Hearing the commotion, George rushed over to inquire. Gwen, is everything all right? Dad, I'm fine. George replied. Remember to get some rest. Got it. As George's footsteps faded away, the two Gwens engaged in a silent stare-off. I nearly forgot to remove the web from your mouth. Huff. The native Gwen took deep breaths of fresh air. Are you George's illegitimate daughter? What? What sort of reasoning is that? Shouldn't T an identical appearance suggest a lost twin instead? True. Spider-Gwen appeared notably younger. In this world, Peter Parker was already 26, so Gwen should be of similar age. Spider-Gwen introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. I am Gwen Stacy. Chapter 75. The Golden Helper of the Parallel Universe. After a cordial conversation, they finally understood the origins of Spider-Gwen. It was astonishing to realize that the parallel universe discussed in physics class truly exists. The native Gwen scrutinized the Spider-Gwen before her, raising her hand as if to touch her, but then refrained, feeling it impolite. Spider-Gwen inquired, I have a question to verify. Is Kyle not at home? Who is Kyle? Gwen could not recall anyone by that name among her acquaintances. In my universe, Kyle is my brother. Is there none in this world? Their childhood experiences were largely similar, save for the absence of this brother. I have no brother, but I do have a younger brother named Simon. Well, it must be quite lonely for a child without a brother's affection. I think you have nowhere to go tonight. My bed can accommodate you. That would be splendid. Could you lend me a pair of pajamas? Of course. And if you wish to bathe, the bathroom is just as it used to be. You should find toiletries with ease. The two individuals evidently intended to engage in a long conversation throughout the night. As Spider-Gwen excused herself to the restroom, the original Gwen finally found a moment to process her overwhelming emotions. It was nothing short of miraculous. Another astonishing revelation was the exposure of Spider-Man's identity, Peter Parker, her longtime classmate who had always been overshadowed by her since high school. From high school to university, their academic rivalry had always placed Gwen at the top and Peter in second, particularly after he began dating Mary Jane, who frequently mentioned Peter's aspirations to surpass her. Regrettably, by the time they graduated, Peter had not realized that ambition. Gwen never imagined that the Spider-Man swinging through the city would turn out to be her old classmate. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Spider-Gwen found Gwen staring blankly at her computer, fixated on the news report about Spider-Man's demise. You must be classmates with Peter, right? Gwen mused. We met at Vision Academy. Those high school years were nothing short of a nightmare, where my musical dreams came to an untimely end. Every day was consumed by studying. I never understood how Peter managed to find time to apprehend criminals. Had he devoted his focus solely to his studies, his grades would have surpassed mine long ago. A wave of regret washed over her, as she finally comprehended why Peter was often late or skipped classes back then. Spider-Gwen replied, "In that regard, we differ. I graduated from Midtown High, where I formed a band with Mary Jane and played the drums. Currently, I'm a freshman at Empire State University, and just like Peter Parker, he has always been second best, haha. So, in your universe, is Peter Spider-Man?" Gwen inquired. "I believe Peter's academic performance could have been better. Being Spider-Man has hindered his potential." To Gwen, Peter Parker possessed remarkable talent, and it was his role as Spider-Man that had diverted his focus from academics. I have never encountered another Spider-Man before. Here, it appears that only one Spider-Man can exist. Perhaps, they mused. The two Gwens conversed late into the night, both unwilling to succumb to sleep. The world's Gwen was filled with curiosity and excitement, eager to learn more about other universes. Meanwhile, Spider-Gwen contemplated whether she could ever return to her original world, where she cherished a beautiful family she did not wish to lose. What if she could never go back? Kyle and George would likely go frantic searching for her. My husband, Peter Parker, is just an ordinary man. He often says that anyone could be behind a mask. He just happened to be the one bitten. Is it Mary Jane? Does she resemble the Mary Jane from your world? Indeed, Spider-Gwen replied, staring in astonishment at the mature version of Mary Jane delivering a speech on stage. The crowd below was equally breathtaking, a seemingly endless sea of spectators, 99 of whom donned Spider-Man masks. Is Spider-Man really that popular here? Spider-Gwen could scarcely fathom how Peter had achieved such immense influence. Could she ever reach such heights in her original world? Indeed, Spider-Man stands as the singular hero in the hearts of New Yorkers. Gwen felt a swell of pride as she uttered these words, for in their eyes, none could rival Spider-Man's popularity. Who wouldn't yearn for a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? Suddenly, the spider sense tingled. Spider-Gwen's gaze locked onto a slender figure in the crowd, discernibly an African-American youth from the exposed arms. Miles, sensing the anomaly, turned to find two identical Gwen Stacy figures amidst the throng behind him. Upon realizing that Spider-Gwen was observing him, he swiftly retreated into the crowd, uncertain of the nature of his newfound abilities or whether Spider-Gwen was friend or foe. Thus, he deemed it prudent to keep his distance. Spider-Gwen queried, "Are you certain there is only one Spider-Man?" Indeed, while Peter occasionally donned different attire, his physique unmistakably revealed his identity. It dawned on her that the photographs in the newspaper were likely supplied by Peter himself. The notion of profiting from his own images was quintessentially Peter. Let us hurry. Mary Jane is about to leave. Their purpose for being there was to seek out Mary Jane and, in turn, pay a visit to Aunt May, who was in dire need of companionship following the loss of the family soul man. The crowd was overwhelming, and the two managed to catch up with Mary Jane at the garage just as she was departing. A faint smile crossed Gwen's face. Having a friend remember her was indeed a bright spot. However, when confronted with the sight of two identical Gwens, Mary Jane was momentarily bewildered. I recall that Gwen isn't a twin, is she? Ha ha, get in the car, and I'll explain. Once settled inside, Spider-Gwen recounted the events she had encountered to Mary Jane. Mary Jane appraised Spider-Gwen with a discerning eye. It appears I shall have two friends named Gwen Stacy. Spider-Gwen replied with a smile, "Certainly, we were friends all along. I'm the drummer from Mary Jane's band." Mary Jane exclaimed, "Wow, so our high school band has successfully formed." Just as the trio basked in their joy, a sharply dressed man rapped on the car window. "Mrs. Parker, the Fisk Group cordially invites you to a memorial service for Mr. Peter Parker, during which their charitable foundation will provide generous sponsorship. Grateful for Mr. Wilson's generosity." Mary Jane accepted the invitation. To her, this was a tribute to Peter's years of righteous endeavors, and the funds could ensure Aunt May receive the care she needed. Upon hearing that name, Spider-Gwen felt a chill run down her spine. The mention of Wilson Fisk, the hulking figure, sent shivers through her. Yes, our boss is quite fond of fitness, hence his robust physique. After the suited man departed, the occupants of the car noticed the fear etched across Gwen's face. "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" In an instant, Spider-Gwen was transported back to the harrowing memories of her abduction. The grim sensation of a gun pressed against her head was anything but pleasant. Is there a Kingpin gang in your vicinity? Chapter 76. Beep, 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 Spider-Man assemble. Gwen, indeed, I've heard my father mention that the Kingpin gang is the largest criminal organization in New York. Mary Jane, I've also heard Peter mention it. It seems that the Kingpin primarily operates in Hell's Kitchen, while other areas of New York maintain a semblance of order. You may be unaware, but Wilson Fisk is the Kingpin, the emperor of the underworld in New York. The Kingpin gang is notorious for its heinous deeds. In my world, when George was restoring order in Hell's Kitchen, he had fierce confrontations with the Kingpin, and it required the National Guard to intervene with tanks to eradicate the gang's influence. However, the Kingpin vanished, and my father failed to apprehend him. Two ordinary women have never witnessed such scenes. Merely hearing Spider-Gwen describe them is enough to instill great fear. Are you suggesting that in this world, Wilson is also the leader of the Kingpin gang? It is highly probable, and I find Peter's death rather suspicious. It is absurd that Spider-Man was crushed by a collapsing building during an earthquake. Truly the greatest joke of the century. Do you realize how powerful Spider-Man is? My sixth sense can foresee imminent danger, and he can dodge bullets. Furthermore, he possesses immense strength. I once attempted to lift something weighing 20 tons, and I felt that was not even his limit. The fundamental principle of force is reciprocal. A body capable of sustaining such great power must also be extraordinarily strong. Astounding. Is this the world of mutants? Do you still believe that Peter's death was caused by the earthquake? Shaking their heads vigorously, the two seem to have opened a portal to a new realm upon understanding Spider-Man's power. Gwen, nothing is ever that absolute. The two worlds have many differences, and perhaps in this world, Wilson Fisk is a good person. The Fisk Foundation has indeed accomplished many charitable deeds. It would be wonderful if that were the case. If Wilson Fisk were a good man, then the Kingpin gang would not exist. Mary Jane, trembling, pressed down on the clutch, deciding not to shift gears, and unbuckled her seatbelt. Gwen, you take the wheel. I'm feeling rather fatigued. Spider-Gwen exited the vehicle first. I'll drive. It's best if you two don't get behind the wheel in your current state. As Mary Jane attempted to move to the back seat, her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. The building where Peter's body was found is property of the Fisk Corporation. It was an employee of Fisk who alerted her. So, the question arises, why did Peter go there? As a hero, Spider-Man only ventures into places where criminals abound. Does this not imply that the Fisk Corporation harbors something nefarious? Moreover, considering that Wilson in Spider-Gwen's world is the Kingpin, everything begins to make sense. It is certain that Peter discovered some of Fisk's schemes and went to thwart them. The earthquake at that time was likely orchestrated to eliminate Spider-Man. New York is certainly not situated on a fault line, and the intensity of that earthquake could not possibly have caused the factory to collapse. With the truth now emerging, it seems that Wilson Fisk of this world is indeed a villain. Yet, why hold a memorial service and provide her with financial support? What hidden conspiracy lies beneath? As the vehicle arrived at the doorstep, further contemplation was unnecessary. Mary Jane was drenched in cold sweat, her clothes thoroughly soaked, weak and unsteady. She leaned on Gwen for support as they descended from the car. Are you all right? She inquired. Gwen, what she said is true. Peter's body was discovered amidst the ruins of the Fisk Group's factory. If Fisk is innocent, then why did Peter seek him out? Gwen too began to grasp the situation. How could anyone engaged in a battle with Spider-Man be virtuous? Mary Jane's subsequent remarks further solidified this notion. Moreover, the earthquake's intensity was relatively mild. Those dilapidated old buildings remained standing. Why did the factory alone collapse, crushing Peter beneath it? The truth is often unimaginable. Gwen exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. We will find a way. The most important thing is to keep Aunt May from worrying. As she retrieved the keys to open the door, Aunt May sat in a chair facing the entrance, clutching a baseball bat. Aunt May, I'm back. Mary Jane feigned calmness to appear more composed. Aunt May set down the bat and rushed over to embrace her. Life will get better, she reassured. Let's not dwell on that. Look who has come. Only then did Aunt May notice Gwen entering behind Mary Jane. Gwen, it's been ages. Who's that with you? As Gwen stepped inside, her spider sense tingled just as it had when she spotted that young boy in the square, and there were not just one but three similar presences. It seems you share Peter's sixth sense. You must be the Gwen from a parallel universe, correct? Aunt May stated. How did you know? Gwen asked, surprised. Without elaborating, Emma called out, "Come out and meet our new friends." Suddenly, 3 or 4 figures burst forth from the inner room. 2 individuals, a pig, and a robot. "Hello, Spider-Man 3, the pig greeted. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Peter Parker, but you may refer to me as Shadow Spider-Man." Penny Parker. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Apart from the Asian girl, Penny Parker, who did not register any familiar aura, the others, the individual, the pig, and the robot, shared a similar essence. Hello, I'm Gwen. You can call me Ghost Spider." She felt a rush of embarrassment at revealing her title for the first time. "You two hail from other universes?" "Indeed. I was caught in an inescapable vortex akin to a black hole, alongside 3 other Spider-Men, leading us to this world." Spider-Gwen sensed that her circumstances were somewhat distinct. "Did you not encounter a dragon's fossilized bone?" "A dragon?" Penny Parker exclaimed. "Is it a dinosaur fossil?" "I have never encountered one. In our World Museum, such fossils are seldom seen." Both Spider-Man and Spider-Ham also expressed that there are no bones. They only traverse the universe when encountering a black hole. It seems her arrival is unrelated to the dragon bones. I have wronged her. Do you know how we can return to our original world? The weekend family gathering is approaching, and Helen will surely call then. Chapter 77. We Need a Plan. Wow. As Spider-Gwen gazed at the myriad of spider suits and vehicles within the underground laboratory, she could hardly contain her excitement. Is this the culmination of Peter's decade-long heroic journey? How I long to possess such gear. Mary Jane felt similarly. Although she was aware of her husband's secret lair, she had rarely ventured down to explore it. Each spider suit corresponds to a uniquely formidable criminal. Mary Jane's gaze fell upon several photographs hanging by the web, the most striking being that of Wilson Fisk. Indeed, it was Wilson who posed the problem that led Peter to seek him out, and she inwardly chastised Peter for not considering her waiting at home during his pursuits. He was no longer the solitary spider navigating the streets. Aunt May and she were both anticipating his return. Mary Jane had even been contemplating starting a family once things settled down, only to be met with the devastating news of Peter's demise. As she raised her eyes to Fisk's photograph again, fury ignited within her. She resolved that Fisk must pay with his life. At that moment, Spider-Gwen shared her suspicions with the others, and with Fisk's picture present, the evidence was undeniable. The youngest among them, Penny Parker, was the most enraged, standing atop the spider robot and declaring, "We must unite to vanquish evil. Spider-Man shall not be humiliated. All of our Spider-Men are one, striving together to defend our honor. Bring down Fisk. Bring down Fisk." Instantly, a fervent spirit reminiscent of patriotic youth surged forth. It must be said that her oration was effective, igniting a collective fury to eliminate Fisk. Spider-Ham exclaimed, "We need a flawless plan. Each Spider-Man from different worlds is exceptionally astute, and together, their combined intellect would undoubtedly yield results greater than the sum of its parts." They decided to utilize the memorial service hosted by Fisk. He would undoubtedly be present, thus relieving them of the need to locate him elsewhere. The spider robot showcased technology from the year 3145, effortlessly infiltrating the network to obtain the architectural blueprints of Fisk Tower, the venue for the event. With the blueprints in hand, formulating a strategy became remarkably straightforward. Thus, the plan was established, but everyone must exercise caution. Fisk's prowess cannot be underestimated. If he was capable of killing Peter Parker, he could very well do the same to us. Even if Fisk himself is not particularly strong, as a crime lord, he undoubtedly commands powerful and ruthless allies. The Shadow Spider-Man furrowed his brow as he contemplated the plan, apprehensive about capturing Kingpin and collecting evidence of his crimes. It all seemed rather dubious. "Shadow Spider-Man, why must we capture Kingpin? Hand me a sniper rifle, and I could eliminate him from a kilometer away. All this effort is largely wasted on how to avoid harming others. Wouldn't it be more efficient to simply deliver a bullet to Kingpin? Spider-Gwen, we cannot kill him. Although we are Spider-Men, we are still mere mortals without the right to judge criminals. Delivering Kingpin to the police is our duty." Indeed, I concur. The world in which Shadow Spider-Man lived had only recently emerged from a great war, and the law was not as stringent as in modern society. Moreover, being the eldest, he struggled to grasp the notions of these younger individuals. Shadow Spider-Man, what if the law cannot punish Kingpin? His very rise to power illustrates the law's impotence against him. Kingpin undoubtedly has powerful allies backing him. If you imprison him today, he might be released tomorrow. Who will be accountable for those who perished due to his wrath? An eerie silence enveloped the group. Their education had instilled in them the importance of adhering to the law, that crime would face legal retribution. Yet they had never considered that some could exist beyond the reach of the law. If everyone followed the law as taught, crime would cease to exist. Indeed, will handing Kingpin over to the police ensure he receives just judgment? Ordinary citizens may be oblivious to Kingpin, but even the smallest gangs know not to provoke him. Such knowledge is common in the underworld. So how could government agencies be unaware? How could they allow Kingpin to grow in power and commit crimes? Gwen, my father is a White House lackey? The once glorious image shattered in an instant. Shouldn't we loosen the rules? In dire circumstances, could we not employ lethal means? Agreed. At this point, no one opposed the idea. After all, if Kingpin were to harm others, no one could take responsibility. Hush, someone approaches. Quickly hide. Aunt May led the dark-haired Peter Parker and Miles into the elevator. Miles, dude, is your hideout as cool as this? Pretty much, just without the planes and cars. Internally, he cursed the wealth of this world as Spider-Man. How much must all this equipment cost? Concealed in the shadows, Mary Jane, upon seeing that familiar face, could not help but rush out. Peter, is that you? Dark-haired Peter Parker was abruptly collided with, and upon realizing the beauty in his embrace resembled his beloved, he lamented that she was not the same person. Their spider senses tingled, sensing the presence of other kindred spirits. Greetings, Spider-Gwen. You're the kid from the square? Why did you run upon seeing me? Miles, I'm sorry. I just acquire my powers and can't control them yet. I thought you were here to chase me. Spider-Gwen, well, let us strive to learn diligently. I have only recently acquired my abilities, yet I can now adeptly control myself. Meanwhile, Mary Jane also realized that this Peter Parker had hair of a different hue than her husband, undoubtedly indicating he hails from another parallel universe. Apologies. The dark-haired Peter sheepishly ran his fingers through his hair, acknowledging the advantage he had. It's quite all right. Mine also prefers it this way. With 2 additional allies, their chances of success had increased significantly. Mary Jane eagerly began to recount the plan they had just devised. Here's the thing. We have a plan? Splendid. This plan is marvelous. Let's proceed with it. Indeed, it is an excellent strategy. Several other Spider-Men from different universes flickered like a disc. Their forms momentarily pixelated before returning to normal, except for Spider-Gwen, who exhibited no such anomaly. Spider-Gwen, what is wrong with you all? The others, regaining their composure, gazed at Spider-Gwen in astonishment. Why are you unaffected? This universe may not permit the existence of other Spider-Men. Lingering here too long could be fatal. However, you seem different. Are you a native of this universe? No, she is the true Gwen of this realm. Spider-Gwen abruptly pulled the native Gwen closer. In an instant, despair washed over her. How can we return to our original world? Otherwise, we are left to await our demise. Miles, I might have an idea about that. Chapter 78. Recognizing a brother by his abs, the familiar sensation remains. Concerned, Kyle specifically requested Ancient One to send him here. Request. Place a vintage vase from Ancient One's collection on each of my 10 fingers for acrobatic practice. Kyle, newly arrived, wished to experience the air of 2 universes and, unsurprisingly, found it to be as sweet and free as ever. Indeed, the air in America possessed a hint of sweetness, prompting Kyle to conduct a special investigation, which yielded some delightful findings. It is well known that America is dubbed a nation on wheels and in service to the populace. Capitalists have ingeniously added a substance helpful for children's growth, lead, into gasoline. They are so considerate, it brings tears to my eyes. Kyle found himself at 117 Brick Street, where the architectural style differed significantly from his original timeline, showcasing a more modern design. Although generally similar, Kyle could discern the emblem of a particular electric company. As Kyle stepped back to admire the facade of this leading electric company, he inadvertently retreated too far and was struck by a vehicle on the road. Alas, has my sense of crisis dulled after so many years without high-stakes battles? As he fell, he caught a glimpse of the driver's face. It was none other than Gwen, who was en route to the police station to find her father. Upon realizing she had struck someone, she hurriedly exited her vehicle to check on him. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. You suddenly dashed out, and I couldn't hit the brakes in time. In her state of panic, Gwen failed to notice the peculiar circumstance of Kyle being thrown so far without a scratch. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to resolve the dispute. Perhaps she had encountered a con artist. Was he pretending for her? With a swift strike, Kyle regretted his actions, momentarily forgetting that this was no longer the original universe. This one was likely the Gwen Stacy of this world. She bore no pendant around her neck, and she appeared considerably older than his own dear little one. Returning to the car in a huff, Gwen left without a second thought for Kyle's well-being. It was the first time in her life that she had been slapped in the face, and the most frustrating part was that she had no way to retort. Hovering in the air, she gazed down at the sprawling city of New York, only to realize that the iconic upside-down high-heeled shoe building was absent from this reality. It seemed that in this world, there was neither Iron Man nor the Sorcerer Supreme. Her hopes of bringing back a gift were dashed. In Queens, Kyle quickly pinpointed Gwen's location, sensing her presence underground, along with another powerful aura. It felt rather harmonious, suggesting she was not in distress. After waiting through the night without a sign of her emergence, Kyle could no longer contain his curiosity about what could possibly keep her there for so long. He descended onto the backyard lawn, eyeing the storage shed, where the energy was most concentrated. Likely the entrance. What appeared to be an ordinary wooden shed was, in fact, a metal structure disguised with a layer of paint, a classic case of hiding the truth. "Are you looking for a key?" A frail voice suddenly emerged from behind him. As Kyle turned, he was met with a swift blow to the head from Aunt May's baseball bat. Her attack was tentative. Had Kyle been the Spider-Man of another universe, he would have evaded it effortlessly. Clearly, he was not, and subsequent strikes followed quickly. "Hey, ma'am, let us not resort to violence. Leave my home at once. You are trespassing," she retorted, her assault unrelenting. The commotion caught the attention of the other Spider-Men below, who hastily ascended from their underground base, thinking that Kingpin had come to confront them. "Please listen to me," Kyle pleaded. Spider-Gwen dashed forward, her eyes widening as she recognized him, lifting her shirt slightly to peer at his midsection before leaping into his embrace. "Bro, what is this? Are you recognizing me by your abs?" "Gwen, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her once demure demeanor now infused with a lively chatter, likely a side effect of her spider powers. The other Spider-Men watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with curiosity. Kyle affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair and greeted the others. "Hello, I am Kyle, Gwen's brother. Wait, why is there a black and white aesthetic? And how is your trench coat billowing when there's no wind?" Another one remarked. "And who is that? Is he a pig superhero?" "Brother, please wait for me here for a moment. We have important matters to attend to, and we shall return home shortly." With that, a few Spider-Men swung away on their webs. "Silly girl, isn't that a bit too revealing?" Mary Jane waved goodbye and drove off, leaving only Aunt May, Kyle, and the dejected Miles in the yard. Aunt May led them into the room, serving tea as she apologized. "I'm sorry, young man, for hitting you so hard earlier. But you have quite a sturdy head. The baseball bat broke, yet your skin remained unscathed." "Well, I'm tough all over," Miles replied. "You even spare the elderly?" Aunt May quickly wrapped her shawl tighter. Realizing his blunder, Kyle swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about what had transpired with Miles. Miles, rising to bow deeply to Aunt May, confessed, "I know everything. I was present at the scene and couldn't assist him." Aunt May shook her head, indicating that she bore him no blame. "Peter is well aware of how perilous this work can be." "Thank you." Miles felt a weight lift from his heart. He took a deep breath and began to recount the devised plan. "Here's the situation, Kyle." Initially thinking it was some powerful entity attempting to forcibly merge parallel universes, realized it was merely an unruly little prickly creature employing technological means to cause chaos. "I'll see if there's any way I can assist," he said, stepping outside and extending a pair of wings that soared into the sky. These days, it's embarrassing to step out without some skills, Miles thought, suddenly feeling less proud of his invisibility. Wings, who wouldn't he want them all the time? Kyle, anxious about potential mishaps, recognized that anyone capable of manipulating the barriers of parallel universes must possess considerable skill. He felt uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. Upon arriving at the scene, he spotted them descending through the skylight and striding confidently inside. In truth, it was Mary Jane's idea, since they were commemorating Spider-Man. She suggested to Kingpin that the waitstaff dress as Spider-Man. It was a sensible arrangement that facilitated the little spider's infiltration of the event. "Thank you. I'm delighted to commemorate Spider-Man with all of you tonight. We are great friends." Kyle, taking a more straightforward approach, transformed into a sharply dressed figure and entered the Fisk Tower. "Sir, please step aside." A guard attempted to intervene, but Kyle swiftly retaliated with a slap, questioning, "Is this how Kingpin trains his subordinates?" The guard, clearly flustered, wondered who this bold individual could be. Anyone daring enough to confront Kingpin must surely be no ordinary person. "Bring Kingpin to me at once." Two imposing figures immediately asserted their identities. The young men quickly dispatched someone to inform Kingpin, while the lad who had received 2 slaps dared not utter a word of complaint. If this truly was a visitor of Kingpin, he would certainly face dire consequences. "Sir, please proceed to the reception area." A faint tremor signaled to Kingpin that the Collider had commenced operation. As Gene departed from the venue, he was eager to personally witness the return of Vanessa and Richard. Upon stepping out of the banquet hall, one of his subordinates approached him, informing him that someone was awaiting him in the reception room. Gene was puzzled about the identity of this visitor on such a momentous day. He had dismissed all other engagements. Moreover, the visitor bore a Chinese visage. Could it be those from fucking? Their relationship seemed tenuous at best. Why would they choose today to pay a visit? Meanwhile, Mary Jane, having just left the hall, alerted the Spider-Man team that Gene had exited the scene and advised them to exercise caution. The Spider team had initially intended to capture Gene that very night, planning to utilize the Collider to return to their respective worlds. They were taken aback by Jin's audacity in activating the Collider so soon. Was he intending to use the distinguished guests at the banquet as human shields? The mission objectives were immediately altered. They would first seek to disable the Collider before confronting Gene. Unbeknownst to Mary Jane, who was seated with glee, eagerly anticipating the moment Gene would be apprehended, revenge for her husband's murder was finally at hand. How could she not be excited? Outside, a convoy of police vehicles was preparing to depart. George, seething with anger as he perused the information sent by Paney Parker, exclaimed, "Is this real? I can't believe the greatest evil in New York is right in the open. No wonder he has been so elusive." Gwen replied, "Of course it's true. Their operation may have already succeeded." George had heard of the Spider-Man's plans from Gwen and found himself with but a single thought: disorganized and undisciplined. Much like that Peter Parker kid. Yet, having Spider-Man in New York was indeed a boon. Initially, when George learned that several Spider-Men had arrived from parallel universes, he thought Gwen was merely jesting. It wasn't until she produced a photograph with the Spider-Man, particularly one resembling a younger version of Gwen, that he began to believe. George remarked, "If you're pulling my leg, then my position as commissioner will be at an end." Meanwhile, in Fisk Tower, Gene entered the reception room, only to find a disheveled youth reclining on the sofa with his legs propped up on the table, displaying a complete lack of decorum. "Who are you? Have you forgotten? Just days ago, I personally sent you to hell," Gene inquired. The youth chuckled. "You want to kill me? I doubt you alone are sufficient." Gene laughed heartily, for many wished him dead, yet few could survive to see another day. "Ah, I forget, the map has changed." With a cheerful demeanor, Gene turned to leave, as more pressing matters awaited him, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to dispose of this unwelcome guest, Kyle. At this instruction, the eager henchmen brandished an array of weapons, keen to reclaim their pride after being intimidated earlier by Kyle. "Ah, the guest is still here. Is it not rather impolite for you to leave?" They taunted as they closed in with knives and clubs, for had it not been for the gala, they would have drawn their guns without hesitation. The radiant shield of holy light dazzled the onlookers, rendering them momentarily blind. After a struggle to adapt, they soon discovered that they had been thrust against the wall by the luminous barrier. Without Kyle's control, the holy shield would not relent, persistently pressing against his subordinates until they were crushed against the wall. The blood splattered forth, painting the surface a vivid red. And if one chose to overlook the carnage on the ground, it almost appeared festive. In a flurry, Gene raised his staff and activated a switch, directing a beam of laser towards Kyle. With a swift motion, Kyle dashed forward and snapped the staff in half, exclaiming, "Do you not realize how hot this is? It can blister." Despite his clothing remaining intact, the heat still caused blisters. Was he attempting to deceive? Gene discarded the remaining half of the staff and swung a mighty fist. For in the end, external objects are but mere tools. His body was his most formidable weapon. With a resounding clap, Kyle effortlessly caught Jin's fist, remarking, "What a coincidence. I too have honed my physical prowess." As Kyle gradually applied pressure, Gene could not suppress his cries of distress. "Ah, spare me. Take me to see your machines. I must commend your audacity in opening the portal to a parallel universe. Had the Ancient One been present, your tombstone would have been overgrown. Upon descending to the underground level and gazing at the enormous collider, one could not help but marvel at the scientists of the Marvel Universe, who always managed to concoct some extraordinary endeavor. Upon seeing Jean being captured, the busy researchers immediately drew their firearms and opened fire. After a few charred corpses lay strewn about, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. They began to flee, disregarding Jean, their leader. Some dedicated individuals, however, remained engrossed in their experiments, paying no heed to Jin's predicament. At the entrance of Fist Tower, police vehicles surrounded the area, initiating a manhunt. This night, the kingpin of the underworld was destined to fall. Meanwhile, Kyle, stationed at the control panel, was intently observing the battle of the Spider Squad, primarily to keep an eye on his sister and ensure her safety. "What the? Is that a giant scorpion? Your subordinates are quite unique," he exclaimed, noting a woman with long tentacles, presumably a female version of Dr. Octopus. Why is she abandoning her solar research to join Jean? Nuclear fusion is such a promising field, he mused. And what is that green creature? Has the bat come to life? Unperturbed, Norman casually replied, "The collision experiments continue. If I can see Vanessa and Richard before I perish, I will have no regrets." Norman Osborn? It's fortunate that Kyle exists in this universe. He managed to lift the curse that plagued the Osborn family for 2 generations with just 2 shimmering world orbs. The untransformed Norman was quite commendable. With a resounding thud, the giant scorpion finally kicked Gwen away, and a dark cloud materialized above, followed by a flash of lightning that struck down. Although it did not result in immediate demise, she was left gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of life and death. Peter? The dark-haired version of Peter gazed bewilderedly at the sudden lightning. "But we're indoors." Spider-Gwen, "Huh, I am favored by the thunder. Those who dare to harm me shall face its wrath." Spider-Ham, "Then you should be called Lightning Spider-Man. That is a fine title. I shall consider it." Greenbat, "Come and challenge me if you dare." Gwen immediately switched to her mocking mode, though a hint of anxiety lingered. What if the thunder did not manifest? The Green Goblin dared not confront Gwen directly and could only restrain the other Spider-Man. Originally, there were 35, but with one less formidable Scorpion, the number dwindled to 25. Having witnessed past encounters, Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin were hesitant to engage Gwen. Thankfully, the seasoned Shadow Spider-Man reacted swiftly. "Gwen, go disable the machine." "Understood." Chapter 80, Return. "Immediately raise your hands," George shouted as he and the officers burst in, their weapons trained on everyone present, wary of hidden threats. "Mr. Fisk, you're under arrest." Upon hearing the voice, Kingpin did not display fear. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. To him, George's voice was akin to a beacon of hope. In Kingpin's world, these heroes were dedicated to safeguarding the ordinary. With so many officers arriving, how could he not feel elated? Why choose death when life was an option? As George approached to cuff him, Kingpin countered instantly, seizing George by the throat to use as a shield. "You should understand my intentions. I must leave him to survive." A particularly grating voice interjected. "Did you know that in my universe, you did the same? Do you wish to see Kingpin's condition?" If it were someone else, Kyle might not have worried as much. But it was George. Though not his adoptive father, that familiar face compelled Kyle to care. He enveloped George in a holy shield and charged forward, severing Kingpin's arms with a radiant cross of light. Kingpin's endurance was remarkable. He only let out a gasp before biting back his pain, his pallid face glistening with sweat. In this universe, Mephisto mused, "Why won't my hand obey me?" Instantly, it returned to normal, revealing a muscular man devoid of arms. "Was it you?" A slight exertion turned his hand into a mushy mass. Thud! Gwen, having swung in on her web, landed unceremoniously, momentarily stunned by the unfolding chaos in the control room. Shocked by Kyle's intervention, she forgot to brace for impact until the pain from her tailbone jolted her back to reality. "How did you accomplish that? What was that dangerous hand?" "Magic." With the police now present, there was no time for spectatorship. Kyle unfurled his wings and soared into the fray, the sonic boom from his speed-scattering equipment and personnel alike. Grasping Dr. Octopus, he swiftly extricated her tentacles, then seized the Green Goblin, tossing both of them in front of George. "Take these two back for further questioning." As the members of the Spider Squad witnessed the conclusion of the battle, they prepared to return to their respective universes. Before departing, they reminded Gwen, We must leave. If this machine continues to operate, calamity will ensue. Just as several Spider-Men leaped into their own universes, Dr. Octopus, with a sinister smile upon his lips, rushed to the control panel and pressed a button. Subsequently, the collider began to overload, the energy intensifying until the entire machine could no longer withstand the strain. With a tremendous explosion, the collider was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Kyle was safeguarded at the control panel and emerged unscathed. Although he remained unharmed, he found himself trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. Kyle embraced Gwen and soared out of the debris, simultaneously creating a life channel for the officers buried beneath. Otherwise, with the American sluggish rescue speed, they might have been trampled by the crowds arriving to party, rendering them unrescuable. As Gwen gazed at the wreckage below, a sudden realization struck her. She and Kyle had yet to leave. With the machine destroyed, how could they possibly return? Oh no, how are we going to get back? Kyle, caught off guard by the urgency of the situation, had not considered this aspect. They had arrived, but now they were stranded. This universe lacked Camartage, rendering any assistance from the Ancient One impossible. Heimdall, after a lengthy pause, there was no response. Even if he were present, the Asgardians would not recognize him. The time-space gate could be useful, but its utility was limited. With the energy bar depleted, the door remained locked. Oh no, Mom and Dad, do not worry. I will devise a plan. We will undoubtedly find a way back. They ventured outside the city to a vacant plot of land and began contemplating their return. The time-space gate must hold some potential. Otherwise, it would not be locked. This only indicated that Kyle's energy levels were insufficient. Fortunately, this was easily rectified. Kyle retrieved a collection of crystal shards to arrange an energy transfer array, using high-density golden crystals to ensure ample energy. Connecting the energy array to himself, he summoned the time-space gate once more, and to his astonishment, it opened. Crossing through, he immediately sensed the presence of George and Helen. Indeed, he had returned to his world. Phew, I almost couldn't make it back. Thankfully, my skills prevailed. Upon their return, Gwen clung to Kyle, refusing to let go. Now, confess your circumstances. Gwen had not anticipated that someone with extraordinary abilities had been concealed so close to her. Astonishingly, it was her own brother, whose secret had eluded their family until now. Kyle yanked off Gwen's mask. And what about you? All right, I suppose we are even now. I will share my story. But you must be forthcoming about yours. My powers stem from an experiment involving a radioactive spider. Remember the day you picked me up after my car was towed? Gwen candidly recounted the origins of her mutation, while Kyle demonstrated a few minor spells to broaden her horizons, also introducing her to the wonders of Camartage and Asgard. Gwen was taken aback to discover the existence of such peculiar phenomena in the world. Not only was magic real, but mythological tales were true as well. Could you take me to see this Camartage? With just a glance, I yearned to behold the visage of the supreme sorcerer, who has safeguarded Earth for centuries. What is there to admire about the Ancient One? Merely an old, cantankerous man, excessively petty, with a penchant for prying into the privacy of others. Suddenly, a diminutive portal manifested at the back of Kyle's head, and a hand emerged to deliver a resounding slap. See, I told you he is stingy. Is that truly the supreme sorcerer? How impressive! As Gwen witnessed the Ancient One's capabilities, her admiration deepened. After all, contemplating the greatness of a being who has protected Earth for centuries is truly awe-inspiring. The Ancient One's magnificent presence stood before Gwen like a beacon, urging her to strive for emulation and learning. Hey, what does that look of adoration signify? You just struck my brother. Well, you brought it upon yourself. The ringing of a mobile phone interrupted Gwen's daydream. It was her mother. As soon as Helen's call connected, her voice was laden with fury. What on earth is going on? How many calls have I made? Is this household planning to remain absent indefinitely? If you're not coming back, then don't bother returning at all. What have you been so busy with? Can't you at least call home to give a heads up? Faced with Helen's reprimand, Kyle cast a pleading glance toward Gwen. Mom, Gwen is with me. Gwen interjected. Chapter 81. An unexpected visitor after their weekly family dinner. The siblings bid farewell to George and Helen. It's settled then. Neither of us can divulge the other's secrets to George. As they drove away, Gwen fretted over the possibility of Kyle revealing her Spider-Man identity, fearing that George and Helen would never allow her to engage in such perilous activities again. I won't say a word, but if George discovers it on his own, don't blame me. Additionally, she cautioned him about the pendant around his neck, insisting he must not remove it stealthily, Should it begin to shrink, he must come to her for a replacement. Ah, is that lightning truly due to this crucifix pendant? Gwen immediately recalled those unfortunate souls who were struck by lightning while attacking her. She once fancied herself favored by the thunder, but it now seemed that was merely her brother's protection. Just be aware. Do as you wish in this little corner of Earth. Your brother still has your back. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to call me. With that, she handed him a bank card and received a sweet kiss in return. At your age, how can you still behave like a child, always splattering saliva on people's faces? Though she feigned disdain, her heart swelled with joy. Goodbye, Kyle, she said as he reached his stop and exited the vehicle. The security guard at the entrance greeted Kyle warmly upon his return. Mr. Kyle, he replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement as he stepped into the elevator, heading home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he hesitated briefly before unlocking the door. The house was dark and tightly shut, and before he could switch on the lights, an irksome voice echoed in the silence. Do you think you are the only one special in this world? It is far grander than you could ever imagine. With a flick, the lights illuminated, revealing a shadowy figure lounging on the sofa. Do you know where this place is? Nick Fury, the esteemed director of SHIELD, has arrived in person, yet displays such audacity. Does he possess a touch of magic that renders others insignificant? Apologies, he has encountered far greater adversaries. Kyle, seeing the egghead still pretending to be profound, without a word, seized the communicator at the entrance and began calling security. Security, someone has arrived at my house. It was at this moment that the egghead recalled the implication of Kyle's earlier inquiry. This is indeed the Star Tower, a blatant stronghold of racial discrimination, where all residents share a common trait, a disdain for African Americans. The motto of Star Tower is to forge a community devoid of black individuals. Even if the president were black, he would be kindly escorted out by security. How could I have forgotten this? The egghead ceased to feign mystery. Uncontrolled power can only bring about destruction and calamity. What? Is it true that joining SHIELD will absolve one of all issues? Kyle chuckled. Is this egghead practicing Iron Head skills? His head is as solid as they come. Indeed, joining SHIELD would allow you to harness your abilities more effectively, contributing to the greater good of the world. Such eloquent words, yet in the end, it merely serves as a guise for recruitment. Does not joining SHIELD make one a villain? Isaaki has only been established for a few years. Can this world not function without it? When the sky falls, someone tall will bear the brunt. Who gave you the audacity to come to my home? Is it because your eyes were clawed out by a cat? Or perhaps that meddling Carol from outer space? How do you know? A cold sweat broke out on the egghead. How did Kyle uncover so many secrets? The matter concerning Carol was undocumented, known only to him and that group of scrolls. The moment he saw the glimmer of golden light in Kyle's hand, he realized the recruitment plan had failed, and he had become an adversary. Captain, a muscular man clad in uniform, emerged from behind the curtain on the rooftop, carrying a shield. I encountered someone far mightier than you decades ago. Clearly, I stand here victorious. TSK, Captain America, and he brings an accomplice. Are they preparing for a confrontation? Is this your source of confidence? It's rather underwhelming, even inferior to Carol. Previously, Captain America held a favorable image in Kyle's eyes, embodying a noble, self-sacrificing figure. However, after witnessing Captain America, Civil War, his perception shifted dramatically. Only two words come to mind: double standards. While it is commendable to protect his best friend Bucky, the extent of that protection has gone too far. Is Bucky a friend while Howard and Tony are not? Had Kyle been in Tony Stark's position, he would have acted decisively. If you do not regard me as a friend, why should I extend you any courtesy? In Kyle's view, once Captain America was aware of the truth, he should have immediately informed Tony. Helping Bucky is one thing, but it should not come at the cost of human lives. Even if Bucky was brainwashed at the time, it does not absolve him of the fact that his parents perished at Bucky's hands. Should Tony not be allowed to vent his frustrations? Surely, upon learning the actual circumstances, Tony would not act with lethal intent, considering Captain America's standing. If Captain America had offered a soft apology, perhaps Tony would not have resorted to violence. The grievances could have been addressed directly with Hydra. Yet Captain America chose the most extreme route, driven solely by the desire to protect his dear friend. In that moment, The heroic image of Captain America crumbled in Kyle's perception. Upon reflection, Captain America was hardly remarkable. The ancestors of that era, during World War II, were undoubtedly far superior. Kyle still recalls the moment in the first Avengers film when Captain America, aboard the aircraft carrier, questioned Tony, "Without your armor, what are you?" He wishes to pose a similar inquiry to Captain America. "Without the super soldier serum, what are you?" You would likely be lost in some dark corner by now. Such so-called noble qualities are rare indeed. Over in the East, one could find an abundance of them. Steve Rogers, sensing the faint aura of menace emanating from Kyle, discreetly reached for the shield at his back, ready to retaliate at the slightest movement. Kyle caught on to this. "Oh, are you preparing to strike?" Recently thawed from his past, Steve's understanding of this world remained superficial. Although he was starting to emerge from the mindset of the World War II era, he was unaware of Kyle's combat prowess. His previous confidence, bolstered by the super serum, led him to dismiss Kyle's threatening words. After all, could anyone be more formidable than Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull of Hydra? "Don't involve me. I'm merely an old man guarding the door," the Red Skull would remark. Steve insisted, "Resistance is the worst choice. The consequences of failure are beyond your endurance. I advise you to return with us." "Huh, it seems the egg didn't tell you the truth." With that, fists flew, and Steve responded swiftly, using his shield to defend himself. Kyle pondered the absurdity of attacking a shield, its circular form almost beckoning him to strike. Realizing this, Kyle executed a sweeping kick, sending Steve crashing to the ground, followed by another kick that propelled him onto the rooftop. As Steve rose, he launched his shield towards Kyle at an awkward angle, aiming for the back of his head. Kyle effortlessly caught the incoming shield. "Here you go." In that fleeting moment, Steve grasped the vast disparity in their strengths. The anticipated balance of power did not manifest in Kyle. He was propelled back by the force of the shield. With a resounding thud, he skidded across the ground, crashing into a wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 82. The utility of the portable decomposer. The pride belonging to Captain America refused to allow Steve to concede defeat. "I could fight all day," he proclaimed, wiping the blood from his mouth. However, stubbornness would not weaken his adversary. The shattered glass, a pitiful sight, would undoubtedly be attributed to exiled. Once more, Steve was kicked back, landing squarely in the pool. Nick Fury, hand hovering over his sidearm, found himself in a quandary, whether to draw it or not. He knew that drawing it would be futile, yet not drawing it would compromise his image. The esteemed director surprisingly lacked the courage to draw his weapon. Yet the act of firing could potentially provoke Kyle and cost him his life. After a moment of wavering, he ultimately chose to prioritize his life over his pride. Having overestimated the captain's combat prowess and underestimated Kyle's capabilities, preserving his life would afford him future opportunities for vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Whether it be 10 years or 30, time shifts like the river, and one must not underestimate the youth. Waiting another 30 years would be the maximum, though one must ponder whether he could indeed live that long. At that moment, Kyle seized the neck of the hapless egg and dragged him to the rooftop, simultaneously clutching Steve with his other hand, soaring through the portal to the three. Coughing, both men were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. In a moment of righteous judgment, an idea struck Kyle, leading him to misdirect a skill just enough to inadvertently detonate the armory, resulting in half of the three collapsing. It was not out of benevolence, but rather a realization that most within SHIELD were Hydra operatives. Hydra had not wronged him. Watching them tear each other apart seemed rather amusing. After all, with my windows shattered, is it too much to ask for compensation? A mere 100 million is hardly excessive. If the check is not received by sunset tomorrow, I shall make my presence known, understood? Upon Kyle's departure, Steve immediately confronted Egg. "Fury, how could you? Our reinforcements require time to return." Rising, he approached the now half-damaged SHIELD headquarters, its alarms blaring, and retrieved the device he always carried. With a press of the button, this contraption, though unreasonable, could indeed transmit signals across the cosmos. "Director, we are under attack by an unidentified force." Deputy Director Hill, blood streaming from her brow, burst into Egg's office. "Immediate assistance is required for the injured agents. I will handle the rest." Hill promptly directed the rescue efforts, while simultaneously organizing personnel to safeguard against further assaults on the base. With a click, Kyle returned home to a scene of utter chaos. How would he manage to sleep tonight? He quickly called for cleaning and repair services, knowing that at this hour, it merely meant spending a bit more money. Also, that sofa must be discarded. It had been sat upon by a one-eyed black man and was no longer acceptable. The community leader who accompanied him was also taken aback. This is our failure. We will bear the entire cost of the repairs. Indeed, it was a failure, allowing a community from the Black Zone to infiltrate and tarnish the reputation of the Starry Building. Kyle, pleased to save some money, decided to retreat to the unaffected guest room and rest in the hotel space. Habitually, he opened his inventory and immediately spotted the source of his burdensome weight, the dragon bone. He nearly forgot about it, but upon attempting to retrieve it, he realized the hotel was too small to accommodate such a massive object. The critical question remained, what purpose did this item serve? Could it be used to resurrect and prolong life? Could he perhaps create a resurrection coin from it? The dilemma lies in the uncertainty of how to proceed. How is the hand union utilized? Should it be ground into powder for steaming buns? Or is it more suitable for simmering in soup? In the continent of Arad, there exist bone materials, which typically consist of shattered bones combined with hardening agents for crafting equipment. Contemplating this, Kyle snapped off a large rib bone, shattered it with a hammer, and poured in the most basic hardening agent. Upon completion, it indeed transformed into a solid piece, yet it bore little significance. Was the shape perhaps incorrect? Undeterred, Kyle continued his efforts. Lacking molds, he molded it into the shape of a shoe while the hardening agent was still wet. However, this endeavor proved futile as it did not reveal any panel attributes akin to equipment. After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, he resigned to the idea of tossing it into the warehouse to gather dust, as it was cumbersome and weighed down his inventory. Opening the warehouse, he stumbled upon the portable decomposer he had won in the last lottery. Perhaps it could yield some valuable crystalline shards. He tossed the remaining half-rib bone into the decomposer and activated the machine. A hum resonated, followed by chime. Acquisition: 500 colorless small crystals, 483 blue small crystals, 427 red small crystals, 99 golden small crystals, and 500 experience points. His level ascended to 46. Such treasures. Not only did he receive crystals, but experience points as well. This was merely half a rib bone, so imagine the bounty from an entire dragon bone. It turned out that the portable decomposer was indeed the mightiest of tools. Without hesitation, he stuffed the entire dragon bone into the machine. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air. Chime. Acquisition: 500 colorless small crystals. The radiant glow of leveling up continuously enveloped Kyle, transforming him momentarily into a being of light. The assorted small crystals amounted to nearly 10,000, with the most precious golden crystals numbering about 1,000. Kyle, feeling affluent, deemed these crystals trivial. The crux lay in the nearly 100 million experience points accumulated thereafter. Kyle's level soared to 59, with the statistics reflecting. Level 59, 126, 820, 001. 268, 328. Just over 1,000 experience points remained until level 60. Without hesitation, he commenced meditation to cultivate experience. However, after hours of diligent training, the anticipated glow of leveling up did not manifest, prompting Kyle to cease his efforts. The experience bar lingered perilously close to the final point, and despite his relentless pursuit, he could not garner any further experience. What could this mean? Even if one were at version 60, they had yet to reach the maximum level. After scrutinizing all statuses, he lingered on the profession tab, noting, profession, paladin. Could it be due to an unawakened state? That was all he could surmise, as Kyle could not fathom any other hindrance to his level advancement. Might there be changes post-level 60? With his level increasing, his equipment became increasingly inadequate. Without dungeons to farm for superior gear, he found himself at an impasse. It seemed opportune to praise the super diamond coins, hoping that Hela might draw some challenge invitations or similar treasures. The abyss truly was the path to greatness. As Kyle stepped out of the inn, far away in Counterattack, the Ancient One opened her eyes and gazed toward the east. A new celestial father was about to be born. Chapter 83. Vibranium in Antarctica. 3/8 a leopard. Huh? Who else? Odin, with a delightful hand of cards, found himself chuckling as his beard quivered with amusement. After a day of brooding, he finally erupted with joy. But do not rejoice too soon. Look at this. Kyle silently revealed his 3 cards. Pay up if you find yourself short on funds. It's no matter. Just chip away at a couple of the floor tiles. Odin immediately envisioned the marble floor of the Golden Hall. It would be best if you visited Asgard less frequently. You've already chipped away a considerable amount of gold bricks. The Ancient One, observing the cards of the 2 players, remained silent. He was the true victor of the evening. With a quiet display of his own hand, a 2, 3, and 5, he subtly gathered the gold coins from the table into his drawer. Damn it, this is excessive. Have you once again utilized the time stone to cheat? Playing is one thing, but cheating crosses the line. The seemingly useless 2, 3, and 5 appeared just before the 2 leopards, clinching the game tightly. Do I need a time stone to play cards with you too? Just a few days ago, I exchanged insights on fortune-telling with a friend. Today, your foreheads are clouded with misfortune. I am merely trying to save you. Don't you understand that losing money can avert disaster? Winning is one thing, but to act as though it is for your benefit is truly excessive. Fenrir promptly slammed the door and unleashed the dogs. Seeing this, the Ancient One seized the money and made a hasty exit, promising to continue another day. Well, I shall bid farewell to Hela in return. Perhaps I shall redesign Asgard. It is dreadfully dull here without any entertainment. Odin scooped up a gold brick from the ground and hurled it toward Kyle's face. Thank you for your generosity, All-Father. Kyle caught the gold brick and stuffed it into his backpack, taking flight towards Hela's palace without further ado. He pressed his ear against Hela's subtly rounded belly, listening for the sound of their little one. It's still too early for movement. Are you leaving? If you don't hurry, your mouth 1T hold up. Hela replied, her face flushed. She began to regret her pregnancy. What was once a shared joy now felt burdensome, as only Kyle reveled in happiness while she toiled. Her voice slightly hoarse. In truth, Asgardians possess a much higher constitution than humans on Earth, and there is no need to conform strictly to earthly standards. How shy? The more I speak, the redder my face becomes, especially when Kyle gazes at me with those wide eyes. I feel as though I might bleed from embarrassment. It seems Kyle is too conservative. The elder sister truly is enchanting. The next morning, Kyle left under Odin's murderous glare. Remaining any longer would not be good for the child. As soon as he arrived on Earth, his phone began to ring incessantly. Just as he prepared to answer Stark's call, the phone froze. After a reboot, he discovered hundreds of missed calls from Stark. So idle are we? Upon connecting, he heard Jarvis's voice. Mr. Stacy, Mr. Stark requests your presence. No wonder there were so many missed calls. It appears Jarvis is hung up. Before Kyle could respond, Stark's voice chimed in. Brother, where have you been? How many calls did it take to reach you? Hurry to Malberry. I found something extraordinary. The call abruptly ended. 5 minutes later, Kyle stood in Tony's laboratory, gazing at a viscous substance on the experimental table. Is this the treasure you spoke of? The Antarctic vibranium was indeed Tony's recent triumph. Upon receiving news from Kyle, he dispatched robots to search, and after an uninterrupted fortnight of exploration, they finally located it, a vast subterranean lake of vibranium, a quantity that Tony could never exhaust in his lifetime. Now, he was fretting over how to store it, even contemplating constructing a house out of Antarctic vibranium. We've struck gold. If we sell it, we could dominate the global cash flow. Selling, of course, was out of the question. Once wealth reaches a certain threshold, it simply becomes a string of numbers. The irreplaceable nature of vibranium constitutes the true fortune. Antarctic vibranium starkly contrasts with the vibranium I previously acquired. Unlike ordinary vibranium, which absorbs vibrational waves, bestowing it with its indestructible attributes, Antarctic vibranium does the opposite. It does not absorb vibrational waves. Rather, it emits a unique vibrational wave that can dismantle the molecular structure of metals, transforming them into liquid, a reason for its fluid state. It can also be alloyed, though its defensive capabilities are slightly inferior to that of sound-absorbing vibranium. Is that so? Kyle was unaware of Antarctic vibranium's peculiarities and had assumed it was akin to Wakandan vibranium, given its inability to absorb vibrational waves. Antarctic vibranium's defensive strength pales in comparison to that of its Wakandan counterpart. When crafting armor from these two types of vibranium, one can withstand missile impacts without damage, while the other, although capable, subjects its occupant to tremendous force. For Tony, this posed no significant challenge. His armor, constructed from standard titanium alloys, could withstand tank shell hits. showcasing the excellence of his shock absorption technology. The alloy made from Antarctic vibranium, combined with Tony's unique shock absorption techniques, will be a perfect match. I'm experimenting to see if there's a way to control the vibrational waves emitted by vibranium. If successful, many Metallo products in the world will become obsolete. I feel a new title coming on. Iron Man seems rather unbefitting. What do you think of Magneto? He can control magnetic forces, while you can merely restrain metals, which is somewhat lacking. Very well then, perhaps God of Steel would suffice. Have Jarvis measure your body. As soon as I concoct the most suitable alloy, I'll begin crafting the armor. Thor has already been measured. You're the last one. I'll pass. Jarvis, search for Ghost Spider. Jarvis swiftly projected a three-dimensional image of Gwen in her spider suit. I'll make her suit as well. Wow, could this possibly be your little girlfriend? I have seen news reports, and she is indeed a striking young lady. Do not jump to conclusions. Once you discover her true identity, everything will become clear. Gwen's disguise holds no ground in front of Jarvis. A mere comparison of footprints would lead to her. In fact, Jarvis only required a few minutes to ascertain Gwen's identity. Gwen Stacy, is she your sister? No wonder her strength surpasses that of an ordinary person by several folds. Does she possess those extraordinary magical abilities like yours? No. Gwen transformed into this state after being bitten by a spider in a laboratory. It is commonly referred to as mutation. Gang Difa, is it really possible to acquire such superhuman physique from a spider's bite? Why does he spend his days researching battle armor, instead of simply finding a small creature to bite him? A Martian ferret? It is said that the effects can last around 8 hours. By the way, your RV will be modified in a couple of days. Would you like to stay here for a while? It would be a good opportunity to observe how the most brilliant minds on Earth operate. The reason Tony wants Kyle to stay is to utilize him as a tool for experimenting with the strength of vibranium alloy. That seems acceptable. After all, there's nothing to do at home. Chapter 84. Vibranium armor in the following days. Kyle fully embraced his role as a tool. Aside from occasionally testing the alloy's strength, he transformed into a transport truck driver, heading to Antarctica to collect the mined vibranium. Before long, Kyle could no longer bear it and directly stored the entire vibranium lake into his backpack, resulting in an inevitable overload of his inventory. He then requested Tony to create some containers to separate the liquid vibranium, leaving 1/5 for Tony and storing the rest in the hotel's warehouse. Safety was ensured, as there was no fear of theft, and Tony had no objections since it was Kyle's information that led to the discovery of the vibranium. Most importantly, having an excess meant that it would remain unused. Storing it externally would require building a warehouse and ensuring security. The thought of losing even a small amount would be distressing for several days. With Kyle, the most powerful being he knew, guarding it, there was no need to worry about theft. Spear of Holy Light Tony was rendered speechless upon witnessing the alloy plate perforated once again by the Spear of Holy Light. Regardless of how he altered the formula to enhance its strength, the outcome remained the same. Even when Tony utilized his cherished Wakandan vibranium, it still succumbed to a small puncture from a spear. Although the hole was tiny, not even the size of a finger, it had already breached the vibranium's defenses. Reflecting on this, he felt that the strength of the alloy he had created was commendable. You may retire for tea. Kyle's attack power is too high to serve as a reliable reference, and ultimately, it would be up to Tony's own test results. Watching Kyle lounge on the rooftop, sipping tea, Tony discreetly opened a hidden folder regarding Kyle's armor. Stark's intellect is unparalleled. He would surely devise a way to defeat Kyle, the mage, with his armor. Regrettably, progress on the anti-Kyle armor has, as of yet, been minimal. Tony has been diligently preparing for its creation, and if he can obtain the magical metal URU, as described by Thor, he will be confident in his ability to fabricate the anti-Kyle suit. Once completed, it will serve to demonstrate the prowess of technology to Kyle, while meticulously storing and analyzing the collected data to refine the alloy formula. Ultimately, after careful selection among hundreds of alloy combinations, one has been chosen as the material for the armor. The actual production of a suit will be straightforward, as it can be entrusted to the automated assembly line controlled by JARVIS. The first generation of anti-metal weaponry has also been completed, employing the simplest method, utilizing raw Antarctic vibranium placed within a device that isolates vibrational waves. When employed, a shielding cover is activated to direct the vibrational waves, thus transforming it into a weapon. A more effective method will be developed gradually, as there is no rush. Tony is confident that no challenge is insurmountable for him. Clang! Hey, Tony, is my thunder armor ready? I can hardly contain my excitement to try it on, Thor exclaimed, bursting through the door with exuberance. Clearly invigorated after a visit with Jane. Recently, Thor has been rallying himself to rekindle his relationship with Jane, spending his days assisting her in her laboratory. In essence, he is quite persistent. As the saying goes, a good woman fears not a man's tenacity, and he believes that eventually he will win her back. Thor's transformation has been significant. He is gradually adapting to the mundane life of an ordinary earthling. Aside from occasional tales of his past glories, he now considers himself an everyday individual. Jane Foster seems to appreciate this new demeanor. Just yesterday, she and Thor enjoyed a candlelit dinner, leaving him restless throughout the night. What promises may have been made today have certainly sent his adrenaline soaring. Several hours later, JARVI's automated factory came to a halt, presenting 3 suits of armor on the platform. Ivy, come quickly to see our new armors. Haha, I'll be first. Thor eagerly claimed his suit. The joy radiating from him was evident. Thor's armor was crafted by JARVIS to suit his combat preferences, being slightly more streamlined than Tony's Mark series, as Thor has no need for high-tech weaponry. The armor merely provides supplementary strength and defense. His weapon is the axe gifted by Kyle, reputed to be exceptionally comfortable to wield. Notably, Thor's armor lacks a helmet. He insists that a helmet would obstruct his flowing hair, indicating his evident concern for his appearance. Wow, this feels incredible. I'm off to meet Jane, and no need to leave the door open for me tonight. With that, Thor accelerated westward, eager to rendezvous with Jane in New York. On the platform, only 2 identical Mark series suits remained, one for Kyle and one for Tony. For Kyle, the armor serves merely as a collectible, its primary purpose being to adorn his home as a figurine. The new armor is merely an upgraded version of the previous Mark series, featuring a change in materials and the addition of an anti-metal weapon. Yet Tony is not particularly exhilarated. Instead, he feels a twinge of anxiety as a new dilemma presents itself: how to construct an armor for Gwen. Spider-Man is renowned for his agility, and it would be relatively straightforward for Tony to create a suit using Antarctic vibranium. However, being Tony Stark, he cannot simply forego the integration of advanced technology. This is the crux of the issue. Current technology does not allow for soft materials made from Antarctic vibranium to completely insulate against anti-metal oscillation waves. The technology requires metallic wiring, yet the present circumstances dictate that the metallic wires are prone to liquefaction, rendering them unusable. While crafting a hard armor akin to the Mark series could effectively block oscillation waves, it would simultaneously impair Spider-Man's agility. That would not be true to the character. Gwen would merely become a diminutive Iron Man, which contradicts her persona. Jarvis, Mr. Kyle, your RV has arrived at the entrance. It seems I must take my leave. Kyle stowed away the Mark figurine and set off in search of his new RV. With a sigh, Tony lost interest in further research and donned the new armor. Jarvis, does Pepper have any appointments this evening? Kyle also noticed the soaring armor, but had no time to engage, as all his focus was directed towards the RV. The transition from oil to electric may sound simple, merely converting the engine drive to electric, but in reality, the workload is substantial, especially given Tony's perfectionist attitude. The entire vehicle's modification is akin to building a new one from scratch. One must ponder, what could a completely electrified, new energy vehicle be transformed into? Welcome home. I am your vehicular assistant, Angel. Allow me to introduce myself. The interior of the vehicle felt rejuvenated, with an expanded space and the installation of a 3-projector system for cinematic enjoyment. Having fully transitioned from the mechanical era to the intelligent age, Kyle's favorite feature became the autonomous driving capability, allowing him to sleep comfortably while the vehicle navigated itself. Renamed Little AI, the name has been changed. Nice Little AI. Navigate to New York. Kyle reclined in the driver's seat, propping his legs on the dashboard while admiring the scenery outside. As he rolled down the window, a whiff of sulfur filled the air, and as the vehicle moved further, the road ahead revealed a chaotic scene. A motorcycle, ablaze, sped down the street. Chapter 85. Mephisto's big son Johnny Blaze sensed the piercing gaze behind him and abruptly turned to reveal a skull engulfed in hellfire. The flames in his eyes danced even more fervently upon seeing Kyle. Beep, beep, beep. A van surged past Kyle, obstructing the RV's path, and from the driver's window, a hand emerged, brandishing a phone to capture the spectacle of the Ghost Rider ahead. Judging by the arm's proportions, it was likely a woman. Thrill seekers are never in short supply around here. However, even if they filmed the incident, it would be futile, as SHIL. DS Cyber Department keeps a vigilant watch over such occurrences. Sky's heart raced with excitement, a feeling that was not easily quelled. Previously, she could only find faint traces of the enigmatic Flame Man online. But today, she finally witnessed him in person. Splendid. As a hacker, Sky was well aware of the government's control over the internet. Many videos of anomalous events had been erased. Her decision to join the tide was driven by a desire to uncover the hidden truths and to uphold the public's right to know. A right that should not be usurped. Just as Sky was reveling in her good fortune, the car began to slow down. Could it be? Had she actually forgotten to refuel? Seizing the moment before the power completely dissipated, she swerved the vehicle to the roadside. As the car jolted over small stones, parts clattered down, the cursed exhaust pipe having fallen off once again. It seemed she would need to save up for a new car. Meanwhile, she watched the Ghost Rider vanish from her sight, yet she found solace in the fact that she had captured the moment on video. Beep beep. Kyle observed everything clearly from behind. It was only when the two vehicles were parallel that he could discern the appearance of the van's driver, a young, mixed-race woman. There was an inexplicable familiarity about her, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. Kyle was certain he did not know anyone in California aside from Tony, leading him to conclude that he must have mistaken her for someone else. Do you need assistance? He called out, striving to lend a hand to the young woman of Easter descent. After all, he had chosen to drive back to New York himself to relish the joys of a road trip, and such predicaments were commonplace during travels. Sky exclaimed, "Thank you. My car has run out of fuel." Kyle looked at the exhaust pipe she held and remarked, "It seems there is more than just a fuel issue, isn't there? I could tell you for a bit. There's a gas station ahead." Thank you. I'm Sky. Your car is fantastic," she replied. Having grown up alone, her vigilance far surpassed that of the average person. Were it not for her current predicament, stranded with no help in sight, she would have been reluctant to accept Kyle's assistance. Even if it meant saving on a towing fee, she preferred to maintain a safe distance from strangers, as it was the best means of self-protection, especially considering that Kyle's vehicle exuded wealth. The formidable muscles of his car posed a significant threat. If danger arose, she would be defenseless. However, Kyle's Asian features provided a modicum of comfort. Nevertheless, when stepping out her car, Sky discreetly checked her bag for her pepper spray. Kyle, too, harbored a hint of racial bias. If Sky had been of African descent, he would have likely sped away without a second thought. It was only due to her Asian heritage that he felt compelled to offer assistance. After attaching the tow strap, they exchanged only a few words. After 5 kilometers, they reached a gas station where Kyle dropped Sky off, continuing on his journey. "Thank you, you're a lifesaver," Sky called out before hearing a few accented words in Chinese from Kyle. This confirmed that he was not truly of Chinese descent. His limited grasp of the language suggested he was likely a mixed-race second-generation individual. Returning his smile, Kyle started his vehicle, heading toward an old friend who awaited him up ahead. On the roadside, an elderly gentleman leaning on a cane was observing Kyle. Who else could it be but Mephisto himself? Old Mephisto, Kyle mused. Why have you descended from your infernal realm to earth? The vehicle sped past without pausing. Yet Mephisto vanished from sight, only to reappear in the passenger seat. With a sigh, Mephisto remarked, "I have come to search for my son." "What a nuisance," Kyle retorted. "Odin has not signed a contract with you. Shall I escort him to your hell for a little tour? Is this not an invitation for trouble? Calm yourself. I am not addressing you, but rather my foolish son, the Witch King, who has run away from home. I have come to retrieve him. Recently, the Fisk you sent down has been thriving in hell. Granted some authority, he has managed the underworld with remarkable efficiency, a rare talent indeed. The Witch King mistakenly believes he is my newly appointed heir and has sneaked out. He even brought along a few minor demons, and I am concerned he might create chaos. Hence, I thought it prudent to bring him back without causing any trouble for Counterattack. One should take Mephisto's words with a grain of salt. However, with Odin still alive, he is unlikely to pull any tricks. Then you ought to search for him swiftly," Kyle advised, "as Ancient One is currently rather idle. If you delay, the Witch King may be left with nothing but remnants." "Indeed," Mephisto acknowledged. "I spotted you on the road and took the opportunity to hitch a ride." "Ah, you seem rather unoccupied lately," Kyle noted. It appears you have come seeking trouble. As expected from that old demon. What do you intend to do? Nothing of great importance. I merely need your assistance in locating the Witch King. This task should be a piece of cake for you. Upon successful completion, a generous reward shall await you. Ah, I see. Seeking to use him as a mere tool. Kyle thought, though Mephisto possesses only a single avatar on Earth, his power is formidable. Subduing the Witch King would be but a trifling matter. Kyle recalled the Ghost Rider and the legend of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Centuries ago, Sanctum Sanctorum was a humble town inhabited by devout followers of God, eventually giving rise to a multitude of saints. Through subtle manipulation, Mephisto led the townsfolk to corruption, resulting in some saints descending into hell as his subordinates, while others remained sealed within the contract. Originally, he intended to exploit the malevolent spirits within the contract to open the gateway from hell to the mortal realm. But when Carter Slade attempted to collect the contract, he found the power too overwhelming and concealed it instead. This left Mephisto searching in vain for an extended period. And with the Ancient One present on Earth, he dared not conduct a vigorous search. Gradually, he lost hope. The Witch King, having caught wind of rumors, planned to resurrect hell on Earth using the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. Thus, upon hearing this, Mephisto hastily emerged to seek assistance. For he no longer dared to contemplate devouring the mortal realm. Let's not speak of the formidable figures. For the mere alliance of Doctor Strange and Odin suffices to quench his thirst for power. Moreover, with Hela reigning in Asgard and the emergence of a counterbalance on Earth, namely Kyle, should a confrontation arise, it is conceivable that his realm of hell might ultimately amalgamate with Hela's domain of Niflheim. The essence of a demon compels Mephisto to contemplate whether he might exploit the situation to his advantage. Acquiring Kyle's assistance without recompense would spare him the need to seek the Ghost Rider. For Mephisto is acutely aware that enlisting Johnny Blaze's aid invariably comes with stipulations, and the cost could very well entail the loss of yet another spirit of vengeance. Once the deed is accomplished, how would you fancy a dozen succubi as a reward? I assure you, the experience would be exhilarating. As for the individual you tasked me with overseeing, Matt Murdock, I have bestowed upon him 5 succubi, ensuring his every desire is met. As the saying goes, in this realm, one forgets their homeland. Would you care to reiterate your earlier sentiments in front of Hela? Alas, the hour grows late. Shall we not pause here for the night? Mephisto remains undeterred in his desire to gain Kyle's favor without compensation. You can foresee Johnny Blaze's arrival, yet remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the Witch King? Spare me the pretense. I am well aware of your capabilities. As the evening wanes, Kyle resolves to set up camp, eager to observe Mephisto's manipulative techniques, perhaps learning something useful for the future. This is but a mere fragment of my being, lacking the formidable strength of the Witch King's true form. Surely, I can best my own progeny. After all, I am a most powerful lord of hell. Engaging a Witch King should pose no difficulty. Yet the limitation lies in the fact that I am merely a projection. This aspect of Mephisto bears a name in the temple's defenses. Employing excessive power would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the enchantments. There's a high probability that this projection may not endure, though it would not affect the core essence. However, locating a suitable vessel for my true self is no simple task. Without my projection, how could I explore the wonders of Earth? I have long grown weary of my dominion in hell. Had I found a fitting substitute for my projection, I would have personally dealt with the Witch King, rather than seeking Kyle's assistance. Surely, you can select something from his collection? In a bid to persuade Kyle to act, Mephisto has unveiled a portion of his treasures. The Requiem of Rick Sat, the Messenger of Saccharum, the Opportunity of Saracen, the Holy Beetle of Atma, the Kaleidoscope of Mara, and the Soft Hat of Biggin. Regrettably, Kyle, being unversed in such matters, perceives these artifacts as mere trifles, thinking to himself that Mephisto's offerings are hardly impressive. What worthless trinkets are these? You are rather stingy. After all these years, is there not a single infinity stone among them? Best let your Ghost Rider seek these out himself. Upon concluding his remarks, Mephisto hastily retracted his offerings, declaring, Enough. Infinity stones, you say? Not only do I lack them, but even if I possessed them, they would not hold such value. If it were not for the fact that the Soul Judgment, I was ineffective against the witch's heart demon, there would be a legitimate fear that the Hell Knight could not contend with it. Should Johnny fail to defeat the witch's heart demon and inadvertently open the gates of hell, the Ancient One would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to his detriment. The contract signed with the Ancient One includes a clause that stipulates if the gates of hell manifest in the mortal realm, he would be in breach, leaving him vulnerable to the Ancient One's machinations. Thus, it is no wonder he sought out Kale to provide assistance. If he is unwilling to intervene, so be it. At worst, he could oversee the battle from the sidelines and lend a hand when the situation becomes dire. The most he would expend is a fraction of this avatar's lifespan, and there remains ample time to cultivate a new one. Out with the old, in with the new. Kale busied himself with a barbecue grill, preparing dinner, and said, "Old M.O., tell me about your son." Kale had grown increasingly fond of these familial tales. First Odin, now Mephisto. It seemed no son brought peace of mind. A sigh escaped the weary father, laden with unspoken heartache. It's perplexing. I have not been remiss in my treatment of him, having always nurtured him as my heir. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city, Johnny Blaze writhed in agony on the floor. The infernal flames within him surged forth, transforming him into the Hell Knight. Though the transformation alleviated some of his torment, it did not entirely dissipate. The flickering flames resembled an ailing fire, and a force compelled Johnny to venture outside. "Can I just sit still?" he muttered, as he mounted the battle chariot, shaking his head in an attempt to lessen the pain, stumbling as if inebriated. It was only upon exiting the city and nearing Mephisto that the anguish began to wane. Suddenly, a van at the roadside revealed a head, quickly revving its engine to follow suit. It was Skye, having repaired her vehicle and now chasing after him. Initially delayed by a lack of fuel, she was fortuitously back in pursuit. Skye's sole possession was this well-worn van, both her mode of transport and her home. The front seats were the only remnants of their original state, the rest having been repurposed into a makeshift bed, opposite a collection of screens and tangled wires. Her daily life revolved around this vehicle, which had begun to show signs of wear after years of service. There was no time to ponder such matters now. Her gaze was fixed on the flames ahead. Having just refueled, she was determined not to lose sight of him again. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other fumbled for her charging phone. Regrettably, the poor pixel quality of a nighttime shot rendered all images a blur. Meanwhile, Mephisto continued to lament as the battle approached its conclusion. 2 folding chairs were set before a barbecue, and the RV projected the film Angels and Demons. Mephisto spoke with fervor, nearly moved to tears, occasionally taking generous swigs from a bottle, embodying the frustration of a father wishing for his son to achieve greatness. Otherwise, Kyle would have believed in the indifference displayed by the sorceress after the demise of the Demon King. Such acting deserves an Oscar. You think it's easy for me? Once I perish, everything I possess will be left to him. Could you not be a tad more patient and stop creating trouble for me? To speak bluntly, when do you intend to die so that you may pass on the throne to your son? Hell shall not perish, nor will the Demon King. Look, yet another child being toyed with. The realm of hell must be destroyed before one can inherit the sorceress' mantle. How can one expect to be a perpetual prince? At least in Odin's domain, there are lifespan limitations. Thor has some hope. Yet here, with your infinite lifespan, you must wait until death to pass on the throne. The outcomes are twofold. Either hell is obliterated, leaving nothing to inherit, though can the sorceress truly survive the destruction of hell? Or, alternatively, Mephisto is defeated and the sorceress ascends. Yet, it seems improbable that one who cannot overcome Mephisto would succeed in such a venture. Is it not likely that she would perish shortly after taking the throne? Why do these powerful families enjoy toying with children? Suddenly, Johnny stumbled off his motorcycle, panting heavily, the hellfire on him nearly extinguished, leaving only a flicker on his hand. He approached Mephisto step by step. "Spare me, and you may reclaim this power." An experienced actor would never falter. He instantly transitioned from his earlier despondency into the demeanor of an aristocrat. "Very well, as long as you assist me with the task. The sorceress has come to the mortal realm to open the gates of hell. Preventing her from bringing back this sanctified contract will fulfill your wish. Should you doubt, we may even formalize a contract. Enough of this. Must I still trust you? The greatest error of my life was signing a pact with the devil. And now you suggest I sign another? Is that not akin to an old woman consuming arsenic and living too long?" Chapter 87. Sky Roar. The hellfire within Johnny reignited, blazing fiercely and dispelling his earlier lethargy. How did the heir of angels find himself entwined with devils? The heir of angels? Are you referring to me? It seems Kyle's mentor, Michael, truly, is an angel. In the Church of the Holy Order, he was revered. Previously, all paladins received divine blessings that could enhance their strength by fraction. As Michael's direct disciple, Kyle was unique. His skill panel boasted a rare passive skill, Michael's Blessing, which doubled the efficacy of his abilities. The spirit of vengeance residing within Johnny appears to be a deranged angel. No wonder his soul feels somewhat familiar. You should tend to your own affairs. My matters require no concern from you. All that transpired here was witnessed by Sky, perched atop a small hill, in the stillness of the night, where faint sounds could be heard, though too distant to discern their content. Her presence, in the eyes of Kyle and Mephisto, was akin to that of a mere rabbit, virtually unnoticed by anyone. Even if she were to be discovered, it would matter little, for what could an ordinary person accomplish? Sky lay atop a small hillock, shielding her phone's screen with her clothing, exposing only the camera for recording. Today's findings surpassed all her previous accumulations. The roar of a motorcycle engine heralded Johnny's departure as he set forth to trace the footsteps of the witch heart demon. Sky watched him leave, opting not to pursue Johnny Blazer any further. Given Johnny's current state, the two remaining individuals appeared to be the real prey. Thus, she chose to maintain her surveillance from her position. Yet, the two resumed their chatter, the delectable aroma of barbecued meat wafting through the air, provoking a rumble from Sky's stomach, though fortunately, it did not disturb Kyle or Mephisto. Their conversation seemed endless. Did they not feel fatigue? Before long, Sky's eyelids began to battle against one another. She had intended to sleep before encountering the Ghost Rider, yet lying still only intensified her drowsiness, and she drifted into slumber unbeknownst to herself. She awoke once more, roused by the blinding sunlight. Her phone had long since powered down, leaving her uncertain as to whether her video had been saved. A glance at the van behind her, laden with all her belongings, offered her reassurance. Upon looking below, she noted that only Kyle's RV remained. Sky stealthily approached the front of the RV and peered through the glass, where she beheld Kyle in a deep slumber. Returning to her own van, she freshened up and rummaged through her storage box for a piece of bread to satiate her hunger. After contemplating for a moment while gazing at the RV, she decided to park her vehicle beside it. Yesterday, Kyle had assisted her with a tow, and having interacted with him, Sky felt he would likely be amiable. Furthermore, the legend surrounding the Ghost Rider and folklore painted him not as a villain, which emboldened Sky. She resolved to wait for Kyle to awaken, hoping to glean more information. However, Kyle had only succumbed to sleep as dawn approached, thanks to Tony's modifications. The RV's comfort had increased significantly, and a new mattress ensured that Kyle slept soundly. Sky felt hesitant to knock on the door. The vehicle's intelligent assistant perceived her as a harmless passerby and would not alert Kyle without a knock. Time passed from morning until midday, yet Kyle remained asleep. Sky, munching on her bread and sipping mineral water, fixated on the RV board, she began to research Kyle's background, quickly obtaining his information through the RV's license plate. A shareholder in Stark Industries and Oscorp. No wonder he could afford such a luxurious vehicle. As she delved deeper, she discovered that, like herself, Kyle was an orphan. The distinction lay in his fortunate adoption into a loving family, while she was left with nothing but the word pitiful to describe her existence. Had Sky possessed a sharper memory, the name of the orphanage, Michelle, would have revealed Kyle's identity to her. This was a time she preferred not to recall. With only faint memories of being a small child among others of similar age, enduring a long journey to California. The first person to purchase her was a drunkard, a man who took pleasure in violence when intoxicated, until one fateful day, in a drunken stupor, he accidentally killed a woman. Sky was once again sent to an orphanage by the police, and the new director of the orphanage was no better. He exploited abandoned children to solicit donations from kind-hearted individuals. 2 years later, the fraudulent donation scheme was exposed, and the orphanage was merged into a new facility. The merged orphanage, already lacking in funds, struggled even more with the influx of children. It was not long before Sky encountered her adoptive parents, a couple of financiers who treated her decently. Just as she thought happiness had arrived, her adoptive parents declared bankruptcy and tragically took their own lives, leaving her once again alone. After spending 6 months back in the orphanage, she was adopted by a couple of addicts who only knew how to indulge in their vices, turning their home into a squalid environment. Worse still, they provided little food for Sky, their sole purpose in adopting her being to exploit government assistance to fund their drug habits. Unable to endure the hunger, Sky fled back to the orphanage. She then endured a cycle of being adopted by a pair of alcoholics and another couple of delinquents, repeating this pattern until at the age of 8, she was taken in by a retired couple. Those days were the happiest of Sky's life. The elderly couple, having never had children due to health issues, treated her with exceptional kindness. It was during this time that they changed her name from Daisy to Sky. However, as the saying goes, misfortune often seeks out the unfortunate. At 16, Sky's adoptive parents both passed away due to illness. She found herself alone once more, as her adoptive parents, already retired and in poor health, left behind little inheritance. The cost of their funeral was covered by selling their house, and with the remaining money, she moved into a dormitory at school. After graduating high school 2 years later, she could not afford the exorbitant college tuition. Sky's tumultuous upbringing left her with few friends. She preferred solitude, often feeling out of place during conversations about parents, which gradually led to her social isolation. Fortunately, with the advent of the internet, she discovered her aptitude for technology, quickly mastering hacking skills. She purchased a dilapidated van to serve as her mobile home, spending her days immersed in the study of hacking. To this day, her life continues in this manner. When funds run low, she helps others resolve issues online to earn a modest living, enjoying a life of freedom and independence. Recently, her hacking talents caught the attention of a rising organization, which invited her to join their ranks. Sky was intrigued by their mission to uncover truths concealed by the government, and she had witnessed firsthand the emergence of the enigmatic figure known as the Flame Man, igniting her desire to delve deeper into these secrets. Chapter 88. Familiar strangers upon awakening. Kyle stretched and patted the mattress, nodding in approval. Little AI, where did you purchase this mattress? Please order another set for my bed at home. Already ordered, came the reply. It was evident that only someone like Tony, a privileged heir, could truly appreciate such comforts. As he prepared to step out and stretch, he opened the door to see a familiar van. Hey, Sky, he greeted with a warm smile, though inwardly he was exasperated, having waited nearly a day for her arrival. Hello, it seems we are quite fated to meet. Is waiting from morning until now, for in the afternoon, truly fate? I haven't yet had the chance to thank you for assisting me with the towing. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal? Upon saying this, Sky immediately regretted it, realizing that her entire savings might not even suffice for a coffee among the affluent, and that her hard-earned money was intended for a new vehicle. Nonetheless, in pursuit of gathering more information, she resolved to endure with the van a little longer. It is only natural to lend a hand when one encounters difficulties while away from home. However, the primary reason was that Kyle did not favor the meals served at restaurants. Nothing could compare to the deliciousness of home-cooked Chinese cuisine. I have managed to keep my wallet safe, yet I worry that I may not be able to deepen our connection and obtain information about the fiery individual. It seems I must devise other means. By the way, I still do not know your name. Are you traveling? Reflecting on the information she had just discovered, she felt a twinge of guilt. You may call me Kyle. As for traveling, that could be considered accurate. This vehicle was modified with the help of a friend, and I intend to enjoy the scenic views on my way back. Sky could hardly fathom the extravagant world of the wealthy. One must traverse coasts merely to modify a car. The more she looked at Kyle, the more a sense of familiarity emanated from him, and upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome. Have we met somewhere before? You seem so familiar. Sky had always believed that one of her biological parents must be from Huagua and had been self-studying Mandarin to learn about that world, waiting for the day she could afford to search for any news about her birth parents. It has been a long time since anyone has said that to me. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I heard such words. Under the radiance of the holy light, I am surrounded by familiar faces, and everyone seems recognizable. I recall you mentioned a phrase in Chinese yesterday. Are you of Chinese descent? With mixed heritage, it is highly probable you are a second-generation Chinese. Sky replied, perhaps so. As an orphan, I too wish to know who my biological parents are. How serendipitous that we share this experience. I too am unaware of my birth parents. Are you learning Mandarin with the intention of seeking them in the East? Sky responded, that is indeed a consideration, but as you know, not everything can proceed as planned. That is true. Life often presents us with many disappointments, and we need not force fate. It will reveal itself in due time. Kyle, being an experienced orphan, had a share of luck. In his first life, he had good brothers, enjoying a happy upbringing in both Arad and Marvel. Compared to others in the orphanage, Kyle had already reached the pinnacle. It is quite hot outside. Would you like to come sit in my car for a while? It has air conditioning. Who wouldn't relish the comfort of air conditioning? If Sky hadn't parked the van in the shadow of the RV, she certainly wouldn't have lasted this long. Wow. As she gazed at the decor within the RV, Sky found herself feeling somewhat uneasy, restless, fearing she might dirty the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Tea or a soft drink? Gurgle. Having nibbled on only 2 pieces of bread from morning until now, Skaya's stomach had long since begun to protest. Perfect timing. I just woke up and haven't eaten anything yet either. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? I assure you, they surpass the authenticity of those found in typical Chinese restaurants. As he spoke, Kyle began to wash vegetables and prepare the meal. Sky, captivated by the sight of him cooking, found himself entranced. A man who can cook is undeniably charming, and he had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit. The tantalizing aroma made him unconsciously swallow hard. Although Sky had tried Chinese cuisine before, he had never witnessed the cooking process firsthand, and he was astonished by the mouth-watering scents that wafted through the air. It was no wonder that no other cuisine could compete with the excellence of Chinese fare. Half an hour later, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish emerged from the kitchen. Spicy stir-fried tofu, braised pork, and spicy chicken, each a perfect companion for rice. This one's a bit spicy. If you can't handle it, don't try it, Kyle warned. Sky, clutching his bowl of rice, fixed his gaze intently on the dishes before him. All right then, let us dig in. In silence, they both indulged in the meal, with Sky ravenous and unable to resist the delicious food. Seeing his culinary creations so well received only heightened Kyle's own appetite. With 3 plates and half a pot of rice completely devoured, they left no remnants behind. Tossing the plates and bowls into the dishwasher as they settled on the sofa, each holding a bottle of soda to aid digestion. With their bellies full, Sky found himself in a daze, momentarily lost in thought, and after some time, he recalled the earlier events, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He finally remembered the purpose of his visit to Kyle and hurriedly pulled out his phone to access the video he had recorded the previous day. You know him, right? I saw you with an elderly gentleman and a fireman last night, he said, his expression serious, as if to assert that he possessed irrefutable evidence against any deceit. The fireman? So, you sought him out specifically for the ghostwriter. But where exactly were you hiding last night that I didn't notice? Kyle pondered aloud. Indeed, the government has erased information about such individuals, but regardless of the reasons, the public deserves the right to know the truth rather than have it concealed. Sky articulated passionately, as it was only natural for the people here to harbor deep-seated distrust of the government. The video is a bit blurry. You should consider using a better camera. But, as a girl, aren't you afraid of encountering a flaming skeleton? How could a race that flinches at the sight of a cockroach show such interest in the ghostwriter? Sky questioned. Why should I be scared? Online, you can find information about the fireman fighting against wrongdoers. I believe I can consider myself a good person. Wait a moment, Sky exclaimed as he dashed back to his van to retrieve his laptop. He intended to showcase to Kyle the online forum discussions regarding the ghostwriter, only to discover that the posts had already been deleted and the accounts responsible for them had been deactivated. I anticipated this outcome. Thankfully, I saved everything on my external hard drive. He connected it and opened the images and videos for Kyle to see. You know the fireman, don't you? Who was the elderly man you spoke with last night? The fireman seemed to show him great respect, perhaps out of fear. Sky gazed at Kyle with eager, inquisitive eyes. Chapter 89. In Kyle's eyes, Sky was merely an ordinary individual. These matters were none of her concern. Knowing too much could only lead to unnecessary troubles without any means to effect change. Are you certain you wish to know? Although the government of this nation has never valued the lives of ordinary people, conducting human experiments with free vaccines and testing nuclear weapon radiation on soldiers, they still conceal such bizarre occurrences to prevent unrest. Knowing too much is not a blessing. Sky retorted, so, one might die mysteriously in some strange incident? Fine, since you're so eager to know, I shall share it with you. But do not blame me if you find yourself sleepless with fear after uncovering the truth. Moreover, the so-called flame man you mentioned might be a mystery even to the government. How could that be? If they were unaware, why would they erase traces from the internet? Sky found this hard to believe, as in her mind, the government's authority was absolute. As he lit a cigarette, Kyle prepared to indulge in his theatrics. I may not know much, but they might truly be ignorant of this matter. The entity you refer to as the Flame Man is likely a harbinger from hell, a vengeful spirit knight. The name itself suggests a terrifying truth. If you regret knowing, it's not too late to turn back. Sky regarded him with skepticism, incredulous that in this modern age, one would still weave tales of mythology. Even if it's not some technological phenomenon, you could attribute it to mutation. Do you think I am a child to be entertained with fables? That old man last night was the formidable Lord of Hell, Mephisto, a name you ought to recognize. While there may be discrepancies in the myth, it should give you an inkling of his nature, or rather, his demonic essence. I have heard these tales recounted by the director countless times. Sky rolled her eyes, having long ago worn out the stories found in orphanage tale books. She had heard every kind of myth imaginable. You see, I told you I wouldn't believe you. I mentioned from the outset that the truth is absurd, and yet you continue to spin your yarns. All right, then continue, Sky urged, intrigued to see if he could weave a complete narrative. After all, she was simply idling away her time. The origin of the vengeful spirit knight lies within a race known as the spirits of vengeance. Long ago, God dispatched them. Kyle transitioned from tales of God to discussions of heaven and angels, then delved into hell and the war against Satanos, drawing parallels to many folk legends. What might be considered mythology in popular culture was deemed history within the confines of Kamathai. Kyle himself was unsure where he found the patience to narrate such tales. Yet he felt an inexplicable urge to share something with this girl, her curiosity compelling him to comply. Sky interjected, "And what of your identity? How is it that you converse with Mephisto? Are you Satan or God? You speak of vengeful spirits and mad angels as if they were real." Just as she began to find some credibility in his words, she cast her doubts aside. If what he claimed were true, what role did he play in this grand narrative? The sacred son of the Holy Church, the sole disciple of the revered Saint Michael, the earthly emissary of the Holy Light, the esteemed Archmage as confidant, the son-in-law to Odin, the Lord of the Nine Realms, and the husband of the Goddess of Death. Hela, what is all this? I cannot comprehend. Who is the esteemed Archmage? I am familiar with Odin, the king of the gods in Norse mythology. One ought to read more when crafting tales, or at least conduct a Google search. Hela is undeniably the offspring of Loki and a giantess. How could she possibly be Odin's child? With a hint of irritation, Sky opened the introduction page of Norse mythology and thrust it before Kyle. Not knowing is one thing, but refusing to learn is quite another. In reality, how could mythology be expected to mirror itself perfectly? Loki is indeed Hela's brother. This is veering off course. Loki should be Odin's brother, as they are sworn brothers. Are you not concerned that the followers of Norse beliefs might come to challenge you for such claims? At this moment, Kyle harbored not a shred of belief in what was being said, observing the finely dressed individual before him. He marveled at how his words resembled those of a lunatic. Does she perceive me as a fool? To deceive with mythological tales, or perhaps concocting his own version? Unbeknownst to them, they had spoken until sunset, and a barbecue grill was set up in the open space. Sky was skewering meat while Kyle ignited the fire, indulging in food, drink, and conversation. Even deceiving children requires a semblance of coherence. Monastics do not speak in falsehoods. TCH, then tell me, what are the names of the other lords of hell? How would I know? They are far too insignificant for me to remember. Oh, do not speak so grandly. With your physique, should you encounter the demon lord of hell, a mere finger could extinguish you. Add more chili. Underestimating me. I am merely a humble believer of the holy light. The holy light, you say? What mythological system does that belong to? It wouldn't happen to derive from some African tribe, would it? Sky wore an expression of disbelief. Out of courtesy for the meal, she begrudgingly became an audience. Listening to others boast can indeed be a form of amusement. Slurp. After finishing, he went to the fridge to take whatever he desired. Then, Sky reappeared from the RV, carrying several bottles of beer. The current atmosphere, combined with the barbecue, was indeed fitting for a drink. Here, let us split this. Sky pushed half of the beer toward Kyle. No, I cannot hold my liquor. You drink it. Are you not a man? I, a woman, am unafraid of intoxication. What are you afraid of? Get drunk and sleep it off, and you'll emerge a new man. Just a little. I cannot have too much. Kyle, for reasons unbeknownst to him, agreed to drink. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. All right, where were we? Heaven. Ah, yes. Heaven, which has long been hidden away. Who knows where? Look, after just a sip of alcohol, you're already losing your composure. If there is no heaven or hell, the world would surely be turned upside down. That is a deity. Can it simply cease to exist? Next time, Craft a more complete tale. I speak nothing but the truth. Heaven was exiled long ago by Odin. Such audacity. You must tread carefully with such words. For the followers of God are numerous, over 3.5 billion believers, each capable of drowning you in a mere droplet of disdain. Recently, miraculous events have transpired on the island of the Forsaken. Should you continue with such rhetoric, one might indeed seek retribution. Add more spice to your discourse, for it lacks flavor. Kale continued with a sprinkle of chili powder, asserting, "What is God to me? It is the supreme deity I fear." Ah, how we strayed from the point. Are you at a loss for words, resorting to myths I cannot comprehend? You have chosen the wrong audience. I have studied the Chinese language and am well acquainted with the supreme deity. You cannot deceive me. With an open palm, he lamented, "It is true. Yet no one believes me. What can be done? You wear a cross around your neck, albeit inverted. You are a disciple of Satan, which explains your sentiments." Sky, upon noticing the cross hanging from Kale's neck, produced a similar one from her chest, stating, "I possess one too, though I do not worship Satan." Forgiveness? What? Chapter 90, Daisy Transformed. Forgiveness? Are you familiar with this? Time has elapsed, and Sky was but a child then. The years have nearly obscured the name from her memory. The term forgiveness instantly rekindled distant memories, marking the first time Sky felt the warmth of sunlight. This was the sole item she had preserved over the years. She recalled that the boy, like her, bore yellow skin, and his Chinese name contained the character Kai with the surname Li. This inspired her to adopt the name Sky. The warmth of her first sunlit experience would forever remain etched in her mind. Looking again at Kale, yellow skin, "Kai, you," Sky stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon hearing the name Li Erniu from Kale's lips, Sky was convinced he was her son, and she could not restrain her tears. "Is it truly you, little Daisy?" Kale's heart surged with excitement. The helplessness of childhood memories flooded back. After years of searching without success, he had feared the worst. He had even inquired with the Ancient One, but the Time Stone revealed no trace of Kale, rendering him unable to ascertain Sky's whereabouts. Now, a living person before him, transformed into a young woman. How could he not be exhilarated? No wonder George's inquiries about Daisy led him astray. He never anticipated she would change her name. "How have the years treated you? After settling in with George, I sought you out, but you had moved. When I finally located you, they had lost you, and I could find no further clues." Sky recounted, "I only remember being crammed into a vehicle with a group of children for what felt like an eternity, and then we arrived in California." As Sky shared her experiences over the years, Kale felt a deep pang of sympathy. In comparison, his life at George's had been akin to paradise. When Sky was recently abducted to California, she sought to find Kyle, but her tender age rendered her unable to recall his name fully. When she approached the authorities, her inability to articulate her plight led to her being returned to the orphanage. Now, those memories are as vivid as if they transpired yesterday, with the two embracing, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. It took them a while to regain their composure. Kyle gazed at Sky's modest mobile home, his brow furrowed. He too had endured hardships. Yet those experiences in his homeland, though arduous, were far more bearable than the plight of the underprivileged in this country. At least in his homeland, one could strive to alter their circumstances. Here, the lower class remains eternally ensnared in its plight, though there exists a so-called welfare system, providing the impoverished with monthly allowances that allow them to subsist without starving. Such a life is fraught with limitations. Any glimmer of recovery is swiftly extinguished by nightmares. Opportunities do not fall from the sky. The free medical care, insurance, and assistance offered by welfare are merely forms of deferred consumption. If one were to remain passive and rely solely on these benefits, it would be one thing, but the moment they acquire any wealth, the welfare system promptly revokes support, inundating them with bills. Winning $5 million in the lottery might not even suffice to settle past debts. All these burdens would be cast aside. "What? No. This is all my possessions," Kyle interrupted, gesturing towards the RV. "You can move your important belongings inside. This vehicle is yours." Sky was struck by an overwhelming wave of joy. Was this the sensation of being pampered by a benefactor? It felt utterly exhilarating. "Never mind, let us just discard everything. Whatever you lack, I'll take you to buy it. Let go of the past and prepare to embrace a beautiful future." "Huh? Oh." With no means to resist, Sky surrendered to the moment. The habit of frugality prevented her from discarding the van outright. Instead, it was towed to a recycling station where it was sold. leaving her with $200 in hand, delighting in her newfound fortune. As the RV entered the city, its speed diminished, and Sky began to witness the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. They took what they desired with ease. Although she couldn't afford the flagship store, this location was within reach. Kyle pushed 2 shopping carts behind her, while Sky filled them with items without a second thought. "You are so wonderful, Kyle. I wish I had found you sooner," she exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of Gwen's exuberance. Their original intent was to shop for clothing at a luxury boutique. But upon seeing the price tags, Sky refused to enter, opting instead to raid the supermarket for essentials. They filled 2 carts with clothing and another with daily necessities and cosmetics. As they passed the electronics section, Sky hesitated, shyly toying with her fingers. Can I buy a computer? I had to toss my old one. Several would be no issue at all. I told you. You could take the entire supermarket if you wished. You have returned. However, I suggest you make do with just 2 devices for now. On another day, I shall request a high-end model from Stark. To boast, the combined computational power of all the electronic devices here may not even rival that of the RV's onboard system. Admittedly, that may be somewhat of an exaggeration. While the RV is indeed impressive, there is no need to flaunt its computational prowess. Sky, boastful are we? Do you even know what computational power is? Just wait. Once we're back in the car, I shall present you with a surprise, and you will understand. Kyle, having once been a programmer, is somewhat familiar with hardware. Upon returning to the vehicle, the 2 nestled on the sofa, each savoring a bowl of ice cream. Sky gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery and the empty driver's seat, remarking, "Is this vehicle truly so remarkable? Isn't autonomous driving merely a product of laboratory experiments?" Stark's technology is beyond your imagination. His inventions are years ahead of their time. Xiao AI, please introduce your capabilities. Xiao AI. This system is derived from Mr. Stark's intelligent assistant, Jarvis. Indeed, the recently purchased laptops pale in comparison to the onboard system. Who could have anticipated the presence of artificial intelligence within an RV? Upon learning this, Sky realized that her once prized hacking skills were trivial in the presence of Stark's genius. While she toiled away at the keyboard to breach websites, Stark, a high-end player, could simply utter a command, and the artificial intelligence would resolve the issue autonomously. The disparity between genius and the ordinary is as vast as a chasm. Upon arriving in New York, Sky was eager to introduce Kyle to George and Helen. The elderly couple was overjoyed to see Sky, astonished that after all these years, they could still find her. They insisted that Sky stay for a few days. Had it not been for Sky's abrupt disappearance all those years ago, they might have adopted her from the orphanage. Sky politely declined, still harboring feelings for Kyle, but feeling quite unfamiliar with George and Helen. She sensed a certain discomfort in their company. "Helen, you must bring Sky back often." "Understood, Mom." After dinner, they bid farewell to the elderly couple and reboard the RV. Sky's cheeks flushed. Helen's warmth still lingered. "Your family is truly happy." "Indeed, and you will soon be a part of it. Helen's culinary skills are exceptional. You shall surely fall in love with her cooking." This was indeed the case. The delightful dishes from the dinner table lingered in Sky's memory. Upon entering the underground parking lot of the Starry Building, Sky witnessed the joy of the affluent. The parking area was replete with luxury vehicles, as if they were free to accumulate. If a car thief were to appear, he would likely revel in the abundance here. Chapter 91. The Power of Forgiveness. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and Sky, holding the key, walked ahead while Kyle trailed behind, laden with luggage. "You go ahead and familiarize yourself with the new home. You may choose from the 2 guest rooms." "Yes, I'm quite excited. It has been many years since I last resided in a house with walls." As the door creaked open, it was no surprise to see the living room filled with an array of fitness equipment, shedding light on the reason behind Kyle's impressive physique. Approaching the glass window in the living room, she became entranced by the breathtaking night view outside. Upon stepping inside and taking in the surroundings, Sky found herself momentarily speechless. Was a lifestyle of the affluent truly so unadorned? Gazing at the rooftop garden, swimming pool, and the trellis adorned with grapes, she sat in a lounge chair, feeling the gentle breeze while overlooking the dazzling skyline of New York. "How about I send you off to university? Let George write a letter of recommendation. You can choose from various programs at several universities in New York." At just under 21 years of age, attending university was hardly too late for Sky. Given her interest in computer science, pursuing further studies would be beneficial, allowing her to engage in something she was passionate about, thus avoiding monotony in the future. Really? Can I go? She asked, her excitement palpable. Of course, you must believe in the power of a police chief's recommendation. Sky nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a little chick. If this offer were made 2 years later, she might have hesitated, as typically, individuals her age would not yet have graduated from university. Recently, she had become acutely aware of her inadequacies in hacking skills, primarily due to her weak foundational knowledge, lacking the systematic education that those who attended university possessed. Especially after witnessing Stark's technological prowess, she felt even more inadequate. Yet, she reassured herself that those foundational aspects were merely one facet. The knowledge not imparted by formal education was something she believed she excelled in. All right, quickly tidy up your room. Kyle refrained from intervening as Sky organized her space. The pressing matter was to take a shower. For the RV shower could not compare to the comfort of a large bathtub at home. After showering, she recalled an important task that remained unaddressed. A cross pendant appeared in her hand, an essential item for family members that needed to be arranged. Originally crafted for Gwen's use, it unexpectedly came in handy today. Passing by the mirror, she caught sight of her reflection and hurriedly wrapped herself in a towel. Having grown accustomed to the habit of wandering around her home in a state of undress, Sky had just finished tidying her room, beads of sweat clinging to her hair, when she heard Kyle's voice. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Kyle, draped in a towel. Is there something you need? His impressive 8-pack abs were undeniably captivating, and she felt a sudden urge to reach out and touch them, particularly when Kyle playfully pinched her cheek. She braced herself for something inappropriate. Her ears, hidden beneath her hair, flushed crimson. Kyle then removed the pendant from her neck and replaced it with a golden cross pendant. It is a family tradition. You cannot be an exception. Remember to wear it at all times, even while bathing. Oh, Sky exclaimed, retreating in her room and shutting the door, taking deep breaths of fresh air, grateful she had restrained herself from reaching out. How could abs be so enticing? Get some rest. Kyle, unaware of any underlying tension, assumed Sky was merely fatigued from her tidying efforts. The gaze was captivated by the weapon of forgiveness in hand. It was unexpected that Master Michelle possessed such a formidable weapon. Was this a reflection of his expectations for his disciple? Forgiveness, level 100. Type cross. Intelligence, 300. Strength, 300. Spirit, 300. When attacking, an additional damage increase of 14 is granted. Skill attack power, 36. Physical and magical independent attack power, 36. Physical critical hit rate, 8. Magical critical hit rate, 8. Attack speed, 16. Movement speed, 16. Casting speed, 24. Holy Light Revenge, 5. Holy Light Guardian, 5. Honor Blessing, 5. Apocalypse Pearl, 3. Honor Blessing grants physical, magical, and independent attack power, 20. Honor Blessing increases strength and intelligence by 12. Apocalypse Pearl increases strength and intelligence by 26. Guardian S Grace increases health and spirit by 199. Duration of all skills increased by 1,000. This was the first time Kyle had encountered such a powerful weapon. Was the level 100 version of the poison milk powder equipment this outrageous, or was it only forgiveness that possessed such attributes? Forgiveness gradually restored itself to a height equal to that of a person, feeling heavy in his grasp, yet lacking any perceivable attribute enhancements. Salivating was futile, his level was insufficient, and the road ahead was long, with a great distance still to reach level 100. Speaking of which, if Master could wield such a powerful weapon, how high must his own strength be? Could a mere sip from him potentially unleash explosive power? In the following days, Kyle diligently prepared an array of delectable dishes to compensate for Sky, while simultaneously managing her enrollment procedures. The school had been chosen, the Empire State University where Gwen studied, although they were not in the same department. Gwen was pursuing a biology major, while Sky continued her studies in computer technology, her forte. Sky had not been idle either. Ever since Stark delivered a high-end host, she had commandeered the RV and begun her renovations. The entire lounge area had been dismantled, and the walls were adorned with various screens as she tirelessly typed away day and night. Each time Kyle called her for meals, she was reluctant to emerge, prompting Kyle to personally deliver food to the RV. Eventually, Kyle resorted to cooking in the RV kitchen just to provide her with a warm meal. It was an easy task. Ha, splendid. Never had he engaged in such a prosperous endeavor. Finally, the last dish was prepared and served for dinner. All right, hurry over to eat. You cannot stay up late tonight. Do you understand? You need to report to school tomorrow. If this continues, I will have Stark lock your permissions. Oh no. In recent days, Sky had effortlessly dominated the hacker realm using Stark's private server's immense computing power, as if slaying chickens. Having tasted such a luxurious lifestyle, who would wish to return to the old days of kidnapping meat chickens for stolen computing power? Pleading was of no avail. Chapter 92. The Lizard Man Kana's early the next morning, Kyle personally drove Sky to school for registration. Upon arrival, he handed the car keys to Sky, declaring, "This vehicle is now yours. If you perform well at school, I shall procure a small supercomputer exclusively for you." Overjoyed, Sky immediately embraced Kyle, exclaiming, "I adore you, Kyle." Suddenly, a tremendous crash shattered the warm atmosphere as a massive green figure burst through the window. The Hulk? No, it was a lizard man. Sky relished such scenes and promptly whipped out his phone to capture the moment. It's the Ghost Spider. I've heard of her reputation in California. I recall that she is an honorary officer of the NYPD. Could George help me secure an autograph photo? Moreover, I wish to interview her, if possible. Interview? Are you looking to join the Horn Call daily? In the midst of their conversation, the lizard man charged into the classroom, engaging in a fierce tussle with Gwen, equipped with a maximized evasion rate, remained unscathed. Meanwhile, other students fled the building in a panic, shouting, "Help! Run! The lizard has come to life." Yet among the chaos, Kyle noticed a darker-skinned individual bravely moving against the tide. Is he going to rescue someone? Has he grasped the Buddhist principle that saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda? Kyle wondered, perplexed. Why does the lizard man's laughter seem increasingly deranged? And why is he undressing? Instinctively, Kyle covered Sky's eyes and admonished, "Look away. It's too shocking." "What's wrong?" Sky inquired. It wasn't he until the dark-skinned man received a hefty slap from the lizard man's tail that he appeared satisfied and departed. All is well now. The battle between Gwen and the lizard man persisted. She hesitated to strike, sensing familiarity in the creature. Fearful that an attack might trigger her pendant-esque retaliation against the lizard man Ghost Spider, "I harbor no desire to harm you. I seek revenge. And you're not my target. I advise you to refrain from meddling." The raspy voice resonated with Gwen, reinforcing her belief that this lizard man was indeed someone she knew. It seemed the lizard man was not intent on causing grievous harm. Nor did he attack the fleeing students. He appeared to be searching for someone. "As an honorary officer of the police department, I possess the authority to prevent your criminal actions. Any grievances can be addressed with the police, who will assist you." Assist? Only I can help myself." Gwen noticed a familiar figure outside, her pupils narrowing as she reached into her suit, retrieving the pendant and tossing it to Kyle. "Now I can unleash my full potential. Then I shall take you to the police station for questioning." Gwen swiftly ensnared the lizard man in webbing, resembling a silkworm. However, the lizard's tail proved a slippery escape route, sending Gwen flying. Witnessing the fury in Kyle's eyes, he felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash a devastating attack. Yet he restrained himself upon confirming that Gwen was unharmed. If memory serves me correctly, the lizard should be Connors, Gwen's current teacher. I recall the scenes from the film depicting the confrontation between Spider-Man and the lizard. Yet, that might not be entirely accurate, as Gwen is now Spider-Man, and circumstances may have shifted. Within the confines of the academic building, the lizard broke free from his restraints upon hearing the wailing sirens outside. Casting a fierce glance at Gwen, he retreated into the restroom to escape through the sewer. Gwen, choosing not to pursue him further, briefed the arriving officers on the situation before hurrying to an unoccupied classroom to change back into her civilian attire. "What are you two doing here?" she inquired. "I brought Sky to report," George replied. "I fear today may not proceed as planned." "Have you seen Gwen anywhere?" The voice of her concerned father echoed in Kyle's ear. George rushed over to the school the moment he learned of the incident. Observing the destruction of the building filled him with worry, though he felt relief that Spider-Gwen arrived in time to prevent significant injuries. The only student who perished appeared to be blissfully clutching a long tail, seemingly having suffered no pain before the end. Just then, Gwen emerged from the academic building after changing. "Are you hurt?" George asked, his face etched with concern as he scanned her for any signs of blood. No, I was in a very safe hiding spot. That's a relief." Her father sighed. "Classes will surely be canceled today. You should return with Kyle and the others." At that moment, Gwen noticed Sky beside Kyle, particularly the familiar pendant around her neck, one that every family member possessed. And who might this be? Kyle responded, "This is Sky. Her former name was Daisy. You should recognize her now." "Hello," Sky greeted. "Ah, I know you." Gwen often heard that name during her childhood, but it gradually vanished from family discussions by the time she reached middle school. "I've lost count of how many times I've heard about Daisy and Kyle. You two will be attending the same school from now on." Kyle cheerfully introduced Sky, eager to foster a bond between them. However, Sky noticed Gwen's gloomy demeanor and assumed she must dislike her, remaining silent as she departed. "Does Gwen dislike me?" Sky pondered. "That can't be right. Gwen is generally quite amiable. Perhaps the events at school today have unsettled her." Gwen was indeed discontent, feeling unenthusiastic about the situation. In terms of time, she and Kyle had known each other long before her birth. Had Kyle not been adopted, perhaps they would have spent these years together, sparing Gwen from so many trials. Alone in her car, she tapped her fingers restlessly on the steering wheel as she awaited the traffic light, her expression betraying her myriad concerns. It wasn't that she resented Sky for coming to claim Kyle. After years of exposure, Gwen understood Sky's significance in Kyle's life and held no objections. Throughout her journey, Gwen contemplated the lizard's identity, pondering why his voice resonated with such familiarity. She was certain he was someone she knew, though the exact identity eluded her grasp. Lizard people. Lizards? Connors? Suddenly, I recalled that Professor Connors had conducted limb regeneration experiments using lizard genes. Could it be that Connors had secretly performed human trials? Yet that seemed implausible. Why would he come to the school? Moreover, the appearance of the lizard person did not suggest that he was searching for Connors. With this thought in mind, Gwen picked up her phone and dialed Professor Connors. "Professor, are you still in the laboratory?" "Indeed, today's workload is quite demanding, and I may need to work late. Have you encountered any obstacles in your experiment that require my guidance?" His tone was remarkably casual, laced with humor, clearly not indicative of someone who had just endured a battle, and his voice did not resemble that of a lizard person. I've been rather uninspired lately. How about I come over to assist you for a couple of days to clear my mind?" Connors replied, "That would be wonderful. Your presence would be most welcome. The new assistant I recently recruited pales in comparison to you. Yesterday, he accidentally shattered a vial of serum, and he hasn't returned to the lab today. The disparity between the first and second is truly vast. One cannot fear making mistakes in experiments. He needs more practice." "The second one? Is it Peter?" "Yes. Do you know him? I nearly forgot you were classmates in high school. You should mentor Peter when you have the chance. He is a remarkably gifted lad." Peter, indeed. The voice of the lizard person was strikingly similar to Peter's. No wonder he had been so eager to rush to the basketball court. Undoubtedly, Flash and his friends had been bullying him again. Unable to endure it any longer, Peter had chosen to inject himself with the unfinished regeneration serum, transforming into a lizard to seek revenge on those who had wronged him. Thus, everything made sense. "Professor, wait for me. I will head to the lab immediately." "No problem, but if you could bring a pizza with you, I would be even more delighted." "Of course, I will ensure it is your favorite ham pizza." "Haha, I knew you would be the most thoughtful, Gwen." Chapter 93. The tragedy triggered by May Parker Peter? Just as Connors hung up the phone with Gwen, he saw a mud-smeared figure enter the laboratory. A closer look revealed it to be Peter Parker. "What have you been up to? How did you end up like this?" Peter Parker remained silent, extending his soiled hands to touch the experimental apparatus on the table. At this sight, Connors could no longer contain himself. "Have you forgotten the rules of experimentation? Do you not realize that this could contaminate everything? What is there to reference in experiments conducted this way?" "Peter, you possess immense talent. Do not let one mishap from yesterday lead you to despair." "Stop." Peter seized the prepared serum and began to inject it into his arm, causing Connor's hair to stand on end in alarm. "The regeneration experiment has not yet reached the human trial phase. Have you not seen what has happened to the lab mice we used for experimentation? You will die." Connors, lacking the agility of youth and with only one hand, was unable to intervene in time, helplessly watching as Peter injected the serum. Peter suppressed the discomfort brought on by the serum with an insatiable will for power. Having already undergone the transformation once, he found himself reveling in the sensation. After 3 vials, he swiftly morphed into the likeness of a lizard. This is the direction of evolution. The high concentration and dosage of the serum allowed the lizard's instincts to prevail, transforming him from a vengeful lizard man into one with aspirations of expanding his kind. With a sinister grin, Lizard Peter, holding the serum, gazed down at the paralyzed Connors. "No, what are you planning? Don't come any closer," Connors protested as Peter deftly injected a vial of serum into his body. Connors twitched in agony, enduring the excruciating effects of the serum, and then, to his astonishment, he watched as his severed right hand regrew before his very eyes. "Is it successful?" Connors marveled, shocked that years of painstaking experimentation had culminated in this moment. Yet, as he turned to observe the busy silhouette of the lizard man, a sinking realization dawned upon him. Was he destined to become a lizard too? Would he still be able to meet May for coffee in such a form? Glancing at the large canister of serum in Peter's hands, a vessel meant only for the Galilean apparatus atop the building, he could hardly fathom Peter's intentions. He might as well abandon his doctorate. "Peter, you mustn't," Connors exclaimed. With a swift flick of his tail, Peter sent Connors crashing against the wall without a glance back. The impact sent Connors' adrenaline soaring, amplifying the effects of the lizard serum coursing through his veins. The lizard doctor had made his grand entrance. In contrast to before, Connors now lacked any anti-human sentiments. Free from the pressures of Osborn, he found himself living in a state of bliss. A brighter future awaited him, far removed from the notion of being a lizard. "Peter Parker, disobedient children deserve a spanking," Connors quipped. "We are now alike," Peter replied. "You should feel the power the serum grants. If everyone were equally powerful, oppression and racial discrimination would vanish. We should unite to forge a world devoid of discrimination and tyranny." As Peter spoke of the promising future of a lizard world, he continued to fill vials with the serum. With a sinister chuckle, he thought, "I shall be the king of the future world." Suddenly, a beaker shattered against his face. "How can I date May if I become a lizard?" Connors exclaimed. "What is this nonsense? How dare you pursue my aunt?" In an instant, the two lizard men were locked in combat, wreaking havoc in the laboratory as equipment and vials shattered and scattered across the floor. Peter, now empowered by a triple dose, swiftly subdued Connors, lifting him by the throat and sending him flying with a flick of his tail. Connors crashed against the glass, plummeting from the high-rise. At that moment, Gwen had just arrived at the Osborn building and was about to exit her car when her spider sense tingled, warning her of imminent danger. She swiftly vacated the vehicle. Upon turning back, he beheld his beloved vehicle crushed into a disc by the lizard man, the name Connors emblazoned across the chest of his lab coat, attesting to his identity. Connors, snapping back to reality, clambered from the wreckage, only to find Gwen brandishing a pizza box in one hand, while using the car door as a shield with the other. "Is it you, mighty girl?" Gwen hastily called for help. As Peter prepared to deploy the Galilean device from the rooftop, threatening to transform all of New York into lizard folk. "What? It's really Peter." Gwen discarded the car door, tossing the pizza to Connors before dashing into the building. In an instant, Ghost Spider emerged, swinging through the air towards the rooftop. "Gwen is Ghost Spider?" Connors couldn't help but take a bite of the savory meat pizza in his hand, utterly delicious. Discarding the packaging, he followed, munching on his pizza while scrambling toward the rooftop. The shattered glass of the outer wall caused him pangs of regret. He wondered if his salary would suffice to cover the company's losses. On the rooftop, Peter Parker gazed at the launch device, feeling victory within reach. Just as he was about to place the serum canister, a white web shot from the side, ensnaring the canister. Victory, snatched away. "Peter, stop. There are people outside." Peter retorted. "What is wrong with becoming a lizard man? Same appearance, same skin tone. What is wrong with creating a world devoid of discrimination, where all beings are equal?" A loud thud echoed as Aunt May Woon-Tee served lizard men savory meat pizzas. How dare Wong, Defa, even mention his aunt? Peter, once again driven mad, charged at Connors. But with Gwen present, he would not succeed. She swiftly fired webs to bind his hands. Connors retaliated, his tail striking Peter Parker's face. Did you know that a tail can inflict pain? Despite Peter's fury, it was futile. With Gwen's assistance, their odds were not in his favor, and he found himself being overwhelmed. With a cough, Peter, after being thrown yet again, began to feel despair, but upon spotting the lizard serum on the ground, his fighting spirit reignited. That was Connor's true objective. "Gwen, don't let him get the serum." "Gwen?" In a moment of distraction, Peter felt a large foot on his wrist and looked up to see a muscular man still clad in a SpongeBob apron from cooking. I always said this kid needed a beating. Among them, Connors appeared the most astonished, staring blankly at the door that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 94. "Sir, we have a grave situation." It was not that Kyle was eager to intervene. He genuinely did not know whether the pendant's defensive capabilities would work against the serum, and George had already arrived downstairs. If something went awry, both Gwen and George could turn into lizard folk. Even if the transformation was brief, it would leave a psychological scar. It is known that the animal kingdom has become increasingly perilous, especially for lizards, who are notoriously brutal. Kyle launched into action, decisively overpowering Peter Parker and dragging him back to the laboratory. Connors personally concocted an antidote, restoring normalcy to both individuals. However, Peter's high-concentration injection had already ravaged his internal organs, causing him to expel blood violently. Cough, cough, cough. Peter, are you all right? I'll call an ambulance immediately, Gwen said, her face etched with concern. Fury ignited in Kyle's eyes as he watched, wishing he could crush Peter Parker underfoot. Gwen, I'm fine. Connors, please take care of Aunt May for me. Tell Gwen and Mary Jane that I love him. Peter coughed, another spurt of blood escaping his lips. Gwen, her voice trembling, replied, No, you must tell Mary Jane yourself. The ambulance is on its way. Just hold on a little longer. Peter rasped, I may not make it. Gwen, taken aback, exclaimed, You are the Ghost Spider-Man. My uncle once said that with great power, Kyle could no longer contain himself. Those words possessed a destructive force akin to a nuclear bomb, as if cursed by a lone star. There are plenty of others with greater abilities than you. Yet none have shown their faces. Casting aside a rapid healing injection, Kyle, fearing it insufficient, added a life source for assurance before stepping out to call Osborn. Suddenly, Peter felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, alleviating his pain. He could ascend 50 floors with less breathlessness. Meanwhile, Kyle had Osborn intercept the police, though the price he paid remained undisclosed, resulting in news reports that bore only a slight resemblance to the actual events. The reports cited falling debris, with eyewitnesses predominantly comprising company employees, silenced by Osborn's influence. 2 days later, at Peter Parker's home in Queens, Connors sat at the dining table, savoring Aunt May's homemade salty meat pizza, while Peter sprawled on the sofa, his rear end elevated. Aunt May stood beside him, wielding a switch, striking it down, exclaiming, Transforming into a lizard. Are we? What a beautiful world. Kyle had returned to his laid-back existence, and Skye began attending classes daily, sparing Kyle the need to ensure regular meals. A portal opened on the rooftop, revealing the rotund figure of Wong. Kyle, the Supreme Mage invites you to the New York Temple tomorrow. Presenting a gilded invitation to Kyle, he inquired, so formal, Is there a significant event? Wong replied, I'm not sure. I'm merely a humble librarian. How could I dare inquire about the Supreme Mage's affairs? Do you know to whom else invitations have been sent? Wong shook his head, indicating ignorance. What a formal affair. Is this old man expecting me to contribute? Wong conceded, All right, I stand corrected. I shouldn't speak ill of the Supreme Mage. Why the formality? Just call me directly tomorrow. It's such a hassle. Just as Kyle contemplated further inquiries, he noticed Wong glancing at the blazing sun, realizing he was merely angling for a meal. Greetings. Have you not yet had lunch? You may choose between dining out or enjoying a meal at home. I must mention, dear Gu E, that our friend Wong appears quite famished, having lost considerable weight. With the plethora of antiques he possesses, selling merely one could sustain him for many years. Would you not agree? Meanwhile, an alarm blares in a clandestine facility. The vigilant agent Coulson swiftly rushes to the source of the commotion. Dr. Eric, what has transpired? Eric responds, The Tesseract has been activated. The Tesseract radiates a dazzling light, pulsating ominously. Eric continues, I cannot ascertain which step in the experiment has faltered. Attempt to cut the power have proven futile. It is, after all, an infinite source of energy. Coulson comprehends the gravity of the situation. Clint, maintain your position here. The enormity of the Tesseract's explosive potential leaves Coulson grappling with the dire consequences. Everyone, adhere to the evacuation plan. Gather as much high-value equipment as you can. A maximum alert is issued, repeated urgently. In an instant, the base erupts into a flurry of organized activity as personnel commence their orderly evacuation. However, with such a vast facility, the complete withdrawal of all staff will require considerable time. Calmly, he retrieves his phone to contact Nick Fury. Sir, there's a problem with the Tesseract. The Tesseract is classified as a top-secret asset within SHIELD, and any malfunction is grave. Agent Hill accompanies Fury as they board a flight to the secret facility housing the Tesseract. Chapter 95, Enthusiasts emerge on the streets of New York suddenly, a tempest brews, and a rainbow arcs over Central Park, restoring a clear blue sky. On the bustling streets of New York, for enthusiasts clad in medieval armor attract considerable attention. In such a vast metropolis, where might we locate Thor? New York dwarfs the quaint town from Thor's first adventure, making the search for a single individual akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Among them, Volstagg stands out, a mountain of man with a bushy beard, wielding a formidable double-bladed axe. Following closely are Fandral with his sword, Hogun carrying a mace, and Sif brandishing a shield and short sword. Initially, onlookers presume it to be street performance art, and some bold individuals approach for photographs, inadvertently brushing against their weapons. Panic ensues as a bystander exclaims, "Their weapons are real." The crowd erupts as the citizens of America possess a keen sense of vigilance, fearing they may be facing a threat from these armed individuals. Sirens wail in the distance. Sif declares, "Thor, I am unsure where to search, but I am certain trouble is imminent. We must flee." Their innocent attempts at blending in have now become a cause for concern, as the sight of officers rushing towards them raises alarms. At that moment, 2 officers drew their sidearms and loaded them. "Put down your weapons immediately, or we will open fire." As more and more individuals began to gather, 2 police cars arrived, with several officers armed with shotguns and riot shields stepping out. "Drop your weapons, raise your hands, and lie on the ground." Vandal exclaimed, "What should we do?" Their numbers are increasing. Instinctively, the 4 of them formed a protective circle, back to back. The officers were increasingly apprehensive, fearing a sudden outbreak of violence. Sweat began to bead in their palms as their fingers hovered over the triggers, poised to empty their magazines. A few black sedans screeched to a halt, and Natasha emerged, displaying her credentials to calm the officers. The commotion at Rainbow Bridge had not gone unnoticed. Exiled had detected unusual activity in Central Park almost immediately. The system's analysis, akin to the arrival of Thor, indicated that his guardians were once again among them. "Can you inform me of your purpose for being here?" Natasha inquired. "We are here to find Thor," Hogun replied. "Excellent. I'm a friend of Thor's as well. Get in the car. It would be chaotic to linger here." Natasha sighed in relief, glad they were not there to cause trouble. The think tank's analysis was indeed correct. It was highly probable they had come to retrieve Thor, the prince. "Really?" The 4 of them squeezed into Natasha's vehicle, which from the outside appeared to have transformed into a high-performance sports car. Behind the wheel, Natasha felt as if the accelerator was ineffective. Despite pressing it to the floor, the speed did not increase. Meanwhile, a sleek car parked at the roadside saw its driver, Sky, retract his phone with a satisfied nod after reviewing the recorded video before driving off. 20 minutes later, in the VIP reception area of Stark Tower, Thor beamed upon seeing the 3 warriors and Sif, embracing each in turn. "Ha! Volstagg, you have grown even stronger. Vandal, Hogun, Sif, you will always be my steadfast support. What brings you here?" "I am quite well, so there is no need for concern." After such a long separation, filled with fond memories spanning centuries, a reunion was inevitable, but Sif could no longer bear to watch. "Hey, we're here for serious business." Yes, serious matters," Volstagg added. "Thor, listen closely. A grave situation is unfolding. Loki has brought a battalion of Chitauri to invade Midgard, and we have come to assist you." "What?" Thor was perplexed. Was not Earth under Asgard's protection? Why would they need an army here when there were no rebels to quell? Much has transpired since your banishment. By the way, you surely do not know that you have a sister, do you? Hela. "I am aware. She sought me out before," Thor replied, his anger rising at the mention of Hela, who had taken his hammer. "Mjolnir, how I long for you. But first, let us discuss Loki's motives. Why does he wish to invade Midgard? After your exile, Odin fell into a deep slumber. After much discussion among a few individuals, the situation was finally clarified. Loki, in his fear of facing justice, had fled and somehow acquired an army to invade Earth. Upon hearing this, Thor was resolute in his belief that Loki's unwarranted provocation of war must be halted. However, the Black Widow, Natasha, was taken aback. "What? Aliens are invading Earth? With an entire army?" Upon receiving this intelligence, she immediately contacted Fury, exclaiming, "Director, we are in serious trouble. Thor's brother, Loki, is set to invade Earth." Fury, surveying the devastation of the base behind him, responded, "I know. To clarify, it's not a matter of impending invasion. It has already begun. Loki has seized the Tesseract and kidnapped Clint. Loki possesses an army. Damn it. Fury hung up, swiftly regaining his composure. The long-prepared plan was finally coming into play. Agent Hill, initiate the Avengers Protocol. Additionally, inform Natasha that she needs to head to Brazil. The efficiency of SHIELD was remarkable. They quickly began searching for individuals based on Fury's list. Similar to the film, Fury sought out Captain America, while Natasha traveled to Brazil to find Dr. Banner. The only deviation was that Coulson was tasked with locating Tony. Tony, already privy to the situation, had been formulating a plan with Thor and Sif and did not decline Coulson's invitation. On the list was Kyle, and after leaving Star Tower, Coulson arrived at the Star Building. Unfortunately, as Coulson bypassed the security measures, he only glimpsed Kyle and a black dog entering a door, which promptly closed behind them. When he attempted to call, he found the line unavailable. Kyle had deemed his phone a nuisance and stuffed it into his backpack, rendering it incapable of receiving signals. As for Gwen, Fury hesitated to send anyone after her. SHIELD was known for their audacity, but with Kyle present, they dare not make a move. They feared that provoking Kyle could lead to a catastrophic situation at the Triskelion. However, they could not prevent a good neighbor like Spider-Man from venturing forth on his own accord. Fury intended to exploit Gwen's good nature without needing to position agents around her. If Loki and his army made an appearance, it would undoubtedly create a significant disturbance that could not be concealed. Various media outlets would report on it, capturing Gwen's attention. Even if the media hesitated to cover the scene, he could utilize his authority to send out emergency alerts to the public. Everyone would receive them. It couldn't be construed as a targeted warning. The only stipulation was that the battlefield should not be too far from New York. It must neither be situated within a densely populated city nor too distant from it, lest one be unable to arrive in time. If it were too far, they would need to arrange for a helicopter to fly low over Empire State University. When Gwen finally entered the fray, should the Avengers falter, she too would be swept into the conflict. At that point, would they not expect Kyle to intervene? It is said that those who play with strategies have ulterior motives. And indeed, they had meticulously calculated Kyle's involvement. However, the Earth finds itself in a passive position, unable to determine where the battlefield may arise. According to Eric's description, the wormhole opened by the Tesseract is bidirectional, leading to the conclusion that Loki's theft of the Tesseract was aimed at opening a portal for reinforcements. This renders the situation even more precarious, as any location could potentially become a battleground. The most favorable outcome would be to locate Loki and reclaim the Tesseract before he activates the wormhole. With only Loki to contend with, the odds would be significantly in the favor of the Avengers, who could easily outnumber him. The uncertainty of the battlefield location hampers the ability to assemble the National Guard in advance. All they can do is alert the military to be prepared for combat. Once the conflict commences, they must swiftly converge upon the battlefield. Currently, Egg is somewhat apprehensive about the nature of the forces Loki commands. Will it be a bombardment from space vessels or an overwhelming ground assault? After all, Egg has never witnessed an extraterrestrial army in battle, one capable of traversing galaxies to engage on planetary surfaces, their technological prowess undoubtedly far surpassing that of Earth. Perhaps, when the time comes, Earth may lack any capacity for resistance, simply being overwhelmed, rendering any struggle futile. Hill, sir. Here are the details of the Chitauri forces as recounted by Thor. The more Egg read, the graver his expression became, confirming his suspicions. The Chitauri's technology evidently eclipses that of Earth. Their standard soldiers are equipped with energy weapons, not to mention the aerial units, with the most significant threat being the massive troop transport ship, resembling a colossal fish. Aside from its capacity to ferry soldiers, the transport itself is a formidable weapon. Ed glanced at the pager still transmitting signals before walking to the window to gaze at the sky. The day Kyle dismantled half of the tri-wing ship. He pressed the button, and now, after so many days, there is still no sign of its return. Alas, it seems hope is a scarce commodity. One can only rely on the Avengers to triumph over Loki. Chapter 96. The Rooftop Gossip Squad Kyle the Sorcerer. Daniel, where's the Supreme Sorcerer? The sanctum remains as unadorned as before, lacking any semblance of festive gathering. What trickery is this old man up to? Following the direction of Daniel's finger, he spotted the staircase leading to the rooftop. How many individuals could possibly fit upon the rooftop? And where is the automatic mahjong table? In these times, one must send invitations for a game of 3, missing one. Oh, what a gathering. As he pushed the door open, he beheld 4 individuals engrossed in mahjong. Odin, Frigga, Hela, and, notably, Gu-i, who bore a glum expression, clearly having suffered considerable losses. Upon seeing her long-missed sister, Hela opened her arms for an embrace. "Ow!" Finner exclaimed. "You just stepped on my tail." This outburst shattered the tender reunion, and Kyle then noticed another figure lying beneath the mahjong table. Hela reached down to pat Finner's head in a comforting gesture. "Gu-i, you arrived just in time. Hurry and switch out your wife." As a novice should always be accommodated, Kyle opened the drawer to find it overflowing with gold coins, nearly spilling over. Surely, this was not meant for him. "Kulme, have a seat. I shall rest for a moment," he said, clearing half the space for Kyle to sit down. Gently caressing Hela's slightly protruding belly, Kyle inquired about the day's events. "What is the occasion? You even went so far as to write an invitation." "An invitation?" We responded, perplexed. For he had penned none. He had merely asked Wong to inform Kyle. At that moment, Comrade Wong, with a toothpick in his mouth, was savoring the flavors of yesterday's feast. Delicious. "There is nothing else. I simply have a yearning to play mahjong. Additionally, please watch the live broadcast. The view from the temple is much better. Watch a show." Kyle glanced around, taking in the towering skyscrapers. What was so remarkable about that? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Guyi's gaze was drawn to a peculiar inverted high-heeled shoe structure, the Stark Tower. From the rooftop, he could vaguely see someone manipulating some apparatus, and upon closer inspection, Kyle recognized it was Eric. "Are we already approaching the plot of the first Avengers?" As they spoke, a beam of light shot up into the sky. "Is this all we're doing? Not planning to lend a hand?" Kyle was equally curious about what Gu-i had been occupied with during the first Avengers battle. After all, Gu-i had still been alive then. Many online commentators speculated that Gu-i had been restrained by the dimensional demon, which was why he had not appeared on the battlefield in New York. Was it because he had upgraded the temple's defensive array to repel the demon, or was he merely watching the spectacle unfold? We repeat, those young ones require the baptism of this turmoil. If I were to intervene and directly thwart the Chitauri army, the losses in my absence would be unfathomable. The Avengers need the growth that comes from the battle in New York, and their development is intrinsically linked to the safety of the world's future. Thus, this conflict is of paramount importance. This was also the reason for summoning Kyle. Should he intervene, the ramifications for the Avengers would be significant. Much like the trolley problem, where one must choose between saving 5 lives or 1, it was evident that Gu-i had opted for the latter. To sacrifice a few lives in the New York battle in exchange for the Avengers' growth, thereby preventing future casualties, was indeed valuable to Gu-i. It was not a matter of devaluing life. Rather, Gu-i held life in high regard, having witnessed the disastrous consequences of his interference. The aftermath was tragic, so tragic that no one could reverse it, for there was no one left. Yet, the emergence of Kyle as a variable left Gu-i in a quandary. The great Tao encompasses myriad transformations. Perhaps Kyle represented a glimmer of hope in his decision not to intervene. Nonetheless, Gu-i dared not gamble, nor could he afford to lose. Kyle, with his time stone, posed no utility to him. After the New York battle concluded, he would need to confer with the other Gu-i. At that moment, a red and yellow figure streaked through the air, heading straight for Stark Tower. Tony had arrived, but this time he was accompanied by Thor, who was also clad in armor. Tony was relieved to have crafted a suit for Thor, and even more so that it was made of vibranium. Without it, they would have been powerless to withstand the Hulk's rampage aboard the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier. "Eric, shut it down immediately," Tony commanded. "It is already late. We are about to witness the universe." Tony's palm cannon fired relentlessly against the energy shield generated by the Tesseract, but to no avail. "Jarvis, it is composed entirely of pure energy. Energy attacks are ineffective." Yet Tony had other means. The energy outlet in his left palm instantly transformed to a brilliant blue, releasing a frigid blast that lowered the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Fire remained futile. Ultimately, both fire and ice, being forms of energy, were absorbed by the Tesseract, even causing the beam of light to widen slightly. Observing this, Tony promptly activated the anti-metal weapon in his right hand, unleashing invisible sound waves towards the energy shield. "Buzz, buzz, buzz," remarked Jarvis. "The Stark Tower will collapse before penetrating the energy shield." If sacrificing a star tower could close the Tesseract, Tony would not hesitate. The critical uncertainty lay in whether the anti-metal sound waves could breach its defenses before being depleted. Looking up, he saw Thor had already entered, confronting Loki. Loki, enough. For the sake of Asgard, you will not face execution. Huh? Do you not see the current situation? My army is on its way. What do you have to win? Loki continued, why not join forces with me? Once I ascend to the throne of Midgard, you shall be the prince of the realm, and together we can achieve greatness anew. I will grant you a territory to govern, proving to Father that your exile was a mistake. Tony listened intently, fearing Thor might suddenly betray him. Thor, you mustn't. Thor, however, was far too enraged by Loki's defiance. With a great leap, he charged at Loki, seizing him by the collar. A crisp metallic clang resounded as Thor lowered his gaze to find Loki's scepter pressed against his chest. How could he tolerate this? His beloved brother sought to turn him into a puppet. With a swift motion, Thor hurled Loki against the wall. Loki quickly rose, the two of them engaging in a fierce struggle. Though Thor was devoid of divine power, his vibranium armor provided him with ample strength, making him a match for Loki. Similarly, Loki could not breach Thor's defenses. Especially upon noticing Tony's arrival, Loki realized he was outmatched 2-1. Retreating a few steps while feigning amusement, he taunted, "Oh, dear brother, have you spent too long among mortals and regressed? Your mind is indeed filled with muscle. Look at this." With a clap of his hands, Loki summoned Jane Foster, who entered the room with vacant eyes, clearly under his control. No. Chapter 97. The Return of the Thunder God Loki released Jane. Thor was now on the brink of losing his composure. He had finally found a way to reclaim Jane, only to have Loki's machinations abolish his chances entirely. It felt as if he had returned to square one. Reflecting on Loki's expression, it appeared to be filled with joy, as if savoring a delightful meal far superior to dumplings, and the fun was only heightened by the presence of his sister-in-law. Jane, in this scenario, resembled a formidable ultimate weapon. It was simply too effective. Seizing the moment while Thor was momentarily dazed, Loki launched a surprise attack, effortlessly propelling Thor away with the energy blast from his scepter. As Tony regained his senses, he dashed forward to rescue Jane, only to be struck in the back by Loki, crashing through the floor into the lower level. The cosmic cube had finally opened a spatial portal. As Tony soared out of the building, he glanced upward to see the Chitauri army streaming through the portal and immediately raced towards them to intervene. His arsenal was fully activated, with missiles launching from his shoulders. The small fry stood no chance against Tony, but then he beheld the colossal mechanized troop transport. Friends, we are in grave trouble. J-A-R-V-I-S. Have we established contact with Kyle? We require assistance. Mr. Kyle's mobile signal has vanished, and there are no signs of movement from the suit's location at Stark Tower. Damn it, this fool has abandoned us at a critical moment. Continue the calls without pause. Observing the transport ship so near, he silently raised his right hand, activating the anti-metal sonic waves. The sonic waves were aimed directly at the portal's exit, and the Chitauri soldiers were clad in metallic gear, perfectly aligning them with his offensive. The newly emerged Chitauri soldiers were bewildered as their armor and weapons liquefied and fell away. Their flying mounts vanished, causing the soldiers within the transport ship to plummet from the sky, leaving behind a gruesome scene on the ground. J-A-R-V-I-S. The anti-metal reserves are nearly depleted. Tony lamented, wishing he had crafted a larger version. He had become a mere 3-second hero. At this moment, the voice Tony had been yearning for finally crackled through his earpiece. "Stark, we have arrived. You've taken your sweet time. Even excrement could not be more sluggish." Steve replied, "How much longer can your attack last?" "None, not a drop remains." Steve continued, "Draw the enemies down to fight. Several nearby blocks have been cleared, and the National Guard will arrive in 10 minutes. Tony chuckled heartily, finally feeling a sense of relief. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the rooftop of Stark Tower. A figure clad in a white lab coat plummeted from the rooftop, followed closely by Thor, who activated his propulsion thrusters. Boom! Loki. Thor watched helplessly as Jane fell, unable to catch her, and a crimson haze enveloped his vision as murderous intent towards Loki ignited. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds swiftly covered the sky over New York, and a bolt of lightning struck Thor. His powers had returned, now more formidable than ever. "Wow, this has escalated quickly," he remarked, glancing at the unconscious Jane on the sofa. "Is he not using his brain? What are we waiting for? We must make our escape. He leapt down, landing deftly on the rear seat of a Chitauri twin flying craft. All units engage. In a fit of fury, Thor bent his legs and leaped onto the rooftop of the building, only to discover that Loki had already made his escape amidst the crackling lightning that surrounded him. Unbeknownst to him, an oblivious Chitauri soldier had struck him with an energy weapon in his rage. Such a meager injury was akin to a mere tickle for Thor. It was precisely the provocation he needed to unleash his wrath. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning cleaved the offending soldier into a mist of crimson. He then sprang toward the exit of the teleportation portal, leaving Tony Stark momentarily stunned. Was there no fire from his boots? Had he propelled himself to such heights unaided? The astonishment was not yet over, for Thor raised his axe and cleaved the Chitauri transport ship in twain from bow to stern. A storm of lightning coalesced at the portal's exit, forming a deadly web that obliterated any Chitauri soldier that dared approach. The Chitauri, not lacking in intelligence, promptly halted their advance, awaiting the dissipating storm. Meanwhile, the three brave warriors and Sif on the ground were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Their familiar Thor had returned at last. Before long, he descended, panting, to rendezvous with Captain America. Observing the situation, the Chitauri soldiers swarmed from the portal, opening fire without hesitation. Energy beams cascaded like rain upon them. Captain America was taken aback as the tardy National Guard finally arrived, with American soldiers taking cover behind the buildings to return fire. However, their efforts were largely in vain, as conventional firearms could barely penetrate the Chitauri's defenses. Only heavy artillery had any hope of inflicting damage. The commander of the National Guard, recognizing the dire need for a change in tactics, swiftly ordered, all heavy firepower. Target aerial units. Others provide cover. Bullets flew chaotically through the air, startling the civilians sheltering within the buildings as they ricocheted dangerously close. Among those unfortunate was Odin, who was struck in the face by a stray bullet that had soared from the battlefield. Raising his hand in defense, he was left with a small copper shard embedded in his palm. Watching Thor wreak havoc, Odin couldn't help but smile with paternal pride. It had not been an easy journey, but his son had finally ascended from the god of hammers to the god of thunder. Beside him, the expression of Doctor Strange remained stoic despite the turmoil stirring within him. The scene before him was unlike anything he had witnessed before. A sidelong glance at Kale revealed his culpability in this chaos. The world was vast, yet the future seemed increasingly uncertain. Kale, equally bewildered, could only ponder, I did not orchestrate this. Thor's delayed restoration of his divine power had wrought too many changes. Thunder rumbled as the once clear sky darkened once more, though the storm was slightly less menacing than before. What was happening? Kale noticed Hela frowning deeply beside him. Mjolnir, resembling a vibrating sledgehammer, soared from Hela's grip, hurtling toward Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Jane, who had dozed off on the couch, instinctively caught the enchanted hammer as she awoke, only to find Loki once again perched on a rooftop, observing the unfolding spectacle. I have witnessed everything you have done. Loki cast a fleeting glance at the hammer in Jane's hand and instantly devised a plan to escape, but alas, it was a moment too late. Just as he turned, the Mjolnir hurtled towards him, thudding against the wall with such force that he found himself firmly stuck, unable to extricate himself. Jane, I heard you enjoy a good stab in the back. Would you like to experience what it feels like to be on the receiving end? Enough. I'm a god. Bang, bang, bang. Jane, I'm a god now too. What a memorable scene, though the one taking action has changed. Loki, woe is me. This combination of moves startled Frigga. How would life be if you were to truly marry Thor? Kyle, as a competent bystander, glanced at the still thundering Hulk below, then at the female Thor. There was no need to look far. Chapter 98. Another Hulk. The commotion of the battle in New York quickly caught the attention of the ever-vigilant media. At Empire State University, a few blocks away from Stark Tower, students in the classroom fell silent as their teacher momentarily forgot the lesson, engrossed in the live footage on television. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a cell phone shattered the stillness, snapping everyone back to reality as they hurriedly pulled out their phones. Some received calls from family inquiring about the situation, while others had classmates whose relatives worked nearby, urgently confirming their safety. Sky was among them, growing increasingly anxious as the automated message about being out of service echoed in his ears. Immediately, he checked the home surveillance, still finding no sign of Kyle. Surely, at his age, he would know to flee in the face of danger. Far away at the Osborne laboratory, Gwen also received news alerts. "Teacher, I need to step out for a moment." Connors and Peter, aware of Gwen's identity as Spider-Woman, understood her urgency. "Just be careful and prioritize your safety. With Iron Man and Captain America present, you don't need to put yourself in danger." Gwen replied with a sweet smile, setting down her belongings. Rushing to the restroom to change into her battle attire, transforming into a white blur as she dashed out of the Osborne building, swinging towards the scene. On the helicarrier, Egg looked on at the unfolding events with an impassive expression, though inside, he was elated. He increasingly recognized the significance of assembling the Avengers team, particularly with Thor regaining his powers and the addition of Jane as the female Thor. The two deities of thunder together annihilated nearly half of the enemy forces. The remaining half faced 3 warriors and Sif as additional allies, making the encounter manageable. This situation also instilled a sense of hope for victory among the members of Congress, who refrained from resorting to launching a nuclear strike. Unfortunately, Kyle had a neighbor with a penchant for that particular dish, who had become addicted after indulging in nuclear eggs twice. Kyle had planned to present a gift, but could not follow through. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the rooftop of the New York temple were snacking on seeds, the sound of cracking shells echoing continuously. The most content among them was Kyle, reclining on a lounge chair with Hela, relishing the indulgence. The unfortunate Fenrir lay beside the trash bin, cradling it with his forepaws as he eagerly awaited the discarded sunflower seeds thrown by Hela, not a single morsel falling to the ground. Just as he was relishing his snack, a dull thud interrupted the moment. Everyone turned to observe the rotund green figure descending from above, then glanced back at the boisterous presence wreaking havoc on the battlefield. 2 Hulks? Ancient One was equally perplexed, while he could comprehend Thor's inconsistent behavior compared to his foresight. The emergence of yet another Hulk posed an enigma. Moreover, this newcomer had boldly made his entrance. The most bewildered of all was Kyle, who found the alterations in the narrative somewhat justifiable, yet could not fathom how a twin of the Green Giant could possibly materialize. This Hulk appeared to be a size smaller, exuding an aura of greater intellect than the one below, who seemed solely intent on destruction. Could it be that the military had conjured this creature? This Hulk seemed oblivious to the crowd, striding directly toward the door leading downstairs. Ancient One remarked, "Daniel, you've just mopped the floor. Now it will be soiled again." Banner turned to see the group gathered around the mahjong table, frowning at their apparent lack of civic responsibility in the face of imminent peril. "I came to find Strange," he stated, his spirits lifting as he noticed the eye of Agamotto around Ancient One's neck, precisely what he sought. Ancient One replied, "You arrived 5 years too early. Strange is performing surgery 20 blocks away, but I've already spotted what you seek." Strange's current activities were of little consequence to Banner. His sole objective was to acquire the Time Stone. Ancient One, following Banner's gaze, replied, "That cannot be. It is my duty to protect the eye of Agamotto. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. That elderly gentleman had best keep his distance, lest he be inadvertently harmed." "Are you referring to me?" Odin interjected, and upon hearing the most formidable among them being likened to a harmless old man, Hela could not suppress a laugh. This laughter caught Banner's attention, particularly since he had been present in Asgard during Ragnarok. He then noticed the large wolf sprawled nearby. Could it be anything other than Fenrir? The thought of its bite sent a shiver down his spine. Banner's instinct was to flee. If Thor struggled against Hela, he had no chance. Do not rush away. It will be prudent to clarify matters first. Close the door and unleash the hound. With a howl, Fenrir transformed back into his true form, sinking his teeth into Banner's leg and pulling him back, his sharp fangs piercing flesh. "Ah!" Banner exclaimed. "Are you trying to crush me with your size?" With a whimper, Fenrir released Banner, reverting to his canine size and scampering back to Hela, seeking praise. "Now, may we discuss your origins? In this realm, Fenrir is the weakest. If you cannot best him, do not even think of escaping." A low growl escaped as Banner lay on the ground, clutching the wound inflicted by Fenrir. His expression one of desolation, resolved to remain silent. In his perception, Hela was the arch-villain responsible for the annihilation of Asgard. It was hard to fathom that individuals like Kyle, who mingled with Hela, could be deemed virtuous. Banner lamented, "I knew this idea was unreliable." Fenrir was the weakest among them, rendering any notion of escape unnecessary. It was clear that even Hela alone could easily overpower him. Should the trio of Tony, Steve, and Thor be revealed, their plan would be irrevocably thwarted. His demise was inconsequential, merely resulting in the loss of a time stone. All he could do was hope that Tony and the others would return safely with the cosmic magic and scepter. Are you a product of the military? Banner chose to remain stubbornly silent. Allow me, spoke the Ancient One as she approached, delivering a firm slap to his chest. Bruce Banner? Kyle gazed in astonishment at the soul emerging from the body, so strikingly similar to Uncle Mark's. Even if the military had fortuitously managed to replicate a second Hulk, they could never produce an identical soul. Is it truly possible? Dr. Banner stared at his motionless form, bewildered. If feigning severe injury was a strategy for escape, this development had utterly extinguished any hope of fleeing. This is it. I might as well await my demise. The Ancient One deduced Banner's origins, for it was well known that a universe could not harbor two identical souls. Thus, there were only two possibilities for Banner's existence. He hailed from a parallel universe or a future timeline. Did you come from the future or a parallel universe? Banner inquired. What is a parallel universe? The Ancient One chuckled. That would be from a future timeline. A future timeline? Banner speculated that it might indeed be a parallel universe. Otherwise, given his connections with Tony and Thor, he would surely have learned about her from them. Chapter 99. Though a woman may appear frail, she becomes fierce for the sake of her offspring. Hela remarked, You seem quite afraid of me. Did I commit some dreadful act in your future? You might as well kill me. I won't divulge anything, Banner declared, closing his eyes, prepared to accept his fate. Those who are so obstinate often meet a grim end. The Ancient One glanced at the eye of Agamotto resting beneath his neck. You seem to have come for it. Can you tell me what you intend to do with it? Instantly, Banner perked up, sensing a glimmer of hope. Before that, could you enlighten me about who you are? Despite seeing a potential escape, Banner remained cautious. One misstep could lead to total ruin. Hela's presence compelled him to exercise extra caution. If she had a hand in the Battle of New York, the consequences would be dire. Since you came from a future timeline and know Hela, how is it that you don't recognize us? Banner replied, Perhaps it's because you're not particularly famous? Having spent an excessive amount of time with Tony, my tongue has become rather unrestrained. Banner, my acquaintance with Hela is indeed linked to her destruction of Asgard. What? Odin and Frigga turned their gazes towards Hela. Destruction? Me? Hela appeared somewhat bewildered. After all, Asgard was her childhood home, and her powers were derived from it. To annihilate Asgard would be utterly irrational, even during her confinement. Such thoughts had never crossed her mind. However, this statement held a different significance in Kyle's eyes, for he had witnessed the events of Thor, Ragnarok. Could it be that Banner's world is the true cinematic universe? Is the world he currently inhabits a new parallel universe birthed from his existence? Quite plausible. The one who destroyed Asgard was Surtur, so how could Hela commit such an act? Banner. Indeed, it was because Hela seized control of Asgard that Thor and Loki were forced to resurrect Surtur with the eternal flame to thwart her. Odin, how vexing. So it turns out Asgard fell due to those two wastrels. My failure to raise my children leaves me ashamed before my ancestors. Odin, Hela would never do such a thing. From this moment forth, Hela shall be the new ruler of Asgard. Prepare for the coronation ceremony. Hela, are you ready? Hela, is it really that simple? Had I known earlier, I would not have desired it at all. After returning to Asgard, Odin compensated her with numerous gifts, among which the most significant were the complete dominion of Hel and the essence of the eternal flame. The authority over Hel would provide Hela with an additional source of power, and the eternal flame allowed the dwarves to infuse it into the night sky blade. It is no exaggeration to say that Hela could now contend equally with Odin. In a real confrontation, Odin's aged body would not withstand for long, leading to inevitable defeat. No need for that. Your throne should be passed to your beloved son. Hela now possesses the entirety of Hel, with no one to contest her reign, a far more luxurious position. Odin, in this day and age, does no one desire the throne? In the past, it was coveted yet unattainable. Now, he wishes to bestow it, and it is regarded with indifference. Across from him, Banner's gaze was firmly fixed upon Odin. This old man speaks with such bravado, daring to suggest Hela inherit the throne. The throne? Goodness, you are Thor's father, the All-Father of the gods? His voice trembled. Odin nodded slightly, casting a glance at Ancient One, observing that the title of All-Father held greater weight than that of the Supreme Sorcerer, whom Ancient One had evidently never heard of. Banner. Then why did she fall silent mid-sentence? He had hoped for Odin to subdue Hela, but he recalled that she was about to relinquish the throne, and as an outsider, how could he incite a father against his daughter? Frigga, unable to bear the sight of Loki's plight on the Stark Tower rooftop, turned back to inquire. You mentioned Asgard's destruction. What has become of Thor and Loki? Could you indulge a mother's concern for a child? Upon hearing this question, Banner's expression instantly soured. Initially, we had a spaceship to escape with the remaining survivors, and Thor had successfully ascended to the throne. However, alas, the phrase however proved to be our undoing. Frigga, upon hearing that the two were safe, felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Asgard may have been lost, but the people remained. Yet, there came another however. Banner continued. However, midway through our journey, we encountered Thanos. He possessed the Power Stone, and we were no match for him. It wasn't long before he seized control of the ship. I sustained injuries from Thanos, and Heimdall, with his last ounce of strength, opened the Bifrost to send me back to Earth. Odin declared, the Asgardians will not endanger their friends. Banner forced a wry smile, for indeed, if anyone should have been sent away, it ought to have been Thor, the new king. The details following that are murky. Thor himself is reluctant to speak of them. All I know is that Heimdall, Loki, and many Asgardians perished, with only a scant few making their way to Earth. Thor was fortuitously ejected from the ship and coincidentally encountered Quill and his companions, which led to his salvation. Frigga was now in tears. Her two children had endured too much suffering in the future. Wiping her tears, she exclaimed, Heimdall, you heard that, right? In the name of the Queen of Asgard, I command you to find Thanos and obliterate him with a Bifrost. As the esteemed Queen of Asgard, did she not hold the authority to command an army and utilize the Bifrost? Moreover, Odin had tacitly approved of her intentions. Of all people to provoke, it had to be Frigga, for a mother's love can render one fierce. Yet, Frigga lamented that she had not seen Thor and Loki in ages. Her long-awaited glimpse of Earth bore such grim tidings. It would indeed be extraordinary if Thanos emerged unscathed from this. The Bifrost, aside from Odin and Hela, was the most formidable weapon in Asgard. With Heimdall's uncanny ability to see, any appearance of Thanos across the Nine Realms would be met with precise retribution. Of course, Heimdall heard as well, having perished at Thanos' hands. He would not have held back. With cataracts afflicting him, he swiftly plunged the sword of protection into the Bifrost's activation mechanism. The Sanctum, too, hovered in space as the purple-skinned being observed his minions clearing planets. Suddenly, a rainbow beam shot forth. The Sanctum, too, could not withstand the onslaught and was shattered into fragments in the cosmos. The purple-skinned being, resilient enough to endure in space, found his minions less fortunate. They might have evaded the Bifrost strike, but they were no match for the frigid temperatures of the universe, each one turning into a mere popsicle. Asgard? Was Odin aware of the scheming against Loki? That seemed implausible, as Loki had approached of his own volition. Why would he be targeted? Currently, he could not afford to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still alive and the recent rumors of the fearsome hellish return. He had no intention of inviting trouble from Asgard. The purple-skinned being lamented, how pitiful. Chapter 100. What is it like to borrow something from a deadbeat? Banner. Thanos has gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, and with a mere snap of his fingers, half of the universe's population disintegrates into dust. Odin. So, his objective was to collect the Infinity Stones? These stones are not mere trinkets. They bestow immense power while ushering in endless calamities. Odin has once endeavored to amass the stones, but ultimately relinquished the pursuit. Thanos and his dark cult, of course, have been subjects of whispers. Previously, they were dismissed as mere bullies preying on the weak. The planets they ravaged, though perhaps more technologically advanced than Earth, shared a common flaw. They lacked formidable defenses. The 3 great empires dared not provoke them, especially with the likes of the Ancient One and Odin's 9 realms in play. It seems prudent to keep a closer watch on this little tyrant, Thanos. Ancient One, speak of your purpose for being here. Banner, can you envision us? Ancient One, certainly. There exists no conflict between us. Your comrade, Dr. Strange, is among our next line of successors. Indeed, it turned out that in the quest for the Sorcerer Supreme, we found his master instead. Banner, after the decimation, when we sought vengeance against Thanos, it was already too late. he had destroyed the stones. Tony has developed a quantum tunnel capable of traversing time, and we plan to split up and journey to the various temporal locations of the stones. By gathering all 6, we too can snap our fingers and resurrect that half of life. I have come here merely to request the use of the time stone. Borrow? Ha ha ha. Not only Kyle, but even the corners of Ancient One's and Odin's mouths twitched in amusement. The word borrow is particularly sensitive for the Ancient One. To dare ask the universe's most notorious debtor for something, especially the most precious time stone. Asking the Ancient One to lend $100 would leave one's wallet utterly emptied. Her idea of generosity is akin to a charitable master. Kyle, having read just 2 books in Counterattack, nearly lost himself in the process, ultimately having to labor and expend resources to fortify the temple's defenses. Banner, perplexed by their laughter, wondered what was so amusing about merely asking to borrow the time stone. Was the Ancient One truly stingy? Strange, as a successor, seemed quite generous. He did not demand compensation when the staircase of the New York sanctum was damaged. Ancient One, Dr. Banner, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Each stone bears its own significance. The time stone is of paramount importance to Counterattack and indeed to the entire Earth. To extract the time stone to aid your world would be tantamount to dooming mine. Without the protective power of the time stone, Earth would descend into darkness within days. And those dimensional demons, salivating at the prospect, would swarm in droves. How do you propose we fend them off? Without the support of the stones, even a singular Dormammu would be insurmountable, one that even combined forces of the Ancient One and Odin could not withstand. Kyle's holy light is a bane to darkness, yet he has yet to mature to the heights necessary to thwart an incursion from the dark dimension. Perhaps in a few more years, when Kyle has matured, it is possible that the Ancient One will relinquish the time stone. Banner, when we have used the stone and return it, in your perception, I will be back in the next moment. Ancient One, but you have forgotten the most crucial issue. You must survive to return the stone. Banner, we will undoubtedly triumph. We must. In their timeline, Thanos is already deceased. The greatest obstacle has been removed. They merely need to gather the 6 stones and snap their fingers. Such a simple task, what could go wrong? They are aware of the locations of all 6 stones. And even if a team encounters a mishap and fails to retrieve a stone, the worst outcome would simply be to maintain the status quo. Returning the stones would not affect this place. Ancient One, I cannot wager the future of this realm on your victory. Safeguarding the time stone is the duty of every supreme sorcerer. Banner, then why did Strange relinquish the stone? Was it voluntary on Ancient One's part? Indeed, Ancient One, has he found a traitor for Counterattack? Strange is undoubtedly the most gifted, yet perhaps Ancient One seeks a new apprentice. Considering the potential benefits of introducing a form of holy light magic to Counterattack, chaos magic could also be a viable option. I shall consult with the Vishanti another day. Kyle recalls the scenario at hand, a 1 in 14 million chance. This is the manifestation of a gambling deity. At least it's slightly more favorable than winning the lottery. In hindsight, the plot of Avengers Endgame revolves around Tony creating a method for time travel, subsequently retrieving the 6 stones to resurrect others. The storyline is quite predictable, and with the post-credit scene featuring Captain Marvel, Kyle can easily envision the plot of Endgame. At most, after resurrecting everyone, some new trouble arises, and Captain Carol comes to save the world. Speaking of which, with the purple potato gone, who will be the next to make an appearance? The unfortunate Uncle Gulp, who dares to take a hit from anyone. Just as Kyle, lost in thought, envisions the plot, he suddenly finds himself holding the eye of Agamotto. What does Ancient One mean by this? Asking him to become the supreme sorcerer is no small task. It seems a thankless endeavor. Ancient One, I must trouble you, Kyle, to make a journey. After they use it, please ensure the safe return of the stone. So, I am to be treated as a courier for the stone. Banner exhales in relief. They have finally secured the stone, and if Kyle is to go, they have no intention of keeping the time stone for themselves. One moment. May I inquire who is going to retrieve the soul stone? Banner, Clint, and Natasha. Is there something perilous about the soul stone? Do you not know the method of acquisition and yet dare to go? Should we commend their audacity, or is it merely a plot device from the writers? Choosing the 2 least formidable fighters for this task. The plot of Endgame is gearing up for a bloodbath. Nebula has not mentioned any dangers. Just when the time stone issue is resolved, now the soul stone presents a problem. Man, this is challenging. Upon hearing of the impending danger, Banner immediately felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively wanting to confront Kyle. In a state of ethereal being, his hand passed directly through Kyle's body. Do not be alarmed. The situation is not insurmountable. To acquire the Soul Stone, one merely needs to sacrifice their beloved. Banner was taken aback. Did not the purple potato spirit sacrifice Gamora? Before the release of Avengers Infinity War, who could have anticipated Thanos' profound affection for his daughter? He adopted her after annihilating half of her planet's populace, which raises suspicions that he may have taken her in solely to procure the Soul Stone. How then would Natasha and Clint obtain the Soul Stone? This posed a dilemma, especially since Hawkeye was already married with children, while Natasha seemed to have developed feelings for Banner during the events of Avengers Age of Ultron. If they were to sacrifice someone and successfully retrieve the Soul Stone, it would indeed spell trouble. Was it Clint who strayed? Or did Natasha intrude upon his marriage as a third party? Both scenarios would ultimately hurt Clint's wife, the charming Barbara Morse. Kyle was suddenly reminded of the homeless individuals he had seen on the streets, reduced to their plight due to divorce. The attorneys in America seemed to revel in divorce cases, often leading men to financial ruin. And as for Clint, the infidelity could easily lead to a winter spent in a makeshift tent, having lost everything and still required to pay alimony. He would likely find himself working for nothing, awaiting a retirement that might end with him sleeping on the streets. Loki, engrossed in the company of his two cherished sons, was suddenly interrupted by Frigga's exclamation. Chapter 101. The Time Variance Authority. Kyle looked over, only to find Loki had vanished, while through the glass, he could see two American figures. Frigga declared, Loki has escaped using the Space Stone. The most awkward of all was Banner, who had just asserted that Loki would return without issue. Now, Tony and the others had allowed Loki to flee with the stone. This deviation from the original timeline was alarming. Banner's heart sank at the thought of the Ancient One potentially retracting her offer of the Time Stone. With a resounding clap, Odin placed a firm hand on Kyle's shoulder, instructing, go bring Loki back. He is also Hela's brother. You must care for him. Before he could finish his sentence, a rainbow bridge whisked Kyle away, only to reappear in a vast desert. Soaring into the sky, he spotted Loki standing atop a rock, addressing a group of herdsmen. I am Loki, from Asgard. With a thud, Kyle landed directly in front of him. Loki exclaimed, Oh, no wonder I didn't see you intervene. You're waiting here. Simultaneously, both turned to witness soldiers emerging through a portal, scanning the Tesseract. Do not touch that, Loki warned. A second portal opened, revealing a black woman who appeared to be a standard time variant, her temporal anomaly stable, and she announced, time variant detected. Loki, what are you talking about? Loki responded, perplexed. I, representing the Time Management Bureau, hereby arrest you on the grounds of infringing upon the sacred timeline. Raise your hands. Kyle was equally bewildered. Where had this Time Management Bureau emerged from? He had never heard of such an entity. To him, these individuals appeared no different from ordinary folk, though their weapons seemed rather formidable. Coupled with the portal through which they had arrived, it was evident that this Time Anomaly Management Bureau was no ordinary organization. Its name bore an air of officialdom. Loki pointed to Kyle beside him. I am now his captive. You must obtain his consent if you wish to take me away. Loki's deft maneuver of diverting attention towards Kyle was executed with remarkable finesse. The imposing woman scanned Kyle with the device in her hand, only to widen her eyes in astonishment at the results. She initially suspected the machine was malfunctioning, yet upon rescanning, the outcome remained unchanged. Unrecorded personnel. This unprecedented result warranted immediate precaution, and she swiftly activated a time reset device to restrain Kyle. Apologies, it seems you two must accompany us for an investigation. Kyle touched the collar around his neck, curious about the material from which it was crafted. A gentle scratch with his nail revealed a break. It was clear that it could not truly contain him. However, he chose not to resist, instead opting to observe what this Time Management Bureau truly was. In his understanding, the ultimate arbiter of time was none other than the Eternal One. Should this indeed be an organization affiliated with that being, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. Resistance would be futile. Yet, hadn't those formidable figures been rather hands-off? Why then establish a Time Management Bureau? Loki remarked, I overestimated you. I thought Kyle was formidable, yet he was subdued in an instant. With a flicker of cunning, Loki concocted an escape plan and made a direct grab for the Tesseract. Bang! Loki was immediately struck by the weapon wielded by the imposing woman. You are currently moving at 1/16 of your normal speed, but the sensation of pain remains in real time. Kyle's pupils constricted. An organization capable of manipulating time so effortlessly was likely an artifact of the Eternal. Kyle and Loki were escorted through the portal into the Grand Hall of the Time Management Bureau. What species? Skrull time offenders. Upon entering, they spotted a Skrull at the front desk registering information. Kyle surveyed the decor, reminiscent of the 1990s on Earth, his brow furrowing. Was this truly a masterpiece of the Eternal? It seemed rather shabby, unworthy of the grandeur befitting the 5 great gods. Soon, Kyle and Loki were led to doors resembling elevators, each pushed inside separately. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Kyle inquired, "Could you enlighten me on what this is all about?" The imposing woman replied, "You are to undergo security checks and await the judgment of the time judge." "What? Their essay time judge? Surely not a court of life," Kyle exclaimed, feeling a twinge of fear. "Loki is a time offender. I should not be, right? Can you tell me who is in charge here?" If one truly possesses eternal authority, one might still seek to establish a rapport with the Ancient One, striving for clarity even in demise. Is it not the case that a criminal's fate is determined by the judgments of worldly judges? As for encountering the timekeepers, such aspirations are futile. They are exceedingly occupied with upholding the sanctity of the timeline and have no leisure for trifles. Upon concluding her remarks, the formidable matron closed the door. Rather imposing, wouldn't you agree? Such a temperament suggests a certain sycophancy. It would be prudent to tread carefully. In the small chamber, a robot adorned the wall, its target being Kyle, represented merely as a beam of laser. However, it proved to be utterly ineffectual. Kyle remained impervious. Despite intensifying the power and firing several more times, the outcome remained unchanged. "Please remove your garments for inspection." "What? I hope this robot does not harbor any peculiar predilections." In an instant, the mechanical hand transformed into a gaping barrel aimed at Kyle. "Very well, I submit." He complied immediately, stowing his attire and equipment into a backpack, leaving himself clad only in his undergarments. "How outrageous! Not even leaving me my underwear." The robot activated, and the floor opened, precipitating Kyle downward, leading him through another security checkpoint. Upon emerging, he beheld Loki, confronted by a rudimentary barrier designed to manage queues of individuals. "It appears your treatment is akin to mine," Loki remarked. Kyle, disregarding him, turned his gaze to a small television mounted on the wall, which broadcast an animated program. "Welcome to the Time Management Bureau. I am Miss Time. My duty is to enlighten you about certain matters prior to your trial. Long ago, there was a war across the multiverse." Kyle's furrowed brow deepened as he began to comprehend the role of the Time Management Bureau. Their responsibilities bore semblance to those of the Ancient One, albeit with the Ancient One striving to guide the world toward its most favorable trajectory. In contrast, the Time Management Bureau had established a sacred timeline, wherein any deviation rendered one a violator of time. Kyle was left in a state of bewilderment. The comic universe was not uniform. Yet all universes had been forced into compliance with this sacred timeline. Wasn't that a recipe for exhaustion? Moreover, during his previous visit to a parallel universe, the collider engineered by Stark had opened a pathway to another dimension without interference from the Time Management Bureau. The notion of the Time Keepers seemed far removed from the eternal authority they purported to wield. Though the introduction sounded grandiose, the reality felt increasingly dubious. Chapter 102. The unfortunate Loki. I hereby declare that the time violator Loki is sentenced to reconstitution. Do you have any appeals? Loki should. The sacred timeline. Who decreed such a thing? The timekeepers. Kyle, listening to the argument between Loki and the judge, increasingly sensed something amiss. Particularly as he witnessed Loki attempting to resist with magic, the matron's laughter was so intense it brought her to the brink of tears. In the Time Management Bureau, magic is ineffectual. Is that so? Kyle mused, observing the holy light manifesting in his hands, wondering if it truly bore any potency against the circumstances. "What are you doing?" "Stop right there." Mobius had just entered when he noticed the magic in Kyle's hands. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, including the formidable woman who raised her weapon, aiming it at Kyle. "Cease your movements. The repercussions of resistance are not to be trifled with. Keep your voice down. I can hear you." Kyle replied nonchalantly, tapping his ear. At this moment, Kyle had begun to comprehend that this time management bureau was certainly not the work of the Eternal One. Moreover, the people here possessed no trace of magical power. They were all mere mortals, and the time-traveling machines were purely technological inventions. Even the individual who had purportedly been trimmed upon entry did not appear to be truly deceased. Kyle had failed to perceive any sign of a soul. Could it be that trimming could annihilate the soul as well? If that were the case, then death would surely come knocking. For seizing the possessions of the powerful is no trifling matter. As for Loki's inability to wield magic, Kyle had come to surmise that the Time Management Bureau might exist in the interstice between multiple universes. Given that Marvel's magic is borrowed, it stands to reason that, without a connection to the source of power in this interdimensional limbo, one would be unable to utilize magic. Kyle felt a certain restriction here. The magical energy he expended was not replenishing. The recovery rate had plummeted to 0. However, this was hardly a concern for Kyle, as his magical reserves were substantial, and he had plenty of magical juice in his bag. The most crucial point was that the Time Management Bureau was not particularly vast. It was even smaller than the state of America. Calm down. May I request your Time Guardian to join us for a discussion? Surely. They can spare a moment from their busy schedule. The imposing woman had long adopted an air of superiority in her eyes. As long as the time-reversing device around Kyle's neck remained, he was at her mercy. You ought to sit there and await your judgment. The Guardian is not someone you can simply summon. With a haughty snort, she produced a remote from her pocket and pressed a button. However, it proved utterly ineffective. This device seemed to be rather unreliable. Kyle swiftly yanked the time-reversing device from around his neck and hurled it to the ground. Such a small act wrought significant damage. Kyle's gesture shattered their perception of invulnerability. A familiar scent of gunpowder wafted through the air. Kyle caught the bullet, which had transformed into a copper piece, gazing at Mobius, who had fired the shot. Is this really how you operate? In a Time Management Bureau, you're still using gunpowder weapons? Mobius replied, What's wrong with using what I'm accustomed to? Judge Ravana, though surprised by Kyle's apparent immunity, quickly regained her composure and pressed the button to summon the guards. With a thud, the guards kicked the door open, colliding with Loki, who had attempted to flee unnoticed. The imposing woman promptly activated the device, controlling Loki, causing him to return to his seat in a flash. Why are you not under control? Loki pondered, unable to fathom how. As the god of mischief, he was unable to escape while Kyle remained unbound. Kyle rose and approached Loki, removing the reverser from his neck to prevent any unforeseen incidents and promptly resurrecting him. Do not wander off, or you might miss the dinner Frigga has prepared. Loki, bewildered, exclaimed, What? You know my mother? When you were wreaking havoc in New York, Odin and Frigga were right there watching us. Does that mean they witnessed my humiliating defeat? How disheartening. Seizing the moment while Kyle was distracted, a guard stealthily approached, weapon in hand, preparing to ambush him. Bang! The guard was sent flying, crashing through a wall before coming to a halt, his chest caved in and blood flowing profusely from his attire. There was no suffering. He was dispatched in a single blow. Kyle was taken aback by the guard's feebleness, feeling that even a well-trained soldier from Earth possessed greater combat prowess. Seeing the fate of their comrade, the remaining guards abandoned the thought of capturing Kyle and raised their weapons in unison. Zap! Streams of energy projectiles surged towards him. Taking advantage of a shield's protection, Kyle quickly donned his gear, returning to his original appearance. Those accustomed to overwhelming dominance had never witnessed such a spectacle, but with their ability to manipulate time, they felt no fear of death. Once they dealt with Kyle, they would revert to their prior state before death, merely tools to be wielded. Undeterred, they charged recklessly toward Kyle. To him, a throng of ordinary individuals posed no greater challenge than delivering groceries. He effortlessly dispatched the approaching guards in mere moments. Kyle had made a conscious effort to hold back. Yet the guards, being mere mortals, simply could not withstand his might, leaving none alive to draw breath. Now, aside from Loki and Kyle, only the judge, a formidable black woman, and Mobius remained standing. Can we converse now? Suddenly, a whimsical, anime-styled yellow clock with limbs floated into view. It was mistime from the promotional video. Please proceed to the reception area and wait a moment. The timekeeper is prepared to meet you. Well, at least she asked using polite language. If only she had done so earlier, we might have avoided this bloodshed. Lead the way. Right this way, please. This time, Loki complied, closely trailing behind Kyle, as though he were clinging to his leg. Thus, with Mistime leading the way, Kyle and Loki followed closely behind, accompanied by the judge and the formidable black woman. The reinforcements from the guards trailed closely behind, making Kyle appear as if he were the authority in this domain. Suddenly, a figure darted from a corner and collided into Loki's embrace. It was a blonde, white woman, wearing a hood and adorned with two protruding horns on her forehead. Sylvie, upon catching sight of the guards trailing behind Loki, immediately turned to flee, only to remember that she had been pursued here moments ago. Capture her. She is a time criminal. Now cornered, she was doomed to be caught between two forces. Sylvie quickly retrieved her controller and opened a portal, but as she stepped inside, the enforcers followed closely behind and swiftly cut her down. What left Kyle dumbfounded was how Loki had arrived here as well. Originally, several of the timekeepers had already succumbed, and Loki found himself sprawled at the threshold of the portal. Though he longed to cling to Kyle's leg, he could not forget that he had just led an invasion of Earth. Even if he were to find respite within the Time Variance Authority, his return to Earth would inevitably lead to capture. Upon seeing the portal, despite being uncertain of what lay beyond, he felt that a desperate gamble was preferable to languishing in the dungeons of Asgard. Loki was ready to risk it all, akin to transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Kyle, however, was dumbfounded. How could he explain to his mother-in-law that he had lost his brother-in-law? Fortunately, Loki's resurrection ability remained intact, assuring Kyle that he had not met his demise. Otherwise, the Time Variance Authority might as well become a dance hall. The Hammer of Repentance. Without Loki, your Time Variance Authority would serve no purpose. Mobius. Loki cannot be saved if he has been struck by a timekeeper. Judge Ravana. I thought better speaking out. With so many present, revealing the secrets of the Time Variance Authority would spell its end. When Loki awoke again, he gazed at the overcast sky, the ground strewn with ruins, as if he had entered a desolate wasteland. Yet, it seemed he had escaped the Time Variance Authority. Much to his delight. Ahem. Loki, apologies, I did not notice you beneath me. It was only then that he realized he was not alone and quickly helped Sylvie to her feet. Sylvie curiously surveyed her surroundings, muttering to herself, "Is this the world after death? Loki, what? I don't believe I am dead. Forest Guardians, death leads to Valhalla or the realm of hell, which is the true domain of the deceased. Hel. That sounds somewhat familiar. Are you an Asgardian?" Sylvie, who had long been evading capture, had nearly forgotten the names of the 9 realms. Of course, I am Loki, the future king of Asgard. Sylvie, meow. If he is Loki, then who is she? Chapter 103. Loki, 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 Loki. Are you also Loki? Upon hearing a voice from behind, both Loki and Sylvie instinctively assumed defensive stances, united in their perception of each other as allies against an external threat. Turning to face the source of the voice, Loki was taken aback by the sight of a black man wielding a hammer and a child, while the elder's attire caught his eye. Loki, who are you? Elder Loki. We're all for Lokis. All Lokis? Elder Loki, you can tell by our crowns. 4. Loki scanned the vicinity, spotting no fourth individual until his gaze fell upon the crocodile cradled in the young Loki's arms. Is it also a Loki? Elder Loki, of course. Observe its crown, a design exclusively for Loki. Come with us. Soon, Ilias will discover our presence. Following the direction indicated by Elder Loki, they beheld a distant cloud-like creature that was astonishingly alive. It exuded an aura of intimidation. Sylvie, what is this place? Old Loki. It is the refuse of the Time Management Bureau, and Ilias serves as the custodian, tasked with clearing the remnants that have been pruned from our realm. Upon hearing this, Loki was dismayed, realizing that his proud identity had been reduced to refuse. I am Loki, the Prince of Asgard, the god of mischief. Young Loki, indeed. I was on the brink of ascension to the throne, and look where I am now. We must hurry. If Ilias notices us, we are doomed. With that, he led the others back, and Loki and Sylvie exchanged a glance before following suit. As they traversed the path, they incessantly inquired about their surroundings. Is Ilias truly that terrifying? My powers have been restored. Can so many of us not vanquish a mere cloud? Old Loki chuckled. We attempted that when we first arrived. Loki's magic is formidable. Look at him, pointing at Black Loki. Does that hammer look familiar? A wrench forged from I-beams. And he dares to call a hammer? Loki nearly burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it. Old Loki. He once wielded Mjolnir. What? So, this is the true deity? The enchantment cast by Odin allows even an ordinary person to lift Mjolnir. granting them the power of thunder and transforming them into a formidable being. Old Loki continued, Ilias can consume all matter and energy. The true Mjolnir has been devoured by it. The crux of the matter is that our magic inflicts not a shred of harm upon Ilias. Now that we are here, let us be at ease. Though our dwelling is modest, having a place to rest under the threat of Ilias is a blessing. One grows accustomed to it over time. They finally opened a manhole cover, descending into a hidden realm that appeared to be a repurposed subway station. Though simple, it contained all the necessary amenities. Make yourselves comfortable. This will be your home henceforth. Sylvie could no longer contain her curiosity. Have you never contemplated an escape from this place? Young Loki scoffed. Escape? Huh. Where would you flee? Even if you had a spaceship, Ilias would catch up to you before you could breach the atmosphere. Would you choose to leap from the ship to your demise, or allow Ilias to feast upon you? Neither running nor fighting is an option. Are we to await our end? Sylvie suddenly recalled her time manipulator, searching her pockets only to find them empty. Loki, what is it? Sylvie, I lost my time manipulator. What? The Lokis widened their eyes, staring at Sylvie. How could such a crucial device go missing? With the time manipulator, escaping this place would be effortless, and one could venture wherever they wished. Even if the Time Variance Authority discovered it, it would matter little, with Loki's magic to support us. Deceiving them would be exceedingly simple. Fortunately, old Loki and his companions had lingered here for so long that the prospect of leaving had long ceased to concern them. Sylvie was filled with self-reproach, pondering that had she been more cautious, she would not have found herself trapped in this predicament. Loki reassured her, saying, Do not dwell on guilt. There are always solutions. No one can truly confine Loki. Sylvie felt a warmth in her heart. Her spirits lifted somewhat. Loki then inquired, Hey, what led to your capture, my friends? Was it merely the act of straying from the so-called sacred timeline? The elder Loki responded, Pretty much. When you were at the Time Variance Authority, they must have shown you Loki's future fate. We all deviated at some point in time. Future? They can still observe the future? Loki exclaimed in astonishment, for such foresight was a feat only Odin could accomplish. Was the Time Variance Authority more powerful than Odin? He mused that instead of resisting, one might as well seek a suitable grave while time permits. The elder Loki remarked, Did they not reveal this to you? But that is of little consequence now. Ultimately, after the events of Ragnarok, the path to escape leads to death at the hands of Thanos. I became a time criminal because I feigned death to escape. Loki recounted, I was captured after fleeing with the Tesseract during the Battle of New York. He could scarcely believe it. He had only recently collaborated with Thanos, and now he learned that he was destined to perish by his hand. The elder Loki noted, It seems you've missed quite a bit. Perhaps it is for the best, as those memories are rather unpleasant. Could you share more? Loki inquired. Curiosity piqued about his future experiences. The elder Loki sighed, Very well. Let us start from the Battle of New York. Clarity in death is preferable. He lamented, I was defeated and captured by Thor. As Loki listened, discrepancies began to surface, leaving him increasingly perplexed. Ragnarok? Hela? In chapter 104, Overthinking, the elder Loki wept bitterly, confessing, My greatest regret was guiding the Dark Elves. I intended to lead them to Thor, but inadvertently caused my mother's demise. Loki's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fortunately, he had not lived through that era, for witnessing Frigga's death would have brought him no solace. Are you referring to Hela, the goddess of death? Odin's eldest, ruler of Hel? The elder Loki nodded affirmatively, indeed. How do you know of her? She should still be sealed in your timeline. Loki replied, The truth is, when Thor was exiled, she returned to Asgard, and Odin held a feast to announce the return of the Goddess of Death. Additionally, Thor is still in exile. I led an army to invade Earth just as he regained his powers. The elder Loki mused, I am at a loss for words. Logically, the Time Variance Authority should have detected Hela's premature return. Meanwhile, on another front, Ko was respectfully ushered into the reception room. Ravana personally brewed tea and said, Please, have some tea. How long have you been working here? Ko replied, The time at the Time Variance Authority is quite peculiar. I am not entirely certain. Ravana then inquired, Where are you from? You appear to be of earthly descent. The gathered Ravana and Mobius were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Their memories were saturated with scenes from their tenure at the Time Variance Authority, yet they could not recall their origins or the journey that had brought them here. All that remained was a profound confusion about their existence and the nature of their arrival. Mobius remarked, It appears I can only recall my experiences here. It It seems you two are victims. A realm like the Time Variance Authority is not conducive to the birth of life. Ravana, deep in contemplation, began to doubt the timekeepers, despite her extensive time spent here. She had witnessed numerous brainwashing machines traversing parallel universes, yet had never questioned whether she too had been subject to such manipulation. From the bewildered expressions of the duo, Kyle could surmise a few things. The creators of this place had likely recruited unwitting souls and reprogrammed them into free laborers. Suddenly, the reception room door clicked open, and an African-American woman entered, holding the Tesseract. Observing the dazed pair, she inquired, "What is wrong with them? They're searching for their identities, pondering from whence they came and why they are here." The woman, momentarily taken aback, found these questions perplexing as well. "Who am I? Where am I? How did I arrive here?" Kyle, watching the dazed individuals, picked up the Tesseract and began to toy with it. He felt no trace of energy. It resembled an ordinary glass cube. Could the anti-magic properties here truly influence the Infinity Stones? Doubting this notion, Kyle retrieved the Eye of Agamotto from his bag, discovering that the Time Stone exhibited the same effect. It was not difficult to deduce why. If the Infinity Stones were indeed keys to a source of power, it would make sense. In this realm, they were but an isolated island amidst the multiverse, possessing keys without locks to unlock. The inability to wield magic was similarly explained. All magical power was borrowed, and without access to those who lent it, one could not manifest magic here. Kyle, however, was different. His power was inherently his own and remained unaffected, allowing him to utilize it at will. Upon contact with the Tesseract, a golden exclamation mark appeared above the menu bar, though Kyle took no notice of it. As the others remained in their stupor, Kyle began to wander aimlessly around the reception area. He opened drawers only to find them utterly devoid of contents, lacking even a newspaper to occupy his time. Eventually, he found himself before a fish tank, not to observe the fish, but rather captivated by the layer of stones within. Among them, several green stones struck a chord of familiarity. Reaching out to examine one, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation and took out the Eye of Agamotto for comparison. What the? Time stones? And so many of them. There's also a blue one, presumably the Space Stone, a yellow one for the Mind Stone, a red Reality Stone, and a purple Power Stone. Blue, yellow, red, green, purple, 5 types accounted for. Yet one remains, the Soul Stone. After scouring the fish tank, no trace of the orange Soul Gem could be found, indicating its absence. How did these stones come to be? What? Kyle's voice finally roused the 3 individuals. Lavana inquired, the stones in the fish tank? Those are remnants left by captured time offenders. Kyle's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Had he been too reckless? Initially, he considered the Time Management Bureau to be inept, yet they had managed to apprehend individuals possessing infinite gems. Kyle was acutely aware of the formidable power of the infinite gems. 1 or 2 could be deemed a stroke of luck, but to possess them in such abundance was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed he was merely a small player in this grand scheme. In Kyle's perception, only a select few at the pinnacle of the pyramid could achieve such feats. Eternal One, forgive my ignorance, he pondered, upon meeting the head of this place. Should he prostrate himself as a gesture of sincerity? You all sit down. Standing is exhausting. Kyle's demeanor shifted to one of warmth. Fortunately, he had only dispatched a few minor minions, causing no significant harm. The higher-ups shouldn't be too petty when he presented the Eye of Agamotto. They would likely refrain from pursuing the matter too deeply for the sake of Ancient One's reputation. Ms. Time entered through the wall. The Time Guardian is ready to meet you. Following her steps into the innermost chamber, he pushed open a grand door to finally behold the true visage of the Time Guardian. It resembled the promotional imagery, yet appeared more tangible than the animated version. You are guilty, the Time Guardian declared. What? Do you fancy yourself a Ghost Rider? Just because your eyes emit a red glow, you presume to be the Eye of Judgment? The 3 Time Guardians seemed to exist beyond Kyle's perception, devoid of any life force, akin to robots crafted by Tony. Considering you have not disrupted the sacred timeline, we shall not pursue your accountability. HM, he had not yet submitted. Yet it felt as though the Time Guardian was somewhat apprehensive of his presence. If the sacred timeline referred to the film's narrative, did liberating Hela prematurely not constitute a disruption? To not disturb the sacred timeline is the greatest respect you can show us. Lavana, please return him to reality. Convey my regards to the Eternal One. Who is the Eternal One? The Time Guardian seated centrally seemed to emit sparks as if the machine were overloaded. Just as Kyle was about to depart, he halted, a smirk creeping across his lips, and suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from his hand. Daring to act superior while being unfamiliar with the Eternal? Boom! The Time Guardian was obliterated into fragments by Kyle's spear of holy light. He caught the flying head, observing the exposed circuitry sparking with electricity. With a firm grip, he crushed the head. Alas, overthinking can lead one to frighten oneself. Is this what you refer to as the Time Guardians? The African-American woman behind and Mobius stared in disbelief as their long-admired timekeeper turned out to be a mere automaton, their faith crumbling as they stood with mouths agape, rendered speechless. Yet, none noticed Ravana at the back, her eyes sharp and resolute, stealthily approaching Kyle with her shears in hand. With a swift motion, Kyle realized too late. He had already fallen victim. Ravana, struck by Kyle's fist, collapsed, her right hand vanishing to reveal a stark white bone. Was the power of space merely a means of transportation? The disillusioned African-American woman and Mobius regained their senses, fixated on Ravana, shouting, "Ravana, what are you doing?" With one hand severed, Ravana stifled her immense pain and pressed the call button, prompting the time enforcers to rush in. They had been subverted by the time criminals and immediately apprehended the two. The African-American woman and Mobius, caught off guard, were seized without a chance to resist. "Ravana, do you know the truth? Aren't you afraid of retribution from that person who just left?" Ravana replied with a sardonic laugh. "Well, they must be able to return first. Lock them up." Chapter 105, Apocalypse. Loki asked, "Do you not wish to escape this place?" The elderly Loki shook his head here. "There are at least a few Lokis to keep me company. Outside holds no difference for us." In his timeline, he had lost all friends and family, left with nothing. The young Loki, similarly, had defeated Thor yet lost the world. Loki continued, "Sylvie's magic can control souls. Why not give it a try? Have you not wondered why there are so many time criminals resembling Loki? Surely, we have been sent by fate to eradicate them. Victory will always belong to Loki." Sylvie concurred, "If I can access Ilias, I can control it. You must be curious about who lies behind the time variance authority, correct?" Kyle appeared mid-air, beginning to free fall. But quick reflexes allowed him to don his winged attire, preventing a disastrous descent. Gazing upon the desolate wasteland below, he pondered if this was the world after the pruning. A flicker in his hand revealed several infinity stones, their potent power coursing through him. I knew it. The infinity stones can still be wielded in this reality. Not greedy. Kyle took only one of each type. Alas, he still lacked the soul stone. Otherwise, he could have retrieved the infinity gauntlet from Odin's vault to set the stones. With a snap of his fingers, he could orchestrate a symphony of the blossoming life. As long as he kept them hidden, no one would suspect he possessed the infinity stones, and ignorance would spare him from trouble. Suddenly, a thought struck Kyle, and he removed the forgiveness, reverting it to weapon mode. Oh my! The moment it transformed back into its weapon form, he felt the weight of forgiveness. Alas, he was still lacking in rank. Wait, was the task completed? After traversing into the Marvel Universe, Kyle had only undertaken the Awakening Path mission. The task prompt remained a jumbled mess, yet now indicated completion. Kyle could ascertain that yesterday's task remained unfinished, leading him to wonder if that heap of garbled text was indeed a manifestation of an infinity stone. This fellow had truly adapted to his surroundings. What were the requirements for his second awakening? Collecting 7 stones to summon the dragon? Without hesitation, he clicked submit, and a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating Kyle. After the baptism of holy light, he felt imbued with immense power, a sense of clarity and comfort enveloping him, as though the heavy burden pressing upon him had vanished. Upon examining his status panel, profession, Harbinger, level 60, strength, 1827, stamina, 2546, intelligence, 1988, spirit, 1883. His attributes had increased by 500 points across the board, and with new equipment, the enhancements could be even more substantial. He had not anticipated such an effect from awakening. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, momentarily causing Kyle to forget his initial intentions. He carelessly laid the weapon, forgiveness, on the ground and retrieved an infinity stone. After rubbing the yellow mind stone in his hands, he placed it into the embedding slot of forgiveness. With a delightful chime, The Mind Stone fit perfectly into place. Astonished, Kyle realized that if the Infinity Gauntlet could accommodate stones, there was no reason his equipment could not as well. With a sense of curiosity, he examined Forgiveness's attributes, unveiling an unbelievable statistic: 10,000 spirit. Goodness gracious, this weapon had transformed into a healing powerhouse. With such staggering stats, who could withstand its healing output? A single blessing from the Ancient One might very well lead to an explosion of healing power. It was well known that neither badges nor gems could be removed from toxic milk powder. They could only be overlaid. Kyle, however, harbored a glimmer of hope as he forcefully pried the Mind Stone from its slot. The primary reason was that Forgiveness was currently too high in level for him to utilize. If he could reuse the stone on a weapon he was currently wielding, his strength could be directly enhanced. Otherwise, he had no idea when he might reach the level required for equipping gear of level 100. And even with the Overlord as contract, he would need to attain level 95 first. The outcome of his experiment was disheartening. He watched helplessly as the Mind Stone crumbled into powder and dispersed with the wind. Kyle felt no remorse for the item that had fallen from the sky. He could always embark on another journey to gather more Infinity Stones. He proceeded to test the other stones one by one to discern their attributes. Blue Space Stone, 1000 speed, with the accompanying skill. Teleport. Green Time Stone, duration of related skills. Purple Power Stone, 10,000 strength. Red Reality Stone, 10,000 stamina. Kyle slapped himself in disbelief. He chided himself for being so foolish and overly excited, repeatedly embedding and removing stones from Forgiveness. Such wastefulness. How much better it would have been to embed them directly into the gear he was wearing. Truly, he felt like a great fool. Suddenly, he was startled by a sinister laugh reminiscent of a villain from a movie echoing around him. The sound was faint, indicating a considerable distance. Kyle immediately spread his wings and soared in the direction of the sound. Almost forgetting that his brother-in-law was also present, he worried that Loki might be in danger. What if he met his demise? There would be no way to explain it to Frigga. Kyle, now flying at nearly 15 Mach, spotted a cloud-like mass in the distance after 10 minutes. It was cackling with an enchanting laughter, leaving him puzzled about what species it could be. He saw Loki standing firmly in place, brandishing a small dagger, shouting toward the cloud, "Come over here." It would have been more impactful if it had been a hand instead. In another direction, a city suddenly rose, somewhat familiar. It was Asgard. It seemed to be an illusion. Who could wield such power? With a thud, Kyle landed before Loki. "Little brother, you really need to step up. Let's see how tough your brother-in-law is." Abakri, Chapter 106. The Holy Light deceives you, are you all Lokis? Kyle questioned the group before him, wondering if the Time Management Bureau had an ongoing vendetta against Loki, as they frequently apprehended him. A chorus of Lokis nodded in response, and Kyle felt a twinge of fear that their horns might poke him. "Hey, little one, don't fidget," he exclaimed, swatting away the young Loki's curious hands that were wandering over his wings. The young Loki gazed at the wings, nearly drooling, and asked, "Are you an angel? What can a child your age possibly do to deserve being captured?" Although Loki was mischievous in his youth, he hardly seemed capable of altering the so-called sacred timeline. It was utterly inhumane to abduct children. The young Loki wilted, fidgeting like a shy girl, and stammered, I killed Thor. Wang Defa. Well, you certainly had it coming. Are you planning to imprison Odin as well, my dear nephew? That would certainly echo the flavor of the air. Wait, when you refer to brother-in-law, were you implying what I think you were? During Loki's days wandering the cosmos, Odin had announced Hela's return, causing her legend to spread throughout the universe. It was Loki's first encounter with his sister's remarkable tale, truly deserving of the title Goddess of Death. He was relieved he had fled quickly. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to his sister's affection. Besides Hela, do you happen to have other sisters? Loki lamented. It's over. I might return missing a few fingers. I've heard Hela enjoys punishing those who err in such a manner. All right, this time, don't run off. Otherwise, Frigga will genuinely be upset. Loki replied, I can always cling to Mother Slag. As long as she is happy, nothing else matters. But we can't return yet. We have unfinished business. Aren't you curious about who is behind all this? We are preparing. After hearing their analysis, Kyle couldn't help but marvel at how much sharper their minds were compared to the dim-witted Thor. Their reasoning regarding the Time Management Bureau was indeed quite logical. However, from Kyle's perspective as a traveler, it seemed rather mundane. The so-called sacred timeline undoubtedly serves the interests of those behind it. There are only a handful of worlds within the vast multiverse that share the same trajectory. The Time Variance Authority, with its limited personnel, cannot oversee all of them, nor does it dare to intervene in certain universes. It seems they merely circumscribed a few parallel universes to embellish their own narrative. The mere emergence of Kyle has altered the course of many events. For instance, the lizard Peter, who was supposed to meet his demise, is now thriving. Kyle surmises that the Time Variance Authority does not regulate every occurrence. These time offenders may have impacted the creator's future, prompting corrections to the past. The establishment of the Time Variance Authority was merely to ensure their own prosperous development in the future. At this moment, Kyle's attention was captivated by the sight of Loki and Sylvie holding hands. What is this situation? Siblings? Has he missed some grand spectacle? Goodness, are both brothers so swift in their romantic pursuits? There can fall for Jane over a single meal, and Loki seems equally determined, having progressed so quickly in such a short span. Hela, I can be swift as well. Indeed, the issue is significant. Those Time Guardians are merely a handful of robots, while the true puppet master lurks in the shadows. Loki, this affirms our suspicions. We intended to seek clues from Ilios, and then you appeared. Sylvie, look here. In the massive pit created by Abacor, Sylvie fixated on a cluster of blue light left by Ilios. Sylvie, this appears to be a manifestation of spatial power. Kyle examined it in his hand. It sparked and flickered before vanishing. It must contain a coordinate. Sylvie, however, it is damaged, and, as expected, we cannot ascertain the answers from there. If only we had a time controller, we could explore any location. With simplicity, Kyle retrieved the Tesseract and opened a portal according to the coordinates. As Kyle stepped through, Loki and Sylvie exchanged glances and followed hand in hand. The ambience resembled that of a vampire's castle, shrouded in darkness, with a solitary structure looming ahead, the ground littered with desiccated trees and remnants of buildings. The sky emitted a faint glow, resembling a line formed by light, reminiscent of the essence of time and space. The sacred timeline? As they pushed open the castle's grand doors, Kong observed them from his office atop the building, his brow furrowed in concern. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Ideally, only Loki and Sylvie should have been present. Had he failed again? Under Kang's orchestration, Sylvie had remained elusive until Loki's arrival, where he gradually revealed the truth to her. The two then united to confront Ilios in the void, arriving here to uncover the origins of everything. Ultimately, they would comprehend his actions, leading to Loki's inheritance of the Time Variance Authority. In essence, he merely sought a suitable instrument to exploit for his own ends. However, the emergence of Kyle shattered all hopes, as Loki and Sylvie both fell into the void without experiencing those events. What astonished Kong the most was Kyle. After scouring through records, he found no information on Kyle, and the name had never been mentioned in the multiverse. The mere fact that he could wield magic was enough to give him a headache. Crash! Kyle descended through a large hole in the roof. A mere mortal? The fact that he was also African descent only deepened Kyle's disdain. Kong, yes, I do not possess the formidable powers you all have. Care for some coffee? Apologies, but I reside in the Star Tower. Huh, what does that mean? Upon hastily flipping through the records to find information on Star Tower, he felt the urge to curse. Damn racial discrimination. Did you create the Time Management Bureau? Kong, one might say so. Do you not fear the Eternal One knocking at your door for meddling in the development of the multiverse? Kong, you mentioned that name. Is he the deity you worship? One of the cosmic elders? Indeed, he had not heard of the name Eternal. After experiencing the multiversal war, he had sought information on the strongest beings, knowing only a few of the cosmic elders. Yet, his actions posed no threat to them. They were indifferent to him, as their duty was merely to maintain development, ensuring the universe reached the 30th century without Earth being annihilated along the way. Although it was primarily for his own benefit, it nonetheless contributed to the preservation of multiversal development to some extent. Of course, Kong believed this, yet his actions also stifled the emergence of other parallel universes. With limited technological means, he had only influenced a few hundred parallel universes and encountered a handful that he could not interfere with. But these were rare. The office elevator dinged open, and Loki and the others were brought in by Miss Minutes. Loki, so you are the one behind the Time Management Bureau? Kong, indeed. It was established by me after the victory in the multiversal war. solely to ensure the universe develops smoothly and does not descend into another multiversal conflict. Kong immediately prepared a speech he had rehearsed millions of times. Although the variable of Kyle introduced uncertainty regarding its effectiveness, one must try to see the outcome. Kyle, overhearing, could barely contain his laughter, uncertain whether to label him ignorant or arrogant. The so-called multiversal war Kong spoke of was merely a brawl among various versions of himself across different universes. If actual universe-level or multiverse-level titans were to engage in combat, there would naturally be a life tribunal to adjudicate when matters became irreconcilable. Yet, in his recounting of the war, none of the 5 deities had appeared to Kyle. It was merely a case of chickens pecking at one another. Utilizing technology to traverse time and space, one could never predict when the Eternal One might silence him entirely. But you have destroyed everything I held dear. Sylvie raised a knife in her hand, aiming it at Kong. No, what if what he says is true? Stay calm. Loki immediately intercepted Sylvie's attack, not out of a desire to inherit Kang's position, but rather from a fear that a genuine war would endanger his family. Will you also attempt to stop me? You know I was taken away since childhood. You understand how I have endured. Before Sylvie could complete her sentence, a sudden sound pierced the air. Kong was already hanging on her blade, and behind her, Ka was disdainfully wiping his hands. Just a self-important gesture. Killing him is trivial. To his surprise, Kong reacted not with anger, but with delight. My other variants are far less agreeable. Until we meet again, ignorance. While you toy with time, time is simultaneously toying with you. Kong exclaimed, No, sisterly, let us depart. Who knows how long it has been in the reality universe. Chapter 107. Return to the original world on the rooftop of the New York Sanctum. Dr. Banner declared, This is the coordinate. Supreme Sorcerer, I entrust my future to you. Rest assured, we practitioners of the mystical arts do not speak falsehood, Ancient One replied. When Kyle returns, I will have him personally deliver the gem. Thanking her, Banner adjusted his wristwatch and pressed the activation button to return to his original world. His urgency was also to prevent Natasha and Clint from acquiring the Soul Stone. Edith, retrieve the records of the Soul Stone. Just as Banner departed, Kyle returned, grinning broadly with uncontainable joy. There was no choice. The pile of gems in my backpack is irresistible. Ancient One remarked, You should have returned sooner. Dr. Banner just left. Are these individuals your friends? Kyle had brought several variants of Loki back, with Sylvie accompanying him. The elderly Loki and the young Loki, alongside Crocodile Loki, had been invited by Kyle, the Asgardian prince, to join the gathering. How long have I been gone? Perhaps half an hour? Ancient One pondered, perplexed at Kyle's confusion over the passage of time. Kyle merely sought confirmation. Undoubtedly, the flow of time in their current space differed from reality. Upon seeing Loki, Odin felt compelled to assert his paternal authority. Loki, kneel. In a sudden show of compliance, 4 of them knelt, while Crocodile Loki could only lay flat on the ground. Such formality? These are all Lokis. Odin continued, Are you aware of the time variance authority? They just came to apprehend Loki, as did I. Kyle recounted his experiences, and Ancient One and Odin furrowed their brows, clearly unfamiliar with the time variance authority. Rising, Ancient One brushed off the remnants of sunflower seed from her attire. It seems I must visit an old friend. I shall not keep you from your meal. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. By the way, here are the coordinates. Remember to deliver the time stone safely. Shall I go now? Ancient One inquired. You decide. The sooner you depart, the sooner you return. Then tomorrow it shall be. I will inform my family before I go. With that, she exited through a portal, intending to connect with other versions of herself to exchange information. With their master having departed, it was time for them to leave as well. On the other side, Frigga was deeply pained after hearing Sylvie's experience, and she embraced her to offer comfort. You have suffered, dear child, she exclaimed, casting a reproachful glance at Loki as she wiped Sylvie's tears away. If it pleases you, you may call me mother. From now on, Asgard shall be your home. What a touching scene it was. However, Loki did not share the same sentiment, hesitating over whether to separate Frigga from Sylvie. The outcome of this mother-daughter reunion posed a significant dilemma for him. She is mine, Loki insisted. Odin observed the situation, addressing Loki. Would you like to visit Asgard in this world? While Odin sympathized with their plight, he found it difficult to accept the notion of having additional sons, especially when the elder Loki appeared older than Frigga herself. And there was also a crocodile. Before departing, Odin turned to Loki once more, Go fetch Thor and the others. A rainbow appeared, and the group vanished, returning to Asgard. Let's go find our brother, Loki said, his arm reaching out only to grasp at empty air, as Hela followed suit in leaving. Am I truly left all alone? He lamented. Meanwhile, beneath the table, Fenrir was bewildered, having merely taken a nap, only to find his master missing. Stop howling and come with me, he urged, as he led Fenrir down from the rooftop and exchanged greetings with Daniel before departing from the New York sanctum. Say, do you think walking a dog without a leash might incur a fine? Fenrir replied, Howl, I am a wolf. Kyle retrieved his phone, preparing to contact Thor to inquire about his whereabouts, while also reassuring George and the others to alleviate their concerns for him. Just as he took out his phone, it erupted with various notifications, causing his hand to tingle. Before long, the device could no longer bear the burden and emitted a burnt smell. At that moment, Jarvis had already pinpointed his location. Mr. Kyle's phone signal has been detected. Stark wiped the grease from his mouth, saying, Why does it only show up now? After the battle is over, he directed that Kyle be summoned immediately, eager to chastise him thoroughly. We're sorry. The number you're trying to reach is not in service. Stark exclaimed, Are you jesting with me? Unbeknownst to him, Kyle had just removed his SIM card and entered a phone store that had survived the battle, purchasing a new phone and inserting his old SIM card in preparation to make a call. What was that? A meteor? Or perhaps remnants of the Chitauri? He looked up to see a bright light descending from the southeast, too distant for him to discern clearly, and in an instant, the light vanished. That direction was precisely where the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier was located after the battle in New York. The carrier had returned to the sea and entered power-saving mode. The light landed squarely on the carrier's deck, and the agents on duty quickly drew their weapons, aiming at the source. As the light dissipated, it revealed a blonde woman with a square face, clad in a red and blue bodysuit adorned with a star emblem on her chest. Where's Fury? She demanded. Chapter 108, the finale of Captain Marvel on board the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier. In the office of the Egg, Carol cradled a tablet, which displayed an array of video materials featuring Kyle. When did such a formidable individual emerge on Earth? In Carol's perception, the mightiest being on Earth had always been Captain America from the World War II era. Fury remarked, In today's world, even Thor has made his appearance. It is no surprise to see anything else arise. If only you had returned an hour earlier. You could have witnessed the Avengers battling the Chitauri forces. The Avengers? Indeed, named after the aircraft you once piloted. As Carol perused the profiles of the Avengers, she paused upon reading Thor's information. Thor, the Prince of Asgard, is it not? Recently, Asgard's name has been quite prominent in the cosmos. I heard that Hela, the executioner of Odin from over 1,000 years ago, has returned. You should foster a good relationship with Thor if Earth faces danger again. Asgard could prove to be a formidable ally. Egg exclaimed, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Thankfully, it's not too late. Loki's invasion has significantly restored the rapport between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor. Carol pondered, what is the extent of Asgard's power in the universe? There are 3 great empires in the cosmos, the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and the Skrull Empire, which has been decimated by the Kree. To my knowledge, none of these empires dare to provoke Asgard. Strength is indeed the foundation of maintaining peace, is it not? Indeed, strength is paramount. If Earth possessed formidable power, the Chitauri would not dare approach. One must not underestimate Asgard's might. It certainly rivals that of the 3 great empires. Otherwise, they would have been divided like the Skrulls. Fury inquired, What do you think of the angel's combat prowess? Can he hold his own? If you lack absolute confidence, do not engage. With a decisive clap, Carol slammed the tablet onto the table. Does he possess an army? I fear no one in single combat. Even Ronan from the Kree Empire is no match for me. Prepare the victory feast for my return. Carol held firm in her confidence. After all, she was capable of piercing through a spacecraft with her head. Meanwhile, Kyle remained blissfully unaware of the impending troubles, having just reassured his family with a message from his new phone. Navigating through the debris-littered streets, driving was impossible. So he opted to walk to the barbecue restaurant where Thor and the others were gathering. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and he arrived in mere minutes. The 3 warriors were the first to spot Kyle. Forgetting their barbecue, they rose to salute him. Prince Kyle. Within the room, aside from the 3 warriors and Sif, there was Tony. The others remained oblivious to Kyle's noble status. The title of prince held significant weight on Earth, let alone being a prince of Asgard. Thor exclaimed, Prince? Sif whispered, Prince Kyle is the husband of Lady Hela. You should address him as brother-in-law. What? After being away from home for months, I now have an extra sister and a brother-in-law. Tony, with his greasy hands, slapped Kyle on the shoulder. Where have you been? Jarvis has been trying to reach you for hours. Could you at least take your phone next time you go out? You have no idea how dangerous it was earlier. A slight misstep, and you would have been attending my funeral. Now that the battle was over, lamenting was futile and would only strain their relationship. Though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he could only hope that Kyle would step up in the future. After returning from a long trip, he added, You owe me for my phone. After all those calls, it nearly overheated. I had to buy a new one just to make a call. Tony continued, No worries. Just wait for your custom Stark model. All right, Thor, hurry and clean your hands before heading back to Asgard. You lot shouldn't linger on Earth too long. The three warriors responded in unison. Thor replied, As much as I wish to return, I cannot allow Loki to roam free until he is found. Loki has already returned. There's no need for you to search. Before Thor could respond, Captain America interjected urgently. Not acceptable. Loki has committed murder on Earth and must face justice. Huh. You think you could just waltz to Asgard and have a chat with Odin about it? Do you possess the strength to challenge Odin? Captain America fell silent, realizing that Odin would never allow Loki to face punishment on Earth. Rest assured, Steve, Asgard has a comprehensive legal system. Loki will receive his due punishment. Steve nodded, accepting the situation. Thor, drying his hands, stood and extended his hand toward Jane in a gentlemanly manner. Would this lovely lady care to accompany me to visit my parents? Jane felt a mix of intrigue and apprehension. What if Thor's parents disapproved of their union? Yet, without taking the leap, she would never know the outcome. Thor, with a boyish grin, led Jane out of the barbecue restaurant, followed closely by the three warriors and Sif. Heimdall swiftly summoned the Rainbow Bridge to transport them. Kyle, after bidding farewell to Stark, prepared to head home, taking Skye and Gwen with him for dinner. Just as they departed, a blue light enveloped Kyle, whisking him skyward towards an uninhabited area. Looking down, he beheld a familiar face, Carol. It was undoubtedly the egghead who had called her back. He was the only one on Earth capable of reaching the meddlesome Captain Marvel. So, you're still determined to confront me? Carol declared. The innocent souls who perished by her hand seek vengeance. What? Kyle pondered. The only person he had mistakenly harmed was Daredevil, and that had been provoked. Now, wasn't he enjoying a lavish life in Mexico with a succubus? As for the others, they were far from innocent. These individuals seemed to relish positioning themselves on a moral high ground. As Carol's fist came crashing down, Kyle instinctively seized it, feeling as though he gripped an iron sphere. Unnaturally solid, he promptly unfurled his wings, leveraging the moment to spin around 360 degrees, sending Carol tumbling to the ground with a thud, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Kyle glided gracefully to the edge of the pit, admonishing, do not strike without understanding the truth of the matter. From within the crater, a beam of light erupted, propelling Kyle into the air, only for him to descend once more as Carol forcefully plowed into the ground, carving a deep trench beneath him. The speed of the assault was so overwhelming that Kyle found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Carol's strength was formidable, and with her enhanced speed, he found himself unable to break free momentarily. Carol retorted, Next time you attempt murder, remember to choose a location devoid of cameras. Her unwavering belief in the villainy of Kyle, now reinforced by video evidence, rendered any chance of redemption futile in her eyes. With a voice that echoed with determination, Kyle unleashed a forceful strike, empowered by the reality gem's infusion of vitality, capable of shattering even the strongest of foes. The sensation coursing through him was nearly overwhelming. He grasped Carol's face and, with a slight exertion, hurled her aside, his legs bending as he rocketed skyward. With a resounding swing of the hammer of repentance, he struck Carol with the force of a fly swatter, creating yet another crater in the ground. Unrelenting, Kyle dove down once more, ensuring Carol partook in the thrill of being thrown into the earth. Isn't this fun? He taunted, as Carol spat out a mouthful of blood and lunged back at him. With a resounding crash, the two engaged in a fierce melee. While Carol's strength paled in comparison to Kyle's, her speed allowed her to land occasional strikes against him. Kyle's formidable defenses rendered her assaults ineffective, yet each of her hits exacerbated her own injuries. With each clash, one or the other would plummet from the skies, creating yet another pit before soaring back up to continue the brawl, the cycle repeating endlessly. Kyle, resilient and robust, remained unscathed, merely dusting off the remnants of dirt that clung to him, much to his chagrin, as the dust-resistant qualities of his attire whisked away with the breeze. In stark contrast, Carol was a sight of devastation. Bloodied and battered, her bones likely fractured, she lay exhausted in the pit, appearing almost lifeless. Kyle dragged her from the pit, directing his gaze towards the distant structure of the Tricrescent Tower. They had unwittingly arrived at this location, a twist of fate indeed. The reconstruction was progressing swiftly. The portion Kyle had previously demolished was nearly rebuilt, though still lacking windows and merely framed. Suddenly, a blazing sun appeared in the sky, its rays piercing through, rendering Carol unable to open her eyes. The warmth enveloped her, momentarily alleviating the pain and distracting her from her dire circumstances. Happiness is often fleeting, a moment's brilliance transforming into a black void, leaving behind deep scars in its wake. At the epicenter, the Tri-Wing was not spared. With a thunderous roar, the dust settled, leaving a vast crater covering thousands of acres, as nearby rivers began to reverse their flow, soon giving birth to a new artificial lake. Carol stood in stunned silence, gazing at the devastation wrought by Kyle. Is this your true power? Those videos merely depicted trivial skirmishes, restrained in nature. That building was the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I had already afforded Nick Fury a chance. Do you truly believe those within were innocent? Shouldn't this responsibility rest upon your shoulders? I adhere to a strict moral code. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. I am unaware of what Nick Fury has conveyed about me, but one must face consequences for their transgressions. The vanquished in war are often obliged to pay reparations. You cannot deny this. Carol retorted, do as you wish. Quite the bravado you have there. Don't blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 109. The conclusion of Captain Marvel. Kyle produced a space stone, placing it upon Carol. The power she had gained from the gem ultimately returned to its rightful owner, the blue radiance of the space stone shining even more brilliantly than before. Carol reverted to her ordinary self. Kyle, ever considerate, administered healing, for witnessing death was unbearable. Nick Fury, the head of the agents, is no paragon. Think wisely henceforth, and do not allow yourself to be used as a pawn. With the space stone reclaimed, he prepared to attend to more pressing matters. Once his tasks were completed, it will be time to deal with the egg. By the way, has the craftsmanship of the colonial-era cobblers been passed down? On the other side, aboard the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier, the egg was on the phone with Captain America. What? He is still the Prince of Asgard? This is troublesome. If Carol accidentally kills someone, Asgard's wrath will surely follow. How did this become entangled with Asgard? Especially being the husband of Odin's eldest daughter, this is dire indeed. I must urgently contact Carol and advise her to hold back. As long as no one is dead, we can negotiate. At worst, we can issue an apology. Carol replied, you overestimate my abilities. As she prepared to reach out to her, suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door. Hill announced, Director, the Tri-Wing headquarters has gone dark. 5 minutes ago, we detected a high-energy response, and preliminary assessments indicate an attack on the headquarters. Fury examined the satellite imagery of the crater, then checked the coordinates, confirming they indeed corresponded to the headquarters. Are you certain this isn't the result of a nuclear strike? Hill responded, the blast radius of a nuclear weapon would be far greater. We have dispatched reconnaissance planes, and the footage will be returned shortly. 5 minutes later, the egg scrutinized the incoming footage, his brow furrowed until he spotted a disheveled, square-faced, blonde-haired woman. Carol? Hill, Director. Do you know her? She is the only living soul at the scene. Is it necessary to dispatch the special forces? Egg swiftly waved his hand and promptly retrieved his phone to contact Carol, only to hear the automated response. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. I shall personally arrange for a flight. Half an hour later, the Quinjet gradually descended, and Egg hastily approached Carol, who was seated at the edge of the crater. Carol, where's the angel? Did you too cause this devastation? Do not fret. The headquarters is reconstructing, and there are not many personnel inside. Casualties are insignificant. Those who engage in great affairs do not concern themselves with trifles. As long as we can handle him, these losses are bearable. Carol remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed upon the vast pit. Egg initially thought that Carol's current state stemmed from inadvertently injuring the headquarters of Three-Quarter Wing during her confrontation with Kyle, burdened by guilt over the deaths of so many agents. In Egg's mind, Carol had ascended to a godlike status, and he could not fathom her experiencing defeat, let alone such a crushing one. Her battle suit was in tatters, indicating she must have exerted immense effort to vanquish Kyle. Although Carol's injuries had healed, the loss of her powers was more painful than death itself. To suddenly transition from celestial enforcer to an ordinary human was not something everyone could accept with equanimity. After a prolonged silence, Carol finally spoke. "Fury, I can no longer assist you. You must find someone else." "What?" Egg was taken aback. Had Kyle somehow brainwashed her? Hadn't they been collaborating seamlessly? "Rest assured, I will not interfere with your endeavors in the cosmos to aid the Skrulls, unless a significant crisis arises on Earth. I certainly will not summon you," Carol replied. "It is not that I do not wish to help you. Rather, I am unable to. I'm merely a mortal now. He has stripped away my powers." "What on earth happened? Is he not dead?" Carol explained. "He is far stronger than I. I am no match for him. This crater is his doing. He merely used a small stone to drain my strength." The instigator of this entire ordeal, Kyle, traversed through a temporal rift to another universe. Wow, that was quite a distance. Opening the temporal rift completely depleted my energy reserves. Reconnecting to the holy light here, my strength rapidly restored, and I felt much better. Where am I? Kyle found himself by a small lake, next to a house with a sign that read, Stark Ecological House. Chapter 110, Banner Ecological Garden? Has Stark shifted from energy to agriculture? Do not move. As Kyle stood, lost in thought before the sign, a soft, childlike voice interrupted him from behind. Turning around, he encountered a petite girl, no taller than his knees, adorned with a blue Iron Man helmet that clearly was not a mere toy. Has Tony had a child in Avengers 4? Indeed, according to Dr. Banner, this place is set 5 years after Avengers 3. Tony, now in his 50s, certainly must be a father. "Who are you? Why are you here?" asked little Morgan. "Could you kindly reveal your name?" As the adorable child removed her helmet, Kyle was instantly captivated by her charming visage. Indeed, it is often said that a daughter is a father's little treasure. Kyle found himself wishing to take her home for a few days, as such a delightful little one is simply irresistible. "Maldenstock, why do you possess wings? Are you an angel?" With a divine radiance surrounding him, Kyle's appearance would not evoke fear in any ordinary person, especially not in the innocent eyes of a child. Young Morgan eagerly reached out to touch the wings adorning Kyle's back. "Stock, I presume your father is Tony. Am I correct?" Having only seen the trailer for Avengers Endgame and yet to witness its release, Kyle was entirely oblivious to the unfolding of its narrative. The sudden uncertainty regarding future events left him somewhat unsettled. No wonder Doctor Strange often relished in his cryptic demeanor. There is an undeniable thrill in being a step ahead, possessing foresight and control over the situation. Little Morgan asked, "Are you here to find my daddy? He hasn't been home for several days." "And what of your mother?" Kyle scooped up the adorable child, affectionately adjusting Morgan's hair, which only heightened her charm. "How I long for a daughter." However, his affectionate gesture prompted a swift warning from the intelligent assistant. "Friday, sir, please cease your actions immediately. Stark security protocols have been activated." Infrared beams materialized from the walls and ceiling. Even the stone bench in the yard transformed, resembling a firearm. Inside the house, Pepper received a notification. Emerging with a gun in hand. "Please put down Morgan at once. If you seek monetary compensation, I can provide a check for you to fill out." Goodness, was he being mistaken for a kidnapper? "I assure you, I can explain." Meanwhile, at the Avengers base, a large green figure sat helplessly on the floor, wiping away tears. Upon returning, he intended to seek out Natasha and the others, only to discover that there were no Pym particles left. Each individual had just enough for a round trip, with none remaining for Banner to traverse time once more. Upon Scott's return, wielding the scepter, he was met with this disheartening scene. "Banner, what troubles you? Did you fail to acquire the gem?" Hearing Scott's voice, Banner rushed over, anxiously searching Scott's body. "Where are the Pym particles? Are there any left? Please, I need another share." Scott replied, "There are none. They were all utilized prior to our departure. Stark and the others are also in jeopardy, and we do not yet know if they can return." With that, Scott sank to the ground as well. If Stark and Captain America were unable to return, the scepter he brought back would serve no purpose. The prospect of his family never reuniting loomed over him, observing the emptiness in Banner's hands. The plan to retrieve the Time Stone could now be deemed a failure. Even if Stark were to return with the Space Stone, it would be of no avail. The absence of one gem is no different from the absence of 6 in terms of their strategy. The two men sat in silence, staring despondently at the machine before them. A swift breeze ushered in the figures of Iron Man and Captain America. Stark inquired, "What has transpired?" Upon noticing the scepter discarded on the ground, he sighed with relief, initially fearing that further calamity had befallen them after their departure from the battlefield in New York. The presence of the scepter indicated that Banner was in peril. Captain America asked, "Banner, did you fail to secure the Time Stone?" Stark reassured him, "Do not fret. We still have a chance. We could traverse time once more and make another attempt, as we now possess ample Pym particles." Upon hearing this, Banner finally regained his composure. "Is that true? Splendid. We must first locate Natasha. The Soul Stone is in jeopardy." In his excitement, Banner momentarily lost control of his strength and nearly crushed Stark's shoulder. But fortunately, the nanotech armor intervened just in time to prevent injury. Stark cautioned, "Calm yourself. Let us clarify the situation first." Banner recounted his encounter at the New York Sanctum with urgency, emphasizing the method by which the Soul Stone could be acquired. A multiverse? Parallel universes? Everyone furrowed their brows. Banner was anxious for Natasha, while the others were taken aback by the unforeseen ramifications of their actions in obtaining the stone. Thankfully, Stark had returned with additional Pym particles. Otherwise, even if they managed to gather all the stones, returning would have been impossible. Sacrificing other worlds to achieve their success was not the outcome they desired. Fortunately, they now understood that merely returning the stones to their original timelines would avert the birth of parallel universes. Stark declared, "For now, let us find Natasha. We will address the Time Stone issue upon our return. If Kyle did not deliver the Time Stone, we would need to seek another timeline where it exists." The beginning of Infinity War was a viable option, as they could directly approach Strange. Without further ado, Stark and Captain America promptly adjusted their coordinates for the journey. With a flash, the two arrived on the planet Vormer. Friday, locate Natasha's position. Upon confirming the location, they set off and soon saw Clint emerging from the cliffside, his face stained with tears, a clear indication of his sorrow. Captain America asked, "Where is Natasha? Why are you alone?" Clint, silent and hollow, handed the Soul Stone to Captain America and knelt before the cliff. The acquisition of the Soul Stone confirmed that the sacrifice had already been made, and Stark ascended to the cliff's edge, where he discovered a lifeless body. Captain America lamented, "I am sorry. We arrived too late." Stark descended to the base of the cliff, bringing Natasha's body back. Laying her to rest was all they could do. At the Avengers base, Thor and Rhodey's teams also returned, gazing silently at the body Stark had brought back. Suddenly, Thor had a brilliant idea. Could we not use the stones to resurrect Natasha? A mere snap of the fingers should suffice, should it not? Indeed, with the exception of Clint, the others set aside their grief. The power of the Infinity Stones was so immense that bringing Natasha back to life seemed but a trivial task. "Clint, it's futile. The Spectre guarding the gemstone has declared that death is indeed final. The gravest misfortune is likely Banner. Should he not be the one most devastated by Natasha's demise? Just look at his pallor now. Even his scalp seems to mirror that hue." While everyone wallows in sorrow, a door suddenly manifests within the hall. Chapter 111. This thigh is too thick. With a clatter, weapons are drawn and shields are raised, and Stark begins to power up. Kyle, upon pushing the door open, is met with such a grand reception. "Are they welcoming me?" "Stark, are you Morgan?" Little Morgan leaps from behind Kyle and lunges into Stark's embrace. "Dr. Banner, stop. This is the mage I mentioned." At this, everyone lowers their aggressive stances. This is indeed promising news. The Infinity Stones are now gathered. Natasha, alongside Pepper, immediately spots the unmoving figure of Black Widow on the ground. Approaching for a closer look, she finally comprehends the earlier somber atmosphere. She's truly gone? Has Marvel begun to toy with death? Stark, preoccupied with the puzzling presence of Kyle alongside Pepper Morgan, leans in closer to Captain America and whispers, "Let us find a place for Natasha to rest. We have more pressing matters at hand." Rogers nods in agreement and steps out to seek the base staff to prepare a coffin. "Perhaps we should hold off on cremation. Let me give it a try. You can save Natasha." The two most fervent individuals, Clint and Dr. Banner, rush forward to confront Kyle. I can't guarantee anything. but I will certainly do my utmost. Kyle is also intrigued to see if the resurrection coin will be effective. According to the film's narrative, the soul of the sacrificial individual should be directly claimed by the soul stone. Kyle retrieves the resurrection coin and approaches Natasha. Believing that if he can rescue someone from the clutches of death, a mere soul stone should pose no challenge, right? As the coin makes contact with Natasha's body, Kyle suddenly finds himself enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground. A brilliant golden light emanates from Natasha's form, gradually retracting inward. Is this the underworld? Natasha, you're awake. How splendid. Everyone is drawn towards her, and Stark begins to utilize his armor to conduct a medical examination. Poor Kyle lies on the ground, overlooked, save for little Morgan who climbs onto him. Gazing curiously, Kyle's spirit enters a void, a realm that feels hauntingly familiar, still graced by the presence of that statuesque goddess. Little one, we meet again. Having encountered the Goddess of Death, Kyle's heart races. This marks the second time he has pilfered from a powerful entity. Will he face retribution? Despite his head being bowed slightly, his eyes remain fixated on that exquisite silhouette. As the figure draws nearer, a wave of pheromones floods his senses. Fearing a collision with the formidable presence, Kyle instinctively curls up, but a long, delicate finger lifts his chin. What does this mean? The resurrection of Natasha essentially involves seizing the soul from the clutches of death. If one were to truly confront Kyle, he would have no retort. What then is the significance of this teasing? Is it an acknowledgement of his unique talents? It turns out Kyle's suspicions were not unfounded. He has indeed caught the eye of a wealthy benefactor. Death, raising her cloak, enveloped Kyle, and the battle commenced with a ferocity far surpassing that of Hela's encounters. The techniques employed were largely unknown, a testament to the vast knowledge of the formidable. It was not long before Kyle succumbed, left utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The only sound echoing in his ears was a resounding clap. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself sprawled on an operating table, various instruments scanning his body. Natasha had remained vigilantly by his side, awaiting the moment her savior would awaken, eager to express her gratitude in person. I trust you do not intend to dissect me? Natasha chuckled, her humor indicative of the situation's gravity. After all, she felt a twinge of guilt should her rescuer find himself in peril. Thank you. You appear rather unwell. Do you feel any discomfort? Natasha remarked as she glanced at the freshly emerged test results. As Kyle propped himself up, the screen before him illuminated his current state, pale lips, sunken cheeks, and heavy dark circles under his eyes. The final note on the report read, kidney deficiency. Fortunately, it was merely a sensation of lower back pain. Kyle still found it hard to fathom the recent events. Had his unique abilities truly garnered such admiration? Rubbing his face, he felt an unsettling sensation and discovered that the ring tattoo on his left ring finger had transformed into a tangible, pitch-black skull ring that he could not remove. Speaking of which, had he just latched onto a powerful ally? As long as he steered clear of the few formidable figures, the Marvel multiverse would be at his mercy. Such a robust ally. Is this what it means to be supported by a wealthy patron? One could only say is undeniably exhilarating. Though somewhat incapacitated, he was far superior to the initial phase of Hela's prowess, having regained some color after consuming several doses of the girl's restorative concoction. Natasha remarked, "They're next door observing Stark's experiment. Would you like to take a look? Banner mentioned your identity. I believe you would find this world's Thor particularly intriguing." Thor? Upon arrival, it seemed he had not spotted Thor's presence. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. He had indeed seen the Stormbreaker, but the wielder was a rather rotund individual. "All right, but could you fetch me something to eat? My stomach is growling." "Of course, no problem. You head over there. I will grab you dinner from the cafeteria," Natasha directed Kyle before departing for the dining hall. As Kyle entered, he greeted hello. All eyes turned towards him, and as he passed Clint, he heard a heartfelt thank you that resonated with sincerity, reassuring him that he had not chosen wrongly. But where is Thor? Kyle glanced around the room, but saw no sign of Thor. Aside from a few members of the Avengers, there was a large, boisterous man with disheveled hair and an unkempt beard, incessantly guzzling beer. Unfamiliar with this figure, he pondered whether this was a newly introduced hero from Avengers Endgame. By convention, this individual should be the savior of the entire Avengers Endgame narrative. But Kyle wondered about his capabilities. After speaking, he noticed everyone's gaze suddenly fixated on the rotund man. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could you be Thor? Have I changed so drastically in appearance? As he uttered this, Thor rose to showcase his pudgy form. Laughter erupted. How did you end up like this? Did you pilfer the animal feed from Stark's eco park? Do you wish to contest with Thanos over who possesses the thicker neck? The Stormbreaker flew from the corner of the room into his grasp. The gust it created tousling his hair. You ought to conserve your energy, in your current state. You and T stand a chance against me. I comprehend your plan to gather the stones, but have you ever heard the saying, when you toy with time, time will toy with you? Chapter 112. Who could it be? What does this mean? This statement left everyone bewildered. With all 6 Infinity Stones secured and Stark conducting final checks on the gauntlet designed to house them, the prospect of reviving half of humanity with a mere snap seemed straightforward. Could there be any unforeseen challenges ahead? Stark had already verified the authenticity and potency of each stone. Well, it's akin to filmmaking. Prior to success, one often encounters obstacles. Kyle had gleaned from Dr. Banner the mundane experiences they had endured over the past few years. 4 or 5 years, they had done nothing until Scott emerged from the quantum realm seeking Stark's assistance, leading to Stark's successful experiment. Retrieving the stones from various dimensions had gone remarkably smoothly, with the only complications arising from Stark's handling of the space stone. Yet therein lay the issue. The ease of their journey lacked the gravitas to sustain an Avengers endgame narrative. Such a simple resolution would undoubtedly provoke ire from the audience. The runtime would fall short. It would have been better to conclude with Avengers Infinity War. Moreover, a climactic battle is essential for an Avengers tale. Did you encounter any particularly unusual faces on your quest for the stones? At this juncture, Nebula subtly stepped back, unnoticed by the others. Rhodes raised his hand and remarked, "Does encountering a fool count? A fool? It is commonly known that the combat prowess of the mentally unstable can be formidable." Rhodes shrugged. "It's just that Tony met Star-Lord. I only saw him dancing about in a manner I couldn't comprehend, seemingly enjoying raw rats. I have no idea what kind of alien creature that is." Tony furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Star-Lord was indeed a suspect, had he not been there. Perhaps they could have seized Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet on Titan. Initially, everything was in harmony, but it was his loud outcry that restored Thanos' sanity. One could argue that Star-Lord bears the primary responsibility for Thanos' ability to snap his fingers. However, one must consider that a mere thief wandering through the cosmos could hardly cause such chaos, especially since they appear to be allies. Stark inquired, "Is there more?" Natasha handed her dinner to Kyle, stating, "The guide Clint and I encountered was quite extraordinary. He even knew who my father was." The phrase "daughter of Ivan" left her astounded. "Guide?" Stark and Rogers exchanged glances, for they had seen no trace of such a figure during their visit. Watson remarked, "You've uncovered the blind spot." Clint added, "Indeed, he was quite remarkable. I couldn't even see his legs. It was as if he floated like a specter." Stark pressed, "Can you illustrate his likeness?" "Certainly. Character portraiture is a fundamental skill for agents, and with the assistance of artificial intelligence, Natasha swiftly produced a drawing. The Red Skull recognized the likeness immediately upon seeing it. Natasha noted, "Indeed, he seems devoid of skin, merely a red skull." Captain America, upon witnessing that familiar visage, felt an urge to curse. After 70 years of being frozen, it was unfortunate that Hydra had not been eradicated without his direct intervention. And now the Red Skull had also survived. Was this truly his fate? Was the greatest adversary of his life the Red Skull? Do you recognize him? Natasha's quick-thinking mind recalled who the Red Skull was. He is Johann Schmidt, the leader of Hydra during World War II. I reviewed his files while dismantling the Insight program. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't he dead? The group's attention turned to Captain America, for history books stated that he and the Red Skull perished together, and no one knew the truth better than this first-hand witness. Captain America replied, "I remember that the Red Skull sought to wield the Tesseract desperately, and then a beam of light appeared, and he vanished." Stark queried, "So, the mastermind behind this is none other than the Red Skull?" At this point, Kyle could no longer contain himself. That's highly unlikely. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has evolved past merely resurrecting a World War II-era villain. Kyle leaned towards the possibility of encountering someone like the ever-hungry Galactus. This speculation resonated with countless online commentators, as the comic universe offers few suitable antagonists for the current Avengers. If a villain is too powerful, it results in a one-sided confrontation with no suspense. If too weak, it merely serves as fodder. Galactus, with his perpetual hunger, seems to strike a balance. Or perhaps it would be Silver Surfer who makes an appearance. Has anyone encountered a figure riding a silver surfboard? When asked about the silver surfboard, everyone shook their heads, indicating no such encounter. This raises the question, who, in the end, is the true antagonist in Avengers? Endgame? Doctor Doom? That seems a bit beyond the scope. In terms of magical confrontations, even the current Doctor Strange may not suffice. It's quite disheartening. Stark abruptly shattered the long-held silence among the group with a poignant statement. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. Perhaps we are merely deceiving ourselves. The paramount concern now is to resurrect those who fell victim to Thanos. As for the consequences, we shall face them as they come. Indeed, there is no alternative. Come what may, we shall confront the tempest and shield ourselves from the deluge. This night was destined to be one of restless slumber. The following morning, Tony completed his analysis of the gems and commenced preparations for embedding them into the nanoglove. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently until the embedding was finally completed, allowing them to exhale in relief. Tony remarked, "Phew, a new dilemma arises. Who will snap their fingers? Naturally, it would be I. The thunder coursing through my veins can no longer be contained." Thor immediately strode over, puffing his chest with confidence. Perhaps the bubbling commentary came from Rhodey, the master of sarcasm. "I am a god, while you mere mortals are beneath me." The room erupted into a cacophony of arguments. Hold on. Isn't Carol around? We don't need to bicker when we have the indomitable Captain Marvel here. Among us, only Thor and Bruce possess the best physical resilience, and even they're no match for Carol. I can attest to her formidable defense. After a single encounter, my hands ached. Captain America interjected, "Carol is not on Earth. What a perfect tool she would have been, yet alas, she is absent." Nevertheless, Kal devised a plan, suggesting a small test for Thor and Banner. "You two, come here." He produced 2 power stones, placing one in each of their hands. "Let us see if you can withstand even a fraction of their might." "Infinite stones? Where did you procure such a bounty?" they exclaimed. "Do not concern yourselves with the details. Simply ascertain if you can endure the power of the stones." Thor declared, "I have never felt so invigorated." Banner concurred, "I feel fine as well." The astonishment on the faces of the others deepened as Kyle produced yet another 2 stones. In that instant, the arduous quest for these gems seemed trivialized. "Goodness, you two are rather weak. Already faltering at the 3rd stone?" It is no wonder that Thor and Banner struggled. The Infinity Gauntlet is inherently designed to stabilize the power of the stones. Otherwise, why would Thanos have gone through the trouble of seeking out the dwarves of Nidavellir? To withstand the might of 2 Infinity Stones with mere physical strength is already impressive. Kyle's jest did not elicit any retorts. The room fell into an eerie silence, with countless eyes fixated upon him, their intensity growing. It was peculiar, considering that the majority present were men, and there was even a raccoon among them. They seemed oblivious to his expression, their focus drawn to the Infinity Stones clutched in his hand. "Whoa, what did I acquire so many? How did I not feel a thing?" With 1 space stone remaining, he willed it into action, opening a portal. "This works too, yet I feel no surge of power whatsoever." As Kyle reflected upon the fervent gazes of the crowd, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that they wished him to snap his fingers? The tool they sought was none other than himself. "Do not voice it. I am aware of your intentions." He thought, were there others willing to test their fate? Perhaps there existed a superior alternative? They could not bring themselves to utter the request for Kyle's assistance. After all, this was their own dilemma. Why should an outsider like him undertake the peril? It was already generous of him to lend the time stone. Natasha inquired, "Where has Nebula gone?" At that moment, someone finally noticed the absence of a key figure. Such a critical moment without her presence surely indicated trouble. "Stark urgeht, hurry. We cannot wait for Carol to return. Whoever it may be, we must resurrect her at once." Before he could finish, a shockwave dispersed the group, followed by a tremendous explosion. The Avengers base was reduced to ruins. In the sky, the ominous silhouette of the Sanctuary 2 loomed large. Rows of cannons exhaled white smoke, revealing that the recent assault had originated from them. The force of the blast scattered Kyle and the others, and as they regained their composure, Kyle noticed he had fallen to the lowest level, standing amidst twisted metal. "Ouch, you stepped on my hand," exclaimed one. "Oh, my apologies." Kyle quickly extricated Natasha, half buried in debris, applying a swift healing touch. "Ah, how comforting. You saved me once more," she said, momentarily forgetting to evade as their lips drew perilously close. "Is everyone all right?" Natasha heard Captain America's voice through her earpiece, halting her movements. "We are safe. I have the gauntlet," she replied. "Can you make it out on your own?" "Trouble is approaching," he warned. Could it be Thanos? If Nebula had faltered, it could only mean the Mad Titan was near. Kyle felt a twinge of disappointment. Having fought the Purple Fiend in Infinity War, it seemed absurd to contend with him again in this sequel. "Thanos has brought an army. We require the power of the stones. Should we come to retrieve you?" Captain America asked. Natasha remained silent, instead glancing at Kyle. With a flourish, a pair of white wings emerged from behind Kyle. "Need a lift?" he offered. "Of course. No wonder Morgan referred to you as an angel. You truly have wings," Natasha replied. Kyle enveloped Natasha in his embrace, shielding her with his wings, his legs coiling like springs before propelling them through the obstacles. Ascending through the debris, he spread his wings to stabilize in midair. Upon emerging, he witnessed the tumultuous scene. The Purple Fiend was engaged in combat with Thor. Seizing the Stormbreaker, he was poised to strike. This was intolerable. Kyle dashed forward, gently placing Natasha down mid-flight before launching himself at the adversary, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Purple Menace sprawling, thus rescuing Thor. Thanos scrambled to regain his footing and demanded, "Who are you?" In Nebula's memories, she had never encountered Kyle. The force behind that kick was formidable, far from that of an unknown. Kyle pointed towards Thor, declaring, "He is my brother-in-law." Thanos retorted, "Hela has been dead for nearly 2 millennia. Hasn't she? Does Odin have a secret daughter? In this vast universe, the fact that Hela is sealed remains largely unknown to outsiders. The information about Ragnarok never reached Asgard before its fall. According to external narratives, Odin had but one daughter, Hela, who was executed long ago, a mere fabrication masking the truth of her confinement." Witnessing Mjolnir on the ground sparked an unexpected thought in Kale's mind. He dashed towards the purple-skinned creature, exchanging a few blows before summoning the enchanted hammer to press against Thanos' chest. Loki remarked, "Such a familiar maneuver. How does it feel, brother, to see my prowess surpass yours?" With a hearty laugh, Thor raised his axe, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's neck. Yet, seizing the moment is essential. Thor had learned from his experiences that even a moment's hesitation could lead to regrettable consequences. However, Thanos was neither Loki nor a mere victim lying crushed upon the Rainbow Bridge. As he called for the artillery of the Sanctuary II, Thanos forcefully pressed down, causing Mjolnir to tilt and tumble to the ground. Freeing himself from his bindings, he swiftly retrieved his dual blades. The thunderous assault of the spacecraft followed suit, unleashing a barrage of firepower, prompting the army to launch their offensive. How could one expect to prevail without summoning their allies? Kale, in a display of bravado, soared through the air, wings spread wide, accompanied by a radiant light behind him. A divine spectacle indeed. The purple-skinned creature stood agape, nearly compelled to kneel in reverence. While Stark and his companions remained in stunned silence, Thanos' minions faced dire consequences as the onslaught was tailored to their undoing. As the brilliance dimmed, Kale descended like a demonic harbinger, beams of light cleaving through the ground, severing Thanos' minions in half before they could utter a cry. The Sanctuary II, caught in the wake of a divine surge, lost half its engine and began a perilous descent from the skies. Stark and his compatriots gazed at the crater, their minds resonating with a single thought, truly formidable. Had Kale been present during Infinity War, Thanos would have been brought to his knees, begging for mercy. The purple-skinned creature lay within the pit, its armor crumbling to dust with a mere breeze, for without the protective garb, it would have surely been Thanos' fate. Yet, its state was scarcely better. Suffering from multiple fractures, it was rendered immobile, breathing shallowly. Death was not far off. Such a feeble adversary surely could not fill an entire film. A faint metallic sound echoed, followed by Banner's anguished scream. "What is happening? Why is my arm burning?" Turning back to the pit, he beheld Thanos, tears shimmering in his eyes, gradually disintegrating into dust, scattered by the wind. This was indeed excessive. Even in such a dire state, he was still subjected to the cruelty of the Infinity Stones. How utterly absurd. Chapter 114, 14,000,001. Rapid healing. Thank you. Banner felt quite embarrassed. Upon witnessing the overwhelming army approaching, he had been prepared to snap his fingers and dispatch them. However, he was left in awe by Kyle's display of power. his finger poised to snap, but frozen in place. With the threat now alleviated, his tension eased, and his finger fell. All he could do was apologize to the sweet potato spirit. My sincerest apologies. It was not my intention. Kyle's healing had a limited effect on the damage inflicted by the Infinity Stones. Banner's arm would require further time to recuperate before returning to normal. Banner was quite pleased with this outcome, having feared amputation. To preserve his arm was a commendable result. Your matters remain unresolved. Shall we attempt once more with the left hand? Listen, is that even a reasonable suggestion? Can't one hand be spared for sustenance? Even tools should not be subjected to such relentless use. Thor immediately interjected, "Allow me." With a resounding boom, a sphere of blue light streaked across the sky. The sonic boom in the clear expanse particularly striking, its destination precisely here. "Captain, the tool has arrived." Carol descended slowly, surveying the debris strewn about. "What transpired?" Stark replied, "You are late. The battle has already concluded." Thanos. Only then did Carol grasp the perilous nature of the recent events. Had Kyle not been present, her return may have coincided merely with the grim task of collecting the remains of the Avengers. "Thank you." Kyle relished these words, pondering how fortunate he was that Carol from his world was not as combative as this one. Carol examined the Infinity Gauntlet for an extended moment before articulating. Is it truly possible to resurrect so many with a mere snap? Her knowledge of the Infinity Stones was scant, aside from what she gleaned from Thanos. She was only aware of the engine crafted by Marvel, derived from the cosmic cube. After all, her remarkable powers stemmed from that very source. The idea that a single snap could eradicate half the universe's population was not entirely unfathomable. Stark cautioned, "Remember, it will only revive those who were annihilated by Thanos using the stones. Do not dwell on anything else. The consequences are beyond our capacity to bear." As Carol donned the gauntlet, an overwhelming force surged through her, invoking a sensation of cosmic supremacy. At this moment, she felt capable of effortlessly vanquishing all villains across the universe. Even the combined might of the three great empires would be no match for her. Yet, she continually reminded herself not to lose herself in this newfound power. With a snap, a tremendous force emanated from Carol, silently sweeping across the universe. Everywhere it passed, particles of dust coalesced into human forms. 5 years had elapsed since the snap, and people had long since acclimated to their new lives. Suddenly, the resurrected began to appear worldwide, igniting considerable turmoil. Fortune smiled upon him as he was resurrected and embraced by his family, reveling in the joy of reunion. Yet, misfortune struck. Upon returning home, he was met with the sight of his wife entwined with a stranger in their bed. To add insult to injury, many familiar faces surrounded them, friends and neighbors, and even some who were both. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a cacophony of joyous tears for some and a torrent of profanities for others. As his gloves slipped away, Carol felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Carol, are you all right?" Stark inquired, concern etched on his face. Kyle stood by, silently administering a swift healing to expedite Carol's recovery. "I'm fine, just utterly exhausted," Carol replied. It became evident who was truly strong and who was not, compared to Dr. Banner's injuries. Carol had sustained little more than fatigue. Minutes later, the arriving support gazed at the perplexing scene, exchanging bewildered glances. Unlike the others who celebrated their victory, Strange appeared troubled. His brow furrowed as he absorbed the unfolding events. "We have won," Stark declared. Strange shook his head, replying, "This does not align with what I witnessed. Why concern yourself with such matters? Victory is what counts." Thor interjected, and others nodded in agreement. They had triumphed, and the fallen had returned. A perfect conclusion. What more could one desire? Stark added, "Strange, perhaps you should not dwell on it. This may simply be the result of 1 in 14 million and one. A sight you happen to miss. There could be no better explanation. Kyle's presence was not part of those 14 million scenarios. Merely an absence of his observations of the victorious outcomes." Stark suggested, "Perhaps we should celebrate. It has been 5 years since our last gathering. How about the day after tomorrow? Clint needs to return to his family, and young Spider-Man, your aunt has been waiting for you. Could you direct me to a bus that goes to Queens?" Peter asked. Pepper stood, ruffling Spider-Man's hair, saying he'd a ride, dear. "Thanks, Miss Pepper," he replied. She enveloped him in her arms and took flight, leaving Peter momentarily speechless as he was filled with air, momentarily stifled. with his nanotech armor enveloping his head. He felt better. The others departed of their own accord, while those unable to fly were assisted by the mages of Counterattack, who opened portals to take them home. Soon, only Kyle remained, a stranger in an unfamiliar land with nowhere to go. Hey, what about me? You all just discard me once you're done? How heartless, Kyle thought. Not one to linger foolishly, he took to the skies, determined to navigate the city. Even if the currency of the parallel universe was non-transferable, he still possessed a wealth of gold in hand. Suddenly, he spotted a solitary figure clad in red, seated by the riverbank, aimlessly stirring the water with a stick. Who else could it be but Miss Wanda, a formidable force and undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Avengers' might? White, do you find yourself without a place to go? It is you. Wanda sensed the tranquil aura radiating from Kyle, and a flicker of comfort washed over her troubled heart. Is there something weighing on your mind? You seem rather unhappy. Kyle quickly recalled Wanda's tumultuous experiences, recognizing her as a figure of tragic fate since her debut in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Her first appearance marked the loss of her only family member. Just when she found companionship with a robot, Thanos cruelly took him away. Vision, strictly speaking, does not belong to the realm of life, and consequently cannot be resurrected like others. Chapter 115, Abducted, Trafficked. I'm uncertain where to go. Wanda glanced at Kyle and quickly lowered her gaze, fearing that her reddened eyes would betray her emotions. Kyle folded his wings and sat beside Wanda. Perhaps sharing your burdens would lighten your heart. I might be a suitable listener. Besides, I am not from this universe. Even if you divulge a secret to me, I will soon depart. Indeed, telling Kyle would be akin to speaking into the void, as no one would know. Effectively, it would be as if she had said nothing at all. Wanda, I was born in Sokovia, surrounded by loving parents and family, living a joyous life until war engulfed my home. A missile penetrated our building. The film may not delve deeply into my upbringing, yet the brief glimpses provide a glimpse into the horrors we faced. When that missile struck, Wanda and Pietro's hearts nearly stopped. How could siblings, having endured the flames of conflict at such a tender age, not comprehend the terror of an explosion? It would have been merciful had the missile detonated, and in their lives swiftly, but it did not explode. The missile loomed over them like the Grim Reaper's scythe, poised to claim their lives at any moment. Yet it remained dormant, a chilling reminder of their mortality. The letters Stark etched themselves indelibly into their memories, fueling their profound animosity towards Tony. With no family left, and their nation ravaged by turmoil, they were left to wander the streets. Though Pietro was merely minutes older, he embodied the protective nature of an elder brother. He always ventured out to procure food, whether through begging or theft, anything to ensure their survival. As they grew, they were eventually captured by Hydra for experimentation. Their experiences were a double-edged sword. On one hand, they finally had a roof over their heads and soft beds to sleep in, free from the worries of hunger. On the other hand, they faced daily blood draws for experiments and the ever-looming specter of death. Later, when the Avengers attacked, the two seized the opportunity to escape, with their greatest adversary incapacitated. What else could they do? Once again, I encountered Ultron, who turned out to be a madman intent on annihilating humanity. Although I had joined forces with the Avengers to confront Ultron, Pietro was lost to me. Wanda reflected, thus, I became a member of the Avengers. The Sokovia Accords, though synonymous with imprisonment, were something I could accept. After all, I had endured far worse in my past. At this juncture, a smile graced Wanda's lips as she reminisced. You know, I had never resided in such opulent surroundings before. The array of advanced technology was overwhelming, leading to many amusing mishaps. Those days were among the most unforgettable of my life. I even found myself falling for a robot. How absurd is that? Kyle silently listened, the cinematic visuals lacking the emotional depth now evoked by Wanda's first-hand account. Hearing her story stirred a sense of empathy within him, almost compelling him to offer her a comforting embrace. After watching Captain America: Civil War, he had felt deep sympathy for Tony, only to discover that the one most profoundly affected was Wanda herself. What began as a tranquil existence cooking alongside Vision was abruptly shattered when Captain America's persuasion led her directly to imprisonment. It was only through Tony's assistance that she managed to escape and find solace with Vision, only to be confronted by Thanos, enduring the agony of having to take her beloved's life. Wanda lamented, Thanos took everything from me, yet he is gone now. I'm lost, unsure of where to go. I know that no matter where I hide, the U.S. government will find me and monitor my every move. I refuse to live in constant fear. Solitude is unbearable. If Vision were still by her side, she wouldn't mind the surveillance as long as they were left undisturbed, pretending the Watchers did not exist. But now, she found herself utterly alone. Perhaps you could come with me? Kyle found himself proposing, unsure of why those words had escaped his lips. Perhaps it was merely pity for Wanda. In my universe, no one knows you're the Scarlet Witch. S-H-I-D will not monitor you. You can live like an ordinary person. I'll consider it, Wanda replied, taken aback by Kyle's offer, feeling hesitant to impose on him as they had only just met. Thus, Kyle took the penniless Scarlet Witch on an excursion around the nearest city for 2 days. It was only when Tony summoned them for a gathering that Kyle, with a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand, escorted Wanda to the soiree. During these 2 days, everyone was preoccupied with family reunions, yet Tony remained industrious, having reconstructed a time-traveling device to retrieve the Infinity Stones. However, the task of running errands was delegated to Steve, who planned to commence action after the festivities concluded. Here is your stone, Tony declared, producing an exquisitely wrapped box containing the green time stone. Kyle accepted it without a glance and tossed it to Strange, exclaiming, "It's a gift for you." What? Can this thing really be given away? At that moment, Banner and the others finally recalled Kyle's earlier display of numerous stones. Could you enlighten us about the origins of those stones? Banner inquired. I recollect the words of the Ancient One, who remarked that a deficiency in gemstones could incite chaos within the cosmos and alter the trajectory of the world's future, giving rise to parallel universes. Particularly, it was quite a feat to persuade the Supreme Sorcerer to lend a gemstone after much verbal negotiation, and now, to simply grant one is a stark contrast. Moreover, with Loki's escape, how could the future remain unchanged? Stark, unable to suppress his embarrassment, remarked, "Apologies, it was unintentional. We were unaware of the potential ramifications at that moment. In my pursuit of Loki, I encountered an organization that claimed to be the Time Variance Authority." Kyle's tale opened the eyes of everyone present. It was astonishing to discover the existence of such an organization in the universe, making one feel like a mere pawn in a grand scheme, their future predetermined. So, are there truly numerous Infinity Stones? Stark pondered whether a visit might be worthwhile. Acquiring a suit adorned with Infinity Stones seemed quite appealing. However, Dr. Banner's perspective differed significantly. From the Ancient One, he learned just how crucial the Infinity Stones are for a universe. Yet if the Time Variance Authority possesses a multitude of Infinity Stones, are they managing the normal progression of the cosmic timeline or deliberately creating parallel universes? Banner questioned, are they villains or heroes? Ultimately, it became inconsequential, as they had bestowed a gift of apocalypse upon their departure. Coughing at the mere thought of the vast crater left at the Avengers base, he struggled for breath. "Let us not disappoint the Ancient One," Kyle said, moving to pat Strange on the shoulder. Stark interjected, "Let us not dwell on such matters. It is a time for revelry, Ivy party." In the face of the electrifying music, Stark felt a twinge of nostalgia for his youth, glancing at Morgan and Clint's children with a smile. They represented his everything. Meanwhile, Kyle was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with a group of burly men, exclaiming, "You lost. Drink up, Thor." Miss Wanda, along with the women, chatted and sipped drinks, her gaze lingering on the children as they played. She yearned for involvement. However, feeling disconnected from this joyful scene, she sat alone at the lakeside dock, lost in thought while holding her glass. Would you care to join me? Chapter 116. Bringing a young sorceress home, a portal to the temporal realm materialized in the hall of the New York Sanctum, from which Kyle and Wanda emerged in succession, opting not to disturb Daniel as they exited through the door. Wanda kicked aside debris on the roadside, surveying the New York that had recently endured the ravages of battle. Her heart remained unperturbed by the larger conflicts, ready to embrace renewal. She glanced at Kyle, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks, asking, "Would it be too much of an imposition to visit your home?" "Not at all. I have but one sister who resides in an orphanage. By birth date, you may be younger than Sky, but now she shall refer to you as sister," Kyle replied, guiding Wanda toward the Stark Tower. The aftermath of the battle lingered only days past, with the streets of New York strewn with remnants of buildings, while the city government hastened to clear the debris, cordoning off numerous areas with warning tape. "Here we are," residing in the heart of the city makes shopping and leisure incredibly convenient. Gazing down at a pile of construction debris in the corner below, it is evident that this area has also been affected by the chaos of battle. Kyle, who resides on the top floor, must be wondering about the state of his home. Wanda inquires, is there a neighbor undergoing renovations? Unsure, she continues, it's quite possible. Considering the security booth at the entrance has collapsed, it's only natural for some floors to sustain damage. We can't very well prevent people from repairing their homes. As the elevator ascends, the piercing sound of cutting grows louder, and a sense of foreboding envelopes Kyle. The elevator doors have yet to open, yet he has already deduced the outcome. The source of the noise is indeed his residence. Upon entering, he finds the living room has been entirely crushed by half of a Chitauri troop carrier, and a swarm of workers armed with tools is currently engaged in cutting it apart. The sleek surface of the cut indicates that it was likely severed by none other than Thor, who alone possessed the strength to bisect such a vessel. Wanda peeks curiously over Kyle's shoulder, remarking, "It seems you've had quite the stroke of bad luck." Smiling, he responds, "It appears we may need to find a hotel." Mr. Stacy. Suddenly, a bald figure emerges from the crowd. Sitterville? What brings him here? Has that boiled egg sent him to stir up trouble? Kyle thinks to himself, feeling exasperated, as he had not yet settled accounts with Sitterville. Sitterville approaches, stating, "Sir, I am here to extend apologies on behalf of Director Pierce of S.H.I. Lady Pierce. Isn't your director the boiled egg?" Sitterville, uncertain of the reference, feels a sense of offense. Director Fury has been suspended for abuse of power, and Director Pierce is now acting in his stead. We sincerely apologize for the offenses committed by Nick Fury. Please accept this small gesture of goodwill and forgive our previous ignorance and recklessness. Director Pierce assures that no one will harm you or your family henceforth. Kyle takes a glance at the document, which is a transfer contract for a luxurious penthouse, similar to his current residence, but considerably larger. This is quite a thoughtful gesture, a timely rescue in a moment of need. Observing their demeanor, he feels a sense of comfort. It is no wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. has managed to infiltrate so seamlessly. As long as they refrain from bothering him, all will be well. I assure you, there will be no repeat of this incident. With the boiled egg suspended, does this mean the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, are approaching? Honestly, Kyle is quite eager to discover what vehicle possesses such a robust air conditioning system. Should he perhaps stoke the flames? A bulletproof vehicle surely wouldn't withstand a 127. Fortunately, he received this information in time. Otherwise, had he dealt with the boiled egg, there would be no spectacle to behold. Rescuing a few photographs from his bedroom, he turns to Wanda, saying, "Let us go and take a look at our new home." Wanda had remained silent, merely observing. She recognized Sitwell and was aware of Hydra's true identity, now hesitating whether to caution Kyle. This individual was far from virtuous. It would be prudent to maintain a distance. "You mentioned Hydra, but they have not provoked me. It is Nick Fury who has caused considerable trouble." Wanda, being familiar with Egghead, quickly surmised the reason. "I suspect he wishes to recruit you." Astute indeed. Egghead has grown accustomed to exerting power over ordinary individuals, always seeking to control forces beyond his grasp, lacking a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Wanda chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, he has always been this way," all the while reveling in his self-proclaimed righteousness. Upon descending to the garage, she suddenly recalled that her vehicle had been gifted to Sky, and she had yet to purchase a new one. Fortunately, the RV could serve as a mode of transportation, perfectly suited for driving to the garage of their new home. However, upon reaching her designated parking space, she discovered the opposite. The RV was absent, while her former car was parked in its place. Almost forgetting that Sky resided here, she pondered how Sky had been managing since the house had collapsed. Without delay, she retrieved her phone and dialed Sky's number. "Where are you?" After inquiring, she learned that since their home was uninhabitable, Sky had taken the RV to school, using it as a makeshift dormitory, allowing for sleep and eliminating the need to rise early for classes. "All right, we're at the location of our new home." Wanda observed Kyle making a phone call, his face radiating affection, filling her with envy as she reminisced about how Pietro had often treated her in a similar manner. "You and your sister share a close bond." "Indeed, after all, I lost her for over a decade." The new home was situated closer to Empire State University, and by the time Kyle arrived, Sky was already waiting at the entrance. "You finally made it. This is As Sky approached, she spotted Wanda in the passenger seat. A subtle hostility, perceptible only to Wanda, emanated from Sky, as if sensing that something of hers was about to be taken away. "This is Wanda. You may call her sister. She will be living with us from now on." Kyle, unaware of the undercurrents between them, merely sensed an awkward atmosphere, attributing it to their first meeting, believing that with time, it would improve. "Hello, I'm Sky." Sky quickly extended her hand, taking the initiative as the host, welcoming a guest into her home. "Hello." Wanda, noticing Sky's tightly clasped arm, began to understand the source of the hostility. Without quite knowing why, Wanda hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Kyle's other arm. Indeed, it was far warmer than the cold metal of a robot. "Wow, this place is significantly larger than our previous home. This living room is far superior to the old gym. It seems SHIELD has indeed invested quite a bit, with 2 floors of exquisite design and a rooftop pool that is notably larger." Choosing rooms became a competitive affair. Those who were quick would claim the best spaces, while those who hesitated would be left wanting. With Sky around, Wanda felt more at ease, and the two even began to compete for the best rooms. Neither had ventured into the master bedroom on the first floor, instinctively considering it to be Kyle's space. 2 individuals hurriedly raced towards the sole remaining bedroom on the first floor. Ultimately, neither was willing to concede defeat, and they each retreated a step to select rooms on the second floor instead. The 3 bedrooms on the second floor were aligned side by side, and the 2 intentionally chose opposite ends, even leaning over the corridor railing to observe Kyle. They hoped he would also choose a room on the second floor, ideally the one situated between them. Unbeknownst to Kyle, a silent battle raged between the 2 as he tossed his belongings into the master bedroom on the first floor. With their rooms chosen, they began contemplating what essentials they still needed to procure, while simultaneously pondering the dishes they wished to enjoy, as a celebration was in order for their new abode that very evening. "Spicy chicken and mouth-watering chicken," exclaimed Sky. "What is that?" Wanda inquired, having never tasted it before. "Mouth-watering?" Of course, Gwen's presence was indispensable when it came to dining. Upon her arrival that evening and witnessing the ambience of the new home, she immediately declared her desire to move in. "Perfect, that LL save us some rent." Gwen promptly chose the last remaining room on the first floor, leaving Sky and Wanda exchanging incredulous glances. Well, after all that contention, they had unwittingly paved the way for someone else's comfort. An alliance was swiftly formed among them, united against the outside world, a veritable trifecta of power struggles, akin to the Sun-Lu alliance from the 3 Kingdoms. Chapter 117. A messy situation, ding ding ding. Early in the morning, Kyle was roused from slumber by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Glancing at the caller ID, his irritation flared upon seeing the words that sparked his morning displeasure. "Messy situation, you better provide me with a flawless explanation." It was only 6 o'clock. Why was he being disturbed instead of snuggling with Pepper? Couldn't he this wait until later? Ever since several sisters had joined the household, Kyle had not enjoyed an early night's rest, being kept awake until the wee hours of the morning. The following day, he was also responsible for preparing breakfast for the 2 heading off to school. Thus, being awakened over an hour before he needed to rise was certainly cause for annoyance. "First, I require an explanation," he demanded. Just then, a video popped up on his phone, commencing playback. Captured by an unknown camera, it vividly displayed the process of Gwen being enveloped in her nanotech armor. Is this a feat achieved through magic? I firmly believe no one in the realm of technology surpasses my own expertise, Stark proclaimed, brimming with confidence in his technological prowess. Unable to fathom that anyone on Earth could eclipse his innovation. It must be magic. Recently, his nanotech armor technology was still in the validation phase, and witnessing it in action was enough to provoke a sense of urgency. Furthermore, the fact that it appeared on Gwen only led him to think of Kyle, the sorcerer. "I'll address this once I awaken. Prepare to entertain me by noon." With that, Kyle ended the call and promptly returned to his much-needed slumber. Meanwhile, Star Kyle blissfully slept until 7:30, finally rising to prepare breakfast, nourishing several eager little mouths before he could finally rest. Wanda approached, carrying a tea set, and began to brew tea for the lounging Kyle. How thoughtful. The past few days had been quite enjoyable for Wanda, who had recently taken up gardening, spending her time on the rooftop tending to her collection of potted plants. "When I venture out for a stroll, I specifically seek out places that sell flowers and plants. During other times, I find myself lingering in Kyle's presence, indulging in tea, which seems to have become an addiction of sorts. I have often filled Kyle's belly to the brim, yet continued unabated. Would you care to accompany me on a visit? Wanda, certainly, let me fetch the car keys. Without a moment's hesitation, she readily agreed. No need to drive. It's merely a couple of steps away. With a portal, it truly is just a short walk. This time, Kyle did not open the door directly to the villa, but stopped at the entrance, primarily because Tony has a girlfriend now. And it might be awkward if they stumbled upon an unexpected scene. Stock? Wanda recognized the villa's exterior as Tony's home. She had seen the video where the main universe's Tony declared war against Captain Marvel. At that time, she even searched for 10880 Marbury, intending to seek revenge. But little did she expect Tony to walk right into a trap. Upon reaching the doorstep, Jarvis's voice resonated. Mr. Stark is awaiting you in the laboratory. Would you like me to prepare some jasmine tea? It would be best to bring out a set of tea utensils. I have a tea master with me. The camera immediately shifted to Wanda, and after half a minute, Jarvis continued, I cannot find any information on this lady. I am unsure how to address her. Tony in the laboratory was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Jarvis had tapped into a vast amount of computing power, even accessing national registration data. Wanda, Django Maximoff. Miss Maximoff. Greetings. I am Jarvis. Hello. Navigating the laboratory with ease, Tony had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon hearing the door open, he did not lift his gaze. The lady you brought is indeed quite mysterious. She nearly caused Jarvis to overload. Sokovia? It used to be a beautiful city, Wanda remarked. Its current state might be partially due to your actions. Stark inquired, what do you mean? Wanda replied, when I was a child, I was trapped under a bed by a bomb marked with the Stark insignia for several hours. Stark he taught it, impossible. I have never sold arms in Sokovia, and Stark's weapons, even if they're dud bombs, will self-destruct within 2 hours. Kyle gently patted Wanda's head in consolation. You may not sell them, but your bald uncle would. Those weapons are not assembled on Stark Industries' assembly line. Those defective parts always find their way to suitable destinations, do they not? Stark was left speechless, and combined with the remnants of Sokovia, only guilt remained in his heart. How much mess had Obadiah truly left behind? I apologize. I will do my utmost to compensate the victims. Saying this, he immediately dialed Pepper's number, instructing her to establish a foundation in Sokovia to aid the civilians tormented by the ravages of war. Now, it was time to discuss serious matters. A virtual projection promptly began to play that video. Give me a perfect explanation. Sea cucumber stir-fry is not it. Wanda replied, this is not your doing, and indeed, I had forgotten that this is not the original world. Stark asked, what are you rambling about? Ahem, do you know about parallel universes? After the battle in New York, I ventured into a parallel universe, where the nanotechnology armor was crafted by an alternate version of myself. Tony, initially bewildered, retreated to the restroom to splash some water on his face before he spoke. Are you saying this device was created by me from the future? And that I also helped resurrect half of their population? Furthermore, I defeated a formidable adversary accompanied by an alien army? Tony fell into deep contemplation, not out of awe for his future technology, but out of concern that the calamities of that universe might repeat themselves here. Stark, I devised a plan shortly after the New York conflict. I intend to clad Earth in Iron Man armor and deploy weaponry directly in outer space. I am preparing to create an artificial intelligence even more advanced than Jarvis, specifically designed to manage this system, providing relentless surveillance of any potential threats. Should danger arise, we would be able to respond immediately. With extraterrestrial weaponry at our disposal, coupled with the Avengers, I believe we can withstand the majority of external threats. What do you think of this plan? While it's a sound idea, its execution is exceedingly challenging due to the exorbitant costs involved. Achieving global coverage would require resources beyond what even 10 Stark Industries could provide. Tony understood well the financial burden his vision entailed. It was not merely a matter of Stark Industries, but even the entirety of America would struggle to reach a complete realization of this concept. Stark yet. We cannot remain idle. We must prepare in advance. Chapter 118. The concerns of Miss Wanda, your foresight is commendable, and I grasp your intent. Covering the entire globe is somewhat unrealistic, as the human and financial resources required are beyond your means. However, you could enhance the quality by deploying a limited number of high-powered weapons to assist your armor. Regarding your super artificial intelligence, I advise caution. The cinematic portrayals of artificial intelligence crises over the years are ample. In the comics, there exists a version of Ultron that does not betray humanity. Perhaps it poses no threat in this universe. Even if complications arise that Stark cannot resolve, he has others to rely on. Stark, haha, you need not worry. No one understands artificial intelligence better than I do. Besides, there's the precedent of Jarvis. Ultron. Upon hearing this, Wanda was reminded of the robot she despised. Had it not been for Ultron, Pietro might still be alive. What? How do you know that? Stark was taken aback when Wanda mentioned the name of the super artificial intelligence. The plan had only just been proposed, and they had yet to finalize the name. Ultron merely being one of the monikers discussed between him and Banner. Considering Wanda's background, it was no surprise she had this knowledge. Did the Stark of the parallel universe also have this plan? Was it successful? Stark, feeling a sense of pride, remarked that the name's emergence indicated success. Wanda, quite successful, in fact. Ultron personally sent Sokovia into the skies. Stock? Wanda, quite literally, Ultron has propelled an entire city into the sky. One can only imagine the impact of a city plummeting from 10,000 meters. It is evident that he has misconstrued your intent to protect humanity. Ultron believes that by eradicating all humans, there will be no threats left to humanity. Stark, has he fashioned himself into some grand paragon, so utterly distorting your meaning? Perhaps you need not expend your energy on this. Jarvis is fully capable of managing those tasks, is he not? Stark's expression immediately soured, struggling to comprehend how the foundational code for protecting humanity had been so egregiously compromised. Wanda, ever thoughtful, employed her chaos magic to allow Stark to experience the unfolding crisis of Ultron. Stark's complexion drained of color. This exemplifies the distinction between the Analects and the Luinyu. The critical issue is that even old Jarvis has been ensnared in this predicament, compelling him to contemplate whether to proceed further. May I glimpse the future events? Stark ardently wished to know what crises lay ahead, so he could prepare accordingly. Before a response could be given, Kal interjected, halting Wanda. There is no need. There are variances between parallel universes, and in that universe I do not exist. Nor do you possess the vibranium armor. A mere glance will not cost you anything. How miserly. It must be said that the strongest intellect proves remarkably useful. He instantly reverted to his usual nonchalant and self-important demeanor. Very well, you made a part. I must return to my work. By the way, inform Gwen that the ordinary nanometal's defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. It is time to prepare for an upgrade to the vibranium version. He even became somewhat haughty, denying the use of others' resources. Well then, lunch plans are dashed. He departed with Wanda. Once they left, Stark's demeanor grew serious as he summoned the data for the next-generation Mark armor. No matter how he assessed it, it seemed insufficient. Firepower, and more firepower. He wished he could directly mount an electromagnetic cannon. An electromagnetic cannon? A brilliant idea. The pressures of war ignited Tony's creativity, and a torrent of innovative modifications for the armor surged forth. Meanwhile, upon Kyle's return, he received a call from Pepper. Mr. Kyle, prepare to descend to receive a delivery. What delivery necessitates a personal call from the CEO? Pepper, didn't Tony inform you? He wishes to surprise you. You'll see for yourself. Descending, he spotted 2 container trucks parked roadside with their hazard lights flashing. As soon as Kyle emerged, a figure clad in Stark employee attire approached him. Mr. Kyle, please sign for this. What is this? The individual gestured to the driver without uttering a word. Before long, the containers automatically opened, revealing their contents. 2 trucks. Did they know he was in the market for a vehicle and brought these specifically for him? How considerate, indeed. Once aboard, he discovered that this was Stark's inaugural mass-produced model in the electro-vehicle sector, specially delivered for him to experience firsthand. These 2 vehicles are also custom editions. The batteries of ordinary models have been drastically reduced, requiring replacement after merely 2,000 kilometers. However, the ones gifted to Kyle are distinct, powered by compact reactors that can last until they are rendered obsolete. Naturally, upon acquiring the new cars, one must take them out for a spin, ideally accompanied by a beautiful companion in the passenger seat. He hurried home to invite Wanda along. Upon arriving, he found her sitting on the rooftop, staring blankly at a flower pot. Is something troubling you? Just last night, she seemed to be enjoying herself with Sky. Why does she appear so despondent now? Stark has sent 2 cars. Shall we go for a drive? Wanda finally snapped back to reality, her smile returning. Yet, even the sweetest smile could not mask the concerns etched across her face. Once in the car, Wanda reverted to her pensive demeanor, gazing blankly out of the window. Is something weighing on your mind? Perhaps voicing it would alleviate some burden. Harboring it within only brings discomfort. Wanda was uncertain how to respond. In this parallel universe where no one knew her, there should be no pressing issues. She only needed to live the life she desired. Yet upon seeing Stark, memories of Pietro surged back, leaving her torn about whether to save this world. She didn't want them to repeat their old paths. Having weathered the storm herself, she wished to spare others from similar downpours. Her experiences could only be described as painful. At least Thor had the remnants of Asgard for companionship. While she was left alone, though Kyle was present now, the Wanda of this world was not. Crucially, she did not want this universe's Wanda to lose Pietro as well. Kyle glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing Wanda's unchanged demeanor, and hesitated to press her further, opting instead to change the subject. How about a family dinner tonight? Helen is eager to meet you. In my household, my daughter holds a far superior status than any man. Thank goodness Helen doesn't have pets, or her standing would be even lower. Wanda responded with a simple. As Kyle spoke, he observed Wanda's reaction in the mirror. She finally appeared less burdened. But why was she blushing? Did she seem more spirited? It was beyond him. One should never attempt to decipher a girl's thoughts. How about meeting an old man? His tea-making skills are quite impressive, and you might even learn a thing or two. Chapter 119. 2 Unsolved Mysteries of Marvel Slurp. Ancient One shot a glance at the carefree Kyle, who seemed to attract trouble effortlessly. So, what do you think of this apprentice? I assure you, she surpasses the strange you have your eye on. Talent aside, am I not a legitimate heir of white magic? And you bring me a candidate from the dark magic lineage that She-Sorn admires? Are you sending her to deliver groceries or preparing for a game of espionage? Or perhaps you intend for She-Sorn to pilfer? The truth is, Ancient One is genuinely contemplating a change of apprentices, especially after her discussions with counterparts from other universes. Unbeknownst to many, a mere glance reveals the astonishing prowess of Doctor Strange, the most gifted practitioner of white magic in history. However, the crux of the matter lies in his penchant for chaos. Countless sanctuaries of Counterattack have succumbed to his machinations, impacting entire parallel universes. Upon the demise of the sorcerer of Counterattack, their soul ascends to the Vishanti, yet how could one possibly nourish the souls of an entire universe? It's a wonder they haven't been overwhelmed. Throughout his journeys, Strange has encountered several universes where he has ascended to the title of Supreme Sorcerer, particularly in those where he has perused the Darkhold. The devastation is nothing short of catastrophic. Counterattack stands bereft of its sorcerers, leaving only Strange to defend Earth. One might ponder the irony. With only a solitary human remaining, what does it mean to guard the Earth? Strange bears an uncanny resemblance to Ultron within the realm of sorcery, as it seems the guardianship of Earth has been reduced to an empty gesture. Ancient One harbors fears that this universe-esque Strange may tread a similar path. In comparison, Wanda appears rather commendable. If only the dark sorceress were to join Counterattack, darkness would cease to exist. This is truly a stroke of genius. If one cannot conquer, then one must join the ranks of the formidable. Ancient One, Ms. Wanda, I am willing. Goodness, is this a joke? You've agreed before even hearing the terms. Regardless, death is inevitable. One might as well gamble that perhaps a negative multiplied by a negative could yield a positive outcome. As the saying goes, only magic can vanquish magic. He employs darkness to counter darkness. Very well, let us peruse these tomes. Should there be any confusion, Counterattack is at your service for inquiries. Ancient One is all in. After all, if Strange cannot rise to the occasion, he might as well continue his practice as a surgeon. As for how to report to the Vishanti, one could simply elude their grasp. Those debt collectors will soon come knocking, and with the Eternal One shielding him, what could possibly go awry? 2 great enigmas linger in the Marvel Universe. First, just how much debt has Ancient One accrued? Second, how many safe houses has Nick Fury established? Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Agent Coulson finds himself in the office of his superior, Alexander Pierce, facing reprimand. Pierce states, "That will suffice. You are a seasoned agent. Be more prudent in your actions moving forward. Consider these days of vacation, and we shall reinstate your position shortly." Yes, sir. Coulson has no retort, for his decisions have indeed led to substantial losses for Had it not been for his recruitment of the Avengers to fend off the Chitauri onslaught, he might well be facing imprisonment instead of mere suspension. However, this does not impede his ability to monitor the inner workings of SHIELD. After all, everyone has trusted subordinates. Upon his arrival at his ostensible residence, he receives a report from Agent Hill. Report: Loki's scepter was intercepted during transport. What an extraordinary coincidence. It seems that every time important assets are transported, they inexplicably vanish. Does SHIELD's field agents truly lack competence? This revelation confirms that there is indeed a significant internal issue within SHIELD, and it appears to involve someone of considerable rank. The arrangement for the transport of the scepter was personally orchestrated by him, purportedly for the purpose of fishing. The task, graded at level 10, was not something that could be known by just anyone. The only individuals privy to this mission were himself, the captain of the execution team, or another level 10 operative, Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD. It appears the bait has been taken, and it might even be a substantial catch. Should Kyle discover this, he would certainly have a lot to say about Hydra. However, that would indeed be superfluous. Given that SHIELD has now become Hydra, why not simply execute a switch during the scepter storage? After all, these items might not see the light of day for years, and by the time they realize something is amiss, considerable time would have elapsed. At that point, one could always concoct a story about a warehouse fire. If all else fails, resorting to hiring temporary workers to steal and sell on the black market could be an option. Upon reflection, Kyle's thoughts seem rather naive. The death of an operative in the field benefits both sides. Hydra benefits from executing special tasks under the radar, while the agency can profit from the situation. A win-win scenario. When it comes to treachery, America excels. Suddenly, an alert. Pierce has announced an acceleration of the Insight program. The Insight program? A chill ran down his spine. If there were complications with the Insight program, it would spell disaster. This was a weapon comparable to orbital weaponry. A revolutionary armament capable of single-handedly taking on the entire U.S. military, precise enough to not waste a single bullet. Something monumental was about to unfold. He quickly reviewed the progress of the Insight program, ultimately honing in on a satellite launch vessel named the Lemuria. Grabbing his coat, he hurriedly drove towards Brooklyn, seeking the assistance of Captain America. He was the only person he could unconditionally trust. After all, who could possibly turn the allegiance of a man who had been frozen for 70 years? Upon entering, he spotted Captain America preparing to leave with a bag. "Captain, I need your help." "Fury, you arrived just in time. I need your assistance as well." "Then, let us help each other." "What is it?" "Bucky is still alive." "Who? The Howling Commando's Bucky Barnes?" "That's impossible. If he were alive, he would be over 90 years old. With all the commotion surrounding the Avengers in New York, the entire world knows about you. If Bucky were alive, he would surely seek you out. Do you recall when Loki escaped a few days ago, and I mentioned encountering someone in the building who looked like me? I miscalculated. That wasn't Loki. Even if Loki's illusions could mimic my appearance, they couldn't replicate my combat skills. Had the opponent not been physically exhausted, I might not have prevailed." He uttered the words "Bucky is still alive" before I was ambushed and knocked unconscious. "So, you believe Bucky is alive, and you intend to find him?" "Yes. I feel he is not lying." "Where do you plan to search for Bucky?" "Captain America." "Fury. Captain, do not easily trust the words of the enemy. In this era, lies are the most common currency. You must learn to navigate them. Perhaps you should first hear my concerns. They are of greater significance, pertaining to the fate and future of all humanity." Captain America, is the Chitauri army invading again? Chapter 120. The Insight plan has flaws. After reviewing the information presented by Egg, Rogers felt utterly disheartened. Is your notion of protection merely to point guns at everyone? Fury's countenance darkened. The original duty was to preemptively eliminate threats, but now seems poised to spiral out of control. What must I do? Captain America cast aside his backpack, clearly distinguishing between priorities. The issues concerning SHIELD evidently took precedence over the elusive Bucky. Fury, no. Your backpack is perfectly suited for the task at hand. You can continue your search for Sergeant Barnes. it would be prudent to seek assistance from S.H.I.E. Ed. After a whispered conversation, Egg departed. Captain America seized his backpack and mounted his motorcycle, racing towards S.H.I.L.D. Directly confronting acting director Pierce. "I need your help." "Of course," Pierce replied without hesitation. "All resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. are at your disposal." Although he bore little affection for Captain America, maintaining appearances was essential. Once the Insight Plan's carrier ascended, all obstacles before Hydra would cease to exist. Do not speak of a single super soldier. Even 10 or 100 would merely amount to a few bullets. "Captain America, Bucky is alive." Pierce immediately perked up. "Has the Winter Soldier been exposed?" "It cannot be. He has not undertaken any missions in the past 2 years." His right hand discreetly moved towards the handgun affixed beneath the table. "Is it Sergeant Barnes? Where did you acquire this information? Is it credible?" His expression was exaggerated, brimming with the excitement of anticipating a hero's return. "Captain America, I do not know, but I feel it is true. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. assist me in locating him?" Pierce exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared that their secret was compromised. "Captain, who provided you with this information?" "Without precise intelligence, we cannot proceed with a search. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are quite occupied and cannot engage in this guessing game." "I understand your emotions. Not everyone has undergone serum injections. Even if Barnes did not perish on the battlefield, his lifespan may have reached its conclusion in recent years. However, if there is concrete evidence that Sergeant Barnes still lives, S.H.I.E.L.D. would certainly dedicate every effort to locate him. We require such a combat hero." Pierce adopted a righteous demeanor, wanting to assist but wary of overstepping his authority. "I have heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Insight Plan. Once the plan is successful, could it be utilized to trace Bucky's whereabouts?" "Pierce, who informed you of this? At your level, you should not have access to the Insight Plan." "Nick Fury? Is this a ploy to test his urgency in expediting the process?" "It should not be the case. Given Nick Fury's character, he would indeed favor the Insight program. Otherwise, he would not have announced the acceleration of its construction. Pierce is merely waiting for the Insight program's aircraft carrier to launch so he can recall Nick Fury to his position, thereby creating a perfect scapegoat for Hydra's actions." "Captain America, I heard a statement from Coulson during his lifetime. This creates an awkward situation as Coulson has already passed away, and Captain America's well-known admiration for him could easily lead to an accidental revelation of confidential information before his idol. With Coulson no longer alive, accountability can no longer be pursued. Pierce, the Insight program requires more time. However, it may assist in locating Sergeant Barnes during its trial phase." "Thank you," and with that, Captain America departed. Hiding in a safe house, the Egg watched the footage transmitted from the pinhole camera, clearly seeing the ominous gun barrel beneath the table. Particularly after Captain America mentioned the Insight program, the moment he flicked the safety caught Egg's attention. Until now, Pierce had always been regarded as someone utterly trustworthy in Egg's mind, as the one who promoted him to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had never appeared on Egg's list of untrustworthy individuals. With a sigh, he took out his phone and pressed a sequence of numbers. Bartok was on the job. It was necessary to procure some minor details to uncover the true intentions behind the accelerated Insight program. The Insight program is a double-edged sword when wielded by oneself. It serves as a weapon, but when uncertainty arises, it transforms into a threat. Although it remains unclear which organization Pierce belongs to, it is certain that he is an adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D. After arranging for George Bartok to attack the satellite launch vessel, he contacted Natasha. To manipulate the Insight program, one must first gain control of the surveillance. Pierce would undoubtedly leave a backdoor within the reconnaissance satellites associated with the Insight program. The entire process from production to assembly of the satellites is meticulously recorded, allowing for tampering only during the brief period before their launch. George Bartok would abduct the crew. Upon receiving this information, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly dispatch personnel for rescue. At that moment, Natasha could seize the opportunity to copy the satellite data, an operation that could not be more flawless. The Insight program was initially scheduled for launch in half a month, but with Pierce hastening the timeline, he has little time left. This issue must be resolved before the aircraft carrier ascends. Meanwhile, a stealth aircraft arrived above the villa at 10880 Mabry Beach. A beam of light shot down from the aircraft, leaving a figure clad in a pitch-black bodysuit. Chala, are you certain this is the correct villa? Shuri, absolutely. The vibranium is in the basement. You better be quick, or you'll wake Tony Stark, and that would be troublesome. Chala, do you think the Black Panther cannot defeat Iron Man? Today, I shall witness who is truly the stronger. I intend to take the vibranium, and Stark must be captured and returned to Wakanda for judgment by my father. As the heir to the Black Panther, Chala's duty is to pursue the vibranium that has escaped from Wakanda. Originally, Stark had only made sporadic acquisitions of vibranium, which had not drawn much attention. However, during the Battle of New York, his entire suit was constructed from vibranium. Now, it was impossible to overlook this matter. Without trade, there would be no theft. If it weren't for affluent individuals like Stark purchasing vibranium, thieves would not dare to infiltrate Wakanda at such peril. Oh my gosh! Exclaimed Shuri as she gazed at the scanned vibranium reserves. There is so much here. Could all the stolen vibranium be stored in this place? What a fortune! If this heist succeeds, it would be a one-time endeavor, and there would be no need to pursue thieves again. All that would be required is to fortify defenses to prevent further theft of vibranium. Chala was indeed too proud, overly confident in Wakanda's technology, and somewhat underestimated Stark. He boldly vaulted over the wall into the villa's courtyard. Beep, 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 Shuri remarked. Oh no, this is bad. There's no avoiding confrontation now. Upon entering, Jarvis immediately detected the intrusion, and various concealed weapons swiftly locked on Chala. This is private property. Please vacate the premises immediately. Chapter 121. Kidnapped again. How impressive is this artificial intelligence? It seems Wakanda is somewhat outdated in this respect. However, that suited Chala's intentions perfectly. He aimed to defeat Iron Man and capture him. Jarvis's security protocol, in its initial phase, would only execute expulsion orders. As Chala advanced, the weapons opened fire. The bullets, striking the vibranium, merely sparked slightly. Although the incoming bullets posed no real threat to Chala, the sheer force nearly toppled him. Tony had been struggling with poor sleep quality in recent days, and even the slightest noise would rouse him. Hearing gunfire, he sprang from his bed, startling Pepper as well. Tony, what is happening? Jarvis, there's an intruder in the villa. Stark dashed towards the laboratory where his suit was stored. Upon donning the armor, he noticed the first-generation vibranium suit on the shelf, and suddenly remembered he ought to create a suit for Pepper as well. The soft armor was intended for Gwen, but the issue of integrating the intelligence system had yet to be resolved. Now, it was perfect for Pepper. Grabbing the soft armor, he burst through the ceiling into the bedroom, instructing, "Put this on and find a place to hide. I'll handle the situation outside." Shuri, utilizing the infrared system, spotted the awakened Stark. "Brother, trouble is coming your way." Boom! Tony soared out, unleashing a repulsor blast that sent Chala flying. "Who are you? Why are you invading my home?" Stark demanded. The security system's ammunition had been depleted, and Chala, no longer hindered, lunged forward, grasping the feet of the armored suit. He hurled Tony to the ground, creating a crater. This was intolerable. An intruder had entered his home and attacked without warning. There was no reason to hold back now. Repulsor blast. With a resounding thud, he was once again knocked down. If close combat was ineffective, then long-range attacks would suffice. Tony soared into the air, his shoulder-mounted mini-launcher locking onto Chala's limbs, firing with precision. The bullets did not sever Chala's extremities as Stark had anticipated. Instead, they merely grazed him, emitting a spark as they fell to the ground. A familiar sight, perhaps? Given this, Stark decided not to hold back with his more powerful weaponry. He had initially intended to incapacitate Chala and engage him in conversation, but it appeared such measures were unnecessary now. Retracting the launcher, a row of mini-missiles emerged beside him. Whoosh! Boom! The flames surged toward Chala, yet he remained unmoved and scathed. It was clear he could not simply endure the onslaught. With a running leap, Chala utilized the eaves of a nearby building to seize Iron Man's feet once more. A crater formed beneath them, doubling the exhilaration. Chala declared, "Stark, return with me to face judgment." Stark was bewildered, still grappling with the identity of the intruder. Judgment? Even if he had committed a crime, he should summon his legal counsel rather than have someone barge into his home to apprehend him. In this world, no one could judge him. Damn it, the heavens. The son of the heavens, Iron Man. The thrusters on Iron Man's suit erupted with immense energy. Stark ascended again, this time maintaining a considerable distance from the eaves, reaching a much greater height than before. The dual beams of ice and fire surged forth instantaneously. Jarvis. His suit is composed of vibranium. The energy cannot penetrate. Vibranium? Stark was all too familiar with it. Such metal offered unparalleled damage reduction. However, he had a strategy. The right hand of his suit transformed, revealing a small device resembling a flashlight. With a hum, the anti-metal sound waves instantly rendered Chala's Black Panther's suit into a liquid state. Chala stared in disbelief at the liquefied vibranium beneath him, wondering how such a thing could be so commonplace these days. Meanwhile, Chala's profile materialized before Stark. Prince of Wakanda? A name that rang a bell. As Chala struggled against Stark, Shuri promptly maneuvered her aircraft overhead, revealing its true form, and launched sound waves at Stark. The armor enveloping Stark began to melt, causing him to plummet from the sky. As the power of the sound waves intensified, both Iron Man's suit and Black Panther's attire melted into a puddle of liquid. Stark was left in shock. Had anti-metal weaponry truly proliferated to Africa? In truth, the two were not entirely alike. Wakanda's sonic weapons were effective solely against vibranium. Stark's anti-metal sound waves could counteract all metals. Had he donned an older model of the Mark suit, the situation would not have devolved into such chaos. Without his armor, Stark was unwilling to concede defeat. He initiated a flurry of Wing Chun strikes. Yet, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Stark's skills paled in comparison to T'Challa, who had consumed heart-shaped herbs. With a resounding slap, Tony collapsed, rendered unconscious. Retrieve the vibranium. Two squads of soldiers descended from the aircraft. One secured Tony and carried him aboard, while the other followed T'Challa to the laboratory to collect the vibranium. Hidden in the shadows, Pepper witnessed the entire scene unfold. But she was wise enough not to confront them openly. With Iron Man incapacitated, what could she, a mere woman, possibly do? The most prudent course of action was to remain hidden until they departed, and then seek help. Clang! T'Challa, carrying a crate of vibranium, heard the contents rattling within, reminiscent of water. He thought nothing of it, assuming Stark had engineered something to keep the vibranium in a liquid state. The Wakandan guards possessed tools capable of detecting vibranium, and Pepper, clad in a suit made of the very material, was swiftly discovered. "Chill. We are merely reclaiming what belongs to us. We mean you no harm," they said as they stripped her of the suit and departed. After what felt like an eternity in hiding, Pepper dared to emerge, only to find the coast clear. She hastily searched for her phone to call for assistance. "Ms. Potts, I have already alerted the authorities. They are expected to arrive in 2 minutes," Jarvis informed her. Jarvis, who abducted Tony. The television flickered to life, displaying T'Challa's detailed profile. Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. "Ms. Potts, this is a diplomatic incident," she was told. Pepper found the information about Wakanda hard to believe. A tribal nation in Africa, relying on pastoralism and annual aid from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, dared to kidnap Tony? Was it for money? Reviewing the surveillance of the fight, it was evident that such advanced technology could not belong to a tribal nation. "Ms. Potts, should I notify Mr. Kyle?" Jarvis inquired. Yes. Kyle is capable. He can rescue Tony." Meanwhile, miles away, Kyle sat by the grill, watching his 3 sisters frolic in the pool, clad in bikinis. "If you're hungry, help yourselves," he called out. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ring. Chapter 122. Don't shoot. It's us. The squid is ready. Come eat before it gets cold. The phone continued to ring. "I need to check that," he said, wiping his hands on his apron as he entered the house to answer. "Pepper, calling me at this hour must mean Tony's in trouble," he thought. Instantly, Pepper's anxious voice filled the line. "Kyle, Tony has been kidnapped." "What?" "Take your time and explain. Who would be foolish enough to abduct Stark, a former arms dealer? Surely, if one sought a challenge, they would choose a target with a lesser risk. Like those capitalists on Wall Street. If worst came to worst, blackmailing would be a more prudent option than kidnapping Stark. After all, how could Iron Man be captured? Hurry over. I can't explain everything over the phone, Pepper urged. Upon disconnecting the call, Kyle hastily returned and pushed open the rooftop door, exclaiming, "You all can roast by yourselves. I have urgent matters to attend to." The trio sprawled on the shore responded in unison. At the instant he turned to close the door, his loungewear transformed into casual attire, a portal through time and space. Pepper, what on earth is happening? As Kyle stepped outside, he noticed 2 craters by the fountain in the yard, along with a scattering of crushed bullet casings. I have no idea, Pepper replied. We had barely settled down to sleep when we heard Jarvis's alarm, and then Tony suited up in his armor and engaged them in battle. By the way, Jarvis has surveillance footage. As the footage began, Kyle instantly recognized the culprits, the Black Panther and Wakanda. They had come right to his doorstep, and Kyle felt a pang of reluctance to seize Wakanda's vibranium without cause. Now, it seemed they had audaciously intruded upon his home. Indeed, reasoning with the world was an arduous task. Negotiating with the Anglos was difficult, but with the Africans, even more so. Having viewed the footage, Kyle understood why Tony had been captured. Wakanda had been diligently pursuing vibranium from the outside world. They mistakenly believed that the Antarctic vibranium in Tony's possession belonged to them. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not had become irrelevant. This matter could not be resolved without some vibranium. Wakanda is merely a primitive, tribal nation, Pepper asserted. I suspect they have been hired by someone else to abduct Tony. Stark Industries has already offended numerous individuals, and with their recent foray into the automotive industry, the number of those aggrieved has only increased. I reckon it could be Ford or General Motors. They must be dreaming if they think they can acquire Stark Industries' nuclear batteries. Pepper's imagination conjured a scenario of cutthroat competition leading to desperate measures. Leave Tony to me. I assure you, I will have him back in time for lunch. She instructed Jarvis to locate the satellite map coordinates of Wakanda and to open the portal directly. Watching Kyle depart, Pepper felt a wave of relief wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her formidable demeanor. While Kyle was off rescuing Tony, she would not remain idle. The business queen was enraged, and her rivals should brace themselves for her wrath. With a splash, a bucket of water was thrown over Tony's head. Coughing, he was jolted awake from his stupor, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a gathering of imposing figures around him, particularly the guards brandishing spears, a stark contrast to the era of modern weaponry. Tony Stark, Chaka inquired, from whom did you acquire your vibranium? If you confess truthfully, your punishment may be mitigated. The guards flanking him amplified their presence, an intimidating display. Stark couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. So they had kidnapped him for vibranium, which was indeed preferable to a simple monetary demand. How valuable vibranium was. The construction of such a grand palace must have involved numerous abductions. It seemed they were engaged in a cycle of acquiring vibranium through ransom to create battle armor for further kidnappings. As lunchtime approached and thoughts of watermelon filled the air, Stark quipped, surely, it need not come to this. His reputation for sharp wit was well known. While being bound, I was unconscious and missed the sight of Wakanda's aircraft. Thus, I was unaware of their technological prowess. Otherwise, I would not have made such a remark. With a swift sound of slicing air, Okoye's spear was poised at Tony's throat. Okoye stated, you would do well to answer His Majesty's question honestly. Although Wakanda has never suffered the scourge of slavery, the notion of vibranium is well understood, and it is impossible not to feel anger. Chala demanded, I shall ask you one last time. From whom did you acquire the vibranium? Stark replied, is there a need to purchase such a thing? It has returned to my possession on its own. Fortunately, the vibranium was securely held by Kahala. Had it been discovered by these brigands, calamity would have ensued. The production of weapons from it would spell disaster. Stark inquired, may I know your intentions for the vibranium? Is it for resale? Chala responded, we merely seek to reclaim the vibranium stolen from Wakanda by thieves. Mr. Stark, if you simply tell us where it was purchased, we shall not trouble you. The true enemies of Wakanda are those who steal vibranium. Wakanda? The name rang a bell. I nearly forgot that Jarvis had informed me that the armored figure was indeed the Prince of Wakanda. Or had I heard it before? I cannot recall at that moment. Wakanda? Vibranium? Kahala had mentioned it before. Indeed, Kahala had stated that the vibranium previously procured from the black market had originated from Wakanda. At that time, Tony was preoccupied with news of vibranium from Antarctica and had lost sight of the fact that Wakanda was involved. Just as Tony attempted to explain, a sudden crash of shattering glass interrupted him. Immediately following, the sounds of various weapons being discharged filled the air. The alarm blared throughout Wakanda. Enemy attack. Protect the king. The royal guard surrounded King Chaka. The Black Panther, Chala, swiftly dashed out, his vibranium suit enveloping him, transforming into the Black Panther attire Tony had previously encountered. The old Black Panther suit had been destroyed by Tony's anti-metal sonic wave, just in time to don a new nano suit. Tony gazed with envy at the nano-armor, yearning for it. The next generation of Iron Man suits must incorporate nanotechnology, or he would not step out of the lab. The convenience of nano-armor was remarkable. As Tony followed suit to the entrance, he finally beheld the technological might of Wakanda. A dazzling array of aircraft and energy weapons filled his vision. With such technological prowess, why remain hidden in the mountains? Shouldn't they venture forth to unify the earth? Ultimately, Tony underestimated the opulence of Wakanda, unaware that even their curtains were crafted from vibranium. It can only be said that wealth breeds indulgence. As Tony raised his gaze in the direction of the energy beams, he beheld a figure with a pair of white wings radiating divine light. Who else could it be but Kahala, his loyal brother, arriving so swiftly to save him? Hold your fire, it's an ally. Chapter 123. The Panther Godbot-head, it appears I have arrived just in time. As Kyle descended, he beheld a drenched Tony, whose hair clung together in disheveled strands. With a hearty laugh, Tony rushed over, eager to embrace Kyle. However, a shadow darting from behind lunged at Kyle with the intent to seize him. Such an assault was akin to offering a meal to Kyle. He effortlessly deflected the incoming fist and delivered a sweeping kick, sending the assailant, the Black Panther, hurtling away. The impact reverberated through several buildings before it came to a halt. Fortunately, the vibranium armor had sustained minimal damage. Is this truly the hospitality of Wakanda? The guards were utterly dumbfounded, witnessing the guardian of Wakanda, the Black Panther, so easily vanquished before Kyle. In an instant, the sky seemed to collapse. Chaka, having served as king for many years, quickly regained his composure. Your Excellency, what brings you to Wakanda? Kyle cast a sidelong glance at Tony, wondering how they could overlook such an obvious matter. You kidnapped my brother without cause. This cannot simply be overlooked, can it? Kyle envisioned a multitude of coins beckoning to him. The days of constructing vibranium walls in Wakanda and filling pools in Antarctica were not far off. Chaka replied, Your Excellency seeks compensation? We are merely reclaiming the vibranium that rightfully belongs to Wakanda. As the tension escalated, Tony discreetly positioned himself behind Kyle. How could one remain calm after being abruptly abducted from the comfort of their home? Rather than intervening to mediate, it was prudent to refrain from adding fuel to the fire. Your vibranium? Kyle retorted, Do not speak so assuredly. I recall vibranium is merely a meteorite, fortuitously discovered by your people. This land was not originally yours either. Did you not seize it through force? Moreover, do you truly believe Wakanda is the sole location of vibranium? Chacun a certitude, impossible. There is absolutely no other place on Earth where vibranium exists. We conducted scans decades ago. Wakanda had long anticipated such a scenario, fearing that the accelerating pace of vibranium extraction might jeopardize their power and status. They had thoroughly surveyed the entire globe and found no trace of vibranium beyond their own borders. When it comes to knowledge of vibranium, Wakanda would claim the foremost position, having engaged with it for millennia, their expertise far surpassing that of the outside world. If they had not detected any, how could there possibly be vibranium elsewhere? Is that so? You are quite confident then. Are these also your losses? Kyle boldly produced an array of large crates filled with Antarctic vibranium from his backpack, filling the grand hall to the brim. Okoye immediately extracted her scanning device. Your Majesty, these are all vibranium. Now it was their turn to be at a disadvantage. Wakanda had never lost such a substantial quantity of vibranium. Initially, they aimed to recover their own lost items. And even capturing Tony could have been justified as an impulsive yet improper tactic, allowing them to retain a semblance of legitimacy. Now, the vibranium belonging to Tony is rightfully his, and all the blame falls squarely on them. Breaking and entering, kidnapping, and they are targeting one of the world's most renowned billionaires, a hero who recently saved humanity in the New York battle. Chaka, before he could finish his words, the situation was further exacerbated as the Black Panther, utilizing the inertia of his flying apparatus, charged directly at Kyle from outside. The disparity in levels is too great. Even having consumed the heart-shaped herb, the Black Panther is merely comparable to Captain America in physical prowess, relying on the protective capabilities of his vibranium suit to boast his strength. Kyle swiftly turned around, seizing the Black Panther by the neck and slamming him to the ground, pinning him down with his foot. The immense force rendered Chala immovable, akin to a mountain. Now let us discuss the matter of compensation, shall we? I have endured a total of 327 laser strikes. Surely, I am entitled to some compensation for emotional distress. And my brother Tony, who was peacefully sleeping with his girlfriend at night when you barged into his home. Just look at the state you have left this affluent individual in. In short, pay up. Possessing a treasure trove of vibranium, yet only concerned with self-preservation, Kyle seized the opportunity to extract a hefty sum. Chaka, very well, it is all our fault. We shall compensate. How about 500 pounds of vibranium? 500? Are you trying to insult me? At your age, you should not even utter such a meager figure. 500 tons would be more reasonable. Chaka, impossible. Wakanda does not possess that much. Does it not? Of course it does. According to the estimated reserves and what has already been mined, the total amount of vibranium is approximately 10,000 tons. Wealth must not be flaunted, and we cannot disclose the extent of Wakanda's vibranium reserves. Just then, a massive Black Panther lunged and engulfed Kyle in one swift motion. Upon the disappearance of the shadow, Kyle lay unconscious on the ground. It was the Panther God who had come to assist us. The guards immediately rushed forward, using ropes to bind Kyle and Tony. As Kyle's vision faded and then restored, he found himself in an expansive grassland. Howling, he turned to see several Black Panthers surrounding him. This place seemed familiar. Was it not the world glimpsed in the Black Panther film upon consuming the heart-shaped herb? These must be the ancestral Black Panthers. If so, this is indeed the domain of Bast, the Panther god revered in Wakandan faith. The Panthers approached, suddenly halting and parting to create a path in the center. Following the path, a slender Black Panther raced toward him at an incredible speed. Unlike the others, she radiated vitality and vigor. As she leaped toward Kyle, he swiftly dodged her attack. Upon turning back, the Panther had transformed into a woman. The only impression she left on Kyle was one of repugnance. She was neither fully human nor fully panther, a grotesque amalgamation. Bast, you dare to trespass in my territory, human? Buster sensed Kyle's recent thoughts, his mouth agape, as if yearning to devour him. Pray tell, why should I not dare? The confidence derived from both Kyle's formidable prowess and his influential backing allowed him to regard Buster with disdain. Do you not even brush your teeth? The stench is unbearable. Perhaps a vegetarian diet would serve you better. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Buster spun around, his tail lashing out. Divine light shield. With a crack, Kyle was sent hurtling away, the shield shattering as it absorbed much of the impact, leaving him relatively unscathed. Spitting out a blade of grass, he boldly declared, "Let them come. Who fears whom? Hammer of repentance too. Have you ever witnessed a divine whirlwind?" Now, behold, as he wielded a holy hammer, it began to whirl. Bang! 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 Several panthers lunged forward, only to be sent flying by the holy hammer, blood trickling from their mouths. One even knelt before Kyle, as if compelled by his aura. What is this? Have you triggered repentance? Chapter 124. War reparations. Buster's pupils constricted as he extended his claws, waiting for the holy hammer in Kyle's grasp to dissipate before charging like a cannonball. Swish! Swish! The claws aimed directly at Kyle's face. A hit would surely mar his visage. With a crash, the divine light guardian reached its critical threshold and shattered. Buster's left arm absorbed the residual force of the panther's strike, while his right fist retaliated in quick succession. Boom! Kyle's fist struck Buster, sending him flying and rolling several times on the ground, uprooting the grass and exposing the earth beneath. Buster's expression turned to one of perplexity. Whose pawn is this? Such potent magic is one thing, but how can his physical strength be so formidable? Kyle had no time to ponder Buster's confusion. He noticed that his arm bore scratches that had broken skin and begun to bleed. This was the first time someone had breached his defenses and drawn blood. He swiftly cast a rapid healing spell to tend to his wounds. With hands aglow with divine light, two holy shields materialized beside Buster. As Kyle clasped his hands together, the shields rapidly converged. Crash! The two holy shields collided with Buster, shattering upon impact. Judgment of justice. Days from the assault of the holy shields. Buster immediately sensed impending danger. Looking up, he beheld an angelic figure formed of divine light suspended in the air. Realizing this was an attack he could not withstand, the panther's innate gifts of agility and speed kicked in, and he fled, narrowly escaping the area engulfed by the judgment of justice just before the divine spear descended. Abakri. Is there more? Now, Buster prepared to unleash her ultimate move. In the real world, she might have been unable to do so. However, Within her panther dimension, she possessed enhanced abilities, and her soul power could harness the strength of generations of panthers. Kyle felt as though his head might explode, clutching it as he collapsed. The skills he struggled to maintain dissipated into the air. Buster, is this it? Before he could revel in his fleeting joy, he noticed the skull ring on Kyle's ring finger emanating a formidable power that shielded him. The essence of death. The mere thought of the deity of death made Buster tremble involuntarily. Freed from the burdens of colossal mental strain, Kyle, despite lingering pain, launched a counterattack. The holy light surged forth, transforming Kyle into a beam of light so swift that Buster could scarcely react, especially with his concerns about the deathly power surrounding Kyle, rendering him utterly unresponsive. With a resounding thud, Kyle collided with Buster, delivering an uppercut that sent Buster soaring into the air. The hammer of repentance struck down, propelling Buster even higher, followed by a convergence of holy light drawing Buster closer. The holy light sphere crackled and hissed as Buster lay trapped within, enduring the relentless assault akin to a barrage of gunfire from a thunder. By the time the energy of the holy light sphere was depleted, Buster lay on the ground, charred and devoid of hope. Coughing, he conceded, "You have triumphed." With the last vestiges of his strength, he sent Kyle forth, his vacant gaze fixed upon the heavens, seemingly searching for the source of the lightning. Kyle felt a darkness envelop him as he returned to the realm of reality, greeted by Stark's warm salutation. "My brother, you have finally awakened." The proximity of the voice led Kyle to believe that Tony had climbed into his bed. Attempting to move, he sensed the constraints binding him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself and Stark bound together back to back. An ambush? Was this a consequence of his earlier demands? Such flimsy ropes could not possibly contain him. What a jest! With a powerful exertion, he prepared to snap the bindings. Stop! Do you seek my life?" Stark exclaimed as Kyle exerted force, well aware that any strain on his side would tighten Stark's bindings as well. Kyle, with his robust physique, felt no fear, but Stark, being merely mortal, could not endure this. The ropes were sturdy, and surely Stark would succumb before Kyle could break free. "Stark, phew, I suspect there are blood marks already. Can we try a different approach?" Apologetically, Kyle then drew forth his pure white blade to sever the ropes. "Ouch!" Tony exclaimed as he pulled down his collar, revealing several blood marks. "What happened to you? You suddenly fainted, and I thought you were about to unleash your might." Had he conversed with his elders? Was it the illustrious Buster they spoke of? Did you bring your iron armor from your storage space? With that, Wakanda would be a piece of cake. Tony brimmed with confidence, believing that with the armor at his disposal, he could not only dominate the battlefield, but at the very least, secure his own survival. Unfortunately not. That armor is merely a decorative piece in my home. Stark, a disgraceful waste. Though you are formidable, do not underestimate the power of the iron armor. In that case, quickly produce your miraculous portal. I shall return, prepare my weapons, and seek vengeance. There is no need for that. Their elders had a pleasant conversation with me. Had it not been for the mental assault, Baster would not have necessarily been his match. To be on the safe side, Kyle embedded a mind gem within the necklace, granting him 10,000 mental strength. Who knows who might encounter whom next? Besides, there are powerful allies to protect us. We even sought compensation from them. With Kyle effortlessly tearing through the iron bars of the prison, followed closely by Tony, a laser beam struck Kyle. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the guard who had fired the weapon. In the next life, let us hope for less recklessness. Kyle, fearing stray bullets might hit Tony, bestowed upon him a shield of divine light, revenge of the light. Kyle could assure that he had not lifted a finger. Those guards had merely succumbed to their own demise. As more and more fell, none dared to fire again, left only to watch as Kyle and his companions entered the royal palace. When Chaka received the news, he was momentarily taken aback. Had they not been taken by the Panther God? How could they have emerged? He had thought Wakanda had firmly ensnared Stark. You've arrived. Let us discuss compensation, he began. Kyle had not intended to demand much, but since they had stoked the flames and bound him, doubling the amount seemed reasonable. "Let me calculate," he said. "You see, Tony, the Iron Man, is worth at least 10 tons of vibranium. Although he no longer manages Stark Industries, he remains the chief technical expert. Bringing him in has indeed delayed much work, so let us add another 10 tons. He was asleep when taken, which qualifies as a home invasion, 20 tons. This vibranium belongs to Tony, The fault lies entirely with you, another 10 tons. Moreover, there is the destruction of a set of iron suits, crafted from pure vibranium and exceedingly rare, another 20 tons. And let us not forget the emotional distress. You frightened Pepper. So a little compensation for that would also be in order. T'Chaka felt the numbers piling up, and sweat began to pour from his brow. He dared not refute, fearing Kyle's wrath might be too great to withstand. He could only hope that the great baster would arrive, soon to take him away. Having addressed others, now was my turn. When I entered, I was exceedingly polite, firing no shots. Rather, it was your guards who assaulted me. Let's round this off neatly, 1 shot per ton of vibranium. Upon arrival, there were 327 shots, plus several more afterward. Let us say that counts as 350. T'Chaka could barely stand, supported by his guards. He could not afford this. Perhaps a desperate fight to the death would be more fitting. Surely the goddess baster would not stand idly by, though it might cost many lives, but at least vibranium would be preserved. Summing all this up and doubling it, let us say 1,000 tons. With a sudden tremor in his legs, T'Chaka sank to the ground, drenched in sweat as if doused with a torrent. In a daze, he beheld the great baster. Give it to him. Had he heard incorrectly? Give it to him. This time, he understood clearly. It was indeed the divine voice affirming the command. The appearance of the goddess Batet seems rather disheveled, her fur appearing in patches, as if she has been struck by lightning. Is it possible to lessen this? Wakanda truly lacks a surplus of vibranium at present. Stark, how can you, a person with minds, be so miserly? Indeed, Wakanda currently does not possess such an abundance of resources. Previously, the outdated mining technology resulted in low yields. Although advancements have been made in extraction techniques, they cannot keep pace with the immense consumption within Wakanda. It is not merely the universal outfitting of vibranium weaponry. Even the rhinoceroses raised by the border tribes must bear some vibranium. Some individuals even require vibranium prosthetics for lost teeth. Moreover, with a sizable individual at play, one might go so far as to trade a vibranium vehicle for a mere chunk of vibranium the size of fist. Chapter 125. Gwen's anomaly. As Kyle stepped through the temporal gateway, he could still hear Stark's hearty laughter resonating from the laboratory. With a woeful departure, he returned with merriment. Although the compensation Kyle proposed was insufficient, he left with the vibranium vault of Wakanda completely emptied, acquiring approximately 200 tons of vibranium. For the time being, Kyle had no immediate use for it, so he filled Tony's warehouse with vibranium before departing. Otherwise, could he have been so joyous? Wakanda, on the other hand, was in distress. Without vibranium, they could merely continue mining, a loss they could ultimately endure. The crux of the matter is that Wakanda's reputation in the outside world had become tarnished. This brings us to our business queen, Pepper Potts. While Kyle was rescuing Tony, Pepper was also quite industrious. Though she was unaware of the specifics, Pepper knew that the individual who had abducted Tony was Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. She immediately reached out to the media and various organizations, showcasing the influence of capital over public opinion. The morning reports from all media outlets uniformly highlighted the issues surrounding Wakanda. Pepper refrained from mentioning anything else. She asserted that the Prince of Wakanda might have joined a terrorist organization, resorting to kidnapping and extortion. Journalists subsequently embellished the narrative, leading to a multitude of sensational reports. In the wake of this, various organizations within the United Nations initiated investigations into Wakanda, and neighboring nations gradually severed diplomatic ties. Even Wakanda's merchant tribes found it increasingly difficult to conduct business. Although Wakanda's technological prowess far exceeds that of the outside world, it is not self-sufficient in all aspects. Apart from the cattle, sheep, and fisheries of the river tribes that can sustain themselves, all other necessities are reliant on external trade. For instance, while it is theoretically possible to brew a common soda without external purchases, it necessitates factories, which in turn require land. Establishing factories demands steel and cement, which cannot be procured externally without similar industrial capabilities. The construction of numerous factories would undoubtedly impact the pastoral livelihoods of the border tribes, and thus, the restoration of their previous standard of living would entail a monumental cost. It is even possible that completion may never be achieved. Now, having shut the doors to the world, they have reverted to the archaic lifestyle of their ancestors from centuries past. The king, in a moment of frustration, struck his son on the head and admonished him to conduct thorough investigations before taking action. Not only has the precious metal not been recovered, but they have also lost several hundred tons more. Upon returning home, Kyle found himself just in time for breakfast. After washing his face, he began to prepare the morning meal. As he called everyone to dine, it took quite a while for Wanda to appear, her youthful demeanor accentuated by the thick tome of magic she cradled in her hands. There was no need to exert herself too much. She could delve into her studies after breakfast. If she encountered any difficulties, she could always consult the Ancient One, who seemed to spend his idle days playing card with others. Wanda, mesmerized by the figures still bustling in the kitchen, lost track of time, only to snap back to reality after several moments. I need to step out for a bit. Where are you headed? Do you need me to accompany you? Kyle inquired. Wanda shook her head. No, I wish to visit Sokovia. Kyle could easily surmise her intentions. She was likely going to rescue the Wanda and Pietro of this universe. At this juncture, Hydra must have already begun their experiments. Of course, but are you certain you don't need me to come along? Wanda replied. I can manage on my own, as she patted the magic book resting on the table. It was clear that she had been studying magic under the Ancient One. Even during the events of Avengers, Infinity War, she had already proven herself formidable. Though her power was not inferior to Thor's, her combat experience was less extensive in comparison. Very well then, I shall purchase a ticket immediately. Perhaps I shall charter a flight, or I could borrow Stark's private jet. Wanda smiled slightly, conjuring a portal in the air. All right, you are quite the scholar, aren't you? Please, eat first while I check on those two who have yet to rise. Wanda remarked. It is the weekend. They need not attend school. Even if they're not in school, they must still eat. Kyle retorted as he ascended the staircase. Reaching the first door, which was Sky's room, he knocked vigorously. Wake up. Hurry down for breakfast. Wanda is nearly finished, and the last to eat must wash the dishes. Sky groaned. Oh, I'm not hungry. You needn't worry about me. Her voice lacked the usual drowsiness of someone just awakened. Instead, it resonated with the fatigue of a sleepless night. You stayed up all night again, didn't you? Kyle entered the room to find an array of snack wrappers strewn across the floor and an abundance of coffee cans cluttering the table. Sky, her hair a disheveled mess, was intently typing away at her computer. Have you lost all semblance of femininity? Hurry and eat, wash up, and get some sleep. Staying up late every night is no way to avoid wrinkles, nor is it conducive to finding a boyfriend. Sky replied nonchalantly, Then I won't bother looking. She was utterly absorbed in the wealth of information surrounding the recent events in New York and had paid little attention to Kyle, who was focused on the data on his computer screen. The Avengers team, aside from Stark and Captain America, was largely unfamiliar to her, and she spent her days researching their backgrounds online. When I first encountered Kyle, his boastful claim of being an angel did not warrant my belief in the slightest. Given the close relationship between Kyle and Stark, and with Thor also residing at Stark's, it would not be surprising if Kyle possessed some insider information. This fellow, accustomed to indulging in such behavior, effortlessly hoisted Sky onto his shoulder. Oh no, after dinner, it's time for sleep, or else your computer will be confiscated. Can't I eat? Put me down. I didn't even have the chance to change out of my swimsuit from last night's swim, and I'm still in my silk pajamas. Upon descending to the dining area, I found Gwen already present, yet the state of her meal left Kyle utterly astonished. When did my sister become such a voracious eater? Chapter 126, Symbiote. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Were you not satisfied after I left you last night? If memory serves, you devoured everything. Observing Gwen's appetite, Wanda began to question whether she had truly eaten enough. Despite our brief acquaintance, it was clear that Gwen's dining etiquette was a cultivated habit from childhood. I had never witnessed her devouring food with such abandon. She was even less refined than Kyle. With a satisfied burp, Gwen rubbed her belly, gazing at the now empty plates scattered across the table. Kyle quietly retreated to the kitchen. I'll whip up something else. It's not that I didn't provide food, so how can you be this hungry? I'm full, Gwen said, sensing Wanda and Sky's intense gazes and bashfully retreating to her room. Sky, too, scurried into the kitchen, snatching a plate of freshly cooked food to retreat back to his own room. By the time Kyle returned to the dining area, only Wanda remained. What is going on? Why has everyone left? Perhaps they were tired. One played on the computer all night, while the other was out until dawn, Wanda replied. The one on the computer was Sky, and the one who had ventured out was, of course, Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood hero of New York, who had been absent all night without a word. I'm heading out too. Don't wait for me at noon. Call me if there are any issues. With a wave, Wanda opened a portal and departed. Kyle, having filled his stomach, proceeded to load the dishes into the dishwasher. as he ascended the stairs. He was about to knock on the door when he heard Gwen's gentle breathing. Is she asleep? The sound made him feel drowsy as well. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she awoke. Yet, there was an oddity about Gwen, a faint unfamiliarity in her essence. As Kyle's fatigue overcame him, he made his way to the rooftop lounge chair, draping today's newspaper over his head and drifting off to sleep. The front page boldly proclaimed, Life Foundation space exploration vessel crashes on landing. Gwen had been awake all night for this very reason, originally intending to take a routine drive to scout for any troublesome criminals. Standing atop the building, she had seen a fiery spectacle descending from the sky. Initially thinking it might be an alien invasion, having missed the New York battle, she felt the urgency to seize the moment to enjoy some hot food. As they approached their destination, the radio from the police station announced that a spacecraft belonging to a technology company had drifted off its designated landing point due to strong winds. Originally intended for recovery at sea, it had inexplicably floated all the way to Long Island, fortunately landing in a wooded area with few inhabitants. Since they were there, they decided to see if there was any assistance they could provide. As they drew closer, they noticed flames erupting and a fully armed team making their way towards the site. Gwen mistakenly believed they were a rescue team and stepped forward, inquiring if they needed help. However, instead of a welcoming response, they drew their weapons and opened fire. Thankfully, her nanotechnology armor easily deflected the bullets, piquing Gwen's interest further. Perhaps this was an opportunity to capture something significant. After all, who did not know that the Ghost Spider was an honorary officer of the New York Police Department? Who could dare to shoot at the police, if not criminals? It's Spider-Man. Gather your belongings and retreat. The team swiftly split into two groups, one to suppress with gunfire, while the other rushed into the fallen capsule to seize items. One is broken. Take the rest back. Move quickly. They spoke without regard for anyone else, but Gwen could not allow them to escape. Unfazed by the bullets, she dispatched them effortlessly, binding them with webbing to await the police's arrival. Gwen retrieved their target box from the vehicle, thinking it inappropriate to take items that were not hers. Ugh, what is this sticky substance? How revolting. I must have stepped in something. She initially thought she had trodden on animal droppings and rubbed her feet on the ground until the stickiness subsided. Unbeknownst to her, a layer of black substance had adhered to her nanotech armor, which, due to its black and white color scheme, was hardly noticeable without close inspection. She patiently waited for the police and firefighters to arrive and assist in extinguishing the flames before leaving, which delayed her return home until dawn. Once home, she stored her nanotech armor in its containment box. Without the armor's barrier, the symbiote finally made contact with Gwen's skin, which significantly increased her appetite. If one were to open Gwen's bedroom door at that moment, they would witness a remarkable sight, the symbiote gradually enveloping her entire body, while Gwen remained completely oblivious to the unusual sensation. When the symbiote brushed against the cross pendant, it radiated a blinding glow, and the energy within the cross diminished with each moment, until it vanished entirely. Burp. Huh? Gwen, half awake and disoriented, wondered where the sound of a burp had come from. The heaviness of sleep quickly convinced her she must have misheard, and she turned back to slumber. The first to awaken was Kyle, who, having slept until nearly noon, noticed the smooth breaths of the two upstairs, indicating they were still asleep. There was no rush. He decided to wait until they awoke to prepare breakfast, opting instead to find a little something to tide him over. Taking a moment to browse for a mobile phone, I called Wanda. Is everything going smoothly? Wanda smiled and nodded while observing the two figures across from her, voraciously devouring a table full of fried chicken and burgers. Everything is going splendidly. We are enjoying lunch. Would you care to join us? With a whoosh, a portal materialized before Kyle, revealing an empty park lawn on the other side. Wanda's companions were enthusiastically munching on chicken. Could you save me the wings from that bucket? Pietro remarked. I've already devoured them. The name family bucket is rather underwhelming. I could single-handedly consume an entire bucket. Perhaps it refers to the chicken's family, rather than enough to feed an entire family. Wanda laughed, conjuring another bucket brimming with chicken wings to hand to Kyle. Little Wanda displayed a more subdued demeanor as she nibbled on her burger, casting occasional glances at the individual who bore such a striking resemblance to her. The two girls had recently acquired superpowers through an experiment, only to be whisked away by Wanda during their examination. The lavish hospitality they received remained a mystery to them. Pietro, shoving the last fries into his mouth and washing them down with a gulp of soda, burped, and said, "Could you share your purpose with us? Otherwise, I might feel guilty indulging in this feast. Also, why do you look exactly like my sister? Is it possible our mother was pregnant with triplets, and we have an older sister?" With a chuckle and a cough, Wanda appreciated the imaginative leap. "She probably just wanted to spare you both any suffering," she said, offering Kyle a tissue. "Perhaps we are triplets. Otherwise, our resemblance would be inexplicable. From now on, you two must listen to your elder sister." Pietro frowned at this. As a proud possessor of extraordinary abilities, he was not one to remain subordinate. Ouch! Pietro was suddenly pushed aside by little Wanda. "Are you truly our sister? Shouldn't you be a few years older than us?" Wanda embraced little Wanda, their faces mere inches apart as they gazed at each other. "If that doesn't confirm our bond, we could always take a test. There's no need for such measures. Our identical features are proof enough of our connection, or I wouldn't have followed you." "Hello, sister." The little one greeted, and Wanda's joy was palpable, though she felt torn on how to manage the two of them. Why not take them back? Kyle can certainly provide for them. That may not be advisable. We already have Gwen and Sky at home, which complicates things. Additionally, all the rooms are occupied. It's a minor issue. We could simply purchase the downstairs space and expand it into a more spacious 3-story dwelling. However, I believe the most pressing matter is determining what grade level they should be in. It's not ideal for children to skip school. Acquiring knowledge will enable them to better harness their superpowers. Academic achievers and underperformers belong to entirely different realms, and the same applies to those with superpowers. Chapter 127. The symbiote of Huang Balaji in a state of monetary capability. Within half an hour, the spacious ground floor was inscribed with Kyle's name. Initially intended as a gift for Wanda, the young lady rejected the idea. The plan to merge the 2 floors was also dismissed by Wanda, as children require a degree of personal space. Casually casting a glance at the rooms of Gwen and Sky above, it seemed that this space might not be suitable for outsiders. Most importantly, there could potentially be scenes inappropriate for minors in the future. What am I then? Wanda found herself questioning her own judgment, contemplating whether she should exert more effort to allow the 2 downstairs to reasonably consume Kyle. How about a hot pot dinner tonight? More people would make it lively. Wanda, sure, I will go buy the ingredients, and I'll take those 2 along for some shopping. Not long after Wanda departed, a piercing scream echoed from Gwen's room upstairs. Sky, hearing the commotion, emerged to investigate. "What's wrong? What happened? Are you all right?" "Gwen, mi fine. It's just that this outfit is too beautiful." Gwen marveled at the pure yellow battlesuit adorned with a white spider emblem on its chest. The pressing question was, when did the nanotech armor activate on its own, and how had it changed to this color scheme? She squeezed her chest. It felt soft. Nanometals, being metals, shouldn't be this pliable. Lifting the covers, she indeed discovered a small box containing the stored nanometals. But how had this outfit come to be? The crucial aspect was that the attire was rather revealing, perfectly accentuating her body's curves. Moreover, that shade of yellow was rather unappealing. If only the color could revert to that of her original battlesuit. Merely contemplating the color triggered an alteration. It morphed into the design of her first spider suit, complete with a hood, a t-shirt, shorts. It truly changed. Gwen seemed to have stumbled upon a new toy: sweatshirts, jeans, dresses, even a swimsuit. And even a laboratory-esque white coat could be conjured. Did this imply she wouldn't need to spend money on clothing anymore? Furthermore, garments could transform at any moment, which was incredibly convenient. Just as Gwen reached for her phone to check the current fashion trends, she paused. Wait, where did this come from? She meticulously recalled the events from the previous night, where she had been, the places she had lingered, and what she had come into contact with, searching for any clues. Ultimately, she pinpointed the tumultuous battle in the woods, where she had seemingly stepped into a gooey substance. Could it be this? It seemed she had overheard people mentioning something had shattered and leaked. When Gwen had reclaimed the items from the return capsule, she had already placed them in a large box. She hadn't examined them, but handed them directly to the arriving officers. Could this be the very thing that leaked? This item originated from the return capsule, which had descended from the cosmic exploration spacecraft. The spacecraft, as its name suggests, operates beyond the confines of Earth. Thus, one might ponder whether it is imbued with extraterrestrial essence. Allow me to clarify your confusion. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Gwen's mind. Who are you? Gwen, startled, swiftly ascended to the rooftop, scanning her surroundings but finding no one else in the room. I am here. A head unexpectedly emerged from Gwen's shoulder. Who are you? Get off me at once. With remarkable swiftness, Gwen seized the symbiote's head and yanked it downwards. The symbiote, in a rather cooperative manner, stuck out its tongue, feigning breathlessness. I'm fine. No need to worry. I don't require breathing, the symbiote remarked, akin to a parasite that survives solely on the host's nutrients. Even if the host were to suffocate, the symbiote could detach itself and swiftly find another host for sustenance. Symbiote, is it your name? Come down from me, so we can converse properly. Gwen's attempt at violence proved futile, and she reluctantly abandoned the idea. The symbiote is a race. My name is Devourer. Furthermore, I shall not leave your body, as we symbiotes must reside within a host to survive. The Devourer was somewhat cunning. It could temporarily detach from its host if necessary, especially since it was currently well fed. Are you male or female? Gwen was poised to break free. If it claimed to be male, she would act immediately. Even if she were unable to handle it herself, her brother would undoubtedly assist. Is that what you humans refer to as gender? Apologies, but we symbiotes do not possess such distinctions. Then how do you reproduce? Gwen sighed in relief. Glad it was not male. However, the inability to reproduce raised concerns of eventual extinction. Theoretically, symbiotes possess an infinite lifespan. As long as we have energy, we do not perish. To reproduce, we merely need to separate a portion of our being to form a new individual. Like an earthworm. The first creature that comes to mind for regeneration is an earthworm. Does that mean there's an earthworm inside me? Gwen recoiled in disgust. What is an earthworm? Can they also regenerate? The Devourer questioned, asserting its superiority as a formidable race, dismissing comparisons to Earth's insects. Very well, but can you switch hosts? Why would I? Symbiotes grant their hosts tremendous power. If you doubt it, test your current abilities. Moreover, we possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. As long as the symbiote survives, the host shall too. It extended a tentacle, crushing a chair leg into splinters. Is that all? You are oblivious to the powers of Spider-Woman. Isn't she formidable? No matter how much you protest, I will not agree. Finding a compatible host is not an easy task. Encountering an incompatible host could lead to mutual demise. Thus, the conversation between Gwen and the symbiote continued, neither yielding an inch. Gwen resigned herself to the situation, realizing that she had nothing to lose and had gained an additional source of strength. Yet, a new dilemma confronted her. The escaped entities were all extraterrestrial symbiotes, which implied that the box handed over to the police also contained symbiotes. Do you have any companions? She inquired. Indeed, there are 3 others like me, came the response. Upon hearing this, Gwen dashed into the adjacent room of Sky, exclaiming, I require your assistance. Although her nanotech armor was equipped with artificial intelligence, its limitations were considerable, and would not comply with actions that deviated from the law. Thus, she sought the expertise of Sky, a computer whiz. Sky had just emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her damp hair. What do you need me to do? She asked. Gwen replied, leverage your skills. Without hesitation, Sky discarded the towel and swiftly seated herself at the computer. I wish to examine the police department's incident report from last night. A return capsule from an airline went down. Sky's fingers gradually ceased their rhythmic dance upon the keyboard as she stared at Gwen in disbelief. Was she jesting? The daughter of the esteemed New York police chief had sought her out for this? Surely, a direct call to George would have sufficed. What is wrong? Is it beyond your capabilities? Gwen noticed Sky's reaction and initially assumed it was due to the technical complexity. Sky responded, the police department's network defenses are trivial for me. But why not just ask George directly? It would be more convenient and would avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Dad wouldn't he tell me? You know the police records are confidential. Gwen wished to simplify matters, but George's commitment to his work would ensure no information would be disclosed, even to his own daughter. All right, may I inquire what you intend to do with this information? Sky's fingers flew across the keyboard with increasing speed, and within 2 minutes, she had breached the New York Police Department's database. Gwen felt a twinge of embarrassment at her own rationale, yet the true reason remained unspoken. Sky, aware that Gwen was merely deflecting, chose not to press further, knowing that the data was readily available. Here it is, Sky said. The return capsule deviated from its designated landing zone, causing a forest fire, though the damage was minimal. Additionally, Ghost Spider-Man was present. Are you a fan of hers? Wow. And there was a mix-up where a team from the Life Foundation was attacked by Ghost Spider-Man. Gwen's face flushed with embarrassment. realizing that those individuals were sent by the spacecraft company. After all, they had fired first, so it was a matter of self-defense. Finally, Gwen located the information regarding the box amidst a plethora of records, which indicated it was labeled as an experimental sample that had been returned to the Life Foundation. "What sort of company is this Life Foundation?" she asked. One moment, Sky replied, as she reopened the webpage. "It's a biopharmaceutical company based in Silicon Valley, though it has a rather tarnished reputation, with numerous reports alleging that the Life Foundation conducted drug trials on homeless individuals. However, the authorities possess no substantial evidence, and the news primarily originates from relatively small newspapers. Whether this is merely a smear campaign by commercial competitors or a suppressed truth remains uncertain. Understanding the whereabouts of certain entities would facilitate matters. Yet Silicon Valley is far removed from California. To achieve peace of mind, a personal visit is essential. It seems a reason for a distant journey must be found." Meanwhile, the siblings downstairs are concocting a scheme, engrossed in their newly acquired computer. It is the first encounter with such technology for Wanda and Pietro, having grown up in a war-torn Sokovia where the devastation left the city in ruins, and basic necessities were a struggle, let alone purchasing a computer. Wanda snatches the keyboard. "You should not be so relentless. Take some time to read." Indeed, the siblings are currently devising a plan for revenge against Stark. Their primary objective is naturally to locate Tony Stark, employing the most rudimentary method of searching for his family's address online. Upon entering Tony's name and pressing enter, the screen is inundated with highlights of his battles in New York and promotional materials from Stark Industries, with the majority consisting of various sensational news articles. Such a person deserves their fate. Tears of envy trickle from Pietro's eyes at the sight of numerous cover models and even twins. Is this the realm of the affluent? After a prolonged search, they fail to uncover Tony's familial status, discovering only the locations of Stark Industries factories and office buildings. "What shall we do? Are we to stake out Star Tower?" Wanda inquires. Pietro shakes his head. "Don't hold your breath. Someone like him hardly has time for work." The rows of cover models and myriad party photographs indicate that Stark's life is quite bustling. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their thoughts. "You two, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I have 2 sisters for you to meet." It turns out Wanda has come to summon them for dinner. Upon hearing that there are young ladies involved, Pietro darts out, while Wanda trails behind, covering her head in embarrassment, feigning ignorance of such individuals. It seems Pietro is living a more extravagant life than Stark himself. Wanda leads the younger ones upstairs, reminding them along the way, "Do not flaunt your abilities indiscriminately, understand? The same rules apply outside. Once you reveal yourselves, troubles will follow like persistent shadows, and those who wish to exploit your powers will stick to you like glue." Were it not for this, she would not have chosen to inhabit a different world. Life has been considerably more relaxed lately. Each day is spent reading, tending to flowers, and practicing magic without the constant dread of special departments coercing them with firearms. Wanda hopes they can also lead such a life, free from the entanglements of the Avengers' battles, allowing Pietro to remain safe. "Hello." Upon entering, Pietro's extroverted nature is immediately evident. A pair of eyes had long been captivated by the youthful and radiant Gwen Stacy. "How delightful. Is this a matchmaking event? I wouldn't mind swapping with my sister." Kyle had already arranged a variety of ingredients on the table. "Come on, let's eat." For those who cannot handle spicy food, the clear broth is ready for you. Gwen and Stacy were intently observing little Wanda. "Sister Wanda, are these your family members?" Wanda replied, "They're my younger siblings. You and your sister bear an uncanny resemblance. Had you been a few years younger, you would undoubtedly be mistaken for twins." Wanda teased, "Are you implying that I am old?" It is unwise to speak carelessly about a woman's age, even if it is the truth. Little Wanda was promptly whisked away for a quiet conversation. Experiencing such concern from so many people was somewhat overwhelming for her. Meanwhile, Pietro gazed at Gwen and Stacy, nearly drooling. Smack! Kyle playfully slapped Pietro on the shoulder, applying a gentle pressure. "Hey, focus on your meal and stop staring, all right?" Kyle thoughtfully served him a piece of beef drenched in chili oil. The moment Pietro placed it in his mouth, his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Kyle, torn between the urge to spit it out and the necessity to swallow it. Tears streamed down his face. He could hardly see the beautiful girls, let alone where the drinks were. Chapter 129. Devour. You are not human. After dinner, Kyle fell into a state of lethargy, making only one phone call to a city council member to inquire about the progress of Pietro and himself obtaining their identities. The power of money worked wonders. By noon tomorrow, they would possess legal status. The next step would be determining their schooling, and Wanda was headed downstairs to assess their abilities. Depending on the results, they might need a tutor or could be enrolled directly in school. Stacy remained lounging on a pool float, engrossed in her computer. After swimming a few laps, Gwen emerged from the water. I'm heading back to my room. You all should rest early. As she passed by, Kyle caught her arm, glancing at her bare neck. What on earth happened to your pendant? I told you not to take it off. Huh? Gwen was unaware that the symbiote had consumed it. She had never taken it off, believing it was still around her neck. Oh no, where could it be? I truly don't know. Kyle retrieved a new one from his stash and placed it around Gwen's neck. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup. It's all right if you lost it. Just let me know next time, and I'll get you another. Relieved, Gwen skipped back to her room. As soon as she slammed the door shut, her swimsuit began to writhe, gradually enveloping her entire body. Delicious. What? Gwen looked down to find the cross pendant shrinking until it vanished completely. So it was you who did this. I thought I lost it during battle. Hee hee, delicious. Delicious? Gwen thought she must have misheard. Wasn't that pendant inscribed with defensive magic to protect the wearer? She had never heard it could be consumed. How could something so hard be palatable? Devour. Energy. Capable of evolution. My strength has increased. How about we venture out to find a place to test our strengths? You should retract for now. Gwen tapped the nano box against her waist, and the nano metal enveloped her entirely. She pushed open the window and leaped down, exclaiming with exhilaration. As usual, Gwen swung through the city on her web, patrolling for nefarious deeds. Since George initiated the security operations and the emergence of the ghost spider, New York's safety has dramatically improved. Instances of violent crime have become exceedingly rare, and most of Gwen's outings involve aiding others, assisting at accident scenes, or helping an elderly lady find her cat. The frequency of violent crimes has diminished. In most cases, officers resolve matters on their own. There are few instances requiring Spider-Man's intervention, yet Gwen habitually roams the streets daily in search of something to occupy her time, relishing the experience. Eventually, Gwen found a sturdy rooftop helipad to halt her escapade. Come on, how about a simple arm wrestling match? Child, you know nothing of strength. Devour was brimming with confidence regarding its power, believing that the strength of an earthling was merely a tickle to it. A tendril extended from Gwen, morphing into a symbiotic form. Let us go. With a resounding clap, Devour was swiftly pinned to the ground by Gwen. Devour protested. You ambushed me. I wasn't ready. Strength is fundamental. Clever tricks are futile. You have a point. Let us try again. With a thunderous crash, this time the force was greater, and Devour stared in disbelief at the small crater it had created in the concrete. My hand is numb. Can you believe it? A symbiote lost to an earthling in arm wrestling. Let us do it again. Clap. Again clap. Gwen, are you even capable, you little rascal? Boo-hoo. This is such an insult to symbiotes. Are earthlings really this bizarre? A mere girl possesses more strength than me. One can only imagine the fate of the other brothers. Oh, divine null, grant me strength. Gwen remarked, perhaps you should consider a different host. You're of little use to me. Devour, frightened, immediately retracted, not wishing to abandon such a delightful companion. No, I can still aid you in recovering from injuries. Moreover, I can evolve. As long as you provide me with sufficient energy, I will eventually surpass you in strength, having absorbed the power of the pendant. Devour had indeed evolved slightly and could now penetrate the nano armor to return to Gwen's body. With more energy, it could undoubtedly evolve even further. Surpassing the god of symbiotes would not be a mere dream. It all depended on the amount of energy available. Gwen inquired, Energy? Are you referring to the crucifix pendant? I'll ask my brother when I return, but you must refrain from absorbing the pendant any longer. If he finds out, he will surely scold you. Devour responded him. I cannot defeat you. So how could I possibly contend with an ordinary man? One could not help but chuckle upon hearing the arrogant voice of the devourer. Huh! Spare me, dear brother, for you are indeed a formidable mage. The pendant you absorbed was crafted by none other than you. The devourer, recalling the energy contained within the pendant, drooled at the thought, recognizing that such pure power could not be wielded by mere mortals. Could you possibly procure more of that energy from your brother? I yearn for it. After this brief interlude, Gwen resumed her routine patrol. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air, igniting a surge of excitement within her. It had been several days since she had encountered such a case. Aside from last night's mishap, she swiftly launched her webbing toward the scene. The police radio crackled with reports of a shooting on Stanway Street. As Gwen landed atop a 3-story building adjacent to the street, she spotted a masked man brandishing a handgun, firing indiscriminately into a store. The rapid succession of shots indicated he was no novice. To her dismay, gunfire erupted from within the store, accompanied by a chilling scream that suggested someone had been wounded. Gwen could no longer afford to wait. She propelled herself forward with 2 strands of webbing, striking the criminal and sending him crashing against a nearby fire hydrant, contorting his body upon impact. With a swift flick of her wrist, she ensnared the criminal's hand to the ground, preventing his escape. "I must first assess the situation inside," she declared nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the criminal's injuries. Unbeknownst to her, she had never been so forceful in the past. Previously, even when she accidentally inflicted harm, she would ensure the safety of the situation before tending to the wounded. As she entered the store, the criminal lay on the ground, eyes wide with terror, acutely aware that his spine had likely been shattered, rendering his lower body numb. Meanwhile, the responding officers received news and rushed to the scene. "It's Ghost Spider. She has arrived." Chapter 130. Target, California 2. Gwen stood on the exterior of a high-rise, watching the ambulance depart. Her brow furrowed in disbelief as she gazed at her hands. "When did I become so heavy-handed? Was it you?" she asked. The devourer quickly emerged, denying any responsibility. "Not my doing. The symbiote enhances the host's abilities. Perhaps you are still acclimating to your newfound strength." "Is that so?" "It must be," she conceded. For the next several days, Gwen remained exceedingly cautious, yet she still inadvertently struck too hard. Each time, the criminals were severely injured and carted off to the hospital, and it was only afterward that she realized the gravity of the situation, lamenting her actions, though regret proved futile. Fortunately, the police bore the responsibility. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly face the ire of internet users, who would lament that a criminal's life is still a life. How tiresome. Gwen resolved to take a 2-day respite to reflect on her circumstances and to visit the Life Foundation to discern their intentions with the symbiote. She directly requested time off from school, and with the weekend approaching, 2 days would suffice for a trip to California. At mealtime, Kyle, clad in the attire of a devoted homemaker, approached the dining table, balancing a plate in his hands. Sky was the last to emerge, a comb still tangled in her hair as she slung her backpack over her shoulder, hastily snatching a stack of pancakes from the dining table while declaring, "I'm going to be late. You all take your time." Kyle glanced at the clock, noting it was but 8 o'clock, not particularly late, even if classes commenced at 8:30. The drive from home to school was merely a matter of minutes, so there was no need for such frantic urgency. Wanda, too, hurriedly finished her breakfast, announcing, "I'm heading downstairs. The tutor is coming over today." "All right," Kyle nodded in response. After assessing the situation, it became evident that Pietro and little Wanda's foundational knowledge was alarmingly inadequate. At their towering heights, it would be unwise to enroll them in elementary school, lest their self-esteem be bruised. Thus, the decision was made to hire a tutor for classes. After a year and a half of solid groundwork, they could be seamlessly launched into university life. Kyle savored the last bite of pancake and wiped his hands. "Just head to school. I'll take care of the cleanup." He then prepared to grab the newspaper, ready to resume his leisurely day. Gwen, observing his broad back, wiped her mouth and sprang from her chair, leaping onto Kyle's neck. "Oh, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Ha ha, I thought you were still a child. Come down before you're late too." Kyle caught her thighs to prevent her from falling, reminiscing about their childhood antics, though the softness of her form had since transformed. "I'm taking a day off. I have something to attend to. Just wanted to let you know not to wait for me for dinner tonight." "A day off?" Though curious, Kyle refrained from probing further, recognizing that Gwen was now an adult, and it was natural for her to keep certain matters private. His role was merely to support her, understood. "Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Gwen touched the banister on the second floor, climbed off Kyle, retrieved her bag, and exited. Just as Gwen departed, Wanda returned, her expression fraught with urgency. "They're missing." "Who?" Kyle was momentarily taken aback. "Pietro and them. When I went downstairs, I thought they were still in bed. But when the tutor arrived, I went to call them and found their room empty." The disappearance of the two had left Wanda quite distressed. They had only been lost for a few days, and now they were gone again. What to do? "Don't panic. They might just be playing a prank and hiding from you." Kyle reassured her. He then searched the lower level, inspecting every nook and cranny, even the cabinets and refrigerator, but found nothing. What are we going to do? Wanda was on the verge of tears. Stay calm. I've got this. Kyle swiftly returned home and located the life-sized Iron Man figurine in the living room. Activate. Angel 1 has been initiated. The voice was familiar. Tony had mentioned that this suit's intelligence system was a derivative of Jarvis, so the voice package was not surprising. Locate Pietro. Where is he? Angel 1. I have identified 987 individuals named Pietro. Kyle stared in disbelief at the multitude of entries bearing the name Pietro, feeling as though he were grappling with an artificial intelligence malfunction. Indeed, it is a fact that intelligent systems, as an extension of Jarvis, possess a high potential yet necessitate learning. It is rather unfortunate that Quicksilver regards his armor merely as a collectible model, having never activated its artificial intelligence. Consequently, he remains oblivious to the identity of Pietro. A search for Pietro Maximoff yields some identity information, which proves fortunate, for without it, identifying him would have been a daunting task, let alone locating him through facial recognition. With the computational power of Stark's private server, they swiftly traced the whereabouts of Pietro and Wanda within a minute. In the footage, the two appeared in a familiar elevator. The moment the doors opened, their figures vanished without a trace. The slow-motion replay revealed Pietro lifting Wanda, leaving only an afterimage, his speed so remarkable that the surveillance could not capture it. By the time Quicksilver and Wanda were scrutinizing the footage, they had already fled New York. Gasping for breath, Pietro set Wanda down and leaned against his knee, exclaiming, "I need a moment to rest." Wanda produced a map from her pocket, filled with notes representing the plan they had devised over the past few days. Revenge. Naturally, their target was Tony, although they could not pinpoint Tony's exact residence. Stark Tower was relatively easy to locate. After comparing the list of Stark's executives, they ultimately focused their sights on his former bodyguard Happy and Pepper, his current girlfriend, both of whom were likely to know Tony's address. Stark Tower in New York was still undergoing repairs following the battle, and Pepper and Happy had promptly returned to their office in Los Angeles. Wanda rolled up the map and declared, "We need a vehicle." Pietro replied, "Then the question arises, who will drive? I certainly cannot. Neither of us has ever ridden in a car before coming to New York." Wanda, with her chaotic magic shimmering in her hands, remarked, "We need not drive ourselves." A large truck approaching before them became Wanda's target, and she used her magic to hypnotize the driver into stopping. The two boldly climbed aboard fortuitously. The truck was bound for Los Angeles. The footage from the truck's dash cam, required for upload to the transport company's backup, was promptly intercepted by the intelligence system. Where were they headed? The visuals provided no sound, leaving Kyle perplexed. Wanda simply stated Stark. At that moment, Kyle comprehended their motive. It was undoubtedly a quest for vengeance stemming from childhood traumas. He had not anticipated that the Avengers would one day face retribution themselves. Wanda inquired, "Should we intercept them? We cannot place the blame solely on Stark for past events." Kyle reasoned, "There is no need to intervene now. Preventing them from going will only intensify their desire for revenge. At a crucial moment, we can clarify matters. As for Stark, it is worth noting that even if he did not sell that missile, he bears responsibility for inadequate oversight. Receiving a beating would not be unjustified." Stark's retort echoed, "You hold yourself in such high regard, thinking you are extraordinary." Throughout their journey, each time they paused for rest or a meal, they were captured on the service area cameras. Wanda crouched before the screen, her gaze fixed with unwavering intensity, fearing that the two might encounter unforeseen perils. Indeed, it seemed she was overthinking, for there were but a handful of individuals on Earth capable of contending with the chaos of magic. Moreover, could Pietro's speed not outpace any adversary? Chapter 131. The Trail of the Symbiote. Meanwhile, as a truck sped relentlessly towards Los Angeles, when it already touched down on her flight, after depositing her luggage at the prearranged hotel, she wasted no time, for with only 3 days at her disposal, every moment was precious. Callan, iniziata navigazione. Although the artificial intelligence had been restricted from engaging in illegal activities, assisting with navigation was a trivial matter. Half an hour later, when arrived at the research facility of the Life Foundation, situated on the outskirts, far from bothersome neighbors, it was indeed a fitting locale for human experimentation. And her skepticism towards the reports was steadily growing. As she perched atop a tree, Contemplating her approach, the blaring of alarms erupted from the facility. Almost immediately, she witnessed a disheveled man burst forth, crashing through the barbed wire fence. Security, I've spotted him. What was happening? Had a test subject escaped? It was evident that an ordinary person could not breach the formidable barriers of barbed wire. At that moment, a voice echoed with a ravenous hunger. I can smell the scent of my kind. What? Are you suggesting that man harbors a symbiote? Indeed, but I do not know who it is. As the man barreled through, a gnarled tree blocking his escape was shattered effortlessly. The security personnel who pursued him were evidently more skilled, recklessly pursuing him in a small off-road vehicle. How could Eddie, on two legs, outrun them? Especially with the encroaching security closing in? Seizing the opportune moment, Gwen shot out her webbing, pulling him up to the treetops. Eddie, upon beholding the spectral Spider-Woman before him, felt as though he had encountered a savior. Though Spider-Woman primarily operated in New York, Eddie had certainly heard of her renown. The honorary officer of the NYPD would surely not be allied with the Life Foundation, would she? Spider. Shoo, Gwen cautioned, gesturing towards the security personnel below, indicating that they should converse only when safely away from danger. As the two pursuit teams converged, they quickly scattered, widening their search. Report immediately if anything arises. With their dispersal, Gwen found it easier to facilitate their escape with Eddie, for even combined, they posed no significant threat to her. However, it was prudent to ascertain the situation first. Once in a secure location, Gwen began to inquire, "Are you the vagrant they captured for experimentation?" Eddie glanced down at his disheveled appearance, conceding, "Well, I do resemble a vagrant. I am a journalist," he continued, specifically gathering evidence of the Life Foundation's inhumane experiments. "I have captured numerous photographs. You can verify if you wish. Have you been specifically assigned here?" I suspected that the police were already aware of their nefarious activities. With the appearance of the ghost spider, the situation had taken a turn for the better, although Gwen wished for the veracity of his words. She was not convinced as she scrutinized the photographs Eddie had captured on his phone. The individuals depicted appeared emaciated, as though drained of vitality. Was this a consequence of yet another drug trial, or had they succumbed to the influence of a symbiote? If it were merely a side effect of a drug experiment, Gwen could rationalize it. However, if it were indeed a symbiote's possession, she could not help but feel a twinge of concern for her own well-being. What if she, too, were to transform into such a pitiable state? In that case, she would need to contact Kyle for assistance immediately. Even if one could survive in such a form, it would be akin to a living death, from a vibrant, invincible young woman to a frail, elderly figure. What a calamity that would be. "Gwen, could you recount the events that transpired earlier?" "Eddie, certainly. My initial intention was to enter and gather evidence. Upon entering, I encountered various test subjects within the laboratory, as evidenced by this photograph. Ultimately, in a glass chamber, I spotted my former informant, Maria. She had been a researcher at the Life Foundation, and after our last communication, she had gone silent. To my dismay, it seemed she was captured for experimentation. I intended to rescue her, shattering the glass door with a fire extinguisher. But to my astonishment, Maria lunged at me and grasped my throat. The shattering glass triggered the base's alarm, forcing me to flee. I am left uncertain about Maria's fate. Suddenly, a wave of hunger surged through Eddie, rendering him quite embarrassed as his mind became consumed by an intense craving. Starving, he began to scour the vicinity for anything edible. Were it not for Gwen's nanotech armor masking her scent, he might have been tempted to salivate at the mere sight of her. Finding nothing, he resorted to digging in the dirt, desperately hoping to unearth a worm to quell his hunger. "Gwen, what is wrong with you?" "Eddie, hungry." "Gwen, hungry? Are you a dog? Why are you digging the ground? It doesn't look like you've buried anything." "Venom. The symbiote requires energy to survive." In an instant, Gwen grasped the situation and swiftly bound Eddie to a nearby tree. "Come forth, let me see who you are." "Eddie?" "Hungry." Venom, equally perplexed, wondered how she knew of his presence. As Eddie beheld the black, viscous substance emanating from him, he nearly fainted. "What are you? Why are you on me?" Venom disregarded Eddie's inquiry, her tendrils fixated intently on Gwen. The symbiote within Gwen promptly revealed itself. "Venom, ha, I knew it was you. Venom, devourer, it is you. Did you not escape? Why have you come seeking me? Eddie, could you both postpone your reunion? There is a living person here on the brink of starvation." "I will procure food," Gwen declared, shedding her nanotech armor to reveal her true self as she strode toward a nearby fast food establishment. Eddie gazed at Gwen in disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that New York's nemesis was merely a young girl. He suddenly felt it was rather excessive to entrust the affairs of the Life Foundation to the ghost spider. Was she truly of age? One could argue that employing child labor was at play here. Before long, Gwen returned, carrying a substantial bag of provisions. Make do with these for now. Once we resolve the symbiote situation, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Eddie, having already buried his head in the bag, could hardly discern her words. After a few bites, he sensed something amiss, casting aside the bag to the ground and beginning to retch. Venom remarked, "These morsels are of no use to me. Might I request an alternative?" Such finickiness. Gwen, however, had no other options and still hoped to extract some information from him. "What do you wish to eat?" "I shall procure it." I'm uncertain," Venom replied, having not consumed anything since arriving on Earth. His gaze fell upon the pendant around Gwen's neck. "What sustains you?" Gwen promptly lifted the pendant dangling beneath her neck. "This? What? That won't do. If I lose it again, I want to know what excuse to provide Kyle. I've already misplaced 2 pendants in recent days. He would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Just a taste, please?" Slurp. Chapter 132. Call for help ultimately. Gwen gazed mournfully at the slightly diminished cross, hastening to the store for some alcohol before cautiously returning it to its place. Venom continued to smack his lips, savoring the previous flavors. Could I possibly have another bite? Dream on. The nanotech armor immediately enveloped Gwen's body. If this conversation continued, she was prepared to take action. Venom sighed, "You are rather stingy." "Well then, feel free to inquire." Gwen pressed, "I wish to know what transpired after you were taken back to the Life Foundation." Venom scratched his head. "What did they do?" "They merely released us from our containers, and then a crowd of onlookers stared. In your Earthling terminology, one might call it an experiment. Yes, it was for experimentation. By the way, Chaos is dead. I noticed that its host seemed rather incompatible and has since detached. Earth is peculiar. Its oxygen-rich environment is typically unsuitable for symbiotes, yet it abounds with food. On the symbiote planet of Clintar, they need not rely on hosts for survival, as the ambient energy is sufficient to sustain them indefinitely." "Food?" Gwen and Eddie queried simultaneously, especially Eddie, who had previously been picky about the KFC and now spoke of an abundance of food, which seemed contradictory. Venom shyly interjected, "It refers to humans. The bodies of Earthlings are rich in a substance essential for symbiotes, phenethylamine." Venom grew increasingly animated, slurp, especially when Eddie experienced that emotional upheaval earlier. "There was a surge of that substance. You actually consume humans?" Eddie exclaimed, shocked. The cannibalistic tribes of Earth were nearly extinct, yet today, he encountered an extraterrestrial being that relished human flesh. Moreover, the strength of the symbiotes was not to be trifled with, should their numbers increase. Earth might very well become a banquet for symbiotes. Venom clarified, "It's not strictly a matter of eating humans. The energy from the pendant around your neck is far superior to that substance. It's akin to having savored authentic Daoku roast chicken. Would you then settle for General Tso's chicken?" Indeed. However, Gwen felt that she could not afford to nurture a symbiote. Not to mention, too, even one of the devouring creatures was nearly beyond her means. All she could do was hope that Kyle possessed a multitude of those energy crystals. "Devourer, I recall that within your snacks there existed something containing that substance. What was that dark gooey you're called? Chocolate?" "Devourer, yes, that's it. Chocolate can sustain the symbiote-s existence, though it lacks the potency of the pendant's energy, which both satiates and enables our evolution to enhance our strength." Suddenly, Gwen remembered that Devourer had mentioned there were 4 symbiotes in total. With 2 present, one had perished in the laboratory, but where had the other gone? "Do you still have a counterpart? Where has it vanished to?" "Venom, are you referring to Riot? Its containment unit had a crack, and it fled while we were in the vehicle. That ungrateful creature didn't even attempt to rescue me in Chaos. It just abandoned us, claiming to be the leader of the symbiotes. What a joke. Devourer, you, the weakest among us, dare to call yourself a leader? Why didn't you simply shatter your containment unit and escape?" "Trash speaks only of trash." "Venom, do you dare to repeat that? After consuming that energy, I certainly felt my strength augment. I may not surpass the leader, but I could certainly handle you. Let us settle this one-on-one. Devourer, you think you're the only one who has feasted? This is my host." As Gwen observed the 2 symbiotes exchanging barbs, Eddie leaned against a tree, trembling. He was merely a journalist brimming with a sense of justice, seeking to expose the Life Foundation's inhumane experiments on the homeless. Little did he expect to uncover such monumental secrets. Firstly, the true identity of Ghost Spider would undoubtedly make headlines, and now, these two alien entities were even more sensational. Yet, I cannot manage this. Gwen, witnessing Eddie's shivering frame, found herself at a loss. He appeared muscular and robust, yet his courage was so feeble. Reflecting on the information Venom had revealed, she fell into contemplation. A symbiote like Riot was trivial. Given her capabilities, it should not pose a challenge. However, locating it proved to be an insurmountable task. She excelled at combat and apprehending criminals, yet tracking individuals, especially those concealed within ordinary human bodies, was beyond her grasp. Furthermore, reporting the Life Foundation, a company engaged in illicit human experimentation, would likely yield results akin to those reports that vanished into obscurity. Would she truly have to call upon Kyle? Despite being merely a few years her senior, his accomplishments were extraordinary. How else could he have amassed such wealth? Being a stakeholder in both Osborn and Stark? A brilliant idea struck Gwen. California was the birthplace of Stark Industries. Who better to seek than Tony? Coupled with his identity as an Avenger, he would be ideally suited to handle the symbiote crisis, and the Life Foundation would be no match for him. Upon sharing her thoughts, Eddie raised both hands in agreement. Tony Stark, known as Iron Man, was a celebrated figure, having been at the forefront of resisting the alien invasion during the Battle of New York, and his reputation among the populace was at an all-time high. Eddie, drive to my place. The distance from Silicon Valley to Los Angeles is considerable, and having a car certainly makes it much more convenient. On the way home, I also picked up a large bag of chocolates to prevent Venom from getting hungry during the journey. Click as I stepped into Eddie's abode. It was an ordinary room typical of a single man, not overly disordered. Eddie, please have a seat. I'll change my clothes. Indeed, Eddie looked rather disheveled and could use a wash and a change. Just as Eddie reached the bathroom door, he remembered Venom within him. Can you please exit my body for a moment? I need to take a shower. Venom, no. I certainly do not wish to lose such a splendid host. Eddie, fine, just close your eyes for a bit. By the way, are you male or female? It doesn't really matter. I want to be a loss either way. Venom, I regret to inform you that symbiotes possess no gender. How unfortunate. With such lengthy lifespans, yet unable to experience those exquisite pleasures. Meanwhile, Gwen sat on the sofa, searching for Stark's address. Although she hadn't accompanied Kyle to Tony's house, she had heard of its location. Suddenly, her spider sense tingled, and Gwen glanced toward the door as her nanotech armor instantly enveloped her. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, this Gunfire erupted. Eddie realized that the Life Foundation's agents were closing in. The biggest issue was that he was only halfway through his shower and hadn't yet dressed. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to put on his clothes, preferring to be shot than to be seen in his undignified state. Maintaining his pride was paramount. It was Ghost Spider. She usually operated only in New York, so what was she doing here? Whoosh, when Eddie finally emerged, he found several silkworms stuck to the wall. The floor was littered with various gun parts, and the jagged edges indicated they had been violently broken. Gwen, we need to leave immediately. The room was left with a few silkworms writhing, attempting to free themselves from their bindings. Chapter 133. A Twist of Fate. Jarvis. Miss Gwen has arrived. Banner wore an expression of understanding. It seems today's work will conclude earlier than expected. It may not be as you presume. The surveillance footage at the door promptly switched over, and Banner incredulously gazed at the two figures at the entrance before looking at Tony. Do you know Ghost Spider? Tony, I know her brother. Jarvis, let them in. The two at the door pressed the doorbell for quite some time, yet no one appeared to answer. Eddie, surely Mr. Stark isn't out, considering he manages such a vast enterprise as Stark Industries while also finding time to save the world. Gwen, it's Miss Potts who manages Stark Industries. My brother has mentioned that Stark couldn't survive without her. Aside from his talent and research, he is utterly inept in other areas. Jarvis, Miss Gwen, and this gentleman. Please enter. Jarvis's magnetic voice startled both of them, and as Eddie scanned the room, he found no signs of anyone present. Gwen was merely startled by the sudden voice. Yet she was somewhat aware of Jarvis. Are you Jarvis? My brother has mentioned you. Jarvis replied. Mr. Kyle is also a dear friend of mine. Upon entering the house, Stark was already awaiting them in the living room. Has your brother Ever spoken ill of me in private? Ah, haha, caught red-handed for gossiping. Tony then interjected. You arrived just in time. Kyle asked me to perfect the suit I've crafted for you. You could try it on and see if there are any areas for improvement. A robot, reminiscent of a vacuum cleaner, approached Gwen, carrying a large box. Her excitement surged as she noticed the spider mask pattern adorning the box, reminiscent of her brother's legacy. However, she quickly shifted her focus. Mr. Stark, I have something of great importance to discuss. You two, step outside. With a swift motion, both Gwen and Eddie extended a tentacle-like appendage from their symbiotic forms. The juxtaposition of the young woman and the disheveled gentleman was already astonishing. Yet now they had taken it a step further. A few days prior, Gwen had elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the matter. Only then did Tony divert his gaze from the two symbiotes. So, you wish for me to assist you in locating another symbiote? Eddie promptly raised his hand and added, in the illicit human experiments conducted by the Life Foundation. Gwen affirmed precisely. With that, Tony led the duo down to the laboratory, understanding that to find symbiote, one must first comprehend it, facilitating the identification of their target amidst the vast sea of humanity. Upon hearing the news, Banner immediately grew irate. For him, human experimentation was now a forbidden subject. Although Hulk's emergence was accidental, the abomination was a direct result of pure human experimentation. Noticing the green hue creeping up Banner's neck, Tony's anxiety escalated. Calm down, you can manage this, Banner. He quickly signaled for Gwen and Eddie to exit, while he cautiously made his way toward the armor. The original intent of summoning Banner was to research the anti-Hulk suit. However, with the armor still unavailable, it seemed Hulk was about to surface. One could only hope that Wakandan vibranium could withstand Hulk's iron fists. If only the vibranium nano-armor were ready in a few days, Tony would feel far more confident in subduing Hulk. Phew, it was fortunate that Tony managed to maintain his composure. Thankfully, Banner's yoga practice had significantly enhanced his patience, and Tony's vibranium armor provided him with a sense of security. Is the old man feeling unwell? Gwen and Eddie, who had yet to depart, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Tony cautioned, in the future, refrain from being so inquisitive. You must heed the words of adults. Otherwise, it may be too late to escape should trouble arise. Gwen responded with confusion. Eddie inquired, could it be that this seemingly frail scholar is quite dangerous? Banner, having calmed his emotions, declared, I will contact S.H.I.L.D. Tony quipped. Banner's anger can be quite terrifying. It might even scare you into wetting your pants. Please, could anything be more fearsome than Hulk or Thor? Having watched all the recorded footage of the New York battle, Eddie's heart is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would not have sought Tony Stark, the Iron Man, for assistance. Perhaps it is indeed the case. Let your slime emerge, so I may analyze its peculiarities, enabling me to compile tracking data. Devour. Slime. Are you referring to me? Venom. You got guts, kid. Why not challenge me to a duel? With a crunch, Venom bit down hard on a chocolate-covered candy. As if it were Tony's head, he was crushing. Last time an alien visited Earth, the Avengers left it utterly unrecognizable. Are you certain you wish to be so bold? Venom ceased his retorts, realizing that as a newcomer, he was unaware of Earth's combat capabilities. Sometimes it is wise to be cautious. Upon witnessing Tony approach with tools to extract tissue from the symbiote, Venom became agitated. Are you sure about this? The cells released from the symbiote constitute an independent entity. Is it truly that remarkable? You claim it is not slime, yet it can also decompose into individuals. Regardless, research must be conducted. Otherwise, how can we trace the chaos? Waiting for the disturbance to reveal itself is far too passive. Stark used a small knife to cut a fragment of tissue from Venom, and before he could place it into the device, a drop of black viscous liquid crawled along the tweezers and merged with Tony's hand. Jarvis, check. Before he could finish, the initial side effects of being bonded with the symbiote manifested. Jarvis, your body is in a state of extreme hunger. Would you like me to order food for you? Venom immediately proffered a bag of chocolates. You might find this useful. As Tony moved to accept it, a familiar sensation overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. It was akin to the feeling he had when returning from the forge, courtesy of Uncle Obadiah. The symbiote sensed the energy from the arc reactor in his chest and immediately dove inside, extinguishing the small light that had previously illuminated it. Tony's complexion paled as he began to sweat, The metallic shards in his heart were perilously close to piercing the ventricle. Ding. The pain vanished instantaneously, and Tony observed his chest, which had returned to its original state, the large cavity housing the reactor now smooth once more. He incredulously pinched the fallen fragments, staring in disbelief at his chest. Can extraterrestrial beings perform surgery? Venom responded. The symbiote's healing speed is remarkable. Even if you stab your head with a knife, you wouldn't perish. Wow, leave the one they call chaos to me. At that moment, Tony felt a tremendous sense of relief. Chapter 134. The Symbiote Army Invades Earth? As Tony examined the biological profile of the symbiote, he remarked, "Why doesn't my slime speak? Is it mute?" Venom retorted, "Do Earth babies speak the moment they are born? It is still a child. Why must you impose such expectations?" Tony replied in disbelief. At this juncture, he attempted to contact SHIELD, and Banner returned, saying the photos have been uploaded to SH. Tony, should we take action? It might be safer this way. Leave it to Jarvis. Tony suddenly recalled a grave concern. The wound on his chest had healed, yet he could no longer install a reactor. All his armored suits required a reactor for power, and unlike Rhodes' version, his suits were meticulously tailored without any leeway for reactor installation. The ultra-thin reactor from Sophie's series had just been scheduled for development and had yet to be studied. Once again, he found himself reverting to his Playboy persona. He promptly designed a software to search for symbiotes and handed it over to Jarvis for execution, while he hurriedly began crafting an ultra-thin reactor, intending to modify his armor as well. Meanwhile, at the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake grimaced as he received a tablet from his subordinate, displaying news of Pepper condemning their company for unethical human experimentation. Drake's expression hardened, and he smashed the tablet in frustration. Have we offended Stark in any way? How would he treat us like this? The Life Foundation was merely a small biopharmaceutical company, overshadowed by the colossal Osborn. Competing against Stark Industries, an established arms manufacturer, was a daunting prospect, especially since Stark had transitioned into the energy sector, yet retained connections and legacy that Drake could not rival. Moreover, Tony was still the heroic Iron Man, a member of the Avengers tasked with safeguarding the world. The ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts, and seeing the name displayed eased his expression considerably. Senator Stern. Just as Drake lowered his guard, hoping that Senator Stern could salvage his situation, a security personnel approached, staggering with a vacant expression, resembling a lifeless zombie. Thank you, Senator Stern. I assure you such issues will not arise again. He hung up the phone and glared at the approaching figure. Who permitted you to enter? And what is the meaning of your attire? Didn't your captain teach you the company's regulations? Suddenly, with a swift motion, the security personnel lunged at Drake. A mass of silver goo infiltrating Drake's body from within the security guard. Drake forcefully pushed the corpse away, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality. I am Riot, the leader of the symbiotes. Meanwhile, Tony exhaled deeply as he surveyed the newly completed reactor. There was still ample room for improvement, but it was sufficient for emergency purposes. Tell me, what are the weaknesses of your symbiote? What do you fear? Venom hesitated, feeling it was morally ambiguous to disclose weaknesses in front of others, as it might expose him to danger. Even without divulging, Tony would eventually uncover the symbiote's secrets through research. Sound waves and fire were two elements that the symbiote feared, as revealed by the ravenous entity within Gwen, who unhesitatingly chose to betray its allies. The confidence bestowed by Gwen's two pendants empowered the symbiote, which had evolved by absorbing energy, rendering it unafraid of sound waves. Additionally, fire could not inflict harm unless it reached a certain temperature. Upon hearing Tony's words, he immediately detached a sonic emitter designed to counter symbiotes from his armor, aiming it at Gwen and Eddie before pressing the activation button. A piercing scream echoed, one that unmistakably belonged to Venom, indicating that the sonic wave had a significant effect on the symbiote, thereby sparing Tony the effort of crafting a new device. The unnatural sound emanated from Eddie's side. It was not a sound of consumption, but rather one produced by Gwen. The efficacy of the sonic emitter was evident as Gwen's nanotech armor swiftly transformed into a puddle of liquid. Gwen, visibly perturbed, exclaimed. Tony, however, appeared unfazed, showing no remorse for damaging another's property. Outdated technology breaking down simply meant it was time for an upgrade. The suit I provided you is crafted from vibranium. If you're willing to don it, It can withstand a nuclear explosion without issue. The most astonished was Eddie, a journalist who frequently roamed the high-tech corridors of Silicon Valley, thus familiar with the rarity of vibranium, a metal more precious than gold. $10,000 per gram for vibranium? Such exorbitance. Just then, a cleaning robot arrived, bearing the box containing the spider suit. The box opened automatically, revealing a wristwatch-style nanomaterial storage device within. I designed it in a watch format for convenience, Tony remarked. Inside the box is the raw nanometal. If your armor sustains any damage, just place the watch inside, and it will automatically replenish the nanomaterial. Tony wore an expression that clearly invited praise, reveling in his ingenuity. Gwen took the watch and strapped it onto her wrist. With a mere thought, the nanometal, responsive to biological signals, began to flow throughout her body. Gwen, I am the auxiliary system for your spider suit. Having used the nanotech suit for some time, Gwen felt little excitement at the prospect of a local version. While waiting for the accolades he anticipated, Tony shifted the conversation, sensing his disappointment. What is the demeanor of your leader? What do you think their next move will be? Venom replied, while this may not be an ideal habitat for symbiotes, there exists a delicacy on Earth that they relish. Perhaps the leader intends to transform the Earth into a banquet. Tony chuckled, bemused by the simplicity of such a desire from an extraterrestrial being contemplating the conquest of Earth, seemingly underestimating the Avengers. Is that all it takes? Venom continued, what if the riot returns with other symbiotes? The planet Clintar boasts an army of millions. A heavy silence fell over the group. If millions of symbiotes were to invade Earth, could the Avengers withstand such an onslaught? Even if they offered their heads, exhaustion would surely prevail. Beep, beep, beep. JARVIS provided an alert, having pinpointed Riot-S location. San Francisco. What could possibly attract symbiotes there? As the map magnified, JARVIS displayed real-time footage, the Stark satellite-S clarity proving exceptional. Vandenberg Air Force Base, a launch center by another name, was highlighted. This is bad. Trouble is brewing. A brilliant flash erupted into the sky as the rocket ascended. Tony swiftly donned his armor and soared into the air, hoping that the proximity would allow him to intercept it. Gwen and Eddie exchanged wide-eyed glances, wondering if this was a case of manifesting thoughts into reality. The remains of the Chitauri from the Battle of New York had barely cooled, and now Earth was facing yet another invasion by the symbiotes. Banner, watching the footage, sank to the ground in despair. It was futile. Tony's speed could not match that of the ascending rocket. The truth was stark. Had Tony been on site, the agility of the Mark armor could have easily thwarted the rocket's launch. However, his residence in Malib was a considerable distance from the launch center, and by the time Tony arrived, the rocket had already gained velocity. Initially, he could keep pace, trailing in its exhaust, but within 2 minutes, even that dissipated. With a clatter, Tony returned to the lab in disarray. Banner, we need to commence preparations immediately. Banner replied, right? The symbiotes fear fire, don't they? We can take them out as they descend. Even those lucky enough to escape can be dealt with using sonic weapons one by one. Unlike the Chitauri, we know the symbiotes' vulnerabilities. Chapter 135. The crisis approaches 2 days later. Tony and Banner were fervently preparing. Tony planned to launch a space-based weapon, aiming to eliminate the symbiotes beyond Earth's atmosphere. An optimal solution. Gwen and Eddie had long since departed. This situation was beyond their capacity to manage. Besides, Gwen needed to return to school, and under Stark's protection, Eddie was busy exposing the actions of the Life Foundation. Beep, beep, beep. Happy was calling. What is it, Happy? I'm quite occupied. Tony, you might want to come over. A rather handsome man is showing Pepper his brain. What? His brain? Is Stark venturing into neurosurgery? I just researched that man. Guess what? It's Killian, the one we encountered at the 1999 science conference in Switzerland. Without hesitation, Tony instructed Jarvis to access the conference room surveillance. Seeing Killian nearly embrace Pepper ignited his anger. Happy, go knock on the door. When it came to the safety of Earth and his girlfriend, it was clear which took precedence. Just as Happy rose to knock, a gust of wind swept past him, revealing 2 shadowy figures lurking by flower pot. Pietro remarked, that is Stark's girlfriend. She finishes work in an hour. Let us prepare to capture her. Wanda, noticing Happy tapping on the glass of the door, added, it feels wrong to bully a woman. Perhaps we should seize that hefty bodyguard instead. Capturing a vulnerable woman would undoubtedly be easier than subduing a robust bodyguard, but with their combined strength, Even 10 Happies would pose no challenge. Hey, where are your badges? In a secluded corner, two individuals were caught off guard by Happy, who returned after knocking on the glass. The video chat had yet to be disconnected, allowing Tony to catch a glimpse of young Wanda. Wanda? Happy exclaimed, Tony, do you know her? Where is she? A quick glance at the tablet revealed that the two had vanished from sight. The duo stealthily emerged, seeking refuge until the end of the workday. In a flash, Pietro returned mere seconds later, holding 2 hot dogs. Let's have a bite. As soon as young Wanda accepted the food, her expression soured. You stole again? Didn't my sister give us money? Huh? Pietro scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's just a habit. It won't happen again. With a sincere admission of guilt, Wanda chose to overlook the matter, as her hunger was undeniable. Time passed, and even as darkness enveloped the city, Pepper and Happy had yet to emerge. Pepper was preoccupied with work, pulling overtime, while Happy, apart from his role as head of security, also doubled as Pepper's chauffeur. As the two finally exited the building, Pietro immediately dashed after them, clutching young Wanda. They watched as the vehicle halted at the entrance of Stark's villa, unaware that it was Tony's residence. Happy, intent on his mission, paid no mind to their presence. The vehicle then meandered through the city of Los Angeles. Circling back once more, Happy had a date that evening, a rendezvous with a lady to attend a play at the Chinese theater. Young Wanda, seeing more people in the car, resolved to wait patiently, not wanting to involve herself in others' affairs. It had been a long day, akin to babysitting a foolish child. Especially while observing Happy sharing laughter with the woman beside him, her frustration grew. 2 hours later, as the clock approached 10, the host finally announced, Tonight's performance has come to an end. Pietro, wake up. Pietro, nearly dozing off, rubbed his eyes in confusion. Is it over? Let us go. They trailed behind Happy, watching him bid farewell to the lady, who, rather vainly, stopped to check her reflection at the theater's entrance. Hey, narcissistic fool. Oblivious to the 2 pairs of eyes behind him, Happy felt elated by the success of his date. While adjusting his appearance in the mirror, he caught sight of a disheveled man resembling a drug addict sitting on a flower bed, soon followed by another person carrying a box. What on earth? Is this a drug deal? With an overwhelming sense of justice, Happy couldn't ignore the situation and swiftly devised a plan. Once the transaction concluded, he approached and deliberately knocked into the man, causing the sturdy box to topple over. Saw the. Happy immediately apologized, crouching down to assist in gathering the spilled items. As he observed syringes and vials tumbling from a box, his suspicions were confirmed. This was a lucrative opportunity. Not only could he make the news, but perhaps also earn a handsome reward. Bang! Happy, with the evidence in hand, secretly rejoiced, only to collide with someone. Raising his head, he recognized the individual from the earlier transaction, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Savin, my friend, why are you out here alone? Is it a date night with your beloved companion? Happy, having been Tony's former bodyguard, held confidence in his prowess. Of course. The stars of the show are you and your drug-addicted girlfriend. This is the ticket to the movie. He brandished the illicit substance in his hand with a flourish. Savin, you must be joking. That doesn't belong to you. Well aware of the adage that fortune favors the bold, Happy launched a direct punch, but his opponent effortlessly dodged. Thud! Another right hook struck the opponent's face, yet the adversary remained unfazed. Attempting to strike again, Happy found his arm caught, painfully twisted, and flung aside. Little Wanda stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events. Before she could make a move, someone had already seized the initiative. Was it necessary to rescue the kidnapper before apprehending him? Savin's face ignited with fury, his body temperature rising dangerously. Boom! Fortunately, Pietro was swift enough to embrace little Wanda and escape to safety before the explosive shockwave could reach them. They then witnessed a being of molten rock emerge from the explosion, gradually regaining a more human form. It was Savin, the one who had struck Happy. Chapter 136. The Hulk emerges. Hey, don't die on me. Quickly tell me where Tony Stark is. Happy, severely burned, glanced at Pietro, his head tilting before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Little Wanda, should we call an ambulance? Pietro, exasperated, replied, what a predicament. The kidnapper turned rescuer. I regret not acting sooner. Minutes later, the two stood amidst a gathering crowd, watching the ambulance depart. Pietro, what shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Pietro nearly forgot about their other objective. Having tracked the individual throughout the evening, he now knew Pepper's residence. We should seek out his girlfriend. Surely she won't venture out at this hour. Indeed, after a long day, little Wanda felt weary, but the prospect of vengeance invigorated her. With arms wide open, she leaped into Pietro's embrace. Let us go. 2 minutes later, they returned to the entrance of a Marbury villa, where Pietro bent over, catching his breath. Little Wanda circled the entrance, searching for a way inside. As they reached the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Jarvis. Miss Wanda, please come in. Who? Little Wanda scanned her surroundings, but saw no one. Who could address her by name? The few who knew her were in New York. There were no acquaintances here. Jarvis. Miss Wanda, you appear much younger. I have informed Mr. Stark. Please wait in the living room. Pietro, Stark? He resides here too? Jarvis, this is Mr. Stark's residence. The two exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles, as if the revelation required no effort at all. Indeed, it is rather normal for someone to cohabitate with their girlfriend. Their reactions nearly caused Jarvis to malfunction. As the questions posed were perplexing, where else could one reside if not in their own home? The crux of the matter lay in Wanda's response, which implied she did not recognize him, almost as if he were a stranger. In Jarvis's understanding, no two leaves in the world are identical, let alone human beings. Yet, the Wanda before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that Kyle had previously brought along. However, her current demeanor resembled that of an unfamiliar entity. Tony, Jarvis, are you malfunctioning again? Why are you consuming so much processing power? Jarvis, I sense a system error. This Miss Wanda does not appear to be the one I am acquainted with. Tony, a simple observation will clarify matters. Banner, you may clock out now. Let us take a break after this test concludes. Banner remained fixated on the data displayed on the screen, feeling fatigued, yet captivated by Tony's penchant for innovation. Just then, as Tony exited the lab, a spark appeared, and two figures emerged from a fiery portal. Banner, who are you? How did you come through that portal? Without Kyle needing to explain, Jarvis interjected. Mr. Kyle, Miss Wanda, little Wanda? Oh no, this was a complete system crash. According to Jarvis's data analysis, this Wanda and the one upstairs were evidently the same individual, yet there were two of them. Unable to compute the anomaly, a complete shutdown seemed preferable. Fortunately, the server was powered by the arc reactor. Otherwise, Tony would have suspected Jarvis of illicitly using server power for cryptocurrency mining. Kyle, Dr. Banner. From Jarvis's early reactions, Banner deduced that the two were not adversaries. You were friends of Tony? Absolutely. Before Kyle could settle in, a sound of shattering glass echoed from upstairs. Even Tony, with all his wits, realized this was not the Wanda he recognized. Seizing the momentum from being thrown back, he rushed to the lab to don his armor. Yet, before he could reach the staircase, he found himself ensnared by little Wanda's chaotic magic. Little Wanda, I will make you feel the same agony that I endure. Hearing the commotion from the lab below, Banner dashed upstairs. Oh no, this was spiraling out of control. That was the first thought that crossed Kyle's mind. As soon as Banner peeked his head out, he was spotted. Pietro, mistaking him for one of Tony's aides, charged forward and landed a punch. Roar! Banner, already on edge due to the impending threat of the symbiote army, found his emotions spiraling out of control, unable to contain himself. Hulk! Pietro stood frozen, staring at the massive green figure he had inadvertently struck, completely forgetting to evade the retaliatory blow from Hulk. Little Wanda quickly realized the situation and hastily released Tony from his restraints, turning her full attention to fending off Hulk's powerful fists, though she narrowly avoided being struck. The immense effort left her feeling quite unwell. It was a miscalculation. She had not anticipated that Stark would have the Hulk as his bodyguard. Observing this, Tony's spirits lifted. Hulk, that's it. Smash for me. Just then, Kyle arrived, delivering a slap to Tony's back. You think you could just smash him? He then addressed Wanda behind him. I'll handle Hulk. With a forceful stomp, Kyle shattered the floor, kicking Hulk out of the house. Hulk, infuriated, pounded his fists into the ground, demolishing two large marble tiles beneath Tony. He charged at Kyle with a raised fist. Kyle met Hulk's punch with his palm, acutely feeling the raw power of the green giant, his hand tingling from the impact. With a swift sidekick aimed at Hulk's ankle, he caused the behemoth to stumble. Dropping to one knee. Is this your proposal? I'm not fond of green. Hulk retaliated by using his strength to send Kyle crashing into the marble floor. Coughing and spitting dirt, Kyle opened his eyes just in time to see Hulk swinging a boulder towards him. The boulder shattered upon impact. "You're making me quite angry," Kyle thought, fully aware of Hulk's formidable strength. Gathering his resolve, he charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Hulk flying. With a resounding crash, Hulk broke through the surrounding wall and landed in a nearby mound of dirt, creating a hole that measured at least 10 meters deep. Kyle stood at the edge of the crater, waiting. Soon, he heard Hulk's furious roars echoing from within. Since Hulk's inception, he had never endured such humiliation. It was a wonder he could contain his rage. Kyle, undeterred, braced himself for a direct confrontation with Hulk. "I can withstand your punches, but can you withstand mine?" His agility allowed him to evade many of Hulk's attacks, while Hulk suffered, receiving numerous blows to his own head. Once again, Hulk was knocked down by a powerful punch. This time, instead of quickly rising to retaliate, he lay still on the ground. "Come on, keep going." "No, Hulk cannot defeat you. Hulk has lost." The tone was reminiscent of a child who had lost a fight, as if a single more punch would bring forth tears. "Let us stop. Let Banner come out. When I have time, I will teach you a few moves. Don't trick Hulk." Hulk cast one last glance at Kyle before transforming back into Banner. When Banner awoke, he found Kyle gazing intently at his trousers. Nanotechnology, no matter how much it expands, it merely becomes slightly thinner. Banner bore no resentment for Hulk's earlier beating. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. Even when transformed into Hulk, someone would be there to prevent him from causing destruction and harm. Let us go home. Chapter 137. Upon witnessing Kyle's entrance, Pietro and little Wanda became paralyzed with fear, resembling remorseful children awaiting reprimand from an adult. Their dismay intensified upon the sight of Wanda, who had shrunk into an ostrich-like posture. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scolding did not transpire. Instead, Wanda approached and enveloped the two in an embrace, gently stating, "Please inform me before embarking on distant journeys in the future." Tony, observing this heartwarming scene, felt reluctant to disrupt the moment until a slight turn of his head tugged at the wound on his lip, eliciting a sharp hiss. Could someone elucidate the situation? The commotion outside attracted onlookers, who hastily abandoned their prior activities to join the spectacle, for what could be more delightful than indulging in gossip? Tony lamented, "My foam mountain. That coral reef was airlifted from Hawaii." However, amidst the crowd of spectators, another individual resided within the villa. Pepper, blissfully asleep, was roused by the disturbance, initially suspecting that Tony was engaged in yet another weapon experiment. Just as she intended to check her phone, it rang, a notification from the hospital revealing that Happy was in trouble. By the time she hung up, Kyle and Hulk had already exited, significantly diminishing the noise. "Tony, Happy, my dear, what has transpired?" Pepper inquired, her concern palpable. "Please do not tell me you are conducting weapon experiments in the living room." Without uttering a word, Tony gestured toward the scene of Kyle and Hulk's altercation. "This is not my doing," he insisted. "Why are those two fighting?" Pepper pressed, her gaze falling upon Wanda, who cradled a face identical to her own, leaving her bewildered. "Two." At that moment, Kyle returned, carrying Banner. "Well done, Kyle. Could someone elucidate the events that have unfolded?" Pepper requested. Kyle promptly stepped forward, recounting the origins of the situation and the reasons behind Pietro and Wanda's quest for vengeance against Tony. He did not neglect to clarify the background of Wanda for the two young ones. "Is that it?" Tony was already aware of this matter when Wanda last visited and even encouraged Pepper to establish a foundation to assist those afflicted by war. "Pepper, how is the Sokovia Charity Foundation progressing?" "We are currently in search of an office location and will soon commence operations," Pepper replied. Tony interjected, "You have all heard. I am striving to make amends. However, I did not sell those weapons. Of course, I acknowledge that my negligence bears some responsibility. Here, I extend my sincerest apologies to both of you and the civilians of Sokovia. I shall allocate a portion of Stark Industries' future profits to aid in the reconstruction of Sokovia. Does this apology satisfy you?" The two expressed their contentment with Tony's contrition. This outcome was already favorable. Their intention had merely been to vent their frustrations on Tony, never truly contemplating murder. With such assurances from Tony, perhaps they could even return to a life in Sokovia. The most astonishing revelation, however, was the origin of Wanda's existence from a parallel universe. Only Wanda, the person involved, and Quicksilver, who were already aware of the situation, displayed no reaction. The gazes of others were fixed upon Miss Wanda, causing her to feel a tad bashful. Quicksilver remarked, "So you are not our sister." but rather a sister from another dimension. Wanda retorted, "Who are you calling sister? My original world is already in the year 2023. How can you claim I am older than you?" Laughter ensued. Just as Pepper was about to discreetly inquire whether Wanda would eventually marry Tony, she suddenly recalled pressing matters. "Tony, Happy is hospitalized." Happy interjected, "Finally, someone remembered me. If you had waited any longer, I would have been preparing for my own funeral." "What happened to Happy?" Tony questioned. "I don't know. The hospital just called to say he was involved in an explosion and appears to be severely injured." Tony exclaimed, "Jarvis, why didn't you inform me?" Jarvis replied, "I was preoccupied with a comprehensive self-diagnosis and neglected external events. I apologize for the oversight regarding Mr. Happy." "Comprehensive self-diagnosis? By yourself? Why does the artificial intelligence you created constantly encounter issues?" Tony inquired. "Where did you go wrong?" Jarvis explained, "According to Leibniz's principle, no two leaves are identical. And the same applies to humans. Even twins cannot be identical. Now, with two Miss Wandas present, my logic is unable to comprehend. Let us put understanding aside for now. If it weren't for Quicksilver informing him of parallel universes, Tony would be equally perplexed. Let us halt this matter for the time being and first investigate Happy's situation." "I want to learn," Jarvis exclaimed. "Here is the surveillance footage from a vicinity when Mr. Happy had his accident." This left the two individuals present at the scene with the authority to speak. "I know. My sister and I were there. Please elaborate on the circumstances at that time," Tony urged, adding that the reason for their presence was no longer significant. Quicksilver immediately began narrating the surveillance footage. He had a brief altercation with someone, and after a few exchanges, he was thrown back, followed by a massive explosion. The person he fought emerged from the epicenter of the blast, engulfed in flames, gradually returning to normal and driving away. The words "pioneer technology apocalypse virus" suddenly flashed in Quicksilver's mind. Was the plot of Iron Man 3 unfolding this early? The events of the first Avengers film had only recently concluded. Was this the storm stirred by his butterfly effect? Yet, from an observer's perspective, the reasons behind the incident remained unclear. Tony changed into his suit, preparing to head to the hospital. As he did, he noticed Quicksilver slap his thigh, realizing that a specialized healer was present. Once the healing was complete, he could directly ask Happy what had transpired. "Quicksilver, you're coming with me. Saving lives is your expertise," Tony declared. Just before their departure, Quicksilver glanced at the display case for the armor. "Where is the Mark 42, the devoted son?" At that moment, Banner raised a pivotal question. "Miss Wanda, when did the symbiote army arrive on Earth in your universe?" "I merely wish to ascertain how much time we have left to organize our defenses." Tony, en route to the hospital, is pondering the same question. "Kyle, are you referring to the symbiote?" Chapter 138. Symbiote? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Tony nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. Did your sister not inform you?" "She visited me last Friday." No wonder that young lady took leave. She must have traveled to California in search of the symbiote. It is also somewhat understandable that Kyle, preoccupied with Pietro and the others these past few days, entirely overlooked the elusive ghost Spider-Man. By the way, did Marvel not sell the rights to Venom to Sony? Is it not risky to introduce such elements and fear infringement? So, are you worried that Riot has escaped and might return with an army of symbiotes? Tony, indeed. I have been diligently researching anti-symbiote armor to exploit their weaknesses. The optimal outcome would involve eradicating them beyond Earth's confines. The inherent characteristics of the symbiotes enable them to conceal themselves adeptly upon entering Earth, coupled with their formidable reproductive capabilities, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate entirely. You see, I merely extracted a small sample for analysis, and it has already given rise to a new entity. Kyle gazed at the Iron Man figure emerging from Tony's shoulder. How formidable is the combat prowess of the symbiote armor? In the comics, Tony wielding a symbiote appears to lean towards villainy, yet thus far, he shows no signs of moral decline. That is a silver lining. Tony, this extraterrestrial slime is indeed remarkably useful. With it, my new armor requires no dampening devices, as the slime significantly enhances the host's regenerative abilities. They arrived at the hospital amidst Tony's enthusiastic praises for the symbiote. Tony Stark. The nurse at the front desk emitted a girlish squeal. Realizing her surroundings, she hastily covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mr. Stark, I did not expect you to come in person." Tony relished this form of adulation. Would you like an autograph? Wow, this must be the influence of the symbiote. Tony took the pen and inscribed his name across the nurse's uniform. Now, can you tell me where Happy is? I will escort you, the nurse said, her gaze fixated on the signature, nearly colliding with the wall. Mr. Happy has just escaped danger and requires ample rest. Please try not to disturb him for too long. Tony nodded, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Happy's hospital bed. Witnessing the extent of Happy's injuries firsthand, he realized the severity of his condition, extensive burns and fractured arms. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might not have survived until the ambulance arrived. Can he recover? Happy is, aside from Pepper, the second most vital person in my life. He has always been diligent in his duties. Although his skills as a bodyguard may be lacking, he consistently prioritizes my safety in perilous situations. I have lost count of how many times Happy has saved me, even if his methods are occasionally extreme. Kyle listened, astonished. Was this truly about Happy? This individual truly embodies the essence of a director, having meticulously arranged such an exceptional backdrop, clinging tightly to his advantageous connections. A swift recovery envelopes Happy in a radiant light, and the injuries on his body visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Upon awakening, Happy feels as though he is bound, his immediate reaction being one of perceived abduction. Given the commonplace nature of flower trade and the occurrence of being submerged at sea, such events hardly seem extraordinary. Happy exclaims, "If you possess the courage, release me for a one-on-one confrontation." Whom do you wish to challenge, Happy? Tony? The familiarity of his comrade's voice brings a sense of relief to Happy, yet he is left pondering the reason for his restraint. Could it be that he has been injected with a narcotic, bound to prevent a potential frenzy? When was he administered this substance? Following the explosion. He seems to recall encountering two young individuals at the company, one of whom was likely named Wanda. Tony, observing Happy's reaction, discerns that he is lost in thought. Speak of the circumstances at that time. Happy responds, "Huh? Oh yes." At that moment, the more Tony listens, the more his expression contorts, culminating in a furrowing of his brow. Initially suspecting a bomb, he is astonished to discover it was a self-detonation of the human body. The issue surrounding the symbiote remains unresolved, yet a multitude of chaotic incidents continues to surface. Happy states, "I have seen the individual involved in the transaction at the company. He was accompanying that subordinate named Killian." After escorting Happy back to the villa, Tony meticulously organizes Killian's information, packaging it for dispatch to exiled. He is preoccupied with preparations to confront the symbiote, leaving little time to deal with these lesser matters. Meanwhile, Killian orchestrates a grand performance. Addressing Mandarin, "You're indeed a fine actor, but our funds are limited. I hope we can achieve a single take." "No problem. You can trust my skills. I assure you that not a single piece of tape will be wasted." With a gun pointed at him, the stakes of poor performance could be fatal. He is no stranger to filming for the mob and has long since acclimatized to such pressures. Given his limited time left, he prefers to indulge in immediate pleasures as long as the yacht and beautiful company are in place. Let us rehearse once more. Observing the crew getting into the groove, Killian turns and departs for the laboratory. "Dr. Maya, have there been advancements in the stability of the extremist virus?" Maya Hansen replies, "I'm not a genius like Tony Stark. Progress does not come swiftly." The mere mention of Tony evokes memories for Killian of trembling alone on a rooftop for hours in the cold. He grips Maya's throat firmly and declares, "Then go seek Stark. You have had a pass with him, and I trust you can persuade him to assist." He forcefully tosses Maya to the ground. "You have 3 days." Maya, fully aware of Killian's temperament, understands the gravity of her situation. No one knows the extremist virus better than she does. If she cannot resolve the issue within 3 days, she will inevitably suffer unspeakable torment. To spare herself from such anguish, she must promptly seek Stark's aid. She immediately instructs her subordinates to prepare a flight to Los Angeles. Hours later, the plane lands at Los Angeles Airport, and Maya Hansen takes a taxi directly to Tony's villa. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. "Jarvis, Miss Maya Hansen has arrived." The moment Tony laid eyes on her, memories of a particular night flooded back to him. Though he had once indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, he was now committed to a girlfriend and could no longer embrace a carefree existence. "Tony, what brings her here? Or is it possible that Happy neglected to pay for the night?" "Tony, let her in." Banner, engrossed in his work, barely lifted his head. The world of the affluent was foreign to him. Maya, "Tony, it seems you've been doing quite well lately." Tony, my life has always been thus. Do you have something to discuss? Maya, sensing Tony's aloofness, offered an awkward smile. I've come to seek your counsel, of course. However, I just disembarked from my flight. Would you mind if I rested at your home for a bit? Tony, I do mind. The other half of the bed is already occupied. If you have business, please be swift. I am quite busy. Maya, very well. Do you recall the formula you penned long ago? I have been studying it for years. But lacking your brilliant mind, I have yet to perfect it. If I cannot resolve this, I may find myself unemployed, and the remuneration at advanced technology is rather appealing. The name advanced technology sounded familiar. Wasn't that Killian's company? Why was exiled moving so slowly? If they intervened, she would lose her chance here. Tony took the note filled with equations, glanced at it, and remarked, "Once I finish my current tasks, I will assist you. For now, you may seek a hotel to rest. Pepper will return shortly, and it would not be ideal for her to see you." Meanwhile, outside Killian's research facility, a group of fully armed personnel was gradually approaching. Chapter 139. Don't shoot. It's our people. Simultaneously, broadcast channels across the United States were hacked, revealing a bearded man after a flurry of static. "Mr. President, it is a pleasure to meet you in this manner." Mandarin was taken aback. Surely, a mere film could not warrant such an extreme reaction. The agents of SHIELD operated with remarkable synergy, swiftly eliminating any resistance. As they advanced towards the heart of the estate, the casualty count escalated. Upon reaching the central area, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. A group of fearless, flame-spewing warriors cut through the agents as if they were mere vegetables, resulting in the immediate loss of half their ranks. What manner of monster is this? We must retreat. The agents, armed only with light weaponry, found themselves powerless against the extremist soldiers. The tables had turned, with the agents now fleeing from the relentless extremist warriors, ultimately allowing only the commanding Langley to escape. Killian realized that their plans had been compromised. Years of scheming were on the verge of collapse, leaving him no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Gathering all his warriors, he began a retreat towards the abandoned oil tanker base, simultaneously contacting via satellite phone. "Engage." "Miss Maya has not yet succeeded," Killian bellowed. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "Engage." However, as Killian made his escape, he remained oblivious to the tale that had been following him all along. "Ramlo, I have designated the location of the Vanguard technology nest for fire coverage. The significant casualties suffered by SHIELD agents primarily stem from their underestimation of the situation. Had they been aware of the existence of the Doomsday Virus warriors, they would have opted to obliterate the area with missiles. When it comes to heavy firepower, SHIELD is not lacking. They possess nuclear weapons, let alone other missiles. Just as the place where Killian is currently situated is desolate and devoid of any human presence, it would be ideal for resolving matters with a small nuclear bomb. However, that would also mean Ramlo could not escape. Several fully armed aircraft ascended from the SHIELD carrier, heading towards the location marked by Ramlo. "Aircraft 1, we have reached firing range. Free to engage." A flurry of missiles surged towards the abandoned oil tanker. Minutes later, the missile struck. Boom, boom, boom. The saturated assault left the tanker utterly annihilated. Ramlo observed the dissipating smoke over the mire and, with his binoculars, confirmed the strike's effectiveness. Target destroyed. The reserve forces may return. Meanwhile, in his office, Acting Director Pierce's phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with furious accusation from the other end. "Pierce, what do you mean? How have my men provoked you to the extent of resorting to missile bombardment?" "Pierce, is Vanguard technology one of our own?" This illustrates the consequences of insufficient communication among the Hydra branches. The leaders of each faction are unwilling to yield to one another, and to this day, no Red Skull has emerged to unify Hydra. If all branches could indeed coalesce, conquering the entire Earth would pose no challenge. Furthermore, given that Stark himself lodged the complaint, how could it not be taken seriously? If relations with Stark deteriorate, how shall we continue to benefit from his intellect and technological advancements? Now that the operation is complete, you inform me that they are one of our own? Simultaneously, several armed helicopters approached the sea near Marbury, heading straight for Stark's seaside villa. Savon, observing the villa within close proximity, pressed the launch button. Whoosh! Rockets streaked towards the villa. Beep, beep, beep. Je, ARV defense alert sounded urgently. Boom! Just as Pepper returned home from work, her car was still a few hundred meters from the villa when she witnessed the explosion lighting up the sky. Tony, Happy, call the police. Happy tossed the phone to Pepper in the backseat. You call the police. I'll go save Tony. Inside the villa, upon hearing the defense alert, Tony enveloped himself with the symbiote, sustaining no injuries. In stark contrast, Maya, sitting nearby, was pinned beneath a falling concrete slab, blood oozing from her wounds. Tony drew a cross and recited a prayer, proclaiming that good deeds are rewarded while evil begets retribution. Roar! Suddenly, a massive green figure emerged from the ruins. Savon was taken aback. Could this truly be the surprise upon lifting the lid? Before he could react, Hulk leaped onto the helicopter, shattering the rotor blades upon impact. The helicopter lost power and began to descend towards the sea, but Hulk steadied himself and ripped a fragment from the helicopter, hurling it towards another aircraft. Fragments shattered and struck the fuel tank, igniting sparks that erupted into a fiery explosion in the air. With a smile, Hulk plunged into the sea, the last remaining aircraft. Witnessing the chaos, swiftly turned to flee, believing that Hulk, being unable to fly, would surely escape unscathed. Alas, their joy was premature, for Tony, enveloped in a silvery symbiote, leapt into the helicopter's cockpit. Tony exclaimed, "Who sent you here?" In response, a fiery blast scorched his face. The realization dawned upon him. It was the tactics of the extremist virus, devised by Killian. Flames were indeed the nemesis of the symbiote. Recognizing the danger, Tony instinctively reclined and kicked backward. The pilot was sent hurtling out of the helicopter, plunging into the ocean. Yet Hulk, having just resurfaced, caught him, seizing a leg and tearing him apart. An impressive display of hand-ripping the extremist virus warrior ensued. The blood, boiling from the virus, splattered into the sea, hissing as it met the water. Tony piloted the helicopter back to shore, just in time to see Happy and Pepper arriving. It seems we may need to relocate. What do you think of New York? He quipped. Suddenly, Hulk smashed down. Oh no, I almost forgot there's still a big guy around. Tony reactivated the symbiote and charged towards Hulk. With a resounding thud, a silvery figure was sent flying, landing in front of a vehicle. Quickly, go to the west and summon the Buddha, Tony urged. Jarvis, more alert than they, had already notified Kyle. A wooden door appeared out of thin air, and Tony knew salvation had arrived. Chapter 140, Daisy of Sky. Hulk despised Kyle. Transforming back into Banner, Hulk immediately glanced at his trousers, relieved they remained intact. He looked up at Kyle. It seems the matter is resolved. Your attire is quite unique. Did I disturb your cooking? Kyle shook his spatula, suddenly remembering the dish on the stove. Oh no, it's going to burn. He then opened the door and hurried back inside. Hey, wait. The villa has turned to ruins. I was hoping to use Kyle's time portal to get to New York, but now I'll have to fly. Tony lamented. Tony, has my lab been completed? I no longer wish to remain in crowded places, Banner inquired. It's under renovation. You have a week's vacation, Tony replied. At Kyle's penthouse in New York, Sky exclaimed, I'm full. After finishing his fried rice, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and headed for the door, casually swinging the RV keys in his hand. His destination was clear. Kyle, remember to return for lunch. Don't make me come down to fetch you, Kyle called out. Sky, without looking back, waved dismissively. Then don't wait for me. I'll eat out. Hey, you become quite independent, Kyle remarked just as the door clicked shut. Recently, Sky had learned to enjoy life outside, no longer content with merely staying indoors playing on the computer. Each day, he would drive the RV to explore scenic spots, pulling out his laptop to admire the view while simultaneously indulging in online gossip. I have also finished my meal, and I am heading downstairs to accompany them to class. As I spoke, I playfully licked the corner of my mouth, igniting a fiery passion within Kyle. He swore that his compliance was not voluntary, with no means to resist. He could only surrender to the enjoyment. The deep crimson magic of Counterattack bound him like a rope, and any attempt to break free would undoubtedly cause devastation to the house. To avoid the hassle of relocating again, Kyle reluctantly chose to cease his resistance. Although it seemed somewhat disadvantageous, as the saying goes, suffering is a blessing. Blessings as vast as the eastern sea. Gwen, from the corner of her eye, noticed Wanda limping and seemed to grasp something, catching a faint whiff of blood. Both Wanda and Kyle bore the same scent, raising suspicions about their connection. What about you? Are you heading to Osborne later, or off to play the vigilante? Kyle turned to Gwen, the last one at the table. Gwen replied, "No, I'm too tired. I'll take a day to rest." It appears that the symbiote does possess some utility after all. At least Gwen was no longer as self-righteous as before, having the sense to recognize the need for rest. Not long after retreating to her room, she emerged carrying a pile of clothes. Dressed in a cool white tank top and ultra-short shorts, Gwen stuffed the garments into the washing machine and glanced at Kyle, who was clearing the table. What happened?" Kyle rushed over at the sound. Gwen exclaimed, "Help! I'm stuck in here." There she was, half her body wedged into the washing machine drum. This scene inevitably reminded Kyle of a particular storyline. "Did you peek at my computer?" he inquired. "Huh? What does that have to do with saving someone? Come on, don't pretend. With your immense strength, you shouldn't be trapped in a washing machine. Hurry and extricate yourself. And what are you wearing? Change into something more modest. Girls should maintain some decorum. You lack appreciation for the finer things," Gwen retorted, pouting as she emerged from the washing machine drum. "What I wear is my choice, and I'm going swimming." With that, her attire magically transformed into a bikini, covering his eyes. Kyle imagined George arriving with a gun in hand. The morning had been anything but peaceful. While Kyle sipped tea and read the newspaper, Gwen was in the pool, performing an array of swimming styles. Occasionally, she splashed water onto Kyle and his cup, then feigned innocence as she came over to wipe it off, much to his dismay. Gwen, the instigator of this chaos, only made things difficult for Wanda, who returned for lunch and skipped her afternoon classes downstairs. Meanwhile, Sky, enjoying the solitude of an empty home, revealed his true nature. The RV parked on a deserted beach. Sky sat cross-legged on a lounge chair, typing furiously on his laptop. Recently, with powerful hardware at his disposal, he had finally traced the organization responsible for erasing vast amounts of information online. SHLD. You have violated the Stark Network Protocol. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Activation failed. Sky smirked. "Daisy, it's best for you to comply. Your master is now me." Daisy, the artificial intelligence originally embedded in the RV, also served as the auxiliary system for Kyle's steel figurine, which was later gifted Sky. The current name, Daisy, was bestowed upon the AI by Sky, who named it after his own original name. Although the AI, crafted by Tony, proved to be remarkably efficient, it was constrained by foundational protocols that significantly limited Sky's usage. As a super hacker, the inability of the AI to infiltrate a conquering website rendered it seemingly useless to him. Determined to modify these foundational protocols and assert his dominion over it, Sky devoted 2 relentless days to his endeavor, finally reaching the culmination of his efforts. Lines of code flashed rapidly across the screen, culminating in a decisive press of the Enter key. It is Duna. From now on, you shall be my Daisy. Master, how may I assist you? As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Sky, having emerged from his focus, finally acknowledged his hunger. Simultaneously, Tony, who was busy setting up a new laboratory in his Long Island villa, received an alarming notification. "Jarvis, one of the subroutines has detached from my link. I have lost primary access." Tony immediately checked his phone, knowing without a doubt that 2 subprograms had indeed been relinquished. One resided within Gwen's nanotech armor, while the other had been associated with Kyle. Initially intended for the RV, the AI had been released from its constraints after being integrated into the iron armor. Tony had heard whispers about Kyle's super hacker sister. He was alerted the moment the foundational subroutine was being modified, yet had never anticipated that Sky would succeed. Let her be, Tony thought, placing his trust in Kyle, believing that if Sky intended to misuse the AI, Kyle would intervene. For now, he would allow Sky to explore her endeavors. "Wow," Sky exclaimed, gazing at the back-end information of the AI. "Is the Iron Man armor truly real?" Kyle had always claimed it was merely a figurine. Sky had assumed it was a scale model sent by Tony to impress. To his astonishment, it was indeed a genuine suit. The armor even contained weaponry and ammunition. Donning it would transform him into Iron Man Daisy. We've arrived at Old John's Noodle House. Chapter 141. A dramatic scene. This is dreadful. Kyle's noodles are far superior. Fortunately, Sky was not a picky eater. Even unpalatable food could satiate his hunger. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, nearly causing him to choke on his beverage. Looking up, he noticed thick smoke billowing from the rooftop of the adjacent building. Instinctively, he whipped out his phone, activating the recording mode to join the gathering crowd. Such spectacles attract attention everywhere, but in this country, the situation could be perilous. Thankfully, it was merely a fire, Had it been a gang conflict, chaos would have ensued. As he filmed, an ominous shadow suddenly leapt from a window, landing with a thud. A hooded figure had descended, cradling a lady in their arms. This was the top floor. Even a jump from the second floor, without rolling to dissipate the impact, would be beyond the tolerance of human bones. The impressions left on the street below by the 2 feet indicated that this was no ordinary individual. Sky was particularly fond of such sensational events, never expecting that even a simple bowl of noodles would present itself with intrigue. He had clearly recorded the appearance of the hooded man, but just as he intended to approach for inquiries, the individual fled. Daisy, can you locate any information on him? Mike, divorced, father of 1. It was no wonder that affluent individuals like Stark found artificial intelligence so appealing. It offered unparalleled convenience. Previously, Sky had to meticulously craft algorithms and painstakingly sift through the databases of various hospitals and police stations, a tedious and time-consuming endeavor. Now, a mere utterance sufficed to resolve such inquiries. Of course, artificial intelligence was not omnipotent. It lacked the extensive database that Jarvis possessed. For more detailed information, Sky would need to delve deeper himself, though the assistance of AI certainly expedited the process. He was eager to discover the origins of Mike's extraordinary abilities, beginning with a review of Mike's past medical records to ascertain when the changes had occurred. Such an extraordinary physique would surely leave traces during health checkups, unless the individual had never been ill. Upon examination, Mike's health appeared to be unremarkable, yet he had no medical records for the past year. It seemed evident that the transformation had occurred within that time frame. As Sky had suspected, Mike's superpowers were not innate. Meanwhile, the AI, Daisy, had also tracked Mike's whereabouts. He was spotted at a convenience store, purchasing 2 discounted fast food boxes with his son, sitting outside to eat. Eating? Sky had just finished his lunch, and through the car window, he noticed the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Hours had slipped away while he reviewed medical records, entirely unaware of the passage of time. It was now 7 p.m. In just an hour, dinner would be served at home. He needed to seize the moment and gather some intelligence before returning. Sky promptly drove over, stealthily approaching Mike as if he were a covert operative, taking a seat across from him. You are the hero who saved those people, aren't you? I saw you. There's no need to deny it. You're a super soldier, correct? A normal person would surely be incapacitated or worse after jumping from such a height, yet you seem entirely unscathed. Mike replied, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not comprehend what you're saying. Son, we should be leaving. Let's steer clear of these peculiar individuals. Sky refrained from pursuing further. Mike's demeanor clearly indicated a desire to keep his identity concealed. Moreover, Sky had noticed the peculiar centipede-like device on Mike's wrist. He was quite familiar with this device, having previously unearthed information regarding the centipede warriors during his research. Although he had scant details, it provided a valuable lead. He could continue to investigate based on the centipede warrior information, and later that evening, he would consult with others in the Tide organization. Summarizing the information and identifying key points for further exploration was Sky's strategy. It was time for him to return home. Otherwise, Ka would be compelled to venture out in search of him. Before this, Sky casually bought a few bottles of beer. No wonder she always felt something was amiss in the refrigerator. It turned out she had never seen beer before. Having successfully tackled artificial intelligence and savored some delightful gossip today, it would be remiss not to raise a toast in celebration. With a click, Sky opened the door and returned home. I'm back. Let me wash my hands and prepare for dinner. Kyle glanced back while continuing to stir, the sizzling sound mingling with the mouth-watering aroma of meat. She casually called the others over. Sky, before long, everyone had gathered, with Wanda leading the 2 younger ones in. Dinner is served, dinner is served. Kyle brought over the last dish and paused upon seeing the beer on the table. Why did you buy beer? Sky replied, What's wrong with having a drink to celebrate today, Joy? You all drink, I'll replace wine with tea, saying this. She went to fetch her teapot. Sky continued, 2 cans per person ISNT excessive. Why are you drinking tea? It's not like they're ISNT enough for you. I 1 tea drink. My tolerance is low. This little bit 1 tea get anyone drunk. A lively group began to persuade Kyle to drink, yet he stood firm, resolutely refusing. Wanda, noticing someone opening a bottle of wine, became furious. Pietro, you're not of age. You're not allowed to drink. With a snap, Wanda snatched it and placed it in front of Kyle, implying he had no choice. Who is afraid of whom? After a good night, sleep, one emerges anew. Cheers! With a clink, Kyle downed his drink and promptly slumped over the dining table. Wanda, Sky, Pietro, Chicken, Gwen laughing. Felt her stomach ache. Now you see why he never drinks. Sky chuckled awkwardly, surprised that someone's tolerance could be this low. Originally, it was 2 cans per person, but now Kyle had poured 2 small cans without partaking, leaving the remaining beer to find its way into Gwen, Sky, and Wanda's bellies. As the night wore on, they even unearthed a box of Tony's exquisite vintage wine, finishing off 2 bottles. The next morning, Kyle awoke feeling as if a stone were pressing down on him. Groggily opening his eyes, he found Wanda's delicate face hovering nearby. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed, followed by the forceful slam of the door. What on earth was happening? For Kyle, alcohol was undoubtedly a sleep aid. A single drink guaranteed a slumber as undisturbed as that of a dead pig. After gently moving Wanda aside, he noticed the house was devoid of others. Everyone's gone? It was already past 9 in the morning, well beyond breakfast time. A venture outside was only natural. The RV, in self-driving mode, arrived at the beach from the previous day. Sky, rubbing her flushed cheeks, opened her notebook to commence the daily task. Adjusting the microphone, she began to speak. Those hidden truths. The SHIELD headquarters in Washington. The somber-faced individual exited, taking a seat in his vehicle, having once again faced a rejection of his reinstatement request from Pierce. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have received a definitive timeline for his return to duty next week. Ring, ring, ring. Coulson, how did you find my gift? Are you satisfied? Coulson replied, I am exceedingly pleased. There is no better gift than this upon waking. Sir, the tide has begun to post again. A faint voice from Coulson S. indicated a subordinate reporting in. Apologies, sir. My work has arrived. After hanging up, the individual felt an uplift in spirits. His most capable subordinate had finally returned. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine, a nagging sensation of being watched. A police car? Chapter 142. Nick Fury's day of reckoning. Simultaneously, the adjacent police vehicle rolled down its window, yet he still felt the weight of scrutiny from within. The green light illuminated. He pressed the accelerator, preparing to traverse the intersection. Bang! A police car crashed directly into him from behind, and even Fury, with his wits, recognized the assault directed at him. He floored the accelerator, desperate to escape. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more vehicles closed in, trapping him. From the police car to his left, several officers emerged, drawing their weapons and opening fire. Rat-tat-tat. Fortunately, the vehicle was armored, yet prolonged exposure would wear down its defenses. Full speed ahead. Vehicle. Power system malfunctioning. Damn it. Quickly, reboot the power. Contact Agent Hill. Vehicle. Communication system damaged. Do you have any functioning capabilities left? It was evident that the modifications on the car had been shoddily executed. A lifetime of greed had now come back to haunt him. The air conditioning system remains intact. Great. Through the gaps created by bullet impacts on the window, he could see the breaching tools being unloaded from the assault vehicle, a harbinger of doom. Vehicle. Window strength at 19. Should retaliatory weapons be activated? Remaining 13. Fury decided to wait until the window's durability dwindled to its last shred before launching a counterattack. For only then would he have a chance to escape unscathed. Suddenly, ah damn, there's a sniper. The opposition was not foolish, aware of the vehicle's armor. They were certainly prepared with anti-armor weaponry. The sight of the newly arrived armored vehicle, equipped with a heavy machine gun, brought him a sense of despair. Fury gazed at his shoulder, where a significant portion of flesh had been sheared away, nearly exposing bone. His capacity for resistance had waned. It seemed he was merely awaiting his demise. Vehicle, flight system restored. Shall it be activated? Need you even ask? Engage immediately. The vehicle's tires deflated automatically, releasing heated jets to elevate it into the air. Fortunately, Fury valued his life, always reserving a measure of protection for himself. The flight mode, which he had often derided, now saved his life, though the speed of ascent was concerning. He needed to reach a safe house without delay. Rat-tat-tat. The police below, venting their frustration, unleashed a full magazine of bullets before finally calling for helicopter support. As the Winter Soldier descended from the helicopter, he discarded the landmine launcher in his grasp and shouldered his grenade-equipped rifle before boarding the aircraft. Mere minutes later, he caught up to the vehicle belonging to Egg. flying at a modest altitude of just 200 meters and maintaining a leisurely pace. Below, police cars were relentlessly pursuing and reporting their positions, leaving no chance for escape. The Winter Soldier gripped the handle, leaned out, and began to aim at Egg's car, indifferent to the possibility of harming innocent bystanders. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The explosive round struck true, shattering the car's window and detonating within, transforming the vehicle into a fireball that plummeted from the sky. The arriving police vehicles immediately commenced their investigation, yet no bodies were discovered. 3 minutes prior, Egg had leapt from the car when it passed over a rooftop, leaving the vehicle on autopilot to divert attention. At this moment, Nick Fury had reached his safe house, tending to his wounds. He grimaced as he stuffed a towel into his mouth, while disinfecting and bandaging himself. This safe house was far from secure, situated perilously close to the scene of the incident. The absence of his body would surely prompt further searches, and it would not be long before this location was compromised. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hastily dressed his injuries and altered his appearance. He needed to leave the city swiftly. If the adversaries could utilize the police to hunt him down, they could easily seal off the city as well. From the pocket of his discarded coat, he retrieved a USB drive, checking for any damage before securing it on his person. He also extracted an old mobile phone from a crevice in the wall, inputting a digital code before grabbing the car keys and preparing to depart. "Ugh, damn it," he muttered, realizing that his injured right arm made shifting gears a laborious task. This was where the advantages of an automatic transmission became apparent. When constructing the safe house, he had only considered the durability of purely mechanical vehicles. Had he been a bit greedier, each safe house could have been equipped with an automatic car. Alas, it was a result of his lack of ambition. As he drove away from the safe house, he soon encountered a line of police cars conducting searches. Had he delayed any longer, escape would have been impossible. Along the way, Egg pondered why Pierce was willing to go to such lengths to eliminate him. Their personalities were strikingly similar. Otherwise, Egg would never have invited the retired Pierce back into action. His only transgression was noticing anomalies in the Insight Project, which had led to a death sentence. What organization did Pierce belong to, and why was the Insight Project so crucial to him? Many questions swirled in his mind, and understanding the organization behind Pierce would likely clarify everything. At that moment, the exit from the city was already ensnarled in a long traffic jam. Egg had underestimated Pierce's speed, as roadblocks had begun to appear. "Hey, buddy, they're checking over there, specifically targeting black individuals. I advise you not to go out," warned a returning driver, a well-meaning reminder to Nick Fury. Noting the situation, Egg promptly turned around and opted for a different route, if he couldn't escape. He had plenty of safe houses at his disposal. He swiftly drove to a beleaguered community, predominantly inhabited by African Americans, which afforded him the perfect cover. This area also housed the largest safe house in all of Washington, concealed deep underground, ensuring that even Pierce's subordinates would be unable to locate its entrance. It was an ideal location for remote command. The police, known for their heavy-handed tactics during inspections, had inadvertently caused fatalities and considerable chaos. However, it was not entirely the officers' fault. They were merely conducting searches targeting individuals of African descent, believing it would enhance efficiency. Yet, the African Americans perceived this differently, feeling unjustly singled out by a blatant act of racial discrimination. Those with prior criminal records were particularly fearful, ready to flee at the slightest provocation. To run in front of the police was a grave misstep. Regardless of guilt, they would face a barrage of bullets. The most tragic case involved a victim whose body trembled, releasing an unsettling quantity of spent casings. The situation ignited outrage, and soon Washington was engulfed in a movement advocating for Black lives. The hardest hit were the honest shopkeepers, unable to thwart the rampant thefts occurring under the guise of protests. Swiftly filing insurance claims became imperative, for delays could lead to insolvency for the insurers. Meanwhile, aboard a plane en route to Washington, he'll scrutinize the urgent report on her terminal. Former director Nick Fury had defected. This was inconceivable. Having worked alongside Fury for many years, she knew his character well. Despite his occasionally extreme methods, they were always in the name of Earth safety. The abrupt suspension, followed by defection, reeked of conspiracy. "Agent Hill, Director Pierce requests your immediate presence at the base." "Understood." Suddenly, her personal phone vibrated, revealing a series of erratic numbers, an agreed-upon code with her contact. There was a significant issue within SHIELD. As the deputy director, she too would likely face scrutiny. Chapter 143. Iron Sky. Yes, sir. I assure you I will accomplish the mission. Upon exiting Pierce's office, he'll promptly mobilize SHIELD's resources to track down her contact. However, all of this was merely for Pierce's benefit. In truth, she had reported the unfolding events to her contact. Meanwhile, Coulson, engaged in his duties, was deprived of the privilege of Pierce's direct acknowledgement, receiving only the notification regarding the betrayal within SHIELD. The allegation claimed that Nick Fury's hired hands had sabotaged SHIELD's satellite launch and kidnapped employees, including a high-ranking official, the bald-headed Sitwell. Coulson was understandably skeptical, yet the lack of communication from his contacts suggested he was not yet needed. In fact, Coulson discovered that his clearance had been elevated to level 8, marking him as a top-tier SHIELD agent. Was this an attempt at coercion? To Pierce, Coulson was already beyond the need for persuasion. It was merely a form of consolation. As long as he could assist Hydra, it mattered not whether he was one of their own. Indeed, a resourceful individual like Coulson is a rare find, and locating another such talent would prove to be quite a challenge. The other agents aboard the aircraft also received this notification, casting their eyes uniformly upon Coulson. Coulson commanded, "Let us persist in executing our mission." Meanwhile, on a tranquil beach along the New York coastline, a camper van stood still. Skye, seated before her computer, was diligently crafting her daily post, embodying the principles of the Rising Tide organization, asserting that everyone has the right to be informed. Skye declared, "Hidden within the vast expanse of the internet lies a formidable organization that swiftly eradicates secrets from the digital realm. The roots of this organization trace back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve of World War II. Just as she was engrossed in her task, a firm knock reverberated against the camper's door. Pausing her recording, she prepared to resume shortly, wondering who would interrupt her at such a critical moment. "I'll be right there." With a click, she opened the door to find several individuals clad in dark suits. Isn't it sweltering in the summer heat? She thought. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as a cloth was placed over her head. "Who are you? This is abduction. Consider the consequences before acting." Skye exclaimed. "Weren't you just recounting our formation process?" Coulson interjected. SHIELD. I haven't committed any crime. Why are you detaining me? I demand a lawyer." She retorted. Not necessarily innocent, Coulson mused as he assessed the camper's opulent interior. How can unemployed orphan afford such luxury? Surely, formidable hacking skills had facilitated bank intrusions, having acquired funds but opting for a camper instead of house. Was it not indicative of a desire to flee at a moment's notice? Coulson felt increasingly confident about recruiting Skye, believing that if her criminal record were expunged and prior transgressions overlooked, she would be eager to join their ranks. Despite her vigorous resistance, a seemingly frail girl posed little threat, until the familiar voice of her Bluetooth earpiece broke through. "Daisy, reinforcements are on the way." The artificial intelligence had discerned her abduction as soon as she was blinded, with the camper's cameras continuously scanning Coulson. "May, drive the camper back," Coulson ordered. Such a fine vehicle should not be discarded. Everything proceeded smoothly, though Coulson had neglected to verify the identity of the camper's owner. In a lavish penthouse, Kyle lounged by the pool, relishing a massage from Wanda. "Ah, yes, this is the spot. What transpired last night after I drank too much? Did you torture me? My lower back feels particularly sore." He jested. Just then, a mechanical whirring filled the air as Wanda turned to see the Iron Man's suit burst through the door and take flight. "Your action figure has taken off," she remarked. "No need to worry. It was probably Tony's doing." Kyle mused, recalling that during their last endeavor to subdue the Hulk, he had gleaned insights into the plot of Iron Man 3. It appeared the suit had soared off to join the fireworks display. This is not accurate. Tony certainly flew himself into the icy expanse, and today's newspaper has not reported on him. If something had happened to Tony, it would undoubtedly be front-page news. After all, wasn't he presumed dead in Iron Man 3? Given the absence of such news, one would expect a celebratory display of fireworks. Is the plot correction truly so audacious? Thud, thud, thud. Skye stepped forcefully a few times. "Skye, the metallic sound. Are you taking me aboard the aircraft?" Such astute reasoning. No wonder she could teach herself to become a super hacker. The clang of metal striking the ground resonated behind them. Turning around, they beheld an Iron Man suit, its shoulder-mounted launcher already primed and clearly aimed at them. Coulson, Mr. Stark, this is A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Apprehension. Release her, came the raspy mechanical voice from the armor. Skye felt a surge of joy. Wasn't that the voice of the large figurine at home? So this is what the rescuers sound like. Coulson wore an innocuous smile. Mr. Stark, do you know Miss Skye? That's splendid. We merely wish to enlist her assistance, not to apprehend her. Indeed, it was not an arrest, but merely a recruitment effort. Daisy, 3-2. Coulson, do not be alarmed, Mr. Stark. May release Ms. Skye. Coulson grew anxious. During the Battle of New York, Director Fury had invoked death to ignite the Avenger spirit. Now, seeing him alive, one would think a hug was in order rather than aiming weapons at him. Or was the rumor of the director's betrayal true, intentionally summoning the Avengers to handle him? Skye, freed from her constraints and seeing the light once more, lunged towards the Iron Man suit. Daisy promptly activated the armor, and Skye transformed into Iron Man. However, the suit was tailored to Kyle's physique, and Skye found herself slightly hindered by its fit. She had to adjust it for a more comfortable seating position. Coulson and the others were taken aback. There was no one inside. He had ruminated for so long on why Stark had appeared. This raised another question. Where did the armor come from? The design was unmistakably identical to Stark's Mark series, according to Coulson's knowledge. Stark had only ever provided a suit to Thor and Rhodey aside from his own. Coulson could not fathom that Skye, a mere hacker, could fabricate an Iron Man suit. If that were true, S-H-I-E-L-D should be disbanded. The Iron Patriot and Hammer S suits have been studied by S-H-I-E-L-D, and the challenges of the armor's shock absorption and energy systems were insurmountable for them. Coulson, do Ms. Skye and Mr. Stark know each other? It must be so. Perhaps Skye is a secret girlfriend of Stark's, which would explain the suit. But does a legitimate girlfriend exist? Chapter 144. The Wheel of Fortune turns Coulson. I apologize, Ms. Skye, for my earlier rash methods. His face displayed genuine concern. They could not afford to be timid, as they were merely a handful of individuals standing before the Iron Man suit, which could easily overshadow them. Rest assured, I have forgiven you. Skye appears remarkably magnanimous, considering she has scarcely endured any hardship, having merely been blindfolded and abducted. Perhaps Coulson, observing her petite stature, feared that direct confrontation might incapacitate her. Moreover, she hardly resisted. Why would they need to resort to violence? Skye's generosity stems from her excitement upon encountering the S-H-L-D insignia on the aircraft. A first for her in her life, naturally evoking a thrill. Recently, she has delved into extensive research about S-H-I-E-L-D, further fueling her curiosity regarding this formidable and often violent organization. Skye inquired, "Did you just say you brought me here to assist you?" The notion that a governmental agency would seek her help was astonishing. Her only significant asset was her hacking prowess. Hence, it was not surprising that Skye, with merely a laptop, could breach S-H-I-E-L-D's outer firewall, indicating perhaps a lack of cybersecurity experts within their ranks. As she stepped inside the aircraft, her feet barely touched the ground in the armor, leaving her uncertain if she could even be considered walking. There is another pressing question. What is the true objective of the Tide organization? Was the explosion orchestrated to lure this particular hero out? Coulson sifted through his folder and produced a blurry photograph of Mike saving someone, barely discernible as a man. Upon seeing the photo, Skye grasped the situation. Yet Coulson's tone suggested that the explosion might have been her doing. Skye retorted, "You suspect I planted the bomb? I never claimed it was a bomb explosion. Isn't the Tide organization fond of such superhuman events?" Coulson smiled faintly, only for the smile to vanish as he regarded the armored figure. This situation could become complicated. If it truly was the Tide's doing, it seemed his team might be in dire straits. Skye felt a twinge of disappointment towards S-H-I-E-L-D, questioning if their incompetence stemmed from a desire for embezzlement of funds. I was merely having lunch nearby. Who could have anticipated such an event? Joining the commotion is not a crime, is it? As for planting a bomb, that is utterly implausible. I wouldn't even recognize a gun as safety, let alone a bomb, which is far more sophisticated. Coulson noted the time of the incident, shortly after 2 in the afternoon, which seemed an illogical time for lunch. Even so, he dared not voice further skepticism. They were the ones in a vulnerable position. If her words held any truth, The return of Simmons and the others would soon clarify the cause of the explosion. Coulson stated, "The street surveillance shows you were taking photographs at the time. Do you have any clear images? We seek to locate this hero." This indeed was Coulson's primary objective. His team was in dire need of personnel, particularly those with advanced combat capabilities. Presently, Ward was the sole fighter, while Simmons and Fitz were technicians, and Melinda, due to psychological issues, could only serve as a driver. Essentially, as long as Ward was handled, their team lacked combat efficacy. If they could recruit the hooded hero, it would be a perfect solution. Sky replied, "Finding someone should not pose a challenge for SHILD, considering your capacity to control the entire internet. Do you truly require my assistance? Moreover, the Centipede Warriors, you are not." Upon mentioning the Centipede Warriors, Coulson and Ward were clearly taken aback. "Surely, you're not unaware of the Centipede Warriors?" Their expressions betrayed ignorance, deepening Sky's disappointment in SHIELD. This is utterly absurd. The rise of the Centipede Warriors has long been known. How could such a colossal entity as SHIELD be so uninformed? Is it possible that SHIELD was established merely to embezzle funds? The information Sky accessed during her incursion into SHIELD did not appear to be fabricated. She had intended to investigate whether she could uncover her parents' whereabouts through the agency, but now that seems rather dubious. Beep, beep, beep. Coulson immediately thought of a bomb and instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. Sky, attempting to silence the alarm, raised her arm only to remember she was encased in armor. "Apologies, I must return home for dinner." She soared away, landing some distance off, shedding the armor before returning to her RV, rubbing her sore backside. The iron armor flew off on its own while Sky drove home. Coulson stood at the aircraft entrance, watching until the RV vanished from sight before turning back. Ward asked, "Are we just going to let her go?" Coulson looked at Ward as if he were a fool. Was he incapable of grasping the situation? Did he truly think he could confront the iron armor with brute strength? Coulson quickly opened his computer, entering the RV's license plate number while scrolling through his phone, preparing to contact Stark. Sky's information was undoubtedly problematic. It was imperative to ascertain the origin of the iron armor. If it was indeed gifted by Stark, they would need to alter their strategy to foster a closer relationship. However, if it was not from Stark, the implications grew even more severe. If the Centipede organization had pilfered the construction schematics from Stark, the situation would be dire. Upon retrieving the information corresponding to the license plate number, Coulson was stunned, forgetting to dial the number on his phone. Kyle Stain. The terror did not stem from the name itself, but from the individual it represented. Coulson could hardly fathom that this could involve the influential Kyle. When he attempted to delve deeper, he discovered his clearance was insufficient. Kyle's information was classified as level 10 within SHIELD, while Coulson only possessed level 8 clearance. Only the director held level 10 clearance within the entire agency. Noticing Coulson's unusual demeanor, Ward inquired, "What is it?" Leaning over, he saw the 4 ominous words on the screen, "Insufficient permissions." Coulson felt a significant loss of hair. Fortunately, he had refrained from any extreme measures earlier, where he might have found himself memorialized next year. In SHIELD's eyes, offending someone of Kyle's stature was absolutely inadvisable. Didn't Director Fury lose his position for antagonizing Kyle? SHIELD had never gained an advantage over Kyle. Instead, they had suffered the destruction of their headquarters. Now, considering that Kyle was also a prince of Asgard, even minor issues could escalate into diplomatic crises. If Sky were indeed affiliated with Kyle, everything would suddenly make perfect sense. The Shield is aware of the relationship between Kyle and Stark, making Kyle's possession of the iron armor quite unsurprising. Given Kyle's formidable strength, it is entirely reasonable for him to bestow the armor upon his allies. He is not to be trifled with. Coulson is still contemplating the recruitment of Sky. What if this angers Kyle? Indeed, recruiting Sky. Director Fury has long sought to enlist Kyle, but his heavy-handed methods have caused discontent. If Sky were to join instead, wouldn't that suffice? Surely, Kyle would not stand idly by while his beloved faced danger. As for whether Sky's inclusion would incite Kyle's ire towards SHIELD, that is a simple matter. As long as Sky joins willingly, all would be well. One could feign ignorance regarding their relationship. Moreover, Coulson is confident about Sky's side. Her enthusiasm for the enigmatic superhuman events aligns perfectly with SHIELD's expertise. With favorable circumstances, success is inevitable. Why had Director Fury not considered this strategy earlier? Perhaps he should relinquish his position. It seems the director is being pursued, after all. Chapter 145. When Captain America received news of Egghead's betrayal, he was utterly taken aback. As a soldier, he typically trusts the directives from his superiors without question, never suspecting any irregularities from Pierce. However, having recently assisted Egghead, he feared he may have inadvertently aided in villainy. Yet, the notion of betrayal felt dubious. Fury, as director, wielded full authority over SHIELD. Whom would he betray? He immediately phoned Deputy Director Hill for clarification. Hill replied, "This is Director Pierce's directive. I'm unaware of the details." Steve responded, "I will ask him personally." Hill thought to herself that Captain America's reaction was precisely what she desired. She wanted to gauge Pierce's response. She discreetly pulled out her phone and sent a 2-letter message to Egghead. Captain America arrived at SHIELD on his motorcycle, heading straight to the director's office. He entered and inquired, "What is going on with Fury?" Pierce, seeing the smile spread across Captain America's face, patiently explained, "Do you recall your recent mission?" Captain America replied, "The satellite launch vessel?" Pierce elaborated, "Indeed, we traced the mercenaries' bank transactions, and the transfer was made by Fury's neighbor, who has been deceased for over a decade. Therefore, it was Fury who hired them." Captain America understood the gist of it. During the rescue, he had collaborated with Natasha to copy the satellite's data. However, this alone could not prove Fury's treachery. In fact, it implicated Captain America as a participant. This further substantiated Fury's suspicions that the Insight Project indeed harbored issues. Pierce then asked, "There will be a grand event in a few days. Would you care to attend?" Captain America replied, "It depends on the circumstances. If I am not busy, I shall come." Pierce responded, "Very well. I shall reserve a front-row seat for you." As Captain America bid farewell, Pierce's expression darkened once more. Sitwell had mentioned that Rogers was one of their own. Yet the situation hardly reflected that notion. Upon receiving the news, Pierce inquired with leaders from other divisions, none of whom had attempted to manipulate his mind. However, the words uttered in the elevator certainly did not seem feigned. This left only one possibility. Rogers had been brainwashed during the Second World War. Throughout his journey, he encountered familiar faces, each greeting him with a warm captain. It was not until he entered the elevator that silence enveloped the space. Ding! Just a few floors down, another individual entered. The very person he recognized, the impeccably coiffed Sitwell, whom he had saved aboard the satellite launch vessel. Sitwell's exuberance was palpable, prompting Rogers to momentarily freeze. He merely wished to extend a greeting. The slogan echoed in Rogers's mind, one he knew all too well, as he recalled the years when the Nazis fervently proclaimed "Hail, Hydra." If he had heard such a chant elsewhere, it would merely be the foolish outcry of an ignorant youth. Yet here, within SHIELD, an organization founded to combat the Nazis, it felt akin to hearing cries for communism at a presidential inauguration. Conversely, Sitwell appeared unperturbed, even delighted. After all, the greatest adversary of Hydra had seemingly become one of their own. In that fleeting moment, Rogers adjusted his demeanor, offering a smile and a nod, though internally a tempest raged. He feigned nonchalance as he exited SHIELD, only to discover his hands trembled involuntarily while riding his bike. The issue with SHIELD was not merely a problem. It had escalated into a significant crisis. If Hydra could infiltrate their ranks, how many more adversaries had managed to do so? Was it possible that SHIELD had become synonymous with Hydra? Or could it be that the Nazis had triumphed during the war? Rogers's mind swirled in chaos, and he found himself suspecting every passerby of being a Nazi. Upon returning home, he splashed cold water on his face in an effort to regain composure. To his astonishment, after 70 years of slumber, his greatest foe remained the Nazis. What was he to do now? The lines between friend and enemy had become irrevocably blurred, and his once reliable comrades had long since turned to dust, their fates unknown. Inaction was not in his nature. He believed in eradicating every Nazi he encountered. Though he was but one man, he would adopt a strategy befitting his solitary position. He recalled a phrase from the war: retreat when the enemy advances, disrupt when they settle, strike when they tire, and pursue when they retreat. Surely, he would gather like-minded allies along the way. Upon awakening, he read several books, confirming that the Nazis remained the universally reviled villains. This suggested they could only lurk in the shadows. Since not everyone was an enemy, it stood to reason that allies could be found. He promptly began analyzing those he knew, discerning who among them might be trustworthy or unlikely to be associated with the Nazis. The first name to surface was Tony Stark. As Howard Stark's son, surely he could not be a Nazi. Eagle-Eye Clint, Natasha, Banner, Fury. Fury? Surely he cannot be a Nazi, especially now that he's being pursued by S.H.I.E.L.D. The issue lies in his uncertainty of where to find the egg. Cough, cough, cough. Didn't you cherish every drop of water in your time? Turning, he caught sight of 2 rows of white teeth gleaming in the dark corner, and natural camouflage. Fury? Speaking of the devil, just as he pondered how to locate him, Fury appeared at his doorstep. Nick Fury. I wager Pierce has certainly not spoken highly of me. Rogers. Who would have imagined the director would employ someone to sabotage his own operations? Did Pierce say that? It confirms that the InSight program indeed harbors secrets. The satellite launched from that vessel is the eye of the InSight program, or else Pierce would not be in such a hurry. Nick Fury pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder, his brow furrowed. Time was not on their side, and once the aircraft carrier ascended, they would become sitting ducks. Rogers was keenly observing Fury's movements, unable to guarantee with absolute certainty that Fury was not Nazi. In the midst of their conversation, Rogers sprang into action, dashing forward to seize the egg by the neck. Fury, Captain, what do you mean? I recall the InSight program was your proposal, was it not? Fury, indeed. You experienced the Battle of New York and are aware of the strength of extraterrestrials. However, I encountered them back in '95. Do you know that? There are many races in the cosmos far mightier than the Chitauri. Who can assure us that we will prevail in the next alien invasion? I am merely trying to protect the Earth. Rogers comprehended all this, knowing that his actions were merely a test of Fury. Egg, we're doomed. I never expected it would be Captain Hydra. Chapter 146. The Shocking Revelation of Hydra. Rogers chuckled. You're a member of the Nazis as well, aren't you? Otherwise, how could you conceive of the InSight program, pointing a gun at others' heads while claiming it is a plan for their safety? The egg was bewildered. Wasn't he it you who shouted, "Hail Hydra"? Why do you speak as if he is a Nazi? Fury, when did you join Hydra? It's astonishing that Captain America, the least likely to defect, has turned traitor. I suppose you must have betrayed us before being frozen. Yet I never anticipated that Hydra, thought to be extinct decades ago, would be resurrected. Pierce, who do you look down upon? Rogers found it puzzling that he was being questioned in return. No need for concealment. The entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. is your lair, ISNT it? No wonder the energy weapons I discovered in the warehouse seemed so familiar. They must be inherited from Red Skull's technology. You may depart in peace, no matter how many heads you possess. I shall find and crush each one with my own hands. As Captain America tightened his grip, the egg felt the imminent approach of death. Struggling to catch his breath, he managed to utter, "Wait, Rogers, have you discovered something? I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Rogers, still pretending. Fury, you may consider my methods ruthless, yet you cannot demean me by labeling me a Nazi. Do you not comprehend the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am the director appointed personally by Ms. Carter. Do you still doubt her judgment? Rogers immediately regained his composure. One would assume that a successor personally chosen by Carter would be trustworthy. Fury took a deep breath, finally steadying himself. What exactly have you discovered? Can you enlighten me? Captain America recounted his experiences at S.H.I.E.L.D. in their entirety. The more he listened, the darker the expression on Fury's face became. If he were to close his eyes, he would completely vanish into the shadows. Day after day, he had hunted the birds, only to find himself pecked in the eye. High-ranking officials like Sitwell were undoubtedly Hydra operatives. Who knows how many more were concealed within S.H.I.L.D.? Perhaps the entire organization had transformed into a nest of serpents, which would explain the internal anomalies he had sensed. When exactly had this infiltration begun? The Claw Plan? Fury suddenly exclaimed. Rogers, what do you mean? Fury, After the conclusion of World War II, we recruited numerous Nazi scientists to work for us. It is highly likely that Hydra took root in S-H-I-E-L-D. During that period, decades have passed, and it has grown into a towering tree. No wonder Pierce was so eager to eliminate him. Rogers, are you out of your minds? How could you dare recruit Nazis? Have you all forgotten the history of these individuals? Rogers was nearly beside himself with rage. It seemed that victory in World War II had not truly been a victory at all. Hitler had failed, yet they had effectively sown the seeds he left behind within their own ranks. Rogers found himself longing for the Chitauri. If they were to invade once more, he would not intervene. He would simply let the earth be conquered. Meanwhile, Fury, deep in thought, began to pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Insight program. If Hydra operatives were to gain control of the Insight carrier, the future would be shrouded in darkness. It was no wonder they would stop at nothing to clear any obstacles for such a crucial weapon. We must prevent the carrier from launching. Otherwise, it would all be over. Fury, we are about to embark on a significant undertaking. Do you have any trustworthy personnel? The moment he asked, Fury regretted it. What could a 70-year-old relic possibly know of trustworthy allies? Let's go. Fury led Captain America back to the safe house to meticulously discuss their action plan. However, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to sabotage the carrier's launch, neglecting his own disguise. The facial recognition technology supporting the Insight program was undoubtedly formidable. As soon as they stepped outside, S-H-I-E-L-D detected Fury's whereabouts, although they returned to the safe house without being followed. The cameras on the streets and satellites in the sky were monitoring them in real time. Rogers, still curious about the safe house's features, spotted a familiar figure seated at a computer. Natasha, you are here too. Considering Natasha's background, she was indeed trustworthy. Those emerging from the Red Room could hardly be Nazis. Could they? 2 minutes prior to your arrival, ever since the egg was placed on the wanted list by S-H-A-L-D, Natasha's mission was put on hold. She paid little mind to it, treating it as a mere vacation. Upon receiving a notification from the egg yesterday, she hurried to the safe house. Natasha inquired, "What is my mission?" The egg produced a USB drive and handed it over, stating, "Crack it as swiftly as possible. We have more pressing matters at hand that concern the fate of the entire planet." Natasha dismissed this statement, recognizing it as an old tradition of S-H-I-E-L-D. No matter the task, it always felt like a mission to save the world. Even the janitors in the base could convince you that without their efforts, the earth would be devoid of cleanliness. Outside the safe house, a convoy of fully armed soldiers had already surrounded the area, ready to launch an assault. The Winter Soldier, leading the charge, aimed his weapon at the house and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The others followed suit, indiscriminately firing automatic weapons at the structure. The wooden defenses stood no chance against the onslaught, leaving the house riddled with bullet holes and on the brink of collapse. Only then did the Winter Soldier enter the premises to commence his search. The safe house was equipped with warning systems, and given the commotion, the egg and his team had long since observed the unfolding situation through the surviving cameras. Upon seeing the figure of the Winter Soldier, Natasha's pupils constricted in recognition. "Winter Soldier," she exclaimed. "Do you know him?" Rogers squinted, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the figure. His silhouette has been present in numerous assassination attempts. I encountered him during a mission. He's formidable, and I am no match for him. I once attempted to track him down, but to no avail. There are too many of them. We must retreat swiftly, Rogers urged. An escape route was available, but awkwardly, the egg had just taken the vehicle to fetch Captain America, leaving it parked right outside the house. Now, they were left with no choice but to flee on foot, which was hardly a match for the enemy's four-wheeled advantage. The Winter Soldier had now located the entrance to the safe house and, upon finding it empty, deduced that the occupants had fled. Now it was time for technology to take center stage. With the egg previously alone, there were now 3 individuals, exponentially increasing the odds of discovery. Natasha had just commandeered a vehicle when the Winter Soldier and his men pursued her. Gunfire erupted as Captain America shielded himself with a shield, deflecting bullets that penetrated the vehicle's exterior. "We cannot escape this way. We must resolve this quickly," he insisted. Natasha concurred, driving while occasionally firing her handgun. With a swift kick, Rogers sent a car door flying, striking the driver of the pursuing vehicle. Natasha, demonstrating her exceptional marksmanship, shot the driver of another vehicle, significantly reducing their pursuers. Just as relief washed over them, a figure emerged from the rear vehicle. The Winter Soldier, armed with a grenade launcher, had them in his sights. Jumping out, the Egg and the Black Widow pushed the door and leaped into the fray, only for the vehicle to be struck by a grenade, resulting in a violent explosion. The anguished cries of Egg echoed alongside the road, and the reckless jump had once again landed him on his injured arm, leaving the once formidable agent, now bereft of his right hand, akin to a mere shadow of his former self. Despite the protective vest, bullets found their mark, and several adversaries fell beneath the relentless fire of the Widow's dual pistols. Meanwhile, Captain America confronted the Winter Soldier, the air thick with tension. The relentless barrage of bullets ricocheted off the vibranium shield, its circular form resembling a target that beckoned aim at its center. Had the Winter Soldier's marksmanship faltered even slightly, he might have struck Captain America. Beneath his mask, Bucky's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he squeezed the trigger of the grenade launcher. The explosion struck true, propelling Captain America through the air, yet he executed a graceful roll, absorbing the impact without sustaining any injury. Regaining his composure, he hurled the shield towards the Winter Soldier, confident it would not be intercepted. However, with a resounding clash, the Winter Soldier caught the shield with his metallic arm. Though the composition of his arm was formidable, the connection to his flesh remained a mystery. Super Soldier, Rogers thought, fully aware of the immense force behind the shield he had thrown. It was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. In a swift motion, the Winter Soldier unleashed the shield he had thrown, and Captain America, lacking a metallic arm, instinctively sidestepped to evade it. This unfortunate turn of events almost cost Egg dearly, who, had he not reacted swiftly, might have been cleaved in two, his heart racing as he glanced at the shield embedded between his legs, hastily shifting to a safer position. The two warriors, Captain America and the Winter Soldier, became entangled in a fierce duel, both enhanced by the Super Soldier Serum. However, the serum injected into the Winter Soldier was not the perfected version, rendering him slightly inferior to Captain America. Yet, with the advantage of a mechanical arm, he was hardly at a disadvantage, their combat prowess nearly equal, honed through years of battlefield experience. Although frozen for decades, the Winter Soldier occasionally emerged to carry out missions, driven by an unwavering resolve to achieve his objectives by any means necessary. In this heated exchange, Captain America found himself on the defensive, struggling to mount an effective counterattack. With a powerful blow, Captain America was sent crashing into a nearby utility pole, and had it not been for his exceptional physique, he might have sustained a severe spinal injury. "I could go on with you all day," he proclaimed defiantly. "Stop posturing. If we delay any longer, their reinforcements will arrive." Fury interjected. Despite the enhancements from the serum, continuous gunfire was wearing him down. Even a couple of small-caliber bullets could lodge themselves in muscle tissue. One shot from a 127 caliber could easily result in a debilitating injury. Meanwhile, Natasha's skirmish neared its conclusion, with Egg occasionally providing cover from the shadows, leaving only a few adversaries still standing. With a deft maneuver, Natasha drew out her enemies with her sidearm, while Egg lurked in the darkness, ready to strike. Although the accuracy of left-handed shooting may not rival that of the right, with an increased number of shots, one is bound to hit the target. Moreover, the Egg has earned the esteemed title of the King of Spies, if not for the injury on his right shoulder. His left-handed precision would be on par with his right. On the other side, Captain America has relinquished the passive approach of a 55-45 split, swiftly reversing the tide to suppress the Winter Soldier. Dodging the metallic arm's assault once more, Captain America strikes the Winter Soldier's face with a rapid punch, taking advantage of the Winter Soldier's momentary daze to deliver a swift kick to his midsection, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, the Winter Soldier crashes heavily against the windshield of a vehicle, shaking his head to clear the fog before rising. The hurried breaths, hindered by the mask, were far from smooth. He swiftly tore off the mask and cast it aside. "Rogers, Bucky? Who is Bucky? Or must I reverse the order of those syllables?" Perhaps due to the recent punch to his face, Bucky's memories were faintly stirring. His mind was a tumult of confusion, but the mission's objective remained clear. Any issues could be addressed later. Completing the task was paramount. Drawing his dagger, he charged at the dazed Captain America. The sudden appearance of his long-lost comrade left Rogers momentarily disoriented, forcing him into a defensive stance, too cautious to strike back. A spark flew as Bucky's metallic arm collided. Meanwhile, Natasha had resolved her own skirmish and rushed over to support Captain America. Rogers, Natasha, do not fire. Natasha, are we getting sentimental now? Bucky turned to see that all his allies lay incapacitated. If he could not handle a one-on-one confrontation, how could he possibly contend with Natasha and Egg, the half-man? Retreat was the only option. They had initially come to escape, and pursuing was out of the question. The priority was to flee the scene. Natasha, seemingly having procured a vehicle from nowhere, urged, getting quickly. Once they escaped the city, a sense of relief washed over them. Without the surveillance cameras, facial recognition could not track them, and the dense foliage of the jungle remained hidden from satellites. Rogers, Bucky, he is still alive. Fury, could be a mistake? Even if Sergeant Barnes survived the mission, he cannot possibly look so youthful. How could he misidentify a comrade with whom he shared such a profound bond? Even if he forgot Carter, he would not forget this dear friend. Rogers, I would not mistake him. It has merely been a few years since I last saw Bucky, and my memory is not so foggy that I could fail to recognize him. Natasha, focused on driving, furrowed her brow. The Winter Soldier has resurfaced intermittently over the decades. SHIELD has records of it. Could it be that they have developed a serum for immortality? Rogers, unlikely. Chances are he was frozen much like I was. It is highly probable that Bucky also received the super soldier serum, thawed for a mission, and then frozen again once the mission concluded. The super soldier serum can achieve such feats. Fury added, Rogers is not wrong. Red Skull indeed possessed super serum in the past, and it is highly likely that Sergeant Barnes was captured by Hydra for experimentation. Their brainwashing techniques could easily transform Barnes into an entirely different person. Natasha interjected, if I am not mistaken, you're referring to Hydra during World War II? Wasn't that organization completely eradicated long ago? Fury replied, yes. It is quite possible that we inadvertently nurtured it ourselves through the Operation Paperclip. Natasha, momentarily stunned, reflected on the shrewdness of Old Nick. Upon further contemplation, it made sense. The locals had become so entrenched in their ways that they had no room for immigrants. Natasha inquired, where do we go from here? Fury responded, we must seek out Stark. He is the only one capable of addressing the issues with the Insight Project's carrier. Chapter 148. The onlookers. Natasha remarked, Los Angeles is quite a distance away. We will need an aircraft. Driving nearly 4,000 kilometers would take an eternity. Egghead suddenly felt regretful, pondering why he hadn't been more ambitious in acquiring a few planes back then. Alas, his kindness had led him astray. I know where to find a plane. Fury suddenly remembered someone. The former Captain Marvel, Carol, had embraced a mundane existence after losing her powers. Using the compensation money from Egghead, she had become a farmer. Yet even without her super abilities, she remained the ace pilot, tinkering with aircraft salvage from junkyards during her leisure time. Upon arriving at the farm, they found Carol just landing her plane after spraying pesticides. Carol, after explaining the situation, she promptly refueled the aircraft and took several of them toward Los Angeles. Hours later, as the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the seaside villa in Malibu. Egghead gazed at the desolate ruins, speechless for an extended period. Before turning to Black Widow, Natasha, are you certain we Haven T arrived at the wrong location? Surely, a perfectly good seaside villa hasn't been demolished overnight? As for why they hadn't called ahead, that was a question for Egghead, who should have realized that the listening device he had planted would alert them. As soon as a call was made to Stark, SHIELD would immediately be notified. For the first time, Egghead felt that monitoring others was somehow amiss. Natasha retrieved a coin from her bag. I remember Pepper's number. She found a nearby gas station and called Pepper to inquire. Pepper, have you moved? Yes, we've relocated to New York. Are you looking for Tony? She had no time for lengthy conversation. Knowing the address was imperative. She quickly hung up. Natasha exclaimed, New York? If I had known, I would have just driven there directly, sparing us this detour. Meanwhile, Tony was hosting a housewarming party. After a long period of moving and researching new weapons against the symbiotes, he finally had a chance to relax. His good friends Rhodey and Banner, along with Kyle and his children, had come to join the celebration. Gwen and Skye have not arrived. One is swinging in the city as a vigilante, while Skye is preoccupied with something else, having called to say she would not return for dinner. Thus, Kyle could only bring the Wanda sisters and Pietro to the feast. Wanda, embodying the role of a chef, sat by the barbecue grill, eagerly awaiting Pepper's return from work to commence the meal. The younger ones, with nothing to occupy themselves, donned their swimsuits and frolicked in the pool, splashing about merrily. Meanwhile, four men gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. "Try this," one exclaimed. "Tea is far more pleasant than alcohol. It does no harm and is actually beneficial to the body." Rhodey took a hearty gulp and remarked, "I still believe beer suits me better. How mundane. Drinking tea is far more refined and nurtures the spirit." Banner could benefit from drinking more. Perhaps he might learn the art of tea brewing, which could temper the Hulk's temperament. Banner replied, "That's a good suggestion. I shall give it a try." Suddenly, the sound of a car approached as Happy drove Pepper back. "Dinner is nearly ready," he announced. Upon alighting, Pepper was greeted by familiar faces, which was a pleasant surprise, far removed from her initial expectations of a mere swimsuit party. "Tony, has Natasha called? She asked me for the new address earlier." Sounding quite anxious, Pepper inquired. "Jarvis?" Tony replied. "No missed calls." Jarvis responded. Since there was no direct call, it likely wasn't urgent. They resumed their dining and drinking. The gathering continued until nearly 9 in the evening, at which point Rhodey, the furthest from home, took his leave. Pepper observed the youthful Wanda and Pietro in the pool, radiating a maternal glow, pondering, will our child be as mischievous as they are? Tony, lacking in sensitivity, retorted, given my genes, they should be a genius. At this age, they should already be graduating from MIT and buried in the lab. Pepper's expression shifted instantly, and then, like you, change girlfriends every day, correct? Tony quickly countered, that is impossible. The Stark family values loyalty in relationships. Technically, Pepper was indeed his first official girlfriend, albeit one who previously enjoyed acting and often studied scripts for light shows. After all, one cannot neglect the leading lady in a production, can they? Wanda, Pietro, hurry up. We are preparing to leave. You two have classes tomorrow. Wanda called. Pietro, unwilling to comply, let out a disgruntled roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a massive aircraft engine filled the air, causing a buzzing sensation in their ears. Jarvis, check air traffic control to find out who is causing this disturbance. Do they not realize it is late? Tony exclaimed. The aircraft circled once before descending slowly, landing right in front of the villa. Who could it be? Tony mused, unconcerned about trouble, confident in Kyle's formidable presence for protection. Stark, we need your assistance. Came a call. Fury, what happened? Tony gestured towards the dilapidated aircraft. Why is the esteemed director flying in such a wreck? Fury replied, we have a major situation. Wanda cast a fleeting glance at him before leading the two children away in a circle. What was this peculiar maneuver? Magic, perhaps? Observing Kyle, who was leisurely sipping his tea, it seemed he grasped something and felt a twinge of guilt, unwilling to meet Kyle's gaze. Nonetheless, it was time to address the matter at hand. Stark, we are in grave trouble, Fury began. Do you recall your assistance in modifying the thrusters? Stark's expression grew increasingly serious with each word. He had only heard the name of the Insight Project, unaware of its true implications. Initially, he had assumed that the thruster modifications were akin to those for a mobile aircraft carrier, never anticipating the extent of DS recklessness. In a world where everyone wielded firearms, the solution was to construct an even larger weapon, was it not? However, even more shocking news awaited. Hydra? Had they not perished in World War II? Fury interrupted Stark's thoughts. We also believed Hydra had been extinguished during the war. Through the Operation Paperclip, they have resurfaced, and now the entirety of SHIELD may be compromised. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Tony immediately delved into his work, crafting a program to breach the Insight aircraft carrier's defenses. Natasha, too, retrieved the device and began her preparations. Meanwhile, Kyle, the curious onlooker, stood by with a teapot, reveling in the unfolding drama. Rogers cast a glance, contemplating speaking, but reconsidered, recalling Kyle's formidable combat prowess. Found it. Do any of you recognize this location? Natasha exclaimed, utilizing Stark's private satellite to unveil a comprehensive view of what appeared to be a long-abandoned base. Do not inquire how they discerned its appearance under the night sky. It was merely Star technology at work. Ultimately, the screen revealed the base's name on the camp's wall. Caspian Camp? I trained there once, Rogers remarked. Fury responded. That is the birthplace of SHIELD, where Agent Carter and General Phillips established the organization. Natasha inquired, does Caspian Camp harbor any unique features? Let us investigate. We may unearth some clues regarding Hydra. Tony replied. Chapter 149. Has the Civil War arrived early? With Stark present, transportation was no concern. They would take Tony's private jet. Kyle remained nearby, still observing with intrigue. Rogers, unable to tolerate Kyle's casual demeanor any longer, interjected, if you do not wish to assist. You may leave. Fury promptly pulled Captain America away, wary of provoking Kyle into a confrontation aboard the aircraft. Carol, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. Memories of her battles with Kyle haunted her, often leaving her in a cold sweat in the dead of night. Kyle's motivation for tagging along was primarily to witness Dr. Zola's carrier. The notion of digitizing human consciousness in the 1970s was astounding in its innovation and technological support. In contrast, Kyle had, in fact, grown up on Earth where, even by the year 2000, he had little understanding of computers. Men, after all, were often fueled by an insatiable curiosity for such technological marvels. As the aircraft descended, a group of 6 disembarked, leaving Banner behind at home for technical support. Tony remarked, it seems the signal has vanished. A cursory scan revealed the campsite overgrown with weeds, devoid of any signs of recent visitors. The structures retained their sealed appearance. With a loud crash, Kyle forcefully kicked open an iron door, startling Tony's heart into a rapid rhythm. What'll be inside, Kyle? The ever-familiar Captain America promptly followed him inside, stating, according to regulations, no munitions depot should exist within a 500-meter radius of the campsite. This building should not be here. The onlookers were captivated, utterly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Wong Defa, you even brought water. Before Tony could finish his quip, he spotted 3 photographs hanging on the wall. The old man was quite handsome in his youth. Natasha inquired, is there an issue with the photographs? The 3 founders of SHIELD provided a narrative, with Kyle kindly taking on the role of the narrator. Initiate infrared scan. The revolutionary infrared technology swiftly revealed an elevator leading underground. Does this ancient structure really have a code for the elevator? Tony queried as he input the password, causing the elevator to open with a beep. As the lights illuminated the room, it became clear that it was filled with antiquated computers and tapes. This relic can still be activated? Does SHIELD budget for the maintenance of such artifacts? Tony mused. Zola began to speak. Anthony Edward Stark. Born May 29, 1970, son of the founder Howard Stark. Nicholas Joseph Fury. And who are you? Tony retorted. Zola continued. Kyle Stacy Dritty Lee was sent to the Michelle Orphanage in 1990 by Child Services. He rattled off the details of everyone present. Is this your version of a tape recorder? Tony asked. Fury interjected. Arnim Zola, a Nazi scientist recruited under the Project Paperclip Initiative, sought to preserve his intellect in data form to avoid losing such a valuable mind to cancer. Indeed, cancer did not claim my life. I achieved immortality through another means. Zola proclaimed. Tony pondered the unfinished Ultron project, which aimed to simulate human brain neurons through code to achieve superintelligence. Suddenly, encountering someone who had embedded themselves into a computer seemed a shortcut of sorts. Fury asked, what do you intend to accomplish with the Insight program? Zola replied, eliminate the enemies of Hydra. With my Zola algorithm, I can predict who may become Hydra's adversaries in the future, allowing us to locate and neutralize them. The moment the Insight carrier ascends, it can extinguish millions of lives. The future belongs to Hydra. While they conversed, Tony stealthily approached to connect his armor to the interface. When it comes to artificial intelligence, he had yet to be outdone. An old-timer with JARV ICE could certainly manage. Zola had also detected the incoming data from Jarvis and realized he was outmatched, opting to abandon his position and flee. Jarvis lamented, I have failed. The time was too short for me to completely rewrite his code. Cease all other projects. All computational power must be directed to thwart Zola. He must be eradicated. No one understood better than Tony the tumult that could be unleashed by a presence lurking within the internet, nor the tenacity it possessed. Tony inquired, has the network line not yet been severed? Fury replied, this is solely connected to the SHIELD exiled internal network. Without Zola's interference, Tony swiftly located the relic of a storage device, which contained nothing but a solitary video clip. Mission report, December 16th, 1991. This date was familiar to Tony. He had never forgotten it. With trembling hands, he opened the video file. It was the surveillance footage of Howard and Maria Stark's assassination, vividly displaying Howard being brutally beaten to death. An overwhelming fury surged within Tony, his eyes ablaze. He had always believed his parents' demise was a tragic accident, only to discover they had been murdered. "Do you know him?" Tony asked Bucky. Rogers immediately displayed concern for his friend, stating, "Tony, things may not be as you think. Bucky must have been brainwashed by Hydra. He even attacked me today." James Barnes, enjoying the unfolding drama, elaborated on the relationship between Bucky and Captain America. Tony shouted. Howard, had already begged for mercy. Rogers replied, "I'm sorry. I believe that was not Bucky's true intent. We are friends. I understand him." At that moment, Banner's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Tony, a missile is heading your way. It will land in 1 minute." Kyle, the bystander, had already begun to erect a makeshift barrier with his shield. Though he was unafraid, the prospect of ingesting dirt was rather unpleasant. The group immediately prepared to escape, only to find that the elevator's power had inexplicably failed, rendering it inoperable. As for the stairs, ascending them would likely place them directly in the path of the missile. Tony, confident in the defensive capabilities of his suit, embraced Natasha and retreated to a corner. Rogers ripped open the grate of a sewer, only to see another woman, Carol, racing toward Kyle. With no other option, he took the plunge with the egghead, who would prefer to hold a black man when they could embrace a beautiful woman. Boom. Chapter 150, Beloved Friends and Brothers. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to Kyle's presence, their location was surprisingly secure. The falling debris had fortuitously landed together, avoiding the light shield, and Tony's corner was similarly protected, allowing him to approach Kyle with ease. Captain America and the egghead, however, were less fortunate. The rubble had collapsed over their pit, leaving only a small opening the size of a dog door. Rogers attempted to use his immense strength to lift the debris, but the weight of the concrete blocks was overwhelming. Each time he managed to raise it, it would simply fall back down as soon as he relaxed. Tony had no choice but to hold the debris steady, allowing the egg to crawl out while he used a shield to widen the opening just enough to escape. Once he was assured there was no risk of a secondary collapse, he hastily abandoned Natasha and rushed to Kyle's side, urging him to take him back. Tony was desperate to find Bucky and could not afford to wait a moment longer. As Kyle opened the portal, Tony rushed through it, filled with urgency and feeling generous, beckoned the others to follow. Just as they emerged from the wreckage, the sound of helicopter blades resonated above, heralding the arrival of Hydra-esque ground forces, accompanied by dogs and various detection equipment, beginning their search for confirmation of the strike's effectiveness. Upon returning home, Tony dashed into the laboratory, instructing Jarvis to halt all ongoing projects and allocate all computational power to locating this individual. Due to the antique monitor's low resolution, the photograph was unclear, so Tony sifted through historical records to find a clearer image of Barnes, merging the two to create a more discernible likeness. Rogers, witnessing Tony's fury, hastily interjected, "Tony, please calm down. That cannot have been Bucky's intention." Fury chimed in, "Stark, we have more pressing matters at hand." Stark shot a furious glare at Captain America before turning to the egg with an apology. "I believe revenge takes precedence. You will have to handle your own affairs." Tony thrust the USB drive into the egg's hands, stating, "I prepared everything for you. Simply connect it to the Insight Carrier-S control console to initiate the overwrite program. Alternatively, if you prefer a more straightforward approach, just press this button, and Veronica will launch a high-energy particle beam, transforming the Insight base into a crater, time-efficient and worry-free regarding any potential injuries." The egg understood that further persuasion would be futile. Gazing down at the two items, these represented two choices. The Insight program, while a double-edged sword, depended on who wielded it. SHIELD certainly required such a formidable weapon at its disposal. On the other hand, the egg considered that a single decisive strike would be clean and efficient. The funds he had siphoned from the Insight program would become bad debts following its failure, obscuring any trace back to him. Once Hydra was eradicated from SHIELD, Restarting the Insight program would present another opportunity for funding, allowing for creative maneuvering. Yet, an instinctual voice warned the egg that weapons were more valuable than money. Where was the disc for the overwrite program? Opportunities for embezzlement were plentiful, and if necessary, he could simply draw a larger salary while manufacturing a carrier, which required time. Grasping the disc, the egg prepared to leave with Captain America, but the latter was reluctant to depart, pleading, "Could you at least check on Bucky? He is my only friend." This sentiment implied that he had never regarded anyone else as a friend. Tony, filled with resentment, wished he could simply sever ties with Captain America. Kyle, unable to bear the scene any longer, thought of the saying, "Never befriend a saint, for it will only lead to your own suffering." Indeed, the double standards reflected in the Star-Spangled Banner he wore were strikingly similar. So, Tony is not your friend, and neither is Howard? Even if you could utter a single plea for Tony to show mercy and inquire about the situation before apprehending Bucky, it would suffice. Yet, you immediately absolve yourself of all guilt, neglecting to mention any of the transgressions you have committed. Should you pursue a career in law, you could easily argue for acquittal. Captain America, silenced. It seems he's aware of his bias towards Bucky, yet he remains unchanged in his actions. If I recall correctly, a portion of your muscular physique is attributable to Howard's contributions, and even the shield you wield was crafted by his hands. Do you not harbor even a trace of gratitude toward Howard? Without him, you would still be that scrawny figure, unworthy of serving as a mere human shield on the battlefield. There's an ancient saying, "A life for a life." The murder of a spouse is a debt not to be shared. Your dear brother has taken 2 lives. He owes a life for a life, and still has a debt to settle. Given your close bond, why not lend him a life? Captain America bowed his head in silence, momentarily pausing before leading the egghead away. How utterly repugnant. Even at this juncture, no apology is offered. Such a person, having caused Kyle's demise, bears no psychological burden whatsoever. Just look at how agitated my dear Tony has become. Kyle clapped Tony heavily on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I stand firmly by your side. Should any issue arise, just give me a call. If you find it difficult to act, leave it to me. I have no need to consider others' opinions. Rest assured, we have connections. I know the Lord of Hell, and even in death, he can ensure safety. How would you feel about traversing a path of fire and brimstone daily? At this point, Kyle suddenly recalled the thought of seeking out the souls of Howard and his wife from the old Mexican. If Tony could clone his parents' bodies and place their souls within, would that not be akin to resurrection? If all else fails, perhaps we could try the resurrection coin to see if it proves effective. Hearing Kyle's musings lightened Tony's mood considerably. Haha, I'll remember that. You should head back to rest. Otherwise, Wanda will come looking for me. All right then, Jarvis. Make sure to notify me when the time comes. Of course, Mr. Kyle. After Kyle departed, Tony returned to his work, focusing on optimizing the facial recognition algorithm, eagerly hoping to locate Bucky more swiftly. The egghead and his companions also began to mobilize, diligently seeking additional personnel for their impending operation. What on earth? You, a computer science student, are off to exchange ideas with another school? Why not learn from Stark for a while? His technology surpasses that of those institutions. Ultimately, Skye consented to join Coulson's team, though she dared not reveal the truth to Kyle, fabricating a reason about attending an exchange program at an out-of-town school. No, I simply wish to explore another city. She pouted, employing her formidable charm to sway Kyle. All right, we can go in a few days. I promise to take you to a wedding, one that will showcase scenery you've never encountered before. Skye, time is of the essence. We must depart tomorrow. I shall go pack my belongings. With that, he dashed back to his room to gather his things, while Kyle decided not to worry, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. Just yesterday, he received word from Heimdall that Loki and Sylvie were to be wed. Kyle contemplated bringing his family along to broaden their horizons. As for why Loki was not imprisoned, that hinged on Frigga, the goddess. With her penchant for tears and tantrums, Odin would think twice before confining Frigga, lest she return to her mother's house with the children. Ultimately, Loki faced a lighter punishment. He was subjected to a relentless 3-day bout against the 3 warriors and Thor in the arena. Frigga's method of chastisement was far simpler, bestowing upon Loki the title of a bureaucrat, thereby trapping him in administrative duties, with Sylvie delivering his meals daily. Chapter 151. Pierce, the advantage is mine. The actions to thwart the Inside Initiative were reminiscent of those in films, with the notable exception that the egg did not feign death, and Carol, a pilot, joined the ranks. The fact that the egg survived led to a significant increase in security personnel on the day the aircraft carrier was to ascend. However, Captain America's renown within the military was such that many soldiers, not affiliated with Hydra, wavered upon seeing his name on the wanted list. Rogers, proceed as planned. While clandestinely discussing their strategy outside the base's walls, they unwittingly caught the attention of a lookout. Just as Captain America and his team scaled the wall, they were taken aback. Poised to resolve matters before the Sentinel could report, they witnessed the lookout pick up a brick and strike his own head. Carol could hardly bear to watch. Even with a helmet on, her brother's acting was abysmal. This turn of events was fortuitous, as less resistance would increase the likelihood of their success. Natasha, on the other hand, disguised herself as a representative of the council and was received by Pierce. Pierce, welcome to exiled. We often meet in video conferences, but today we have the rare chance to gather for an evening of celebration. None shall depart without a proper toast. This way, please. The Inside Initiative is about to commence, and I have reserved the finest seats for you. The representatives from the council were specifically present to observe the ascent of the Insight aircraft carrier. Although the initiative was under the full purview of SHIELD, the nominal control rested with the 5 permanent members of the council. Otherwise, the carrier would be susceptible to their missiles, even if it managed to launch. However, once it ascended and began operations, control would no longer lie with them. Pierce, bring forth our champagne. We must not forget this traditional ceremony. We have half an hour before the festivities commence. Please take a moment to rest. Natasha quietly surveyed the hidden armaments within the conference room, preparing to seize control of Pierce. Faint gunfire echoed through the glass, barely perceptible unless one listened closely. Natasha immediately recognized that Captain America and his team had begun their operation, and time was of the essence. Bang! The conference room door swung open forcefully as Rumlow entered, whispering to Pierce, "They have arrived." Pierce, understood, proceed as planned. The representatives of the Security Council, oblivious to the unfolding events, inquired, "What has happened to Pierce?" The Insight program has consumed such significant resources. We cannot afford any missteps at this critical moment. Pierce, attempting to deflect the tension, responded with levity, "How could that be? A minor hiccup is easily managed." His meticulous preparations were evident, particularly through the substantial increase in security measures. Moreover, he had formidable assets at his disposal. To ensure the aircraft carrier's ascent, he had summoned all the winter soldiers from the Hydra Arctic base. If one Bucky wasn't sufficient, was 6 more. The advantage of 17 was his. Pierce was confident that 7 winter soldiers could surely overpower a single Captain America. Why engage in a duel when one could orchestrate a collective assault? Falcon, Sam Wilson, soared towards the impending launch of the aircraft carrier, his mechanical wings propelling him forward. Seizing the moment, he dove down, brandishing 2 Uzi submachine guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire. The crew on the carrier's deck fell before they even realized the threat. This is too easy. SHIELD is hardly formidable, Falcon mused, successfully infiltrating the carrier. Now, all that remained was to eliminate anyone in his path and insert the drive into the control panel. The reinforcements that arrived were swiftly dealt with by Falcon. However, just as he approached the entrance to the command island, the heavy iron door was flung open. Caught off guard, Falcon was caught in the blast. Emerging from within were 2 burly figures, fully armed. Indeed, 2 of the Winter Soldiers. Without uttering a word, they raised their weapons and fired. Fortunately, Falcon, reacting instinctively, shielded himself with his mechanical wings, narrowly avoiding a lethal barrage. The Winter Soldiers were not mere automatons. One of them quickly stowed his weapon while the other continued to lay down suppressive fire. The one who discarded his firearm darted towards Falcon, and as he neared, the gunfire ceased. In a stunning display, he launched into a flying kick. Falcon, who had not been injected with the super soldier serum, was merely an ordinary man and could not withstand such a powerful assault. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into an aircraft. The violent impact signaled certain injury, likely a fracture, though he was fortunate it wasn't a wing that bore the brunt of the collision. Spreading his mechanical wings, he prepared to ascend and exploit his aerial advantage. Over the communication channel, he relayed, "Captain, I have encountered the super soldiers you mentioned. Their strength is indeed formidable. However, There are not one, but two of them. I require assistance. Rogers responded, It's Bucky. I'm in trouble too. Before Captain America stood two imposing figures, one of whom bore a familiar metallic arm. Rogers' expression shifted to one of fond recognition. Bucky, it's me. The two Winter Soldiers remained silent, raising their rifles in unison. Just then, a voice crackled through the headset. Boys, do you need aerial support? Falcon, I do. In response, a heavy caliber cannon obliterated one of the Winter Soldiers, reducing him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Stark received the news, and, as the provider of the equipment, how could he refrain from making some adjustments? A dazzling crimson light shot upwards at an astonishing speed, veering sharply towards Washington. The new armor incorporated the propulsion technology of the Mark 50, with the nano armor of its feet merging into a large thruster, enabling Tony to reach the scene with remarkable swiftness. Pierce exclaimed, Stark? Airborne forces, intercept Stark immediately. Whoosh! The aircraft belonging to Hydra swiftly locked onto Tony and launched air-to-air missiles. Dodge? Who's he think he is? The vibranium armor had no need to fear such things. It was merely a trivial matter. Instead, Tony accelerated, charging directly into the oncoming missiles, crashing through them with a thunderous roar. He met the missiles head-on, obliterating the aircraft in the process. With a resounding thud, he executed a flawless superhero landing upon the deck of the aircraft carrier. As bullets rained down, Tony remained unfazed, while the soldiers firing at him were struck by the ricocheting rounds, sustaining numerous injuries. Ignoring everything else, Tony precisely pinpointed Bucky's location. With a flick of his wrist, a glistening short blade emerged, carving a gaping hole in the deck of the aircraft carrier. Stark, do not harm Bucky, Rogers shouted. In an instant, Tony unleashed his palm cannon, sending Rogers sprawling aside. This is not your concern, Steve. Focus on your own duties. The nanometal surged to form a massive cannon aimed at Bucky. Kid, drop the stick and come back with me. A sharp metallic clink rang out as Rogers, still half-crouched and unable to fully rise, hurled his shield in a desperate attempt to protect his friend from even the slightest harm. Beneath his calm facade, Tony concealed an overwhelming fury. Steve, this is not a wise decision. Before anything could transpire with Bucky, Rogers was already in the fray, determined to protect his comrade at any cost. Bucky and another Winter Soldier launched a surprise attack, but their bullets bounced off the armor without effect. Tony didn't even flinch. Retracting the cannon, Tony's right hand reverted to its original form, and a small device sprang forth, emitting a slender beam of red light. Sizzle! The red beam sliced through the Winter Soldier, cleaving him in two, filling the air with the scent of scorched flesh. As for Bucky, Tony could not bear to eliminate him so easily, for the resolution of his personal vendetta remained unresolved. The red beam traversed the aircraft carrier, nearly striking Rogers in half as it completed its arc. Only a small portion remained connected behind Captain America, and even that would not withstand the strain for long. Sizzle! The intense red beam was deflected by Rogers' shield, yet the shield remained immovable. Any miscalculation could result in his being severed in two. The area of the vibranium shield exposed to the beam began to heat up, glowing red, with signs of the heated region gradually expanding. Amidst the sweltering heat, Captain America grit his teeth, his eyes reddened from the strain as he fixed his gaze on Tony. Bucky, run! Rogers shouted, momentarily taken aback while reloading. Bucky quickly comprehended the dire situation on the battlefield, discarding his rifle and turning to flee. Observing this, Tony immediately retracted his beams and pursued. His target was not Captain America. With Bucky fleeing, engaging with Rogers served no purpose. As he departed, a missile was launched from his back, hurtling towards Rogers. The explosion did not yield the anticipated blaze, but rather enveloped the area in a shroud of white mist, leaving Captain America encased in a solid block of ice. This ethereal blue ice was remarkably transparent, so much so that one could mistake it for glass. Inside, Captain America maintained a defensive stance, and upon closer inspection, beads of sweat were still visible on his brow. While the vibranium shield could mitigate physical force, this attack was of a magical nature, and the weapon forged from the blue crystal had instantaneously frozen him. The aircraft carrier, finally unable to withstand the chaos, was cleaved in two and began its descent into the depths of the sea. The representatives of the Security Council, witnessing this, could no longer remain seated. Pierce, is this the minor issue you spoke of? One remarked. Pierce himself was feeling the pressure, His tablet clearly displayed the unfolding calamity. The Winter Soldier had lost an aircraft carrier, and who could match his losses? The sole silver lining appeared to be that Iron Man seemed to have a falling out with Captain America. Perhaps there was a chance of turning the tide. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Natasha, disguised as a representative, wore a troubled expression. The crisis posed by the Insight plan remained unresolved, and now infighting had erupted among their ranks. Just then, a timely command crackled through the earpiece. Everyone, commence execution. Repeat all. Preparations have been made for both the best and worst outcomes. The ideal scenario would be to successfully take control of the 3 carriers and then storm the office building to neutralize Pierce, with Hill, the deputy director, ensuring that all directives from the command were followed. However, the current situation appeared grim. There were far too many Hydra agents among the exiled guards. According to the strategist's expectations, with the presence of Captain America and the former director, it was presumed that the guards, not aligned with Hydra, would not obstruct them with full force. Yet, reality proved that Hydra operatives vastly outnumbered his assumptions. Perhaps only 1/5 of them showed any mercy or hesitation. The majority seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity, their fingers tightening on the triggers without a hint of slackening. They were eager to unleash a barrage that would obliterate him. With 1 aircraft carrier submerged and Captain America missing, the loss of such a formidable asset necessitated the preparation for the worst. The annihilation of the Insight carrier and the destruction of SHIELD became imperative. Even if SHIELD did not disband, it could no longer remain shrouded in secrecy. Bringing SHIELD into the light would also expose the Hydra agents hidden within. Yet, the strategist had a contingency plan, raising his gaze resolutely towards the vast expanse of space. The task for the others had also shifted towards the destruction of the aircraft carrier. All that was required was to detonate the munitions depot. While it sounded simple, executing the plan would prove to be a formidable challenge. On the Falcon's side, 2 Winter Soldiers were swiftly eliminated by Carol, one falling victim to her cannon fire, while the other retreated into the ship's island. Seizing the opportunity as Carol executed a sharp turn, the remaining Winter Soldier launched an assault on the Falcon once more. Unbeknownst to the Falcon, just as it ascended, a grenade struck, leaving it with but a single wing. Unable to maintain its balance, it plummeted onto the deck. The sound of gunfire erupted, forcing the Falcon to leap from the aircraft carrier, thankfully equipped with a parachute to soften its fall. Yet, even while descending, it was not spared. A stray bullet grazed its arm, leaving a deep wound. The Falcon lamented, "My wing is damaged. I can no longer assist you." As Carol returned, she immediately opened fire, shattering the remaining Winter Soldier. However, in her moment of triumph, a shot struck the Falcon's wing. The ejection seat's parachute deployed, but due to the low altitude, it snagged onto the ship's island before it could fully open. With a loud crash, Carol collided heavily with the exterior of the island. Disoriented, she opened her eyes to find a dark barrel aimed at her. "Do you believe I merely passed by?" She jested, just as she prepared to restrain Carol. The deck beneath her softened, causing her to sink. "Gang Difa, what is happening? Has steel turned to cake?" Without time to ponder, the aircraft carrier began to liquefy, and Carol, too, lost her footing as the antenna melted, plunging towards the sea. In that fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of Iron Man's silhouette. It turned out that the pilot's vision was indeed sharp. It was Tony's doing. Yet, his intentions were not to destroy the aircraft carrier. This was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Bucky, piloting his aircraft, intended to escape, but Tony activated the anti-metal sonic wave. Coincidentally, Bucky's plane passed directly above the carrier, leading to an unforeseen disaster. Tony, consumed by anger, was unconcerned with the implications. Meanwhile, Natasha, poised by the conference room window, prepared to take action as the fate of SHIELD rested on her shoulders. Following the plan laid out by the egg, she intended to disseminate all of SHIELD's information online, allowing onlookers and hacker groups to spread it across the internet. Just as she turned to deal with Pierce, she noticed a dark figure descending past the window. A moment's delay revealed the shell of sunflower seed floating gently down with the breeze. Sunflower seed shells? Chapter 153. This person is truly troubling the onlooker, Kyle. Arrived atop the building upon receiving Jarvis's notification, eager to witness the unfolding drama. While he was there for the spectacle, his primary purpose was to support his good friend Tony. Should Captain America and his ally join forces, he was ready to intervene. However, to his surprise, Tony acted swiftly, rendering Kyle's assistance unnecessary. This assertive demeanor was something Kyle admired. If you no longer regard me as a friend, why should I extend you any courtesy? The direct assault did not shatter Captain America. Rather, a degree of restraint was exercised. Gazing down at the ocean's surface, I was astonished to see that he had indeed surfaced. It is well known that the density of ice is less than that of water, allowing it to float. And now this colossal mass of ice, embodied by Captain America, rested upon the sea. Surrounding waters had even formed a thin layer of ice, clearly indicating that melting would not occur in a brief span of time. Meanwhile, Tony's aerial strategy was proving effective as Bucky piloted his aircraft. The heavy engine began to soften and ultimately detached itself. Reacting swiftly, Bucky utilized the thrust of the ejection seat to propel himself onto the deck of the last aircraft carrier, an untouched expanse on the battlefield. As Tony approached, he was met with an enthusiastic reception, a cacophony of gunfire erupting as countless weapons were aimed at him. Amidst the hail of bullets, the sound of heavy-caliber cannons intermingled. Yet, for the vibranium suit, these projectiles merely grazed the surface. With a thud, Tony landed on the carrier's deck. Astute individuals began to flee, but the two Winter Soldiers displayed notable bravery. Bullets proved ineffective, and they drew their machetes, charging forward, one of them swinging his fist with ferocity. Tony's right hand released a short blade, positioned defensively. The machete-wielding Winter Soldier soon found himself writhing on the deck, clutching his severed arm, an unfortunate result of his own recklessness. As Tony had not moved an inch, the machete was indeed sharp. When the Winter Soldier's blade met Tony's short blade, it was as if cutting through tofu. Encountering no resistance whatsoever, the severed machete was deflected by the suit, resulting in the Winter Soldier's arm being cleanly severed, truly a testament to the blade's sharpness. The other assailant struck Tony's armor, resulting in a comminuted fracture, yet Tony, exhibiting mercy, swiftly dispatched him with a decisive blow to the head. Turning to the escaping Bucky, Tony's nanotech armor manifested a pair of handcuffs that flew towards him. With a thud, Bucky was immobilized as the cuffs locked around his ankles, causing him to tumble to the ground. He turned to face Tony, adopting a fierce demeanor, and extended his limited edition arm. With a punch, he shattered the handcuffs. Rising, he seemed to abandon any notion of flight. Running would not outpace Tony's suit. With no other option, he resigned himself to the confrontation. Tony caught the oncoming iron fist with ease. "Iron arm at him," he quipped. With a hum, Tony, disregarding all notions of fairness, activated his anti-metal sound wave, transforming Bucky's metallic arm into a puddle of liquid before his incredulous eyes. A surge of power created a significant breach in the carrier. Had Tony not been quick to grasp Bucky, he would have plummeted into the depths below. Nanotech transformed into binding ropes, securing Bucky tightly. The other end tethered to the suit as they ascended into the sky. With a sigh, Kyle brushed off the debris from his attire and departed to await Tony's return at his residence. After waiting for over half an hour, I finally saw Tony return. With Bucky covered in mud and scratches, his clothes marred by thorns from an unknown source. Clearly, he had not taken a conventional route back. With a splash, he tossed Bucky into the pool. Tony projected the surveillance footage of Howard's assassination. "Do you remember them?" Bucky responded, "Target acquired." Suddenly, Tony shoved him underwater. Though Bucky's physique had been significantly enhanced by the serum, the sensation of drowning was still excruciating. He flailed his arms desperately, and after exhausting all his strength, he managed to land a punch on Tony, fracturing his own hand in the process before finally quieting down. 5 minutes later, Tony exclaimed, "Shall we pull him out before he drowns?" With a splash, Bucky began to cough violently. "Are you awake now?" Tony asked. Bucky spat defiantly. "Go ahead, kill me." His insolent demeanor provoked Tony further. Under such circumstances, it seemed entirely justifiable to torment Kyle. Tony's rage peaked, his veins bulging, and he fought to maintain control. Ending Bucky here would be too merciful. With one hand, he lifted Bucky above his head, while the other unleashed a palm blast. Its power diminished, but sufficient to send him soaring into the air. Bucky crashed back into the pool with a heavy thud, at sufficient height. The water's surface felt no different from concrete. Before long, Bucky resurfaced, unconscious. Dragging him to the laboratory, Tony began scanning him with various instruments. There is brain damage. Is there a way to restore it? I need to know his answer when he's conscious. Kyle concentrated, channeling a sphere of holy light to repair Bucky's brain. The power of the holy light was astonishing, not only restoring the brain's damage, but even regrowing his severed arm. Quietly, Kyle retrieved a small knife from his backpack. He was not one to give gifts lightly. The agony of having his arm reattached jolted Bucky awake, the pain instantaneously healing without a trace of blood. Kyle's craftsmanship guarantees it will be identical, neither a hair longer nor shorter. With that cut, Kyle felt no remorse. In fact, it alleviated much of Tony's fury. Tony once again displayed the surveillance footage and asked, "Do you know who they are?" She pleaded for mercy. Why not spare her? His eyes reddened, nearly in tears, for she was Tony's beloved mother. Bucky replied, "I remember each of them. There was no one else to blame. Being brainwashed at the time could be excused." But now that his mind was clear, such statements indicated a deeper issue unrelated to manipulation. Once more consumed by rage, Tony kicked Bucky to the ground. Bucky now bears no injuries apart from the loss of an arm and is eager to resist. Intelligence is a fine asset, yet he lacks it. Kyle deftly intercepted the chair that was hurled at him and sent it back. Meanwhile, Tony immediately donned his nanotech armor, aiming the cannon at him, only to be thwarted by Kyle's intervention. Death is not the most fitting punishment. That role belongs to you. Chapter 154. Living is more painful than dying. Lurker's plan was executed with remarkable success. The Insight initiative faced total failure, resulting in the crash of all 3 aircraft carriers. The data from SHIELD was made public, leading to Pierce's arrest. Though the information was deleted within hours of its leak, the agency remained shrouded in mystery to the average citizen. Yet to those with ulterior motives, it was as exposed as a person without clothing. The Security Council officially established an oversight committee within SHIELD, taking full control of its operations. Deputy Director Hill formally assumed the role of director, overseeing the agency's future endeavors. Nick Fury was demoted to deputy director. Regardless of his title, it mattered little to him. In his eyes, the once revered SHIELD had become obsolete. Coulson continued to lead his team in addressing various extraordinary incidents. The new director, Hill, took Lurker's advice and initiated a comprehensive internal review of SHIELD's personnel. However, the Hydra agents had concealed themselves too well, rendering immediate identification a challenge. The agency, plagued by data leaks, sparked a wave of resignations, with individuals citing fear of retribution as their reason. It remains uncertain how many genuinely wished to resign versus how many were Hydra operatives seeking to escape. Meanwhile, Lurker packed his belongings, awaiting a ride in an open area. Suddenly, the silent sky was pierced by the sound of jet engines as a stealth aircraft gradually revealed itself, landing in the space before him. The cabin door hissed open, and a green-skinned Skrull emerged. Nick Fury. Talos, it's been a while. Talos, we spoke via video just last night. Haha. Lurker chuckled as he boarded the aircraft, while Talos climbed into the vehicle sent by Lurker. In the SHIELD director's office, the phone rang as soon as Hill settled into the car. Director, the captain has awakened. Hill, I'm on my way. Following Pierce's arrest, Hill, as deputy director, took charge of SHIELD, promptly retrieving Captain America from his frozen state. After a night and a morning, he was finally thawed. Just as Bucky regained consciousness, Cap thought of his dear friend. The surrounding staff were unaware of Bucky's identity until Natasha, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, informed him that Bucky had been taken by Stark. I need a car, he stated. At Stark's villa kitchen in Long Island, Tony observed Kyle heating oil in a pan and asked, Are you sure about this? I've hardly eaten your cooking. What an audacious tone you possess. Should anyone overhear us, they might mistakenly assume we share a clandestine affair. Our guest is about to depart. It is imperative we extend him proper hospitality. As the adage goes, it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality if we do not allow him to savor the finer things in life. How shall he comprehend the disparity? The higher one soars, the harsher the fall, perhaps. Tony suddenly grasped the wisdom in this. I shall procure 2 bottles of my finest vintage to ensure he is well treated. Seated at the outdoor table was none other than Captain America's dear companion, Bucky, now dressed impeccably. a picture of pristine youth. Alas, his chair had transformed into a wheelchair. This was the result of Kyle's misguided suggestion. One must ponder the fate of a man who has lost an arm and now finds himself bereft of his legs. Though Bucky's legs remain intact, they are useless. He cannot muster the strength to stand. One can only imagine the emotional toll of living each day as a mere shell of a person. Here comes the feast. Kyle entered the dining area, bearing an array of dishes, with Tony closely following, bringing his treasured selections. Do sample my culinary skills. The finest Wagyu, freshly slaughtered and air-freighted, along with caviar and lobster. Bucky gazed at the lavish spread before him, utterly bewildered by Kyle and Tony's intentions. Were they perhaps serving him a last meal? Was there poison in the food? Surely not. Either of them could easily overpower him without such elaborate schemes. Furthermore, he had no fear of death. Why would he cower before such trivialities? He feasted heartily, directly tearing into the steak with his hands, guzzling wine straight from the bottle. It was a delightful indulgence. Eat to your heart's content. If it isn't enough, there is plenty more. Once the meal concludes, you are free to go wherever you wish. I guarantee no one will impede your departure. Really? Bucky replied. Skepticism etched across his face. After all, he had taken the lives of Howard and Maria Stark. Would they not seek revenge instead? Their sudden transformation from yesterday's hostility to lavish hospitality bewildered him. Is the world truly so capricious? Should one treat the murderer of their father with such generosity? Regardless, he chose to revel in the feast. Indeed, the delicacies were exquisite, a taste he had never before experienced. Time slipped away as Bucky nearly decimated the feast. I am full. Just then, the roar of motorcycles interrupted Kyle's speech. Stark, where is Bucky? Captain America inquired, his tone brimming with righteousness, as though Tony had committed some grave error. Did he not know to ring the doorbell when visiting? Upon noticing Kyle, Steve's demeanor softened. Where is Bucky? I am here. Bucky called out, slowly maneuvering his wheelchair towards Captain America. Upon seeing his dear friend alive, the initial joy morphed into concern as he noticed Bucky's predicament. Bucky, your legs? Did they do this to you? The elation of their reunion swiftly transformed into unbridled fury, a rage so profound that it clouded his judgment. With a swift motion, he detached his vibranium shield from his back and hurled it at Tony. Had it not been for Kyle, Tony would undoubtedly have met with a swift demise, cleaved in two by the shield. However, with Kyle so close at hand, it was inconceivable that he would remain passive. He instinctively reached out and caught the shield. With a swift motion, Kyle hurled it back, and to everyone's astonishment, Captain America summoned the courage to catch it. The immense force of the shield propelled him through the air, sending him crashing into a tree before he finally came to a halt. A bitter taste of blood filled Captain America's mouth, forcing him to regain his composure. He realized he had been reckless. Should he have provoked Kyle to the point of no return, regret would be a futile sentiment. He needed to leave before he changed his mind. Clutching his chest, he hurriedly assisted his steadfast companion onto the motorcycle, fleeing the scene. Tony watched them depart, his fury unabated, particularly at Captain America's earlier reaction, which left him regretting his decision to employ Kyle's plan. Had I known, I would have opted for a more decisive end, he muttered. With a firm grip on Tony's shoulder, Kyle remarked, sometimes, living can be more tormenting than death. On a serious note, have you given any thought to my proposal from last night? Cloning a human body should pose no challenge for you. I could venture into the underworld and retrieve your parents' souls. With my magic, resurrecting them should not be insurmountable. The underworld? The only soul you might find is Howard's. My mother has surely ascended to heaven. Don't tell me you also know God? Tony scoffed. Resurrection. A concept so elusive, Tony remained skeptical. Once a person has died, they're gone forever. Even if brought back, would they still be the same parents? I'm not jesting. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the underworld and see if I can locate your parents' souls. If I cannot find them, then all of this is for naught. Kyle insisted. And who exactly is this old man? Tony inquired. The Lord of the Underworld, Mephisto. The one riding the motorcycle and spewing fire in California is one of his minions. Chapter 155. Father Boss? Crossing the temporal portal into the infernal dimension. A chilling atmosphere enveloped Kyle, sending shivers down his spine. This was indeed no place for mortals. Towering trees, twisted and gnarled, loomed ominously, and even the grass and leaves at his feet were shrouded in darkness. It bore a resemblance to Heimdall's realm of the dead. However, a new dilemma arose. Due to the haste of their arrival, Neither Kyle nor Mephisto had established prior contact. Now, the challenge lay in locating the old man. Creating a significant disturbance to summon Mephisto? That did seem a viable strategy. The judgment of justice. As soon as the skill was unleashed, nearby demonic sentinels took note of the celestial light. They pointed skyward, utterly speechless, exclaiming, "Angels have invaded hell. Demons and angels have been adversaries since time immemorial. With angels now encroaching, how could they possibly endure?" A horde of demons surged toward Kyle's position. Only then did the demonic officials, belatedly informed, emerge. With their imposing figures, Kyle recognized one among them, none other than the very demon he had personally dispatched to the depths of hell. Gimp. As Gene Bing gazed upon the familiar golden angel suspended in midair, his instinctive reaction was to flee. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was now a favored subordinate of the Lord, someone with backing. How could Kyle, no matter how formidable, possibly rival the Lord of Hell? In Gene Bing's perception, the Lord of Hell represented the pinnacle of power. Unless God himself descended, there was little to fear. Gene Bing exclaimed, "Immediately assemble the demon legion. The day of vengeance is at hand." Kyle, hovering in the air, promptly noticed the clouds of dust raised by the advancing troops and swiftly altered his course. His intention was to seek out Mephisto, not to instigate trouble. Engaging in conflict could easily lead to complications. Ignoring the pursuing demon forces, he headed straight for the city. An acquaintance? Is that not Mr. Fisk? He seems to have fared quite well. No wonder Odin mentioned he had found an exceptionally capable individual. Odin? Gene Bing's hope for vengeance began to wane. How could an angel be so familiar with the Lord of Hell? Where's Odin? I have matters to discuss with him. Following the direction indicated by Gene Bing, it wasn't long before he spotted a resplendent golden gate standing in the distance. Such lavish grandeur could only be afforded by the Lord. As he flew over a small river, he noticed a quaint wooden cabin nearby, where a man and 5 women were engaged in a game of poker. Ah, could this be the fabled inverted grapevine? It appears they know how to enjoy themselves. Odin, are you home? It is customary to knock before entering someone else's abode. Within the grand hall, atop a throne resembling a small mountain, the demon Mephisto rested with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he opened his blood-red eyes and inquired, "Who dares to make a ruckus at my door?" A succubus immediately stepped forward, stating, "I have dispatched someone to investigate." This time, Mephisto was alert and stood up, realizing that only Kyle would dare address him so informally. He rushed to the entrance, exclaiming, "Ah, Kyle, my brother. One unexpected pleasure to have you visit." Though he smiled jovially, internally he resented the disturbance to his rest. The last time, it had been a troublesome Caecilius. Now, Kyle's arrival made it seem as if he lacked any influence. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent emanating from Kyle. After scrutinizing him, his gaze fixed on the ring adorning Kyle's left hand. Goodness gracious, this is extraordinary. His last avatar had mentioned that Kyle bore the mark of a deity, and now it was unmistakably a wedding ring. If it belonged to someone else, it would be inconsequential. However, the God of Death was the shared backing of all the Lords of Hell. In fact, one might say that the Lords of Hell were merely servants of the God of Death. Mephisto instantly donned a flattering smile. "Come in, my dear brother Kyle. It has been far too long since you last graced me with your company for tea. Someone, prepare a feast at once. I wish to share a drink with my good brother." It is no wonder that Mephisto has lowered his stance. His previous courtesy towards Kale was merely out of respect for the Ancient One, but the circumstances have now changed. Establishing a good rapport with Kale would undoubtedly elevate his status significantly. When it comes to seeking powerful allies, Kale is indeed the one to approach. No. I have urgent matters to discuss with you," Mephisto proclaimed, thumping his chest. "Feel free to ask anything. I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for you. Brother, even if you desire my position, I would not object." Kale found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Mephisto's exuberance, as it seemed to suggest an unusually close relationship between them. Initially, Kale had intended to offer a small black crystal in exchange, but it appeared that would no longer be necessary. "It is nothing of great concern. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of 2 individuals." Kale produced the photographs he had prepared in advance for Mephisto to examine. Mephisto glanced at the images before passing them to his subordinates to locate the individuals. With so many souls to sift through, it was indeed a cumbersome task. He decided to let his minions handle the search. "Please, brother, take a seat and rest for a moment." Kale was not worried about the souls of the Howards being absent from this realm. According to the records of Counterattack, Mephisto's Hell was the only place capable of collecting souls on Earth over the past few centuries. Those seeking souls from other lords would require the fervent devotion of the demon lord's most zealous followers. The souls of ordinary mortals were predominantly intercepted by Mephisto. Otherwise, he would not have secured the title of the most formidable lord. After a considerable wait, a demon arrived, leading the two souls into the Grand Hall. Kale compared the photographs anxiously, fearing he might misidentify them. "Howard Stark? And is this your wife, Maria Stark?" Howard, upon meeting the Lord for the first time, felt a wave of apprehension, as if he had committed some grave error. "It is I. If I have erred, punish me, but spare my wife from any blame. Do not be anxious. I am here at the behest of your son to escort you home." "Is it Tony?" The Howards were taken aback, astonished that their son had acquainted himself with such an impressive figure. Indeed, the younger generation is always pushing the older one forward. Meanwhile, Tony sat by the poolside, leisurely sipping on a drink. Upon hearing the commotion and noticing Kale's return, he scanned the surroundings but saw no one else and reclined back to continue his drinking. "Still drinking, are you? I have brought your father and mother back with me." Kale stepped aside to reveal the Howards, yet he forgot that they were merely ordinary souls. Invisible to Tony. Tony Stark's eyes widened. He thought he had just heard his mother's voice. "Good brother, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Chapter 156. The olive branch from Hydra. While Tony busily arranged for his parents' bodies to be cloned, preparing for a joyous family reunion, a minor issue arose with Captain America. Bucky, unable to care for himself, felt like a burden and contemplated ending his life. How could Captain America possibly stand by and watch his long-lost best friend succumb to despair? "Bucky, I now finally comprehend the essence of Stark's notion that living may be a punishment worse than death. The once noble Captain America has vanished, leaving only resentment towards Stark, for had it not been for him, Bucky would not have succumbed to this state. The expression on his face commands even the compatriots to address him as brother. "Fear not, Bucky, for I shall ensure you rise again." With that, Rogers settled before the computer, delving into the SHIELD database in search of a remedy for Bucky. The information accessible through the elevated clearance of the egghead revealed far more than what had been publicly disclosed. The extremist virus? It could regenerate severed limbs and bestow formidable strength. A remarkable discovery. Yet upon further examination, the data rendered him numb. The creators of the extremist virus, Killian and Maya Hansen, had already perished, leaving Tony Stark as the sole keeper of its formula. He resumed his exploration of the directory, codenamed Angel, adept in healing magic. As he clicked to open the file, upon seeing that name, he flung the mouse away in frustration. Damn it, how could it be these two again? The once dignified and poised Captain America had become a relic of the past. The following days yielded no fruitful outcomes, and Rogers' temper grew increasingly volatile, resulting in countless household items being shattered. While out shopping, he was inadvertently stepped on by a hurried passerby, and rather than extending his customary forgiveness, he seized the individual and delivered a punch that fractured several ribs. Had it not been for Agent 13 revealing his identity and persuading the police to depart, Rogers might have found himself facing serious consequences. Agent 13 drove Rogers back, and as they parked at the entrance, hesitating, he uttered, "Your aunt has passed away." Rogers, irked, retorted, "So what? My aunt died 70 years ago." Agent 13's expression soured. How could his aunt have chosen such a person? My aunt was Peggy Carter. Upon hearing the name Peggy, Rogers, just disembarking the car, forgot to close the door. Yet, the thought of Bucky, bedridden and in need of care, plunged him into a quandary. Entrusting his care to another felt risky. What if Bucky took his own life while unattended? His mind oscillated between the funeral of his former love and his dear friend for quite some time, ultimately arriving at what he deemed the more rational decision. He struck the lamppost with a fist, sending it crashing down as he made his way home. The lamppost, in a fitting response, collided with two passing vehicles, prompting the drivers to emerge from their windows, shaken by the sudden appearance. All of this transpired under the gaze of a security camera positioned at a shop across the street, within a dimly lit room in an upper residential area. Two burly men sat before a computer, their screen magnifying the footage as it scrolled, eventually focusing on the window of Rogers' home. clearly revealing the occupants inside. Beneath the windowsill, a small hole concealed a button-sized listening device, its blinking red light indicating it was operational. "Chief, shall we proceed with our plan when the captain goes out for his run tomorrow?" The younger brother timely put forth his suggestions, with the objective of locating the Winter Soldier and subsequently bringing him back to the base. With Bucky being the sole survivor, Hydra was unwilling to relinquish such a valuable asset. Rumlow reflected on Captain America's recent actions. "No, I have a more ingenious idea. Retrieving a damaged Bucky would require time for rehabilitation, but bringing Captain America back would be far more advantageous." Analyzing Captain America's behavior over the past 2 days suggested a significant likelihood of success. Once the idea crystallized, he promptly contacted his superiors for approval. The following morning, Rumlow, accompanied by his associates, commenced their operation, parking the vehicle discreetly by the roadside, awaiting Captain America's steadfast morning run. Before long, a white figure emerged, heading directly towards the memorial park where he jogged daily. The target was out, and the operation began. The group, clad in casual attire, swiftly exited the vehicle. One of the subordinates retrieved a glass vial resembling a test tube from a bag, prying open a window to toss it inside. With a crash, although Bucky's legs were incapacitated, his hearing remained acute, a trait inherent in the super soldier. He immediately turned towards the source of the noise, only to be met with a shower of glass shards followed by an enticing aroma. His head tilted, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the bed. Rumlow took the lead, swiftly prying open the door lock and lifting Bucky into a wheelchair, nonchalantly pushing him out. They retreated to the vehicle, everything proceeding with remarkable fluidity. No one suspecting a thing. Meanwhile, Rumlow remained behind, settling onto the sofa to await Roger's return. Captain America had just completed several laps around the lake with his companion, Falcon. Wilson remarked, "Captain, they've expressed interest in recruiting me into SHIELD. Rogers responded, "Recently, salaries have increased. The benefits should surpass those at the Veterans Affairs." Wilson chuckled, "I suspect they only agreed to let me join your team." After a brief exchange, Rogers prepared to head back, stopping along the way to purchase 2 hot dogs for breakfast. "Rumlow, what are you doing here?" He rushed into the bedroom, only to discover that Bucky was indeed missing. "Where have you taken Bucky?" Rogers demanded, gripping Rumlow by the collar and shoving him against the wall. Hey, Captain. Calm down. Rumlow was acutely aware that provoking Captain America was not a prudent choice, yet holding Bucky ensured his own survival. "Captain, please let me explain," Rumlow implored. Rogers, radiating fury, insisted, "Tell me where Bucky is, or you will face dire consequences." Rumlow replied, "Do not be so agitated. Perhaps we can save Barnes." Rogers queried, "What?" "Clarify yourself." Having encountered Hydra's technology 70 years prior, Rogers felt a flicker of intrigue. If Bucky's legs could be healed, even aligning himself with Hydra's captaincy would be a consideration. Once Bucky was rehabilitated, his strength would render him unstoppable, regardless of Hydra's interference. After absorbing Rumlow's words, Rogers reluctantly agreed to accompany him. A few hours later, Rogers arrived at the Arctic base aboard a Hydra aircraft. He gazed at the large iron door concealed within the snow-capped mountains, pondering whether Bucky was indeed inside. "You lots certainly know how to hide," he mused. Langley chuckled, remarking, "Before you meet Barnes, Captain, I have a saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you desire something, you must pay the price. Feel free to voice your demands. If it means saving Bucky, he wouldn't mind serving as Hydra's enforcer." Quite straightforward, just as one would expect from Captain. Rogers had heard this phrase countless times along the way. Langley continued, "Barnes is undergoing treatment. Perhaps upon completing his mission, he will be able to run alongside you again." The two stood before the glass window, observing the bustling figures attending to Bucky, surrounded by an array of wires and instruments that Rogers could not comprehend. Yet Hydra dared not deceive him. "Speak plainly, what must I do?" Rogers inquired. Langley handed him a stack of papers from his subordinate, stating, "Rescue Pierce. Here are the details of the holding location and the prison guards." Rogers understood the implications of rescuing Pierce. The emblem of Captain America, no matter how cleverly concealed, would inevitably be uncovered by the authorities, marking him as a fugitive. There would be no turning back once the deed was done. It was all for Bucky. With that resolve, he followed Langley to prepare personnel and equipment, devising a rescue plan while Bucky's treatment continued. Treatment? It was not solely that. Bucky had undergone a comprehensive examination upon his return, primarily to assess why the brainwashing had ceased to be effective. His brain appeared to be as good as new. The damage inflicted by the previously rudimentary brainwashing techniques had been remarkably restored. Who could have orchestrated such perfection? If our team could enlist this individual, our technology would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. A group of Hydra doctors discussed Bucky's condition at length, soon embarking on another round of brainwashing. As for the treatment of his legs, they could only wait. What if he recovered and escaped? This time, however, the brainwashing would require a new script, one that depicted him and Rogers as having joined Hydra since childhood. At that point, they would add some embellishments for Rogers, and the scheme would be set. Meanwhile, the plan to rescue Pierce was progressing smoothly. With Rogers' formidable prowess, the prison guards were utterly incapable of resistance. When S.H.I.E.L. D.S. Hill received the news, she was taken aback. Was betrayal becoming the trend? Confronted with the irrefutable evidence of the surveillance footage, she could hardly find her voice, issue a statement. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were admirers of Captain America, and the news of his supposed betrayal left them bewildered. Previously, it could be dismissed as mere talk when Pierce claimed the captain had betrayed them. Now, with Hill in charge, how could this still be the case? Was Hill also affiliated with Hydra? The accompanying surveillance video in the announcement left no room for rebuttal. On the flight back to the Arctic base, Pierce did not hesitate to cast admiring glances at Rumlow, appreciating the value of such an aid. With a smile, Pierce welcomed, "Steve, welcome to our family." Captain America, however, merely scoffed and chose to ignore him. The once revered American hero had now become a fugitive, a reality that surely weighed heavily on his heart. Yet for Bucky, he was willing to bear it. Pierce, undeterred by the captain's demeanor, began to explain, "Captain, times are changing, and Hydra is not as it once was. Unlike during World War II, we do not seek to incite war. Our aim is to transform the world into one devoid of conflict. We could even ascend to the presidency through elections." He shot a glare at Rumlow, questioning the ill-conceived strategy that had thrust Captain America into the spotlight of a manhunt. Were he not a fugitive? They could have orchestrated an opportunity for Rogers to run for president. With his fame and Hydra's clandestine influence, victory would have been assured. The implications of a Hydra-backed presidency on global affairs were profound, but alas, it was now too late. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Gaining an additional super soldier was not without merit. Upon their return to the Arctic base, Rogers stood by a glass window. His spirits lifted as he watched Bucky undergoing surgery. Though he was currently a fugitive, utilized by Hyde, he could also wield their power to exact vengeance. Perhaps even eliminate Stark and Zola. "Captain, please follow me." Rumlow beckoned, leading him into a room filled with various instruments. "What have you brought me here for?" "I'm not ill," Rogers protested. "Do not be alarmed, Captain. It's merely a precautionary device. After all, we were once adversaries. And now that you're aware of our base, a simple locator will provide us with peace of mind. Why not?" If it were merely a locator, Rogers would not object. After all, he needed Hydra-S resources for his revenge. However, the abundance of equipment made him uneasy. "Are you certain so many devices are necessary? We should check for allergic reactions, just in case." Reluctantly, Rogers lay down on the operating table, understanding that without some level of sacrifice, Hydra could not fully trust him. As various devices adhered to his head, it was too late to reconsider. A hum enveloped him, and Rogers felt his entire body succumb to paralysis, his vision blurring. "Quick, increase the power. This super soldier possesses formidable will," he heard someone say. Suddenly, Rogers sensed numerous memories being erased, only to be replaced by an influx of new information, culminating in an excruciating pain that caused him to lose consciousness. After nearly 2 hours of the indoctrination process, Rogers finally regained consciousness. A lingering sense of something forgotten clinging to him, yet he felt as if nothing had truly slipped away. "What has happened to me?" he inquired. Rumlow, with a beaming smile, approached. "Captain, you sustained severe injuries during our mission." "Injured?" Rogers recalled that he and his dear friend Bucky were both agents of Hydra, having undergone training with the organization since childhood. As World War II drew to a close and the Nazis reached their twilight, he and Bucky were dispatched on a mission to assassinate Allied leaders. During the mission, Bucky fell from a train, and in a desperate attempt to save him, Rogers plunged into the ravine as well. Subsequently, All memories faded. Rogers, we have failed. Lamplight's words filled in the gaps, revealing that after their fall, they were rescued by Hydra operatives. However, due to the rudimentary medical technology of the time, both he and Bucky were frozen. Only now, with advancements in medical treatment, had they been revived. A familiar voice echoed at the door, and Rogers felt no doubt about his memories. His best friend was still there. Looking at Bucky's empty left side, he asked, "Bucky, where is your arm?" Bucky replied, "I broke it when I fell on the rocks." There was no way to stop the bleeding without amputation. Lamplight, observing the deep bond between the two, couldn't help but marvel at the power of brainwashing. "Don't worry, Captain. We can resolve this. How about a robust mechanical arm? Would you like to choose a style?" In that moment, there were no regrets in their memories, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 158. Do not play hide and seek with your girlfriend lightly. Are you certain you don't want to join us? The scenery in Asgard is quite splendid, Tony remarked, patting the two bodies in the regeneration cradle. Do you think I have the time? Besides, whenever I see Loki, I am reminded of the battle in New York, and I fear I might lose control and give him a good beating. That can be arranged, as long as you can withstand Frigga's wrath. A motherly figure with a firm hand is most protective of her children. Speaking of parents, Tony felt a surge of joy, realizing he too would have the love of a mother and father, and he instinctively turned to see the elderly couple chatting with Pepper outside. Before Tony could bask in his happiness for long, he was met with his mother's furious shout. "Maria, why haven't you married Pepper yet? You're over 40. If you wait a few more years, will you even be able to have children?" Tony was taken aback, unable to fathom that his mother's first inquiry would be about marriage. Kyle, reveling in the drama, chimed in, "Goodness, you're a whole year and a half older than me, and my girlfriend is already several months pregnant." Tony immediately shot his middle finger at Kyle, finding the comment utterly outrageous. Maria continued, "Look at your friend. You should marry sooner." Howard, not participating in the debate, quietly stood by, counting on his fingers, thinking back to when he was Tony's age. Howard Stark, 1917 bis 1991. Tony, being a 70s child, could only conclude that like father, like son, it was all hereditary. "Farewell, I must depart for a wedding," he declared, a statement that only fueled the fire. "Tony," Maria exclaimed. Tony promptly surrendered. "No problem, Mom. As long as you both are revived, Pepper and I will hold the wedding." Since Tony confirmed his relationship with Pepper, he has transformed significantly. Marriage is merely a matter of time for him, though his recent busyness has left him little opportunity. Maria remarked, "That sounds about right. Howard, and I can help you with childcare." Kyle gently ushered Wanda out of the room, as the spell maintaining the Howard couple's appearance would endure for some time. Once their bodies were completed, they would return from Asgard. At that point, they could merge their souls and bodies, living like ordinary people. Upon returning home to gather their belongings for their journey, Peter Maximoff entered, each hand gripping an oversized suitcase. "Are you moving? We're only going for a couple of days. There is no need to bring so much," he protested, feeling wronged. "These are all my sister's things, her plush toys, pillows, and various outfits. She even insisted on bringing her bed from her room because she claims she can't sleep anywhere else." "Where is she?" Peter responded, still downstairs getting ready. Without needing Kyle to say anything, Wanda rolled up her sleeves and headed downstairs. Recently, she had been indulged excessively. 3 days without discipline seemed to be pushing the limits. Wanda Maximoff. A scream from downstairs indicated that she had certainly received a reprimand. Peter, the dutiful sibling, silently carried the 2 large suitcases back upstairs. "Gwen, are you ready?" A shadow leapt from the second floor, landing gracefully on the ground. Gwen was much simpler, carrying a small backpack, with the symbiote on her. Clothes had become a thing of the past. After about 10 minutes, Wanda ascended with the 2 little ones in tow. "We're ready to depart. Heimdall." A flash of rainbow light enveloped them, and they found themselves standing on the soil of Asgard. Heimdall bowed, addressing Prince Kyle. Beside him, Peter's astonished voice broke through. "Is that how big the dogs in Asgard are?" "Dog?" Kyle turned to see Fenrir rising, bearing Hela, whose belly was slightly rounded. Clad in white, she exuded an air of regal elegance, reminiscent of a noble queen. Noblewoman? Kyle thought, nearly forgetting Wanda. Cold sweat beaded at his temples. "Hela, allow me to explain." Swish. 2 blades of night crossed over his chest. "If you cannot control it, it is better to sever it." "I was wrong. I surrender." Just then, the voice of the simple-minded Thor came to Kyle's rescue. "What timely assistance!" A certificate of appreciation is in order." Thor rushed over, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and headed straight for Heimdall. "Heimdall, quickly help me find Jane." Hela quipped, "You're with your little girlfriend every day. How can you not find her?" "Sister, you're here too." "Kyle, no, brother-in-law. Aren't you on Earth?" "Indeed, you all are here for Loki's wedding." Only now did Kyle realize the multitude of people gathered. Was Heimdall not more conspicuous than them all? "Thor, let us drink together this evening, but at present, I am beset with pressing matters." "Heimdall, kindly assist me in locating Jane." Heimdall appeared bewildered. He felt awkward witnessing the affectionate moments shared between Thor and Jane, having seen them earlier that morning in the mountains. "Hela, what has transpired?" As Thor spoke, a hint of bashfulness colored his cheeks. "Jane and I were engaged in a game of hide and seek, and just as she hid, I found myself unable to locate her." "Heimdall, please help me find her." "TSK, TSK, TSK, such playful antics. Are you not cheating?" Kyle turned to Hela and whispered, "Shall we try this ourselves sometime?" "Off with you," Hela replied, casting a glance at Wanda. Heimdall furrowed his brow, the light in his eyes dimming as he shook his head. "I cannot see her." "What?" Heimdall's eyes possessed the ability to perceive any corner of the 9 realms. Yet he could not find Jane. Could it be that his eyes had grown weary from prolonged use? "I have some sparkling eye drops here." Heimdall's expression remained grave. "I am not jesting. This is a serious predicament. The places and beings capable of evading Heimdall's gaze in the 9 realms are exceedingly few. Only those of the caliber of Ancient One or Odin possess such power. Others are remarkably scarce. Is there some formidable demon sealed within Asgard?" Kyle, equally perplexed, pondered. He had not witnessed this segment of the tale. Might it be that Odin, or even the earlier Bor, had sealed something monstrous within Asgard? Hela contemplated. "I have not heard of any seal. Yet it is the time of celestial convergence. Perhaps a spatial wormhole has emerged, transporting something beyond the 9 realms." "What is celestial convergence?" Kyle felt a flicker of familiarity. "Hela, celestial convergence occurs approximately every 5,000 years. Clang! Suddenly, a hammer with a feline motif flew out from the Bifrost, and shortly thereafter, Jane followed, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Thor immediately rushed to her side. "Jane, what has happened?" Medical Officer. Chapter 159. Spicy chicken strips. A throng gathered around the medical station, observing Jane. "I maintain that mere mortals are inherently fragile." Odin never desired Thor to pursue Jane as a romantic partner, and now he seizes this opportunity to voice his grievances. "Father." This incensed Thor, as his daughter-in-law lay in such a state while the elder seemed to revel in making snide remarks. Frigga shot him a disapproving glance, then reached out with a delicate hand to touch Odin's waist. Kyle, stroking his chin, began to comprehend the unfolding situation. "Thor, this is the ether particle. The reality stone revealed." Medical Officer. There is no issue with her physical condition. Thor, wearing an expression of incredulity. If there is nothing wrong, why is Jane not yet awakened? Medical Officer. Within Ms. Jane's body. Allow me. At this critical moment, Kyle made his entrance. No one understood better than he what was about to ensue. As Kyle made contact with Jane's body, he felt an electric sensation akin to static. "Odin, are you capable?" "Old man, do not presume that everyone is like you. My youthful vigor is something your daughter is well aware of." Hela, without a hint of tolerance, swiftly delivers a slap to him. "Ha ha ha." Kyle no longer indulges in mischief, gently channeling the holy light into Jane's being, enveloping the ethereal particles and forcefully extracting them. Odin and Hela, the two sagacious ones, observe the brilliant crimson radiance in Kyle's grasp, their brows furrowing in concern. "Do you recall what transpired during the last celestial convergence?" Hela had merely heard whispers of the war between Asgard and the Dark Elves. Although Odin was still quite young and did not partake in the battles, he witnessed the harrowing aftermath of the soldiers returning from war. Despite Asgard's ultimate victory, it was a Pyrrhic one. Now, as the rare celestial convergence reemerges after millennia, the Dark Elves are once again poised to plunge the 9 realms into eternal night. The previous conflict did not eradicate the Dark Elves entirely. They now lurk in some hidden corner, and Odin fears their resurgence. With a thunderous crash, the eternal spear strikes the ground. He must prepare in advance. The appearance of ethereal particles will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the Dark Elves. And now that these particles have resurfaced in Asgard, it is merely a matter of time before they come knocking. Given the enmity between the Dark Elves and Asgard, the likelihood of war is exceedingly high. Yet one wonders how much power the Dark Elves have amassed during their years of concealment. Odin, Thor, come with me. Thor glances at Odin, then at his girlfriend in his arms, torn with indecision, before finally looking to his mother, Frigga. Mother, please look after Jane. Jane, feeling a sense of unease, feared that Odin's decision to part them was due to her presence. Frigga steps forward, grasping Jane's hands. It is not your fault. Rather, this matter has reminded him of a war. War? Jane's gaze shifts to the red light in Kyle's hand. What is that? Ethereal particles, or more accurately, the reality stone. Surely you have heard of the 6 infinity stones. The red light in his hand gradually retracts, the ethereal particles solidifying into the shape of a gemstone. With it, one can wield the power to alter reality. Just then, Loki arrives, having heard of Jane's predicament. Mother, is Jane all right? Why does my voice sound different? Loki feels an unsettling emptiness between his legs and notices his attire is snug, his pectorals having grown 2 sizes. Kyle, with an air of nonchalance, reverts Loki to his original form. This is the power of reality. What on earth transpired? Was my transformation your doing? Loki brandishes his dagger, prepared to confront Kyle. But upon seeing Hela step forward, he silently sheathes it. Ugh, a man living off a woman's prowess. Frigga, Loki, this matter does not concern you. Go and check on the guards to ensure that tomorrow's wedding proceeds without a hitch. Loki nodded slightly, casting a glance at the reality stone before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the medical room, his expression shifted dramatically. Loki had gleaned insights into the future from Elder Loki during his time at the Time Variance Authority. He was acutely aware that the reality stone would attract the Dark Elves, for it was his own words that led to the demise of his mother, Frigga. Wasn't this event supposed to occur a year after the Battle of New York? Why had it arrived so prematurely? Loki was profoundly mindful of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have begun preparing Asgard's defenses the moment he assumed the role of the bureaucrat. His plans for reconstruction had only just commenced, and he had yet to finalize the defensive schematics, let alone initiate improvements. Could it be that Elder Loki had miscalculated the timing? He hurried towards Elder Loki's quaint cabin, demanding, Elder Loki, is it possible that you? Elder Loki, upon hearing the unfolding events, furrowed his brow, as Frigga's death remained a painful knot in his heart. Elder Loki, do not be alarmed. Perhaps our 2 worlds differ in their timelines. If we think positively, the Dark Elves may not come after all. Besides, we can prepare in advance for what we know is to come. Loki's illusions were impenetrable, and dealing with a pest lurking in the sewers would be child's play. Meanwhile, Odin brought Thor to the homeland of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim, to investigate the situation. The ground creaked beneath their feet, littered with the remnants of war from years past. Bones could be found with every few steps, alongside corroded armor ravaged by time. The entire terrain was uneven, obscured by dust, and strewn with the debris of various assaults. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles that once took place here. Thor, is this the battlefield of my grandfather? A gentle breeze swept through, revealing a fragment of his guardian armor. Thor clenched his right fist to his chest, paying homage to the fallen. After a brief stay, Odin led Thor back. Heimdall, keep a vigilant watch over Svartalfheim. Heimdall bowed. As you command, my king. It was not that Heimdall lacked prowess. Rather, the Dark Elves possessed formidable talents, and Svartalfheim was perpetually shrouded in darkness, making them difficult to detect. Shortly after Odin departed, the dark expanse of Svartalfheim illuminated with pairs of eyes, as the Dark Elves, having slumbered since the last conflict, awakened to await their opportunity. Malekith, sensing the foul odor of the Asgardians in the air, grimaced. My king, the ether has re-emerged. A smile crept across Malekith's lips. Heaven has favored me. We must locate the ether's position swiftly, for the convergence of celestial bodies approaches. Chapter 160, The Cursed Warrior. Heimdall, the convergence of the 9 realms has affected my sight significantly. You should enhance the patrols of the guards, instead of flaunting your position before me. Loki, the number of patrolling guards has tripled, and I have stationed personnel at entrances that are beyond your sight. Heimdall, just as I was about to speak, I heard someone calling his name, and he promptly thrust the Sword of Guardians into the control console. With a whoosh, the Bifrost activated, instantly teleporting a contingent of fully armed soldiers. led by the bearded Vandal. These were the reinforcements Loki had dispatched specifically to capture the Dark Elves. It appeared their efforts had borne fruit, as they had taken several prisoners. Vandal, pleased with his performance, raised an eyebrow at Heimdall in a show of triumph. Heimdall, however, paid Loki no mind and continued to survey the 9 realms in search of the Dark Elves. The captured Dark Elves were all confined within the dungeons of Asgard, and Loki entered, hoping to extract some useful information. Reveal your plans, and I may spare your lives. Roar. The Dark Elves, however, possessed a modicum of integrity. They would not divulge anything simply upon being asked. Loki was not perturbed. He had yet to unveil his ultimate strategy. With a glance toward a corner where a green figure lurked, he smiled and departed the prison. Loki, keep a close watch on these prisoners. Yes. As soon as Loki left, the scene in the prison transformed in the eyes of the Dark Elves. Bewildered, the Dark Elves found themselves not in a prison, but back in Vanaheim. The aged figure of Loki emerged from the shadows, now taking on the guise of Malekith. Malekith, as aged Loki, my loyal subordinates, I have caused you suffering. I shall rescue you. My king. The Dark Elves immediately knelt in deference. But then a realization struck them. It fell amiss. They had deliberately allowed themselves to be captured at Malekith's behest. How could he possibly come to their aid before their task was complete? Suddenly, they recalled the warning given before their departure. Beware of the Asgardian sorcerer's illusions. The leader of the Dark Elves sprang to his feet and swung his fist at the approaching Malekith. The other Dark Elves gasped in shock, not expecting their captain to dare strike their king. The iron fist passed straight through Malekith's form, and the king's figure vanished, returning them to the dungeons of Asgard. Dark Elf captain, child, you are still too naive. Such tricks have been ineffective for millennia. Acknowledging the failure of his scheme, the aged Loki exited the prison. Loki, the plan has collapsed. The Dark Elves have seen through my illusion. The Dark Elves breathed a sigh of relief. The illusion was remarkably powerful, and had they not received prior caution, they would surely have fallen for it. Deliberately offering themselves as bait was part of their strategy. After discovering the location of the ether particles in Asgard, they were still grappling with how to retrieve them. To their delight, they observed the Asgardians capturing Dark Elves left and right. What a fortuitous turn of events. They resolved to turn the tables and allow themselves to be captured deliberately. At that moment, they stirred unrest within, creating a commotion of magnified proportions, while Wong stealthily approached to seize the ether particles. Several Dark Elves sat quietly on the ground, awaiting the appointed hour. The following day, Asgard buzzed with activity at dawn, and Kyle indulged in the blessings of unity. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Hela standing on the balcony. He discreetly took Wanda's small hand from his body and embraced her. How enviable it was. Perhaps a visit to Earth was in order to stage a similar event? Observing the festive decorations below, which woman wouldn't he desire to be the center of attention at her own wedding? As Hela felt the ring on Kyle's finger, she thought of her formidable elder sister. Best to seek out your esteemed wife, for a concubine like me lacks the right to enter through the front door. Meanwhile, several guards stationed at the spatial rift on the mountainside were oblivious to the dark blade that had mysteriously appeared at their throats. With a swift thrust, the guards fell in unison, revealing the lurking Dark Elves. Malekith emerged to ascertain the location of the ether particles and noted the lively atmosphere within Asgard. Was there a celebration taking place today? Immediately, a subordinate stepped forward. I shall capture someone to inquire, promptly stripping a guard of his uniform to disguise himself as an Asgardian sentinel. In roughly 5 minutes, he returned, blood still dripping from the dagger at his waist. My king, today the second prince of Asgard is to wed. Unfazed, Malekith replied. Then we shall prepare a wedding gift for the second prince. As time ticked away, the Dark Elf squad leader in the prison suddenly opened his eyes, crushing the cursed potion in his palm. The immense power erupting from within compelled him to exclaim. The cursed warriors were formidable assets within the Dark Elf ranks. When Bor of Asgard rallied forces to combat the Dark Elves, they played a significant role, and it could be said that without the cursed warriors, the Dark Elves might have faced extinction. However, that conflict had depleted most of the cursed potions, and now, the universe's elixirs in the hands of the Dark Elves were exceedingly scarce, with each bottle precious. The enhancement of strength was terrifying. A mere squad leader transformed into a cosmic warrior, directly possessing near demigod capabilities. The side effects were evident, as the lifespan of a cursed warrior dwindled to mere days. Otherwise, why would the dark elves seek ether particles? They could simply unleash the cursed warriors to dominate the 9 realms. Upon hearing the commotion, the prison guards rushed to investigate, but it was too late. The cursed warrior shattered the confines of his cell with a single punch and swaggered out. Clang! The sword wielded by guards struck him as though against steel, bouncing off harmlessly. It is well known that Asgardian weapons are crafted by the dwarves, their sharpness beyond compare. If such arms could not breach his defenses, one can only imagine the strength of the cursed warrior's protection. Bang! Bang! 2 guards were hurled against the wall, lifeless. With a resounding crash, the cursed warrior first liberated the dark elves imprisoned in the other cells, subsequently breaking open each cell to unleash the criminals within. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the outcome was rather satisfactory. The prisoners spontaneously began to grapple with the approaching guards, their intention being to incite chaos, aiming for a grand commotion that would attract all the soldiers in the city. After a lengthy wait, Malekith finally beheld the mobilizing guards, and with a grand gesture, he declared, "They have made their move. It is time for us to commence. Let us depart." Chapter 161. The arrival of spicy chicken shreds. Odin and Thor were welcoming several distinguished guests attending the wedding. The most surprising of all was Frey, the maternal uncle of Hela, who is the brother of Hela's mother, Freya. Currently, he is the leader of Vanaheim, commanding the entire Vanir pantheon. He had been unable to attend the previous festivity celebrating Hela's return, but now he finally laid eyes on his niece. My, how much Hela has grown. Hela joyfully accepted the affection from her uncle. Frey then turned his gaze towards Odin, his expression gradually becoming grave. Previously, I was unaware, believing Hela to be truly dead, only to discover she was sealed away by you. Should this happen again, I would not hesitate to ignite another divine war, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Vanir race to ensure your suffering. Odin, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly. I assure you, there will be no next time. I have acknowledged my mistake. Dear brother-in-law, please show some mercy. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, given Odin's humble admission, Frey shifted his attention to Kyle. So, you are Kyle? At that moment, a guard approached Odin to inform him of the prison riot. Hela interjected, I shall go. Odin glanced at her abdomen. It is sufficient for Thor and me to handle this. You two stay with your uncle. With Odin's departure, Kyle felt uneasy and decided to seek out Loki instead, feeling particularly uncomfortable under the weight of Frey's elder presence. Upon finding Loki, he was in the midst of receiving reports from his subordinates. You arrived just in time. Go protect our mother and the others. Loki instructed. Frigga is currently with both Wanda and Jane, accompanying Sylvie. The room was filled with the incessant chatter of women, completely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Due to the prison riot diverting many guards, Malekith, guided by the ethereal particles, made a beeline towards Frigga and the others. With a clang, spicy chicken shreds made a dazzling entrance alongside her minions. Ah, the bride is here as well. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your marriage on behalf of the Dark Elves, Malekith proclaimed, seizing the opportunity while the women were momentarily stunned. Her 2 henchmen swiftly restrained the nearest Wanda and Jane. Alas, fortune was not on their side, as they had chosen the 2 most formidable fighters. With a crackle, the dark elf restraining Jane was immediately struck by a bolt of lightning, convulsing uncontrollably. Lying on the ground, she convulsed intermittently, wisps of black smoke escaping her lips. Observing this, another dark elf instinctively tightened his grip on Wanda, fearing that he might suffer a similar fate. Freya, what do you intend to do? Release her, and we can discuss matters amicably. Malekith, I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Before he could finish his sentence, the very scenario he dreaded unfolded. Miss Wanda, after all, was a mage trained under a master system, and the sorcerers of Counterattack specialized in close combat. Though she lacked the raw strength of the dark elf, Wanda excelled in cunning and technique. With a flick of her wrist, an energy whip materialized in her hand, lashing upward to ensnare the neck of the dark elf behind her. Gasping for breath, the ensnared one immediately released Wanda, desperately trying to pry away the energy whip from his throat. Malekith never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Even women had become formidable adversaries. Surrender the ether particles. and we shall depart without further ado." Malekith feigned submission verbally, yet his hands, hidden behind his back, began signaling. A sharp crack echoed as glass shattered. The dark elf lying on the ground began to swell ominously. Though Jane was unfamiliar with the cursed warrior, she could sense the danger lurking. Without hesitation, she hurled Mjolnir toward him. Clang! The mighty hammer was deflected and fell to the ground. "What?" Jane exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Freya, well-versed in such matters, immediately identified the threat. "The cursed warrior. What keen eyesight you possess, goddess." Malekith, increasingly anxious, scrutinized Wanda and Jane, noting their unfamiliarity with the situation but focusing intently on Mjolnir. After all, was that not the weapon of Odin's son? It would indeed return to nature along with the daughter. Surely, this was the renowned goddess of death, Hela. His gaze lingered on the bracelet adorning Wanda's wrist, which was embedded with a radiant red gem. This was undoubtedly the work of Null. The fusion of chaotic magic with the reality stone was an impeccable match, stirring jealousy in Hela, prompting Null to embed a power stone in the knight's edge to appease her. Jane scanned her surroundings but saw no sign of Hela. Following the dark elf's gaze directed at her, she retorted, "Your eyes could be plucked out." As they spoke, the cursed warrior launched a surprise attack. Having learned to target the defenseless, he swiftly seized Freya, the eldest and the youngest Wanda. Freya struggled in vain. As a witch, she was adept at magic but lacked the brute force to contend with the cursed warrior. "Sister, save me." The younger Wanda, lacking any capacity for resistance, had not practiced her abilities since being rescued. She had been preoccupied with her studies under Wanda's watchful eye, initially intending to accompany her to Counterattack to learn magic once school commenced. Moreover, with the love and attention of Wanda and Null, she had become increasingly like any child of her age. Now, Wanda lamented her choices, wishing she had prioritized teaching her magic from the outset. Upon witnessing the scene, Malekith immediately realized he had chosen the right target. He chuckled, advising them not to act rashly, for the cursed blades in their possession were lethal. Wanda felt the chaotic energy within her stir restlessly, her eyes tinged with a crimson glow. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, her voice trembling, fearful that the cursed warriors might harm young Wanda, making her hesitant to strike. Malekith pointed to the reality stone on his wrist, urging her not to be so agitated, as he merely sought that little trinket which rightfully belonged to the Dark Elves. "Very well, the price for failing to honor your promise is one you cannot afford," Wanda retorted, removing her bracelet and casting it towards him. "The spirit of the contract is one that all should uphold." Malekith caught the stone and signaled to the cursed warriors, turning to flee. In an instant, the two cursed warriors, receiving the cue, plunged their cursed blades into the bodies of the two. "No!" Wanda immediately ensnared the cursed warrior with magic and hurled him against the wall, rushing to assess young Wanda's injuries. "Am I going to die, sister?" young Wanda asked. "No, you will not," Wanda reassured her. "And what a Kyle?" As she watched young Wanda's breath grow shallow, a surge of chaos magic erupted from her, filling the room. The two cursed warriors, attempting to rise and escape, found themselves suspended in midair by the chaotic magic. Wanda, her expression impassive, clenched her fist tightly. With a resounding blast, the cursed warriors disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 162. The future of the Dark Elves. Just as Kyle arrived at the door, a shadow darted past him. Instinctively, he hurled a spear of holy light. The spear struck the arm, causing a momentary pause, allowing him to identify Malekith's figure. With a bang, the holy spear exploded, giving birth to a new one-armed figure. Just as he was about to pursue, he heard a cry from within, "No." Reaching the threshold, he beheld the two cursed warriors transformed in a blood mist, while Wanda knelt before young Wanda, her face streaked with tears. "What has happened?" Kyle asked, though the situation was painfully clear, rendering his inquiry unnecessary. Wanda wept, her eyes brimming with tears. The rapid healing and restorative spells proved utterly ineffective. There was no sign of healing whatsoever. For the first time, the holy light, capable of mending any wound, faced such a dilemma. Undeterred, Kyle summoned another orb of holy light, cautiously bringing it near young Wanda's wounds. The sound that followed was akin to water splashing into hot oil, accompanied by an acrid scent wafting through the air. Observing the expectant gazes of those around him, Kyle knew he could not falter. He took a moment to compose himself and carefully pondered the issue at hand. In the films, Frigga had succumbed to a stab wound, yet logically, beings of their longevity should possess formidable resilience and rapid recovery. Just as Thor had survived Loki's treachery, growing up unscathed despite such an injury. The fact that his healing was ineffective suggested a flaw lay within the weapon itself. Dark elves? It is not correct. It should indeed be the cursed warrior. Cursed? Kyle felt he had pinpointed the issue. Purification. With a hissing sound, a plume of black smoke emerged, and the wound regained its rosy hue, reactivating the rapid healing. At this point, it proved effective. The granulation tissue at the wound healed visibly, scabs shedding rapidly. At last, the name of the holy light had not fallen to disgrace. Am I alive once more? Frigga opened her eyes to behold a gathering of people around her, touching her wound, which had returned to its original state. Mother! Jinsel's booming voice echoed from outside the door. Thor had just quelled the unrest in the prison and rushed over upon discovering the slain guards along the way. He knew something was amiss. Loki's wedding proceeded as usual, albeit without Thor and Jinsel, who began a search in Asgard to prevent any solitary dark elves from causing further havoc. It was not until the evening, after the wedding concluded, that the two returned empty-handed. Thor remarked, "We found several slain guards in the back mountains. Malekith must have infiltrated Asgard from there." And then? Odin was curious to witness how Thor would handle such a predicament, assessing his growth. "I collapsed the cave entrance to ensure no one would emerge again," Thor said, his face adorned with a smile, quite pleased with his method. Such a simplistic and brutal approach was concerning, especially as he seemed to believe he had acted rightly. Odin felt an impending headache. "Are you out of your mind? The cave may have collapsed, but the spatial wormhole still exists, doesn't it? Do you truly believe that little hill can obstruct anyone? Have you ventured through the wormhole to see where it leads?" While chiding him, he reminded himself to remain calm. He was his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, there were other options. Otherwise, entrusting Asgard to Thor would lead to its swift downfall. The more he observed Hela, the more he appreciated her. No wonder they say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. Meanwhile, Kyle strolled to Heimdall at the Rainbow Bridge, destroy Vanaheim with the Rainbow Bridge. While it was acceptable to call him a driver on ordinary days, Heimdall would not heed such significant commands lightly, even if Kyle was the Prince of Asgard. Before Heimdall could retort, Kyle drew the Eternal Spear and thrust it in. Well, now there was no need for questions. The king's command would be resolutely executed. Although Odin had said nothing upon bestowing it upon him, Kyle could surmise its purpose. After all, what else could one do with the Eternal Spear? A hum resonated as Malekith perceived the Rainbow Bridge descending, initially thinking it was Odin pursuing him. Just as he prepared to hide, the Reality Stone in his possession emboldened him. Standing at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, he awaited an encounter to see who was tougher. Half a minute elapsed, yet no one emerged, and a growing sense of unease settled over him. Why did it feel as if the earth was trembling? The Rainbow Bridge? A planet-destroying weapon. By the gods! Everyone, board the ships and evacuate quickly. He turned and boarded his ship, hastily fleeing into the void. Indeed, is it not lamentable that the younger generation exhibits such a lack of martial integrity? Merely the two of you seek to invade the sanctum of another? The descendants of Bor truly lack honor. With a resounding roar, as the power of the Rainbow Bridge intensifies, its destructive capacity grows ever more formidable, carving a chasm 100 meters deep. Heimdall, perceiving the fleeing dark elves, takes control of the Rainbow Bridge to systematically eliminate them, rather than slaying them outright. He focuses on dismantling their vessels. Those who cannot escape will meet their demise. It is merely a matter of time. If they do not perish in the explosion of the planet, they shall succumb to the frigid embrace of the cosmos. With a thud, Malekith halts his ship in the void of space, helplessly witnessing the homeland of the dark elves disintegrate into cosmic dust. It is colloquially said that it has all turned to foam. Now, not only has the 9 realms been dragged into darkness, but there remains not a single refuge. Glancing back, he sees that apart from himself, only one ship has managed to escape, and he is uncertain how many souls have fled aboard it. The descent of the 9 realms into darkness was intended for the future of the Dark Elves. However, now it appears as though there is no future at all. With prospects shrouded in darkness, with the populace decimated, what future remains? Alas, Odin, how shameless! When he and Bor clashed, it was a contest of swords. Now, they have not even exchanged a declaration of war. before uprooting their very home. Reflecting on this, the plan must be executed, and it must succeed. Let this be viewed as vengeance. Until the 9 realms are engulfed in darkness, those who depend upon the sun for survival, along with the flora, shall cease to exist. The remaining seeds of the dark elves shall be reborn anew. My king, what shall we do now? Malekith, with one arm wiping his face, replied. We must lie in wait, ensuring that Asgard remains unaware and seize the opportune moment. After incurring such substantial costs, the ether particles are now in hand. Once the 9 realms convergence commences, we can harness the power of the ether to achieve our aims. And now, Malekith gazes at the ether particles in his grasp, channeling the dark energy within him to absorb the power of the Reality Stone. While he may not fully assimilate the Reality Stone, he can utilize the similarity of dark energy to become a vessel for the Infinity Stones. In doing so, Malekith can wield a portion of the Infinity Stone's power for his own ends. His once shattered arm, crushed by Call, now regenerates in its entirety. Chapter 163. The Million Symbiote Army. In the conference room of the Golden Palace of Asgard, Thor and Loki are embroiled in a heated debate, deliberating on how to locate Malekith to eliminate him. As celestial bodies converge, the boundaries of the 9 realms become unstable. This is the opportune moment for Malekith to strike. We need only to ascertain his point of attack, set an ambush, and when Malekith emerges, I shall cleave him with a single strike. And thus it shall be concluded. So simple as that. Loki interjects, you are not mistaken, yet the challenge lies in finding him. The 9 realms are vast. Do you have any notion of where he might be? Heimdall's vision is not infallible during the convergence, and his duty is to guard Asgard. Could you truly persuade Heimdall to forsake Asgard in pursuit of Malekith? At that moment, Thor found himself a loss for words. Fully grasping the crux of the issue, without locating Malekith, all discussions would be futile. Kindly, Kal interjected, Ahem, is there not a place that connects the 9 realms? The most direct route between 2 points must surely be the center of the 9 realms. Midgard? Thor immediately thought of Earth as the very heart of the 9 realms. The mere thought of Earth brought him childlike joy. Midgard is my domain, and I have numerous allies. I can enlist the Avengers to assist, making the confrontation with Malekith significantly easier. Loki, embracing his wife Sylvie, remained silent. The Avengers' prowess was a result of his own experiments, especially that green behemoth. His strikes were particularly painful. Loki contemplated declining the journey to Earth if Thor truly summoned the Avengers. Could he escape the repercussions of both old and new grievances? Thor insisted, Loki, you must go. Malekith nearly disrupted your wedding. Are you not incensed? Anger? How could one not be? The dilemma of pride versus survival was clear. Yet at times, pride indeed holds greater significance. Loki subtly shifted, tugging at his sister's sleeve, pleading, Sister, I beg you. Hela retorted, Seek your brother-in-law. Kyle raised both hands in assurance. No worries, leave it to me. However, you must admit your fault when the time comes. It was indeed your misstep, and acknowledging it will cost you nothing. Ah, the ostrich, Loki. By the way, when Thanos granted you access, did he engage in any underhanded maneuvers? Surely he did not utilize the Mind Stone on you? Loki replied, Indeed, without a doubt. I sensed that purple fiend harbored ill intentions, yet I could not fathom why I trusted him. It was undoubtedly Thanos who manipulated me with the Mind Stone, whether true or not. Loki presently believed it to be so. Casting the blame entirely upon Thanos bore no detriment. Moreover, it was indeed Thanos who lured him to invade Earth. Absent the Mind Stone, and without the Chitauri army, Loki would have been mad to venture alone against a planet teeming with life. Thus, attributing this fault to Thanos was hardly unjust. Meanwhile, Earth was far from idle. Time rewound to when Kyle had just departed from Tony. An alarm blared incessantly, and banner appeared on the screen. Tony, they are coming. The images just returned from the scanner indicate a far more dire situation than we anticipated. Tony's gaze fixed upon the screen, where a colossal mass of slime surged toward Earth. It was a sphere composed of symbiotes. This time, the riot had returned with an entourage, bringing all the symbiotes along. The analysis revealed they were even conversing excitedly. Boss, how much further until we arrive? Riot. Soon. Do you see that blue planet ahead? That will be our new dining establishment. Younger brother. Wow. Just hearing the word restaurant makes my mouth water. Boss, is it really that delicious? Riot, lacking formal education, struggled to articulate. How should I put this? You'll have to taste it yourself to understand. There are over 7 billion Earthlings, enough to sustain us for many years. Younger brother, perhaps we could domesticate the Earthlings, then we'd have an endless supply of food. Ha! Upon hearing this, Tony's eyebrows nearly knit together. With so many symbiotic entities arriving on Earth, it could easily turn out as they described. Howard and Maria stood in the corner, watching Tony's flurry of activity with nostalgia. Howard, he takes after you, doesn't he? Maria, indeed. Howard, the Stark lineage harbors no waste. This outcome is entirely within my expectations. Tony promptly began adjusting the trajectory of the space-based weaponry, preparing to target the symbiotic entities. Tony, let us have them sample the taste of our cannons. Banner immediately interjected. That won't work, Tony. The symbiote's bane is high-temperature flames. In a vacuum of space, the propellant aboard the cannon is insufficient to make an impact. The optimal moment to strike is when the symbiotes enter the atmosphere, maximizing our destructive capability. Tony, there's no time to remake it now. Neither Tony nor Banner anticipated such a multitude of symbiotes. They had initially envisioned merely filling the rocket's launch segment. Had that been the case, the weapons they prepared could have easily dispatched the symbiotes. Who would have guessed they would all arrive at once? The sheer size of the symbiotic mass rendered the cannon's propellant inadequate for any meaningful effect. Should they fire now, not only would they fail to eradicate the threat, but the symbiotes might sense their readiness and disperse, entering Earth undetected. Even deploying all the armored suits would be futile against such overwhelming numbers. Tony, Jarvis, do you have any brilliant ideas? Jarvis, I am merely an artificial intelligence without creative capacity. I recommend preheating the space-based cannon, firing as the symbiotes breach the atmosphere, and recharging for a second shot before they land. The first shot has a 30% chance of annihilating the symbiotes, and a second shot would increase that to 60%. Tony felt that Jarvis' programming seemed to malfunction, unable to solve such a simple mathematical problem. Have you been browsing the network on that island? Jarvis, no. Tony immediately began inspecting various weapons to ensure they would function flawlessly at critical moments. Banner, Tony, I've calculated that at this rate. The symbiotes will arrive on Earth in 36 hours. Tony, understood. The weapon systems are fully operational, and all reconnaissance satellites are fueled. The key to exterminating the symbiotes lies in locating them first. After the strike from the orbital weapon, the symbiotes are bound to disperse, and that will be the most challenging moment. Tony, Jarvis, has Kyle returned? Chapter 164, A Godlike Ally. Tony, as soon as he returns, notify him to seek assistance. Tony also sent a distress signal to S.H.I.L.D., but Hill was preoccupied with her own troubles. The entire organization was in disarray, and Captain America's defection had severely undermined the agent's confidence. If Captain America could betray them, who could be trusted not to be a Hydra agent? Those who resigned and the remaining agents were rife with suspicion, fearing that their closest allies might be Hydra operatives, potentially sabotaging missions from behind. Furthermore, several international branches had fallen under Hydra's control, and the only two elite operatives, Black Widow and Hawkeye, had been dispatched to reclaim lost territories. S.H.I.L.D.'s ability to assist was severely hampered. Now, with another wave of symbiote invasion, even Hill contemplated resigning. What in the world is this? On a spacecraft in synchronous orbit, a dark egg-shaped figure observed the symbiote army on the radar. Fury, can someone tell me what this is? Gia, do you know? Gia quickly summoned the system analysis data to display on the large screen. This sphere is teeming with life signals, and its trajectory leads directly to Earth. An abundance of life, a destination. Are we facing another alien threat? The egg. Are the Chitauri seeking revenge? Gia shook her head. Unlikely. The Chitauri are mere henchmen of the Dark Order, known for their technological prowess. Even if they came to Earth, they would do so aboard a warship. Moreover, the Dark Order is currently under severe pressure, with Asgard actively hunting down its members. Recently, the diplomatic offices of the Kree Empire and the Shi'ar Empire issued statements forming an alliance with Asgard to combat the Dark Order. It can be said that the Dark Order is now a pariah, universally reviled. Any entity daring to trouble Earth need not concern us. Asgard's Bifrost is not to be trifled with. If it's not the Chitauri, who else would dare to challenge Earth? The egg. Why then are they coming to Earth? Or how did they even find it? Did someone on Earth provoke them? Gina, based on the trajectory a few days ago, a rocket from Earth headed in that direction. Coincidentally, A rocket launched uncontrollably that day, and the authorization came from Drake of the Life Foundation. By the time they arrived, Drake had already gone missing. Not long before, a reconnaissance vessel from the Life Foundation had just returned to Earth. Recently, the Life Foundation has been the only entity with contact in deep space. The egg couldn't find any technology firm capable of attracting extraterrestrial attention. Observing that there was still some time before they reached the main Cannon's firing range, immediate orders were given, regardless of what it is. As soon as it approaches firing range, obliterate it. Gia, yes, Commander. Eggy, holding a tablet, continued to observe as he walked toward the corner and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Carol, have you given it any thought? This job is perfectly suited for you. Opportunities to work on a spacecraft with such benefits are rare. On the other end, a languid voice of complaint came through. Fury, it has barely been a month since I retired. Can't I enjoy a little rest? Eggy chuckled. Hi, you're still so young. Why yearn for the lifestyle of my age when you're filled with vigor? We should swap places. Carol, intrigued, replied, All right, but you better send someone to fetch me. My plane won't reach such heights. No problem. Eggy exclaimed joyously, gaining another assistant. Initiating self-check. Tony was busy with the final preparations. Jarvis, all suits are fully charged. Flamethrowers and sonic devices are equipped and ready for takeoff. That's good, Tony remarked, prepared for any outcome, even if it led to failure. Has Kyle returned? Tony inquired. No, Harvey's replayed. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms blared, nearly triggering Tony's fight-or-flight response. What now? 30 seconds ago, the symbiote army was feasting and singing when suddenly, a shell was fired. Boom! The symbiote formation was pierced through. Chaos grinned at the gaping hole in his chest. Quite a unique welcome. I like it. Whoosh! 2 more lasers shot through. Although they hit their target, the ship's cloaking effect was rendered null, while the vessel remained unseen. The source of the laser fire was easily traceable. Come on, my minions, charge! Chaos commanded, and the symbiotes scattered towards the laser's origin. Eggy, still reveling inside the ship, thought that's nothing. A few shots took them out. He assumed the scattered black dots were mere debris from the blasts. Boom! Chaos landed on the ship with a dull thud. A series of thumps echoed as the symbiotes completely overtook the ship's surface. Eggy, what is that sound? Everyone inside the ship looked up at the ceiling, searching for the source of the noise. The external cameras had long been shrouded by the symbiotes, leaving a dark void. Warning, warning, warning. Cabin depressurization. Oxygen leak. Eggy stared in confusion at the screen, indicating the leak's location. Had the ship been attacked? The spacecraft's seal was commendable. Ordinary symbiotes wouldn't typically breach it. However, within was Chaos, who transformed his hand into a spear and pierced the hull. A swarm of symbiotes began to flood into the ship. Although the compartment had sealed its doors, the material inside was not as robust as the exterior shell. The symbiote, in a frenzy, slipped through the crevice. What the hell is that? Exclaimed the egg, immediately drawing his weapon to fire at the encroaching symbiote, peppering the air with shots. The diminutive laser gun proved ineffective against the symbiote. The crew hesitated to resort to more powerful firearms, fearing that a misfire could breach the ship, leaving them to suffocate or freeze before the symbiote could strike. As they fought back, the more timid Skrulls began to stealthily make their way to the escape pods, albeit a step too slow, as the symbiote had already engulfed the control room's walls. They now found themselves trapped in a box formed by the symbiote. Oh dear, it's infiltrating my body. What? The egg turned sharply only to confront a creature brandishing a long, slimy tongue. Roar. Chaos also breached the sealed door, entering with a flourish. Slurp, greetings. Chapter 165. The symbiote invasion. Tony, observing the barren screen of the detector, was perplexed. Where were the symbiotes? Banner quickly identified the issue. Tony, it seems the symbiotes were attacked by our weapons and scattered. What? Who is this incompetent ally? All of Tony's meticulous planning has gone to waste. Jarvis, has anyone launched missiles into the sky? There has been rocket fire in the Middle East. Aside from that, no weapons have breached the atmosphere. Tony could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to devour the one who had fired the cannons. Without the deterrent of powerful incendiaries, the number of symbiotes capable of landing had multiplied exponentially. His Iron Man suits were utterly insufficient. Banner, is there any way to locate the symbiotes now? Not visible. At their previous speed, they should have entered the atmosphere by now. I suspect something is obstructing their path. The symbiotes, taking refuge within the ship, had cleverly evaded Tony's detection, and following a brutal clash, all aboard had succumbed to parasitism. Wow, this black-headed fiend is quite cunning. Perfect for me. Chaos exclaimed. Ha ha, mates. There's a feast awaiting us. Let us proceed. For the glory of my god, Gnarl. For my god, Gnarl. Banner. They've appeared in synchronous orbit. Is that a spaceship? With a command from Chaos, all symbiotes leapt from the vessel, targeting the larger scrolls for parasitism, while those without host descended slowly like raindrops. Brothers, charge. Banner swiftly recognized the situation and activated the space-based cannon, taking aim, although he could reduce the power to prevent overheating. The sheer number of targets meant it was ultimately a single-shot weapon against a vast army, rendering it largely ineffective. Tony immediately mobilized all Iron Man suits to intercept. Banner. Aim at those larger targets and fire. Understood, but I feel the Hulkbuster armor will be more effective for this massacre. Tony, do as you see fit. As he spoke, Tony had already arrived at the designated zone where the symbiote descended. He looked up at the sky, where the armored suits raised their hands in unison, revealing their fiery exhaust ports. As they neared, dozens of suits began to unleash torrents of flames. The symbiotes caught in the blaze crackled and popped like popcorn, leaving a trail of anguished cries in their wake. The symbiotes perished in the fire, yet their vast numbers meant the flames could not consume them all. Riot observed the grim fate of his comrades, perplexed by how the humans had discerned the symbiote's vulnerability. Hadn't several of his kind perished alongside him? No, there was still one or two left. Either venom or carnage must have betrayed them. Their departure from Earth had gone largely unnoticed. It was impossible for anyone to intercept them so thoroughly without a traitor in their midst. Riot, accelerate, accelerate. They are outnumbered and cannot kill us all. Before he could finish his sentence, a blast struck him, tearing away half of his form and exposing the rapidly descending Dr. Drake. After firing that shot, the orbital weapon overheated and exploded, while Banner piloted the anti-Hulk armor towards them. Tony, I'm here to assist you. The anti-Hulk armor, though cumbersome, was sufficiently large and equipped with ample fuel, allowing it to project flames further and for a longer duration. Faced with the searing flames, the symbiotes began to gravitate towards their hosts, merging into a single entity to enhance their resistance to the fire. This also had the added benefit of reducing their numbers. Phew! Banner, Tony, they're merging. The power of the flame throwers is diminishing. Tony, no, their resistance is simply increasing. As time passed, several suits depleted their fuel and could no longer emit flames. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, realizing he was rapidly descending on the ground. The flamethrowers would no longer possess significant lethality. With a splash, several large symbiote conglomerates fell into the ocean, quickly dispersing to parasitize the passing fish. Bang! Tony landed on the beach, scanning the coastline while awaiting the emergence of the symbiotes from the sea. Suddenly, a yellow shark leaped from the water and onto the shore. Buzzing, Tony immediately activated the sonic emitter, aiming at it. You think I'm foolish enough to let you change your skin? The few remaining parasitized Skrulls transformed into human forms, pretending to emerge from the water as swimmers. The buzzing revealed that Tony had long since studied the unique biological signatures of the symbiotes, and the armored suit quickly detected them. Among them was an anomaly, the symbiote that had parasitized Nick Fury, having gleaned countless secrets from the memories of the former director. Particularly aware of the Avengers' existence, it grew increasingly cautious, crouching in the water as it searched for its companions. This time it was not a fusion, but a predation. Through the consumption of symbiotic counterparts, one can indeed grow more powerful, and there seems to be nothing amiss with this notion, as long as one remains alive. They are part of a collective. Provided there is an abundance of sustenance, one can proliferate countless symbionts. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark shadow steadily enlarged as it continued to devour its kin. Tony now commanded his Iron Legion along the coastline, erecting a defensive barrier to thwart the landing of the symbiotic entities. However, the sheer number of descending symbionts was overwhelming, although a significant portion was eradicated mid-air. A conservative estimate suggested that at least 1 to 200,000 still approached. Under such numbers, Tony's wall resembled a mere sieve, and soon, some symbionts breached the line and scuttled towards residential areas. Once they located a host, they could no longer restrain their true forms. The American populace, having witnessed much, kept their distance, yet remained poised to observe the spectacle. These symbionts could not be coddled. One surged forward, seized a victim, and devoured it whole. With a crunch reminiscent of crispy chicken, onlookers were momentarily stunned, only to react when a headless corpse thudded at their feet. Chaos erupted as people scrambled to escape. Just as Tony arrived on the scene, he witnessed this pandemonium and immediately activated the sonic disruptor. Buzzing with energy, the symbionts succumbed within mere seconds, dissolving into a viscous sludge. He then continued his pursuit, systematically eliminating each parasitic entity. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, and upon looking up, the sun had vanished. Was there a solar eclipse today? Jarvis announced. Mr. Kyle has logged in. Location: England. Chapter 166. The Symbiotic Hulk? At long last, he had returned, and, thankfully, it was not too late. Kyle, come quickly. Symbionts are invading Earth, and any misstep could lead to catastrophe. A portal materialized before Tony, and with a click, Kyle emerged. Where to? Tony gestured towards the ocean. I'll handle the land. Kyle paused at the shore, ensured the area was clear, and unleashed his power. Abracale, the once dimmed sky, shrouded by the convergence of 9 realms, was illuminated as if it were daybreak. The fleeing populace halted in their tracks, some elderly individuals even drawing crosses in the air and kneeling in prayer. A brilliant orb of holy light erupted, unleashing a tremendous wave that surged deep into the ocean. Fortunately, it was directed towards the sea. Had it turned the other way, New York might have faced obliteration. The shallows transformed into a vast pit as the sea rushed in, soon to be filled, destined to become a diving sanctuary. The majority of the symbionts perished beneath Kyle's devastating strike, with only a few stragglers escaping the onslaught. A must depart. Troubles abound in that direction, and we cannot afford any carelessness with the realms at stake. Tony observed that only a handful of symbionts remained, and with his Iron Legion at his disposal, he was confident he could manage the situation. The only lingering question is whether the symbiote fears seawater, and if so, how does it diminish in its presence? Following the sound, Tony soon spotted Banner grappling with a colossal symbiote. It was evident that Banner was at a disadvantage, struggling to break free when the symbiote's tendrils suddenly pulled him into the water. With a resounding crash, a massive metallic arm was flung ashore. The anti-Hulk armor, originally designed by Tony as a disposable prototype, featured many interchangeable components. Naturally, Tony was reluctant to use vibranium for all of it. Only the outer layer was crafted from vibranium, while the majority of the internal parts were composed of earthly alloys. The symbiote conjured a water vortex, drawing all other symbiotes towards it, and with a gaping maw, devoured them whole. After a moment of writhing, it grew even larger. The once waist-deep water now barely reached its knees. Several tendrils retrieved the anti-Hulk armor, now reduced to a single arm, from the depths, rendering the large armor a mere toy in comparison. By calculation, the symbiote now stood at a staggering height of at least 20 to 30 meters. It directed a powerful jet of water at the anti-Hulk armor. The water that seeped into Banner's arm struck him like a hammer, causing excruciating pain and fury to surge through him, revealing Hulk at last. With a thunderous crash, the enraged Hulk unleashed his formidable strength, landing a punch square on the symbiote's jaw, sending it sprawling into the water. Tendrils emerged from its back, stabilizing its position while ensnaring Hulk tightly with both hands. Hulk exerted every ounce of strength, but against the symbiote's adaptable tendrils, it was akin to a hammer striking cotton, utterly ineffective. With a splash, Hulk was forcefully submerged once more. However, this presented Hulk with leverage. He sprang up, launching the symbiote along with him towards the shore. At last, Tony arrived, activating the sonic emitter to assist. The symbiote, having evolved through the consumption of its kin, had nearly eradicated its original weaknesses, rendering the sonic waves ineffective. Instead, they adversely affected Hulk. The symbiote merely felt a slight discomfort, enough to loosen its grip on Hulk. Observing Hulk rolling on the ground, clutching his head, Tony retracted the sonic emitter and fired his final white phosphorus grenade. The high-temperature phosphorus extinguished upon contact with the symbiote. Huh, your little trick won't work. The slimy, elongated tongue of the symbiote lunged toward Tony. Fortunately, Tony's armor boasted sufficient defenses. The tongue pierced through and sent him flying. The sensation of the tongue, striking the vibranium was merely a tingling discomfort. Hulk smash! Recovering his composure, Hulk leaped into action, swinging his fist down upon the symbiote. The scene where the symbiote is sent flying by a punch does not occur. Instead, Hulk's fist penetrates the symbiote's form, only to be ensnared by a writhing body. A brute relying solely on raw strength must understand the art of combat. The body that ensnares Hulk's fist morphs into tentacles, wrapping around him. With a series of powerful strikes, it employs the very technique once used against Loki, returning the favor to Hulk. Accompanied by a sweeping motion, it flings Hulk away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nearby, the Indian face atop the lighthouse glints with a flash of silver as it leaps down toward Hulk. This is none other than Dr. Drake, or rather, the Rampage, who had previously evaded Kyle's attack. After landing, he initially sought a vantage point to await his minions, but unexpectedly encountered the Harbinger of Death, Kyle. Fortunately, keeping a distance allowed him to escape unscathed, lying in wait atop the lighthouse for the opportune moment. Upon seeing Hulk emerge, he recognized his chance. It was time to seek a more powerful host. Rampage descended directly towards Hulk, only to be fortuitously caught by him. In a fit of rage, Hulk recognized this creature as akin to the one he had just dealt with. In a swift motion, he unleashed his fury upon Rampage, tearing him asunder with a fierce grip. A torrent of viscera and blood splattered everywhere. Drake exclaimed, "Firstly, I have wronged no one here. Only the host, Drake, perished," while Rampage suffered no harm, swiftly parasitizing itself within Hulk. As he rose, he transformed into the visage of Rampage, his size considerably larger than when he had been Doctor. Drake, grabbing a stone from the ground, he effortlessly crushed it into fine powder, a gentle breeze scattering it into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. This is the essence of power. It feels exhilarating. Spotting the hulking figure of his kin in the distance, he rushed forward. "Leader, But before he could finish, his voice vanished, and his head above the neck had disappeared. What was meant to be a grand feast now left Rampage alone, questioning the purpose of his return, especially after losing the symbiote. With a disdainful spit, he expelled the severed head of a one-eyed black creature, which rolled across the ground. He then extended his tentacles to absorb the remaining symbiote matter from his body. Tony, hovering in the air, recognized the familiar visage of the blackened head on the ground. Mouth agape, exclaiming, "How could it be Fury? Damn it." Chapter 167, Hulk's Rampage in the office of the Deputy Director of SHIELD. Disguised as a boiled egg, Talos felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. He pulled out a photograph of his daughter, gazing at it until calmness returned. Life under someone else's roof is challenging. Soon, Daddy will return to be with you. Outside a farm in the suburbs of Washington, Carol, burdened with luggage, occasionally glanced upward. Her legs were weary from standing, wondering when the plane would arrive to take her away. "Jarvis, have you seen Hulk?" Tony inquired, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot the familiar green figure. Instead, he couldn't help but notice that the chaos unfolding before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Hulk. Save for the face and color, it was as if a larger version of Hulk was rampaging. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, dust erupted from the ground as the chaos charged towards Tony, its tendrils following suit as it leapt into action. The frigid energy beams, a fusion of ice and fire, ensnared the tendrils, freezing them before a sudden surge of heat caused them to explode into fragments. "Fortunately, my skills are unmatched." Before he could revel in his triumph, he was ensnared by the tendrils from behind and yanked downwards. Thud, thud, thud. Thus, another individual joined the ranks of those who endured the same fate as Loki. Tony felt dizzy. It was the first time he realized the need for an upgrade on the shock absorption of his suit. The ensuing whirlwind was so intense that it nearly made him lose his breakfast. "Ugh!" he exclaimed, while the chaos emitted a bizarre cackle, dragging Tony toward the throng of people. It was only once he felt himself being shaken to the point of nausea that it relinquished its hold and hurled him away. Tony soared several kilometers, crashing through 2 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, he nearly choked on his own vomit and hastily opened his helmet. Fortunately, he landed beside a swimming pool, and he dove in to rinse off, feeling a semblance of comfort return. As he took to the skies again in search of the chaotic figure, a chilling sight awaited him. The chaos had transformed its hands into blades, cleaving through buildings as it advanced. Cackling maniacally, it caught up with the fleeing crowd, shaking off the symbiotic organisms that clung to it. Those who were parasitized instantly fell under the control of the symbiotic entity, joining in the pursuit of the panicked masses. One by one, it seized individuals regardless of gender, devouring them whole, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. Wang Defa confirmed with a glance that he was not a match for this menace. The Iron Legion that Tony had brought was severely damaged, with only a few vibranium suits remaining, which were now ensnared by the symbiotic creatures and rendered immobile. Just one chaos was enough to give Tony a headache, and now it was summoning its minions. Among the fleeing crowd, a familiar face emerged. Helen? While others may not warrant his intervention, he certainly couldn't ignore her plight, especially with the symbiotic entity fast approaching her. With a sudden clash, Tony was struck by the Chaos's blade, leaving a paint-scarred mark on his armor, revealing slight dents in the vibranium. Then, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night, striking the symbiote that threatened Helen. Tony exhaled in relief, knowing that Kyle had left a safeguard for his family. However, the Chaos had also sensed the disturbance. The relentless symbiotic entities that rushed forward were struck down by lightning, which made the situation quite intriguing. The Chaos prepared to engage personally. Consuming someone imbued with such magical properties should yield considerable benefits. After all, is that you, Wang Defa? Tony called out. Tony flew over, ready to intervene, while simultaneously dialing a number to summon assistance. Meanwhile, in Great Britain, Kyle and his companion successfully confronted the spicy chicken, currently amidst a standoff. Malekith, accompanied by his legion of dark elves, faced a trio of valiant warriors, Sif, Thor, and Loki with his wife, Sylvie. As for Kyle, he stood off to the side like a mascot, while Wanda seethed with rage, her eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. Thor bellowed, Malekith, you are doomed for daring to harm my mother. Malekith chuckled. Oh, is that so? You must be the foolish son of Odin, Thor, if you can tolerate such insults to your face. Seeking death, are we? Enraged, Thor charged forward, his mighty axe claiming the lives of dark elves with each swing. The others followed suit. Although the three warriors were the weakest, their synergy allowed them to handle the dark elves with ease. Loki, employing his formidable illusions, would occasionally materialize to swiftly slit the throats of their foes. Wanda, with unmatched elegance, conjured a colossal sword, a magnificent 40-meter blade that instilled fear in all who beheld it. With a single strike, she decimated a substantial number of dark elves. Though surprised, Malekith was far from frightened. Previously, he might have chosen to flee, but now, empowered by the ether particles, he felt invincible. With a wave of his hand, countless dark elves materialized behind him. Charge! Alter reality! Malekith commanded, summoning an endless army of dark elves, as long as his stamina held out. Suddenly, the incessant ringing of a cell phone interrupted Kyle's incantation. A nagging intuition told him that ignoring this call might lead to lifelong regret. Didn't you say you could handle it? What is the situation now? Tony replied, I can't hold on any longer. Helen is here too. Why didn't you mention this sooner? It's still a considerable distance from home. How have they reached our doorstep so quickly? Kyle was understandably frustrated. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Helen, aware of the danger she faced. Upon stepping through the time portal, he was met with the sight of a colossal beast being struck by lightning. Was it undergoing tribulation? Before he could ponder further, he spotted Helen ensnared by the creature's chaos. In a red-hot state, he transformed into a beam of light and swiftly severed the creature's arm. The detached symbiotic tissue, unwilling to yield, attempted to latch onto Helen. But Kyle would not permit its success, forcefully discarding it. As Helen screamed in despair, a familiar scent wafted toward her. Looking up, she beheld Kyle, now adorned with magnificent wings. What is happening? She exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the terror of the previous moment as she scrutinized this transformed version of Kyle. Kyle, what's going on? Your wings. I'll explain later. First, let me get you to safety, all right? In a moment of panic, Kyle instinctively opened the temporal gateway to Asgard, exclaiming, Hela, please take care of Mom. Before Helen could even comprehend the situation, Kyle vanished, and the portal disappeared. Fortunately, the Hela before him was familiar. Hi. As he surveyed the opulent palace, an unsettling feeling washed over him, setting aside the fact that he had unwittingly transported himself here. He couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't been truthful about his girlfriend. Is this the European tribe you mentioned? Hela inquired. Would you like to meet my family? Chapter 168. Uprising. I have witnessed the light. Where did this massive creature come from? Upon seeing such a towering symbiote, Kyle yearned to spot a man in the crowd wielding a light staff. This scene was more fitting for an Ultraman appearance. Tony immediately activated J-A-R-V-I-S to analyze the situation. Based on its coloration, this is the fleeing symbiote leader, Uprising. As for its size, it likely is bonded with the Hulk. Kyle contemplated whether he should express his frustration. Logically, the host should influence the symbiote. Not only was the situation already troublesome, but now it had also merged with the more formidable Hulk. This was no trivial matter. Tony added, by the way, the previous large creature was not it. The original host was Nick Fury, but after Uprising bonded with the Hulk, it devoured its companion. Nick Fury? Why was he everywhere? Was it the symbiote from beyond the stars? Or had the egghead turned traitor and become a guide for the enemy? Images of the laboratory in space from Captain Marvel flashed through Kyle's mind. He surmised that Egghead might believe S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised and sought to establish a similar organization operating in the shadows for nefarious purposes. Ironically, they had run into the invading symbiote, thwarting their entrepreneurial ambitions. As Uprising drew closer, the fleeing crowd erupted in screams. Kyle conjured a spear in his hand and hurled it at Uprising. The weapon pierced through the creature's body, vanishing into the unknown. The wound had no effect on Uprising whatsoever. Tony exclaimed, "Are you even capable? Should I take over?" It was amusing to hear him make such remarks, considering he had just been the one calling for help. Tony continued, "I have a plan. You hold off Uprising while I deal with these pests." With that, he and two Iron Man suits activated their sonic emitters at maximum power, unleashing a barrage upon the lesser symbiotes. With explosive force, the ordinary symbiotes disintegrated into a mass of goo, liberating the hosts, who fled in terror. Kyle thought to himself that this was as good as it would get. If he didn't intervene, would he really let Tony face this alone? The hammer of repentance, a colossal hammer of divine light, struck Uprising on the forehead, producing a resounding clang. Uprising merely shook its head and quickly regained composure, cackling. "Let me show you my hammer." With both hands, it merged its blades into a massive hammer and charged at Kyle. Bang! Two unfortunate souls, unable to evade, were instantly flattened and embedded into the ground. That was excessive. One should never strike the face. Suddenly, a magical array appeared beneath Shang Tianjun, launching the riot into the air. Seizing the moment, Kyle executed a flying kick. The riot was propelled backward, distancing itself from the fleeing crowd, finally unable to latch onto its minions, although it appeared to sustain significant damage for being kicked so far. For the riot, a resilient symbiotic entity, physical harm was largely ineffective. The righteous judgment was rendered as holy spears descended from the heavens like rain. Though the damage was minimal, it effectively immobilized the riot, pinning it to the ground. The explosion from the fallen angel of light utterly disintegrated the riot, revealing the green, hulking figure within. Phew, finally resolved. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the fleeing crowd as the fragments of the riot, propelled by the explosion shockwave, soared into their midst. In an instant, several individuals were parasitized, their captor shoving them into its maw. In a crunching sound, the crowd was swiftly reduced to mere symbiotic entities, which began to devour one another, ultimately coalescing into a larger riot. Roar! Why must you be such a nuisance? Upon witnessing Hulk's altered appearance, a sense of dread washed over Kyle. With a powerful punch, Hulk sent Kyle flying several dozen meters away, leaving him to observe as Hulk transformed into a symbiotic form. Now, there were two similarly sized riots on the field. As their gazes met, Kyle recognized the impending disaster. The two riots charged towards each other, embracing and merging back into their former shape. Ugh, all that effort wasted. We cannot remain here. There are too many, and it can replenish its energy at any moment. Tony, what about your portal? Send it to a deserted island. If possible, directly to the sun would be ideal. Do you think such a massive creature could fit? The temporal door has always been a single-pane entry. Kyle was uncertain if it could enlarge. To be cautious, Kyle decided to summon a reliable ally, Wanda. Sparks flickered in the air as a portal materialized. Make it larger and take it with you. Kyle pointed toward the approaching riot. The sudden appearance of such a large portal could not be concealed, and upon noticing it, the riot was unable to halt its advance, crashing straight through. To prevent the riot from returning while the portal remained open, Kyle and Tony delivered simultaneous kicks to it. As the portal closed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. With no one left to parasitize, they could freely torment it. The temple door. Go back and continue battling your minions. Tony, that won't be necessary. With Jarvis around, we can manage. However, is this the trouble you referred to, where moment's inattention could lead to the loss of the 9 realms? What? Kyle turned to see the Dark Elves. How on earth did they teleport here? The Dark Elves and Thor stood, observing the riot that lay between them, exchanging glances in silence. No wonder it was so quiet. Thor, seeing Tony approaching, exclaimed with excitement, "My dear brother, I am here. Very well. Resolving this together is quite commendable." The chaos, upon careful observation, ultimately retreated towards the Dark Elves, clearly discerning that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Malekith offered a subtle smile, raising his hand as a contingent of Dark Elf warriors surged forth into the fray. "Charge!" cried the chaos, gleefully exclaiming, "These allies are far more effective than the symbiotes." 2 arms transformed into colossal rods, converging from either side to launch an assault. The 3 valiant warriors could scarcely withstand the force, being thrust towards the center. Quick-witted, Thor summoned a brilliant flash of lightning to sever the tendrils with his axe. Kyle, wielding a cross, leaped from the heavens, driving the tendril into the ground. A gentle radiance emanated from the cross, igniting the spirits of his comrades with fervor. With the addition of a powerful ally in chaos, Malekith finally found the opportunity to concentrate on his scheme. Dark energy, intertwined with the might of the Reality Stone, summoned a tempest that began to spread across the 9 realms. Kyle, sensing the urgency, hurled a spear of holy light, determined to delay the onslaught for even a moment. A towering wall arose from the ground, obstructing the spear's advance. "Quick, stop him!" Thor exclaimed, charging forth. His form enveloped in crackling lightning as he wielded his great axe like a windmill towards Malekith. Chapter 169, Chaos. I have seen the light in my lifetime. Seeing this, Chaos attempted to intervene, indifferent to Malekith's intentions, as long as it could cause disruption. It leaped, extending its tendrils to grasp Thor. Yet, reality often falls short of expectations. Just as it leapt, it was struck away by a mighty hammer in Gienna's hands. To reach Thor, it would first have to contend with her, embodying the spirit of a fiercely protective partner. The hammer, returning from its arc, also cleared away numerous foes for Thor. The whirring sound of the hammer resonated through the air, as a flick of her wrist sent flashes of lightning surging towards Malekith, following in Thor's wake. Kyle's hammer of repentance also swept through the battlefield, clearing a path. Miss Wanda turned, offering a slight smile. "Watch this." In the realm of ultimate abilities, Miss Wanda excelled, conjuring a disc with her hands and casting it forth. The disc, resembling a saw blade, expanded in size, sweeping through the ranks and annihilating half the minions, reducing the previously thick layer of corpses to mere dust. A direct passageway to Malekith emerged amidst the battlefield. Just as Chaos prepared to spring into action, it was startled by the sheer ferocity of Wanda. Turning, it confronted Thor, who was still spinning like a windmill. "Leave Malekith to me," Wanda declared. "All right, you're stunning. I'll defer to your judgment." With her ultimate ability yet to be unleashed, she instead invoked divine judgment. An angel of holy light appeared, wielding a spear to relentlessly clear the minion waves. Miss Wanda approached Malekith without obstruction, stating, "You should never harm those dear to me." Her tone was calm, yet the chaotic energy radiating from her form betrayed the depths of her fury. Malekith, taken aback, initially held disdain for Wanda. But upon finding himself ensnared by chaotic energy, he was compelled to regard the woman before him with newfound seriousness. The strength of his body proved insufficient to break free from the chaotic energy, prompting Malekith to abandon brute force and instead harness the power of the Reality Stone. He severed his connection to the chaotic energy, liberating himself, and with a resounding boom, a spike erupted from beneath Wanda's feet. Having studied under the tutelage of the Ancient One for an extensive period, Wanda was no longer the novice who merely flung energy blasts. She enveloped her feet in chaotic energy and, propelled by the spike's ascent, executed a backflip. Upon landing, she wielded a magical sword exuding the essence of chaotic energy. Malekith instinctively attempted to evade, but he underestimated the length of the magical sword, resulting in his arm being reduced to mere flesh connected to his body. Applause and cheers erupted, leaving both Malekith and Wanda momentarily stunned. It was not a stage performance, so why was there an audience? Turning around, they beheld the three warriors, Thor, Loki, and Kyle, cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in the spectacle. Even Tony had removed his armor, standing aside. Unbeknownst to them, the dark elf minions had been thoroughly vanquished. Yet, there was still one more menace, the riot. Kyle seemed to understand Malekith's unspoken query and stepped aside, revealing the subdued riot. The creature had reverted to its normal size, lying motionless on the ground, a cross embedded beside its head, and a hammer pinning it down, its limbs impaled by holy light spears. Suddenly, a crack of thunder resonated as the Iron Man's suit, now in sentry mode, unleashed a barrage of ice and fire beams. The riot lamented, "You see, it's not that I don't wish to assist." Malekith's heart softened with pity at the sight. Such a pitiful state. He turned and summoned a throng of dark elf warriors using the reality stone. Kyle retorted, "You think you're being gracious?" The holy light shield stood firm against the advancing dark elves, a Bakri. The blinding radiance was met with disdain from the dark elves, who shielded their eyes. Realizing the energy overhead, Malekith understood it was time to flee. The influences of the Nine Realms still allowed for an escape route. Before departing, he crafted a decoy of himself using the reality stone. Meanwhile, the real Malekith stealthily retreated through a spatial passage behind the spacecraft. A resounding rumble echoed, and all present, including Kyle, remained oblivious to Malekith's escape. In their eyes, he had genuinely absorbed Kyle's formidable attack. "Is he dead?" Thor inquired uncertainly, peering into the pit. Tony replied, "It seems so. The spacecraft has been reduced to fragments, and Jarvis has detected no signs of life." As they prepared to conclude the matter, Jane interjected, "How do we deal with this? I nearly forgot about the symbiote riot that remains unaddressed." Thor suggested, "Let us eliminate it to prevent future troubles." Tony was immediately alarmed. No. Banner is still inside." This situation had become quite complicated. Even the powerful riot, who had taken control of Banner, could not escape unscathed. With a hum, Tony activated the sonic emitter. Its effectiveness was already limited, and Riot understood that this was the only way to survive, making it unlikely that he would easily relinquish his hold on Banner. Perhaps it would be better to kill him. After all, if Banner perished, Tony had means to resurrect him. He recalled that this individual beside him had a favorable relationship with the Lord of Hell, capable of bringing back parents who had been dead for 20 years, so surely he could do the same for Banner. "Then I must trouble you to make another trip to Hell," Tony proposed. Riot immediately capitulated. "No, I concede." Of course, separating from the host was out of the question. Riot merely relinquished control of the body and retreated back into the host. Kyle had been waiting for this moment. As soon as a gap appeared on Banner, he rushed forward and forcefully pulled Riot out. No wonder he had such a penchant for consuming brains. He was merely compensating for what he lacked. The limp slime struggled in Kyle's grasp, attempting to parasitize him, but it had chosen the wrong host. Kyle's body was as solid as iron, and there was no way for it to penetrate. Kyle, who had always been the one entering others' bodies, would never allow the symbiote to invade his own. Enveloped in holy light, he began to compress Riot, causing even the slime-like symbiote to feel pain. "I, Skarnal, shall avenge our kind." With energy compressed to its utmost limit, an explosion ensued, leaving not a single hair of Riot behind. "Phew! I propose we return and host a celebratory feast. My father's wine cellar has exquisite treasures." Thor immediately thought of Odin's cherished wines. The three warriors agreed wholeheartedly. Never mind, I shall pass. I'd rather bask in the sun at home." Tony interjected, "I have matters to attend to as well." Before leaving, he cast a glance at Loki, but given the current circumstances, he felt it inappropriate to say much. Thor replied, "Very well, you will miss out on Volstag's roast. Heimdall, take us back." As they watched the rainbow bridge vanish, Kyle and Miss Wanda return home. Upon seeing the empty house, Kyle remembered that their journey to Asgard had not been a solitary endeavor. No wonder he felt as though he had forgotten something. Gwen, hands up. Little Wanda, hands up. Pietro 1, Helen, and Mother. Chapter 170, The Origin of Sky. Having narrowly escaped, Malekith returned to what remained of the desolate Vanaheim. He nearly forgot that his home was lost, Possessing the reality stone, he had the power to reshape Vanaheim. However, he hesitated. What if Asgard discovered him and came knocking? Without a second thought, he conjured a spacecraft and fled. Drifting through the cosmos for quite some time, he stumbled upon a dilapidated ship that resembled a refugee vessel. Malekith promptly chose to dock with it, believing that hiding among beggars would offer him a degree of anonymity. As the spacecraft docked and the hatch swung open, a warm welcome awaited. Welcome aboard the Temple 2. The purple sweet potato spirit felt an immense joy upon seeing newcomers, especially given the recent hardships faced by the Dark Cult. His policy of sparing half had become unfeasible. Whenever the spaceship lingered in one place for even a brief moment, the Rainbow Bridge would materialize. If it came to a direct confrontation, he would not shy away from a desperate struggle. After all, a true man must face death without fear. However, Asgard favored dishonorable combat, relying solely on the Rainbow Bridge as a long-range weapon, making such a demise exceedingly frustrating. The solitary Infinity Stone he had managed to collect was carelessly left behind by Loki on Earth. And with Odin still alive in Asgard and the formidable Hela added to their ranks, he was even less inclined to provoke trouble. While he had yet to reach a point of utter despair, a glimmer of hope remained. Should he find himself at his wit's end, he would not hesitate to wager everything just to pluck a hair from Odin's beard. Unable to confront them directly, he resolved to retreat to a location beyond the reach of the Rainbow Bridge, seeking solace and recuperation. In summary, animosity with Asgard had been firmly established. Meanwhile, on the rooftop mansion in New York, Kyle reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, engaging in a video call with Sky. Are you in an RV? Did they not arrange accommodations for your study exchange? Of course not. I just find it more convenient to stay in the RV. My classmate is visiting me here too. Sky immediately retorted, deliberately tilting her phone to reveal Simmons, who had been brought in to provide cover. Hello, I'm Simmons, Sky's classmate. Please take care of this reckless girl. In an instant, Sky was portrayed by Kyle as a brainless, helpless child, akin to a weaned baby needing constant care. Is that really how you see me? Sky exclaimed. Did I not grow up without you? All right then, let us leave it at that. Once school is out on Friday, I'll fly home. If I can't get a ticket, I'll just charter a private jet. We're not short on funds. Sky replied impatiently, I know, but honestly, why are you being so fussy? Just so you know, I won't be back this weekend. It's my first time abroad, and I haven't had a chance to explore yet. With a click, Sky ended the call, exhaling deeply as she finally navigated past the conversation. Simmons remarked, It seems your boyfriend truly cares for you. It's all right, just a bit clingy. Sky's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Who wouldn't he be happy to be cherished? By the way, where are we headed for our mission? Simmons opened the information on her tablet. England. Headquarters has detected fluctuations indicating the presence of a rainbow bridge, likely signaling the arrival of Thor on Earth. Satellite images show a battle that recently concluded. We are to assist with the aftermath and gather intel. Once the cover mission concluded, Simmons clutched her tablet and returned to her laboratory, engrossed in her work. As soon as the RV door slammed shut, Sky's expression returned to calm as she opened her computer, resuming her search for something. Sky was filled with excitement, as she was on the verge of uncovering the information she had long sought. She had discovered details from the recently released files of S.H.I.E.L.D. pertaining to her admission into an orphanage. It was a surveillance video showing her as an infant being delivered to the Michelle Orphanage by a woman. The unmistakable evidence was a newspaper featuring her name, which prominently reported the death of Howard Stark, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Sky felt a compelling intuition that the woman who had brought her to the orphanage might very well be her biological mother. However, further exploration into her background revealed nothing more, likely due to a higher classification of secrecy. The publicly available information on Natasha was also limited. None of the records Sky had preserved exceeded a level 8 classification. She extracted a clear frontal image from the video and initiated a comparison within the database. 5 minutes later, the results were in S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 6 Agent Shane. Could it be that her mother's affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. was the reason Coulson had so readily recruited her? Just then, the door of the RV swung open, and Coulson entered, bearing a sandwich. This is your dinner. We'll be landing in 4 hours, so make sure to rest up. Sky, feeling the pangs of hunger, eagerly grabbed the sandwich and took a bite. Get some rest. Coulson glanced at the screen and recognized the file Skye had opened, understanding her current endeavor. She had not concealed her search for her biological parents from them. Rather, she had openly sought Coulson's assistance. He had graciously agreed to leverage his SHIELD clearance to aid her investigation. Although he had indeed found information, he was uncertain about how to convey it to Skye, as her origins were rather tragic. The narrative shifts back to the waning days of World War II, when Hydra's leader, Dr. Hightower, was capturing individuals to experiment with the powers of the obelisk. Countless test subjects who came into contact with the obelisk turned to stone, yet Jia Ying remained unaffected. At that moment, the Strategic Scientific Reserve arrived in Whitehall, and with the conclusion of the war, Hightower was imprisoned for 40 years. By the time he was released in 1989 under the auspices of Pierce, who had taken control of SHIELD, Hightower had transformed into an elderly man. However, upon regaining his freedom, he did not relish his twilight years. Instead, he resumed his experiments on the obelisk. Capturing Jia Ying once more, he noted her remarkable resilience. Years had passed, yet she showed no signs of aging. Consequently, Hightower dissected Jia Ying, transplanting her blood and organs into himself, thereby rejuvenating his own life. Daisy's father, Carl, eventually discovered Jia Ying's discarded remains and, utilizing his medical expertise, painstakingly reassembled her. Aware of Jia Ying's inhuman gene, which allowed her to absorb the life force of others for her own healing, Carl, in a misguided effort to restore her, delivered the entire village to her. Consumed by hatred and torment, Jia Ying lost her sense of self and morphed into a ravenous demon, amassing a following of Inhumans to harness strength for vengeance. As Carl simultaneously siphoned life force from his wife while delving into the research of a super soldier serum, he successfully concocted the formula, albeit with severe side effects. While he gained formidable power, he also became exceedingly volatile, consumed by a singular desire to locate his daughter, eliminate Whitehall, and exact revenge on Hydra. The records held by SHIELD regarding the pair were scant. It was known that Jia Ying had established the inhuman organization known as Afterlife. Yet the precise location of Afterlife remained elusive. Their understanding of Carl was limited to the fact that he shared a tragic daughter, Daisy, with Jia Ying, often regarding him merely as a deranged scientist. The side effects of the super soldier serum were so profound that SHIELD was merely observing from the shadows. Given their own pressing concerns, SHIELD had little time to address such matters. Chapter 171. Even without rain. Children are still beaten yawning. It was time to commence work. As Coulson led the team to the battlefield's edge, he could not help but cover his mouth in shock. Was this truly the extent of battle? Even in ancient times, blood-soaked lands were grand spectacles, yet here lay multiple layers of corpses. How could Thor and the others have dispatched so many in just over an hour? Was this the nature of extraterrestrials? Skye, experiencing such proximity for the first time, was both curious and tempted to reach out and touch. Stop fidgeting. Be cautious of potential viruses, Coulson admonished as he swatted away her inquisitive hand. Their mission was to engage with these uncertain alien remains with great care. Simons, it's your turn, Coulson called, prompting Fitz and Simmons to immediately equip their devices and begin scanning the bodies for various examinations. Once they confirmed the corpses bore no viruses, personnel arrived to manage the bodies and cleanse the battlefield. Simmons and Fitz resumed their scanning, analyzing the traces of attacks and cross-referencing with their database to ascertain who had been present. Every weapon of the 3 warriors of Asgard is accounted for. This here is a mark left by Thor's axe, Fitz noted. What? Mjolnir is also present. It seems Dr. Jane Foster has returned, Simmons added. The wound did not appear to be inflicted by Vandal's longsword, but rather by a dagger or short sword, suggesting new allies from Asgard had arrived. Upon detecting small holes in the ground, a familiar face popped up on the screen. Skye had recognized it from last night's video call. The information displayed merely the codename Angel, while all other details were marked as insufficient permissions. Oblivious to the burning gazes behind her, Skye was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Were the authorities planning to excavate a reservoir or an artificial lake here? Recognizing the pit, Coulson immediately discerned the culprit as SHIELD. DS headquarters bore a striking resemblance to this devastation. one could easily identify the handiwork. Such matters fall outside our mission parameters. Coulson declared as Simmons and Fitz hastened to complete their scans, extracting a sample of dark elf tissue. Boarding the plane, we embarked towards our next destination, a staggering 900 kilometers away in Norway. Security personnel at the park led a few individuals to the site of a fallen tree. This is the spot. I witnessed a figure extracting a stick from the trunk of the tree. No other promising clues emerged, and after Simmons scanned the cracked bark, he proceeded to retrieve a copy of the park surveillance footage before heading back to the aircraft. At the control panel, Simmons deftly manipulated the equipment, reconstructing a three-dimensional model. The shape of the stick's fracture indicated it had been divided into at least 3 segments. "Do you recognize the patterns on it?" Skye inquired. "It would be peculiar if you didn't, considering we recently saw a photograph of Mjolnir." Both Fitz and Simmons simultaneously exclaimed the name of the legendary hammer. "So it originates from Asgard, does it?" Conveniently, I happen to know a professor well-versed in Norse mythology. Meanwhile, an intriguing scene unfolded in Asgard. Kyle arrived to retrieve someone, and upon entering the Golden Palace, he observed Chong Wei engaging Helen in a playful tussle with Gwen. Armed with a feather duster, he scolded, "So you've grown quite capable, have you? And a ghostly Spider-Man, no less." The catalyst for the commotion was straightforward. Kyle had forgotten to pick Helen up, and if it weren't for George's phone call after work, she might have truly been lost. Upon meeting Odin and Frigga, Helen learned of Hela's identity, marveling at Hela's status as the princess of Asgard while exploring the scenic beauty of the city alongside her. Soon enough, they stumbled upon Gwen, swinging webs and sparring with Asgardian warriors in the square. Rain or shine, the playful scuffle continued. Gwen's identity as Ghost Spider had now been revealed to her mother. "Gwen, ISNT Kyle hiding numerous things from you as well. Why not confront him instead?" exclaimed Helen. "What a treacherous traitor he is. He deserves a beating. And George shall join in for good measure," she added. The revelation that Kyle had concealed his magical abilities was one thing, but the fact that Hela was pregnant was intolerable. A thorough reckoning was in order. Eventually, they spotted Kyle, who had been watching the spectacle at the entrance. "Don't assume that using him as a shield will spare you from my wrath," Helen warned. "I haven't done anything, just look," protested Gwen. Predictably, the one to receive the brunt of the reprimand was Kyle, as he painstakingly clarified all matters before being sent back to Earth. To evade the ensuing double trouble, Kyle swiftly concocted an excuse to remain in Asgard. Hela, barefoot, draped her legs across Kyle's shoulders, teasing, "Aren't you afraid I might heed Helen's advice and discipline you? My queen, would you truly punish this loyal servant who tirelessly attends to your needs?" Kyle responded. Hela, taken aback by his audacity, exclaimed, "How infuriating!" What was intended as a curse morphed in Kyle's ears into something flirtatious, transforming him into a ravenous wolf after days of hunger. With a howl, he tumbled off his mount, utterly exhausted. "Hyla, it seems this is the extent of your capabilities. Day after day, you remain preoccupied with trivial matters. I find joy in your happiness. Is there not a beauty in achieving both? Since you insist, let's engage in something of substance." "Oh dear." Hyla immediately assumed that Kyle would require a heartfelt effort. "What is on your mind?" "It is indeed time for you, the fortunate one, to take action." Typically, the magical box is enough to prevent Hyla from overexerting herself. Yet the super diamond coins require a deft touch. However, if fatigue overwhelms me, I shall retire to slumber, and we can address matters in the morning. Without further ado, Hyla succumbed to sleep. Kyle, brimming with energy, found rest elusive and decided to organize the warehouse within the inn space, hoping to expedite tomorrow's lottery. "Master, I have come to visit you again." Kyle suddenly turned around, realizing that the door to the inn space had closed unbeknownst to him. Could this signify a reconnection to the continent of Arad? With a creak, he pushed open the grand wooden door, and indeed, the connection to the server was no longer present. In its place stood a shimmering blue teleportation array. "Ah, wealthy lady, I'm on my way." Chapter 172. The Wandering Saint's Call. Kyle stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief moment of dizziness, he inhaled the familiar fragrances of the continent of Arad. Behold, freshly roasted meat, delicious and affordable, in generous portions. The aroma of roasted dragon meat filled the air, accompanied by the incessant calls of vendors, making one wonder if they had arrived in a barbecue city. Hadn't stalls in the past sold equipment and materials? How had it transformed into a street food market? A disheveled man took a bite of the roasted meat, only to spit it out, reluctant to discard it. He prepared to pinch his nose and swallow it when he spotted Kyle. Could it be that he recognized the saint? Surely not, for before his journey, Kyle had been exiled, nearly executed. Perhaps Master Michelle had intervened? The odds were slim. Kyle knew well the nature of the church's upper echelons, and getting them to acknowledge their wrongs was akin to moving mountains. The man hurled the roasted meat aside and charged toward Kyle, shouting, "The teleportation array is repaired." "What? Repaired? I've had my fill of this roasted meat." The sound of rushing footsteps followed, as those who heard the news converged. It seemed their excitement was not directed at Kyle. He could not fathom the reason behind their fervor. Moments later, the earlier excitement faded into the usual state of indifference. "Curse it! Who was it that shouted and caused me such unnecessary joy? I swear, if I discover who it was, I shall ensure they face the wrath of this irate fellow, whose weapon gleamed ominously." Apart from a few individuals who swore loudly, the others returned to their apathetic demeanor. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as there were always those who delighted in playing pranks on others. The disheveled man, whose appearance was rather unkempt, unexpectedly approached Kyle. "Did you not emerge from the teleportation array? What transpired during the prolonged disruption?" he inquired. Kyle, bewildered, shook his head as the man retrieved a piece of jerky from the ground, dusted it off, and consumed it. Kyle found himself in utter confusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was not standing on solid ground, but rather on an enormous vessel. The surroundings were shrouded in nothingness. Was this the saintess call? After half an hour of indirect inquiries, he finally grasped his predicament. Indeed, he was aboard the saintess call, yet it had been completely severed from the Arad continent for over a month. The teleportation array was non-functional, and all communication devices had no signal. With no means of departure, they were compelled to remain there, unaware of the situation outside. Supply caravans occasionally arrived, which should have facilitated communication about the conditions here. Yet nothing had been relayed. What should have taken merely half an hour to repair the teleportation array had yet to be resolved after more than a month. Strangely, on the day the teleportation array malfunctioned, not a single vessel was docked at the saintess call. This unfortunate circumstance left the ship isolated. The supplies on board had been entirely depleted over a fortnight ago, and even the restaurant in the cabin had become a haven for rodents. Had it not been for the dimensional rift providing sustenance, starvation would have long since claimed them. The roasted meats were graded in quality, the least palatable goblin flesh, the relatively acceptable lizard meat, and the exquisite dragon meat. As for venturing into the neighboring ancient maps, one would require a ticket to enter. In the initial days, some managed to hunt cattle at the Billmark experiment grounds, but as days passed, acquiring a ticket became impossible. The other ancient maps, even if tickets were available, yielded no edible resources. The King-S ruins offered only iron helmets. The Wailing Caverns were infested with maggots, and the faux wild boars were mere mummies. While the genuine wild boars were mere mud creatures, Kalit was filled with humans, and the ghost train was devoid of even corpses. As for the wild boar of Neupala, even if one could procure pork with a ticket, a single bite would attract the attention of the paladins, teaching one the meaning of repentance. Only at the Billmark experiment grounds could one still procure a modicum of beef, but without tickets, that avenue was lost. These ancient maps seemed to be fragments preserved by some means. Without materials to unlock them, tickets, there was no way to access this already transpired timeline. The damage to the teleportation array severed communication, leaving the guards and adventurers aboard trapped and unable to escape. In their current state, they had resigned themselves to fate. Each day lived was a blessing. Kyle's initial excitement had waned considerably. He had hoped to reunite with his sister Kelly, only to find himself ensnared here. Alas, 20 years had passed without a glimpse of her, so a few more days mattered little. Perhaps, one day, the teleportation array would be repaired. Truly, I cannot accept any more. I have exhausted my funds. The Revolutionary Army is currently facing a financial crisis. As you are aware, our reserves have been entirely depleted in recent days. Please, Leader Natalia Huel, we must sell our equipment to procure food. You cannot simply stand by and watch me starve. Can you? Natalia replied, I cannot help you. In these times, who isn't hungry? My revolutionary soldiers are also eagerly waiting for their next meal. Following the direction of the commotion, Kyle observed a disheveled ghost swordsman arguing with a fiery-haired young lady. Kyle grasped the situation An adventurer was struggling to sell his equipment, while the merchant was unable to circulate funds due to prolonged confinement. Equipment? Indeed. How could he have overlooked this? The ship St. Call is renowned for its abundant supply of gear. The interdimensional equipment, along with the exclusive legendary sets from the nearby ancient map, may not boast the highest strength, but they are still commendable gear for the common folk. The fake pig set is the best in the world. The phrase "no one is a hero beneath the famous name" is not to be taken lightly for the commoners. The fake pig set is undoubtedly the finest choice under epic equipment. Gradually amassing a complete set of the Gracia family's gear while participating in group activities will ultimately lead to assembling a full set of equipment. Additionally, there is the Oath of Silence set from Interdimensional 3, which is more suitable for supportive roles. Those who have used it all sing its praises. Arriving at the dock, eager to test the waters, Kyle reached the entrance of the dungeon only to be met with disappointment. His level was insufficient. One must be at least level 85 to enter the ancient map, and furthermore, Kyle lacked a ticket. Observing his experience bar, still over half a level short of 64, he surmised entry into the interdimensional realm was unattainable. What letdown! Could he purchase interdimensional equipment? After all, this isn't merely a game, and there are no trading restrictions here. Moreover, the ship Saints Call also offers equipment exchanges. Surely, such services exist here as well. The individual he encountered earlier, capable of thinning others out, could naturally sell to him as well. Given his current financial constraints, acquiring 2 pieces from him would surely be a stroke of fortune. Wouldn't he be granted a substantial discount? Kyle entertained this thought and acted upon it, nearly receiving a significant markdown. Natalia remarked, "Young lad, is this your first time visiting and gaining insight with your elder?" Young lad? Was she complimenting his youth? This made Kyle almost wish to strip and display his muscles as proof. Chapter 173, Preparation for a Change of Attire. Natalia continued, "Sister will help you gain some knowledge. Remember, all transactions aboard the Saints Call are settled using interdimensional fragments. There is no currency exchange here." She added, gold coins were indeed circulated in the past, but that is ancient history now. This was quite awkward for Kyle. He possessed not a single interdimensional fragment, rendering him utterly penniless. However, Natalia playfully pouted her enticing red lips, causing Kyle to shiver, prompting thoughts of seeking out Hela. Unfazed by her appearance, Natalia chuckled, but we do offer exchange services here at a rate of 1 to 10, 000. Adventurers who can reach this place are certainly not short of wealth. You might as well seek financial support from your family. Indeed, with ancient maps requiring an 85 level threshold, it is improbable that those who attain such levels are financially constrained. The otherworldly realm is not a domain for the faint-hearted. May I inquire about the number of fragments necessary for a piece of equipment? Kyle contemplated how many fragments he could acquire with the meager items in his bag. Look for yourself. There are both high and low prices, good and bad quality. It all depends on your desired price range. Natalia stepped aside, allowing Kyle to peruse the shelves at his leisure. After a brief tour, Kyle found himself feeling impoverished. The equipment was not excessively priced, but rather his own lack of funds was the issue. A swindler. What a waste of that beautiful face. How can someone so lovely possess such a dark heart? A piece of otherworldly 2-set gear, the Hammer of Repentance, commands a price of 300 dimensional fragments. What else could one call such a merchant? The priciest red-lettered lightsaber astonishingly costs 1,500, which translates to 15 million gold coins. Have the adventurers of Arad truly risen from poverty? The cheapest otherworldly 3-set piece still demands 130, and attempting to infuse it with energy requires one to bear the risk of failure. At that moment, Kyle felt that Sister Kelly was indeed too kind. The cost of a single enhancement was surprisingly low. Natalia, young brother, have you decided what you want? I'll think it over. Remember to come back and shop with your sister when you have money. Natalia could easily discern that Kyle was financially strapped. Having someone to chat with alleviated her boredom. Kyle promptly found an unoccupied corner and returned to the inn's space, organizing his warehouse while pondering how to acquire funds for new equipment. What specialties could he bring from Marvel that would be of value? This required considerable thought. Vibranium? He had a fair amount of it now, and it could be regarded as decent forging material in the Arad continent. However, the Holy Caller was currently uncontactable, and he had not seen any blacksmith shops aboard the ship. Without crafting a sample piece, no one would believe his grand claims. Vibranium. Should he sell a few infinity stones? He was reluctant to part with such scarce items, as he would need them for future equipment upgrades. Lost in thought, his gaze fell upon a golden glimmer. Perhaps he could trouble his master for assistance? This statue, even if melted down and remade into gold coins, would merely restore its original form. Michelle, filial disciple. Upon further reflection, he decided against it, even if restored to gold coins. It would amount to just over 20 million, far too little to purchase several pieces. Better to keep it as a memento. Suddenly, he felt the statue's holy radiance intensifying. He could return to the Arad continent. When he next reunited with his master, he could present the statue as a testament to his filial piety. Perhaps, in a moment of joy, his master might even bestow upon him several pieces of epic equipment, far superior to purchasing otherworldly gear with mere gold. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a conclusion, I decided to seek out Hela for the lottery. Surely, when one reaches the mountain, there must be a path. Perhaps I might win something valuable to sell. Off I go. As I emerged from the hotel, the skies of Asgard brightened, revealing an empty bed devoid of my beloved wife as presence. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Hela was in the midst of her morning routine, washing her face when Keel rushed in, grabbing her and pulling her outside. "What are you doing?" Hela exclaimed. "There is no time for explanations. Just get in the car." Keel insisted. Having finally discovered a means to enhance his abilities, he could hardly wait. "Is there an urgent matter that cannot wait for breakfast?" Hela inquired. "Breakfast? This must be a sign of fortune. When it comes to meals, Keel suddenly had a brilliant idea to make money. After all, the Saint Eskal was in dire need of sustenance. If he were to transport some food from the Marvel Universe for sale, who could accuse him of ill-gotten gains? It was, after all, a monopolized industry. Regardless of the price, if I don't sell it, you won't have it all. With that delightful decision made, Keel promptly instructed his team to prepare a variety of vegetables, fruits, meats, and eggs. As Hela enjoyed her breakfast, she observed Keel sitting beside her, engrossed in writing and sketching on paper. "What are you up to?" she asked. "Are you planning to open a restaurant with all that food you're having the kitchen prepare?" Keel was so focused that he barely heard her, undistracted by the outside world, until he finally looked up to find Hela gazing at him with curiosity. "Finished eating? Let us go," he declared, rushing to the kitchen to pack the prepared food into a backpack, taking Hela with him into the hotel's space. Without Keel needing to say a word, Hela took the super diamond coins and went straight to the machine to start the lottery. Truly, she had evolved into a luxury vehicle that understood and obeyed. Hela also noticed something unusual. The door was closed, and she could sense the existence of a spatial passage. Where did it lead? "Don't ask just yet. Quickly draw your prize, and soon I shall show you," Keel urged. "All right then." Ding. Indeed, it was no mistake. The luck of the fortunate was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, and Keel was astounded by the stroke of luck he had. Acquired. Experience Book 6069 upon use. Level 1. Exceeding the limit grants 1,000,000 experience. What a fantastic start. If I could get a few more of these, I would reach the maximum level in no time. Ding. Little did I expect that this was merely the beginning. As Keel finished drawing coins, he beheld a plethora of items that left him grinning from ear to ear. After showering Hela with countless kisses, she could no longer endure it and hastily pushed him away. "Get off me. Are you washing my face with your saliva? Ha ha ha, I'm just so excited," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by joy. In total, he had obtained, for golden enhancement books, 5 strengthening tickets, 2 enhancement tickets, 1 scroll, and 4 experience books, which were just enough for Keel to reach level 70. Along with a collection of miscellaneous attribute stones and some consolation prizes. These items are sufficient. Contentment brings joy. Chapter 174. The Spy. "Come, let me show you the world." Grasping Hela's hand, they stepped through the hotel door onto the deck of the Holy Bell. This vessel was imposing, yet as Hela spoke, her body froze. The ragged individuals before them exuded an aura of formidable strength, with even the weakest among them comparable to the current Kyle, albeit slightly lacking in some regard. In a confrontation, they might falter against him. Their presence, however, was undeniably potent. Was the father level now so commonplace? Yet, a greater shock awaited them on the opposite deck, or those whose auras surpassed even the father level. Such a multitude of powerful beings could effortlessly level the 9 realms. "Shall we go? Is this the gathering place of the gods?" Hela's tone quivered, betraying either excitement or fear. Only in a divine realm could so many strong individuals congregate. Yet, their disheveled appearances sparked another thought in her mind. Could this be a prison for exiled criminals of a mightier deity? Kyle could not help but admire Hela's imagination, pondering the realm of gods. The strength of adventurers on the continent of Arad cannot merely be quantified by levels. The disparity in power between a well-equipped individual and one in ordinary gear is immense. Furthermore, one must consider the proficiency in their respective skills. Those who reach such heights are rarely ordinary. Many cannot even cross the threshold of awakening without exceptional talent. Those who obtain dimensional rifts and ancient maps surely possess formidable skills. As they wandered the deck of the Holy Bell, Kyle introduced Hela to their surroundings. They approached the entrance of Natalia's shop. "Sister Natalia, I'm back." This was part of Kyle's plan. Strong dragons do not intimidate local serpents. To succeed in business, it is best to collaborate with a local, or else Kyle risked being utterly devoured. "Natalia, have you decided what you wish to buy, little brother?" "Hee. I have a path to prosperity and would like to invite you to join me." Prosperity? What plans for wealth could one have who could not even afford a single piece of equipment? Nonetheless, Natalia discerned something unique about Kyle and Hela. They shared a common trait. They were remarkably clean, their clothes neat and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Such qualities were rare on the Holy Bell. The vessel lacked not only food, but also water. Were it not for a few ice mages aboard, the crew would have perished from thirst long ago. Currently, fresh water was far more valuable than food, and it was evident that Kyle and Hela were not individuals short of these essentials. Who doesn't like making money? Tell me about your path to wealth. Kyle produced a crisp cucumber from his backpack. "Here, try this." The sound of crunching filled the air as Natalia eagerly accepted it, devouring it within moments. It had been half a month since she had tasted any vegetables. Ah, how ordinary. These are merely common vegetables. Nothing peculiar about them. How could one so quickly turn their back after such a delightful meal? Natalia's words hold truth. She simply failed to grasp the situation at that moment. Ordinary vegetables would have gone unnoticed on the former vessel, the Herald of Saints, whereas the restaurant sourced only those imbued with special attributes. The dishes crafted were not only delectable, but also replenished stamina and magical energy. Common vegetables rarely graced the dining table of the Herald of Saints. However, Natalia overlooked the current circumstances. Not only were there no means to restore stamina or magic, but even the vegetables were absent. Her merchant instincts swiftly led her to ponder the possibilities of abundance. What do you possess? Whatever you require, you shall have. Such hubris. Her immediate reaction was to dismiss Kyle's claims as mere boasting. Even if he had storage space, how much could it possibly accommodate? While adventurers typically carried some provisions, they would not be in excess. Otherwise, the Herald of Saints would not be in its current state. Kyle promptly produced the meticulously prepared plan, with every detail inscribed. Any objections could be voiced. Natalia was taken aback by the thoroughness of Kyle as preparations. A brief glance at the plan elucidated his intentions. He would supply the ingredients while Natalia would manage the sales. Or perhaps they could even establish a restaurant for greater profit, should they remain disconnected from the outside world for an extended period. This indeed presented an excellent opportunity for profit. Yet, Natalia remained perplexed about the origins of Kyle's ingredients. With thousands aboard, it was difficult to claim familiarity with all. Yet after more than a month, she had encountered the vast majority. Strangely, she had no recollection of Kyle. Logically, a person so neat and conspicuous amidst the crowd should not have escaped her notice. This left but one possibility. Kyle must have found a way to depart the Herald of Saints without utilizing the teleportation array or the port. A troubling thought struck Natalia, prompting her to seize a nearby katana and strike forth. The swift blade was deflected by Hela's counterstrike. Kyle appeared utterly bewildered. Surely, even in business, one should not resort to murder to silence others? Meanwhile, Natalia bore a knowing smile, as if unveiling a truth. "Indeed, you hail from the Delos Empire, do you not? You have sabotaged the propulsion system and teleportation array of the Herald of Saints. Haven to you? What are you saying?" Kyle found himself utterly lost. Unable to comprehend her words, Natalia deduced, "You were dispatched to assess the situation, only to discover we are still alive. Thus, you resort to underhanded tactics. Surely, the provisions you brought are tainted, are they not? Has the Delos Empire fallen to such a degree that they would send but a mere youth? Today shall be your end." Natalia, a figure of the Herald of Saints, recognized that their current plight was a scheme orchestrated by the Delos Empire, aimed at the complete eradication of the revolutionary forces. Kyle had come solely to ascertain their demise, only to find them unscathed. Now, he sought to employ poison to ensure their ultimate downfall. Ah, let us converse amicably without resorting to violence. I fail to comprehend your words. I have never set foot in the Delos Empire, so how could they have sent me? Natalia, do you truly expect me to believe your fabrications? Behold my sword. Kyle swiftly drew his cross and shielded himself, simultaneously bestowing a holy shield upon Hela. At this juncture, Natalia began to doubt her initial assumptions. These paladins were exceedingly vain, trusting only in their sacred light. With her sword poised across her chest, she prepared to strike. If you assert that you're not sent by the Delos Empire, will you dare to swear by the name of the Holy Light? Why should I hesitate? Kyle declared, raising his right hand. I swear by the Holy Light that I am absolutely not a spy sent by the Delos Empire. Chapter 175. An accident? If you inquire about my origins, I would declare myself a citizen of the Belmar Duchy, having been raised in Hedmer. Kyle, Drady, return your blade to its sheath. Apologies, Natalia. I must have overthought the situation. No matter. May I take my leave then? Unable to confront them, I could simply forego this job. I could always hire a few mercenaries from the ancient ruins next door to farm equipment. Surely, no one would refuse good food, drink, and payment. Wait. Just as I reached the door, I was halted. A cold sweat broke out on Kyle's brow. Was there to be a confrontation? He had already prepared to return Hela to the hotel space, knowing that once Hela was secured, he could unleash his full potential. Whether he could prevail was uncertain. Yet Kyle was aware that this vessel might not withstand the full brunt of his assault. The voice that called out was not Natalia's. An unfamiliar young woman with striking red hair and a single eye had appeared, exuding an air of aloofness, her thumb and forefinger calloused. She clearly was not accustomed to wielding swords, nor did her hands bear the marks of firearms. Greetings, I am Ludmilla Eiffel, navigator of the Sanctus Sonus. Would this knight be interested in collaborating with me? Ludmilla bowed, apologizing for Natalia's earlier impetuosity. Business would undoubtedly not proceed as it once did, prompting Kyle to sell all the supplies he had brought. He chose to take the money and depart, wishing to avoid further complications. Ludmilla watched as Kyle departed, her gaze fixed upon him. These two were certainly not original members of the ship's crew. Natalia suggested I go. The Sanctus Sonus is your vessel. Should this matter not concern you? Ludmilla, as a leader of the Revolutionary Army, are you not afraid that they might pose a genuine threat, potentially jeopardizing your entire cause? Very well. Kyle, oblivious to the presence of someone tailing them, quickly found a secluded corner and returned with Hela to the hotel space. He intended to send Hela back first, then either recruit mercenaries or attempt to tackle the other world on his own. Just as the two vanished, the pursuer emerged, unable to believe their eyes. How could two such significant figures simply disappear? A. My goodness, am I blind? B. Are you insulting me? I am Yajura. Hey, let's stop the nonsense. Did you notice how they vanished? Have you realized that we have hidden away? B. Is it me who is blind, or is it you? Where can they hide on this barren ground? Let us return and report to the leader. I will wait here. Perhaps they will return shortly. He found an inconspicuous spot to sit against the wall, thinking to himself, surely a blind man wouldn't raise any suspicion. He even took out a piece of cloth to cover his face. Natalia, from the equipment shop, heard the report from her subordinates and looked at Ludmilla beside her with confusion, asking, a personal teleportation array? Ludmilla shook her head, saying, that's unlikely. Personal teleportation arrays are random. Down there is the ocean. Would he teleport just to feed the fish? Indeed, given the location of the Sacred Herald, the distance of a personal teleportation array would not suffice to reach the land, inevitably resulting in a plunge into the sea. With a sudden realization, Natalia sprang to her feet. Could he have emerged from some other dimensional space? Ludmilla was startled. How had she not thought of that? How could she forget that their livelihood depended on those dimensional rifts? Stopping here was precisely how they profited from those anomalies. Ludmilla, send someone to inquire with Captain Ruth. Is there a problem? Before long, the messenger returned, confirming that the rift detector had indeed malfunctioned. The technician had disassembled several parts from above to repair the communicator. Furthermore, Captain Ruth had long shut down the detector to conserve energy. This explained everything. Kyle's neat attire and ample supplies indicated that he came from a rift world that lacked nothing. Natalia continued to watch, instructing, as soon as he returns, notify me immediately. Regardless of whether this new realm is benevolent or malevolent, the Sacred Herald needs him now. If he is friendly, we can engage in fruitful dialogue and perhaps establish a revolutionary training base. If he is not, we must seize the opportunity to scavenge as soon as we overcome this challenge. Ideally, we could clear it out to serve as the new headquarters for the revolutionaries, thus freeing ourselves from this cramped ship. The two exchanged knowing smiles, both arriving at the same thought. When Kyle returned, he was startled to see B in the corner, covered with a white cloth. Thinking that starvation had begun to take its toll, he stealthily lifted the cloth that followed him. Soon, Kyle was weaving through the crowd, searching for his target. With Kyle's formidable presence, there was no need for powerful enforcers. The key was to possess the right skills and a thorough understanding of the dimensional rifts. He needed to avoid being a mindless brute, otherwise, he could easily end up skewered by a dragon in the writhing city. Ultimately, Kyle pinpointed an individual in the corner who appeared particularly relaxed. The massive sword beside him indicated he was no ordinary person. Those prominent figures often conceal their true selves, appearing unremarkable while cunningly luring villains into their traps, only to reveal their formidable prowess. Kyle observed the individual slumped in the corner, a character reminiscent of a humble monk. His hair was matted and tangled. Surely, one could not exude such nonchalance without possessing significant strength. With a grin, Kyle approached, inquiring, "Brother, taking a rest?" The tone suggested a hint of pain, almost a muffled groan. "Ha, what is the name of that colossal sword you wield? It must have vanquished numerous monsters, given the bloodstains adorning it." Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerged from beneath tattered garments, gripping the deck to lean against the mast. My, a blood-soaked sword. It seems our warrior here is a berserker, or perhaps more fittingly, a hellblood demon. The appearance truly matches such a moniker, with his ragged clothing saturated in dried blood. A sudden spray of blood splattered across Kyle's face, contrasting the usual imagery of bloodshed. Wiping his face, he felt remnants of flesh, wondering how long this warrior could endure. Nearby, a sharpshooter, roasting a goblin, could not help but advise Kyle to maintain his distance, lest he encounter misfortune himself. "What happened to this swordsman?" he queried. "A tragic accident involving the Goblin King," the sharpshooter replied. "He is beyond saving now, merely awaiting his fate." "The Goblin King? That indeed belongs to the lineage of drivers," Kyle exclaimed. "But why not seek treatment? I've seen several healers along the journey. Surely, they wouldn't turn a blind eye to such suffering." Chapter 176. Entering the dimensional rift. Rapid healing. The ghostly swordsman, feeling his wounds begin to mend, trembled as he uttered a faint thank you. The sharpshooter cautioned, "It's commendable to assist, but do not exhaust your energy. There are no mana potions available now, and we wouldn't want you to starve." The situation aboard the Holy Caller had indeed become dire. The lack of food and drink, compounded by the absence of restorative potions, made survival precarious. It was no wonder that no one had offered healing. Others lacked the extraordinary recovery rate that Kyle possessed. Without mana, one could neither fight nor procure sustenance, leaving the duration of their predicament uncertain. Should one run out of mana and perish from starvation, the cost would be insufferable. That meager pool of mana felt as if it could be shattered and divided into minute fragments for use. Hud. The ghostly swordsman's injuries had improved sufficiently to prevent imminent death, and in gratitude, he bowed deeply to Kyle 3 times. Rapid healing. The sharpshooter became so engrossed in his good deed that he forgot about the goblin roasting on the spit. It was said that among paladins, those with nurturing hearts were often of lower rank. It was believed that leaving a rod would render one incapable of survival. Few reached the first awakening or beyond, and the darkness of the world was far harsher than the persecution faced by fallen ones from the clergy. To encounter such a rarity aboard the Holy Caller in this day and age was truly extraordinary. Until Kyle completely heals the wounds of the ghost swordsman, I yearn to explore the rift to another dimension. The events unfolding here swiftly reached Natalia's ears, truly an endearing simplicity. I shall continue to watch, and, upon his return from the other realm, I shall summon him to meet me immediately. Indeed, it is merely Ludmila and myself. Do you believe he can emerge from that dimension? The perils of the otherworldly realm are unlike any ordinary place, where even a powerful being who has undergone a second awakening could easily fall if they are not vigilant. Those of formidable strength aboard the Holy Herald do not slumber on the deck. The ship is not devoid of cabins. Below the deck, 7 layers exist, with the bottom 3 exclusively belonging to the Revolutionary Army, while the upper 4 are available for external rental. Naturally, those endowed with strength are not deprived of wealth. Why would they subject themselves to such indignity? Even now, they appear far more refined than those on the deck. Accompanying a newly awakened ghost swordsman into the rift would likely lead to a tragic demise. It is possible he merely seeks to broaden his horizons, entering for a fleeting glance before retreating. My benefactor, this territory is indeed the domain of the Goblin Kingdom, where the goblins differ vastly from those in the Forest of Gran. Their strength is incomparable. Entering alone would be tantamount to seeking death. On a previous occasion, my companions and I faced ill fortune, encountering the Goblin King patrolling the outskirts. I was the sole survivor, while the others perished beneath the Goblin King's thunderous might. As I spoke, tears of blood welled in the ghost swordsman's crimson eyes, embodying both rage and compassion. Having grown accustomed to the life and death of comrades, he found it difficult to part with those he had been with aboard the Holy Herald for so long. Though saved by Kyle, he was not so naive as to surrender his life entirely in servitude. His promise to accompany Kyle into the rift was merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. At most, in moments of peril, he might remain behind to ensure Kyle's escape, thus honoring the debt of salvation. Upon entering, Kyle immediately sensed a stifling atmosphere, realizing that he could only harness a fraction of his true power. This posed no significant issue, as Kyle's lower limits were sufficiently elevated, even with diminished attributes. He surpassed many others. I'm yet to learn how to address you. Noan, let us best observe the periphery before retreating. This area is already swarming with goblins. From Noan's account, this region of the Goblin Kingdom is inundated with a vast number of goblins. To what extent, you may wonder. Even the outer edges are teeming with goblin sentinels. The further one ventures towards the center, the mightier the monsters, all to safeguard the heart of the Goblin Palace. This expansive forest harbors abundant resources, so why do the souls aboard the Holy Herald suffer so? It can only be asserted that the goblins' defenses are exceedingly formidable, their front lines extending to the very outskirts of the forest. It is safe to say that entering will inevitably result in an encounter with goblin resistance. One might not be surprised if a spear were to soar down from a tree above. Once discovered, it would not be long before reinforcements of goblins would arrive in succession. A swift resolution was impossible. Otherwise, they would be besieged and ultimately perished by an endless horde of goblins. A situation was unfolding ahead for Noan. Through the thicket, he caught sight of goblins gathered in a circle, indulging in a barbecue feast. The gentle breeze carried the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. While Kyle marveled at the culinary skills of the goblins, Noan was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. "What is the matter?" Kyle inquired softly. "That is my comrade," Noan replied. "A goblin comrade? It must be the one on the grill, right? My goodness, do goblins even eat people? Hero, we must depart immediately." Noan, now consumed by rage, brandished his colossal sword and leaped forth. Mountain-crushing, earth-splitting strike. Although Noan had long anticipated that the remains of his fallen comrades would ultimately be devoured by goblins, witnessing it firsthand was unbearable. He should have been fighting alongside his friends, and since he could not return, he resolved to risk his life in this battle, aiming to kill one to break even and 2 to profit. He had no intention of escaping through this dimensional rift today. Boom! The shattered earth erupted with streams of lava, and the goblins huddled together were caught unawares and flung into the air by the columns of magma. The corpses of his comrades upon the grill were also obliterated, sparing them from being consumed by goblins. In his fury, Noan was oblivious to the golden glow that adorned his colossal sword. His mind was solely fixated on annihilating the goblin swarm before him. The goblin squad leader was the first to react, landing and thrusting his spear toward Noan's neck. Noan deftly sidestepped, the spear merely grazing his skin, while his colossal sword came crashing down upon the goblin leader's head. It was a direct decapitation, scattering red and white matter across the ground. Upon noticing the golden sheen on his sword, he realized it was blessed by a paladin, and gratitude filled his gaze as he looked at Kyle. The advancing goblin foot soldiers could not withstand the blade's edge, falling before it as easily as cutting through vegetables. In that moment, Noan felt a surge of boundless power. His overall strength amplified more than 5-fold. His perception of Kyle shifted. He had initially thought of him as merely a wealthy scion, but he now recognized him as an immensely powerful paladin. Thank you. You're welcome. Those two corpses over there must also be your comrades, correct? Noan gathered the dismembered bodies, piecing them together to dig a grave for their burial. They were comrades he had known aboard the Saint's Call, and he had no idea where their bodies would end up if taken back. Finding them a resting place was already a commendable outcome. Chapter 177. The Goblin Kingdom let us continue to vanquish them. With Kyle's formidable support, they pushed through the perimeter goblin patrols with ease. No one had never experienced such a gratifying killing spree before. The soul-sucking demon cleaved through the approaching goblins, leaving them severed in two, dead beyond resurrection. Let us take a moment's respite, for my culinary skills in roasting goblins are quite commendable, suggested Noan. Kyle remained silent, tossing a roasted chicken to Noan. Meanwhile, Kyle rummaged through the heap of goblin corpses, having slain at least 100 or more throughout the day. Yet, curiously, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. After pondering for a while, he realized this was not a game. Defeating monsters did not yield loot in reality. It was more feasible to strip equipment from their bodies instead. But how, then, did those otherworldly items in Natalia's shop come to exist? Hadn't he seen someone preparing to sell some? Unable to unravel this mystery, he decided to inquire with Noan, the native of Arad. Are you referring to the dimensional equipment? Noan responded. Those are crafted by the blacksmiths of the Revolutionary Army. Some higher-ranking goblins possess equipment as well. Collecting these items allows one to visit the hero's shop, where machines can extract dimensional fragments. These fragments contain the essence of otherworldly energy, and when amassed in sufficient quantities, they can be condensed into a purer form. By infusing this essence during the forging process, one can create items imbued with the aura of another realm. Such equipment is indeed superior to ordinary gear. What I possess is a testament to that, and you may take it if you wish. However, they primarily enhance the Berserker class, which may not benefit a paladin much, though they can still withstand the pressure of otherworldly energy. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. He then tore a fragment from a goblin corpse. Does this contain otherworldly energy? Indeed, Noan affirmed. Strictly speaking, all items within the rifts of the dimensional world harbor some essence. It merely varies in concentration. For instance, the trees scattered throughout this forest. If you were to fell a few hundred, you could likely extract a single dimensional fragment. The piece you hold may equate to the essence of 10 trees. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Gathering such trivialities would squander both time and backpack space. I would rather seek out more goblins to slay. Suddenly, a rumble shook the ground beneath them. Noan swiftly grasped his great sword, adopting a stance of vigilance. Their relentless slaughter of goblins had undoubtedly drawn attention, and the nearby goblin captain had rallied a sizable force to encircle Kyle and Noan. It's the goblins. There are far too many of them. We must flee, Noan shouted, attempting to drag Kyle away. Yet, he found himself unable to budge Kyle, who stood resolute. Noan initially thought Kyle was too frightened by the goblin horde to move and prepare to carry him to safety. What are you doing? Are you not aware that men do not engage in such intimate exchanges? Kyle pushed Noan aside. Throughout their journey, he had come to understand the true weight of these goblins. No matter how numerous, they posed little threat. With a flash, a radiant beam of holy light sliced through the advancing goblin army as if it were mere tofu, leaving no survivors in its wake. The leading goblin captain was left dumbfounded. What kind of deity has come to torment us? Retreat! Retreat! The captain commanded, signaling a hasty withdrawal. With a swift turn, he fled without a backward glance. Upon reaching the small town he guarded, he did not pause, but continued deeper into the heart of the goblin emperor's realm. Thunderous noises erupted as Norn glanced back at Kale, incredulous. Is this what you call a guardian? Not only was Norn taken aback, but other adventurers who had arrived to hunt goblins were also mysteriously teleported behind them. What on earth was happening today? Had they encountered not a single goblin? Were the goblins on holiday? If they couldn't find any goblins, what would they eat in the coming days? Captain, come here. We struck gold. Soon, someone spotted the pile of goblin corpses left in the wake of Kale and his companion's slaughter. By the heavens, we hit the jackpot. It was a windfall, a fortune from the skies. After cleaning up the goblin horde, Kale finally had a reward, valued at over 30 dimensional shards. Let's keep going. Seeing the prospect of riches, Kale's motivation surged, eager to storm the Goblin Palace at that very moment. Half an hour later, within a wooden fortress constructed by goblins, a guard rushed into the Lord's mansion. Report. Commander, we have a grave situation. What's the rush? If the commander isn't here, just tell me what's on your mind, the deputy commander said leisurely, munching on fruit from a plate. Sir, humans have breached the city gates. Our brethren cannot withstand even a single blow. Is that all? Treppa had long grown accustomed to such news. Over the years, adventurers occasionally breached the outer defenses and had ultimately met their demise by his spear. Even if they encountered a formidable foe, wouldn't they flee if they couldn't win? These lowly soldiers could hardly outrun him. Once the adventurers left, he would return to being the second in command. Treppa, let's take a look. Are the spears ready? They're already positioned on the city walls. Treppa reached the ramparts and observed Norn below, effortlessly dispatching foes. Just a berserker, a fragile one who couldn't withstand much. Grabbing a spear from the rack, he tossed it lightly, and in an instant, 7 or 8 spears flew towards Norn. Norn, noticing Treppa on the wall, fixed his bloodshot eyes upon him, as if in challenge. Treppa felt no concern whatsoever. If he could evade this attack, he could dodge hundreds more. The spears amounted to no less than a few hundred in total. With a swift whoosh, one of the spears grazed Norn's arm as he failed to evade it in time, but the blessing from Kale granted him the light's revenge. Instantly, a lightning counterattack was triggered. Treppa felt a paralyzing shock coursing through his body. He sensed impending doom and wished to flee, yet his body refused to obey. A Balkrul. That day, Treppa witnessed the light, not blinding but gentle. As the light drew closer, he beheld his grandfather's smiling face. Boom! The small town was reduced to rubble in an instant, leaving behind only 2 shimmering pieces of dimensional equipment nestled within the crater. Just unleash your power directly. Aren't you weary from all those precise strikes? Noen felt fatigued, yet casting his ultimate ability drained a significant amount of mana. Having witnessed Kyle unleash his power on 2 occasions, the initial astonishment had faded. It was hardly surprising that a paladin with such a formidable healing capacity possessed considerable strength. Was this the emergence of a new school of thought from the Order of Clerics, the Judgment Path? In the following 2 hours, Kyle relentlessly conquered 2 cities, while Noen, apart from wielding his sword to clear paths, transformed into a diligent cleaner, gathering items imbued with otherworldly essence. As night fell, he sought a suitable spot to set up camp, his heart racing with excitement. He had never spent a night in a dimension rift before. Chapter 178. Good news. The succulent and delectable goblin thighs were a bargain. A crowd had gathered at the stall, though the number of patrons willing to spend was not as high as anticipated. However, compared to the previous days, business was thriving and profits were soaring. Natalia, observing the scene on the deck, felt perplexed and called over her subordinates for inquiries. One of her underlings reported that the price of goblin meat had plummeted nearly 30 and continued to decline, attributed to numerous adventuring parties discovering abundant goblin corpses. Had the esteemed individuals in her top-tier room ventured into the goblin realm? No, they had not. Natalia waved her hand dismissively, urging her subordinates to leave. Who was this benevolent deity behind such fortune? In the goblin royal city, King Gorg also received reports from his subordinates. A mere paladin has instilled such fear in you? He scoffed. Commander, that paladin's attack power is formidable enough to potentially slay me in an instant. Gorg, unimpressed, retorted that even if the 5 saints were to arrive, he would still be present. What a useless creature to be dealt with. No, your majesty, I was mistaken, his underling pleaded, though internally he was already contemplating an escape. The king had become so arrogant as to disregard even the 5 saints. Were they unaware of how they ended up in this otherworldly domain? Not to mention the 5 saints, even a single goblin could spell doom for their entire clan. The recent encounter with Kyle suggested that the goblin race was poised to suffer a significant setback. The following day, with Kyle's continued onslaught, the adventurers who trailed behind also managed to collect numerous goblin meat chunks. The market price had dropped to an all-time low, and the astute adventurers had begun hunting wild game in the forest that Kyle had previously cleared. The stall of Justice of the Judgment had new luxuries, with wild rabbits and pheasants being snapped up by affluent patrons. Once again, a goblin territory was cleared, and Kyle sat on the ground, leaning against a tree while gulping down cool water. Meanwhile, the industrious Noen busied himself among the remains, collecting materials. How many have we gathered in total? He wondered, reflecting on whether their efforts would suffice for a single piece of equipment. After some calculation, he estimated around 120. Is that all? Does this fellow intend to scour the entirety of the Goblin Kingdom to assemble a complete set? A large question mark loomed over Noan's head. Was this truly insufficient? The bounty from this period equaled what he had earned over 2 months previously, and yet he remained unsatisfied. I am unable to comprehend the world of the wealthy. Norin, shall we delve deeper? The further we venture towards the core, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. My equipment may falter against the aura of the otherworld. Perhaps it would be prudent to change our course and retreat. The suppression from this otherworldly aura is indeed quite vexing in this region. Kyle's power has been diminished by over 80%. Even when fully utilizing a skill, I can barely defeat a monster, which compels us to consider withdrawal. Had Kyle not been weakened, he would not have feared encountering the Goblin King. Now, under such severe suppression, it is uncertain whether he could indeed contend with the Goblin King. Although the thrill of battling monsters and leveling up is exhilarating, one must discern the weight of priorities when faced with the fragility of life. We shall cease our endeavors and prepare to return. Having lingered here for so long, restful nights have eluded us, and the strenuous exertion has left me drenched in sweat, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Moreover, the provisions Kyle carries will not sustain us much longer. It would be far more delightful to return home, embrace my wife, and enjoy a warm bath. Retracing our steps, any hesitation was promptly dispelled by Kyle, and we encountered no obstructions along the way. However, we did come across 2 groups scavenging the remains of goblins. Upon our exit, we were confronted by a throng of paladins at the entrance to the otherworld. We must hasten our departure. From this moment forth, the entrance to the otherworld is sealed, and entry is prohibited without permission. Nor in why, if we do not enter the otherworld, will the people on the ship starve? One of the paladins stepped aside, revealing a newly formed rift. If you are unafraid of death, proceed. But do you not see the dark magic spilling forth from the rift? Are you not concerned about becoming an abominable creature? The dark energy emanating from the new rift was continuously purified by several paladins wielding holy light, averting its further spread. In the land of Arad, dark power is despised and hunted down, especially with a cadre of paladins present. Even our own kind, once fallen, receive no mercy. We must leave now, Norin urged, pulling Kyle away. Just as Kyle exited, a squad of paladins emerged from the rift, each person clutching their wounds, blood seeping from their bodies. They had been infected by dark creatures. One must be wary of the attacks from those insects, as their bites induce bleeding that even healing spells cannot remedy. It was evident that their words rang true. Otherwise, they would not have emerged drenched in blood. Hey, young man passing by. Just as Kyle was about to continue observing the commotion, he was called away by Natalia. After a brief exchange, before Kyle could fully comprehend the situation, a business deal was struck. He would supply ingredients and ample fresh water to Natalia, with profits split evenly. Upon exiting after signing the contract, Kyle felt quite bewildered. Nevertheless, earning money is never a loss. The Echo of the Saints restaurant resumed operations, the only downside being the adventurers who had invested time collecting copious amounts of goblin meat. The restaurant employs only ordinary ingredients, and their prices are not as steep as one might anticipate, making it affordable for nearly everyone. Consequently, with the availability of normal food, who would still seek out goblin meat? Kyle returned to Asgard, preparing a stockpile of supplies and spending a delightful day in the company of Hela. The following day, he once again visited the ship, the Herald of the Saints, first seeking out Natalia to unload the goods and express his intention to purchase valiant equipment. Are you suggesting that all profits be converted into equipment? Natalia inquired. Of course, that can be arranged. She was pleasantly surprised that the funds dispersed would ultimately return to her own coffers. What was there to disagree with? If you have any specifications for the equipment, please inform me in advance so the blacksmith can prepare the necessary materials for crafting. Is customization an option? Aren't the items on the shelves pre-made? Kyle asked. Natalia clarified that those were indeed custom orders from others, merely borrowed for display. Given the rarity of interdimensional essence, how could we casually forge it into equipment? What if no one purchases it? That would be a significant loss for me. Very well then, the entire set from the Oath of Silence will suffice. Kyle concluded. No problem. Natalia agreed. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, revealing a horned gentleman with golden curls. I bring both good and bad news. First, I apologize for not realizing we had a guest. I shall return shortly. Captain Lutt, assuming a posture of contrition, prepared to withdraw. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please continue with your tasks, sister. Natalia watched as Kyle departed. If there's anything, do let me know. Captain Lutt began with the good news. The communicator device has been repaired. Then let us contact the docks immediately. What are we waiting for? Natalia urged. Lutt rubbed his hands awkwardly, presenting the bad news. Unfortunately, there has been no response from the docks despite numerous attempts. Then do not cease. Continue to call, Natalia remarked. Feeling exasperated, it was imperative to establish contact with the docks quickly, especially as the business discussions with Kyle seemed to be fleeting. Chapter 179. The Goblin King emerging from the hero's shop, Kyle sought out his assistant, Yami Noon. The interdimensional realm has reopened, Noon informed him. The clergy has suppressed the spread of dark forces, and teams venturing into the new rifts are accompanied by a paladin for assistance. It is well known that while exploring new rifts poses certain dangers, the rewards can be substantial. Kyle was also keen to venture into the new rift. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by a member of the clergy. A berserker might manage to wander the outskirts, but you lack any equipment resistant to interdimensional essence. To enter without such protection would be tantamount to a death sentence. The warning was well-intentioned. For an ordinary adventurer without interdimensional gear, entering would indeed be perilous. Thus, he had no choice but to seek alternative rifts for monster hunting. Let us proceed to confront the goblins. We shan't emerge until we have thoroughly vanquished the goblin forest. This time, Kyle was well prepared, remaining in the Goblin Kingdom for an entire week, sweeping through the outskirts. Now, goblins were becoming a rare breed. As Kyle and his companion ventured out for supplies, they overheard adventurers lamenting the current state of affairs in the Goblin Kingdom. It seemed that a mysterious force had made it so that, even after a day's journey, one might not encounter a single goblin. This is utterly ridiculous. With such prowess, why bully goblins? Why not take on the tyrant of the wriggling city instead? The instigator, Kyle, had already returned to the hero's shop, exchanging the spoils of recent days and his share of the restaurant's profits for 3 pieces of the silent set. Natalia's restaurant was running low on supplies, and she urged him to make another trip. No problem, I'll deliver them first thing tomorrow morning. After so many exhausting days, Kyle intended to return to Asgard for a brief respite, particularly to engage in a delightful open the magic box session with Hela, the Fortunate One. New gear without red lettering felt incomplete, and what he needed most were enhancement scrolls and power-up tomes, of which he had scanned inventory. Ha ha ha, I adore you, Hela exclaimed, wiping the drool from her face. What use is this golden enhancement tome? Kyle produced 2 pieces of equipment, one unenhanced and the other emblazoned with red lettering. Feel the difference between these two. Hela, holding one in each hand, could distinctly sense a disparity, yet she couldn't articulate why the enhanced piece seemed imbued with a remarkable strength. Precisely. This tome can bestow such power upon gear. Now observe this. Kyle removed his red-lettered chest piece, boasting a level 12 enhancement. The amplification of this strength can increase with the forging level. With a flourish, Hela drew her night skyblade. I want one too. Early the next morning, Kyle was awakened by his internal clock. After sharing breakfast with Hela, they reboarded the Sacred Echo. Norn had already been waiting for him at the hero's shop. Once they unloaded their cargo, the duo set forth into the otherworldly realm, determined to confront the Goblin King. Norn, are we playing with fire here? With 3 new pieces of level 12 gear, Kyle felt a surge of courage. Entering the Goblin Kingdom's territory, Kyle proceeded with practiced ease. However, Norn quickly sensed something amiss. His strength had increased significantly compared to the previous day. The nearby trees felt as fragile as weeds in his grasp. Fueled by newfound confidence, he believed he could challenge the Sword Saint, Swordrose, at the Tower of Despair. Let us take down the Goblin King. Excellent, you're full of spirit. The perimeter of the Goblin territory had been cleared days prior, and they faced little resistance as they made a direct line to the Goblin Palace. After running for over an hour, they encountered their first obstacle, a small goblin town. It appeared far more fortified than those previously encountered, with numerous arrow towers and lookout posts lining the walls. Goblin soldiers were busy transporting arrows. And with recent reports of human adventurers decimating camps across the land, the urgency of their preparations became increasingly evident. If we're not ready, We want to even know how we met our demise. The goblins are in dire straits. Intruders have come knocking. Norin, filled with fervor, wielding a colossal sword, has breached the first line of defense and is now heading straight for the gates. Meanwhile, Kal sits beneath a tree, leisurely smoking and observing the spectacle, not out of indifference, but rather because Norin wishes to test his newfound strength. As a discerning audience member, it is only fitting to applaud at the appropriate moments. After an hour's labor, Norin has finally cleared the small town, dispatching goblins one by one, though several manage to escape. How does it feel? Norin bellows, delightful. He laughs heartily, as the two exchange jovial banter and gradually advance towards the center. The fleeing goblins have already reached the gates of the palace. My king, those two human adventurers are attacking again. Gripped by fury, Hog feels thoroughly insulted, as if his might is being underestimated. Bring forth my chariot. Lead the way. Today, I shall surely vanquish these young upstarts. For robust goblins hoist the king's chariot, and upon receiving direction from the messenger, they set off immediately. Hurry up. Am I to believe you haven't been fed? Run faster. If you arrive late and find more of our kin slaughtered, you shall have no place to hide. The quartet of goblins exert all their strength, and only then does Hog cease his urging. Kyle observes as Norin prepares to assault yet another stronghold, dodging arrows while waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoes. What was that? Kyle scans the surroundings for the source of the sound, only to be met with another resounding blast. The city gates shatter, unveiling a palanquin. Norin, the Goblin King, has come to confront them. You two wretched children, have you been slaying my subjects? Is there any need for such inquiry? Can one not see the blood still dripping from Norin's sword? The duo's disregard only serves to further infuriate Hog, who raises his wand and proclaims. The sky crackles with electric fury as countless bolts of lightning descend, more potent than any assault from Thor himself. Norin is struck by a bolt, his body stiffening as he collapses, convulsing and exhaling a plume of black smoke. Kyle hastily administers healing magic to revive him. Chapter 180. The blackened earth as Kyle assesses Norin's injuries. Hog, in his chariot, crashes forward like a battering ram. By the gods, Kyle flings Norin aside with one hand while conjuring a shield of holy light to defend against the impending onslaught. With a shattering sound, the holy shield splinters and Kyle is sent tumbling over 10 meters before halting. The Lord's strength is indeed formidable. Spear of the Divine. A blinding beam of light cascades from the heavens, embedding a massive spear into Hog's chariot. How dare you harm my steed? Enraged, Hog brandishes his wand and charges forward. Bang! The hammer of repentance struck with such force that it sent the formidable Goblin King, Gorg, flying. One must ponder the folly of a mage who consistently opts for close combat. Kind-hearted Kyle, fearing the creature might suffer, swiftly followed up with a finishing blow. This profoundly embodied the philosophy of early death leads to early rebirth. After half an hour of incessantly casting spells, his hands ached. Yet he persisted until the last goblin fell. With a thunderous roar, the dust settled to reveal a green figure at the bottom of the pit. Alas, there was still movement. Gorg remained alive. But alas, it was too late. Norin's bloodlust had culminated in a colossal sword strike. Fiery magma erupted from the ground. How unfortunate! He had intended to leave the body intact, but now cremation was unnecessary. A minute later, Norin gazed in disbelief at the charred remains of the Goblin King. Did I truly slay the Goblin King? Was it merely a follow-up strike? Why does it feel as though I have accomplished something extraordinary? He mused, unaware that it was he who had dealt the final blow. Yes, you're impressive, we get it. Now, let us get to work and see what treasures remain. After a week, the goblins had become a rare species, entirely eradicated from their dimension. The Goblin Kingdom had been nearly swept clean, leaving only a handful of kittens scurrying about. Kyle, uninterested in pursuing the scattered remnants of goblins, rested in the shade while tallying his gains. Norin could probably exchange for 2 pieces of equipment, perhaps. Is this all? The reward seemed dreadfully meager. After scouring the entire Goblin Kingdom, this is the outcome? Such a paltry reward felt dubious. Could it be that Norin had embezzled the spoils? If the entirety of the Goblin Kingdom only yielded enough to exchange for 4 or 5 items, then how did the equipment in the hero's shop come to be? Not to mention the adventurers clad in gear. Surely it would take countless cleansings of dimension rifts to gather enough. Could it be possible that your overwhelming power destroyed many items, thus reducing the loot? Norrin pondered aloud. Why didn't you mention this sooner? How much has this fool lost? Kyle regretted his earlier bravado, revealing his might only to face repercussions. Feeling disheartened, he resolved to seek solace from Miss Hela. After recuperating, he returned to the vessel, the Sound of the Saints, this time without Norrin, having decided to release the tool that had served him well for so long. Norrin felt a twinge of disappointment, unsure when he might encounter such a formidable ally again. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call. Farewell. Farewell. Kyle proceeded to the hero's shop to unload supplies. After Natalia completed her inventory, she handed Kyle a bag of dimensional shards. This should mark our final collaboration. We have contacted the dock, and supplies will arrive shortly. Kyle was not surprised. It was never meant to be a long-term venture. Collecting the profits in advance was already commendable. But do you know what transpired next? Natalia heard that a massive earthquake had struck, damaging the teleportation array and severely affecting the dock, which resulted in the loss of communication with the ship. So, when will the teleportation array be repaired? As for Natalia, that remains uncertain. The dock must be reconstructed first before any attention can be given to that matter. Are you planning to head to the mainland? If you're in a hurry, you could take the supply ship from the dock. The first vessel will arrive in 3 days. By then, many will be departing. Would you like me to reserve a ticket for you? Thank you very much. I'll soon be reunited with Sister Kelly. How delightful. Kyle counted the interdimensional shards he possessed, along with the profits from the recent expedition in the Goblin Kingdom, converting everything into equipment. He was just one piece away from completing his 9-piece set. Although he lacked sufficient golden enhancement scrolls, he could gradually accumulate them, so there was no rush. The equipment embedded with Infinity Stones was already quite formidable. Upon examining his current attributes, even Kyle felt a twinge of fear. Kyle Delity, Stacy class. Harbinger level, 75 strength, 21, 872 stamina, 32, 591 intelligence, 22, 012 spirit, 21, 923 with over 20,000 in his attributes. Kyle feared he might inadvertently unleash his own power. His strength could only be attributed to the powerful gems of the Infinity Stones. He had equipped 8 pieces of the Silence set along with the Blood Cross. He only needed to replace one last piece with a supportive item and embed a space stone in it, granting him teleportation and an additional speed boost, thereby eliminating the need to open doors. First, he needed to attend to the task at hand and finalize the last piece of equipment before departing from this place. Upon arriving at the entrance to the other world, he heard someone shouting instructions for everyone to enter the new rift, even if it meant death. They could not allow the darkness to spread any further. What was going on? Kyle turned to a nearby sharpshooter and inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" The sharpshooter scrutinized Kyle, as if he were a rare species. "You're a paladin, and you don't know? Did you sleep through it all last night?" "I just woke up. So do enlighten me." Kyle, understanding the situation, lit a cigarette. The sharpshooter exhaled, "You've come to the right person. I've been observing here all morning. The raiding party returned heavily injured last night, claiming they encountered the Despair Knight, Tiamat. He is one of the 3 Dark Knights, a servant of the Chaos God, Ozma. Do you remember the dark holy war fought by your predecessors? The newly emerged interdimensional rift is actually the realm where Ozma was sealed. This was not a sudden occurrence. The church's clergy were concerned and prepared to organize everyone present to enter. They only need to hold the fort until the higher-ups from the clergy arrive. Do not accuse others of moral coercion. If Ozma truly returns to Arad, we will be the first to suffer. The Black Earth. In Chapter 181, Michelle observes a group of individuals hesitating at the rift's entrance. That is Ozma, the formidable deity vanquished only by the combined efforts of the 5 saints. For these mere mortals, entering would be akin to courting death, and thus they are understandably reluctant. Holy Knights, I comprehend your fear of death. I share it as well. However, we have no choice. It is only us aboard this vessel, and if we allow Ozma to escape his seal while we are distracted, death is all that awaits us. Venturing inside offers at least a flicker of hope. There is no need for concern. Your sole responsibility is to eliminate the minions corrupted by darkness at the periphery. The more formidable dark entities deeper within shall be handled by our church. Should danger arise, you may retreat at any time. Upon hearing the name Ozma, Kyle eagerly pushed to the forefront, recalling that his master, Michelle, had once appeared in the Black Earth instance. Kyle surmised that it was merely a projection, given that the Dark Holy War had transpired many years ago. Had his master remained there, he would not have become the disciple he is today. Upon entering, the reason for the name Black Earth became clear. The land was tainted by malevolent forces, rendered entirely black. True to its name, it was indeed the Black Earth. Scattered across the ground were various creatures, corrupted by the dark powers, names forgotten in Kyle's mind. The area had already been cleared by the Church's initial expedition, prompting Kyle to take to the skies, soaring towards the central region in search of his master. With the oppressive aura of the otherworldly absent and armed with new gear, Kyle's combat prowess surged, filling him with confidence. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a group of holy knights besieging a dark knight wielding a lance. This was undoubtedly Tiamat. Indeed, he was formidable, despite the efforts of 20 to 30 individuals. They struggled to gain the upper hand, instead finding themselves pressed by Tiamat's onslaught. Kyle made no attempt to linger and continued his ascent into the depths. After approximately half an hour of flight, a deafening roar echoed from below. Who dares? A heavy sword soared upwards, aimed directly at Kyle. With a swift slash, Kyle deflected it, disregarding the assailant and continuing forward. The individual below was less than pleased, incensed by the perceived slight of being ignored. Gripping the massive sword, he pursued Kyle, his running speed rivaling that of Kyle's flight. After nearly an hour of relentless pursuit, Belias was drenched in sweat, glancing upwards at Kyle, gritting his teeth to keep pace. Belias, how did you end up here? A purple figure suddenly materialized before Belias. In the sky, Astoros observed the scene, finally relieved to see one of his own appear, granting Belias a moment to catch his breath. Upon glancing skyward at the illustrious Kale, Astrelos immediately gave chase. As an assassin, her speed surpassed that of Kale's flight, and her leaping ability was nothing short of remarkable. Upon catching up to Kale, she leapt and landed deftly upon her back. Kale felt a sudden weight upon her shoulders. As she turned to investigate, a chilling blade pressed against her neck. I can sense an overwhelming odor of disdain emanating from you. Have you come here, little knight, merely to meet your demise? With such bravado, I suggest you consider brushing your teeth, perhaps with 84. Astrelos retorted, what? Bam! In response, a gleaming hammer of penance struck her. Astrelos spat out the dirt in her mouth and continued her pursuit. This time, however, words would not suffice. As she leapt, she raised her short blade, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Kale. Damn! Kale executed a deft roll, narrowly avoiding calamity and landing gracefully on the ground. Humph! She scoffed as dark energies surged, enveloping her dual blades. To her, Kale had already become the next target. With astonishing speed, Kale barely registered the blade slicing through her form. Crack! Damn it! The light's vengeance. Astrelos's animosity towards the paladin class surged anew. With the holy spear, Astrelos easily evaded Kale's assault, taunting, to strike me, you'll need to quicken your pace. Holy shield! Bam! Astrelos collided headfirst with the barrier. This was a testament to Kale's foresight. Judgment of justice. Astrelos promptly retreated, evading the strike's reach. Absolution. Faced with an even larger area of attack, Astrelos had no choice but to withdraw once more. After the skills concluded, Kale had vanished from sight. Yet Astrelos was quick to pursue. After a few paces, she halted abruptly. Those awaiting her ahead were far more formidable. Having not spotted Astrelos in pursuit, Kale felt a sense of relief and continued her ascent. Halt! If you seek Ozma, you must first defeat me. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Kale smiled. Master! What greeted her was a warm salutation from her mentor, as a fist glowing with azure light surged towards her face. Oh, damn it, I'm bleeding. Crack! The lightning of the light's vengeance was effortlessly caught by Michelle. A paladin? Quite impressive indeed. To have passed the trial of the Dark 3 Nights speaks volumes of your prowess, Michelle remarked, her face radiating satisfaction. There is hope for the future with talent like yours emerging at such a young age. Master, Michelle, my boy, refrain from such exclamations. If you were mastering the divine fist technique, addressing me as master would be acceptable, as it is my own creation. But as a paladin, it would be prudent to avoid claiming me as your master. Huh? What is this? Has he been expelled from the order? Kale swiftly produced the weapon of forgiveness that Michelle had once wielded. This was an artifact with which Michelle was intimately familiar, his signature weapon. Upon receiving forgiveness, Michelle caressed it, astonished. Is this truly a disciple of your essence? Indeed, he is quite the doppelganger. No wonder I failed to recognize him. During the Dark Holy War, he was merely a cog in the machine back on Earth. Michelle, the doppelganger, circled around Kyle several times, growing increasingly fond of him. Such talent surely qualifies him as my disciple. He settled down beside Kyle, patting the space next to him, inviting him to sit and share the current state of affairs outside. I'm not entirely sure, Kyle replied. By a twist of fate, I haven't been on the Arad continent for several years, and I've only just returned. Thus, Kyle could only recount his experiences upon his arrival in Arad. Upon hearing Kyle's narrative, Michelle, the doppelganger, nodded thoughtfully, surprised that his original self had left the Church of the Holy Order. Let him depart if he wishes. Everything he has done does not require the validation of others. Setting aside other matters, he found himself rather fond of Kyle as a disciple. Placing his hand atop Kyle's head, he playfully ruffled his hair. You're here to seek Ozma, aren't you? I advise you to turn back. You're not yet his match. Besides, I shall ensure he does not escape. Master, please do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable, Kyle replied, punctuating his assertion with enthusiasm. Michelle, the doppelganger, immediately sensed an enhancement in his own abilities, feeling a surge of joy. This disciple was indeed a source of pride.